The story unfolds as the narrator describes a world where elements of virtual gaming seamlessly intertwine with reality. In this realm, various new professions have emerged, allowing individuals to switch careers to acquire more formidable abilities. The landscape is teeming with countless ruins, dungeons, enigmatic realms, and formidable monsters. The narrator further explains that individuals can gain experience points, collect valuable materials, and obtain powerful equipment to enhance their strength by hunting these creatures. However, no matter how fearsome the monsters may be, they remain insignificant when compared to the awe-inspiring existence of dragons, mysterious, rare, and possessing godlike power. The scene transitions to the third school of the Dragon Kingdom, where teacher Lyquin strikes the blackboard and calls for the students' attention. He announces that the profession awakening ceremony taking place today will not only determine their ability to pass the university entrance exam, but also shape their future success. Although, in theory, the outcome of professional awakening is determined randomly, he emphasizes that every student must have confidence in themselves. As long as they possess unwavering determination, each of them has the potential to awaken a combative profession. Seated among his classmates, Lu Fan notices a paper placed on his desk bearing the title Profession Awakening Aptitude Test. As he reads it, a thought crosses his mind. Finally, the long-awaited day has arrived. Lu Fan reflects on his identity, and he is someone who transmigrated to this world from a place called the Blue Planet 3 years ago. During his time here, he has developed a comprehensive understanding of its structure, particularly the diverse range of professions that exist. These professions can be broadly classified into 3 distinct categories. At the pinnacle are the combative professionals, including warriors, mages, and archers. These individuals wield formidable abilities, enabling them to explore uncharted realms, acquire powerful equipment, and reap substantial rewards. This profession is the most sought after, granting its practitioners both status and wealth. Following them are the reinforcing professionals, such as enchanters and alchemists. These specialists craft items imbued with extraordinary effects. However, the process demands costly materials, making it nearly impossible to nurture a skilled reinforcing professional without the financial backing of a wealthy family or organization. Finally, at the base of the hierarchy lie the subsistence professions, including chefs, herbalists, and miners. These roles serve as the foundation for the majority of the population. Ordinary individuals who work diligently to sustain themselves and earn a livelihood in this world. Lu Fan contemplates his aunt, Han Qi, who works as a chef. Every day, she toils tirelessly, managing her small steamed bun shop to support his education. Despite being only 8 years older than him, she dedicates herself selflessly to his well-being. He witnesses the immense effort she puts into sustaining their livelihood, and to secure a better future for both of them, he must awaken as a combative professional. At that moment, Quinn speaks on a phone call, affirming that he understands. After ending the call, he addresses the students, announcing that the awakening platform has been constructed and the ceremony is about to commence. A wave of excitement sweeps through the class as students erupt in cheers, exclaiming in excitement before dashing out of the classroom. Quinn then approaches Fan, who remains seated, and inquires if something is wrong. Reassuring him, he states that as the top student in their section, there is no need for anxiety. Just then, a system window materializes in front of Fan, displaying a notification. Congratulations, the Super Treasure Map system has been successfully activated. Stunned, he instinctively questions what it is. Meanwhile, Quan, noticing his distraction, taps his hand on the desk and asks if he is paying attention. Snapping out of his daze, Lu Fan hastily rose to his feet, apologizing as he hurriedly rushed to join the others. Lu Fan jumps down the stairs, thinking to himself that the moment has finally arrived. He wonders how a transmigrator could exist without a system, but questions what purpose this particular system serves. He decides to contemplate it later, as his focus remains on the current situation. He continues running, reminding himself that the career ceremony is the most important matter at hand. Meanwhile, at the ceremony, a student notices a crystal placed near Hengjian on the stage and inquires if it is the awakening crystal, mentioning that it is his first time seeing it. Another student expresses his nervousness about the ceremony. Hengjian demands silence from the crowd. One student asks how amazing it would be if he were to awaken a hidden combative profession, speculating that he would become a powerful individual admired by millions. Another student laughs and remarks that such an idea is absurd. pointing out that hidden combative professions are exceedingly rare at the school. He adds that he would consider himself fortunate just to end up with a subsistence profession, even praying to his ancestors for such an outcome. Hengjian announces that the awakening ceremony is about to begin and introduces the priest who will be officiating this year's event. A student curiously inquires if the priest is responsible for conducting the awakenings. Standing in line with the other students, Fan observes the priest and notes that the aura of a combative professional is truly distinct. One of the students comments on the priest's commanding aura, expressing a wish to awaken with such a presence. Meanwhile, a system window notifies Fan that he has acquired a new skill, Eye of Appraisal. He thinks about the meaning of appraisal and clicks on the screen displaying the priest's photo. The status screen reveals the priest's details: Profession Priest, Level 29, Skill Profession Awakening, Net worth 5 million dragon coins. Astonished, Lu Fan questions whether this information truly belongs to the priest. He is stunned by the net worth displayed and exclaims in disbelief, 5 million dragon coins. Hengjian interrupts, calling for silence and instructing the students whose names are called to step up to the stage. Lu Fan reflects that even if his aunt sold buns her entire life, she would never have been able to accumulate such an immense amount of money. Meanwhile, Hengjian calls out a name, Zhang Tao. A student remarks that Zhang Tao is the top student in their section and wonders if he will awaken as a combative professional. Another student confidently bets on it, pointing out that Zhang Tao's attributes are exceptionally high. While awakenings are mostly random, he explains, individuals with higher attributes have a significantly greater chance of awakening as combative professionals. Excitement spreads through the crowd as one student exclaims how incredible Zhang Tao is while another passionately declares admiration, calling him Brother Zhang. Standing on the stage, Zhang Tao faces the priest, who begins chanting an incantation while holding his staff. The awakening crystal glows intensely, and suddenly, a fireball bursts forth from it. The students watch in stunned silence before a voice breaks through the awe, confirming that it is indeed a fireball, meaning Zhang Tao has awakened as a pyromancer. Another student is equally impressed, declaring that Zhang Tao has truly become a combative professional. Another student expresses envy, remarking that he has a bright future ahead. A different student excitedly calls out, praising Zhang Tao and jokingly asking him to take her on a date. Fan reflects on the situation, realizing that this is his chance. If he awakens as a combative professional, he can finally escape his difficult and uncertain life. Hengjian sternly reminds the students to remain silent and urges the next person to step forward without delay. As time passes, a student notices the herbalist symbol appearing on the crystal and comments that at least he can continue his family business. Another student, upon seeing a tailor symbol, groans in disappointment, expressing his dissatisfaction. A long-haired student watches as the miner's symbol appears above the crystal and reacts with frustration, insisting that he does not want that profession. Observing the results, Fan acknowledges that combative professions are indeed a rarity, while the majority of students end up with subsistence professions. He contemplates the stark difference between the two paths. Awakening as a combative professional signifies endless opportunities and potential, whereas those who awaken as subsistence professionals are inevitably bound to lead ordinary lives. A student standing in front of Fan turns to him and remarks that, despite everything, this is still a relatively good outcome. He gestures toward Lai Ping from Section 3, explaining that her family was already struggling, and now she has awakened as a reinforcing professional, a profession that requires immense financial resources to develop. He adds that it would have been more favorable for her to awaken as a subsistence professional, as, at the very least, she would have gained some specialized skills to secure a livelihood. Fan reflects on this, realizing that his own family is also struggling. If he ends up with a reinforcing profession, his situation will become even more difficult. Hengjian then calls out, instructing Fan from Section 25 to step onto the platform. Fan responds, saying he is coming, and begins moving forward. A girl in the crowd observes him and comments that he is quite handsome, wondering aloud what profession he will awaken. Standing before the awakening crystal, Fan reminds himself that there is no use in feeling nervous at this point. The priest begins chanting a magical incantation, channeling energy through the crystal. Suddenly, Fan is stunned, his gaze locking onto a dragon's eye. The students collectively gasp in shock as the sky darkens and the ground trembles beneath them. A student, alarmed, looks around in confusion and asks if an earthquake is occurring. A brilliant light descends from the sky and envelops Lu Fan as a dragon materializes behind him. One student exclaims in awe, questioning if that is indeed a dragon and whether Lu Fan's awakening has actually summoned it. Another student, equally stunned, remarks that this is a phenomenon that only occurs when a hidden profession is awakened. A third student asks in disbelief if a hidden profession is real. The teachers, too, are left in shock at the sight. A female teacher turns to Quen, acknowledging that his section has produced the first hidden professional in the school's history, praising him for his achievement. Quen responds, stating that if Fan awakens as the strongest hidden professional, such as a dragon blood warrior or a Davidenbach mage, he could become a new powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom and make history. He adds that it has been 10 years since anyone has awakened as a dragon blood warrior. She states that the person who last awakened as a dragon blood warrior is now a top-tier expert in the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the dragon hurls a fireball directly toward Fan. Everyone watches in shock as the flames surge toward him. Reacting swiftly, Hengjian rushes forward, grasps Fan by the shoulders, and urgently asks which profession he has awakened, whether it is dragon blood warrior or Davidenbach mage. Fan looks down at his hands and calmly responds that he is a dragon tamer. The entire crowd falls into stunned silence. Hengjian, unable to believe the result, exclaims in disbelief, questioning how such a grand phenomenon could lead to what is considered the most worthless profession, dragon tamer. After the awakening ceremony in Old Town, Zhanghai City, Fan walks along the road with a bag slung over his shoulder. A notification pops up on his status screen, which he clicks to view. The system window informs him that his profession is dragon tamer. His level is 10. His skill is dragon taming, allowing him to tame dragons and dragon-like creatures, and his net worth is 239. He reflects on the profession, wondering how being a dragon tamer could make him stronger, questioning how that is even possible. The scene shifts to a flashback of the ceremony, where a student comments, "What a pity, it seems Fan is destined to be mediocre," and questions how humans could ever tame such powerful creatures as dragons. Another student agrees, stating that although it's a hidden profession, it is the weakest in terms of practical applicability. A third student quietly asks why they are calling it the weakest, pointing out that the dragon tamer is one of the 3 major hidden professions, alongside the dragon blood warrior and Davidenbach mage. The second student responds, explaining that while it is indeed one of the major hidden professions, most people can't even find a dragon, let alone tame one. He suggests that it would be better to become a summoner instead. Hengjian says that it is alright for Fan, as he is still a child. After all, his profession is a hidden one with boundless potential, and perhaps he may tame some sub-dragon species and become stronger. Fan wonders how a dragon tamer can possess boundless potential without a dragon. Sub-dragon species are nothing more than ferocious beasts, incomparable to real dragons. The narrator explains that in the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons have indeed appeared, but never has a dragon tamer successfully tamed one. No matter how powerful humans may be, they remain as insignificant as ants before dragons. The scene shifts back to the present as Fan reflects that the desire to tame a giant dragon is nothing more than an unattainable dream. Moreover, as a dragon tamer without a dragon, not only does he lack the means to grow stronger, but he is also unable to unlock his skills. His aunt has worked tirelessly to support his education, yet now he cannot even provide her with a better life. Standing in front of his aunt's steamed bun shop, he suddenly realizes that he has already arrived home without even noticing. He enters the shop and greets his aunt, announcing that he is back while noticing a table filled with delicious dishes. Han Qi quickly embraces him and exclaims that her little Fan has returned. She asks if today was the most fantastic day of his life. Moving to sit on a chair, she eagerly inquires how everything went and what profession he awakened. Lowering his head, he hesitates before replying. She notices the expression on his face and reassures him, saying that it is all right if he did not awaken a combat profession. She would have only been worried if he had to fight every day. He clarifies that he did awaken a profession, dragon tamer, but slams his fists on the table in frustration, explaining that the problem is that he cannot do anything without a dragon. She smiles and tells him that it does not matter if he is a dragon tamer without a dragon, because it proves he is truly strong. She assures him that if he manages to get into college in the future, she will continue to support him, and if he chooses not to, he can always join her in running the steamed bun shop. Wrapping her arms around him from behind, she offers him comfort. He murmurs, "Aunt." She responds, saying it is all right, and urges him not to fret too much about it, as dinner is getting cold. He replies that there is too much food, and he cannot finish it all. After a while, Fan lies on his bed, recalling his aunt and thinking that she is only 26 years old. Despite working in a livelihood profession for so many years, their ordinary life has remained unchanged. He wants to live a better life with his aunt, and he believes there is no reason it should be out of reach just because he has become a dragon tamer. He finds it frustrating that with a dragon tamer would truly have a hidden profession. But where can he find a dragon now? Just then, the status window notifies him that he has received the first day's treasure map, and he will receive one treasure map every day from the Super Treasure Map system. He questions receiving a divine level treasure map on the first day, recalling that it was called the Super Treasure Map system when it was activated. He remembers that today, he had only tried its appraisal function and had not yet explored its core treasure map feature. The status window then notifies him that treasure maps can be classified into 4 categories: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. Using the system, he can combine 3 identical low-level treasure maps into one high-level treasure map. The system notifies him that every day, he will receive a treasure map with a randomly assigned grade and location. As long as he goes to the specified location, he will find treasures related to his corresponding profession. He reflects on the idea of treasures related to his profession. It is widely recognized that the dragon tamer is the weakest profession, as taming dragons is impractical. However, he realizes that as long as he can make good use of this system, there may be a chance for him to bridge the gap between the weakest and the strongest. In other words, he thinks this divine level treasure map might be his last hope to turn the tide. If he gives up now, he will remain at the bottom of society for the rest of his life. Not to mention the disappointment he would cause his aunt, he must go. He clicks on the accept option. The system screen displays the location, Mount Shi Basin region, level 10 to 20. He thinks to himself that Mount Shi Basin is not too far from Zhonghai City. If he catches the last suburban bus at night, he will be able to arrive there early in the morning. As the scene shifts to early morning, Han yawns, noticing a letter on the table. She then realizes that Fan's room is empty. She picks up the letter and reads its contents. He has gone to Mount Shi Basin and asks her not to worry about him. This might be his only chance to change the fate of a dragon tamer. He reassures her that he will return soon and promises to ensure they have a good life. A while later, on the outskirts of Mount Shi Basin, Fan steps off the bus when a large robber suddenly bumps into him. A girl waves at him from a short distance away, greeting him with a casual hi. Fan instinctively moves back, reaching for his knife. Just then, a one-eyed robber places a hand on his shoulder from behind and asks if he would like to go with them. Fan brushes his hand off and replies, "No, thanks," while thinking to himself that these people might be dungeon robbers. The girl urges him to reconsider, saying, "Come on, think about it, handsome young man." The one-eyed robber adds that it is dangerous to be alone in the wilderness at night, laughing. Fan thinks to himself that these people must have been stealing and robbing materials for quite some time. Dealing with someone like him should be easy for them. The one-eyed robber asks with a sinister laugh if Fan has made up his mind. Fan realizes they have figured him out. He asks if they should go together, but Fan refuses, stating that he has already made it clear that there is no need. As he turns to leave, the man addresses him, calling him a young man and warning him that he does not comprehend the rules of the wilderness. The dangers of the night are far greater than he can imagine. Fan considers that, at present, he possesses no skills to rely on and must avoid unnecessary confrontations. He then asserts that he is a summoner and has no need for companions. If danger arises, he can summon elemental creatures to resolve the situation. The one-eyed robber remarks that their concerns for his safety appear to have been unwarranted. Calling him a young man, he instructs his companions to move on. A girl approaches Fan, expressing her hope that they might meet again, calling him a handsome boy. She bids him farewell, blowing a kiss before walking away. Fan scoffs at their foolishness, thinking that, despite the dangers of the wilderness, it is still far safer than being betrayed by robbers. With a sigh, he reaffirms his belief that a life without strength is nothing more than a fleeting shadow. easily swept away by the winds of fate. Determined, he tells himself that he must set off quickly. He begins walking forward, his eyes fixed on the system screen. Later, Fan secretly observes a power horn horse at level 8 and thinks that, although these creatures do not actively attack humans, he would stand no chance against them if they were provoked. The system window notifies him, level 10, skill, none. Deciding against taking the risk, he mutters to himself that it is better to take a detour and begins walking in a different direction. However, despite choosing a longer route for safety, he cannot shake off the feeling of unease. As he moves between a group of giant horn antelopes at level 7, he reassures himself that he must be getting close and urges himself to hold on just a little longer. By mistake, he steps on a frog, which lets out a loud shriek, immediately drawing the attention of the antelopes. With a deafening roar, the antelopes charge toward him. Realizing his mistake, Fan curses under his breath and sprints forward, knowing he has finally succeeded in disturbing them. He leaps to the side, but as he lands, he stumbles and falls to the ground. Quickly picking himself up, he grimly acknowledges that, in his current state, he cannot even handle a timid giant horn antelope. If he misses this opportunity, his fate will be no better than that of the unfortunate frog. Just then, the system window notifies him that he has arrived at the designated treasure map location. Looking ahead, his eyes widen with excitement as he exclaims in relief that this is indeed the place, the exact location marked by the treasure map clue. After a while, Fan enters the cave and is astonished to see an egg. He immediately realizes that this must be the treasure capable of changing the fate of a dragon tamer. A dragon egg? Suddenly, cracks begin to appear on the surface of the egg. He watches intently, thinking that it is hatching. The dragon is about to be born. Just then, a sound reaches his ears, and he becomes alert. He thinks that, until now, everything has gone smoothly, but it seems he cannot evade the keen senses of a wild beast. Preparing for a potential confrontation, he quickly draws a cleaver. The system window displays a notification, Novice Cleaver. Grade, Ordinary. Description: a basic melee weapon of the Dragon Kingdom Academy. At that moment, a fox lunges at him, poised to attack. Reacting swiftly, Fan strikes with his cleaver, recognizing the creature as a bloodthirsty gray fox. As he exerts pressure to drive the blade through, the fox clamps her jaws around the weapon, attempting to resist. However, Fan successfully forces her away. The system window notifies that the bloodthirsty gray fox is level 10, with skills, Triple Claw Strike, a swift triple hit combo, and Bloodthirst Recovery, which recovers health based on the target's blood loss. The experience points awarded are 120, and the materials include fox fur worth 80 dragon coins. Fan analyzes the situation, noting that the fox's Triple Claw Strike can deal with a rapid, bleeding attack, while its Bloodthirst Recovery allows it to heal by replenishing health through the blood lost by its target. He curses under his breath, realizing that he has no skills to counter this, and wonders if he can stall long enough for the dragon to hatch and then use dragon taming. Just then, the fox leaps to attack, and Fan raises his arm to protect his head, thinking that it is too fast for him to stall until the dragon hatches. The fox strikes with its sharp claws, raking across Fan's arm. Fan knows he cannot allow the fox to use Bloodthirst Recovery. He must act quickly, especially as the fox prepares for its Triple Claw Strike and begins its countdown. He swings his cleaver at the fox, but it attempts to block it with its paws. With swift force, Fan throws the fox to the ground, stabs it, and places his foot firmly on its body, ready to finish the fight. The system window notifies that Fan has defeated a bloodthirsty gray fox, awarding him 120 experience points. He exhales in relief, thinking that he has finally gotten rid of it. Just then, the robbers appear. The one-eyed robber laughs and remarks that Fan truly took the fox down, saying how impressive he is and calling him a young man. Fan, irritated, asks if they have been following him and reminds them that he has already stated he will not join them. The girl responds, calling him a handsome boy and assuring him that there is no need to be so nervous. She adds that he knows very well that he deceived them. He agrees, mentioning that Fan had clearly stated he was a summoner and questions why he didn't use his skills when he got injured. In response, Fan kicks the fox toward them and tells them that if they want the fox fur, they can take it and stop bothering him. The one-eyed robber laughs again, stating that he is quite interesting. He comments that the fox fur is only worth 80 dragon coins and proceeds to grab the fox by its tail. He then asks how long they must persuade him to give them their share, adding that what they want is not the fox fur. Fan is stunned, realizing that these idiots must have seen him looking for the dragon egg. He then orders the others to attack. The girl and the large robber leap forward, ready to strike. The big robber punches Fan, sending him flying. Before he can react, the girl swiftly presses a knife against his neck and warns him not to move or he will get cut. The one-eyed robber laughs, mocking Fan for underestimating a dungeon robber's keen sense of smell for treasure. Meanwhile, the big robber emerges from the cave, holding the dragon egg in his hands, and smirks as he announces his discovery. Fan's heart sinks. This is bad. The one-eyed man grins and declares that since they have secured the treasure, there is no need to keep Fan alive. He orders him to kill him. The girl sighs and says it is a pity, calling him handsome, but they must now bid him farewell. As he steps toward the egg, he marvels at its beauty. Fan, however, knows this is his only chance to turn the tables. He cannot allow them to take the dragon egg away. Suddenly, cracks begin to form on the egg's surface, and a black dragon emerges. The one-eyed robber stares in shock and demands to know what kind of monster it is. Fan, equally stunned, watches in disbelief. Without hesitation, the black dragon lunges to attack. The one-eyed robber panics and hurls a potion toward it, shouting for it to back off, but the vial misses its target. The big robber rushes forward to attack the dragon, but before he can strike, the dragon roars and sprays a thick, red slime over him. Within moments, his body melting away completely. The one-eyed robber stands frozen in shock, shouting for help as the dragon advances toward him. He pleads for assistance, urging her to act quickly. Fan, astonished, reflects that he never imagined even a newly hatched dragon could be so powerful. He understands now why no one has ever successfully tamed dragons. The girl asks if it truly is a dragon, questioning what Fan had just said. She realizes, in disbelief, that this is actually a dragon egg. The black dragon ruthlessly kills the one-eyed robber, tearing into him and devouring him entirely. The girl watches in horror as the scene unfolds. Fan, now seizing the moment, pushes her away and coldly remarks that the dungeon robber's sense of smell is too dull. He declares that attempting to steal what rightfully belongs to him has led her to this fate. With confidence, Fan performs the dragon taming technique on the black dragon. A brilliant light spreads out as the dragon lies before him. She is stunned and asks who he is. Fan, with a slight smirk, responds that she wants to know who he is if she does not. He explains that he is not just a summoner, but a dragon tamer, as the black dragon rests at his feet. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon Covenant has been established, and new skills have been unlocked: Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Inspiration. She pleads for her life, insisting that she had no idea it was a dragon egg. Fan scoffs, calling them despicable robbers, and asks how many innocent people they have schemed against. She desperately denies any wrongdoing, but he remains unmoved. With a cold expression, he tells her to join her fallen comrades. As the black dragon advances, she tries to flee, but it swiftly strikes her down, ending her life. Sometime later, Fan sits atop the mountain with the black dragon, bandaging his wounds. Letting out a deep breath, he mutters that it is finally over. He picks up the dragon, still struggling to believe what has happened. Lifting her higher, he laughs and remarks that she is far too energetic. Reflecting on his journey, he realizes that he has truly crossed the gap between the weakest and the strongest. Even freshly hatched, the dragon already possesses immense power. He cannot even fathom how strong she will become as she levels up. Holding her close, he declares that soon, the title of Dragon Tamer will no longer be known as the weakest class. However, he wonders what name he should give her. He suggests Little Coal Ball, then shakes his head, rejecting it. He considers Black Diamond but quickly dismisses that as well. Before he can decide, the black dragon suddenly speaks, asking him to wait and questioning what he is doing. She pushes against his arm, and in an instant, red mana surges around her. Her form shifts, and she transforms into a girl. He stares in shock and demands to know what on earth is happening. Fan observes that she is also capable of transforming into a human form. She swiftly kneels before him. The system window notifies him that his profession is Dragon Tamer, at level 10. His abilities include dragon taming, which grants him the ability to tame dragon-like creatures. Dragon Claw, which allows him to transform his arm into a dragon's claw. Its strength dependent on his current dragon pet. Dragon Fang Strike, which enables him to mobilize dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow. And Dragon's Inspiration, which empowers both himself and his dragon pet, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Additionally, his contracted Black Dragon is at level 1, with a net worth of 239. Fan clicks on the screen and confirms his expectations. The moment he successfully tamed a dragon, all the skills were unlocked. The Dragon's Inspiration skill enhances both himself and his dragon pet, providing a 30% boost in overall attributes and attack power, far surpassing a priestess's buff. Dragon Fang Strike is a high damage attack, whereas Dragon Claw allows him to transform his arm, unleashing damage equivalent to that of his dragon pet. Moreover, considering the Black Dragon hatchling, even these attributes are already 5 to 6 times greater than those of an ordinary person. If he were to take action personally, he could effortlessly overpower other combat professionals of the same level. He clicks on her photo on the status screen. The status screen notifies him that his contracted Black Dragon is at level 1. Its abilities include Mighty Jaw Assault, which swiftly charges forward and tears into the target, causing continuous bleeding damage. Lava Flame, which continuously spews flames, dealing damage while simultaneously healing the user. And Black Dragon Heritage, which reduces all damage taken by 50%, grants immunity to all debuffs and increases self-recovery ability by 500%. Additionally, the Blood Pact, Bloodline Connection provides a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer. Fan is surprised and considers the implications. He has contracted only a level 1 dragon hatchling, yet with abilities of this caliber and nearly 400 points in various attributes. Not to mention ordinary humans, even a highly skilled human expert 20 levels higher would stand no chance against him now. Furthermore, the Bloodline Connection directly doubles all his attributes, explaining why he felt significantly stronger after successfully taming the dragon. He reflects that, as expected of one of the 3 strongest hidden professions, no matter how powerful a hidden profession may be, it stands no chance against the dragon race. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer is the strongest hidden profession. He acknowledges that, although this hatchling can transform into a human form, it still behaves like a dragon. He then asks, by the way, what he should call her and considers a little black dragon born during the night before dawn. He decides on Xiao Yi and asks if that sounds good. She responds with a Q. He observes that it seems she likes the name and thinks that this treasure hunting, although dangerous, was worthwhile. He pats her gently and asks if she is hungry. He replies affirmatively and thinks that it's time to hunt some monsters to fill Xiao Yi's belly. He then considers that they cannot just return like this, as the trial to determine whether he can enter the university is approaching, and many students are likely trying to hone their qualifications by seeking opportunities outside. He considers that the prestigious Southern Province's Top Scholar Award and the qualification for the highest educational institution in the Dragon Kingdom, which he once aspired to, are now within reach. Even so, he cannot afford to be complacent. Leveling up and mastering skills must remain his top priorities. He packs his backpack and calls out to Xiao Yi, instructing her to set off toward the depths of Mount Shi Basin, where monsters reside that are even tastier than eggshells. After a while, they spot a group of hyenas approaching with clear intent to attack. Fan asks what they are and quickly recognizes them as Plains hyenas. He reflects that these creatures are even more dangerous and resilient than the bloodthirsty gray fox, but that was when he was weaker. Although he had managed to defeat a level 10 bloodthirsty gray fox, he had also sustained significant injuries in the process. The system window notifies him of the species Plains hyena, which is level unranked. Its abilities include Rending Bite, which inflicts continuous bleeding damage on the target, and Putrefaction, which inflicts a disease debuff. The experience points awarded are 380, and the materials include canine teeth worth 95 dragon coins. At that moment, Xiao leaps toward the hyenas to attack. He says that she wants to take the lead and thinks that now, the Mount Shi Basin presents no danger at all for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon. Absolutely no danger. Xiao unleashes lava flame on the hyenas, burning them. The system window notifies that lava flame continuously spews flames, dealing damage while healing the user. It repeatedly notifies that Lu Fan's experience points have increased by 380. and Black Dragon's experience points have also increased by 380. It further notifies that Fan's level has increased to 11, and the Black Dragon's level has increased to 3. Fan thinks that it's not bad, but if they want to level up faster, they need to hunt elite monsters. He clicks on the screen. He tells Zio that they should not waste time on these small fry, as a big opponent has been waiting for them for a long time. He then notices some red eyes staring at him from a cave, and soon, a lion emerges, roaring at him. The system window notifies that the species is three-headed blood lion at level 25. Its abilities include Roar, which increases defense and attack power, Trample, which deals significant damage within a target range, and Triple Flame, which inflicts 3 instances of fire-based area damage. The experience points awarded are 23,790, and the obtainable materials include Blood Lion's tooth worth 1,300 dragon coins and Blood Lion's skin worth 2,570 dragon coins. Fan acknowledges that it is a level 25 elite boss and thinks that, under normal circumstances, a strong team of monster hunters would be required just to approach such a formidable creature. However, he remains undeterred. He instructs Zio to move in, and she immediately charges forward to attack as the Blood Lion unleashes a thunderous roar. The system window notifies that Roar has been activated, and the lion's 3 heads simultaneously emit a deafening roar, temporarily increasing its defense and attack power. In response, the lion hurls a fireball toward them, while the system window further notifies Fan that Triple Flame is currently charging. The skill gathers fiery breath into fireballs, inflicting 3 instances of fire-based area damage, but requires time to fully charge. Zio quickly calls out to Fan, instructing him to coordinate with her to interrupt the skill, while she begins gathering fire flames around her in preparation for a counterattack. Fan sits on the ground momentarily before leaping into action and saying that they should try this first. Zio roars and executes Mighty Jaw Assault, while the system window notifies that Mighty Jaw Assault rapidly charges forward and bites the target, causing continuous bleeding damage. It also confirms that Triple Flame has been successfully interrupted. Fan commends Zio, saying well done, and follows up with Dragon Fang Strike, aiming directly at the lion's head. The system window notifies that Dragon Fang Strike mobilizes Dragon Aura to unleash a powerful attack using the current weapon. The Blood Lion collapses to the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks on impact. Fan quickly leaps back and lands nearby, stating that it is dead. He remarks that elite monsters significantly boost level progression, yet even with this victory, they have only gained so much progress. The system window then indicates that Lu Fan's experience points have increased by 23,790, raising his level to 40. Additionally, Black Dragon's experience points have also increased by 23,790, raising its level to 9. It further notifies that the treasure map system has been triggered and that the treasure map for the day has been sent. He thinks that another treasure map has appeared and wonders what exclusive item for dragon tamers this one will lead to. He then tells Zio to get ready for treasure hunting. She responds with a soft Kyu. The scene shifts to deep within Mount Shi Basin, where Qin Kyu speaks to Sun Ji, saying that it is such a rare opportunity and wonders if they should really let it slip away like this. Ji responds that they do not have a choice. He explains that this fortuitous realm requires at least 5 people to activate it, and they do not have enough people to open it. He suggests sending Miss Kai back to Jianhai City to bring more people. That way, they might have enough. Kai disagrees, stating that it won't work. Even with her agility, a round trip would take a day. Kyu adjusts her hair and remarks that these fortuitous realms appear randomly. While the rewards are higher than those from regular dungeons, they only exist for 24 hours. A day is definitely not enough time to complete it. Ji says that she does not need to worry so much. With her strength, as long as she enters one of the top 10 academies, they will definitely provide her with opportunities. She responds that she understands everything he said, it is just that it is such a pity. Just then, they hear some sounds and become attentive, asking who it is. Fan steps forward and says that there is no need to be nervous, as he is just passing by. Ji comments on his unkempt appearance, telling him that this is not a place where a material hunter should be. Kyu taps her hand to quiet her, then extends her hand towards Fan, greeting him. She introduces herself and says that they are from the Qin family in Zhanghai City. She is Qin Kyu, and although it is a bit abrupt, she asks if he would be willing to temporarily team up with them. She clarifies that he does not need to do anything. All he would need to do is enter the Fortune's secret realm with them. After they succeed, they will pay him a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. She asks how he feels about that offer. Fan responds, asking if it is truly 100,000 dragon coins. He thinks about the Fortune's secret realm, the same Fortune's secret realm that even the richest family in Zhonghai City, the Qin family, desires to enter. The rewards must surely be very rare. She confirms that he is correct. They only need to gather enough people to meet the realm's requirements, and he does not need to do anything to receive 100,000 dragon coins. Ji remarks that such an opportunity does not come easily and urges everyone to hurry. Fan responds that he is not particularly interested in money, but he is willing to cooperate according to the rules. His statement surprises them, and Kai asks if he means that he wants to allocate the rewards in the secret realm based on performance. Fan affirms this. Qiyu considers their situation, noting that their average level is around 20, while Fan appears weaker than them. She wonders whether he is truly confident in himself or simply arrogant. After a moment, she acknowledges his terms and says that since he wishes to cooperate, they will team up in a cooperative manner to demonstrate sincerity, and the promised 100,000 dragon coins will still be included. She extends her hand toward him. Fan shakes her hand and says that it is settled. She then instructs everyone to get ready and prepare for departure. Meanwhile, Fan thinks that revealing Xiao's identity in front of strangers in the wilderness could lead to unnecessary trouble. He decides that he will have to ask Xiao to wait until he has secured the secret rewards before summoning her again. Ji comments that the kid should not tell him that he is empty-handed without any equipment. Fan summons a sword from his inventory and thinks that despite having no weapons or equipment, he has just defeated 3 blood lions and triggered an advanced treasure map. He has finally obtained the opportunity to replace his newbie cleaver. The system window notifies that the weapon is an ink dragon deer antler sword with the following attributes. It requires an intermediate level and is suitable for the Dragon Tamer and Dragon Blood Warrior classes. It also requires Dragon Blood armorization for partial organization. The sword increases dragonization power and provides 65 strength and 30 endurance. Ji comments that the weapon looks extraordinary and says that he originally thought Fan was a material hunter. He then asks if, at his age, Fan is just a newly transferred student. Kai asks what matters to him and asserts that they are cooperating. However, she warns that if he has any ulterior motives, she will subdue him immediately. At that moment, zombies emerge from the ground to attack them. Ji quickly draws his sword and prepares to fight. The system window notifies that the decaying zombie is level 15, providing 620 experience points. The materials it drops include decaying poison sac and 256 dragon coins. Its abilities are grapple bite, which entangles and continuously bites the target, and corpse poison, which causes any attack to infect the target with corpse poison, resulting in continuous life loss. Targets who die from the corpse poison effect will turn into decaying zombies. Qiyu warns Uncle Ji to be careful. At that moment, Xiaojia steps forward in front of Ji, holding a protection shield to block the zombies and shouting charge. Ji praises him, saying well done, and moves with him to attack the zombies. Kai also begins attacking the zombies. The system window shows their stats. Xiaojia, Combat Class Level 20, Knight, Sun Ji, Combat Class Level 28, Warrior, and Kair, Combat Class Level 23, Rogue. Fan thinks about the team composition. A warrior, a rogue, and the knight guarding the teleportation gate. The team seems very well balanced, especially with Sun Ji, a level 28 warrior, who is about to advance to the second class. Qiyu begins using her power, activating the Holy Light Star Rain technique while holding her staff. The system window notifies that Holy Light Star Rain gathers energy and unleashes starlight, which rains down, dealing holy damage to enemies within range while providing equivalent healing to allies. Qiyu explains that this is the characteristic of her class. The hidden class Holy Light Mage can perform both attacks and healing. However, she adds that the current damage output is lower than that of regular mages, and the healing is not as effective as that of priests. The system window notifies that Qin Qiyu is level 13, with the hidden combat class Holy Light Mage. Fan acknowledges this and thinks that she belongs to another hidden class, though her holy damage is very effective against zombies. He notices more zombies approaching him and realizes that an elite monster has been alerted. Judging by the sounds, there are quite a few of them. More zombies start emerging from the ground to attack them. The system window notifies that a bloodthirsty zombie has appeared, level 20, with the following abilities. Blood-sucking bite, which entangles and continuously bites the target, damaging it while healing itself. Corpse poison, which infects the target with corpse poison upon any attack, causing continuous life loss while healing the zombie itself. And bloodlust, which causes the zombie to enter a frenzy state, increasing its strength and agility by 40%. G warns that it is an elite monster and instructs Kai to protect the young lady and that boy. He then commands Gia to join him in holding the front line, ensuring that the rotting flesh does not break through. Gia responds with a firm yes and follows his orders. G activates Full Moon Slash, launching an attack against the zombie. At the same time, Gia lunges forward, striking a zombie with his sword. However, he suddenly exclaims in confusion, realizing that he cannot withdraw his weapon. He watches in horror as his sword starts sinking into the zombie's decaying flesh, and the zombie begins to mutate further. The system window notifies that corpse poison is in effect. Any attack against the target will result in infection, causing continuous life loss while simultaneously healing the zombie. Gia, overwhelmed, shouts, "How can this be?" Fan quickly analyzes the situation and realizes it is due to corpse poison. He knows that only a priest's purify skill can dispel it. And since Qin Qiu, as a holy light mage, lacks that ability, she is unable to assist. Jia's hands begin to sink into the zombie's flesh, and he cries out for help. "Brother Ji, help me." Ji, attempting to assist, also strikes the zombie, but his weapon gets trapped as well. Realizing the danger, he orders Jia to release his weapon immediately. Without hesitation, Ji calls Kai to the front, instructing her to cover him against the approaching zombies. Before she can respond, Fan steps forward, gripping his sword tightly. He calmly declares there is no need to trouble her, let him handle it. Ji asks if he has lost his mind and orders him to back off. Fan attacks the zombie with his sword and slashes it. Everyone is stunned by this, and Ji steps back in shock, demanding to know who he is. Fan points Ji's sword toward him and tells him not to retreat, but that they must keep moving forward. Ji asks how high his level actually is, insisting that it is impossible for a newly transferred student to possess such immense attack power. Qiu urges Jia to hold on, assuring him that she will heal him. Fan states that he is a level 14 student and has no reason to deceive them, explaining that he came to the stone plane for the great exam practice. Qiu, surprised, repeats the term great exam practice and realizes that he is a student from the same year as her. She is astonished that a level 14 student has an even greater attack power than Uncle Ji, who is level 28. Just then, a zombie suddenly leaps toward her. Kai quickly pushes her aside, shouting for her to be careful. He aims his crossbow at the zombie, but before he can fire, Fan dashes forward and pierces it with his sword. He warns them that the zombies in the village will only continue to grow stronger and declares that he will hold the front line. He asks if everyone is okay with that. Qiu wonders if he could be the person recently rumored in Zhanghai City and then states that she will rely on him, addressing him as a classmate. She instructs him and Uncle Ji to lead the team at the front while she tends to little Jia, and Kai covers the rear. The Mystic Realm Guardian should be somewhere in the village. Fan tells her to simply call him Lu Fan and strides forward, urging the others to follow as he declares that they should proceed deeper. Qiu contemplates the name Lu Fan, the rumored hidden class dragon tamer who recently emerged. She finds it hard to believe. If he truly is the dragon tamer, then it should not be the weakest class, should it? After some time, at the center of the Mystic Realm village, Fan slays a zombie and reflects that Qin Qiu's profession is incapable of purging the corpse poison from the teleportation gate. The gate only manifests after the Mystic Realm Guardian has been defeated. They must act quickly, or little Jia will die here as the corpse poison spreads, and worse, he may even transform into a zombie. Kai observes that there is no sign of the Mystic Realm Guardian in the village and remarks that something is not right. At that moment, zombies emerge from behind and lunge toward Ji. Jia calls out to him, warning him to watch out behind, before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Qiu urgently tells little Jia to hold on. At that moment, they are stunned to see a massive, monstrous, rock-like zombie. The system window displays a notification. Ironskin zombie, level 20, corpse poison, which causes any attack to infect the target with corpse poison, dealing continuous damage while simultaneously healing itself. Assimilation absorption, which allows it to absorb the target and merge with its own body, increasing its maximum HP, and steel skin, which enables it to enter an iron skin state, raising its defense and endurance by 40%. Kai exclaims that the Mystic Realm Guardian has appeared. The iron skin zombie growls, fresh flesh. Fan realizes that little Gia's corpse poison has worsened to the extent that it is now capable of awakening iron skin zombies. If his assumption is correct, they must act quickly. He urgently commands everyone to defeat it before it attempts to assimilate and absorb little Gia. G unleashes the Moonlight Slash technique, striking the zombie with his sword, but the attack has no effect. He stares in disbelief and asks how it is possible that they cannot even leave a scratch on it. Fan leaps forward to attack, realizing that if the corpse poison continues to attract iron skin zombies, there is no time to let them fight at a slow pace. He strikes near the zombie's head with his sword, while the system window notifies that steel skin has activated, entering an iron skin state, which increases defense and endurance by 40%. Fan calculates that they need at least 2 more direct hits, but speed is crucial. Dragon Blood Armorization. The system window displays another notification. Ink Dragon Scale Sword Epic Quality. Level Requirement, Old Level. Class Requirement, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Blood Warrior. Attributes, Strength plus 65, Endurance plus 30. Dragon Blood Armorization, partially dragonizes the user, increasing dragonization power. The iron skin zombie growls, saying fresh flesh, and extends its hand toward Kyu, attempting to seize her. The system window notifies that the skill charging assimilation absorption has been activated, allowing the zombie to absorb the target and merge with itself, increasing its maximum HP. Fan leaps forward to attack and instructs Q to use her holy spells alongside him, while ordering Uncle G to protect little Gia with Kai. He transforms his hand into a dragon claw before launching his attack. The system window displays a notification, Dragon Blood Armorization, a special effect of the Ink Dragon Scale Sword, which partially dragonizes the user and enhances dragonization power. Q channels her holy spell powers and responds with determination, affirming that she is ready. The system window then notifies Dragon Claw, Dragon Blood Armorization Bonus, which transforms his arm into a dragon claw, with its power depending on the Black Dragon legend. Additionally, Holy Starlight gathers energy and releases a Starlight Rain, dealing holy damage to enemies within range while simultaneously providing equivalent healing to allies. The iron skin zombie roars, saying flesh. Kai asks if it is starting to disintegrate. G observes that the iron skin zombie seems to rely on continuous fusion and absorption to grow larger. Fan concludes that its main body must be encased within it. G reflects that, after spending so many years in the Kin family and encountering countless experts, this young man is undoubtedly a hidden professional. At that moment, a one-eyed zombie emerges, breaking through the iron skin zombie's shell. Kyu exclaims that the main body has appeared. Fan immediately leaps into action, launching an attack while commanding it to submit. He engulfs its body in lava flames, causing the ground to shatter as rocks come crashing down. The others stand in stunned silence, witnessing the overwhelming power of his attack. Kai, still in disbelief, asks if the Guardian of the Hidden Realm has truly been defeated. Meanwhile, Q is astonished, and she has never encountered such an overwhelmingly powerful skill capable of taking down a level 20 boss so effortlessly. She wonders who Lu Fan truly is. Just then, a treasure chest materializes before them, and the system window displays a notification. Ironskin Zombie Treasure Chest, Level 20. Q turns to Fan and, addressing him as a friend, assures him that they will honor their agreement and distribute the rewards according to the established rules. She acknowledges that, in the past, they were unfamiliar with one another, and some had underestimated him. She expresses their regret and asks for his forgiveness. G places his hands on Fan's shoulder and says that he definitely has the ability to solo this hidden realm. Now, it seems like they are just tagging along, and he laughs. Fan responds, saying that G is flattering him, and then turns to Q, telling her that it is up to her to distribute the rewards. Q opens the treasure chest. The system window notifies that there is a strength potion, a consumable item that increases strength by a certain amount upon use, an antidote potion, a rare quality consumable that removes corpse poison upon use, and mourning bracers, fine quality items with a level requirement of 10 and no profession requirements. Kai asks if these are all the rewards from this fortuitous realm. G comments that it seems a bit shabby if it doesn't. Fan, however, thinks to himself that a level 20 fortuitous realm would not only have rewards of this quality. Q tells Uncle G to quickly give little Gia the antidote potion to drink. She then hands Fan the bracers, stating that they are what he deserves, along with the strength and antidote potions, urging him to take them all. Fan reflects that the people of the Qin family truly follow the rules. G feeds Gia the potion and asks if he is feeling any better. Q looks to the other side and says it is strange. They defeated the boss, but they could not see the portal. The system window notifies that the grieving wrist guards are equipped, providing strength +6 and endurance +17, along with the strength potion white and the antidote potion. Kai suggests that they should look around. Fan holds up a hand, telling them to wait and not wander around just yet. He states that the Iron Skin zombie is not the final boss. The system window then notifies the following: Fortuitous Realm, Village of Grief, Realm Level 20, Realm Difficulty Hard, Number Limit is 5 or more, and Current Progress, Corrupt Zombie, Fresh Blood Zombie, Iron Skin Zombie. G asks why Fan says that, wondering if he has made a new discovery. Q, as a holy light mage, explains that she can sense a dark presence nearby. She points toward the Fortuitous Realm, Village of Grief, Lakeside. G begins walking and remarks that if the lady says so, the real boss must be nearby. This realm is not large, so they may have missed something when they first entered the village. Suddenly, a monster emerges from the lake. Fan announces that it has arrived. Everyone stands stunned as they see the monster's many hands, each with eyes. G states that Lu Fan was correct. This must be the final boss. He warns everyone to be careful and take cover behind the barricade. The hands of the monster move toward G, capturing him and throwing him onto the ground. Kiyu calls out to Uncle G in shock, seeing this unfold. One of the monster's hands moves toward her, attempting to capture her as well. In fear, she shuts her eyes. Fan quickly runs to her, lifting her into his arms to protect her before falling back to safety. Kai asks Miss if she is alright. The monster fully emerges from the lake, its humanoid hands gripping chains. The system window notifies that the grieving specter has appeared. It is a level 25 boss with hard difficulty. The following abilities are displayed: Corpse Kai Envelopment, which causes the grieving specter to constantly emit Corpse Kai, reducing all attributes of creatures in the realm by 20%. Chain Lash, which whips chains from the sunken lake toward targets, causing massive damage. Resentment Outburst, which releases accumulated resentment, repelling all nearby enemies and inflicting corpse poison. And Immutable Resentment, which reduces the damage taken and the effects of fire or holy attacks by 30%. Kai exclaims that this is the real boss. Ji instructs Jia to stay behind him, assuring him that he will hold it back. Jia insists that he can still fight and offers to help block as well. Ji warns him not to be stubborn, especially after just recovering, and tells him to leave the attacks to him. However, as he speaks, the monster snatches his sword from his grasp, prompting him to call out to Lu Fan. Fan immediately rushes forward to attack, thinking that Ji-sun and Jia are holding their ground, but he must take on the boss himself. Since this boss is still a zombie, there is only one way to defeat it: to eliminate its main body. The monster lets out a deafening scream, unleashing its full force. The system window notifies: Corpse Kai Envelopment. The mournful corpse emits Corpse Kai continuously, reducing all attributes of creatures in the realm by 20%. Fan sprints across the chains toward the monster. Q urgently warns him to watch out for the iron chains. The system window displays another notification: Chain Lash. The heavy chains from the lake whip toward the target, causing massive damage. As the monster swings its hand, the chains lash through the air. Fan is about to lose his balance and fall backward, thinking no. The monster lets out another scream and moves forward to attack. They all charge forward to fight. Ji tells Q to be careful while Jia instructs her to charge. Kai shoots an arrow toward the hand that moves to capture Fan. Fan looks back, sees them, and thinks that if they continue resisting like this, they will perish. He leaps toward the monster to attack, gripping his sword, and commands everyone to retreat. He slashes the monster's hands. The system window notifies that Dragon Fang Strike mobilizes Dragon Kai to unleash a powerful blow with the current weapon, while Chain Lash whips the target with heavy chains from the lake, causing massive damage. It also notifies that Dragon Blood Armor Transformation is a special effect of the Ink Dragon Scale Sword, enabling the partial dragonization of the user and enhancing dragon power. Fan activates his power, transforms his hand into a dragon claw, and leaps to strike the monster. The system window further notifies that Dragon Claw, Dragon Blood Armor Transformation bonus converts the arm into a Dragon Claw, with power dependent on the Black Dragon, a legendary entity. Fan shatters the chains. Everyone is left stunned by the sight. G tells his younger brother that they cannot handle this boss and should retreat for now. Q responds that they are no match for it, and if Fan continues delaying them, everyone will be in danger. Fan instructs Uncle G to take Kai and lead the others back to the village, as the zombies there have already been cleared out. She asks what he plans to do. He replies that he will cover the rear, urging them to retreat quickly. Kai urges Q to hurry. Q thinks that they can only rely on Lu Fan, realizing their own helplessness. Even without the debuff that reduces all attributes by 20%, they would still be of little help. Since everyone understands this, it is best to let those who can truly cooperate with Fan handle the situation. The monster screams at him as Fan opens a portal resembling a circle of fire and calls out to Xiao Yi, telling her that she can come out and move freely now. Xiao Yi swiftly emerges from the circle and bites the monster's arm. Jia turns back and asks what is happening. Kai exclaims that this is a dragon, and that Kid Lu Fan has summoned a giant dragon. As Xiao bites the monster's arm, she moves toward him. The system window notifies that Giant Jaw's assault is a high-speed charge followed by a vicious bite, inflicting continuous bleeding damage on the target. Xiao lunges at the monster's half-humanoid body, shattering its chains and hurling it back into the lake. Everyone is left in shock at the sight. Kai asks if it has been defeated. Ji remarks that the boss was dismembered in just a few blows, calling it terrifying. Jia expresses astonishment at witnessing a giant dragon firsthand. Meanwhile, Kyu wonders if the person rumored in Zhonghai City recently is truly him, the dragon tamer, Lu Fan. As memories resurface, the Dark Witch recalls that 300 years ago, she was born and raised in this place, protected by the church and sheltered from external threats. However, a devastating plague soon swept through, reducing everything to ruin. Bodies piled up by the lake, with more people dying before they could even be buried. Desperately, she had wished to save everyone, but instead, she became a dark witch. She could not heal the dying, and she could only summon spirits to grant the living a final farewell. In the flashback, she stands near the lake, casting a spell, when a priest arrives with 2 warriors. He commands them to seize her, declaring that she is the witch responsible for the disaster, and must be bound in iron chains. She is bewildered, wondering why the very church that once sheltered them now accuses her of bringing the plague. Why are they treating her this way? The warriors restrain her wrists with chains and begin to drag her away. The priest condemns her as a damned witch and demands to know why she wishes to bring harm to the village. She thinks to herself that it was she who allowed the villagers to say their last goodbyes to their families. She only wanted to save them, even if all she could do was help them bid farewell. She had done nothing wrong. Without mercy, they cast her into the lake. As she plunges into the depths, she screams, her voice swallowed by the water. In the present, Fan pats Xiao while the others watch from a distance. Ji asks how Lu Fan is able to summon a dragon. Jia remarks that they can now leave the secret realm. Fan notices bubbles rising from the lake and states that if the portal has not appeared, then the boss is not dead yet. It is too soon to leave. Suddenly, the boss monster emerges from the lake in a violent water explosion. Everyone is stunned by its reappearance. The monster growls in frustration and exclaims, "Damn it, it's those guys again." The system window notifies that Morning Grudge, level 25, is a boss of hard nightmare difficulty. It also informs that Lamentation Impact releases a curse of resentment, with a low chance of causing instant death to the target. If instant death is not triggered, it deals a significant amount of damage and adds effects such as corpse poison, bleeding, and stun. Deepwater Prison manipulates the lake's water to form a prison that traps the target. Body of Resentment makes the monster immune to all physical damage, while Will of Resentment unleashes a burst of resentment, awakening all corpses within the secret realm. Kai grips a knife with trembling hands and states that the boss is transitioning to the next phase. The boss monster declares that no one should even think about escaping and hurls a poison water ball toward them. The system window notifies that the immunity effect restraint is activated, with the Black Dragon bloodline reducing all damage received by 50%, granting immunity to all debuff effects, and increasing self-recovery ability by 500%. Kai quickly steps forward to block the attack, but some of the water splashes onto her. Kyu calls out to Sister Kai. Kai responds that it is impossible to destroy the boss and tells Kyu that it is over, apologizing. The system window notifies that the body of resentment grants immunity to all physical damage. Kyu denies this, saying that she should be the one to apologize. She kneels on the floor, confessing that it is because she insisted on coming to this secret realm that everyone is now trapped here. Fan, frustrated, asks if they are all simply going to give up. Kyu explains that she is the only one capable of magical attacks, but given her current damage output, it is not enough. Ji points out that the boss is immune to all physical damage and, in this situation, they cannot even protect themselves. He then asks Fan if he still possesses any magic attacks. Fan responds that he cannot, just as the monster extends its hand toward Zio. The system window notifies that Lamentation Impact releases a curse of resentment with a low chance of causing instant death to the target. If instant death is not triggered, it inflicts a significant amount of damage and applies effects such as corpse poison, bleeding, and stun. It also notifies that the immunity effect prevents instant death, corpse poison, bleeding, and stun. Additionally, the Black Dragon bloodline reduces all damage received by 50%, grants immunity to all debuff effects, and increases self-recovery ability by 500%. Fan smirks and states that while he cannot, his dragon pet can. Kai is astonished and calls him a dragon tamer, but he points out that the level difference is too vast. The monster curses, realizing that it is not Fan himself who poses the threat, and attempts to capture them. Fan activates his powers and reassures the others, stating that the attributes of a dragon cannot be compared to those of a human. The monster growls, blaming them for everything, and moves its hand to attack. However, Zio counters its strike. The system window notifies that Lamentation Impact releases a curse of resentment with a low chance of causing instant death to the target. If instant death is not triggered, it inflicts a significant amount of damage and applies effects such as corpse poison, bleeding, and stun. It also notifies that the immunity effect grants resistance to instant death, corpse poison, bleeding, and stunning. Additionally, the Black Dragon bloodline reduces all damage received by 50%, grants immunity to all debuff effects, and increases self-recovery ability by 500%. The system window further notifies that Zio Yi, level 9, is a contracted Black Dragon. Strength, agility, spirit, and endurance increase, along with the activation of Dragon Inspiration, which enhances both the user and the dragon pet, boosting all attributes and attack power by a certain percentage. Fan commands Zio to use Lava Blaze. In response, Zio unleashes the technique, spewing fire toward the monster. The system window notifies that Lava Blaze continuously emits flames, dealing sustained damage while simultaneously healing the user. As the monster is engulfed in lava flames, its body begins to melt. It lets out an agonized scream, wailing no. Jia exclaims that it is over, completely crushed. Kai is feeling the heat and comments on how hot it is. Ji observes that this is nothing short of a calamity. However, the monster lets out another desperate scream before erupting in a massive explosion. The system window then notifies that the will of resentment has been activated, unleashing a surge of resentment and awakening all corpses within the secret realm. As the dust settles, a treasure box appears in place of the defeated monster. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon Kingdom has leveled up to an unknown rank, and that Lu Fan's level has increased to 5. Fan praises Zio for a job well done. Ji sighs in relief and states that it is finally over, pointing out the appearance of the portal. Jia coughs and remarks that they have finally made it, though the lingering smoke is bothersome. Kyu turns to Kai and asks if she is okay. Just then, they notice several zombies approaching, ready to attack. Ji exclaims that the zombies in the village have been resurrected and asks what is happening. At that moment, Zio suddenly charges toward the undead, breathing fire and incinerating them. Ji is left stunned, questioning if she is truly the same giant dragon. Kyu observes that the zombies they had struggled so much to defeat earlier are now being effortlessly slain by her. Fan confirms that she is the Black Dragon, Zioyi, and that dealing with these minions is mere child's play for her. He reassures Kyu that the boss has already been taken care of, so there is no need to remain tense. After distributing the rewards, they can prepare to leave. Following standard protocol, he declares that he will choose first and asks if there are any objections. Kyu replies that there is no reason for them to object. Fan opens the treasure box, and the system window notifies that the Holy Light Staff requires level 10. It possesses the ability of the Holy Light Seal, which allows the user to bind targets with beams of light, with the duration of the binding depending on the user's spirit attribute. Additionally, it includes Twilight, which requires level 10, which grants the ability to light flow, enabling the user to create a protective barrier using beams of light, with its absorption capacity determined by the user's spirit attribute. The system further notifies the discovery of the Ring of Morning, which requires level 15. It contains the ability to Morning Aura, allowing the user to designate a target to receive the aura. The bearer of this aura will accumulate resentment points with each attack, and once the maximum is reached, the attack will inflict negative effects such as poisoning, bleeding, and dizziness upon the target. Lastly, the system notifies the presence of a class change scroll, which grants non-hidden occupations a low probability of advancing into a superior hidden occupation. Fan picks up the class change scroll and declares that he chooses this one. The system window then confirms that the class change scroll has been obtained. Kyu looks at Fan and tells him that he does not need to go out of his way for them. After all, according to the rules, these items rightfully belong to him. Fan states that he is not pretending to be a gentleman. After all, equipment with attributes like spirit suits her better. However, he genuinely needs the class change scroll. She looks inside the treasure box and acknowledges that if it were not for him, they might all have perished there. Moving the Ring of Morning toward him, she insists that he at least accept it. He takes it with a broad smile and responds that, in that case, he will not be polite. Kai suggests that they should start preparing to return. Kyu, observing Fan, wonders what else he is hiding. Fan is truly difficult to figure out. The scene shifts to a bun shop in Zhonghai City 4 hours later, in the evening. Han rushes forward and embraces Fan, exclaiming that it is too dangerous. Just listening to his story makes her shudder. He has encountered far too many dangers in the past few days. Fan, slightly taken aback, asks what is wrong with her and tells her to let go. He reminds her that they have been out in the wild for days, and his clothes are filthy. Tears well up in her eyes as she insists that Lu Fan is not dirty at all. She sobs, saying that he left without a word and that she has not slept for several nights. She admits that she was terrified, afraid that this might all be a dream. Her voice trembles as she confesses that she fears waking up only to find that he is still not back. He apologizes for going outside the city without discussing it with her, reassuring her that he will not make her worry anymore. He gently holds her face and tells her to stop crying. She nods and pats Zio, commenting that she was startled when she first saw her. A cute girl like Zio turned out to be an incredibly powerful dragon. Zio responds with a roar. Han observes that Zio probably has not eaten well these past few days and asks if she is hungry. Fan then hands her a scroll and explains that it is a reward he specially selected for her for completing the dungeon. He adds that if she changes to a hidden occupation, she will no longer have to keep guarding the bun shop. Han looks at the scroll in surprise and insists that it is too valuable for her to accept. She suggests that they should just sell it. She recalls that Fan mentioned leaving his weapon and equipment to the young lady of the Qin family. She proposes that if they sell the scroll, they could buy 2 pieces of equipment for him, which would help him perform better in the upcoming big exam. Fan then shows her a message on his phone, which reads, Dragon Garden Zhanghai Silver Bank, account name, Lu Fan, amount credited, 289,462, account balance, 289,702. He calmly states that he does not lack money or equipment. Han is shocked to see the amount and exclaims in disbelief, asking if that much money is really his. Fan explains that he sold a large number of materials collected during his trip, and his classmate Qin Q also promised a reward of 100,000. He reassures Han to trust him, assuring her that they will no longer have to worry about money in the future. Hearing this, she becomes overjoyed. He hands her the scroll and encourages her to take it, suggesting that it would be best to use it now. She nods and agrees, deciding to activate it immediately. As she opens the scroll, a strong breeze rushes against her face, and the scroll begins to dissolve into light. Fan eagerly asks if it worked. She examines herself and confirms with excitement that it did. She has successfully advanced to the superior hidden occupation of enchantment chef. The system window then notifies hidden life occupation, enchantment chef. Curious, Fan asks what is special about her new occupation. She explains that she has gained an enchantment cooking skill, which allows her to prepare food infused with various buffs. Fan remarks that with Auntie Han's cooking skills, the additional attributes must be exceptionally high. She chuckles and praises him for his smooth talking. However, he suddenly looks around and asks where Zio has gone, mentioning that she was just here a moment ago. On the other side of the shop, Zio is sprawled on the floor after devouring all the buns in the store. The scene shifts to nighttime in the study of the Qin family villa. Qin Shanhai sits with a wine glass in hand and asks Qiu if it was a person named Lu Fan, a dragon tamer, who summoned a powerful black dragon and saved everyone. Qiu nods and confirms that it is indeed him. She admits that due to her stubbornness, everyone almost lost their lives. She also acknowledges that Lu Fan is incredibly strong. Even though both of them possess hidden occupations, the difference between them is as vast as that between a firefly and the moon. Qin Shanhai looks at her and asks if she has told anyone about the dragon. She immediately reassures him that she has not and explains that when she returns, she makes a promise to Lu Fan not to disclose anything about the dragon outside the Qin family. He nods in approval and commends her for handling the matter wisely. He warns that if this information were to leak, those who covet the power of a dragon would not remain calm. Qiu suddenly stands up and looks at her father. She tells him that Lu Fan saved everyone's lives and that he has no ulterior motives regarding his dragon. She then hesitantly asks if he has any such intentions. Qin Shanhai laughs and questions whether she truly believes he would do something like that. Then, with a smirk, he shifts the focus back to her and asks how she plans to thank Lu Fan for saving her life. She replies that when she invited him to join the team, she promised him a reward of 100,000. He nods and tells her that she should bring a purple tongue card tomorrow and personally thank Lu Fan. She agrees but then curiously asks if he is not planning to accompany her since he seems quite interested in Lu Fan. He sighs and replies that if he had the time, he would certainly want to meet the dragon tamer himself. However, he has prior commitments scheduled for the next morning. The scene shifts to the following morning. Qiu Hongtai walks alongside Princess Jinju, while a passerby comments that the princess of the Taiki Kingdom has arrived in Zhonghai City under the pretext of studying. With frequent trade relations between the two regions, it is inevitable that they must receive her. However, given that she has arrived just before the big exam, it is unlikely that her purpose is merely academic. They stop outside Han's bun shop. Inside, Han holds a steaming pot and calls out that she is coming. She opens the door, greeting them with an offer to buy some buns before quickly apologizing. Jinju glances around in disbelief and questions whether this is truly the place, expressing her disdain by referring to it as a dump. Hongtai immediately bows slightly and assures her that he would never dare to mislead her. Based on their investigation, this is indeed the correct location. Han, noticing their unusual demeanor, asks who they are. Without responding, Hongtai steps forward and forcefully pushes the door open, causing it to strike Han's hand. Zhu declares that she, as a princess, has come to find someone and asks if Han knows a person named Lu Fan. At that moment, Fan descends the stairs and inquires if someone is looking for him. However, he is immediately taken aback upon noticing the bruises on Han's arm. Zhu wrinkles her nose in disgust and complains about the unpleasant smell surrounding the place. Fan turns to Auntie Han with concern and asks if she is alright, demanding to know what is going on. Han quickly reassures him that everything is fine. Zhu shifts her gaze toward Fan and asks if he is Lu Fan before stating that she, as a princess, has come specifically to meet him. Fan questions why a princess would be looking for him and who they are. Hongtai gestures toward Zhu and formally introduces her as Princess Jinju from the Taiki Kingdom, while identifying himself as her attendant, Qiu Hongtai. Zhu informs Fan that she has come to offer him a significant breakthrough opportunity. Fan asks what she means by breakthrough. She chuckles and affirms that he has heard correctly. acknowledging that being a dragon tamer must be challenging. Hongtai steps forward and opens a box, revealing a dragon egg inside. Ju states that the egg will belong to him as long as he agrees to her conditions. Fan is momentarily stunned and realizes that it is indeed a dragon egg. Ju watches his reaction with amusement and asks if he is surprised, if he desires it, before finally revealing her terms. She declares that the conditions are simple. She wants him to become her slave, obeying her every command without question and never daring to defy her. She states that this is the reward the princess acquired in the armored dragon's lair, the only dragon egg in existence. Han inquires about becoming a slave. Ju asks if he can speak and remarks that it is understandable for someone who has never encountered such a powerful dragon to be afraid. The system window notifies that the armored dragon egg possesses a hard shell, as armored dragons naturally have exceptionally tough exteriors, reducing any attribute damage received by 30%. It also describes the dragon's sweeping attack, in which it swings its massive tail, inflicting damage on targets within a fan-shaped area. Fan considers that this is merely a land dragon, ranking even lower than a wyvern, and believes that the armored dragon's endurance is its only noteworthy trait. She refers to the object as a dragon egg and acknowledges that its attributes are quite impressive. Ju wonders whether this person truly understands what he is witnessing, questioning if he comprehends the significance of a dragon egg to a dragon tamer. Han asks Fan how she could behave in such a manner. Fan reassures him not to worry, stating that he will take care of the situation. Ju states that, for a dragon tamer, being without a dragon renders them worthless. She asserts that as long as he becomes her servant, he will attain the strongest profession in history, one that has never been recorded before. She questions whether merely thinking about it does not excite him. Fan acknowledges that it is quite exhilarating but firmly refuses. She asks whether he understands the implications of his words, emphasizing that he is rejecting the opportunity to become her servant and to be a dragon tamer who will leave his mark on history. Fan responds that if she has approached him for this reason, she should leave. He expresses disinterest in the dragon egg and dismisses the idea of servitude as laughable. Hongtai declares that the princess herself is offering him a chance to rise to prominence, yet he dares to speak so disrespectfully to her, branding him an ignorant fool. Fan questions the notions of chance and respect, urging him not to be absurd, as he will never become anyone's servant. Ju instructs Hongtai to teach him a lesson. Hongtai immediately complies, preparing to fight. At that moment, Han quickly steps forward, pleading for patience and asking them not to be angry. She explains that Fan genuinely has no desire for this and asks whether they can simply put an end to the matter. However, Hongtai responds by striking her in the face and declaring that the princess has given her command, ordering her to stand aside. Fan, shocked by what he sees, rushes toward her and asks where she is injured, offering to help. Han reassures him that she is fine. Hongtai, enraged, declares that even mere commoners dare to defy the noble princess of Taiki. If they refuse to submit through kindness, then force must be used. He moves to attack. Fan urges Han not to rush to stand up, stating that his family has been harmed. Activating his power, he retrieves a dagger from his inventory. With a swift motion, he leaves a small cut on Hongtai's face, points the dagger at him, and warns that he will kill him. Han quickly intervenes, urging Fan not to act recklessly. Ju, turning to Hongtai, questions what he is doing and reminds him that she merely wants him to teach Fan a lesson. Hongtai, shocked and stepping back, begins to realize that something is off about this man. Without hesitation, Fan slaps Ju across the face, declaring that he does not care which country's princess she is. He orders her to silence her incessant noise, take her worthless subordinates, and leave. Enraged, Hongtai attempts a sneak attack from behind, slashing at Fan with his sword while shouting that a lowly man dares to lay hands on a princess. However, Fan swiftly turns, blocks the strike, and disarms him with ease, sending the sword flying. Hongtai, humiliated, immediately turns to Princess Ju, asking if she is unharmed. Furious, Ju slaps him in return, calling him useless trash. She demands to know whether she looks fine to him before commanding him to kill Fan for her. Even if they fail to find another dragon tamer, she insists that Fan must die. Hongtai obeys without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zio lies on the bed, watching as Fan's phone rings. On the other side, Kiyu holds her phone and calls Fan. She finds it strange that no one answers, recalling that they exchanged numbers when they returned to the city. She wonders if she remembered the number incorrectly. Noticing that Lu Fan's house is nearby, she starts heading in that direction. Just then, a sudden explosion erupts in her path, startling her. A passerby, witnessing the commotion, asks where the fight is taking place. Hongtai slides across the road, gripping his sword. Another bystander exclaims that a foreigner is causing trouble. Zhu, irritated, demands to know what they are staring at, calling them lowly people and ordering them to clear the area immediately. Kneeling on the ground, Hongtai informs the princess that this man's attributes are not low and admits his own incompetence. Zhu is displeased and calls him useless for struggling against a dragon tamer in such a manner. She then declares that she will assist him, activating her powers. As she chants a spell, dark mana begins spreading around her. Fan, observing the magic, realizes that this spell is the extreme opposite of Qin Q's. It seems that Zhu, too, belongs to a hidden class. At that moment, Qiu arrives and urgently asks Fan what is happening. Fan is surprised and questions why she is there. Suddenly, Hongtai screams as his body begins to rise into the air. Dark mana engulfs him, and before their eyes, he starts transforming into a monstrous being. The system window notifies that Qi Hongtai has a combat class of 30 as a guardian knight, and Jinju is a hidden combat class with an advanced spiritual witch ability. Fan realizes that Hongtai has transformed into a monster. Qiu steps forward, declaring that she is there to help him. Hongtai laughs maniacally and leaps to attack. Fan urges Qiu to stay back, telling her to take care of Auntie, who is in the shop. Fan moves forward to strike, shouting that Hongtai will die, but Hongtai lands near him, shattering the road beneath them. Fan quickly slides back, realizing that the monster's attack power has increased dramatically. He knows that he will need to use Dragon's inspiration along with Dragon Claw to stand a chance. Zhu, watching the scene unfold, eagerly encourages Hongtai to kill Fan to relieve her anger. Hongtai, powered by the princess's augmentation, prepares to attack again. At that moment, Xiao arrives, crashing through a window and beginning to transform into a dragon to counterattack. Fan thinks that the situation has worked out perfectly. It is now his turn to act. Zhu is shocked by the sight, thinking to herself that it is a real dragon. Xiao roars and attacks Hongtai, severely injuring him in a single strike and sending Zhu flying backward. Zhu, stunned, struggles to comprehend how Qi Hongtai could be defeated with just one blow. Hongtai coughs, his body trembling, and pleads for the princess to save him. Zhu immediately begins casting a spell, urging him to hold on. She is powerless. The system window notifies that the skill is charging but has been interrupted. It also reveals that the Black Dragon Bloodline ability is active, reducing all damage received by 50%, granting immunity to all debuffs, and increasing self-healing ability by 500%. Xiao roars at Zhu and places a massive claw on Hongtai, pinning him down. Hongtai cries out, demanding to be released. In response, Xiao effortlessly hurls him aside. Hongtai looks toward Zhu with despair and apologizes. Zhu, now trembling, realizes that this overwhelming power must belong to a giant dragon. If such a creature exists, then apart from the Jin family possessing dragon eggs, there must be other dragons in the world. Fan steps forward, calling out to Princess Zhu and reminding her that she had intended to kill him to vent her anger. Zhu, panic-stricken, stammers, warning him not to come any closer. She insists that he has attacked and grievously injured her attendant while also humiliating and threatening her. Tears well up in her eyes as she demands whether he understands the consequences of his actions. She then declares that he has made himself an enemy of the Taiki kingdom. He laughs and asks if she is trying to intimidate him after sending her men to harm his family. She demands to know what he intends to do. Xiao hurls a fireball toward her, while Fan warns her not to use her status as a princess of the Taiki kingdom as a shield. He declares that even if she is royalty, she will pay for her actions with interest. He swings his sword to attack. At that moment, Qin Shanhai arrives on a flying eagle, calling out to Lu Fan and commanding him to stop. Qiu sees her father and immediately warns that it is dangerous. Xiao, noticing him as well, redirects the fireball toward Qin, stating that she does not wish for this outcome. Fan urgently commands Xiao to stop. Qin lands on the ground and strides toward Fan, reminding him that many residents are nearby. He insists that the giant dragon must be restrained immediately. As he approaches, he acknowledges that true dragons are vastly different from their subtypes. He can feel the immense pressure just from being close. Kyu pleads with Fan to listen to her father, asking him to trust them. Fan hesitates but eventually relents, ordering Zio to stop. Zio lets out a powerful roar before transforming back into human form. Kyu takes hold of Fan's arm, urging him to follow her. Meanwhile, Kin approaches Ju and asks if she is unharmed. He explains that he had only gone to the airport to pick her up and had not expected to find her in this situation. He assures her that the Kin family's driver will arrive soon to take her to the hospital. After some time, Auntie Han tells Fan that Kin Kyu mentioned that her father might know the princess and that there could be a way to resolve the conflict. For this reason, she made the call while holding Fan's arm. Fan responds that he feels Ju will not let this matter rest. Kin approaches them and states that he understands the situation. He remarks that Fan has a knack for causing trouble as soon as they meet. Fan apologizes for troubling him, but insists that he cannot be blamed for this incident. Han turns to Mr. Kin and inquires about how today's events concerning Fan will be handled. Kin, holding a cigarette between his lips, explains that Princess Jinju and Mr. Kui have been sent to the hospital. Since they must provide the Jin family with an explanation, the matter cannot be ignored. He further elaborates that the Jin family is not only involved in business, but also holds considerable influence in the upper echelons of the Taiki Kingdom. Han, considering the opponent's background and the fact that Lu Fan personally struck Kui, fears that Lu Fan may face serious repercussions. Fan states that even if Zhu possesses immense power, it is irrelevant, as he refuses to compromise his dignity for a mere dragon egg. Kin chuckles, places a hand on Fan's shoulder, and praises his integrity, admitting that he admires it. He assures Fan that there is no need to worry excessively, as he has a way to ensure his safety. However, he acknowledges that he cannot accomplish it alone, and therefore sets a condition. Fan inquires about the condition. Kin explains that Fan must achieve the title of South Province Champion in the Grand Exam. In return, he will do everything in his power to stall Princess Jinju until Fan has completed the exam. Kyu, concerned, warns Fan that this will not be easy, as countless top students from the entire South Province will be competing. Kin affirms that only by surpassing all of them and claiming the championship can he truly assist Fan. Understanding the gravity of the challenge, Fan agrees to the condition. Sometime later, in the hospital, Ju walks through the hallway while speaking on the phone. She expresses frustration that Lu Fan has not yet been captured, accusing Qin Shanhai of clearly favoring him. The person on the call urges the princess to remain calm, assuring her that they will contact the high-ranking officials of Longdu immediately and request them to take action. Zhu responds that this is a better course of action and instructs them to put pressure on Lu Fan, making it clear that it is her direct order. She declares that Lu Fan must be eliminated. The scene shifts to the following day, just before the grand exam, at the playground of 3rd Middle School. A student excitedly remarks that they have also reached level 11, calling it impressive. Another student mentions having mastered all mage skills and suggests forming a team later. Suddenly, a student points to the side and exclaims, asking if that is Lu Fan. Another student scoffs, saying they thought he had returned home to sell buns. A third student sneers, commenting that the former top student has become worthless, to the point that no school is willing to accept him. They question why he is still bothering to participate in the exam. Fan overhears their remarks and finds them reminiscent of past idle gossip. However, he feels too indifferent to engage with them now. At that moment, Hengjian steps onto the stage and calls for silence. He formally announces that the South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Fan believes that after upgrading himself to level 15, the treasure maps he receives daily have yet to be utilized. It is unfortunate that they are all at the intermediate level. If these 3 maps are combined into a high-level treasure map, it should serve as adequate preparation for the big exam. He understands that 3 identical low-level treasure maps can be merged into a single high-level treasure map through the system. At that moment, Teacher Quan asks Fan whether he is also participating in the big exam. Fan affirms that he must participate, as he has significantly enhanced his strength over the past few days. Quan nods approvingly, holding a stone in his hand, and encourages Fan to work hard. He then hands him a teleportation stone, stating that it belongs to him. As Fan accepts the stone, The system window notifies him that he has received one trial teleportation stone. The trial teleportation stone is of rare quality and has the following effect. When used in the trial secret realm, it teleports him to the first floor of the heavenly tower. When used within the heavenly tower, it transports him to the trial secret realm platform. Quan tells Fan that the teacher has faith in his fighting spirit, which may not be inferior to that of other professionals. However, the significance of one's profession is immense. Although it is an exam, any mistake can result in injury or even death. He advises Fan to form a team with his classmates for the trial. If collaboration proves impossible, he should use the teleportation stone to exit and avoid putting himself in unnecessary danger. Fan acknowledges the teacher's advice and internally reflects that the team's score will be shared among its members. However, his goal is not merely to pass the trial, but to secure first place. At that moment, Qiu calls out to Lu Fan. He turns to her and remarks on the coincidence before pointing to Tao Zai, who stands beside her, and asks whether she is her teammate. Qiu confirms and offers to introduce him to her best friend. She tells him he can call her Tao Zai and emphasizes that she is incredibly strong. Tao greets him with a simple hello. The system window then notifies that Tao Zai Man, a combat professional, is a level 1 swordsman. Qiu brushes back her hair and asks Fan whether he would like to team up with them for the trial. He declines with an apology, explaining that he intends to participate alone. He understands that she wants to help him, but this is a condition he has promised to fulfill by himself. He informs them that he will head to the exam site first and encourages them to perform well in the trial. She acknowledges his decision and wishes him well before reflecting that, given Lu Fan's strength, anyone who teams up with him would only hinder his progress. Tao turns to Qiu and asks why she would invite someone from the weakest profession to join their team. Qiu firmly disagrees, insisting that he is strong. She adds that, whether Tao believes it or not, this year's top scorer in the southern province will undoubtedly be Lu Fan. Tao asks what she is implying, cautioning her not to suggest that she has developed feelings for that dragon tamer. Qiu immediately denies it, telling Tao to stop imagining things. Tao teases her, pointing out that her face has turned completely red just moments ago. At that moment, Fan steps into a portal and arrives at the Grand Exam Trial Secret Realm in Zhonghai City, southern province of the Dragon Nation. As he surveys the large number of students around him, he acknowledges that this is where the trial begins. Just then, Hengjian appears on a screen and addresses the candidates. He announces that the portals in the sky are categorized into 4 levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. Once they open, candidates selected for each respective level will be able to enter the Heavenly Tower using a teleportation stone. He further explains that the Heavenly Tower at the normal level consists entirely of projections and does not inflict fatal injuries. He displays an image of a monster on the screen and announces that from the hard level onward, all the monsters encountered are real. He further explains that when candidates use a teleportation stone to exit, their scores will be retained. The system window notifies the following score multipliers for each difficulty level: Grand Exam Trial Normal Difficulty, a multiplier of 0.9, Hard Difficulty, a multiplier of 1.0, Fear Difficulty, a multiplier of 3.0. A student remarks that it seems most people default to the normal difficulty level. Another student responds that attempting anything higher would be suicidal, as only those with hidden professions would dare to take such a risk. Hengjian warns that the monsters at the fear level are significantly more ferocious and advises against attempting a solo challenge. He cautions candidates not to rely on teammates for shared scores, emphasizing that survival is far more important than ranking. At that moment, Hongwu bursts into laughter, pointing towards the sky as flames ignite around his body. He confidently asks Hengjian if he is watching and declares that this time, the highest score will belong to him. The system window notifies that Hongwu is a hidden combat professional at level 14, classified as a Kai Gong Master. Tao recognizes him immediately and states that he is Hongwu, the #1 expert at #1 middle school and one of the top 5 ranked candidates in the province. Qiu acknowledges the mention of the Kai Gong Master and remarks that it is a highly versatile combat profession, excelling in both offense and defense. She notes that Hongwu is attempting the challenge solo and states that it is now their turn as well. She then sighs, admitting that with Hongwu present, their chances are slim. They can only aim for lower rankings, as they are undoubtedly no match for him. She regrets not choosing a lower difficulty level instead. The scene shifts to the Grand Exam Trial Principal's office, where the principal of No. 1 Middle School sits beside Hangjin, watching everything unfold on the screen. He laughs and declares that Hongwoo is the most formidable student at their school. In his view, it is certain that Hongwoo will become the top scorer. He then shifts the discussion to Mr. Kin's daughter, Kin Kyu, praising her abilities. In his estimation, she should undoubtedly rank among the top 3 candidates. Hangjin reflects on Lu Fan's situation and considers it unfortunate. Had Lu Fan awakened to another hidden profession, he might have prevented No. 1 Middle School from claiming all the glory. At that moment, Qin Shanhai addresses the assembled principals, stating that for the first place contender this time, he has a highly promising candidate in mind, someone he regards with great optimism. He inquires about whom Mr. Qin is referring to. Qin Shanhai confidently responds, naming Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from No. 3 High School. Hangjin is momentarily stunned and repeats the name in disbelief. Hangjin observes that all the students have already entered, yet Lu Fan has not stepped into the Heavenly Tower. He questions whether Lu Fan intends to forfeit the exam. The principal of No. 1 Middle School laughs and dismisses the notion, addressing Mr. Qin with amusement. He remarks that there is little to expect from a dragon tamer and instead directs attention to their own No. 1 High School's Hongwoo, who has already reached the 4th floor and currently holds the top rank. Hangjin, however, clarifies that Lu Fan is not giving up. Instead, he waits for the portal to reach the final difficulty level. The principal, shocked, asks whether Lu Fan is choosing the Nightmare Trial. He immediately warns that the Nightmare Trial is a one-way path, accusing the student of being excessively overconfident. He then exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether Lu Fan has lost his sanity. He insists that a dragon tamer cannot possibly survive such a challenge and urges someone to stop him immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, the system window displays a notification stating that the Grand Exam Trial's Nightmare difficulty has a score multiplier of 9.9. Lu Fan firmly grasps the teleportation stone, preparing to enter the Nightmare Trial. At that moment, Hangjin issues a solemn announcement, warning him that no one who has attempted the Nightmare Trial has ever returned unscathed. He further recounts that the last person who dared to challenge it did so 8 years ago and met a gruesome fate, devoured by ferocious beasts in a miserable death. The principal of No. 1 Middle School exclaims that this is utterly absurd. He questions whether the students from No. 3 High School have ever been properly educated on the rules of the Grand Exam. He then declares with certainty that the Dragon Tamer is doomed and remarks that Mr. Qin's judgment is flawed. Fan cannot possibly be compared to Hongwoo. Hangjin agrees and suggests that they shift their attention to the performance of the exceptionally talented Kai Gong master instead. However, Qin remains composed and addresses the gathered principals, stating that it is still too early to draw any conclusions. He proposes that they observe a little longer before making hasty judgments. Hangjin questions why Qin places so much faith in Fan and fixes his gaze upon him. Meanwhile, in the Nightmare Trial on the 1st floor, Fan steps out of the portal and assesses his surroundings. He notes that within the mist-filled Nightmare Heavenly Tower, monsters of at least level 10 are present. At that moment, a pack of black-maned wolves emerges and lets out a fierce roar. The system window displays a notification detailing the attributes of the black-maned wolf, a level 10 monster whose bite inflicts continuous bleeding damage on its target. Additionally, its Night Howl ability enhances all attributes of allied monsters and resets their skill cooldowns. Lu Fan remarks that the battle is finally about to begin and swiftly advances, gripping his sword as he launches an attack. The system window displays a notification. Dragon Fan Strike channels Dragon Kai to unleash a devastating blow with the current weapon. A second notification follows. Nightmare Trial, Sky Tower, 1st floor completed, and score plus 990. Meanwhile, on the other side, the principal of No. 1 Middle School stands frozen in shock as he watches the events unfold on the screen. He exclaims in disbelief, questioning how Lu Fan managed to eliminate the enemy in a single strike. He then mutters that Lu Fan's strength is beyond reason. Another principal observes that Lu Fan's attributes are undeniably superior to those of his peers. Hangjin, deep in thought, speculates whether Lu Fan has encountered the legendary dragon. The results screen updates with the current rankings. 1st place, Hongwu, Fear Difficulty, 4th floor, 3000 points. 2nd place, Lu Fan, Nightmare Difficulty, 1st floor, 990 points. 3rd place, Qin Q, Fear Difficulty, 3rd floor, 900 points. And 3rd place, Tao, Fear Difficulty, 3rd floor, 900 points. At that moment, level 57 swordsman Qian Chen walks toward the principal's office, holding a bag in his hand. He pushes the door open and enters, politely excusing himself. He introduces himself as Qian Qing, a special envoy from Longdu, stating that he has come to trouble the principal in order to take someone back to Longdu for investigation. He inquires about the whereabouts of dragon tamer Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Fan notices a marked location on the map within the system window and exclaims that he has found him. He is right here. The system window notifies that the location of the treasure map has been reached and that an advanced treasure map has been synthesized once. Fan realizes that the high-level treasure map was synthesized before entering the Trial Secret Realm and is actually located on the 1st floor of the Sky Tower. Moving forward, he cuts through tentacles with his sword and discovers a book. The system window then notifies that a skill book, Growth Acceleration, has been obtained once. It further notifies that the skill Growth Acceleration grants a passive effect upon use, increasing the experience gain of his pet by 100%. The skill of Growth Acceleration has now been acquired. Fan is surrounded by a bright light that charges his body, and he considers Growth Acceleration, deeming it perfect for Xiao Yi. He looks at his fist and reflects that when he left the Village of Grief, he felt that Xiao Yi was leveling up too slowly. This passive skill is truly a godsend. On the other hand, Qian informs Principal Bai Hengjian that, as Lu Fan's teacher at this school, he needs to immediately interrupt his trial and summon him back. Hengjian responds respectfully, stating that even if the matter is of great importance, it must wait until after the student's major exam. As the principal of Sanjiang, he assures that he can handle the issue on Lu Fan's behalf. Qian repeats his words, questioning whether he can truly handle the punishment on his behalf. Hengjian, puzzled, inquires about the punishment. Qin Shanhai firmly holds Qian by the arm and, considering their long-standing friendship, suggests that they take a step back on this matter. The principal of No. 1 Middle School then asks what exactly the dragon tamer has done. Qian swiftly retracts his arm and warns Mr. Qin not to interfere with his mission or attempt to get close to him. He points at him and states that he does not understand why he is protecting the dragon tamer. However, he reminds him that if he interferes again, both the Jin family and the higher-ups of Longdu will be displeased. If he understands this, he should leave immediately. He then instructs Principal Hengjian to bring the person over. Qin lights a cigarette and remarks that the relationship between the higher-ups of Longdu and the Jin family is indeed complex and significantly influences both Longguo and Taikiguo. However, once Lu Fan's secret is exposed, neither the higher-ups nor the Jin family will hold any importance. Today, no one will be able to take Lu Fan away. Qian demands to know what secret he is referring to, dismissing it as nonsense. He accuses him of defying the envoy's orders and going too far. He firmly grasps Qian's hand and responds that even if he is accused of overstepping his bounds, he is willing to accept the consequences. Qian declares that he will report his actions to the higher-ups of Longdu. Hengjian steps in, urging both the envoy and Mr. Qin to remain calm, emphasizing that they must not disrupt the major exam. Qian questions what exactly Fan has done. Qin then challenges them, asking whether they are not curious about Lu Fan's secret, one that has caused both the higher-ups of Longdu and the Jin family to react so strongly. Meanwhile, Qian contemplates the situation, realizing that Fan has chosen a nightmare level. Meanwhile, Fan stands outside a door, reflecting that he wants to see how far he can go, relying solely on himself. Now that he has acquired this passive skill, he believes it would be better to summon Xiao Yi early in order to gain experience. The system window notifies that his occupation is Dragon Tamer, currently at level 1, level 15, with a stored value of 289,702. His abilities include Dragon Taming, which allows him to tame dragon-like creatures, Dragon Claw, which transforms his arm into a dragon's claw with power depending on his current dragon pet, Dragon Tooth Strike, which mobilizes Dragon Kai for a powerful attack, Dragon's Inspiration, which boosts all attributes and attack power for both himself and his dragon pet by 30%, and Growth Acceleration, which increases the experience gain of his pet by 100%. He begins activating his powers. Meanwhile, the principal of number 1 middle school questions whether they did not witness Lu Fan take down his opponent in a single move earlier. Kian asks what is so special about this Lu Fan that he dares to challenge the nightmare difficulty. At that moment, Xiao Yi emerges with a thunderous roar as Fan calls her forth. Everyone is left in shock at the sight of a dragon. Kian exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether this creature is truly a dragon. Qin, though having seen it once before, admits that witnessing it again remains just as astonishing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi crashes into a wall, shattering it into pieces. Qin steps in front of the monitor screen and addresses everyone, declaring that they have now witnessed Lu Fan's secret. He is the only dragon tamer in history to have successfully tamed a dragon. Hengjian, overwhelmed with shock, asks whether Lu Fan has truly tamed a giant dragon. On the other side, Xiao Yi unleashes a torrent of lava flames, engulfing the monsters on the second floor of the nightmare trial and reducing them to ashes. The system promptly notifies that the second floor has been cleared. The principal of number 1 middle school remarks that this is the true power of the dragon race, and a class without a third transformation is completely incapable of competing. Another principal, visibly shaken, comments on how terrifying it is, questioning whether, after leveling up further, Fan would have the strength to destroy an entire country. The resulting board displays the rankings. First place, Fan, Nightmare difficulty, 13th floor, 58,600 points. Second place, Hong Wu, Fear difficulty, 22nd floor, 27,550 points. Third place, Qin Qiu, Fear difficulty, 20th floor, 12,570 points. And fourth place, Tao, Fear difficulty, 20th floor, 12,570 points. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi continues defeating monsters on the 13th floor of the Nightmare Trial. After a short while, the system window notifies that the 13th floor has been cleared. On the other hand, Hengjian points out that it is not just the dragon that deserves attention but also Fan himself. He urges them to observe the changes in the child's strength. His various attributes must all exceed 100. Even without summoning the giant dragon, he would still be able to secure first place in Zhanghai City effortlessly. Qin then turns to old Kian, asking whether, after witnessing all of this, he still intends to take Lu Fan to the higher-ups. Kian admits that today, he has truly opened his eyes. He finally understands why he had the confidence to offend the Jin family. Qin states that, in that case, he will send a video of a segment from Lu Fan's major exam to the teacher. From now on, there will be no need for the special envoy to concern himself with Lu Fan or the Jin family, and he requests that the envoy return. When asked who the teacher is, Qin responds that it is Town North Marquis Tu Jing. A short while later, on the 20th floor of the Nightmare Trial, Fan and Xiao Yi move forward and encounter a witch and her knights standing ahead. The system window notifies that the witch's abilities include Dark Sacrifice at level 15, which grants the following skills. Black Curse, which decreases all target attributes by 50% while increasing the attributes of friendly targets by 25%. Merge into Darkness, which pulls oneself and all friendly targets into the shadows, making them immune to all attacks for 15 seconds. Dark Control, which allows the witch to command the Dark Knights, enabling them to fight on her behalf. Fan, observing the situation, thinks that with the accelerated growth effect, Xiao Yi should be close to leveling up. He then pats Xiao Yi, encouraging her to use Lava Blaze. Xiao Yi uses the Lava Blaze technique, throwing flames at the enemies to attack. The system window notifies that Lava Blaze continuously spews flames forward, dealing damage while also healing Xiao Yi. It further notifies that the 20th floor has been cleared. The system window also announces that Black Dragon's level has increased to 11, and Lu Fan's level has increased to 16. The resulting board shows the following rankings. First place, Lu Fan, Nightmare difficulty, 20th floor, 90,000 points. Second place, Hong Wu, Fear difficulty, 34th floor, 31,050 points. Third place, Qin Qiu, Fear difficulty, 3rd floor, 16,900 points. And fourth place, Tao, Fear difficulty, 3rd floor, 16,900 points. Fan encourages Xiao Yi, saying that together, they will conquer the Heavenly Tower. The scene shifts to 1 hour later, where the Trial of Fear has reached the 50th floor. A monster appears before Hong Wu. The system window notifies that the 50th floor has been conquered. Hongwu considers it extremely unfortunate. He acknowledges that this year's grand examination is exceptionally difficult. Monsters of this caliber should typically appear around the 70th floor or beyond. Regardless, he finds the competition to be challenging on all fronts. The only real contender for first place besides him is Qin Qiu, but since she is in a team, her points are halved. The title of top scholar in the Southern Province examination is destined to be his. Grinning, he looks toward the screen and addresses the principals watching outside, asking if they are witnessing his remarkable performance. Confidently, he instructs them to contact the heads of the top 10 academies to prepare for his admission. Meanwhile, the principals are focused on Fan displayed on the screen. Hengjian remarks that the 50th floor of the Tower of Ladder has always been an insurmountable barrier. Every previous top scholar of the Southern Province has stumbled at this critical hurdle. The principal of No. 1 Middle School adds that this level serves as a watershed. Even if Fan manages to pass, his pace will inevitably slow down in the following challenges. After a short while, on the 50th floor of the Nightmare Trial, Fan notices a system window notification and realizes that this is Xiao Yi's new skill, acquired after leveling up. The system window notifies that new skill, Shape Transformation, has been acquired, granting Xiao Yi the ability to shift between 4 distinct forms. Young Dragon Form, all attributes and energy consumption are reduced by 50%. Dragon Maiden Form, a transformation triggered by a blood pact, altering Xiao Yi's appearance and abilities. Destruction Dragon Open Form, strength is reduced by 50%, while spirit increases by 100%. New skills acquired. Daytime Incineration and Lava Eruption. World-ending Watcher Form. Spirit is reduced by 50%, while strength increases by 100%. New skills acquired. Earth Rend and Fearful Roar. Fan contemplates the 4 transformation forms. Besides the original dragon form, Xiao Yi now has the ability to shift into Destruction Dragon and World Ender forms. Just then, a group of giant monsters appears before him. The system window notifies the appearance of an Amethyst Mountain Giant, a level 20 boss. Its abilities include Mountain's Arm, swings a rocky limb in a sweeping motion, striking all targets in front and dealing massive damage. Landslide, leaps into the air using its mountainous body, then crashes heavily onto the ground, inflicting devastating damage, followed by 5 aftershocks, each dealing 35% of the original landslide damage. Amethyst Rock reduces all magic damage received by 50% and grants immunity to armor-piercing effects. Meanwhile, Hengjian, upon seeing the situation, remarks in shock that 3 nightmare-level bosses have appeared and wonders how Lu Fan can possibly fight against them. The principal of No. 1 Middle School observes the battle and states that he had anticipated this outcome. The 50th floor, serving as a watershed, was bound to slow down Lu Fan's progress in climbing the Tower of Ladder. As he glances at the result board, he notes that Lu Fan's score has already placed him first in Zhanghai City. He considers Lu Fan to have a high probability of becoming the top scholar of the Southern Province. With a sigh, he laments, wondering why such a promising student does not belong to No. 1 Middle School. On the other side, the giant monster swings its massive fist, aiming to strike Fan, while the system window notifies that Mountain's Arm has been activated, a powerful attack that sweeps all targets in front, dealing massive damage. Fan clicks on the system window, analyzing the situation. He notes the 50% damage reduction effect and acknowledges that, as expected, the difficulty has significantly increased now that he has reached the halfway point of the Tower of Ladder. With a confident smile, he declares that since the challenge has escalated, Xiao Yi should attempt her World Ender form. With a mighty roar, Xiao Yi launches a powerful punch, sending the giant monster flying backward. Hengjian, watching the scene in shock, exclaims that Lu Fan is making his move. Xiao Yi activates her power, her body becoming engulfed in dark mana as she undergoes her transformation. She then charges at the monsters, unleashing her overwhelming strength. The system window notifies that Black Dragon Form Switch, World-Ending Form, has been activated. The updated attributes are as follows: Strength, 456, increased to 2912, Agility, 1104, Spirit, 1424, decreased to 712, Stamina, 60, New Skills unlocked, Earth Shatter and World-Ending Impact. The principals, witnessing this transformation, are left in stunned silence. Hengjian exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether this dragon is capable of switching combat forms. Keen remarks that such a transformation alone is enough to send shivers down one's spine. On the other side, Fan leaps high into the air as the giant monster attempts to strike him. With unwavering confidence, he commands Xiao Yi, Mighty Jaw Assault. The system window notifies the activation of Dragon's Inspiration, a skill that empowers both the user and their dragon pets, increasing all attributes and attack power by 10%. The updated stats for Xiao Yi, who has reached the blood-packed Black Dragon level, are displayed as follows. Strength, 2912, increased to 3785. Agility, 1 in 104, increased to 1 in 435. Spirit, 721, increased to 925. Stamina, 1 in 503, increased to 1 in 953. Xiao Yi lunges forward, sinking her razor-sharp fangs into the monster's body, crushing it with an overwhelming force. The system window immediately confirms the execution of Mighty Assault, a technique involving a high-speed charge followed by a devastating bite, causing the target to suffer from continuous bleeding damage. The principal of No. 1 Middle School, watching in sheer disbelief, exclaims, "A level 20 boss shattered just like that." Meanwhile, Hengjian, deep in thought, calculates the sheer force of the attack. He deduces that to break through the Amethyst Mountain Giant's formidable defenses, the power of this strike must have exceeded 2,000 points. Just then, another giant monster swings its massive hands, attempting to capture Fan. However, Fan swiftly evades, leaping backward while transforming his hand into a dragon's claw. Channeling an immense surge of power, he charges forward, delivering a devastating strike infused with explosive force. The system window notifies the activation of Dragon Claw and Dragon Blood Calcification, a bonus that transforms the arm into a dragon's claw. The power of the attack depends on the legend of the Black Dragon. Qin, observing Lu Fan's strength, remarks to old Kyan and asks whether he feels fortunate now that he prevented them from taking Lu Fan away. Xiao Yi roars at the monster, sending it flying backward. The system window notifies the activation of World-Ending Roar, a powerful attack that releases a furious roar, dealing massive damage to all targets within range and adding a vulnerability effect to the enemies. Fan declares that he will deliver the final blow and moves toward the monster to launch his attack. The system window notifies the use of Earth Shatter, a ground-based attack that strikes the earth, causing massive damage to all targets within range. Enemy targets are likely to fall into the spreading abyssal rifts created by the impact. As Xiao Yi attacks the monster, she delivers a final strike, shattering its body. The system window notifies that Black Dragon's level has been upgraded to level 12, and Lu Fan's level has increased to level 6. Fan reflects on his recent progress, realizing that leveling up once again confirms his decision to choose the Nightmare level as the correct choice. Not only does the increased difficulty pose no obstacle for him, but as long as he continues advancing one floor after another, his experience gain remains significantly enhanced. As he looks ahead, he notices a teleportation gate appearing before him. The system window notifies that the 50th floor has been conquered. On the other hand, Qin extinguishes his cigarette and remarks that the so-called 50th floor watershed has proven to be no challenge for Fan. The principal of No. 1 Middle School expresses his astonishment, stating that the dragon's strength far surpasses his understanding. Hengjian turns to Special Envoy Kyan, referencing his extensive experience in Dragon City, and inquires whether he can discern the terrifying numerical value that this dragon's strength attribute has reached after transforming. Kyan, recalling his encounters with high-ranking figures in Dragon City, acknowledges that if they compare raw power, the strength attribute of this dragon after its transformation must have exceeded at least 2,500 points. The principal of No. 1 Middle School is stunned and asks if the strength attribute truly reaches 2,500 points, questioning whether their own levels and attributes are even worth mentioning in comparison. Hengjian contemplates, realizing that his earlier predictions were accurate. He fears that the actual attributes may be even higher, not lower than expected. He states that now that they have surpassed the 50th floor, the X+1 mode will gradually become evident. Qin inquires about the meaning of X+1. Hengjian explains that the X+1 mode was conceptualized by the scholars who originally designed the trial tower. According to this system, once examinees pass the 50th floor, they will encounter one boss floor for every several floors filled with ordinary monsters. This design makes the trial resemble a real secret realm, constantly placing examinees in mortal danger. However, in the nightmare-level tower of ladder, whether it is X or 1, all have been replaced with nightmare-level bosses, significantly increasing the difficulty and intensity of the challenge. He states that in nightmare mode, X+1, the bosses encountered are not singular but multiple, each possessing attributes that have been exponentially enhanced. Kin acknowledges that it indeed sounds formidable. However, he redirects their focus to Fan. For Fan, there is no necessity to contemplate the intricacies of X+1. On the other side, Fan launches an attack on a monster and slashes it. The system window notifies that level 10 has been cleared, the Black Dragon has ascended to the 13th rank, and Fan has risen to the 18th rank. Fan reflects that it is evident the ladder tower, from the 50th floor onward, has been structured with escalating difficulty. Nevertheless, with the world ender, Xiao Yi, by his side, strategies are rendered unnecessary to overcome this grand challenge. He then instructs Xiao Yi to follow his lead. Xiao roars and begins to follow him. Meanwhile, Hengjian states that within mere minutes, Lu Fan has already ascended to the 70th floor. The principal of number 1 middle school remarks that, to be frank, this year's ladder tower is the most challenging it has ever been. He initially harbored doubts about whether anyone could surpass the 80th floor given such a design, but now it appears that his concerns were overly simplistic. Meanwhile, Xiao hurls lava flames at the monsters, incinerating them. The system window notifies that the 76th floor has been cleared. Shortly thereafter, a worm roars at Fan and lunges to attack him. Fan commands the transformation of his dragon blood armor and channels his power. Xiao clenches the worm in his claws and crushes it. The system window notifies that Lu Fan has risen to the 90th rank and that the 83rd floor has been cleared. On the other side, Hengjian states that in the past, many geniuses pushed themselves to their limits for the rewards granted upon clearing the tower, only to exhaust everything and perish in the grand trial. Qin reflects that upon reaching the 70th or 80th floors, just a step away from the ultimate reward of the grand test, who would willingly choose to withdraw. Hengjian gestures toward the scoreboard and remarks that Lu Fan is different. He may be the only candidate in the past decade or so capable of clearing all 100 floors. The principal of number 1 middle school interjects, urging caution. He acknowledges that while the bosses of each level are not identical to those found in the original secret realms, the extreme difficulty of the 99th floor must not be overlooked. Another principal suddenly exclaims, drawing everyone's attention to the screen, and announces that Lu Fan has reached the 99th floor. He, startled, asks in disbelief what has just happened. Meanwhile, at the nightmare trial on the 99th floor, Fan observes a sword embedded in a wall, surrounded by headless knights standing guard. One of the knights utters the word regicide. The system window displays a notification. World Ender, the Headless Knight, level 55. World Ender, penetration. The Spear Knight executes a single thrust per day, delivering a strike with a penetrating effect that inflicts an additional 400% damage. World Ender, counterattack. Whenever any knight sustains damage, the Longsword Knight's counterattack is immediately triggered. World Ender, thunder. The Twin Sword Knight is imbued with lightning, significantly increasing attack speed and adding extra lightning damage. World Ender, beheading. The Great Axe Knight locks onto a target, instantly executing them if their health falls below 57%. Knight's Oath. The 4 knights share their health and defense, amplifying both by 400%. Fan contemplates that these knights originate from the Shattered Kingdom, a renowned secret realm. He recalls that all secret realms are derived from real historical events. Much like the formation of the Morning Village, the Shattered Kingdom came into existence hundreds of years ago, when the undead legions launched an invasion, and the king was ultimately slain. The Axe Knight utters, regicide, beheaded, and swings his axe to strike, causing it to crash into the ground. The system window displays a notification. World Ender, beheading. The Great Axe Knight locks onto a target, instantly executing them when their health drops below 75%. Fan blocks the attack and analyzes the situation. He recognizes that with shared health, the most effective strategy is to focus fire on one knight while controlling the others. However, lacking control skills, his only option is to engage all 4 simultaneously. Without hesitation, he leaps forward to attack the knights. The Spear Knight lunges again, attempting another strike, and declares regicide, the death penalty. The system window updates. World Ender, Penetration. The Spear Knight executes 4 thrusts per day, each delivering a penetrating effect and dealing an additional 400% damage. Fan swiftly counterattacks but suddenly notices another knight preparing to strike from behind. Reacting instantly, he slides across the floor, launching a counteroffensive while thinking indestructible. Before he can recover, the Sword Knight emerges from behind and intones, "The sins are heavy," as he attempts to strike Fan with his blade. The system window displays a notification. World Ender, Counterattack, Trigger Condition Met. When any knight sustains damage, the Longsword Knight's counterattack is immediately activated. Fan intercepts the incoming strike with his sword and commands, "Now is the time, Xiao Yi." At that moment, Xiao hurls a wave of fire, engulfing the knight in flames. Fan acknowledges her efforts, saying, "Well done." The twin sword knight roars for his king, pays with his life, and charges forward, channeling his power. The system window updates. World Ender, Thunderbolt, and the twin sword knight are enchanted with lightning, significantly increasing attack speed and adding extra lightning damage. Fan braces himself and attempts to block the attack with his sword, but at the same moment, the Axe Knight and Spear Knight advance together, preparing a synchronized assault. Reacting swiftly, Fan leaps into the air, realizing that he cannot afford to remain in this battle for long. He must reach the 100th floor without delay. Meanwhile, Xiao begins conjuring a fireball, and Fan calls out, "Get ready." She then unleashes the fireball using the Lava Blaze technique. The system window displays a new notification. Lava Blaze continuously spews flames forward, dealing with sustained damage while simultaneously restoring health. The flames shatter the knights and utterly destroy them. The system window notifies that level 99 has been cleared. The Black Dragon has been leveled up to level 15, and it has acquired a new skill, Cataclysm. Fan notices the notification and remarks, "Impressive. Xiao Yi has acquired a new skill again." Now, only the final trial remains. Meanwhile, the principal of No. 1 Middle School is shocked upon witnessing this and exclaims, "The door to the final level of the Nightmare Level Great Trial has been opened." Qin observes the situation and comments that it seems that they are about to witness history today. Hengjian, contemplating the challenge of the 100th floor, wonders aloud what this trial could be and then, with concern, adds that he fears they never intended for candidates to pass this level. At the same time, Fan retrieves a sword embedded in the wall, only to find himself surrounded by a strange energy. He questions what this is as the sword begins to disappear. Later, Fan notices an undead army and an emperor standing before him. This is the 100th floor of the Nightmare Trial, the completely shattered kingdom, the secret realm of the entire Undead Legion, he murmurs. The system window then notifies, Undead Legion, 500+. World Annihilation Emperor, level 60. Boss difficulty, Nightmare level. The system window notifies that Cataclysm is a 3-stage damage skill. The Destruction Dragon detonates the area it flies over, causing massive damage and inflicting a burning effect. Once the burning effect ends, the dragon dives toward the target area, dealing immense damage and triggering another detonation of the burn zone. Fan contemplates that Xiao Yi has been maintaining the form of the Destruction Dragon for some time. Now, it is time to witness its full potential along with the newly acquired skill. He declares that the final level has arrived and urges for a final push to claim the trial rewards. A smirk appears on his face as he instructs Xiao Yi to switch to the Destruction Dragon's new form. Xiao Yi begins the transformation into the Destruction Dragon. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon has undergone one transform, Destruction Dragon. Strength is recorded at 1,484, Agility at 2055, Spirit at 7,202, and Power at 2,903. Newly unlocked skills include All Things Incinerate and Lava Burst. On the other side, Hengjian is stunned by the transformation and exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether there is a third form. Qin observes the raging flames and remarks that Lu Fan still has an ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, a knight points a sword at him and commands an all-out attack to protect the king. The undead army advances to attack. The system window notifies him that the current number of the Undead Legion exceeds 500. Xiao unleashes flames upon them while Fan instructs her to prepare for the challenge, the entire Undead Legion from the Broken Kingdom, before charging forward to engage them as well. The system window indicates that skill activation is in progress. Fan seizes an undead and signals to Zio that the time has come to unleash Cataclysm. In response, Zio hurls flames, triggering a massive explosion that engulfs the undead in fire. The system window updates, reporting a decrease in the number of undead. The current count now stands at 173. It also confirms the activation of Cataclysm, a skill of the destruction dragon that detonates the area it flies over, inflicting immense damage and applying a burning effect. Meanwhile, Qin questions whether such a skill is something examinees can truly master, observing that nearly the entire undead legion has been annihilated. On the other side, Fan continues his relentless assault, striking the undead with flames. The system window updates once more, stating that the undead legion's current count has dropped to 42. Suddenly, horsemen encircle him, and one of them declares with arrogance that he should kneel before the king. Fan quickly leaps aside and calls out to Zio, urging her to come closer. Zio turns to his side, unleashing flames upon the undead. The system window notifies that the current number of the undead legion has decreased to 37. It also confirms the activation of Cataclysm, which dives toward the target area, causing immense destruction. Zio turns once again, and the system window updates, stating that Cataclysm has dived toward the target area once more, detonating the already burning zone. Meanwhile, Hengjian is stunned and questions whether the four horsemen have truly been annihilated. He wonders whether, even at the most challenging level of the trial, it is still impossible to gauge Lu Fan's true strength. The principal of number 1 middle school glances at the scoreboard and exclaims that the current score has reached 989 and 120 points, just one step away from 1,000,000. A record that has remained unbroken for 30 years. Could Lu Fan truly claim the exam reward? Hengjian comments that this year's examination is the most difficult yet. He speculates that the rewards must be exceptionally generous, with at least 3 rare quality items guaranteed. On the other side, Fan strides forward through the raging flames and declares that all the lesser opponents have been dealt with. Now, it is time for the final boss to reveal itself. He calls upon the final boss, the world-destroying Emperor. The Emperor becomes enraged and exclaims an insignificant, ignorant brute. The system window notifies that the current number of the undead army is 1. Fan transforms his hands into dragon claws and instructs Zio to prepare for release, while the system window notifies that Dragon Claw, Dragon Blood Armor Enhancement has been activated, transforming his arms into dragon claws, with power dependent on the Black Dragon legend. The Emperor attempts to strike Fan with his sword, shouting, "Die!" Fan intercepts the attack with his dragon claw and declares, "Everything burns." The system window notifies that Everything Burns has been activated, an ability where the destructive dragon flaps its wings, unleashing 4 fire tornadoes that inflict massive damage upon all affected targets. The Emperor slides across the floor, noticing his hand, and questions his dwindling strength. In response, Fan raises his ring and asks whether he feels himself growing weaker. The system window notifies that Lament Aura has been activated. The Lament Ring, requiring level 15, enables the user to assign the Lament Aura to any target. When the bearer of the aura launches an attack, it accumulates resentment points. Once these points reach their maximum, the attack inflicts poison, bleeding, and stun effects upon the target. The Emperor utters the words "despicable trick" and extends his hand toward him. Fan instructs Zio to proceed, activating Everything Burns' second phase. Zio hurls lava flames to engulf him in fire. The system window notifies that Everything Burns' second phase has been activated, causing the destructive dragon to flap its wings, gathering all fire tornadoes into a massive explosion. The Emperor is blasted backward, landing near his chair. Fan lunges toward him, wielding his sword, and drives it through his chest. The blade pierces through his back, emerging from the chair behind him. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon has leveled up to level 17. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 22, and the current number of the undead army is 0. Fan turns to Zio and declares that it is over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hengjian remarks on the 1,000,000-point threshold, a feat that no one has achieved in 30 years. Qin observes that his school is now destined to rise to new heights. At the same time, Fan walks forward with his sword resting on his shoulder, announcing that the nightmare-level exam has been cleared. He tells Zio that it is time to go home and asks whether she wants to eat her aunt's cooking. Zio roars in response, following him. The system window notifies that the 100th floor has been cleared, congratulating candidate Lu Fan for successfully completing the Southern Province Nightmare level trial. Fan observes the treasure before him and reflects on his expectations. He believed that he would only gain control skills after his second transfer at level 30. Yet it now appears that he can synchronize with Xiao's output skills in the future. The system window notifies the acquisition of the Wrath of the Ice Dragon King skill book. The class requirement is limited to Dragon Tamers and Dragon Language Mages, with a level requirement of 20. Upon use, the skill book grants the magic skill, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, which releases cold air over a targeted area, inflicting damage and applying both slow and freeze effects. The duration, damage, and range of the skill vary depending on the casting time. Additionally, the system window notifies the acquisition of the Wind Spirit Ring, which also requires level 20. This ring bestows the Wind Spirit's blessing, enhancing the wearer's agility attributes by 35%. Furthermore, it notifies the acquisition of the Flame Frost Cloak, a legendary quality item with a level requirement of 20. This cloak grants the Frost Rising, Flame Surging effect, providing a 30% reduction in damage from ice and fire, a 50% reduction in debuff effects from ice and fire, and an increase of 30% in ice and fire damage for both the user and their pet. Fan considers the agility ring and reflects that, although it is unfortunate that Xiao Yi cannot benefit from its effect bonus, it remains useful for him. The legendary quality cloak is perfect for Xiao Yi's Destruction Dragon form, as it provides both ice damage reduction and a fire damage boost, making it an excellent asset. He decides that it is time to return, allowing Xiao to rest for a while. As he glances at the object in his hand, he walks toward the teleportation gate, holding the stone, and acknowledges that he can finally go home and await the results. After some time, Hengjian approaches and praises Fan, calling him truly remarkable. He announces that Fan has secured the top scorer position and is now the pride of the school. From this moment onward, his photo will be permanently displayed on the school's wall of fame. The principal of No. 1 Middle School reacts with surprise, remarking on the wall of fame, which is dedicated to heroes who lost their lives defending against beast invasions. He questions whether Fan is being cursed by placing him there. Dismissing the notion, he orders the speaker to leave, asserting that if anyone is cursed, it is him instead. He emphasizes that Lu Fan has shattered the exam record and that his future is limitless. Qin laughs and acknowledges that, regardless of the circumstances, this exam has made Fan famous. He turns to Fan and admits that, despite being mentally prepared, the outcome of this exam has still taken him by surprise. Fan addresses Uncle Qin, stating that he has met the required conditions and questioning whether the princess of the Taki Kingdom will refrain from causing trouble in the future. Qin laughs and assures him that she will not, as he intends to keep his promise. He adds that the teacher should have already received the necessary confirmation. Fan inquires about the teacher, to which Qin reassures him not to worry. Instead, he advises Fan to focus on choosing an academy, as the wealthy merchants of the southern province will undoubtedly use this opportunity to establish connections with him. He warns Fan to remain cautious of their motives. Hengjian agrees, emphasizing that the academies will fiercely compete to recruit him. Meanwhile, Kaiyan adjusts his cap and begins to leave. The principal of No. 1 Middle School then speaks, urging Fan to summon the dragon so they can witness it firsthand. Hengjian, shocked by the request, questions his sanity, warning that doing so would result in the school's destruction. The results board displays the rankings. First place, Lu Fan, Nightmare level, 100th floor, 1,299,750 points. Second place, Hong Wu, Fear level, 72nd floor, 89,250 points. Third place, Qin Qiu, Fear level, 66th floor, 75,450 points. And third place, Tao, Fear level, 66th floor, 75,450 points. The principal acknowledges Fan's achievement, offering his congratulations. He expresses astonishment at the incredible score, noting that no one has broken the record in at least 30 years. The scene shifts to the Dragon Kingdom, specifically the northernmost frontier, an uncharted territory classified as a region level 60. Marquis Tujing watches a recording of Xiao displayed on the screen. He takes a sip from a bottle, taps it on the table, and remarks that it is refreshing. Upon hearing a knock on the door, he instructs the visitor to enter. A guard steps inside, carrying a bundle of papers, and apologizes for the interruption while presenting a report. Jing immediately inquires whether the evidence has been found. The guard places the documents on the table and confirms that all necessary information is included. He states that they can now verify the accuracy of Qin Shanhai's deduction. Through his interactions with Special Envoy Qian Cheng, Qin Shanhai had deduced that Lord Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, was colluding with the Jin family of the Taiki Kingdom. The investigation further revealed that Princess Jinju's study abroad program and the recruitment of dragon tamers had both been approved by Lord Ruan. Jing narrows his eyes and mutters the name Ruan Changfeng, confirming that the suspicion is indeed correct. He states that while the Jin family and Lord Ruan maintain formal diplomatic relations on the surface, in reality, Lord Ruan has secretly granted the Jin family numerous privileges. In return, the Jin family has provided him with substantial rewards. Jing bursts into laughter, exclaiming that it is now evident why Lord Ruan had sent a special envoy to arrest the dragon tamer. Suddenly, he slams his fist onto the table, shattering the bottle. He denounces Ruan Changfeng as a traitor, accusing him of aiding the princess of the Taiki Kingdom in running rampant within the Dragon Kingdom. He orders that an instruction be sent to Ruan Changfeng, stating that he is being stripped of all his duties and powers. He will no longer have a place among the high-ranking officials of Dragon City. The execution of this order is to be immediate. Furthermore, he instructs that if he has any objections, he should be told to come and speak to him directly. As for the Jin family, he commands that if they attempt to contact Changfeng again, the Griffin squad should be sent to intercept them. The guard acknowledges the orders. Jing adds one more instruction, commanding that a close watch be kept on which academy the dragon tamer chooses. He demands that the principal be informed immediately to ensure Lu Fan is provided with the best resources available. The guard agrees, and Jing reflects on the situation, finding it delightful to have such a legendary young man in the Dragon Kingdom. He finds it interesting, very interesting, indeed. Once his current task is completed, he is determined to meet this legendary youth. However, he wonders when his own task will ever come to an end. Meanwhile, Zhu is on a phone call and asks what was said, as she learns that Ruan Changfeng has been dismissed by the Northern Frontier Marquis. The person on the other end of the call responds, urging her to calm down as they also have good news to share. She inquires about what good news could possibly be, expressing doubt that anything could change the situation, as without Ruan Changfeng, capturing the dragon tamer seems impossible. He assures her that she does not need to waste time worrying about him. The announcement day for the big exam results is approaching, and it has been discovered that, in addition to Lu Fan from Jianhai City, there is another dragon tamer in Qingzhou City. A smirk forms on her face as she responds, acknowledging that this is indeed good news. She hopes that this time, the individual will be someone who truly understands the situation. After a while, the system window notifies the examinee, Hong Wu, congratulating him on completing 72 levels of the South Province Fear exam with a score of 89 in 250 points. Hong Wu emerges from the teleportation gate, thinking that it was a close call, but he almost does not make it out alive. 72 levels, the top spot is undoubtedly his. The top 10 academies will certainly compete for him, and a substantial reward awaits. His future is surely bright. As he notices the principal standing in front of him, he wonders what the commotion is about, as so many principals have gathered. He imagines the #1 middle school principal saying that the trial results were as expected. With such a high score, the top spot unquestionably belongs to him. He assumes they are here for the top performer, realizing that it is his moment to shine. He then greets the principal, saying, "Hello, principal." The #1 middle school principal turns to him, recognizes him, and remarks, "It's Hong Wu," before asking if he has completed the trial. Hong Wu laughs and responds that the trial is complete, but he only managed to score 89,000. He wonders whether he can still secure the top spot. He says not to worry, as he has performed exceptionally well. He can still choose any of the top 10 academies. He further states that while grades are important, he must recognize his limits. His injuries are severe, and he should seek medical treatment immediately. Hong wonders what the principal means if he did do okay but nothing more. He then thinks that with such a high score, if the principal is not impressed, it must be to prevent him from becoming arrogant. It is a reminder to stay humble. He responds that he understands and expresses his deep gratitude to the principal for his careful guidance. The scene shifts to 7 days later, on the announcement day of the nightmare exam results. A crowd gathers around Han's bun shop, holding gifts. Han and Fan stand stunned by the sight. One person steps forward, offering a small token of appreciation, and sincerely invites him to visit his estate. Another individual inquires which academies Lu Fan is currently considering. Someone else presents a small gift and asks whether he plans to visit Dragon City in the future, requesting that he take care of him when he does. A person urges the crowd not to push and asks to be allowed to see. Qin arrives, laughing, and states that today marks the announcement of the major exam results. As the top scorer in the South Province, his achievement is widely known. Han remarks that the atmosphere outside is lively and suggests moving inside to continue the conversation. After a while, Qin presents 6 boxes, explaining that they contain the 50 million prize money awarded to the top scorer of the South Province by Zhonghai City, and asks him to accept it. Meanwhile, Fan checks the nightmare exam results for the South Province of Dragon Country on his phone, and notices that his score has not been disclosed. Qin adds that, in addition to the prize money, Principal Bai Hengjian has also sent a special reward. Fan is taken aback upon seeing the items. The system window displays a notification regarding the Roar of the Blue Dragon King skill book. The class requirement is Dragon Tamer or Dragon Language Mage, and the level requirement is 20. Using this skill book grants the user the magic ability Roar of the Blue Dragon King, which unleashes a powerful thunder shockwave forward, dealing immense damage and paralyzing the target. Subsequent attacks apply 20 layers of lightning attributes, with 1 layer dissipating per attack. Additionally, there is a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemy target. The system window notifies the acquisition of Thunder Potion, a legendary consumable. Upon use, it permanently increases lightning skill power and lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Fan contemplates the significance of a dragon language magic book. With the addition of the Thunder Potion, his skill power can be further enhanced. After mastering ice magic, he now gains access to lightning magic. At last, he no longer needs to rely solely on Xiao Yi for magical damage output. As he continues examining the items, additional notifications appear. The system window announces the acquisition of Green Wind Armor, which has a level requirement of 20. This armor provides the Green Wind Blessing, reducing damage taken by the wearer from debuffs by 30%. Another notification follows, revealing Flash Wing Boots, which also require level 20. These boots grant the ability Flash Wing Leap, allowing the wearer to blink to any position within 50 meters, with a 30-second cooldown. Fan assesses his newfound equipment, mobility, and damage reduction. No other student who has just completed the major exam possesses gear of this caliber. With this equipment, his attributes will be comparable to those of Xiao Yi when she first hatched. Recognizing that he now wields a skill typically reserved for second-tier mages, he resolves not to hold back. He then takes the box. The system window updates, skill acquired, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Flash Wing Boots equipped. Green Wind Armor equipped. Thunder Potion acquired 1 unit. At that moment, Qiu arrives, calling out to Fu Fan and Sister Han. She informs them that the heads of the 10 great academies have already arrived in Zhonghai City. Her father has invited them to their house, and she has come to escort them for the interview. Han notices Qin Qiu's presence and remarks that the day feels particularly lively. Fan questions why they have arrived so early, considering that the results have just been announced. Qin responds that, of course, they would arrive early. For someone like Fan, after witnessing his major exam video, all 10 great academies rushed over immediately. He further explains that Fan's exam video and score have been kept confidential by the teachers, with access granted only to the 10 great academies and the top officials of Dragon City. Fan is simply too extraordinary, and if another princess were to appear, it could complicate matters. He also mentions that the teacher has already handled the issue concerning Jinju and is eager to meet Fan in person. Fan expresses his excitement, stating that he truly wishes to thank this teacher in person. Qin places a hand on his shoulder, advising him that the time is not yet right. The teacher is currently on a mission, so there is no need to rush. They will meet eventually. Qiu then presents a purple card, extending it toward Fan, and asks him to accept it. She explained that during their previous visit, they had come to express their gratitude, but unfortunately, they had encountered Jinju at that time. Fan stands stunned, questioning the purple card, and insists that they had agreed on 100,000. A purple card is valued at 10 million dragon coins, making it far too much. Qin responds that Fan had saved Qiu's team in Wiling Village, and this is the Qin family's token of gratitude. He must accept it. He further adds that if Fan cannot accept the purple card, then someone will escort him to Junction Garden tonight. He then jokingly asks how Fan plans to handle the villa that the city will be awarding him as the top scorer of the South Province before bursting into laughter. Qiu tells her father to stop teasing him. Han, surprised, asks about the villa. Meanwhile, Qiu grabs Fan's hand and starts pulling him forward, reminding him that it is getting late and they must go meet the academy representatives. The scene shifts to Dragon Country, outside the city of Qingzhou, deep in the forest. Zhu walks alongside Hongtai and inquires about his current level. Hongtai replies that he has reached level 19, and his armored dragon has already advanced to level 14. She remarks that Dragon Tamers truly stands apart from others, as he has leveled up quickly enough to take on a level 30 boss. As she speaks, she notices Chen Tianjai standing ahead, accompanied by his dragon. The system window displays a notification: Chen Tianjai, level 19, Dragon Tamer. Just then, a monster charges toward Tianjai, letting out a deafening roar. Tianjai leaps high into the air, preparing to strike the monster, and commands sweep. The system window displays a notification: Sweep, a skill that swings a massive tail, dealing damage to all targets within a fan-shaped area. Another notification follows: Dragon Lance Strike, a technique that channels dragon energy, delivering a powerful blow. With a single decisive strike, Tianjai slays the monster. The system window updates: Armored Dragon has leveled up to level 15. Chen Tianjai has advanced to level 20. Observing the battle, Zhu nods in approval and remarks that Tianjai has not wasted the dragon egg she bestowed upon him. Tianjai immediately bows and responds that he hopes Princess Jin is not disappointed. She coldly states that if he were to become a failure, like a certain loser, then she would indeed be disappointed. However, since he has proven himself, his dragon lance will belong to him in the future. There should be no issue with that. As she speaks, she subtly glances at Hongtai. Without hesitation, Hongtai affirms that he, as a subordinate, will comply with the princess's arrangements. Tianjai expresses his gratitude, thanking Princess Jin. With the armored dragon, the dragon lance, and the princess's magical buffs, he declares with confidence that he will undoubtedly defeat the top scorer of the South Province. She considers the rankings. Chen Tianjai, in second place, has accumulated 210,000 points, while Fan, in first place, has not had his score disclosed. However, it is estimated to be around 300,000 points. Despite the gap, Chen Tianjai still has a chance. With a cold determination, she utters Lu Fan's name, vowing that he will never be forgotten until he kills him and claims his black dragon. She assures him that she will elevate him to become the strongest dragon tamer in history. In Taki Country, he will serve her as a loyal subordinate, second only to her. As for Fan, she warns that he had better not disappoint her. Tianjai bows and responds with unwavering loyalty, assuring her that it is his greatest honor to serve her and that he will forever remain her knight. She praises his wisdom, stating that he is far more perceptive than Fan. She had once offered Lu Fan the chance to rise to the top, yet he had failed to appreciate it. Turning to Hongtai, she commands him to go to Zhanghai City and determine which academy Fan will attend. Hongtai immediately responds with a respectful yes. As she begins walking away, she delivers a final warning: if he fails to accomplish this task, then he should disappear. Hongtai, without hesitation, affirms his obedience once more. With a sinister thought, she reassures herself that soon, Fan will regret everything he has ever done to her, forever. The scene shifts to the Qin family villa outside the reception hall. Qiu turns to Fan and asks if he has decided which academy he intends to apply to. She clarifies that it is not her who wants to know, but rather her father. She adds that it would be best if they applied to the same academy, as it would allow them to look out for each other in the future. Fan nods in agreement, saying that it sounds like a good idea. He has heard that teamwork plays a crucial role in academic institutions, and since they have worked together before, she would definitely be his first choice if they were to explore the wilderness together. Qiu affirms with a simple yes. Fan then admits that he has not yet decided which academy to apply to, but he will inform her once he has made his choice after the meeting. Kyu silently reflects on the situation. She still does not know exactly how many points Lu Fan scored, but she understands that if she does not catch up with him soon, the gap between them will only continue to grow. Determined, she resolves to put in her best effort to apply to the same academy as him. As Fan approaches a large door, he acknowledges her words and replies, "Okay, sounds good." Upon entering the room, he immediately notices representatives from various academies seated inside. He greets them with, "Hello, everyone." However, before he can finish his sentence, the priest extends his hand forward and addresses him, asking if he is Lu Fan. The priest explains that they have all seen his performance in the entrance exam video and are impressed. The masked girl speaks, stating that Lu Fan is the first dragon tamer in history to have a dragon at such an early stage. She then inquires whether he has any academic institutions in mind, considering he is the top scorer in the southern province. The priest responds immediately, assuring Lu Fan that there is no need for hesitation. He asserts that Zhongnan Academy does not engage in games. They are prepared to offer him an annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, along with full access to all resources, including potions and exclusive secret realms, completely free of charge. She scoffs, pointing out that the individuals seated in this room are the heads of the Dragon Kingdom's top academic institutions, and yet Zhongnan Academy dares to compete for the top scorer with nothing more than these basic incentives. Her words visibly anger the priest. Turning to Lu Fan, she confidently declares that Northern Academy surpasses what Zhongnan Academy can offer. They are willing to provide him with an annual scholarship of 20 million dragon coins, along with exclusive access to secret realms that remain off limits to the public in the Snow Kingdom, all for him. The priest, refusing to be outdone, counters her offer. He acknowledges that Northern Academy possesses impressive resources, but insists that Zhongnan Academy is not lacking in any aspect. They are fully capable of matching those conditions, including access to secret realms. Moreover, he states that the terms remain negotiable. If Lu Fan finds the offer unsatisfactory, he is willing to add more. They all stand up and begin arguing with one another. Lu Fan thinks that he had not expected this interview to unfold in such a manner. To his dismay, he has no idea which academy to choose now. Gu Han, the head of Dragon Capital Academy, remains seated and states that Dragon Capital Academy has determined this year's national trial quota. She mentions that Fan can be granted this quota. The priest inquires whether this is true, acknowledging Fan's talent, but pointing out that he has only recently changed professions. He questions how Fan could possibly be at the level required for the national trial. He asserts that previous candidates have been rigorously selected, that other countries are already preparing, and that Fan has only just been informed. He then challenges the decision, suggesting that granting such a crucial quota to a freshman is treating the national trial as a mere joke. Fan reflects on the significance of the national trial. Gu Han states that the national trial is an exceptionally secret realm jointly constructed by 23 countries worldwide. Every 3 years, each of these 23 nations selects a participant under the age of 25 to represent their country in the secret realm of the national trial. To maintain the realm's stability, only newcomers are permitted, and national-level experts are prohibited from participating. This trial garners worldwide attention, as the rewards consist of exceedingly rare treasures. The masked girl remarks that he must commit to the next trial, as the current one is set to begin in half a year. The priest questions whether Dragon Capital Academy's recruitment methods are excessive. Gu Han explains that those who succeed in the national trial become eligible to advance to the rank of national-level experts. She emphasizes that Dragon Capital Academy offers him the opportunity to rise from being one of the strongest in the southern province to one of the elite in the Dragon Kingdom. Fan contemplates the significance of the national trial, recognizing that it not only grants greater rewards, but also truly elevates him to the ranks of the powerful. At that moment, the system window notifies him. Lu Fan, congratulations, the treasure map has been sent today. He reflects that after a long time, this is the second divine treasure map, and the previous one had led him to the Black Dragon Egg. What could this one reveal? He realizes that he must go to Dragon Capital Academy. The system window notifies him that Dragon Capital Academy has been designated as an area-level safe zone. Gu Han asks for his decision and asserts that this is the greatest sincerity Dragon Capital Academy can offer. She questions whether he is still dissatisfied. Fan declares that he has made his decision and will join Dragon Capital Academy. However, he mentions one matter and wonders if Teacher Gu could assist him in applying for it. She inquires about the request and assures him that as long as it is not too difficult, she will do her best to help him. The scene shifts to 4 days later. Lu Fan locks the shop while Gu Han stands nearby with her luggage. She remarks that she never imagined she would one day leave this place. Having lived here for so many years, she now finds it difficult to part with it. Lu Fan dismisses her hesitation, pointing out that they now own a villa, have savings, and can live wherever they choose. She reminisces about when he first moved in. He was just a child back then. She muses, time truly flies. At that moment, Qiu and Tao arrive in a car. Qiu waves and announces that they have arrived to pick up Fan and Han. Tao adds that they are all now students of Dragon Capital Academy and that Qiu's family has chartered a plane for them. She urges them to register together. Fan asks if Tao has also applied to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao explains that she and Qiu received the same score, and upon seeing Qiu apply to Dragon Capital Academy for his sake, she decided to do the same. Qiu quickly tries to silence her. He recalls a memory of speaking to Gu Han when he requests an application for Han's admission, mentioning that she possesses a rare hidden profession, an enchantment chef. Gu Han responds that it is possible, but her acceptance will have to be determined after further discussion upon their return. Han expresses deep gratitude, admitting that she never expected such consideration from Fan. She reminisces about the year she became a chef, recalling how she once dreamed of attending a prestigious academy like everyone else. She confesses her desire to relive those days when Fan was still young and never imagined that he would remember. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraces him, crying. Fan reassures her, telling her not to cry. Qiu gently reminds Han that time waits for no one and urges her to get into the car. Han wipes her tears, steps forward, and responds with a quiet okay. After some time, they arrive near the plane. As Lu Fan watches, he reflects on his aunt's sacrifices for him, her tireless hard work, her dissatisfaction, and the sense of loss she experienced after becoming a professional chef. He remembers it all. He had promised to give them a better life, and he is determined to fulfill that promise. This is only the beginning. Their plane takes off. After some time, in the Dragon Kingdom's capital, outside Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan looks around and remarks on the vibrant atmosphere, noting that the capital feels vastly different. Qiu exclaims in excitement, pointing out a nearby stall selling rare recipes. Lu Fan also looks ahead and observes that Dragon Capital Academy is just up ahead. At that moment, Hongtai addresses Princess Xu, informing her that they have arrived, and he opens the car door for her. She steps out with a sigh and comments that, after all, it is merely the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Hongtai then calls out to Lu Fan. Lu Fan wonders why Xu is here. She simply refuses to leave. Tianjai suddenly moves toward Lu Fan and questions whether he is truly the dragon tamer from Zhanghai City. Hongtai intervenes, cautioning Tianjai not to act impulsively. However, Tianjai merely laughs, insisting that it is better for him to handle the situation himself. Before he can proceed, Zhu extends her arm to stop him. She warns that without Ruan Changfeng present, if they initiate a fight at the academy's gate, they will be sent back to their country. It is not the right time yet. Tianjai says that he understands and apologizes. Qiu recalls her father mentioning that Zhu originally came to the Dragon Kingdom to study and wonders if he was referring to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao questions what is wrong with those people, while Han, feeling frightened, clings to Fan. At that moment, Gu Han arrives, holding a stack of books. Upon noticing them, she remarks that it is perfect since both groups have arrived together. She invites them inside. She then asks if they are unaware of each other, pointing out that they are ranked first and second in the southern province, and both possess the profession of dragon tamer. As a result, Dragon Capital Academy refers to them as the twin stars of the southern province. Fan contemplates the revelation that Chen Tianjai, the second-ranked individual in the southern province, is also a dragon tamer. Tianjai acknowledges Lu Fan, stating that he has heard of his name for a long time. Lu Fan addresses teacher Gu Han, stating that they now recognize those two individuals. He mentions that they have had a long journey to Dragon Capital and asks if they can rest first. Han urges Lu Fan to hurry. Gu Han agrees and offers to guide them to their accommodations. She informs them that if they find anything unsatisfactory, adjustments can be made in advance. She also mentions that she will explain the details of the freshman orientation tomorrow. Ju responds that they will find their way on their own. Later, as Gu Han walks ahead, she explains that this is the villa area designated for first-year students. It consists of a total of 30 villas. Each year, the teachers review the entrance exam footage to assess the freshmen's overall ranking. The top 30 students are granted the privilege of residing in this villa area. She further elaborates that in the comprehensive ranking of first-year students, Lu Fan has been placed first, which means villa number 1 has been assigned to him. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzhai, who holds second rank in the southern province, has been placed 18th in the overall ranking, so villa number 18 is designated as his residence. Lu Fan reflects on Chen Tianzhai, believing that he has accepted Jin Ju's terms and compromised his dignity. He finds it absurd that they are both referred to as the twin stars. Qiu addresses teacher Gu Han, acknowledging that with their scores, she and Tao are unlikely to rank within the top 30 in the comprehensive ranking. She asks if they should proceed to the student dormitory for check-in. Gu confirms this, stating that Qiu, Tao, and Han will be taken to the dormitory area later. She notes that the conditions in the villa area are indeed superior. Han suddenly clings to Lu Fan's arm and asks whether they can live with him instead. Tao and Qiu, visibly shocked, exclaim in disbelief at the suggestion of living with Fan. Gu responds that there is no rule against it as long as the resident has no objections. Han turns to Fan and insists that he has no objections unless he no longer wishes to eat Auntie's cooking. Fan immediately denies having any objections and reassures her that he does not mind at all. Han, satisfied with his response, declares that they will live together. She argues that this arrangement will help them build rapport, enhance their teamwork, and make future expeditions into the secret realm more efficient. Fan suggests that they and Auntie should move in with him, pointing out that the dormitory area is quite far from the villa area. If he ever needs to find them, it would require crossing half the campus. Tao says that wherever Qiu stays, she will stay as well, especially since the conditions here are significantly better. Qiu sighs and reluctantly agrees. Han, overjoyed, takes Qiu's hands and tells her that she will now have the chance to taste her cooking as well. Tao then turns to Lu Fan and warns him that while living together is acceptable, he should not get any funny ideas about Qiu, as she will be keeping a close eye on him. At that moment, the system window notifies that the treasure map's location is nearby. Fan realizes that the treasure is in a villa right next to his. He turns to teacher Gu Han and asks who resides in villa number 2. Gu replies that she only manages students from the southern province and is not familiar with the freshmen from other regions. However, she believes that only one girl lives in villa number 2. Fan then suggests that Auntie Han and teacher Gu go ahead to villa number 1 while he visits their neighbor. Han nods in understanding and tells him to go ahead, but reminds him to bring a gift as a courtesy. Fan dismisses her concern, insisting that he is only going to see what the second-ranked student is like. Han, however, thinks to herself that just hearing it is a girl is enough to make him curious. Fan is finally growing up. Tao, on the other hand, observes that despite already living with 3 women, he is still making an effort to befriend the neighbor. She realizes that she has seriously underestimated him. Meanwhile, Fan wonders why it suddenly feels like he has been completely misunderstood. After a while, Lu Fan rings the doorbell of villa number 2, holding a box in his hands. He thinks about Auntie's cake, wondering whether his neighbor will like it. Ideally, he hopes to be invited inside, but since they have all just moved in, he needs to retrieve the treasure before the neighbor discovers it. The door opens, revealing Jian Ying. Lu Fan greets her, introducing himself as Lu Fan from villa number 1, originally from Zhanghai City in the southern province. He hands her the box, explaining that it is a gift. Since they are now neighbors, he suggests that they become friends and get to know each other. The system window displays a notification: pumpkin cake, excellent quality, food, effect. Upon first use, it permanently increases agility by 3 points. Jian Ying takes the box, turns away, and responds briefly, stating Yunbei Province, Jian Ying. Lu Fan thinks to himself that she has such a cute voice, yet she is incredibly difficult to converse with. Attempting to extend the conversation, he hesitantly asks if he may come inside and sit for a moment. He then adds that he is feeling a little thirsty and would like a glass of water. He immediately regrets his words, realizing how weak his excuse sounds. It is obvious that his intentions are not entirely pure. What exactly is he saying? Surprisingly, Jian Ying steps aside, allowing him entry. Fan quickly thanks her and rushes inside. He spots the map and thinks to himself that he cannot afford to linger. He must find the treasure as quickly as possible. He opens the door to a room and thinks that it appears to be her bedroom. He then opens another door and immediately realizes his mistake, exclaiming that it is the bathroom. Determined, he opens yet another door and spots a dragon egg near the front wall. He exclaims that he has found it. This must be the room Jian Ying has not entered yet, and it is indeed the second dragon egg. The system window displays a notification. Treasure map location reached, Jade Dragon Egg. Just then, Jian Ying arrives, holding 2 glasses of water. However, Lu Fan quickly dashes past her, abruptly declaring that he is no longer thirsty. He announces that he will be heading back and casually adds that it was nice meeting her before hurriedly saying he will see her at the freshman entrance ceremony tomorrow. Jian Ying turns her head and notices her dress and undergarments are exposed in the room. She mutters a single word, pervert. Later that night, at Villa Number 1, Xiao carefully observes the Jade Dragon Egg, while Lu Fan channels his taming skill. He reflects that this egg is just like the one he found when he first obtained Xiao's Dragon Egg. The system window displays a notification, Dragon Taming Skill, which allows the taming of dragon-type creatures. Suddenly, the egg begins to crack. With a loud explosion, the Jade Dragon hatches and emerges. The system window notifies that the contract with Jade Dragon, at level 1, possesses a strength of 122, a spirit of 659, an agility of 153, and an endurance of 216. The skill Life Spring applies Life Spring to all friendly targets, continuously restoring their life. The ability Jade Light bestows 3 layers of Jade Blessing upon the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each layer of blessing is capable of blocking 1 instance of damage. The trait of Natural Assimilation enables the dragon to devour equipment, transforming the equipment's skills and traits into its own. The Jade Dragon bloodline ensures that all skill effects are doubled for dragons and those with a blood connection, granting immunity to all debuffs while increasing self-healing ability by 5,000%. Additionally, the skill Blood Contract provides a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer for their dragon pet. Fan realizes that the Jade Dragon is not a combat-type dragon. With a spirit exceeding 600, it is evidently a support-type dragon. Since the effects are doubled, both Xiao Yi and he, who share a bloodline with dragons, will receive twice the benefits. He thinks that during the big exam, Xiao Yi received a 30% boost from the dragon's encouragement, and when she released Cataclysm, her spirit attribute exceeded 7,000. He considers that if Jade Light from the Jade Dragon is added, its effect doubled, and attributes would increase by another 60%. Would that not bring the total close to 12,000? Xiao Yi plays with the Jade Dragon. Fan realizes that the Jade Dragon can also assimilate equipment effects into its own. If it upgrades or assimilates a significant amount of equipment, he cannot even imagine how powerful she will become. He now contemplates an important matter. What name should he give her? He tells them to stop while the Jade Dragon bites Xiao Yi's leg. Lifting her into his hands, he suggests the name Xiao Fei. Laughing, he remarks that Xiao Fei sounds good and declares that from now on, she will be Xiao Yi's little sister. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei begin roaring at each other. Fan urges them to stop, warning that they are going to wake everyone up. The scene shifts to the following day, marking the freshman enrollment ceremony. Fan remarks that life professions and combat professions do not attend the ceremony together. Qiu confirms this, explaining that Sister Han must go to a different location for hers. Tao, changing the subject, asks why it was so noisy in Fan's room the previous night. Before Fan can complete his sentence, a student interrupts, telling the others to look. Another student exclaims in surprise at the sight of 2 more beauties, a priest and a swordswoman, remarking that they are incredibly beautiful, definitely at the level of campus belles. He adds that entering a secret realm with such women would make even dying in there worthwhile, especially if he could become one of their boyfriends. The first student scoffs, calling it a dream, and asks if he does not notice the man accompanying them. The second student argues that there are 2 of them. so they cannot both be that guy's girlfriends. Q informs Tao that she asked Teacher Gu about seating arrangements and learned that hidden professionals are required to sit in the front row. Tao, disappointed, asks if that means she cannot sit with Q and then decides that she will go to the back row instead. At that moment, Fan notices Hong sitting in a row and thinks that the person looks familiar. As he recalls, he realizes that Hong is the loud martial artist from the entrance exam. Hong sees Fan and recalls a memory in which the principal of number 1 middle school questions whether he truly believed he was the top scorer. The principal urges him to check the rankings and see the gap between himself and Fan. Hong thinks about how Fan humiliated him in front of the esteemed principal. Finally, he sees him again. On the other hand, Tao wonders why all hidden professions are placed together. Does that mean Fan will be with Q every day from now on? Meanwhile, Fan notices Ying and greets her. Q, curious, asks if they know each other. He responds that they do. To some extent, she is their neighbor, Jian Ying, who lives in Villa number 2. Q nods in understanding and remarks that she now sees who she is, the one who ranked second overall, both beautiful and strong. A student comments that coming to Dragon Capital Academy is truly worthwhile, pointing out that the guy over there is surrounded by beautiful women. Another student, unimpressed, questions what that is supposed to mean, arguing that even if there are many beauties, it has nothing to do with him. He speculates that the guy is probably just a simp and suggests they be bold and go ask for the woman's contact information. At that moment, Zhao Xingming, a combat professional and a level 78 Thunder Mage, steps onto the stage and commands everyone's attention, instructing them to be quiet. He introduces himself as Zhao Xingming, the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy and a professor in the Combat Academy's magic department. First, on behalf of Dragon Capital Academy, he welcomes all new students. Adjusting his glasses, he states that he does not favor formalities or empty words. Next, their teachers will distribute their ID cards, and at the same time, he will inform them of some important school rules. As Gu distributes the cards, Zhao explains that the ID card they receive will serve as their all-purpose credential at Dragon Capital Academy. The card will store personal points, which function as the Academy's universal currency. All students will require points to access the secret realms provided by the Academy and purchase weapons, potions, and various other necessities. Fan observes his card as the system window notifies him. Longdu Academy ID card, Lu Fan, points, 13,539. Zhao continues, explaining that the initial points are determined based on their entrance exam scores. At that moment, a student stands up and addresses the vice principal, pointing out that the difficulty of entrance exams varies between provinces. He argues that it is easier to achieve high scores in provinces where the exam difficulty is lower and questions whether this system is inherently unfair. Zhao responds that, of course, the Academy has taken that into account. Entrance exam scores are adjusted using a difficulty coefficient, which is determined based on the varying challenges of each province's trial. The higher the difficulty of the trial, the smaller the coefficient. For example, this year's trial in the southern province was the most difficult, so their scores will be divided by the smallest coefficient of 96. Fan considers that this number represents all the funds he currently possesses at Dragon Capital Academy. Zhao continues, explaining that these points are only temporary. In 1 month, the freshman assessment will once again determine each student's points. The top 30 students in the assessment will qualify for the blue class. Students in the blue class will receive numerous special privileges, including the ability to apply for closed secret realms, exchange specified skills and equipment, and gain the right to move into the villa area. A student, surprised, remarks that he had never heard of the blue class before enrolling. Another student agrees, stating that he was unaware of it as well, but it seems they now have an opportunity to move into the villa area. Fan realizes that, as the current first-place student, he qualifies for the blue class. However, if he loses this qualification later, he will be required to move out of Villa number 1. Zhao chuckles and acknowledges their eagerness to enter the blue class, but warns them in advance that joining does not mean they can relax. Any student has the right to challenge a blue class member to a battle, and blue class members must win in order to retain their position. Pressing a button, he brings up a screen and explains that if a blue class member loses, they must surrender their spot to the challenger. Moreover, members of the blue class are not permitted to refuse challenges. He then announces that there are currently 30 members in the blue class, the top 30 scorers from the entrance exam. The first place belongs to the top scorer from the southern province, the dragon tamer Lu Fan. A student, shocked, exclaims in disbelief, questioning whether the first place student is really that guy. He scoffs, calling him a simp, and sarcastically suggests that he must be a dragon himself to be the top dragon tamer. Another student quickly tells him to lower his voice, warning him not to let Lu Fan hear. If he truly possesses a dragon, they could be in serious trouble. At that moment, Fan rises from his seat and casually waves toward the crowd. A student remarks that even an earth dragon is incredibly powerful, which explains why Lu Fan is the top scorer from the southern province. He then reveals that he just searched for Lu Fan's entrance exam records but found no scores or video footage. Suspicious, he wonders whether Lu Fan is an unqualified beneficiary, someone who was granted admission through family connections. He agrees, pointing out that only the second-place scorer from the southern province, Chen Tianjai, has publicly available results. He urges the others to look at how powerful Tianjai's dragon is. On the other side, Tianjai turns to Zhu and asks when she plans to take Lu Fan down, assuring her that he will follow her orders. Zhu remains cautious, stating that Lu Fan's true strength is still unclear. She advises against rushing and suggests that they probe him first. Meanwhile, Qiyu tells Fan that the vice principal is deliberately pushing him into the spotlight, asking whether this is not an open invitation for everyone to challenge him. Fan admits that he did not anticipate such a situation. After the freshman entrance ceremony, Fan walks alongside Qiyu and Tao, relieved that it is finally over. He thinks that now is the time to upgrade Xiao Fei and unlock her new form. Turning to the others, he suggests going to the Secret Realm Hall to explore the secret realms available at the academy. Just then, Hong calls out to Fan with anger, declaring that he wants to challenge him. Fan asks if Hong is truly challenging him. Hong affirms his challenge, stating that Vice Principal Zhao has just made it clear that blue class members among the top 30 cannot refuse challenges. If Lu Fan truly possesses the strength of the top scorer, then why would he not dare to compete? He considers the situation carefully since no one has been able to find Fan's entrance exam video or scores. He must have cleared the trial by summoning multiple sub-dragon species. If he targets Fan directly, he is confident that he can secure victory. Fan asks if Hong is implying that he is afraid. If that is the case, he accepts the challenge. Hong smirks, acknowledging Fan's courage, and declares that he will wager 200 points. Fan thinks that 200 points is a small amount, though it is likely significant for Hong. He agrees to the wager, stating that they will bet 200 points. As he steps forward, he gently moves Qiyu aside. A student exclaims that a fight has already begun, and that it involves the number 1 dragon tamer, making it all the more intriguing. Another student, curious, asks whether a dragon tamer is essentially similar to a summoning mage. Meanwhile, Zhu observes the situation with interest, remarking that this is the perfect opportunity to assess Fan's abilities. She instructs her companions to closely analyze every move he makes. Hong announces that they will begin on the count of 3 and starts the countdown. Tao, concerned, asks whether Fan is certain he will not lose. Qiyu, amused, laughs and responds that she has yet to see Lu Fan in action, but they will soon. As the countdown ends, Hong leaps forward, channeling his energy for an attack, and declares the battle has begun. He says to take this. The system window notifies that the Kai accumulation strike is a martial arts technique that concentrates Kai in the punch, doubling the damage when striking a weak point. On a hit, it grants +1 Kai. Hong asks what it is and is shocked, thinking that it resembles a second-tier mage's blink skill. He wonders how Lu Fan knows this move. Fan steps back and says he has heard that Kai masters can attack and defend, engage in close combat, or strike from a distance. He then gestures with his hand for Hong to come forward and asks whether this is his full power. The system window notifies that Flash Leap is a teleportation technique that allows movement to any location within 50 meters, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Hong becomes enraged, hurls Kai Rising Wave toward Fan in an attempt to strike him, and declares that he is courting death, demanding that he take this. The system window then notifies that the Kai Rising Wave is a palm strike technique that releases Kai waves. Each time a wave hits a target, it increases the damage the target takes from weak point attacks by 5%. Additionally, each Kai wave grants +1 Kai. Fan quickly dashes away to avoid being struck by the wave. He laughs and declares himself to be completely powerless. He then thinks to himself that as long as he keeps preventing him from summoning his dragon pet, he will eventually expose a weakness. He sees that Fan is about to kick him and quickly creates a solid as a rock protection shield in front of him to block the attack. Thinking that without 280 points in strength, it is impossible to break his solid as a rock defense. The system window notifies that solid as a rock consumes all Kai to create an impenetrable defense, with each point of Kai increasing the defense layer by 5%. Fan's kick shatters the shield and strikes him as well. He spits out blood and thinks that he is lost. How is this possible? He realizes that a single kick sent him flying, and Fan did not even use a skill. He then questions whether the blue class is truly this powerful. A student remarks that Lu Fan, a dragon tamer, has defeated the Kai Master without even summoning his dragon. The students are left in shock at the sight. Another student exclaims that it is already over, admitting that he had hoped to see the dragon. Meanwhile, another student notices the blood and asks whether he could be seriously injured. Fan moves his hand toward Hong and states that his skills are lacking, adding that he barely exerted any effort, yet he is already down. Hong lies on the ground, coughing. Zhu asks Tianjai whether he has been observing Fan and how confident he is in defeating him. Tianjai responds that if Fan does not summon his dragon pet, then, based solely on his personal abilities, he is about 30% confident. However, with the princess's buffs, he is 70% certain of victory. Zhu remarks that such a percentage is actually quite high. Fan moves his card onto Hong's card and states that a bet is a bet. Since Hong initiated it, he will gladly accept the 200 points. The system window notifies that Dragon Capital Academy, Ike Fan has undergone a point change of +200, bringing his remaining points to 13,739. Hong is shocked upon seeing his points and realizes that 13,739, when multiplied by the difficulty coefficient of 96 in the southern province, amounts to nearly 1,300,000 exam points. Furthermore, he notes that while Fan possesses nearly 1,300,000 points, the second-place contender, Chen Tianjai, has only 210,000 points. He finds it laughable that he ever thought he could defeat Fan. The scene shifts to Dragon Capital Academy's Secret Realm Hall. Q informs Fan that they have brought Sister Han. Han rushes toward him, exclaiming that someone has already challenged him and asking if he is injured. He reassures her, saying that he is fine and that she should not worry, addressing her as Auntie. Tao turns to Qiu and remarks that Fan effortlessly kicked Hong away. Qiu laughs and replies that she has already told her how strong he is. She recalls that the first time she saw Lu Fan, he was already stronger than Uncle Ji. Tao then comments that if Fan is this powerful, his dragon must be even stronger, something she cannot even fathom. Qiu agrees, stating that dragons naturally surpass their imaginations. Fan displays his tab's screen to them and states that since everyone is present, they should take a look. He has just reviewed the Secret Realm dungeon provided by the school and found that this particular dungeon grants the highest experience points, making it perfect for leveling up. Additionally, it offers a fear difficulty trial, and now, Xiao Fei has leveled up. Han expresses concern, pointing out that although he invited her merely to make up the numbers, this is a level 45 secret realm, which is not something to be taken lightly. She warns that if anything goes wrong, lives could be lost. Fan reassures her, stating that there is no need to worry, and that he is confident that he can lead everyone safely. Tao stands stunned as she reads the screen and remarks that even if Lu Fan is capable and Sister Han is with them, they still have only 4 members. She points out that this dungeon requires at least 5 participants. Fan asks who else they can find to join the team. Qiu directs his attention to a nearby figure and informs him that their neighbor from Villa Number 2 is also present. She adds that since Jian Ying is ranked 2nd overall, a level 45 dungeon should pose no difficulty for her. Qiu suggests inviting her to join them. Fan approaches Ying and greets her. Internally, he realizes that her expression clearly indicates a misunderstanding. However, he acknowledges that his actions while searching for the dragon egg were indeed suspicious. Communicating with Jian Ying is particularly challenging, as she will likely respond with only yes or no. He notes that she is also examining the dungeon details and comments that they are in the same situation. He then asks whether she would like to join them. She stares at him for a moment before coldly uttering, "Pervert." Auntie Han is taken aback upon hearing this. Tao, equally surprised, immediately questions what Fan did to her. Fan quickly attempts to clarify, insisting that it is a misunderstanding. He explains that their previous interaction was misinterpreted, and while their first meeting may have been unusual, he assures them that he is, in fact, a normal person. He swears it. He points to his details on the tab screen and states that he notices she is also searching for a dungeon. Since he does not know anyone else, he informs her that they are heading to Poison Spider Forest and need one more member. He suggests that teaming up would be beneficial and asks what she thinks. Ying glances at the screen, reads Poison Spider Forest, and responds with a simple okay. Fan asks whether this means they have successfully formed a team. Kyu remarks that, regardless, Fan has done an impressive job convincing her to join. Tao agrees, remarking that with just a few words, he successfully convinced the number 2 genius from Yunbei province to join them. Fan then offers to cover the points for everyone, but Ying begins walking and declines, stating that there is no need. She taps her card on the screen, enters the portal, and instructs them to follow. The system window notifies, Longdu Academy Ike, Jian Ying, Secret Realm Poison Spider Forest, points spent -45, remaining points 8,744. Fan observes that she still has over 8,000 points left. He wonders what the difficulty coefficient of Yunbei province is, but even if it matches the most challenging one, like the southern province with a coefficient of 96, Jian Ying's exam score would still exceed 800,000. He realizes that her strength is no joke. After a while, they are all teleported to Poison Spider Forest. The system window notifies that the chance secret realm is the Poison Spider Forest, with a secret realm level of 45 and a secret realm difficulty of fear. The minimum number of participants required is 5. Kyu observes and remarks that this is indeed the Poison Spider Forest. Han covers her nose and exclaims that even breathing the air here feels sharp. Fan looks ahead and states that it seems their destination is in that direction. Tao turns to Fan and asks why he specifically chose this dungeon, noting that it is level 45 with a fear difficulty. Fan explains that after thoroughly checking the dungeon hall for a long time, he found no other dungeon that offers more experience at a higher level. Tao clarifies that this is not what she meant. Meanwhile, Han holds up a pouch and says that since they are here to level up, they should share this good stuff with everyone. The system window notifies, Travel Biscuits Food Effect. After consumption, experience gain increases by 20% for 1 hour. Fan exclaims that this is incredibly useful. With these biscuits, they will be able to reach the second transition level much faster. They begin eating the biscuits. Han explains that these biscuits were made using a recipe distributed by the life profession teacher. Many classmates failed in their attempts to create them, but fortunately, the enchanter chef has a high success rate when it comes to adding effects. They manage to succeed on the first attempt. She turns to Ying, addressing her as a classmate, and encourages her to try some as well. Ying asks whether she also made the cake the last time. Han confirms, asking if she is referring to the pumpkin cake, and replies that she indeed made it. She then offers to make more for her if she likes it. Kyu chimes in, praising Sister Han's cooking and mentioning that since they live nearby, Ying is welcome to visit anytime. Ying smiles slightly in response. Just then, Fan hears the sound of slithering and warns everyone to be careful, as a monster has spotted them. The system window notifies, Black Scaled Python, level 40, experience 9 on 120 points, materials, Python Poison Fang, 1740 dragon coins. Poison Fang inflicts a layer of toxin on the bitten target. Each layer reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Death Coil constricts the target, rendering it immobile and causing it to lose 10% of its health every 5 seconds. Kyu tells everyone not to go yet as Tao moves to attack the python with her sword. Kyu reminds them that the monsters here are all above level 40, and they cannot defeat them easily. Han offers to make some food to boost their resistance, but she mentions that she needs to gather some ingredients first. Fan reassures them, saying there is no need for that trouble. He instructs everyone to focus on fighting while he handles the other issues and begins activating his powers. Tao asks whether he is going to summon his dragon. Ying thinks he is about to summon his dragon. Just then, Xiao Fei appears. They all stand stunned upon seeing Fei. Tao asks if this is a dragon. Fan tells Fei not to sit on his head, as she is being naughty. Qiu exclaims that it is not Xiao Yi, but rather that Lu Fan actually has 2 dragons. Han asks where this dragon came from and why she has never seen it before. Meanwhile, Tao notices that the python is about to strike her with its tail. At the same moment, Fan commands Fei to use emerald light. Fei spreads a green light from her emerald body, forming a shield in front of Tao. Tao falls to the ground as Qiu rushes toward her, assuring her that she will heal her. However, Tao examines herself and realizes that the damage from the attack is completely blocked. The system window notifies Emerald Light and applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target. Removes all debuffs and increases all attributes by 30%. Each layer of Blessing can block 1 instance of damage. Fan pats Fei and praises her, saying that with Xiao Fei here, everyone can relax. There is no need to worry about debuffs or injuries. Qiu observes that Fei not only dispels debuffs, but also blocks damage and enhances attributes, all in a single skill. She remarks that it is even more effective than a second-tier priest. Tao, still amazed, comments on the sheer power of dragons, noting that even a small dragon like Fei is capable of blocking damage and boosting all of her attributes. The python hisses at them aggressively. Han warns everyone to be careful, as it is preparing to charge at them. Fan grips his sword, steps forward, and declares that he will handle it. Just then, Ying attacks the python with her sword, aiming to kill it. She states that they should not waste any more time, as they have already been targeted. The system window notifies Jian Ying, Hidden Combat Class, Level 21, Sword Master. It further notifies Bloodbreaker Sword, Weapon Level 21, Class Exclusive, Sword Master, Strength, plus 3 947, Agility, plus 126, Armor Break. Ignores 30% of the target's defense when dealing damage. Agility. Increases Sword Master speed by 40%. Fan realizes it is Jian Ying, acknowledging the power of a Sword Master. He notes that number 2's strength is indeed impressive. He warns Ant to get down as a spider creeps up behind her. Fan quickly leaps forward, pushing her to the floor to protect her, just as Ying attacks the spider with her powers. Fan reflects that the silver-armored spider is immune to the Sword Shadow's armor break effect. The system window notifies Silver Armored Spider, Level 45, Experience Points, 15,750, Materials, Silver Armor Shell, 4,110 Dragon Coins, Poison Fang, bites the target, infecting them with a layer of poison. Each layer reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Mandible Piercing, swings its forelimbs, piercing 2 targets simultaneously. If it misses, it can use Mandible Piercing 1 more time. Silver Armor, immune to armor break effects. Ying leaps toward the spider to attack it. The system window notifies that Mandible Piercing misses and then notifies that Mandible Piercing activates again. Fan also leaps to attack the spider, warning Ying to be careful. He stabs and kills it with 1 strike. Ying advises them not to let their guard down, noting that there is not just 1 silver-armored spider. She spots a group of spiders approaching. The system window notifies Breaking Army Greatsword, Epic Quality, Weapon Level 21, Class Exclusive, Sword Master, Mountain Shaker, deals 210% physical damage and spreads 21% of the damage to surrounding enemy targets. Water Cold Sword, Excellent Quality, Weapon Level 14, Class Exclusive, Sword Master, Frost, deals ice attribute damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Ying summons the Breaking Army Greatsword and Water Cold Sword, stating that it is not just the silver-armored spiders, the Black Web Hunters are here as well. The system window notifies Black Web Hunter, Level 45, Experience Points, 39M110, Materials, Spider Eyes, 17,519 Dragon Coins, Poison Fang, bites the target, infecting them with a layer of poison. Each layer reduces the target's maximum health by 10%, and Web Bind envelops the captured target in a web. The target dies after 60 seconds. Fan runs alongside Ying to attack the spiders and remarks that her weapons are all class exclusive, appearing far from ordinary. She explains that a sword master has the ability to forge their own weapons, each of which levels up alongside her from level 1. However, she asserts that this is not the time for introductions and proceeds to attack the spider using the Frost skill. The system window notifies that Frost inflicts ice attribute damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Fan considers it somewhat similar to a Dragon Master, where one upgrades a dragon pet while the other upgrades a weapon. As a spider is about to attack Ying from behind, Fan swiftly intervenes, attacks the spider, and instructs Faye to use Emerald Light. The system window notifies that Emerald Light applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each layer of the blessing can block a single instance of damage. Ying then uses the Mountain Shaker skill to attack the spider. The system window notifies that Mountain Shaker deals 20% physical damage and spreads 2% of the damage to nearby enemy targets. Additionally, Water Cold Sword's level increases to 15. Ying acknowledges the 30% attribute boost and expresses gratitude. Fan contemplates the versatility of the Swordmaster class, noting that the blood-breaking sword excels in agile penetration. The Water Cold Sword is ideal for magic control, and the third sword specializes in blocking and high damage. With these 3 swords working in unison, the Swordmaster class proves to be highly adaptable. The system window notifies that the Emerald Dragon has leveled up to level 2. At that moment, Ying and Fan are shocked to see Qiu, Tao, and Han surrounded by spiders. Qiu instructs Tao to protect his sister, Han. Fan quickly runs forward and points out that many silver-armored spiders remain. He assures them that he will keep watch while she quickly searches for the Black Web Hunter. Qiu and Tao use their powers to attack the spiders, while Faye employs the Emerald Light technique to protect Han. Fan warns everyone to beware of web bind, cautioning that if they get caught, escaping with their lives will be difficult. Ying notices strands of web bind approaching her and attempts to evade them. As she moves to block the attack, Faye's Emerald Light forms a protective shield around her, preventing her from being ensnared. Ying immediately starts running, but Fan calls out for her to wait, warning that she is injured and should not venture deeper alone. He urges Faye to hurry and heal her. Qiu attacks the spider using her powers and instructs Fan to quickly go after Ying. Tao also blocks a spider with her sword and assures him that with Emerald Light, they can manage the situation here. Fan runs ahead, acknowledging their words, and says that he will leave Ant in their care. After a while, he spots Ying near a black spider and exclaims that he has found her, offering his assistance. Ying is severely injured, her body bleeding profusely. Fan immediately instructs Faye to cast Emerald Light, and Faye activates the Emerald Light technique to heal Ying. However, Ying insists that she can defeat the enemy on her own. She then notices a web forming behind her and realizes the danger. The system window notifies that web bind ensnares the captured target in a web, causing the target to die after 10 seconds. Fan warns her not to get distracted and urges her to follow him. He then transforms his arm into a dragon claw. The system window notifies that Dragon Claw transforms the arm into a dragon claw, with its power depending on the Emerald Dragon. Fan attacks the Black Web Hunter, slamming it onto the ground. He observes that a single hit has severely injured the Black Web Hunter. Ying is shocked, realizing that despite being only 1 rank apart, his attack power rivals her full-powered Mountain Shaker. Fan says they should go together. The system window notifies that Whisper of the Wind grants the wearer the Wind Blessing, increasing the agility attribute by 15%. Mountain Shaker deals 20% physical damage and spreads 2% of the damage to nearby enemy targets, and Dragon Fang Strike harnesses dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow with the current weapon. Ying runs forward and uses her skills to attack the spider. The system window notifies that Bloodbreaker Sword has reached weapon level 21, and is a class-exclusive weapon for the Swordmaster. It possesses the Armor Break ability, which ignores 20% of the target's defense when dealing damage, and Agility, which increases sword mastery speed by 40%. Ying reflects on the vast difference in strength, but wonders why she still feels reassured. The system window notifies that the Emerald Dragon has leveled up to level 3. Fan playfully interacts with Faye and remarks that these few monsters have helped Xiao Fei reach level 3. He predicts that it should reach level 5 by the time they finish clearing the area. Ying acknowledges that she is experiencing a day where she is treated as a weakling and actually receiving help. At that moment, Qiu arrives with the others, calling out to Lu Fan and Jian Ying, and announces that the silver-armored spiders have been dealt with. Han excitedly tells Fan that she has just leveled up. Fan turns to Ying and assures her that she is strong, but regardless of strength, their team will never let a teammate fight alone. Han then asks why Fan does not apply Emerald Light to himself. Laughing, Fan replies that he does not need it. Tao urges Fan to hurry, reminding him that his great dragon can heal, right? Faye begins using the Emerald Light skill on them to restore their health. The system window notifies that Fountain of Life has been applied to all friendly targets, continuously restoring their health. Q, feeling revitalized, exclaims that she is full of energy and that she can fight again. Tao laughs and teases Fan, pointing out that his head is glowing green. Fan, amused but exasperated, tells Faye to stop healing this sister any further. Ying reflects on the experience and realizes that having teammates does not seem so bad after all. After some time, they stand atop a mountain, surveying the surroundings. Tao observes that the map appears to end here and wonders if they have reached the final point. However, she notes that there is still a vast area ahead. Qiu spots a lair in the distance and questions what it might be. Fan examines it and concludes that it seems to be the lair of the Secret Realm's boss. Fan considers that Absorption Regeneration and Mass Frenzy are both skills designed for commanding other spiders, which suggests that they must eliminate the smaller spiders first. The system window notifies that Screeching Spider Mother, level 45, possesses the following abilities: a Tangled Web, which spits out sticky webs, binding all targets within range. Bound targets die after 6 seconds, and Venom Spray releases venom, causing targets in the affected area to accumulate poison. Each layer of poison reduces health by 5%. Absorption Regeneration, which consumes spider minions, recovering 5% health for each one swallowed. Mass Frenzy, which directs all spider minions to focus on a single target, increasing all minion attributes by 15% for 60 seconds. Webweaver, which enhances the user's movement speed within webbed areas. Qiu turns to Han and advises her not to look down. Tao adds that a sight like this might be overwhelming for someone who does not belong to a combat class. Han, determined, responds that even if she cannot handle it now, she must learn to. She acknowledges that everyone has been protecting her, and if she cannot even bring herself to look, she will only become a greater burden in battle. Summoning her courage, she looks down. Immediately, she starts vomiting and exclaims that it is absolutely disgusting. Fan reflects that this must be what people mean by the harsh realities of life. Ying observes the lair and considers that whether they choose to approach or defeat the boss, they must first eliminate the lesser enemies. Tao recalls a strategy she saw another team use, explaining that ranged classes should kite and pull mobs, clearing the area before engaging the boss. However, she notes that it takes at least 4 days to fully clear them. Han, surprised, questions the duration and admits that she only brought enough food for 1 day. She then asks if they would be willing to eat roasted spiders. Qiu, equally shocked, immediately refuses, declaring that she has no intention of eating a spider. Fan raises his hand and states that they do not need to follow the strategies used by other teams. Ying, curious, asks if he has a better idea. Tao watches him closely and questions what he is planning. Qiu, also intrigued, asks what he is preparing to do. Fan responds, "Come out, Xiao Yi," and summons the destruction dragon form of Xiao. Xiao materializes, spreading fire flames around her. Tao, stunned, exclaims that it is a fire dragon and realizes that this is what Fan meant when he mentioned a dragon. Ying feels the overwhelming presence of the dragon. Xiao notices numerous spider webs inside the lair while Fan instructs her to handle the lesser enemies. Without hesitation, she leaps down, unleashing a torrent of fire. Fan commands Cataclysm, and the system window notifies that Cataclysm causes the destructive dragon to ignite the area it flies over, dealing massive damage and inflicting burns. Han grabs Fan's arm and asks if Xiao Yi can transform into this form. Tao remarks that it resembles the legendary dragon. Ying observes the immense destructive power, noting that it is even stronger than the legendary dragons. Fan instructs Xiao Fei to apply buffs to Xiao Yi. Fei moves forward, activating her Emerald Light to spread the blessing. The system window notifies that Jade Dragon Bloodline causes all skill effects to be doubled for Dragonkin and those connected by blood. It also notifies that Emerald Light applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30% to 60%. Each layer of the blessing can block 1 instance of damage. Additionally, the system window notifies that dragon encouragement inspires both the user and the dragon pet, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Zio engulfs the spiders in flames, and the system window notifies that Contract Black Dragon has reached level 60, with strength at 2937, agility at 4 in 117, spirit at 9 in 902, and endurance at 5 in 728. The spider mother sends more spiders to attack. Fan turns to Qiu and Tao, asking if they can hold the line. Qiu reassures him, saying not to worry, they will protect Sister Han. Fan then calls out to Jian Ying, urging her to charge down with him and eliminate the spider mother. They slide down into the lair, weaving through the swarming spiders. Fan commands Zio to come to his side, and she immediately turns toward him. The system window notifies that Cataclysm 2 enables a dive toward the target area, dealing massive damage. It also notifies that Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 4. Zio spreads even more fire, unleashing the Cataclysm 3 technique. The system window notifies that Cataclysm 3 allows the dragon to dive toward the target area once more, igniting the surroundings again and causing continuous damage. Ying marvels at the incredible 3-stage attack. Being this close to the dragon, she feels as though she is about to be scorched by the overwhelming heat. Fan calls out to Qiu, asking if they are holding up. Qiu, using her lightning powers to block the advancing spiders, assures him that they should focus on attacking the boss and that she and Tao can handle the rest. Fan nods and says, "Alright, Ying, let's go," before rushing toward the spider mother. The spider mother spits venom at them in an attempt to attack, but they both swiftly move aside. The system window notifies that the venom spray releases venom, causing all targets within the affected area to accumulate poison. Each layer of poison reduces 5% of health. Fan instructs Zio Fei to release the jade light and observe the tangled web. The system window further notifies that the tangled web ejects sticky threads, binding all targets within range. Bound targets perish after 6 seconds. Fan attempts to block the web but sustains a minor cut on his face from its sharp threads. He then tells Zio Yi that the moment has arrived to unleash Burning All Things. Zio activates the skill, summoning fiery tornadoes to engulf the spider in flames. The system window announces that Burning All Things manifests as the destructive dragon flapping its wings, unleashing 4 fiery tornadoes that inflict massive damage upon all affected targets. Observing this, Ying realizes that the skill possesses even greater destructive potential, an ability capable of annihilating entire cities and even nations. As Fan watches the spiders consumed by flames, he marvels at the sheer power of the skill, thinking that it has almost single-handedly eradicated all the spiders. The system window notifies that the Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 5, acquiring a new skill, Emerald Blessing, which applies 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura to the target, enhancing the next 3 attacks. Fan instructs Fei to use it immediately and observes as a radiant light emerges from her emerald. The light bursts forth, and Fei begins transforming into a humanoid form. Han is taken aback upon witnessing this and thinks that, just as with Zio Yi, Zio Fei has attained a new form along with significantly enhanced abilities. Ying is stunned upon witnessing Fei's new form. At that moment, the spider mother attempts to attack her, but she swiftly leaps back. Fei uses the Emerald Blessing skill on Ying, and the system window notifies that Emerald Blessing applies 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura to the target, enhancing the next 3 attacks. Ying launches her swords toward the spider mother to strike and asks if they have actually pierced through. She realizes that the blood-breaking sword, which previously could not penetrate the silver-armored spider, now effortlessly pierces the boss. She thinks that Emerald Blessing not only amplifies her strength, but also imbues her attacks with the attributes of the Jade Dragon. Fan pats Fei and acknowledges her achievement, stating that she has gained a new form and a new skill upon reaching level 5. He reflects on Ying's recent attack, realizing that dragon energy integrates Zio Fei's attributes into the assault. He contemplates applying the same enhancement to Zio Yi. Meanwhile, the spider mother begins spreading venom. The system window notifies that venom spray expels a pool of venom, causing all targets within its range to accumulate poison continuously, with each layer reducing 5% of their health. Fan calls out to Fei and instructs her to apply Emerald Blessing to Zio Yi. Fei gathers her power and channels the Emerald Blessing skill onto Zio Yi. Xiao Yi hurls flames at the spider mother using the burning all things Roman 2 technique. The system window notifies that burning all things Roman 2 activates as the destructive dragon flaps its wings, gathering all fire tornadoes to generate a violent explosion. Ying shields her face with her hand and thinks that with Xiao Yi's flames enhanced by Xiao Fei's attributes, this attack undoubtedly exceeds 10,000 points. The spider mother screeches in agony, engulfed by fire. As Fan advances, he calls out to Ying and Fei, instructing them to prepare for the final blow. He leaps high into the air, gripping his sword tightly, and descends with force, driving the blade into the spider mother. The system window notifies that Dragon Fang Strike, blood-packed enhancement channels dragon energy, unleashing a devastating strike with the wielder's current weapon. Meanwhile, Fei activates Emerald Blessing on Ying, who charges forward, thrusting her sword toward the spider mother in a final stab. The system window then announces that the Black Dragon has leveled up to level 18, the Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 7, and Fan has reached level 23. Ying turns to Fan and asks how many points he scored in the major exam. Fan states that his score is approximately 1,300,000. Ying responds that his strength should surpass that amount. He explains that he cannot exceed it, as the highest score limit for Nightmare difficulty is capped at 1,300,000. He then instructs Qiyu and Tao to bring Auntie down. Ying reflects that, in terms of points, her score is only half of Lu Fan's, but in terms of actual strength, the gap between them is vast and insurmountable. After some time, Fan considers that with Auntie's food buff, clearing the venomous spider forest not only increases everyone's levels but also provides valuable materials and rewards. Tao opens the treasure box and exclaims in delight, stating that the equipment inside seems perfect for her and that she will not hesitate to take it. Fan remarks playfully that she does not seem shy at all. Later, they teleport back to Dragon Academy. As they arrive, Qiyu enthusiastically suggests exchanging phone numbers with Ying. However, Ying replied that she did not use a phone. Tao then suggests that before they head to the secret realm next time, they will simply visit her house to call on her directly. Fan reflects on the situation, wondering if Ying truly needs a team or if, perhaps, being with everyone gives her a sense of familiarity. For the first time, Giant Ying agrees to join a fixed team. After a while, they all sit at the dining table while Fan reflects that, to celebrate the formation of their fixed team, Auntie's cooking that night has truly captivated everyone's taste buds. Han stands while holding plates and announces for everyone to eat, stating that the dish enhances stamina. Ying turns to Qiyu and Tao and remarks that they are actually living with a pervert. Fan quickly defends himself, insisting once again that it is all a misunderstanding. In the days that follow, Fan gradually becomes accustomed to life at Dragon City Academy, balancing his routine between leveling up in the venomous spider forest and engaging in daily studies of combat theory. The system window notifies that the Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 13, while Lu Fan has reached level 24. Later, as they sit in class studying, Fan rests his head on the table and asks Tao to answer the question. Tao hesitates before admitting that she has forgotten. The scene shifts to more than half a month later, just 2 days before the freshman assessment, where Fan and Xiao are seen attacking a monster together. The system window notifies that the Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 14, the Black Dragon has leveled up to level 19, and Lu Fan has reached level 25. Fan declares that the battle is over and urges Tao to hurry and open the chest. Tao starts running and calls out that she is on her way. The system window then displays the following information. Tao Xiaoman, Combat Class Level 22, Swordsman, Qin Qiyu, Hidden Combat Class Level 22, Holy Light Mage, and Han Qi, Hidden Life Class Level 18, Enchanting Chef. Fan sighs, admitting that he had originally planned for Xiao Yi to reach level 20 and Xiao Fei to reach level 15 before the freshman assessment, but it seems the plan has failed. Ying examines her sword and remarks that everything is progressing well on her end, as the Cold Water Sword has now reached the same level as her. The system window notifies that the Cold Water Sword has leveled up to level 24, achieving the rank of Sword Master. Tao approaches the treasure chest and exclaims in excitement, saying that it has finally appeared. She expresses relief, stating that after nearly a month, she has finally gathered the venomous spider set for swordsmen and immediately equips it. Qiyu exclaims that it is great, as she can now definitely improve her ranking in the freshman assessment. The system window notifies that the venomous spider set has the following specifications. Level requirement 20, class requirement, warrior, swordsman, set effect. 2/4 attacks have a chance to release black spider webs, binding targets touched by the webs for 60 seconds, set effect. 4 bound targets will be poisoned, losing 5% of their health every 5 seconds. Han suggests that they head back home for the day, noting that it is still early and that she will prepare dinner. Kyu agrees, stating that there is no need to return to the secret realm anymore. Fan acknowledges the situation, saying that since there is a freshman assessment event tomorrow, it is best to rest well and prepare for it. Everyone agrees. They teleport back to the academy, where Gu is already waiting for Fan. She informs him that she needs him to come with her for a moment. She clarifies that it is not her who is looking for him, but rather Vice Principal Zhao, as he has something important to discuss with him. Fan asks if it is something important, especially right before the freshman assessment. Gu says he will know once he arrives and begins walking. Just then, a student mentions that today, another expert from the blue class has received a new evaluation. Another student inquires about 73 Hong and remarks that he was already aware of it. Gu asks Fan whether what others are saying bothers him. Fan responds that, lately, he has either been in the classroom or within the secret realm, and now he barely understands what his classmates are discussing. She ascends the stairs and explains that it is all because of him. His points bet challenge with Hongwu has made the freshmen realize that dueling for points is a viable way to earn them, leading them to refer to it as the new evaluation. Fan asks, the new evaluation? She affirms, explaining that freshmen engage in duels from time to time. The winner accumulates more and more points, while the loser can barely afford to eat in the cafeteria. Fan inquires about the meaning of 73 Hong, which was mentioned earlier. She clarifies that using his battle with Hongwu as a benchmark, Hongwu's strength is taken as a unit of measurement. He is considered 1 Hong, while another fighter, significantly stronger, is rated at 100 Hong. Now, Hongwu is assigned janitorial duties at the academy, allowing him to earn some points and avoid starvation. As she speaks, she gestures toward Fan, who is mopping the floor. She stands outside the vice principal's office and states that it is time for him to enter, as Vice Principal Zhao is waiting for him. Fan acknowledges this and opens the door, asking if Zhao has been looking for him. Zhao instructs him to come in and informs him that the national trial, which had been promised to him before his admission to the school, has now been confirmed to be advanced. This year's national trial was originally scheduled to take place in Jinyu City, Taichai Nation, 5 months later. However, the host nation has unexpectedly moved the date forward to 2 months from now. He further explains that Taichai has already announced its representative for this year, Jin Chenghen, the eldest son of the Jin family, who is expected to reach the 63rd transformation level within a month. Fan deduces that Taichai intends to commence the national trial immediately after Jin Chenghen completes his 3rd transformation. Zhao strikes his fist on the table and affirms this, emphasizing that initiating the trial while most contestants from other nations are still at the 2nd transformation level ensures Jin Chenghen's victory. Fan considers that the difference between the 2nd and 3rd transformations extends beyond mere levels. Each transformation activates new traits that significantly enhance one's strength. This, he realizes, is yet another cunning scheme orchestrated by the Jin family. He remarks that it is unfortunate that the qualifications promised to him before his admission have now been placed under such unfair circumstances. In 2 months, he will, at best, reach the 32nd transformation level. Facing a group of experts who have surpassed the 50th level, he might even lose his life. Zhao approaches him, places a hand on his shoulder, and explains that in past trials, Dragon Nation has consistently dominated and claimed the championship. However, this year, other nations are deliberately targeting them while allowing even less time for preparation. He then asks whether Fan still wishes to participate in the national trial. Fan responds with determination, stating that this is his opportunity to step into the ranks of Dragon Nation's experts. Naturally, he wants to participate. Not only that, but he also aims to win and prove himself. Zhao acknowledges his resolve and informs him that, since he has made his decision, resources will have to be secured for him. He instructs Fan to perform well in the freshman assessment. Fan agrees, expressing his gratitude and acknowledging that it will be a difficult challenge. The scene shifts to the freshman assessment conference the following day. Vice Principal Zhao stated that he would keep his words brief and instruct everyone to follow the rules. He then proceeds to announce the rules for this year's freshman assessment, stating that it will consist of a team assessment and an arena battle. A screen displaying the points system appears before them. A student questions why it is a team battle and immediately declares that he will give up. Another student laughs and reminds him that he had advised him to team up with him, assuring that he would carry him through the assessment. However, the first student protests, pointing out that both of them belong to the healer class. Meanwhile, Kyu tells Fan that it is fortunate that the team's requirements do not exceed 5 members. Fan responds by noting that his aunt is not part of a combat class, meaning they have precisely 2 teams. Zhao acknowledges that many of the students lack experience in working as a team, but reassures them that it is not too late to form alliances. He informs them that the preliminary rounds will commence that afternoon, and by the following night, the top 100 teams will be determined. He then announced that 2 teams interested in participating could register with Teacher Gu before dismissing the gathering. At that moment, Kyu notices Tao Xiaoman, waves toward her, and calls out to her excitedly. At that moment, Swordsman number 7 greets Ying, introducing himself as Double Swordsman number 7. He informs her that he has been observing her since the freshman entry ceremony and expresses his hope that she will team up with him for the freshman assessment. He assures her that together, they will undoubtedly win. Ying, however, immediately declines his offer. Meanwhile, Tao approaches Kyu and tells her that she has arrived, suggesting they proceed to sign up with Teacher Gu. Noticing Swordsman number 7 in tears, she asks what is wrong and why he is crying. Kyu explains that the top students are all eager to form a team with Jian Ying, but she has always been aware that she would not abandon their team. Fan then concludes that he will partner with Kyu, while Jian Ying will team up with Tao. The scene shifts to the following day at the preliminary round of the freshman assessment in the Dragon City Academy arena. A massive dragon swings its tail, striking a student and hurling him aside. The system window displays a notification stating that the attack, Sweep, unleashes a powerful tail swing that inflicts damage within a fan-shaped area. Meanwhile, Chongjai leaps into action, launching an attack on an opposing student. He executes the Dragon Lance strike skill, striking him with immense force. The system window updates, notifying that Dragon Lance strike channels dragon energy to unleash a devastating blow. A person announces that Chen Chongjai has achieved 28 consecutive victories. He walks toward Zhu and bows before her. Zhu acknowledges his performance, remarking that with 28 consecutive victories, only a few more matches remain before he reaches the top 16. Chongjai expresses his gratitude, addressing her as princess, and informs her that their team has now risen to the 7th rank. However, their ability to challenge the top-ranked team will depend on the outcome of the upcoming matches. She responds that her brother, Jin Chenghen, will soon arrive to see her, and when he does, she will introduce him to Chongjai. She emphasizes that he must secure the number 1 position in order to earn his promotion. He reassures her, vowing to follow her command without fail. At that moment, an announcement is made, declaring that the next match is about to begin. The competing teams are identified as number 18, Chen Tianjai and Jin Zhu, versus number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Fan and Ying step onto the battlefield, stretching as they prepare for combat. However, they are momentarily taken aback upon seeing their opponents. A student exclaims in surprise, noting that the match features 2 dragon tamers representing the top 2 teams in the rankings. Zhu realizes that Lu Fan and Jian Ying are on the same team. The scene shifts to a flashback where Fan declares that he will team up with Kyu, and Jian Ying will team up with Tao, ensuring that everyone can achieve a good rank. Kyu responds, saying there is no need for that. He believes that Fan and Ying should form a team to aim for first place, so he and Ying will remain ranked number 1 and number 2. Tao, however, expresses her concern, stating that she does not want to drag Fan down. She reassures him not to worry about them, as she and Kyu will do their best. The scene then shifts back to the present. Kyu and Tao sit among the other students, watching the match. Kyu remarks that Fan will claim the first place. Fan turns to Ying, asking if there is any problem with aiming for first place. Ying responds confidently, affirming that there is no issue. The scene shifts to the arena's resting room as the system window displays a notification. High-level treasure map synthesized, quantity 1. Fan notices the message and reflects on the fact that he has accumulated several treasure maps once again. However, since their quality is low and their locations are distant, he decides that they should be combined. Ying asks if he is feeling alright. At that moment, another notification appears on the system window. Divine level treasure map synthesized. Quantity 1. Fan exclaims in amazement, realizing that the combination process has actually worked. As he examines the details, he notes that he has never heard of the location mentioned. He decides that he will need to inquire about it another day. The system window displays the location of Flying Dragon Cemetery, with an area level ranging from 45 to 60. Just then, an announcement echoes through the arena, declaring the next match. Number 18, Chen Tianzhai and Jin Zhu's team versus number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team. Both teams, please enter the arena. Fan acknowledges the call, turning to Ying and stating that it is their turn to compete. He reminds her that they cannot afford to be complacent in the freshman assessment. Back in the present, a student in the audience exclaims excitedly, pointing out that number 1, Lu Fan, and number 2, the beautiful girl, are on the same team, making them essentially guaranteed to win. The other student responds that it is not necessarily the case. Tianzhai has already secured 28 consecutive victories. Moreover, the champions in previous years have not always belonged to the top ranks. Ying informs Fan that she has heard the opponent is also a dragon tamer and asks whether he has confidence. Fan extends his hand toward her and suggests that they make a bet, proposing that he alone will be able to defeat both of them. She clarifies that it must be without her assistance in summoning his dragon pet. He agrees, remarking that it makes sense, and states that in the venomous spider forest, he has already discovered that their classes are quite similar. A person announces the match, Chen Tianzhai and Jin Zhu versus Lu Fan and Jian Ying. The assessment begins now. Fan declares that if he wins, she must tell him all the characteristics of a swordmaster, and he inquires whether she agrees to the terms. Tianzhai leaps forward, wielding his spear, and exclaims that it is finally their turn to fight. He asserts that he will not be overshadowed again, declaring that from this moment on, there can be only one dragon tamer, himself. He is stunned to see Fan vanish and wonders whether he has truly disappeared. Fan smirks and asserts to Ying that refusal is no longer an option. He transforms his arm into a dragon claw and strikes the earth dragon. The system window notifies that the dragon claw, enhanced by the dragon blood armor, transforms the arm into a dragon claw, with its power depending on one's strength. Tianzhai questions the meaning behind Fan's actions, asking why he is neither relying on his teammate nor summoning his dragon. Fan responds that it is merely a small bet, nothing extraordinary, and asserts that dealing with Tianzhai does not require him to exert his full strength. Zhu laughs and declares that she has finally been given her chance. She scorns Fan as an arrogant lower-class individual who still dares to humiliate her, vowing to make him pay for it tenfold. Tianzhai commands the armored earth dragon to attack. As the earth dragon leaps toward Fan, he calmly observes that the creature has a broken fang, making its features asymmetrical. He states that he will fix its face before leaping high into the air and executing the dragon fang strike technique, aiming to break its fang. A student, astonished, questions whether they have just witnessed Fan stopping a dragon single-handedly. Another student, in disbelief, inquires whether that is truly an earth dragon. A different student remarks that an earth dragon remains a dragon and questions whether the other understands the vast difference between humans and dragons. Another student, still baffled, wonders how much power Lu Fan actually possesses, exclaiming that this makes no sense. Zhu asks Tianzhai what he is daydreaming about and urges him to hurry and take Fan down. Tianzhai responds that he will comply with her command and instructs the earth dragon to use sweep before moving in to attack. The earth dragon swings its massive tail toward Fan. Ying analyzes the situation, noting that since both of them are dragon tamers, Fan should not possess movement skills. With two simultaneous attacks converging, she concludes that there is no possible way for him to escape. The system window displays a notification about Dragon Lance Strike, which channels dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow, and Sweep, which swings the giant tail to inflict damage on a target within a fan-shaped area. Tianzhai crashes into the ground, attempting to strike Fan, but Fan vanishes from sight. A moment later, he is seen casually sitting atop Dragon Fang, sighing in exasperation. He questions when Tianjai will finally use techniques that force him to take the fight seriously. The system window then notifies him about Flash Wing Leap, an ability that enables the user to blink to any position within 50 meters, with a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Ying observes that the Earth Dragon's attributes are several times higher than those of beasts of the same level. She marvels at how Lu Fan is able to suppress the Earth Dragon while simultaneously battling the Dragon Tamer. Zhu begins channeling her powers and commands Tianjai to step back, calling him trash. She remarks that Lu Fan has neither summoned his Black Dragon nor allowed his teammate to take action, yet despite so many spectators, he remains at a disadvantage. She questions how she could possibly recommend him to her brother. She then asks whether he still believes he can reach the Taki Kingdom and whether he continues to dream of becoming the strongest dragon tamer. Scoffing, she tells him to stop dreaming as she casts a dark magical spell on the Earth Dragon, transforming it into a monstrous creature. She declares that, for the sake of restoring the honor she has lost, it seems she must intervene. Fan recalls the memory of Hongtai's transformation and wonders if this is the skill that enables her to turn her followers into monsters. As expected, Jin Zhu has once again employed that strange augmentation ability. Before his eyes, the Earth Dragon undergoes a transformation, taking on a monstrous form. A student questions what is happening to the Earth Dragon, remarking that it now resembles a demon from hell. Another student observes that Chen Tianjai's teammate has applied a buff, clearly enhancing its strength. A different student notes that the person appears to be an exchange student from the Taki Nation and comments that their profession skills are rather unusual. One student wonders whether Lu Fan is going to summon his dragon, expressing eagerness to witness a double dragon battle. The system window displays a notification regarding Heavy Crushing Sword, an epic quality weapon at level 24, exclusive to the Swordmaster class. It describes Mountain Strike, a technique that deals 240% physical damage while distributing 24% of the damage to surrounding enemies. Another notification follows, detailing Bloodbreaker Sword, also a level 24 weapon exclusive to the Swordmaster class. It highlights Armor Break, which ignores 32% of the target's defense when dealing damage and grants an agility enhancement that increases sword-wielding speed by 42%. Fan assures Ying that he can handle the situation and reminds her not to forget their bet. Ying hesitates, beginning to protest, but he interrupts, stating that he has encountered this skill before. He explains that it operates by using pain as a cost to distort the body for enhancement. Zhu orders Chen Tianjai to take Fan down. Tianjai responds with a firm acknowledgement. She then declares that she will seize his Black Dragon and reduce him to a loser once again. Mocking him, she challenges him to summon his Black Dragon if he does not wish to be crushed. As the Earth Dragon advances to attack Fan, Zhu laughs and taunts him, questioning whether he has not claimed that his stats were high enough to overpower the Earth Dragon. She asks why that no longer seems to be the case. Fan invokes Ice Dragon King's Wrath, channeling dragon magic. An enormous ice dragon materializes behind him. The system window displays a notification about Ice Dragon King's Wrath, explaining that it unleashes a frigid burst in the target area, inflicting damage while applying slow and freeze effects. The duration, damage, and affected area of the skill vary depending on the casting time. As the Earth Dragon begins to freeze, a student shivers and exclaims that he suddenly feels unbearably cold, noting how drastically the temperature has dropped. Another student asks if this is Lu Fan's dragon, remarking that it appears far more impressive than Chen Tianjai's Earth Dragon. Tianjai and Zhu remain stunned as they witness the surroundings becoming encased in ice. A student, however, expresses skepticism, stating that something is not right. He points out that this must be an illusion rather than a real dragon, identifying it as a magic skill. He then concludes that Lu Fan is capable of using both physical attacks and magical abilities. Fan claims that her strange sorcery indeed boosts the Earth Dragon's stats beyond his, and she questions who told her that higher stats could defeat him. He rushes toward her to attack, asking if she wishes to challenge his Black Dragon and declaring that she is unworthy. Tianjai swiftly intervenes, blocking Fan's attack, and warns Zhu to be cautious, instructing the armored Earth Dragon to retaliate. The Earth Dragon strikes with a cloud of smoke, but Fan instantly teleports behind him, thinking to herself what a loyal servant he is. Fan then declares that, if that is the case, he will use dragon magic, activating the Blue Dragon King's Roar. The system window alerts that the Blue Dragon King's roar releases a thunderous shockwave, inflicting massive damage and applying a paralysis effect. Subsequent attacks will add 20 layers of lightning attributes, with each attack reducing 1 layer and a 20% chance to paralyze the target. The Blue Dragon King's roar sends a thunderous shockwave toward the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon screams in shock. A student exclaims that this is unbelievable, and Lu Fan activates another new magic. Another student observes that he can now see it clearly. This is not ordinary magic, but rare dragon magic. A third student remarks that Fan first endured the dragon's physical attacks, then bombarded it with magic and has not even summoned his own dragon yet. Another student sighs, commenting that Chen Tianjai's winning streak is about to end. Tianjai wonders how this is possible. They are both dragon tamers, yet the gap between them is so vast. Fear grips him as he watches Fan approach. Fan states that from the beginning of the battle, he has been curious, why has Tianjai not used any skills other than Dragon Lance Strike? Zhu urgently asks Tianjai what he is doing, and tells him to act quickly, commanding the Earth Dragon to continue fighting. Fan charges his sword and explains that Dragon Lance Strike and Dragon Fang Strike are slightly different. But that is only because their weapons differ. At their core, they are the same skill. He then questions why Tianjai has not used Dragon Claw or Dragon's Encouragement. Tianjai stands stunned, his thoughts racing. Dragon Claw and Dragon's Encouragement. Could it be that these were meant to be his initial skills? Zhu scorns him, calling him worthless scum, comparing him to Hong Tai, and reminding him of his vow to avenge her, urging him to act now. Fan observes that the Earth Dragon's contract has not unlocked all of Tianjai's skills. He deduces that he does not use them simply because he does not possess them. Fan then advises him to surrender, declaring that he has no chance of victory as they are fundamentally different types of dragon tamers. Tianjai snaps, exclaiming that he has had enough. He asserts that he bears no deep hatred toward him and refuses to sell his dignity to become someone's slave or enemy. However, anger overtakes Tianjai as he repeats his declaration, furious that he has not only prevented him from ascending to the rank of the strongest dragon tamer, but also dares to lecture him on self-respect. He proclaims that the princess's knight will now fulfill his vow. Turning toward Zhu, he demands that she grant him the enhancement, vowing to risk his life to teach this inferior being the consequences of offending the princess. Zhu laughs, assuring him that she will grant his wish. She casts her magical spell upon him, initiating his transformation, and warns him that this is his final chance. Tianjai responds with a firm yes, acknowledging the command. Fan questions why he swears allegiance to someone like Zhu, reminding him that he already knows her true nature. As Tianjai transforms into a monstrous form, he retorts, demanding to know what Fan understands. Without the princess, he would be a nobody. To attain status and repay her, he declares that he is willing to do anything. Zhu laughs and corrects him, commanding him to kill Lu Fan for her. Tianjai launches an attack using Dragon Lance Strike, shouting for Fan to die. Fan's body becomes enveloped in lightning as he responds, stating that rather than feeling hatred for Tianjai, he feels only pity and sorrow. He retaliates with Wind Spirit's Whisper. While the system window notifies that Wind Spirit's Whisper grants the wearer the Wind Spirit's Blessing, increasing agility by 35%. Without hesitation, Fan follows up with Dragon Fang Strike, delivering a powerful punch. The system window updates, confirming that Blue Dragon King's roar is active. Each subsequent attack adds 20 layers of lightning attributes, with each hit reducing 1 layer and carrying a 20% chance to paralyze the target. The system further notifies that 9 layers of lightning attributes remain. Tianjui suffers severe injuries and, in his fading consciousness, thinks, "Forgive him, princess." Zhu stands in shock. She sees Fan moving toward her and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. She warns him not to be too arrogant, reminding him that her brother is the newly crowned #1 in the Taiki Kingdom. If he dares to lay a hand on her, her brother will make him pay back double upon his arrival. Without hesitation, Fan slaps her across the face and replies that she can consider it something he owes her brother. A student, shocked, questions what is wrong with Lu Fan, wondering why he insists on humiliating his opponent even after securing victory. Another student agrees, asking how he could possibly strike a defenseless girl. As Fan walks away, he remarks that he is unsure whether her brother even has the ability to strike back. Another student interjects, questioning why she was acting so high and mighty toward Tianjai, who had been on a consecutive winning streak. A different student nods in agreement, remarking that the exchange student had indeed been rather arrogant just moments ago. At that moment, Teacher Gu steps forward and commands everyone to quiet down. Vice Principal Zhao then officially announces that the match is over and declares that Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team are the winners. Turning to Gu, he instructs him to send Fan to his office immediately. Without waiting for a response, he orders the preparations for the next team match to continue before walking away. Gu acknowledges the command with a respectful yes. After a while, Zhao stands in his office and remarks that, at first, he believed his anger stemmed from the Jin family's advanced national trial. But through Mr. Qin, he also learns about his situation with Jin Ju. However, settling personal grudges in the arena inevitably invites criticism from others. Fan responds that he understands Tianjai's disappointment because he has experienced it himself. That is why he knows Zhu is using this to manipulate him. Zhao moves an iPad toward him and shifts the conversation, saying that they should not dwell on that matter. Instead, he directs Fan's attention to something else, the real reason he has been called here. He explains that both the principal and he have watched his performance earlier, and as a result, he is now allowed to withdraw from the freshman assessment. Fan is surprised and questions the meaning of withdrawal, wondering if it is because his performance was unsatisfactory. Zhao clarifies that it is quite the opposite. When Fan unleashed those two dragon language spells, both the principal and he became certain of his qualification for the national trial. He then presents him with a selection, explaining that this is a high-level secret realm, specially secured for him by the Secret Realm Hunter Guild through Dragon Capital Academy, and instructs him to choose one. Fan examines the details of Coral Abyss and Nightfire Wasteland realms displayed on the iPad, contemplating the role of Secret Realm Hunters. Similar to Material Hunters, these guilds manage valuable resources, but Secret Realm Hunters specialize in exploring hidden realm entrances to earn substantial rewards. Zhao explains that all these realms are auctioned at high prices and instructs Fan to choose one. The school will handle the bidding process through their affiliated guild. Fan hesitates, noting that the starting prices are exceptionally high. Zhao reassures him that Dragon Capital Academy never compromises when it comes to the national trial. The resources promised to him will be fully secured. After careful consideration, Fan points to one of the options on the screen. Zhao asks if he has found a realm he prefers. Fan confirms his decision and shows the details of his selected realm on the screen. Flying Dragon Cemetery, a level 55+ secret realm, with a nightmare difficulty rating, a 2+ participant limit, and a starting bid of 1,375,600,000 dragon coins. The scene shifts to the following day at the freshman assessment semifinals in the Dragon Capital Academy arena. Teacher Gu announces that the first semifinal match of the day will be Team Number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying, versus Team Number 3, Zhang Fengyan and Zhu Jing. However, before she can continue, Zhao raises his hand to signal her to stop and declares that he will make the announcement himself. He states that Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team has withdrawn from the match and will be reassigned. The students react in shock upon hearing this. One student questions what is happening, while another expresses disbelief, stating that Lu Fan has withdrawn, even though they came specifically to watch him. Another student speculates whether this decision is related to the previous day's incident, while someone else remarks that, regardless of the reason, it seems excessive. Tao turns to Qiyu, frustrated, and complains that these rumors are becoming irritating. Qiyu advises him to ignore them, stating that Lu Fan and Jian Ying have likely already entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the giant wood forest, just outside the Flying Dragon Cemetery, Fan apologizes to Ying, acknowledging that by teaming up with him, she has lost the chance to continue in the competition. Ying reassures Fan that there is no need to apologize, as the Academy has allowed them to keep their Azure spot and 10,000 points. She adds that being able to explore such a rare secret realm is already a great opportunity, and she should be thanking him instead. As for the secret realm rewards, they all belong to him. She is satisfied with just the experience points. Fan acknowledges her reasoning, noting that he understands she simply dislikes owing favors. At that moment, Black Rat sits perched on a tree and calls out to them. "Hey, over here." Fan looks up and asks who he is. Black Rat jumps down and reassures them not to worry, introducing himself as a member of the Secret Realm Hunter Guild and telling them they can call him Black Rat. Fan points at him, asking if he is the one sent by Dragon Capital Academy and whether he is here regarding the Flying Dragon Cemetery entrance. Black Rat confirms that since Fan has won the bid, he should follow him. His task is simply to escort them to the teleportation gate. He then comments on Dragon Capital Academy's deep pockets, expressing surprise that they would invest so much in such an expensive secret realm. Curiously, he asks what levels they are. Fan responds that he is level 25, while Ying is level 24. Black Rat is shocked, exclaiming that only level 25. He questions whether Fan is crazy, noting that the Nightmare Secret Realm is meant for players of level 55 and above. Black Rat states that he will contact the Academy for confirmation, convinced that there must be a mistake. He argues that sending two individuals who have not even undergone their second transformation is practically a death sentence. Fan dismisses the concern, stating that there is no need to waste time on this. At that moment, a winged dragon eagle suddenly attacks, slicing through the tree behind Black Rat with a single slash. Reacting instantly, Fan grabs Ying's hand and starts running, while simultaneously activating Blue Dragon King's roar to counter the attack. The system window displays a notification. Blue Dragon King's roar releases a thunderous shockwave forward, inflicting massive damage and paralyzing the target. Subsequent attacks will apply 20 layers of lightning attributes, with each attack reducing 1 layer. There is a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemy. Black Rat watches in shock and demands to know what kind of skill that is, questioning whether Fan is truly only level 25. He then notices the lifeless body of the winged dragon eagle, and exclaims that it is a level 50 green winged dragon eagle. Unfazed, Fan simply responds that levels are not an issue for them and urges Black Rat to take them to the entrance as soon as possible. Black Rat agrees and states that he will continue leading the way, pointing forward. After some time, he announces that they have arrived and indicates the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Fan notices the teleportation gate and remarks that the teleportation gate on the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree is located here. Preparing to leave, Black Rat declares that his task is complete and suggests they meet again if fate allows. Fan calls out for him to wait and proposes that, since they have already met, they should consider becoming friends. Extending his hand, he explains that Secret Realm hunters have traveled to many places, and he might require location information from him in the future. Black Rat inquires about what kind of locations he means. Fan affirms that, of course, he will compensate him for the information. He then pauses and asks if he is implying that he wants to sell location details to him. He clarifies that he is only referring to geographic locations, not classified Secret Realm information. Fan asserts that the Secret Realm Hunter Guild would never permit private transactions involving Secret Realm details, but the exchange of mere location data should not violate any regulations. He offers 100,000 dragon coins per piece of location information, describing it as a friendly price. If the offer is unacceptable, he gestures once again. However, Fan promptly grasps his hand and confirms the deal, sealing the agreement. As he reflects, he wonders if all members of Longdu Academy possess such wealth. Ying moves forward and remarks that he talks too much, urging them to keep moving. The system window displays a notification: Opportunity Secret Realm, Flying Dragon Cemetery, Secret Realm level, 55 and above, difficulty, Nightmare, participant limit, 2 or more. Fan also passes through the teleportation gate and observes that this is the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree, which Black Rat had mentioned. He contemplates that the location of the Divine Treasure Map must be at the top of this sacred tree. Ying instructs him to listen and inquire about an earthquake while feeling the ground tremble. At that moment, Fan notices flying dragons approaching and exclaims that it is a horde of flying dragons. The system window provides another notification: Rotting Corpse Dragon, experience, 37,120 points, materials, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Coins, 2,772, abilities, Pack Bite, bites the target, inflicting physical damage. When the target is bitten, nearby companions are summoned to bite the target collectively. Corrupt Breath, unleashes a breath that covers a fan-shaped area. Targets within the range have their attack power reduced by 50% due to the effect of corruption. Fan instructs Ying to prepare for battle as he sees the flying dragons about to attack them. Ying activates the Mountain Shaker skill, swings her sword, and strikes a flying dragon. The system window displays a notification. Mountain Shaker inflicts 240% physical damage and spreads 24% of the damage to nearby enemy targets. Fan notices a dragon preparing to strike him and calls for Xiao Yi to appear. Xiao manifests on his shoulder and unleashes flames at the flying dragon. The system window notifies. Molten flame continuously sprays fire forward, inflicting damage while simultaneously healing the user. On the other side, Ying leaps into the air just as a flying dragon attempts to catch her. She activates the armor break skill and strikes the dragon with her sword. The system window displays another notification. Armor break ignores 32% of the target's defense when dealing damage. As she lands, she notices another dragon approaching and calls for the heavy broadsword. But the weapon does not appear. Realizing the situation, she thinks to herself that there is not enough time. Fan swiftly moves toward Ying to assist her and activates the Dragon Fang Strike skill, slicing the dragon in half. The system window displays a notification. Dragon Fang Strike, Blood Pact Enhancement, mobilizes dragon energy to deliver a powerful strike with the current weapon. Extending his hand, Fan instructs Ying to grab it. She quickly grasps his hand as he drives his sword into a rock for support, suspending himself from the mountainside while holding onto her. He warns her to be cautious, reminding her that their destination is not below. She remarks that she has been saved by him once again and inquires about another rotting corpse dragon upon hearing an unfamiliar sound. Before he can respond, Fan looks downward and is stunned to see a dragon lurking behind them. He urgently warns her to be on guard and calls for Xiao Yi to assist. Xiao Yi notices a skeleton dragon in front of her as it attempts to bite and swallow her. Meanwhile, Fan leaps into the air, holding Ying in his arms, as she exclaims, "Berserk Bone Dragon." The system window displays a notification. Berserk Bone Dragon, Level 55, Boss Difficulty. Nightmare, bone armor that generates bones that attach as armor, increasing defense. Bone Blade Assault that releases bone blades in the target area, inflicting area damage. Bone Storm that summons a whirlwind of bones that sweeps through the target area, dealing increased damage the lower the target's HP. Fan reassures Ying that Xiao Yi will be fine and instructs her to keep moving forward before breaking into a run. However, she hesitates and warns that the Berserk Bone Dragon is an extremely dangerous dragon subspecies. Unfazed, Fan commands Xiao Yi to switch to destruction form. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately transforms and emerges from the Berserk Bone Dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames. Observing this, Ying realizes that Xiao Yi possesses another form, which explains why Lu Fan is so confident in her survival. Meanwhile, Fan instructs Xiao Fei to cast the Emerald Blessing, and Fei promptly activates the Emerald Blessing skill on him. The system window displays a notification. Emerald Blessing, which grants 3 layers of Emerald Dragon Aura to the target, increasing the damage of their next 3 attacks. Fan instructs Xiao Yi to coordinate with him and advances toward the Bone Dragon, gripping his sword. The system window then notifies. World-Destroying Roar unleashes a devastating roar, inflicting massive damage to all targets in the area and applying a vulnerability effect. Another notification follows. Dragon Fang Strike, Blood Pact Boost, Emerald Boost, channels dragon energy to deliver a powerful strike with the current weapon. Fan drives his sword into the bone dragon, shattering its skeletal structure into pieces. However, he soon notices the bone dragon forming a sphere within its abdomen, preparing to unleash Bone Storm. The system window immediately provides another alert. Bone Storm summons a whirlwind of bones that sweeps through the target area, dealing increased damage the lower the target's HP. Fan is startled, questions whether it is still alive, and watches intently. Suddenly, Ying's sword pierces through the bone dragon once again, causing it to collapse further. Looking upward, Fan is surprised and asks why she has descended as well. His gaze shifts to the weapon beneath her feet, and he inquires about the object she is using to fly. Ying states that she has come to fulfill their bet. Since Fan defeated Chen Tianjai alone, as promised, she will reveal the characteristics of a swordmaster. Fan acknowledges this and expresses his approval, declaring that they will now prepare to fight together. Without hesitation, he advances toward the bone dragon to launch an attack. Ying explains that swordmasters unlock a new weapon every 5 levels and reveal her trump card, Scythe of Calamity. She then sends her sword forward to strike the bone dragon. The system window displays a notification: Scythe of Calamity, weapon level, epic, class exclusive, Swordmaster's Sinful Burst, switches attack attribute between fire and dark. Each kill permanently increases Scythe of Calamity's attack power by 0.1%. Current bonus, 8.9%. Ying activates Sinful Burst, triggering a powerful explosion against the bone dragon. The system window provides another alert: Sinful Burst, switches attack attribute to fire. Each kill permanently increases Scythe of Calamity's attack power by 0.1%. Current bonus, 8.9%. Fan looks up and reflects on the nature of Swordmasters, realizing that instead of unlocking skills, they gain access to different weapons, each possessing unique abilities. He tells Xiao Fei that it is their turn now, while Fei moves toward Xiao to use the Emerald Blessing skill on her. The system window notifies them that Emerald Blessing grants 3 layers of Emerald Dragon aura to the target, increasing the damage of the next 3 attacks. Fan instructs Xiao to use the Earth Shatter skill. Xiao lets out a roar and launches an attack using Earth Shatter. The system window notifies them that Earth Shatter strikes the ground, dealing massive damage to all targets within range, with a chance to trap enemies in spreading abyssal rifts. Xiao shatters the bone dragon against the ground with an explosion. The system window notifies them that Emerald Dragon has leveled up to 15, acquiring a new skill that enables transformation, and that Lu Fan has leveled up to 26. Ying reflects that, even though she used her trump card weapon, the Scythe of Calamity, all the significant damage came from Xiao Yi. The power of dragons is truly immeasurable. She quietly apologizes to Lu Fan, acknowledging that she failed to keep moving forward. Knowing him, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei could quickly defeat the boss. It did not matter whether she joined or not. Fan reassures her that it is okay and thanks her for saving him from the bone storm. He acknowledges that they have gained a lot today. Not only have they learned about the characteristics of a swordmaster, but Xiao Fei has also leveled up to 15. She asks whether there is a phase advancement at level 15, and if it enhances abilities like her weapon. The system window notifies that the contract-bound Emerald Dragon, classified as legendary, has reached level 15. It lists the skills available: Life Spring, Emerald Light, Emerald Blessing, Natural Assimilation, Emerald Dragon Lineage, and Form Transformation. It explains that through form transformation, the Emerald Dragon enters adolescence and can switch between 4 distinct forms. Additionally, it unlocks Blood Pact, a skill where the blood bond provides a 10% attribute boost to the Dragon Tamer. The system further notifies the available forms: Young Dragon Form, which reduces all attributes and energy consumption by 50%. Dragon Maiden Form, an altered form enabled by the Blood Pact. Eternal Guardian Form, in which the dragon transforms into the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining new skills: Life Pulse and Eternal Guard. Spirit Light Form, which abandons the physical body, transforming into Spirit Light that attaches to an ally, granting new skills: Spirit Shield and Spirit Impact. Fan agrees, stating that after reaching level 15, Xiao Fei can also switch forms like Xiao Yi. He expresses amazement, noting that Xiao Fei's growth has been slow, and he had thought it would be difficult to see her dragon form. Now, she can switch between 4 forms, like Xiao Yi, as he pats her head. He then says it is time to test Xiao Fei's new form. Ying suggests that they need to return to the Dragon Divine Tree and continue exploring. Suddenly, several fireballs come toward them and explode upon hitting the floor. They begin running to escape. Ying identifies the attack as a spell. Fan instructs everyone to stay hidden. They quickly hide behind a tree, and Fan remarks that it seems the noise from fighting the Berserk Bone Dragon has attracted other monsters. He observes many flying dragons coming toward them. Fan notices the system window displaying a notification about Soul Light Form, which allows the user to abandon the physical body and transform into a soul light that attaches to an ally, granting new skills: Soul Protection and Soul Impact. Fan instructs Xiao Fei to switch to Soul Light form and attach to Xiao Yi for support. They immediately begin running forward. Fan tells Xiao to provide cover for them and urges Ying to start climbing the Dragon Divine Tree. Xiao and Fei use their skills to protect the group. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon Form has switched to Soul Light Form, unlocking new abilities: Soul Protection, Soul Impact, and Emerald Dragon Lineage, which doubles all skill effects for dragons and those connected by blood. Additionally, the system describes soul protection, which increases all attributes of the attached ally by 100% to 200%. Each time the ally takes damage, the damage is absorbed, generating 1 to 2 layers of Kai shield. Once 10 layers accumulate, a Kai shock is released, dealing damage equal to twice the total absorbed damage. Faye activates soul protection on Zio. Ying runs beside Fan and remarks that Faye's effect on Zio is incredibly powerful. Fan agrees, stating that Zio Faye's traits are even more effective for dragons. He considers that with Destruction form, combined with Faye's soul protection and lineage traits, Zio Yi's strength has now reached 26,000. He realizes that he must quickly climb the tree and grant Zio Dragon's inspiration to push her strength beyond 30,000. Zio notices a fireball approaching her. Fan instructs her not to counterattack and to keep moving forward, allowing Faye to absorb the damage. Faye absorbs the impact of the fireball. Fan then commands Zio Faye to release Kai Shock. In response, Faye unleashes Kai Shock, striking the attacking dragons. The system window notifies that Kai Shock releases damage equal to twice the total absorbed damage, causing a widespread counterattack. Ying turns back, witnessing Faye's attack, and asks if it is Zio Faye's skill. Fan confirms, explaining that soul protection not only shields Zio Yi from harm, but also accumulates absorbed damage to launch a counterattack, with its effects doubled for dragons. She reflects on her previous assumption that leveling up a dragon pet was similar to enhancing her weapon. However, this is an entirely different system. Even with her trump card, the Scythe of Calamity, she still cannot compare to Lu Fan. At that moment, they come to a halt, and Fan announces that the boss is just ahead. They are almost there. He identifies the creature before them as the Steel Dragon upon seeing the massive figure in front of them. The system window notifies the following information: Steel Dragon, level 60, boss difficulty, Nightmare level, Rapid Storm. The Steel Dragon flaps its wings to generate a rapidly moving storm, dealing damage and slowing all targets caught within it. Steel Thrust. The Steel Dragon launches a powerful thrust at a target. Any target with endurance below 10,000 points will be shattered. Steel Reinforcement. Reduces all incoming damage by 50%, significantly increasing defense. The Steel Dragon lets out a deafening roar and charges forward, activating Steel Thrust as it moves towards Zio to attack. Ying quickly assesses the situation and remarks that it is a dragon subspecies similar to the Berserk Bone Dragon. She urges that they must assist Zio. Fan reassures her not to worry and instructs Zio Faye to prepare to release Soul Impact. In response, Faye emanates a radiant light from her emerald scales, activating the Emerald Dragon Lineage skill. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon Lineage doubles all skill effects for dragons and those connected by blood. It also details Soul Impact, which, in Soul Light state, continuously channels dragon energy while charging. The skill accumulates 1 to 2 layers of dragon energy per second and, upon attack, releases all stored dragon energy, with a maximum charge of 30 to 60 layers. Zio begins charging her body with Soul Impact. Fan tells Zio Yi that it is up to her now and activates Dragon's Inspiration. The system window notifies that Dragon's Inspiration enhances both the user and dragon pets, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. It also confirms that Soul Impact is currently charging. The system then provides updated status information. Contracted Black Dragon, level 19, Strength, 26,244 increased 34,117, Spirit, 7,781 increased, Agility, 10,701 increase 13,911, Endurance, 12,288 increase 15,974. Additionally, the system notes that Soul Impact is prepared to release all stored dragon energy to attack the target. The current charge has reached 8 layers, successfully interrupting Steel Thrust. Zio strikes the Steel Dragon with her claw, forcing it backward. The Steel Dragon regains balance and then turns its attention toward Ying and Fan. Ying says it is not good, it is coming at them. She readies her swords to attack. She thinks that even though she is so small compared to the Dragon Tamer, as a teammate, she must contribute. She transforms her sword and declares, switching to the dark attribute, Sinful Burst, while attacking the Steel Dragon near its neck. The system window notifies her that Sinful Burst switches the attack attribute to dark, and with each kill, it permanently increases the Scythe of Calamity's attack power by 0.1%. The current bonus is 9.5%. It also states that steel reinforcement reduces all incoming damage by 50%, greatly enhancing defense. She curses in frustration, realizing that her attacks cannot harm it. She calls out to Fan. Fan reassures her, saying that he understands her desire to contribute to the team. Ying warns him to be careful just as the steel dragon prepares to bite. Fan swiftly turns and commands Xiao Fei to attach to him. Moving with precision, he launches an attack using the Dragon Fang Strike skill, striking the steel dragon with full force. The system window notifies him that Dragon Fang Strike, Blood-Packed Boost, channels dragon energy to unleash a powerful strike with the current weapon. It also informs him that the Black Dragon has leveled up to 20, acquiring a new skill, Intimidation. Fei quickly embraces Fan as he declares that it is over. Xiao Yi has finally reached level 20. Ying says that Xiao Fei is already so strong at level 15, and at level 20, Xiao Yi could probably crush the steel dragon with a single hit. She cannot even imagine it. Fan tells Xiao Yi that the steel dragon is nothing and urges them to keep moving forward. As she starts walking, she suddenly bursts into laughter. He asks what is wrong. She responds that she just remembered something Tao once said, that with such a strong dragon, even if there were a dog nearby, it could rampage through everything. He laughs and asks if she is joking now, remarking that it is unlike her. She replies that perhaps spending so much time with all of them has changed her. He agrees, saying that she is definitely more talkative than before, which is great, as he thought she had a lovely voice the first time he met her. She is shocked to hear the compliment and hesitantly repeats a lovely voice. He affirms it and adds that she is cute as well, then asks if no one has ever told her this before. She admits that she rarely talks to people and does not have many friends. He tells her not to dwell on unhappy things and encourages her to keep going deeper into the area. She agrees. Meanwhile, Fei and Xiao continuously fight with each other until Fan calls out for them to stop. Unbeknownst to them, another dragon egg rests in a nest on a tree, entangled within a spider's web. After a while, Ying states that after defeating the steel dragon, she has reached level 25. Fan asks if that means new weapons have been unlocked. She displays a sword and confirms that it is correct. Myriad Blossoms, a weapon with agility attributes. Its effects are quite good. However, it is only at level 1 for now, so its power remains significantly low. The system window notifies that Myriad Blossoms is a superior quality weapon, currently at level 1, exclusive to the Swordmaster class. It possesses the Thousand Blade Feathers ability, which allows it to split into 1,000 blossom-shaped blades, each dealing 10% of the original attack power. After causing area damage, the blades return to their original form. Fan remarks that while it may appear weak now, once it grows to level 25, it will undoubtedly be different. Ying considers that even if all her swords were leveled up to 25, their combined killing power would still struggle to match the damage of a single strike from Xiao Yi. The pressure of teaming up with Lu Fan weighs on her precisely because she fears being compared to him. She responds that if someone else had said that, she would have definitely believed it. He asks if she does not believe him, then states that after leveling up Myriad Blossoms, she will have few opponents in the Dragon Academy with that sword alone. She acknowledges his words and urges them to hurry, noting that Xiao Yi has already left them far behind. After a while, Fan notices the lifeless bodies scattered on the ground and asks what has happened. Recognizing the area, he questions whether this is the former adventurer camp. Ying observes that the bodies have been here for a long time. He kneels beside one of the corpses, analyzing the situation. He thinks all of them belong to combat classes and have encountered difficulties at different times. If that were the case, then monsters could still be lying in ambush nearby. Turning to Ying, he warns her that this place is most likely occupied by monsters and advises her to be cautious of her surroundings. Ying asks if he is suggesting that this is a trap. Suddenly, a bronze dragon appears behind her and launches an attack. But she swiftly moves back, evading the strike. The system window notifies that the bronze dragon is at level 60, classified as boss difficulty, Nightmare. It possesses bronze armor, which significantly enhances the defense of allied targets, and defense barrier, which reduces incoming attack power by 10% while increasing its overall defense. Before they can react further, a three-headed elemental dragon suddenly emerges, ready to attack them. The system window notifies that the three-headed elemental dragon is at level 65, classified as boss difficulty, Nightmare. It possesses triple magic, allowing its three heads to simultaneously unleash fire, ice, and lightning elemental attacks, causing widespread area damage. If any head survives, the others will revive, with the revival time increasing after each occurrence. Fan considers the situation, facing two bosses at once. Ying realizes that they are working together, both having been lying in ambush within the camp. The three-headed dragon charges forward, activating its triple magic skill to attack them. Zio lets out a roar and rushes toward them to counterattack. The system window notifies that the skill activation has been interrupted, and triple magic, lightning, has been halted. Additionally, it states that bronze armor is in effect, with the bronze dragon significantly increasing the defense of the three-headed dragon. Ying observes that the bronze dragon is reinforcing the three-headed dragon with bronze armor, making its defense too high for Zio Yi to inflict damage. She states that they must deal with the bronze dragon first and prepare to attack. Fan tells her not to worry, he has a plan. He instructs her to summon myriad blossoms and wait for it to level up while he begins transforming his sword. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon Transformation, Soul Light, has been activated. Faye transforms into a Soul Light and follows Fan as he commands Faye to switch to Soul Light mode and prepare to unleash Soul Impact on him. Meanwhile, Zio Yi is preparing to switch to Destruction form, and it is up to her now. Fan launches an explosive attack on the bronze dragon. The system window notifies that the defense barrier is in effect, reducing incoming attack power by 20% while increasing overall defense. Additionally, the Emerald Dragon Bloodline is activated, doubling the effects of all skills for dragons and those connected by the bloodline. It further notifies that Soul Impact is active. While in the Soul Light state, Dragon Kai is continuously channeled, accumulating 2 layers of Dragon Kai every few seconds. Upon attacking, all stored Dragon Kai is released, with a maximum charge capacity ranging from 30 to 60 layers. The three-headed dragon retaliates by releasing fire and ice projectiles toward Zio, attempting to strike her, but she swiftly evades the attack. The system window notifies that triple magic has been activated, and the three heads release fire and ice, dealing with damage of between 200 and 300% of the area. However, the lightning element has been interrupted. The system window notifies that the Soul Impact skill is charging. Fan tells Zio to use the new skill, Intimidation. Zio transforms into dragon form and activates Intimidation, releasing an aura. The system window notifies that Intimidation causes the black dragon to continuously release an aura of fear, paralysis, and stun effects on all enemy targets within a wide area. It further notifies that the effects have been applied: stun, fear, and paralysis on the three-headed dragon. Ying comments that Zio's Intimidation is a control skill with such a strong effect, which leaves her stunned. Fan reassures her to hang in there, as it will soon be over. Faye spreads light from her emerald using the Soul Impact skill, while Fan moves in to attack the bronze dragon with the Dragon Fang Strike skill. The system window notifies that Soul Impact is releasing all Dragon Kai to attack the target, with 50 layers of Dragon Kai currently charged. It also notifies that Dragon Fang Strike, Blood Contract bonus, mobilizes Dragon Kai for a powerful strike with the current weapon. The skill is interrupted by bronze armor. Fan remarks that the bronze armor is gone, and now is the time. He tells Zio to attack. Zio lets out a roar, strikes the three-headed dragon, and kills it, shattering its body into pieces. Fan grabs Ying's arm and warns her to be careful, noting that Zio Yi is getting too carried away again. The system window notifies that the black dragon has leveled up to level 22, Lu Fan has reached level 28, and the emerald dragon has advanced to level 17. Fan acknowledges their teamwork, praising their coordination. However, he reminds them to stay focused and avoid reckless actions like Zio Yi's. The system window further notifies that Myriad Blossoms has leveled up to level 6, and Ying has reached level 27. Ying silently reflects on her performance, feeling that she was unable to contribute at all. With Lu Fan, the genius of Yunbei, by her side, she finds herself utterly useless. Fan places a reassuring hand on her shoulder and explains that all 3 heads of the three-headed dragon must be eliminated to prevent revival. He suggests letting Zio handle it for a while longer before they take a break in the camp. She nods in agreement. Later, as night falls, Ying steps out of the camp, holding a plate filled with food. She calls out to Fan, informing him that the meal was prepared by Sister Han and suggesting they eat first. However, she is surprised to find no one there. A sinking feeling grows within her as she realizes that Lu Fan, too, may have come to see her as nothing more than a burden. Meanwhile, Fan walks through the forest, observing the system window. He quietly thinks to himself, apologizing to Ying because the divine treasure map is the true reason he has come to the Dragon Tomb. The system window notifies that the treasure map location is approaching. Suddenly, the Dragon King's soul appears before Fan, startling him. The system window notifies him of the Dragon King's soul, level 70, boss difficulty, Nightmare. It possesses an elemental dragon breath, which allows it to breathe dragon breath at its target, inflicting fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. It also wields Soul Assault, a technique in which the Dragon King, freed from physical constraints, dashes forward, dealing piercing damage. Additionally, it has Dragon Language Unlock, which grants access to Dragon Language magic. As a result, Elemental Dragon Breath is replaced by Dragon Language Magic, which enables the Dragon Elemental Forbidden Curse, and Soul Assault is replaced by Dragon Language Magic, which activates Apocalypse Fall. Furthermore, its Dragon Bloodline, as a dragon-like species closest to true dragons, grants it a reduction of all incoming damage by 50%. Fan realizes that what initially seemed like a nightmare dungeon boss at level 55 is, in reality, a level 70 entity. He acknowledges that they cannot afford to underestimate such a massive level of difference. At that moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Yi arrive as well. Fan emphasizes that they must take this battle seriously. On the other side, Ying also looks up and witnesses the Dragon King's soul. She reflects on how Lu Fan has rescued her time and time again, realizing that he must have gone on his own because he had grown weary of her constant troubles. Determined, she declares that she can no longer be a hindrance. She acknowledges that Yunbei's genius should have confronted the disparity between herself and dragon tamers long ago. As she recalls a memory, Fan states that, for now, it appears that upon reaching level 25, it will undoubtedly have a different effect. He appreciates her willingness to assist her teammates and reassures her, expressing no concerns. He also thanks her for saving him from the Bone Storm, acknowledging that he has gained significantly today. She ponders whether she still retains the determination to support her teammates. Even if she is not as powerful as Lu Fan, she wonders if she can still aid him at this moment. Meanwhile, Fan slides across the ground while gripping his sword. He exclaims that level 70 is truly formidable, far more dangerous than Daxiao's destroying Emperor. Without hesitation, he instructs Xiao Yi to prepare Lava Inferno. The system window notifies that Dragon's encouragement enhances both the Dragon King itself and its dragon pets, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30% while also enabling skill charging. Xiao begins forming a Lava Inferno ball and hurls flames toward the enemy. The Dragon King's soul lets out a deafening roar, engulfed by the surrounding fire. The system window then displays information about Lava Inferno, which continuously spews flames forward, dealing damage while simultaneously restoring health. It also reaffirms Soul Assault, a technique where the Dragon King, unbound by physical constraints, dashes forward, inflicting piercing damage. Suddenly, the Dragon King's soul appears behind Fan, preparing to strike. Reacting swiftly, Fan leaps backward and instructs Xiao Fei to switch to Eternal Being form. Without hesitation, Fei transforms into her Eternal Being state. At that moment, numerous swords move in unison, converging toward the Dragon King's soul in a coordinated assault. Fan, momentarily stunned, questions whether it is Wanhua. Ying steps forward, skillfully controlling the floating swords, and assures Fan that she will provide support from the rear. The system window then reveals information about Thousand Sword Feathers, a technique that splits a single sword into 1,000 feather-like blades, each carrying 10% of the original attack power. These blades deal area-wide damage before seamlessly returning to their original form. Ying reassures Fan, urging him not to worry, as she will prioritize her own survival while assisting him. Fan acknowledges the situation, responding with understanding. The system window notifies that a new skill has been unlocked, Life Pulse, Eternal Guardian. Without hesitation, Fan instructs Fei to cast Life Pulse. In response, Fei channels a radiant light from her emerald, illuminating the battlefield. The system window then provides further details, Emerald Dragon Bloodline ensures that all skill effects are doubled for dragons and those who share the same bloodline. Life Pulse applies Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing to all friendly targets within range, increasing effect layers by 2 to 4 times. Additionally, the system window reveals the properties of Emerald Blessing, which grants 3 to 12 layers of Emerald Dragon Kai to the target, significantly amplifying the damage of their next 3 to 12 attacks. Meanwhile, Emerald Light bestows 3 to 12 layers of Emerald Blessing, cleansing all debuffs while enhancing all attributes by 30 to 60%. Furthermore, each layer of Emerald Blessing provides protection, blocking 1 to 2 instances of incoming damage. Fan processes the information, realizing that 2 types of Emerald buffs have been acquired simultaneously, Life Pulse doubling the layers and the Emerald Dragon Bloodline further amplifying the effects. He commands Zio to prepare for the final assault, declaring that it is time to tear their enemy apart. Zio roars as she punches the Dragon King's soul. Fan channels his energy into a ball, declaring dragon language magic before hurling it toward the dragon. Summoning his strength, Fan calls forth the roar of the Blue Dragon King, and a dragon materializes behind him, roaring fiercely at the Dragon King's soul, which is engulfed in flames. Ying, stunned by the sight, inquires about what is happening. Fan explains that it is the dragon language unlock in action, and that the boss is about to unleash dragon language magic. The system window then notifies that Dragon Language Unlock grants access to Dragon Language Magic, replacing Elemental Dragon Breath with Dragon Language Magic, which in turn summons the Dragon Elemental Forbidden Curse. Additionally, Soul Assault is replaced by Dragon Language Magic, culminating in Apocalypse Fall. Fan calls out to Faye, and a massive explosion ensues. The system window informs them that Apocalypse Fall, once Dragon Language Magic is unlocked, sacrifices a portion of the caster's life force while ascending to a great height before descending with immense damage. The damage inflicted is determined by the sacrificed life value, amplified by 20%. Currently, 100% of the life value has been sacrificed. As the dust settles, it becomes clear that everyone remains unharmed, thanks to Faye's Eternal Guardian skill. The system window notifies that Eternal Guardian generates a protective barrier, shielding all targets within its range. The amount of damage absorbed by the barrier is determined by the Eternal Being's life value and self-recovery ability. Additionally, the system window displays information about the Emerald Dragon Bloodline, stating that all skill effects are doubled for dragons and those who share the same bloodline. Furthermore, it grants complete immunity to all debuffs and increases self-recovery ability by 5,000%. Fan turns to Ying and asks if she is unharmed. She nods, acknowledging that it was Zio Fei who saved them, admitting that she had believed she was beyond rescue. The system window then announces that Ying's level has increased to level 28 and Wanhua's level has advanced to level 10. Fan gently pats Fei and confirms that Zio Fei's Eternal Guardian successfully shielded everyone, crediting her remarkable self-recovery ability for their survival. The system window continues to display level advancements. Black Dragon has reached level 23. Fan has ascended to level 29, and Emerald Dragon has advanced to level 18. Upon hearing Fei being praised, Zio becomes visibly irritated. Fan affirms that, of course, Zio's exceptional damage output also played a crucial role in allowing them to clear the level. Ying reflects on her past assumptions, admitting that she had always believed battles between level 20 to 30 reclassifiers were nothing more than mere training exercises. However, after this encounter, she has truly experienced the sensation of facing death. Fan agrees, acknowledging that it was also her first time confronting a level 70 nightmare boss. In the end, they had to work together to survive, making the experience truly eye-opening. He then reassures her, explaining that he never intended to abandon her. Instead, he had ventured out in search of something, and had not anticipated encountering the boss. Ying tells him that it is okay. She knows he is not the kind of person who would abandon his teammates. She recalls something he once said to her, triggering a memory while Fan insists that she is strong. But regardless of how powerful any of them may be, they should never allow a teammate to fight alone. With a determined expression, Ying repeats those very words back to him. Now, she is the one reminding him of that principle. She acknowledges his strength, but firmly declares that she will not let him fight alone. After a while, Fan is stunned to see the items in the treasure box and thinks about a legendary item with flying and draconic magic unlocked. Does this mean he can use Doomsday Fall as well? The system window notifies him that the soul wings of the Dragon King are of legendary quality, with a level requirement of 60. It allows the wearer to fly and increases flight speed. If the wearer possesses draconic magic, they can unlock draconic abilities and replace them with high-level draconic spells after casting. Fan examines more items and reflects that flying is not the same as gliding. No one can do it except for a few specific classes. Unfortunately, he is not yet at the required level to use this. Additionally, a dragon pet can transform into a mount. Once Xiao Yi reaches level 30, he will be able to become a dragon rider. The system window further notifies him about Dragon Rider's Peak, a piece of pet equipment with a level requirement of 30 and a race requirement of dragon or half-dragon. This equipment enables the pet to serve as a mount, and while riding, both the rider's and the pet's attributes increase, with normal attacks inflicting draconic aura that deals ranged damage. The system window notifies that the late Dragon Bone Flute is a consumable item whose effect summons the soul of the twin Dragon King. The Dragon King's level matches that of the user, and the flute can be used 7 times. Fan holds the late Dragon Bone Flute, stands in front of the teleport gate, and thinks about what a great item it is. However, it is a shame that it has a limited number of uses. The system window then notifies him that he has obtained 1 soul wings of the Dragon King, 1 Dragon Rider's saddle, and 1 late Dragon Bone Flute. Just then, Ying asks Fan if he has collected all the rewards and tells him to look at Xiao Fei, wondering what is happening to her. As Fei spreads her wings, she uses her Life Spring skill to heal the tree. The system window notifies that Life Spring applies life energy to all allied targets, continuously restoring their health. Fan is stunned and asks what Fei is doing. Ying wonders if Fei is trying to heal the giant tree. Fan remarks that Life Spring can only heal allied targets and questions whether the flying dragon sacred tree is actually an ally. As they watch, the tree's tentacles begin to regrow. Fan is shocked when a seed emerges from the tree's leaves. Ying then asks if this is a hidden quest. Fan says that it seems Fei can communicate with the sacred tree. This must be a follow-up quest item for saving the flying dragon sacred tree. The system window notifies that the seed of the flying dragon sacred tree has been granted. The flying dragon sacred tree has been losing its divine power ever since it was occupied by the minions of the abyssal dragon, the Devourer. Now that a hero has emerged to save the withering sacred tree, if they can slay the abyssal dragon, the Devourer, and soak this seed in its blood as proof, they will surely earn the favor of the tree's original master, the life dragon, root of all things. Fan takes the seed and reflects on the quest item's description. It requires slaying a Dragon King level entity known as the Abyssal Dragon, the Devourer, which far exceeds nightmare difficulty and is likely to have a 3-digit level. Since there is no time limit for this quest, he can wait until he reaches level 60 for his 3rd class change or level 90 for his 4th class change before attempting to complete it. He turns to Fei and says that this is great. If it had not been for her, they would never have discovered the hidden quest to heal the sacred tree. Then, pausing for a moment, he moves the late Dragon Bone Flute toward Fei and asks if she can eat it. He explains that he is not just randomly feeding her. Xiao Fei possesses a skill called Natural Assimilation, which allows her to acquire skills and traits by devouring items. He feeds her and remarks that if she can only devour equipment, then it is not worth considering. This consumable item might not be suitable. Fei eats it, and they are shocked to witness this. Fan exclaims that she actually ate it. Ying, astonished, asks if she truly possesses that skill and questions whether Fan is seriously risking an epic item. Fan checks the system window and expresses his excitement. Now, Xiao Fei can summon 2 Dragon Kings, and the effect has transformed into a skill. More importantly, the 3-use limitation has been removed. The system window notifies that contract, Emerald Dragon, Natural Assimilation, Bone Flute of the Dragon King has been obtained. This skill allows the summoning of the soul of the twin Dragon King, with the Dragon King's level matching that of the user. Fei activates her powers and attempts to summon the soul of the Dragon King. In an instant, the soul of the Dragon King appears and roars. The system window notifies that the soul of the Dragon King, at level 18, has the following abilities: Elemental Dragon Breath, which breathes elemental energy at the target, dealing fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. Soul Rush, where the Dragon King charges at high speed, dealing piercing damage to the target, and Draconic Magic Unleashed, which unlocks Draconic Magic, replacing Elemental Dragon Breath with Draconic Magic, Elemental Dragon Banishment, and Soul Rush with Draconic Magic, Doomsday Fall. Ying remarks that the previous boss has now turned into a summon. Fan observes that its size has significantly shrunk, but adds that now Xiao Fei has her own pet. Ying wonders if this is a dragon pet and comments that Fan is becoming more and more unbelievable. She says that clearing such a high-level secret realm is exhausting, and they should head back now as Sister Han will be worried. Fan tells her to go ahead, assuring her that he will catch up soon. He points to a location and thinks that he still has something very important to do. After a while, at the Dragon Capital Academy, number 1 Villa, Fan tells Fei and Xiao that they have been living together for a long time, and now it is time to address the matter. He mentions that Xiao Fei gets bullied by Xiao Yi every day and asks if they do not want to see her change one day and get back at him. Xiao Yi and Fei observe the newly obtained dragon egg. Fan tells them that now is their chance and asks if they are even listening. He acknowledges their excitement but tells them to wait for a moment. He explains that this will soon be their new family member, so everyone must get along. He then introduces the Star Dragon Egg, the third dragon, and asks if they can guess whether it will be a brother or a sister. Without hesitation, he begins using his taming skill on the Star Dragon Egg. The system window notifies that dragon taming can tame dragon-type creatures. However, as Fan notices no reaction, he finds it strange. Dragon taming has always worked in the past. The system window notifies that the contract, Black Dragon, has been obtained, with Legendary Level 23, Emerald Dragon has been obtained, with Legendary Level 18, and the third slot has been unlocked. The unlock condition is Dragon Master. Fan realizes that he currently has only 2 dragon pet slots and needs to reach level 30 and complete his second class change to unlock the third slot. With a sigh, he remarks that it was all for nothing. The system window notifies, Class, Dragon Master, level 29. Fan concludes that they will need to visit the Poison Spider Forest to level up. He suggests they rest for now, as they will not be seeing their new family member today. Fei asks if this is a bad egg. Xiao Yi responds that he does not know. Frustrated, Fan shouts that it is time for bed. The scene shifts to the next morning as Qiu knocks on Fan's door and calls out that they have arrived, urging him to wake up. Fan opens the door, yawning, and asks what has happened. Qiu shows him the screen of her iPad and tells him that he needs to see this post. It has already spread all over the school. Fan takes the iPad to read and asks if she really woke him up early just for a post. Qiu explains that it is about him withdrawing from the freshman exam. Someone posted about it on the school forum yesterday, and it has already become the top post overnight. Fan reads the post, which states that Fengyun Pavilion has responded to the number 1 student's withdrawal, claiming that he backed out due to fear of losing. A student comments that Fengyun Pavilion has undisputedly advanced to the final round of the freshman 2 vs 2 competition. The post further mentions that Zhu Jing had previously stated that Lu Fan withdrew from the match against Zhang Fengyun and Zhu Zhang out of fear. Another student comments that Jing's post was originally anonymous but was later revealed to be his. Someone else points out that, last time they checked, it was said that Fan withdrew because he was injured by Tianzhai. Since Tianzhai won so many matches, he must have had some real skill. The student speculates that Fan must have been injured, which is why he slapped that foreign student out of frustration. Another student remarks that the match was supposed to be Lu Fan's Shadow Blade against Zhang Fengyun and Zhu Zhang, so Fan must have gotten scared and withdrawn. Another student insists that he will not acknowledge the school's decision until they actually have a match. He argues that while Lu Fan may officially hold the number 1 title, Zhang Fengyun is the real deal. A different student claims that Fan was simply afraid. He argues that the school keeping Fan as number 1 is absurd, stating that if anyone had watched Zhang Fengyun's match yesterday, they would also believe that Fan should give up his position as the top student. Fan, now curious, asks about Fengyun Pavilion. Qiu explains that Fengyun Pavilion was originally a 4-man team formed by the students ranked 3rd to 6th. However, they have since recruited nearly 30 members, transforming into a powerful new group with elite classes led by Zhang Fengyun and Zhu Jing. Fan smirks and comments that while he is the school's designated number 1, Zhang Fengyun has somehow become the so-called number 1 recognized by everyone. Tao says that Zhang Fengyun responded this morning, declaring that to prove to his supporters that he is truly number one, he will clear out number one villa after tomorrow's finals. Q explains that winning first place grants the right to participate in the nation's trial selection process, and it is clear that Zhang Fengyun is after that opportunity. Fan thinks to himself that he understands that Zhang Fengyun is seeking both fame and the nation's trial. It's too bad he does not realize that Fan has already secured both. Q scoffs, calling Zhang Fengyun nothing but a clown who is tarnishing Fan's name while he is not at school. Tao says it is ridiculous, pointing out that these people do not even know Fan. She asserts that if Zhang Fengyun dares to show up tomorrow, then so be it. She will go inform Shadowblade. Fan smirks and says that since Fengyun Pavilion is targeting him, he will give them exactly what they want. He suggests having some fun with them. Tao, puzzled, asks what he means. Fan replies that he will need to borrow something for a moment. He is going to personally respond to Fengyun Pavilion's challenge. The scene shifts to the VIP room in the arena area of Dragon Capital Academy, where Zhang is practicing with a group of students, each holding a sword. On the other side, in the Hidden Combat class, Forbidden Sorcerer 1, Zhu Jing, sits on a chair, observing something on an iPad. He informs Zhang that Fan has actually responded. Zhang, charging up his body, demonstrates various moves. A student, shocked by his skill, exclaims for everyone to wait. Another student questions why Zhang is getting serious, noting that they are only sparring. Zhang attacks the students, injures them, and then directs Jing to heal them. He asks what Lu Fan said. Jing shows him the iPad screen and mentions that Lu Fan made a post, advising him to see it for himself. Zhang reads the post and comments that Lu Fan is indeed arrogant, stating that he wants to challenge everyone in the Fengyun Pavilion. He expresses his belief that he enjoys boasting. He throws the iPad aside and instructs Jing to respond to Fan, telling him to come to the arena after the finals tomorrow. Jing asks if they are really going to face off with Fan. Zhang confirms, saying, of course, they will. He orders Jing to gather everyone in the Fengyun Pavilion, reminding him that Fan has claimed he wants to challenge all of them. Zhang insists that they should let him. He adds that he intends to show Fan that the real number one is the one who earns it through actual competition, not by relying on the school to set it up for them. After a while, Qiu is stunned and exclaims in surprise as he sees a post on the forum. Fan has responded to the Fengyun Pavilion's challenge and is accepting it. In his post, Fan states that if Zhang Fengyun wants to prove he is the real number one, he should have a proper match with him instead of stirring up public opinion to discredit him. Fan specifies that he is referring to the trash from Fengyun Pavilion, and he invites Zhang to bring as many people as he likes. After the freshman assessment, they will settle this properly. Other students begin commenting on his post. Tao mentions that she has heard Zhang Fengyun has a semifinal match today and asks if they want to go check it out. Fan replies that, honestly, he is not particularly interested in Zhang Fengyun's strength and suggests they would be better off leveling up in the secret realm. Han enters, holding a plate of food, and tells Fan that he cannot say such things. He warns that overconfidence leads to failure and reminds him that it is always wise to know one's opponent. Tao agrees, suggesting that they should at least show up and make an appearance, as his supporters might outnumber those from Fengyun Pavilion. Qiu points out that Fan is currently the hot topic on the campus forum, and if he is caught observing Zhang Fengyun in advance, it could lead to rumors. Han then suggests that they should dress up a bit for the occasion. After a while, they sit in the stadium, and Tao asks if the next match is Zhang Fengyun's. Qiu replies that it should be, as so many people have gathered to watch the Fengyun Pavilion. Fan sits, covering his face, and asks how he looks, adding that no one will recognize him with the disguise his auntie gave him. Just then, Teacher Gu announces that the semifinals of this year's freshman assessment are about to begin. Han asks Fan if he is leaving already, noting that the match hasn't even started yet. Fan, however, walks away, stating that the match is not interesting, and says he is going to take a walk. He tells them to call him when it's over. Gu then introduces the teams for the semifinals. The vice principal, Zhao, also notices Fan leaving. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Zhao is seen knocking on the principal's office door. He informs the principal that he wonders if he has heard about the recent posts on the campus forum that have sparked quite a topic, specifically the challenge between Fan and Zhang Fengyun. The principal responds by telling Zhao to let Gu handle the petty matters among the freshmen, stating that there is no need for him to be informed. Zhao expresses concern that, given Fan's strength, he suggests the school should intervene to stop this challenge. He fears that if he strikes outside of school, he might not fully understand his own strength. After all, Chen Tianzhai is still recovering in the infirmary after his match with Fan. He mentions that in 1 month, the Dragon Capital Special Envoy will be coming to inspect whether Lu Fan qualifies for the national trial. He acknowledges that he may be overthinking the situation, stating that instead of worrying about the challenge, he should be more concerned about other matters. Zhao then asks if the inspection is really happening so soon. The principal confirms that the national trial has been moved up, which is why the envoy's inspection is also earlier. He then asks how Lu Fan's preparations are going. Zhao responds that Lu Fan is about to undergo his second class change and reassures the principal, stating that he has heard of the Dragon Capital Envoy, Qian Cheng. While Qian is known for his arrogance, he believes that he will not deliberately make things difficult for Fan in his work. However, he mentions that his information is outdated, as Qian is no longer the envoy. The current Dragon Capital Envoy is named Ruan Changfeng. Zhao contemplates Ruan Changfeng, recalling that when Mr. Qin informed him about Fan and Zhu, he also mentioned this matter. It appears that Ruan Changfeng's downfall was connected to the incident involving Fan and Zhu. This suggests that Ruan Changfeng must hold a grudge against Lu Fan. The principal notes that he once held a high-ranking position, but after a series of demotions, he is now merely an envoy. Finding this interesting, he then asks Zhao why he has suddenly fallen silent. Zhao apologizes and expresses concern that Lu Fan is likely to face various obstacles if he is the one overseeing the national trial selection. He then bows in acknowledgement. The principal states that Fan is his personally approved candidate for the national trial and asks Zhao if he understands what must be done. Zhao affirms that he does and assures him that he will secure additional resources to help Fan advance to his second-class change as soon as possible, compensating for any level disadvantage. He then mentions that Fan and Zhang Fengyan's battle is scheduled for tomorrow and asks if he intends to watch. He confirms without hesitation, stating that he would not miss such a lively event, and then laughs. After a while, in the arena area of Dragon Capital Academy, inside a points room, a student collapses to the ground. Another student, witnessing this, asks how many have already been defeated in this room, and remarks that this is merely a 100-point arena. It should not be this difficult. A different student speculates that there must be a second-class job holder pretending to have low points in order to deceive them, insisting that this cannot possibly be a level 29 arena. The fallen student, still on the ground, points toward the room and warns everyone not to enter, declaring that whoever steps inside will inevitably lose. Another student questions who the arena master of this room is and whether anyone recognizes him. One of them responds that he looks familiar, but is unable to identify him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Fan stands alone, contemplating that he should have gone to level up in the poison spider forest instead of wasting time watching a match. Just then, Fan notices a senior sister entering the room and immediately recognizes another challenger. The senior sister greets him and politely asks if he has time for a match. Fan greets his senior sister with a polite hello. She laughs and remarks that her level is higher than his. However, since he is so respectful, she decides to let him take the lead. He responds that there is no need for such consideration and urges her to proceed with her move. She asks if he is certain. Upon receiving his confirmation, she advances, unleashing flames with her powers. He stands momentarily stunned, realizing that this senior sister is far from ordinary. As she moves in for an attack, she remarks that, unlike the other students outside, she is different, and he should give his best effort. With a swift motion, she sends a fire spear hurtling toward him. Reacting quickly, he blocks the attack and pushes her back, his thoughts racing. With such immense strength, what level has this senior sister reached? She observes his defense and acknowledges his skill, noting that he successfully blocked the strike. With a teasing tone, she remarks that he did not even graze her and questions whether he is afraid of harming his senior sister. If he intends to hold back, she warns, she will be forced to teach him a lesson. Understanding her intent, he nods and launches an attack of his own. She swiftly counters, blocking his strike and retaliating without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the room, A student hears the fighting voice and comments on the woman's stubbornness, questioning why she would enter such a clearly troublesome arena. Another student urges him to remain quiet, reminding him that the ongoing fight can still be heard. Another student remarks that he lasted only 2 minutes, speculating that the woman must be struggling to hold on. As a microphone noise catches his attention, a student turns back and notes that Zhang Fengyan's match has also concluded. Meanwhile, Gu announces the results, declaring that the match is over and that Zhang Fengyan and Zhu Jing's team have secured victory. The students erupt into cheers for Zhang Fengyan. Jing turns to him and informs him that a member of Fengyan Pavilion mentioned that Fan had sneaked into the audience earlier to observe his fight. Zhang muses that Fan was likely trying to analyze him, noting how serious he looked. However, despite his focused demeanor, he did not even utilize half of his strength in the match. Raising one finger, Zhang declares that Lu Fan's arrogance will not last long. He warns that in tomorrow's fight, Fan must not dare to withdraw at the last moment. The students break into another round of cheers, chanting Fengyan Pavilion's name. Tao urges everyone to get going and then asks where Fan is, glancing around in search of him. Qiyu remarks that Zhang actually noticed Fan's presence among the spectators. Han, checking her phone, states that Fan left once he grew bored. She decides to call him. Meanwhile, Fan collides with the wall, causing his cap and glasses to fall to the ground. He wonders who this senior sister truly is, and her strength is utterly absurd. She lifts his cap with the tip of her spear and remarks in admiration that his defense is flawless. In merely 15 minutes, he has progressed from unfamiliarity to the ability to predict her moves, an impressive feat. Fan, still catching his breath, realizes that she could have knocked him out within 2 strikes. Yet, it feels as though she is deliberately guiding him, allowing him to recognize the flaws in his movements. He wonders, but why is she doing this? Who is she? With a teasing smile, she comments that his stamina appears to be lacking. Then, stepping closer, she curiously asks why someone with such a handsome face bothers to keep it hidden. Just then, Fan's phone rings. He quickly picks it up and apologizes, addressing her as a senior sister before explaining that he needs to take the call. As he walks away, he speaks into the phone, confirming that he will return soon. Before leaving, he turns back and sincerely thanks her for teaching him so many close combat techniques. Hesitating for a moment, he then asks if he could have her contact information. She chuckles and says a freshman asking for a girl's contact information right after joining, and she did not expect him to be so bold. Flustered, he clarifies that it is not what she thinks. He simply wishes to schedule a sparring session with her at the arena next time. She moves to leave, waving as she says to forget the contact information. If he wants to meet her again, he should simply set up another points-based room like today. If fate allows, she will come again. Fan wonders who this senior sister is but quickly dismisses the thought, reasoning that she only appears senior in age. He was nearly defeated in that fight. There was no way she was a student. If she could be a teacher, would Longdu Academy even have an instructor like her? He recalls that she gave him the points, which means she must have forfeited. As he glances at the system window, he notices the points increasing by 100. Quickly, he runs after her, calling out senior sister, but his mind is filled with questions about her unfathomable strength. In his haste, he bumps into a student who asks why he is running. Another student warns him to watch where he is going. Undeterred, he continues running, lost in thought that she did not take the points, nor did she reveal her true identity. She vanished in an instant. If she truly belongs to Longdu Academy, could he have encountered a ghost? Just then, Han spots him, calls out his name, and tells him they are over there, urging him to come back with them. Tao looks at him curiously and asks what is wrong this time if he did manage to hook up with another senior sister. Fan thinks to himself that he cannot find her and wonders about this mysterious senior sister. The scene shifts to the following day, after the freshman assessment finals at the Longdu Academy arena. A student observes the battle arena and notes the large crowd, remarking that it seems as though the true final battle will be between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyan. Another student comments on the challenge of facing the entire Fengyan Pavilion alone and questions whether Fan is truly strong or merely reckless, stating that the outcome of this fight will reveal the answer. Meanwhile, Zhang wonders why Fan has not arrived yet. If he does not show up, Zhang states that they will have to personally invite him out from Villa number 1. Jing acknowledges that they did indeed agree on this time and suggests waiting a little longer. Just then, he announces that Lu Fan has arrived and tells everyone to prepare. As Fan comes running toward them, he apologizes, asking if he kept them waiting for long. Holding a piece of bread, he urges them to begin quickly, mentioning that he has other matters to attend to later. Zhang remarks that his entrance is quite interesting. Fan gives a thumbs up and states that he does not know the exact level of strength possessed by the members of Fengyan Pavilion, but since they are all present, they might as well come at him together. A large man turns to Zhang, expressing his frustration and calling Fan arrogant. He questions how he dares to speak to Brother Zhang in such a manner and asks if he is seeking death. Zhang, unfazed, responds that since he does not take them seriously, there is no need to waste words. He declares that he will wager 7,000 points. Fan searches through the inner pocket of his robe and remarks that he nearly forgot about the betting points. Upon finding his card, he takes it out and announces that he will bet all 17,000 points. The system window immediately notifies Longdu Academy ID card, Lu Fan, 17,642 points. Jing, shocked, exclaims that this amount is far too much. He turns to Zhang and points out that they do not have enough points to match that wager. Zhang, however, silences him and contemplates the situation. If Fan dares to gamble such a large sum, then winning 17,000 points would ensure they would not have to worry about resources for at least 34 years in Longdu Academy. Determined, Zhang declares that the entire Fengyan Pavilion will wager all their points, and they will accept the bet. Jing urges everyone to quiet down and listen to Brother Zhang's instructions. A student questions whether they even possess 70,000 points collectively. Another responds, telling him to stop overthinking. If Brother Zhang has decided to place the bet, then they will follow through. Fan acknowledges the stakes and declares that the battle should begin. Zhang, anticipating the challenge, asserts that Fan will undoubtedly summon his dragon pet, Jing. Jing, understanding the plan, activates his powers. Moving forward with his sword in hand, he calls upon the brothers of Fengyan Pavilion to prepare for battle, and they all ready themselves for the fight. As the command to attack is given, Jing casts Spellbinding Lock, releasing multiple chains that wrap around Fan's entire body. The system window immediately notifies Spellbinding Lock restricts a designated target, preventing movement and skill usage for 5 seconds. Zhang advances to strike, praising Jing's control and remarking that Lu Fan is now unable to summon his dragon pet. His teammates charge alongside him, one of them shouting for everyone to attack and take Fan down. However, in an instant, Fan moves, shattering the chains into fragments and summoning his sword. Zhang lunges at him, only to realize in shock that he has broken free from the restriction. Fan swiftly blocks his attack with his sword, grabs him by the shirt, and slams him forcefully into the ground. A student exclaims in astonishment that Zhang Fengyan has been thrown down with bare hands. Another student, equally shocked, remarks that Jing's control failed and questions whether a dragon master possesses an innate ability to break control spells. Jing and the other teammates stare in disbelief as Brother Zhang falls to the ground. Determined to counterattack, he casts Spell, Stiffness from behind. The system window immediately notifies Spell, Stiffness, causes the target's body to gradually stiffen, reducing movement and attack speed by 75% for 1 second. He hurls fireballs that explode upon impact before launching an ice ball. He urgently instructs his teammates to attack from a distance. Fan, however, merely smiles as he moves his sword forward, effortlessly blocking the incoming attacks. He questions whether the top-ranked contenders of the entrance exam amount to this, remarking that there does not seem to be much substance. He then places his foot on Zhang's face. Zhang, humiliated and enraged, turns to Jing and demands an explanation for the spell's failure. Jing, still in shock, mutters that it is impossible, and he clearly casts the spell on Fan. Fan advises him not to place the blame elsewhere. He explains that due to his dragon pet, he receives attribute boosts, and his stats are slightly higher, making low-level spells ineffective against him. The system window immediately notifies Bonded Bloodline. The dragon pet grants the Dragon Master a 10% boost to all attributes. Zhang slips from beneath his foot, channels mana through his body, and begins moving rapidly around him, preparing to strike. A teammate observes Zhang's movements and excitedly announces that Brother Zhang is finally using that technique. Another teammate laughs, declaring that with Brother Zhang's finishing move, Fan is as good as defeated. Meanwhile, Jing, still in disbelief, questions just how much stronger Fan's stats could possibly be and remarks that none of his skills seem to have any effect on him. Fan raises his hand, unleashing his power to create a portal of fire. He acknowledges that Zhong's move is quite flashy and, given that Zhong was ranked at the top of the entrance exam, he decides to show him something that even Chen Tianzhai has not witnessed before. Zhong, wary of Fan's words, demands to know what he means and asks whether he intends to summon his dragon. At that moment, Xiaoyi appears, spreading flames across the battlefield. Seeing the sudden eruption of fire, Zhong dashes through the blaze in an attempt to escape. His teammates, equally stunned, stare in shock at the dragon's imposing presence. A student, overwhelmed by the sight, exclaims that this must be Lu Fan's dragon pet, noting that its massive body is blocking out the sky. Another student observes that some members of Fengyan Pavilion are already fleeing and urges his companions to escape as well. Among the panicked students, one desperately calls for help, trembling uncontrollably and unable to stand. Another realizes the gravity of the situation and shouts that this is a real dragon, urging everyone to run immediately. Zhong looks up towards Xiaoyi, realizing that this is completely different from Chen Tianzhai's dragon. This is a legendary existence. Jing calls out to Brother Zhong, urging him to retreat, stating that there is no point in continuing the fight. Fan taunts Zhong, telling him not to fall yet, as his counterattack is coming. Xiaoyi lets out a mighty roar, activating its dominance skill and sending out powerful waves in all directions. The system window immediately notifies Dominance, the Black Dragon, continuously exerts pressure in its surroundings, causing fear, immobilization, and stun effects on all nearby enemies. The effects applied are stun, fear, and immobilization. Zhong and his teammates scream in panic, attempting to flee and calling for help. One of the teammates desperately begs for mercy, pleading to be spared. Jing calls out to Brother Zhong for assistance, but Zhong, struggling to move, realizes that he cannot escape. His body refuses to obey him. He thinks to himself that it is all a joke. There is no way they can win this. In a last-ditch effort to flee, he attempts to run but collapses to the ground. Fan, holding his card, announces that now they all know who truly holds the title of number 1. Fan announces that he will be taking all the points from Fengyan Pavilion. The system window immediately notifies Longdu Academy ID card. Lu Fan's points change to plus 12,941. Xiaoyi transforms into her half-human form, while Fan declares that the task is complete and it is time to go, as he still has something important to do. She roars, signaling for everyone to follow him. After a while, Qiyu is on a call with Fan at the Longdu Academy Arena Points room, asking if he got hurt during the battle. He mentions that if they had not had class, they would have all come to cheer for him. Fan reassures him, stating that, of course, he is fine. He earned a lot of points this time and plans to share them with everyone when he gets back. He tells Qiyu that he will explain the rest once he returns and ends the call. Just then, Senior Sister arrives at his room. Fan is surprised and remarks that she actually came. She responds that she is free today, but wonders if he is waiting specifically for her. Fan, with a playful smile, replies that, of course, he was waiting, as sparring with others can be boring, but sparring with her is meaningful, especially considering her level is over 70. He then asks whether she is truly a senior, or if she is something else entirely. After a while, Zhao checks the pulse of Zhang, who lies unconscious on the ground. He observes that the kid seems to know how to hold back, ensuring that no one is in any real danger. Meanwhile, the senior sister asks Fan if he is trying to set her up. He responds that this is not a setup. The door can be configured to limit entry based on points. Since she was able to enter, she must be above level 70 and is definitely not a senior. She remarks that he has changed his tune and asks what he now believes her identity to be. Fan states that, based on her appearance, she does resemble a senior, but her level and strength suggest that she is a teacher. She tells him to simply call her senior and comments on his appearance, noting that he has not hidden his handsome face this time, making it a lot more pleasant to look at. She then warns him to stop trying to gather information about her, adding that if he still wishes to see her, he should not set the points limit to level 70 and above, otherwise, she will not return. Fan agrees and thinks to himself that he had planned to set the limit to level 80 next time. but he supposes that will not work. She begins charging her powers and remarks that he immediately applied the combat techniques she used last time in his fight against Zhang Fengyun. Fan acknowledges that Senior had been watching the match as well and draws his sword. She recalls Fan's fight with Zhang and notes that he summoned his dragon pet too quickly, shocking everyone with such impatience. However, after counterattacking, he immediately knocked his opponent down with quick reflexes, as expected from someone trained by her. He laughs and expresses his gratitude for her guidance, admitting that he still has much to improve in close combat. She moves her spear to attack him, slashing his arm. He clutches his injured arm and asks what she is doing. She responds that, although he has improved significantly, he is still far from being able to either boast or display humility. Fan quickly clarifies that she has misunderstood. He was not pretending to be humble. He genuinely wants to learn from her. He praises her strength and kindness, reminding her that last time, she not only taught him, but also gave him 100 points, treating him just like a younger brother. If a senior like her could guide him more often, he is certain he would improve quickly. However, if that is not possible, he is willing to pay tuition. She laughs and repeats his words about treating him as a younger brother, noting that he is skilled at building relationships. She dismisses the idea of tuition, saying she has heard that he has a sister who is good at cooking. If he wants to learn from her, he should simply bring some enchanted food prepared by his sister. Fan agrees without hesitation, though he thinks to himself that it is actually his aunt. But calling her sister is not too far off. She acknowledges that he has waited specifically for her and tells him to show her what else he has learned. He responds that he is coming and launches an attack, but she effortlessly blocks his sword. She comments that he has indeed gotten faster and offers him a challenge. If he can knock her down even once today, she will give him a weapon. Leaping toward him, she asks how that sounds. She then remarks that his current weapon is no longer suitable for him. Just like her, he should be using the principal's staff, shouldn't he? He agrees, admitting that while his black dragon sword has been with him for a long time, he is reluctant to part with its special effect. The system window notifies that the Ink Dragon Deer requires a level of grade 10 and belongs to the class requirements of Dragon Tamer and Dragon Blood Warrior. Its ability, Dragon Blood Armorization, partially transforms the user into a dragon, enhancing the power of the dragon transformation. She advances toward him to attack and inquires what else he desires besides a weapon. He swiftly leaps back to defend himself and states that he wants enchantment level removal. She questions whether he understands how rare and expensive that is before launching another attack. Panicked, Fan pleads for her to wait. She scoffs, expressing regret for asking him, and declares that he is dead meat. Later that evening, Hans sits beside Fan, holding his shoulders, and admits that he scared her. After witnessing his fight with Zhang Fengyun, she had feared the worst. Fan sighs, explaining that he failed to land a single hit on her the entire afternoon, and now his whole body aches, whereas the senior did not even break a sweat. Ying, analyzing his words, remarks that this senior is likely not a teacher at Dragon Capital Academy, as she has never seen her before. Meanwhile, Kyu, visibly shocked, looks at her iPad and exclaims that Fan is trending on the school forum once again. Fengyun Pavilion has uploaded a video featuring both him and Xiao Yi. She turns the screen toward him to show the footage. Han comments that now the entire school knows of his victory, and the previous disputes should settle down. Fan wonders aloud if someone had been recording at that time. Ying expresses doubt that things will return to the way they were, suggesting that he will likely take Fengyun Pavilion's place and become the new idol for their supporters. Fan, reflecting on the situation, states that he has already experienced such attention on the day of the big exam results. They merely need to focus on their own goals. She then asks what his current goal is. After some time at Poisonous Mushroom Forest, Ying states that their goal is leveling up, remarking that she had thought he wanted to spar more with the seniors. While attacking a monster, Fan responds that, of course, leveling up is essential. If he becomes stronger, he will undoubtedly gain the upper hand against the senior. The system window notifies that the secret realm is named Poisonous Mushroom Forest, with a level requirement of 45 and a difficulty rating of Fear. The minimum party size is 5. It further details abilities, Dry Sword Featherfall, which splits into multiple blades, each carrying 10% of the original attack power, and after dealing area damage, they merge back, and Fang Strike, which channels dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow with the current weapon. Fan slays the monster in a single strike, feeling his body surging with energy, and exclaims that he can feel it. The system window then notifies that Lu Fan's level has increased to 30. Excited, Fan urges them to open the treasure chest, celebrating his long-awaited milestone of reaching level 30. Qiu congratulates him, calling it incredible. Han, meanwhile, starts vomiting but still manages to express happiness for him. Tao impatiently asks what Fan is waiting for and urges him to head to the class change hall. Ying explains that reaching level 30 means he qualifies for a second class transfer. The system window confirms that the second stage class change requirements have been met. After some time, they all emerge from the teleportation gate, while Qiu, unable to contain her excitement, urges them to hurry and is eager to see what happens after the second job transfer. A student, upon noticing Lu Fan, appears shocked. Another student, equally surprised, asks if he is truly Lu Fan, the one who defeated Chen Tianzai and the Fengyun Pavilion. Immediately, a group of girls surrounds Fan, their excitement evident. One of them, thrilled to finally meet him, politely requests a handshake. Another student excitedly shows him a picture, asking for his autograph while expressing her intention to get it tattooed. Curious murmurs spread through the crowd as another student asks whether the video circulating on the forum is real and whether they can witness the dragon in person. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd urges the others to stop pushing before turning to Fan and requesting a photo together. Observing the scene, Tao, astonished, remarks that Jian Ying was right. These students have abandoned Fengyun Pavilion and have now become Fan's supporters. Han sighs, acknowledging that there seems to be no other choice. She supposes they will have to dress up Lu Fan once again. 10 minutes later, Fan, with his face covered by a mask, walks down the street alongside his fellow. A student asks where he has gone, mentioning that he just saw him. The other student remarks that, as expected of number 1, he has suddenly disappeared. Qiu exhales and says that he has finally escaped. Fan apologizes to everyone, expressing his hope that he will not have to go out like this every time. Tao comments that the sorrows of people are truly not connected, adding that she wishes she had a group of handsome men chasing after her, sighing in frustration. Ying mentions that there has never been a record of a second job transfer for a dragon tamer in history, meaning there is no reference material to guide him. Qiu states that, in other words, once Fan completes the second job transfer, he will make history. Fan agrees, acknowledging that no one can offer him advice for this transfer. No matter what happens, he will have to rely on himself. Tao places a hand on his shoulder and says they have arrived at the transfer hall. Fan removes his mask as he enters the Dragon City Academy Job Transfer Hall and reassures everyone that they need not worry. He has a way of understanding the direction of a dragon tamer's second job transfer. Han mentions that the transfer ceremony can only be conducted alone and that they will wait for his good news. After a while, Fan taps his ID card on a screen, and the system window notifies him that Lu Fan's Dragon City Academy identity card has met the job transfer requirement. The transfer stage is the second stage, with a warning that the profession is not recorded. Fan stands on a platform while a teacher announces that student Lu Fan's second stage transfer is ready and that he should step onto the ceremony platform. The ceremony platform has been activated, and it is noted that no information about Dragon Tamer has been found. The announcement advises not to leave the platform during the transfer ceremony. Fan sees the window and reflects that the second job transfer is different from the initial awakening. Depending on the profession, there are many branches to choose from. As long as someone selects a known profession, it will be recorded in the job transfer history for future reference. As expected, there is no record of a job transfer branch for a dragon tamer, but fortunately, he can check through the system. The announcement declares that the transfer ceremony has begun, and Dragon City Academy wishes the student a successful transfer. Fan closes his eyes, feeling an aura around him. He senses the branches of the Dragon Tamer's second transfer. 3 windows appear before him, and he thinks there are 3 options. The first option is Dragon Priest. This profession leans more towards a priest, offering skills like dragon encouragement. It focuses on giving various buffs to dragon pets to increase their output without summoning a dragon pet. It is a stronger, all-around support role. The system window notifies that the profession name is Dragon Priest, with key attributes of spirit and endurance. The professional description states that he will learn more enhancement and recovery skills. After receiving boosts, his dragon pets will become even stronger. Fan notices the next option and thinks that the dragon spellcaster seems to be closely related to the path of a mage. The skills will transform into various dragon language spells, allowing him to use his dragon pet skills. The system window notifies that the profession name is Dragon Spellcaster, with key attributes of spirit and agility. The professional description states that he will learn more dragon language magic and control skills, and he can also absorb his dragon pet skills and use them himself. Fan thinks that if the Dragon Spellcaster is an advanced version of the dragon language mage, then the Flame Dragon Warrior must be the advanced version of the Dragon Blood Warrior. This skill leans more towards the Dragon Claw, with more dragon transformed parts. He could even transform into a giant dragon himself, allowing for greater damage output and durability. The system window notifies that the profession name is Flame Dragon Warrior, with key attributes of strength and endurance. The profession description states that he will learn more melee and damage-reducing skills and even transform into a dragon to fight in a giant dragon form. He thinks that one path is the support route of dragon encouragement, another is the magical path of learning dragon language spells, and the third is the melee path of enhanced dragon transformation. The additional effects appear impressive, and he is somewhat tempted by the Flame Dragon Warrior, which allows him to transform into a giant dragon. These are all the branches for the Dragon Tamer's second job transfer. The system window notifies that the first second stage job transfer branch is Dragon Priest, with profession info not recorded. The second branch is Dragon Spellcaster, with profession info not recorded, and the third branch is Flame Dragon Warrior, with profession info not recorded. He notices a system window behind him, and thinks that there may be a fourth branch, Dragon Rider. The system window notifies that the fourth second stage job transfer branch is Dragon Rider, with profession info not recorded. The profession name is Dragon Rider, and it has key attributes of agility and strength. The profession description states that he will learn more skills that synergize with his dragon pets, and skills used alone will become more powerful when paired with his dragon pets. He thinks that this profession does not limit him to a particular path and allows him to develop in all directions. When combined with his dragon pet, the skills become even stronger. This has always been his preferred style of combat. He concludes that he has finally found the second job transfer profession that suits him the most. Meanwhile, a student inquires if he has also chosen the ranger profession, mentioning that his entire dormitory is now filled with rangers. Another student responds that the first must have been too frightened after the freshman assessment and transformed into a guardian knight to avoid injury. Tao, standing beside them with her friends, asks if the transfer ceremony typically takes this long, stating that the longer they wait, the more nervous she becomes, hoping nothing goes wrong. Han reassures her, saying that there is no need to be nervous, as this is a significant moment for Xiao Fan. Tao comments that Han seems even more nervous. Ying expresses an understanding of how Han feels, noting that Fan is exploring new possibilities, and his decision might alter the course of this era. Qiu concurs, emphasizing that they must trust Fan during this crucial moment, as the 800 years of decline in dragon-related professions are about to end. At that moment, Fan emerges from the academy. Qiu announces that the ceremony has concluded. Tao urges him to hurry, asking what his new profession is. Han inquires if everything went smoothly. Fan apologizes for keeping them waiting, assures them that nothing went wrong, and suggests they discuss it on the way back. The system window displays the following notification. Fan's profession has transitioned from Dragon Tamer to Dragon Rider 2 at level 30, with contract slots increased from 2 to 3. His stored values are listed as 10,973,774, with strength ranging from 854 to 1,279, agility from 581 to 871, spirit from 714 to 1,071, and endurance from 790 to 1,185. The dragon taming ability now allows him to tame dragon-type creatures. Dragon's encouragement boosts both his and his dragon pet's attributes and attack power by 30%. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a dragon claw, enabling 6 rapid strikes that can be cast remotely. This ability can be coordinated with dragon pets. Dragon Fang Strike, severing sky infuses with dragon energy, allowing 2 consecutive slashes that can also be coordinated with dragon pets. Tao remarks that being a dragon rider means Fan will have to learn to ride, does it not? Han inquires if this profession indeed requires learning how to ride. Fan confirms that it does, adding that another reason for choosing the Dragon Knight profession is that he has already obtained the dragon riding saddle in the Dragon Cemetery. As long as Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei reach level 30, they will be able to use it. Fan reflects that it is not just Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei. With the 3rd contract slot now unlocked, they can finally tame the Star Dragon. Kudu exclaims in amazement, noting that Fan will truly be both a dragon tamer and a dragon knight. Han agrees that it is great but admits that imagining Fan riding Xiao Yi or Xiao Fei feels is a bit strange. Fan advises them to stop imagining such strange scenes, explaining that if he were to ride them, it would only be in their full dragon form. Tao and Qiu laugh, teasing him. At that moment, Senior Sister approaches them, greeting Fan and saying that he is finally back. Fan asks why she is here. She responds that it seems she should have given him her contact information earlier, as he has wasted quite a bit of time. Tao quickly moves toward her, exclaiming that this is the senior who trained Fan until he is exhausted. He asks why Fan did not mention that she is so beautiful. Fan urges Tao to calm down. Senior Sister laughs, remarking that it seems they all know her now. She looks at Han and says that, if she is not mistaken, Han is the enchanted cook. Han Qi, right. Han confirms that it is her, expressing surprise that Fan's senior knows her. Senior Sister responds that, of course, she knows her, as she came to discuss something with her and to borrow Fan for a bit. Everyone is shocked upon hearing this. She laughs and clarifies that it is simply to run some errands in Dragon City, urging them not to get any strange ideas. Han tells her that if she has an appointment, she should just go, emphasizing that there is no need to discuss borrowing and not to be so formal, as Fan has greatly benefited from her guidance over the past few days. Senior Sister grabs Fan's arm, thanking Han and saying they should go. She begins dragging him along, assuring Han that she will return him in one piece by tonight. Han reminds her to join them for dinner once they are done. Fan asks if it is really this simple, questioning whether anyone cares about his opinion. He reflects that he was finally about to tame the Star Dragon, only for this to happen. Senior Sister tells him to change into something more stylish and that they are running out of time. After a while, Fan sits with her in the car, receiving a message on his phone. The message says that Ying just informed everyone that after seeing Senior Sister in person, she is even more certain that she is not a teacher at the Dragon City Academy, and Fan should be careful around her. Senior Sister asks Fan what is wrong, noticing that he is unusually quiet. He inquires where they are going, wondering if it is to a higher school. She asks what else it could be, explaining that they are, of course, going to buy him a gift, the super rare consumable he had asked for last time, enchantment, level removal. Fan, astonished, asks if she is serious. The scene shifts to the Longdu Chanhua auction house, where Fan asks Senior Sister if they are here for the enchantment. She replies that the enchantment scroll he wanted just happens to be available at this auction, making it a great opportunity that should not be missed. Fan reflects that Vice Principal Zhao had bid an absurd amount for the Dragon Cemetery, and this rare scroll will likely be the same. He wonders if they should forget about it. She sits down, asking where the enthusiasm he had for the scroll has gone, and tells him not to worry, as she is wealthier than he thinks. Fan takes a seat, deciding it is better to remain cautious until he knows more about her. He reflects that he cannot continue to owe her favors and says that he will find a way to repay her. Just then, a bidder takes the stage, greeting the audience with a cheerful good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcoming them to the Tianhua auction house. He announces that the bidding for the first rare item is about to begin. Pointing to the screen, he introduces the item, a very rare enchantment scroll that can remove the level restriction from an item or equipment. He explains that not only are the materials expensive, but the success rate of crafting it is only 0.35%. The starting bid is set at 950 million dragon coins. The system window notifies that enchantment level removal is a consumable item, and its effect removes the level requirement from the target item or equipment. One person bids 1.25 billion, and another responds with a bid of 1.4 billion. A third person raises the bid to 1.85 billion, and another bid 2 billion. Fan thinks that even though he plans to repay senior sister, the price is rising too quickly. A person bids 2.3 billion. The bidder announces that the current bid is now 2.3 billion dragon coins and asks if anyone will go higher. Senior sister tells Fan that she will teach him something. Never boil a frog slowly when bidding, and he needs to strike decisively. Fan acknowledges this, saying he understands. Senior sister proceeds to place her bid, but just then, Hongtai bids 3 billion, raising his board. Zhu also bids 3 billion dragon coins. Fan asks why Jinju wants the enchantment scroll. 2. Senior sister explains that Jinju is the princess of the Taiki kingdom and that her family is very wealthy. She notes that if Fan competes with her, it will cost him a lot more. He asks how she even knows her, and she responds that she has great sources and knows everything about both him and Jinju. She adds that today, she will help him out, even if she has to go to the limit. She will not let the scroll slip away, she is giving it to him. The bidder announces that the current bid stands at 3 billion dragon coins, asking if anyone will go higher. Senior sister raises the bid to 4 billion. The bidder exclaims in surprise, announcing that the current bid is now 4 billion dragon coins. Zhu stands up and shouts loudly, questioning who is being so annoying. Hongtai reassures her, saying that they have brought 5 billion dragon coins so they can still bid. Senior sister changes her mind, announcing that she will bid 5 billion. The bidder exclaims that 5 billion is an impressive amount, noting that this is the first time he has seen someone outbid themselves. He calls the bid for 5 billion once, twice, and thrice. At that moment, Zhu again demands to know who is intentionally going against her. Senior sister laughs, explaining that this is what she meant by striking decisively. Fan, however, is considering letting Jinju have the scroll, as he cannot afford to repay 5 billion. The bidder announces that the item is sold and congratulates senior sister on winning the bid. Both Fan and senior sister stand up as everyone begins clapping. Hongtai remarks that it is Lu Fan. The bidder invites them to move to the VIP room. Zhu, seething with anger, exclaims that it is him again, the despicable person who still wants to make trouble for her. Hongtai quickly tries to calm her down, assuring her that he will find another enchantment scroll for her right away. Zhu swiftly moves, saying they should go, expressing that she cannot count on him for anything. She adds that once her brother arrives, she will show him how to deal with him. He is useless. Hongtai apologizes, addressing her as princess. After a while, in the Chenhua auction house VIP lounge, Du Yakin, the owner of the auction house, arrives and sees Fan and senior sister. She guesses it was her, as only she would bid recklessly. Senior sister quickly hugs her, apologizing for not informing her before coming. Yakin responds that she really should have been notified, as every time senior sister visits, she spends a lot on small items, and she should treat her well. She then inquires about Fan, noticing him for the first time. Senior sister introduces Fan as her junior and explains that the enchantment scroll is a gift for him. Yakin approaches Fan and tells him that he can call her sister Du or Aunt Du, as she is the lady boss here. She adds that if he ever wants to buy rare items, he is welcome to come often. Fan shakes her hand and greets her, introducing himself as Lu Fan. He mentions that the senior sister must know her well. Yakin laughs and clarifies that she and senior sister are not just acquaintances, she is her sister-in-law. She explains that Tianhua auction house is run by her and her brother. Fan acknowledges this, realizing that it is no wonder senior sister was so generous during the auction. Given that the auction house belongs to her brother, it will be awkward if he insists on repaying her. To repay the 5 billion, he will need to earn another 4.8 billion. Yakin reassures him that he can bid on whatever he wants, treating it as a loan from her. Senior sister then invites Fan to come and look at his gift. Fan notices the scroll and thinks that, finally, with this scroll, he will be able to remove the level 60 requirement from the soul wings of the Dragon King and equip them immediately. The system window notifies him that the enchantment level removal is a consumable item that eliminates the level requirement from the target item or equipment. Yakin asks her, by the way, whether she has collected anything for the codex recently. Senior sister responds that she has nothing left, as she has already recorded all her items, and they have been wiped out. Yakin thanks her for her patronage and then turns to Fan, reminding him that he should start thinking about how to repay her the 5 billion. As Sister Han is waiting to take him back in one piece. Fan remarks that she sounds like she is running a scam now and then asks what this codex they have been discussing is about. She says that she almost forgot to mention it to him and explains that it is another reason she brought him here. The secret behind her ability to earn and spend so many dragon coins lies in the Beibao Codex, which is unique to this auction house. She then shows him some items on an iPad screen. She explains that as long as he collects something that is not yet included in the codex, he can make money. It is that simple. Yakin adds that what he has earned with her so far is merely pocket change, as truly valuable treasures cannot be easily priced. Fan examines the details of a heaven-burning sword and asks, surprised, whether the record they are discussing is not about selling. Senior sister confirms this, explaining that as long as he records rare treasures in the Beibao Codex, Tianhua Auction House can estimate their value and pay 3% of the dragon coins to the owner. In essence, by recording rare items, he is essentially advertising for Tianhua Auction House. She adds that her sister-in-law is running a high-end business. Yakin responds that, of course, he can sell them if he wants to. Fan considers that he will receive 3% of the estimated price. If he records rare equipment, he might be able to repay the 5 billion dragon coins quickly. He then decides that, in that case, they should estimate the value of this item and retrieve the Dragon King's soul wings from his inventory. The system window displays a notification. Dragon King's soul wings. Level requirement: 60 removed. Enchantment level removal applied. Agility: 356. Spirit: 246. Strength: 291. Endurance: 234. Soar: grants the wearer the ability to fly and increases flight speed. If the wearer possesses draconic magic, they will gain Draconic Unseal, allowing them to cast a high-level draconic spell once. Yakin, stunned at the sight of it, exclaims that these are the legendary wings meant for level 60, an absolutely top-tier item. She estimates that they could easily be appraised at over 2 billion and asks him to make sure they are added to their treasure encyclopedia. Senior sister points out that 3% of 2 billion amounts to 60 million. She remarks that she was not wrong, was she? She then reiterates that making money with the encyclopedia is just that simple. Fan acknowledges that this method is indeed convenient, but it is still far from the 5 billion he needs. He then tells Du Yakin that, incidentally, he actually possesses something even rarer than the soul wings. Yakin, intrigued, asks if he truly has something better. He reveals the star dragon egg and wonders how she will appraise it. Both of them are shocked at the sight of the dragon egg. Yakin, in disbelief, asks if he is the dragon tamer from the southern province. She asks Fan whether, besides the black dragon, he now has a second dragon. Fan considers that, in reality, if he includes the 2 dragon kings summoned by the bone flute, he currently possesses 5 dragons. Unfortunately, he fed the bone flute to Faye too early, otherwise, he could have recorded it in the catalog and earned some money. Yakin, surprised, remarks that if a soul wing without a level requirement is considered a supreme treasure, then this dragon egg is truly unprecedented. She retracts her previous statement, acknowledging that not all treasures can be appraised with a price. Fan then asks whether this dragon egg cannot be recorded. She grabs his arm and insists that, on the contrary, he absolutely must record it in the treasure catalog. With this catalog entry of the dragon egg, Tianhua Auction House's reputation will spread not just across the nation, but across the entire world and will be remembered in history. Senior sister reflects that merely owning a dragon gives one the hope of becoming the strongest in the world. Now that Lu Fan possesses additional dragon eggs, she is certain that she has placed her bet on the right person. Yakin then proposes an offer. He should visit their auction house once a month, and if he desires any item, he may take it directly, regardless of the auction price, as she will cover the cost. She asks what he thinks of this arrangement. Fan considers the privilege of obtaining rare items once a month. There is no reason to refuse such an offer. He agrees, stating that she may proceed with recording both items in the treasure catalog. He then asks when the privilege will take effect. Yakin, thrilled, confirms that it will begin this month and take effect immediately. Fan responds that this is excellent, as he already has an item he wants to take away for free. After a while, Fan steps out of the lounge and begins walking with his senior sister. She mentions that she is not even in a hurry for that 500 million. He responds that it will not do since Sister Du has stated that it starts today. Therefore, he will choose the enchantment level removal for this month. She remarks that she can hardly believe her sister-in-law agreed so readily, immediately waiving the 500 million auction price and returning the original amount to her. She considers that the money has come back too quickly for her even to ask for interest. He comments that Chanhua has recorded so many rare items that he will have to make it a habit to visit every month from now on. Just then, a man notices the screen and remarks that the catalog has begun updating. He states that it has been a long time since the last update and that, finally, Chanhua has discovered a treasure worth noting. Another man suggests waiting to see what treasure it might be, adding that today could be a lucky day to obtain first-hand information. Fan also notices the update while walking past and wonders whether his soul wing and dragon egg have made a list. The screen displays the treasure rankings. First, the treasure named Dragon Egg. Second, the treasure named Fenshin, with a level requirement of 80. A man exclaims in surprise, questioning whether Chanhua has actually obtained a dragon egg. Another man asks if it is truly the legendary dragon capable of destroying nations. Suddenly, a man grabs a bidder by the collar and demands to know the estimated price of the dragon egg, declaring that he will sell everything he owns to purchase it. The bidder apologizes, admitting that he truly does not know. Meanwhile, another person on the phone confirms that it is true. He saw the dragon egg listed in the Chanhua catalog with his own eyes. Fan remarks that Sister Du acted swiftly, and now Chanhua auction house is bound to explode in popularity. His senior sister reminds him that this is not the time to be celebrating for his sister-in-law. She warns that these people are about to go crazy trying to see the dragon egg, and if they do not leave now, they might end up stuck here overnight. Elsewhere, people rush forward, pushing each other as they attempt to enter. One person demands to be let in, insisting that he wants to see what the dragon egg looks like. Another, just exiting, questions why they are blocking him and demands to be allowed back inside. Someone else claims VIP status at Chanhua and insists on being let through. A voice from the crowd exclaims that it truly is a dragon egg, having just seen it on the screen. After some time, Fan and his senior sister finally emerge from the auction house. She sighs in relief, commenting that they have managed to get out at last. She notes that her sister-in-law's ad revenue has really paid off and muses that she should have requested 3 or 4 rare items per month instead. Fan reflects that he knew he should not have agreed so quickly. Sister Du is an exceptionally sharp businesswoman. He should have negotiated more. He considers whether that might have been too much, then suddenly remembers something and asks where her car is. She gestures toward a motorcycle and replies that it is right over there. Fan, noticing the discrepancy, points out that it is not the car they arrived in. She explains that she returned his sister-in-law's car and that her own vehicle had been parked there the entire time. He considers that he had expected his senior to summon a mount like Uncle Qin or have a driver like Jin Ju, but it turns out she enjoys driving herself. She sits on the bike and asks what he is waiting for, urging him to get on. She instructs him to hold tightly to her waist, warning that she drives fast and will not turn back if he falls off. Fan sits behind her as she starts the motorcycle. He protests, saying to wait. He has not held on tightly yet. She responds that his agility and endurance have increased after his second transformation, so he should not be afraid of this speed. He remarks that she knows too much about him, surprised that she is already aware of his second transformation. She replies that with this transformation, he now has 3 pet slots. Then, she pauses and asks why, if he already had 2 slots before, one for the black dragon. He has not yet hatched the dragon egg. She wonders if the dragon egg could be his 3rd pet and turns her head back toward him. He quickly corrects her, stating that it is 3 dragons, and urges her to watch the road. She comments that he truly does not realize how fortunate he is. Dragons are like gods, and some people spend their entire lives without ever obtaining one. Yet he possesses 3 at such a young age. He then asks why she keeps helping him and when he will finally learn who she really is. She states that now is not the time, as he still has his first trial to face. Fan asks what the first trial is. She confirms that it is true, explaining that a special envoy from Longdu Academy will come to assess whether he qualifies for the national trial, and he must earn the envoy's approval to pass the first trial. She adds that the envoy is over level 70, which makes her somewhat worried that he might target him. Fan laughs and says that the school must have sent her to help him pass this trial. She responds that he could say that but wonders why he is laughing. He replies that no matter what level the envoy is, with her as his sparring partner, the envoy had better pray. He is certain that he will pass the national trial and warns the envoy not to mess with him, or he will be asking for trouble. She laughs and comments that, based on what he said, he seems very confident. She tells him to make sure he leaves the envoy with no choice but to acknowledge him. Seeing him take out the soul wing of the Dragon King, she asks if it is already this late. She reminds him that she promised the ladies at Villa No. 1 that she would bring her back tonight. He takes her hand, and she tells him to hold on tight as she is about to accelerate. Fan responds by asking her to hold his hand for this final stretch and assures her that he will fly her back. With that, he starts flying with his wings. After a while, Fan leaves her on the floor and asks if he really does not need to see her off again. She replies that there is no need and tells him to hurry back, thinking that this annoying kid is still quite obedient as she watches him fly away. She waves and reflects that other men would have insisted on escorting her to the door. She starts walking and remarks that it is not bad, she enjoys being passive. She remembers her motorcycle and mutters about it, calling Fan an annoying kid. After some time, Fan relaxes in his room and comments that flying back is quite tiring. However, with this flight, he has become more skilled at using his soul wing. He thinks that, finally, there are no further distractions, and then asks Zio and Faye if they are ready while holding the Star Dragon egg. He reminds them that although they failed last time, everyone still needs to get along in the future. The system window notifies him of the contracts: Black Dragon, Legend Level 23, Emerald Dragon, Legend Level 18, and Void Dragon. He begins using his taming skills on the egg and calls for the Star Sky Dragon, his third dragon, to emerge. The system window notifies that dragon taming can tame dragon-type creatures. Just then, the egg begins to crack, and a bright light spreads from within. Zio and Faye are also stunned as the entire room lights up with countless tiny sparks. He sees the little dragon and observes that this is the juvenile form of the Star Sky Dragon. The system window notifies that the contract with the Star Sky Dragon has been established, but its level remains unknown. Its attributes are displayed. Strength is 797, Agility is 276, Spirit is 109 points, and Stamina is 373. The system further details its abilities. Star Fragment generates a star that can be crushed to cause massive area damage, with power depending on strength. Starshine Scales absorbs damage received for 60 seconds. At the end of the skill, all nearby enemies take the accumulated damage. Star Surge continuously generates energy, gradually increasing stamina as the battle progresses. Star Sky Dragon Bloodline reduces all attribute damage by 50%, grants immunity to all debuffs, and increases self-healing ability by 500%. Blood Bond establishes a bloodline connection that provides a dragon pet attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer. He holds the dragon and remarks that the Star Sky Dragon is a physical combat type dragon with an initial strength of 795. He considers that its attributes are specialized, similar to Faye's, but its strength is twice that of Zio's initial attribute. When the Star Sky Dragon reaches approximately level 20, even without the boosts from Faye and himself, its strength will easily surpass 10,000. He originally believed that Zio was highly suited for physical output, but now it seems that both Zio and he have chosen the Dragon Knight path, which maintains a balance across all attributes. He thinks that the Star Sky Dragon's Starshine Scales seem like a damage-absorbing skill, but it can both attack and defend by reflecting the damage received over 60 seconds. Star Surge allows the Star Sky Dragon to continuously increase its stamina, making it unafraid of prolonged battles. He places the Star Sky Dragon on the floor while he runs towards Zio to attack. Fan thinks that, moreover, the Star Sky Dragon is not entirely physical. Based on the description of Star Fragment, it is a powerful magic skill, and they will have to test its power later. He states that, according to the process, it is time to name their new sister. He suggests Zio Yi and Zio Fei. Since all names start with Zio, they should call it Xingchen. Zio roars in anger. He questions the reaction, telling Zio not to be so particular about a name, and adds that he will come up with a better one later. He asks Xingchen if he likes the name. Chen does not respond. He thinks that it is such a cold little dragon, and it seems that Zio Yi cannot get along with her, but that is fine. After a while, in Taiki Country, Wanli Sand Area, level 60 to 70, Jin Chenghan speaks on the phone and acknowledges with understanding. A warrior asks him what is wrong, noting that he does not look well. He hangs up and explains that his sister asked someone to contact him, wanting him to avenge her. A short-haired girl inquires about Jinju, confirming that she is studying abroad in Longdu. The other girl asks if Jinju has been bullied in Dragon Country. Chenghan confirms, explaining that she has been urging him lately, claiming that some kid hit her, not just once. That girl, even though she has grown up, still behaves like a child, spoiled by him since childhood. At that moment, a giant worm monster emerges behind him. A priest, seated and reading a book, asks Chenghan if he intends to go to Dragon Country. Chenghan's barrier blocks the worm's attack as he counterattacks, responding that, of course, as her most beloved brother, he must help her eliminate all trouble. He states that, for now, his priority is to prepare for the national trial, after which they will connect to the secret realm. Once he obtains the final piece of the cursed set equipment, he will head to Dragon Country. After shattering the worm's body into pieces, he adds that, besides assisting his sister with her troubles, he also needs to investigate who the national trial players in Dragon Country are. This year's top spot must belong to them from Taiki Country. The priest agrees, stating that with Chenghan's participation, victory is certain. He remarks that Chenghan truly overestimates the people of Dragon Country. After some time, Fan practices with his senior sister and reflects that, in the week following his acquisition of Xingchen, without the Cloud Pavilion's commentary and without Jinju's provocations, his life has returned to normal, occasionally sparring and studying with his senior sister. She tells him that, as usual, if he manages to land a hit on her today, she will take him to Tianhua. He responds that he would love that. Later, Chen, Fei, Zio, and Fan engage in battle against spiders in the poison spider forest, while Fan reflects on the team's continuous leveling progress. All three dragons have experienced significant level increases. The system window notifies that the Emerald Dragon's level has increased to 22, the Star Sky Dragon's level has risen to 11, the Black Dragon's level has reached 29, and Lu Fan's level has advanced to 32. On the other hand, Qiyu, Ying, and Tao attack the spiders. The system window notifies that Qiyu's level has increased to 30, Sword Shadow's level has risen to 31, and Tao's level has advanced to 30. Fan notes that Sword Shadow has now progressed to Sword Danger 11, and today, Qiyu and Tao have finally met the conditions for their second advancement. Tao exclaims to Qiyu that they have finally reached level 30. Qiyu responds that Sister Ham, Tao, and she can now advance to the second tier. Han expresses amazement, remarking on how difficult it was to reach level 30. Tao states that after the advancement, she also wants to explore the high-level dungeons that Lu Fan and Sword Shadow can enter. Han warns that such dungeons are quite dangerous. Tao then suggests that Qiyu should accompany her. Fan reflects that, at last, all 5 combat professions in the team have reached their second advancement, meaning they can now venture into areas above level 30 together. After some time, Ying states that she has chosen the Sword Dancer class because it inherits the skills of the Sword Master. She had assumed that Qiyu would lean more toward a support role. The system window notifies that Jian Ying's hidden combat class is Sword Dancer Roman 2. Qiyu responds that she did consider choosing a support role, but with Fei around, her limited healing abilities are unnecessary. Therefore, she opted for a damage-dealing role instead, as light attribute magic attacks have become significantly stronger than before. The system window notifies that Qiyu's hidden combat class is Holy Light Judge Roman 2. Fan remarks that their team now possesses a balanced combination of physical, magical, and support abilities, provided that Tao successfully changes her class. Tao exclaims in amazement. Qiyu inquires about what happened, and Tao urges her to guess what class she has transitioned into. Ying speculates whether it could be a hidden class from the second-tier change. Tao confirms her assumption. Han and Qiyu are stunned upon hearing this. Tao reveals her sword and declares that she is now a Water Ripple Swordsman Roman 11, allowing her to manipulate water element magic while belonging to the Magic Swordsman class. The system window notifies that Tao Zioman's hidden combat class is Water Ripple Swordsman Roman 2. Fan expresses surprise that hidden classes can also manifest in the second tier. Ying explains that the probability is extremely low, even lower than that of acquiring a first-tier hidden class. Tao agrees, stating that she has always known herself to be exceptionally talented. Now that she is with them all, she finally feels a sense of balance within herself. Fan acknowledges this and teasingly comments that Tao had been slacking in the team and somehow ended up as a water-something swordsman. Tao is enraged, calls him a jerk, and demands that he come closer, while Qiyu quickly restrains her and urges her to calm down. Meanwhile, Fan contacts Vice Principal Zhao, greets him and inquires whether the envoy is on the way. After receiving confirmation, he responds affirmatively and states that he will head over immediately. The scene shifts to the Dragon Capital Academy's Combat Class Hall, where Fan sits alongside Teacher Gu. She informs him that the envoy's name is Ruan Chengfeng, a level 76, 3rd tier Holy Shield Knight. Vice Principal Zhao had mentioned that Ruan held some opinions about him. Fan reflects that if Ruan has opinions about him, Senior Sister had also mentioned before that the envoy would target him. He wonders just who this Ruan Chengfeng is. He notices some individuals on stage, along with Zhao, and thinks that the Brahma staff, once ranked number 1 in the Treasure Atlas, is among them. He then asks Teacher Gu if she knows who the cloaked person holding the staff is. Teacher Gu responds that this is the new headmaster of Dragon Capital Academy. Though new, they have already held the position for 2 years. She has heard that the headmaster is an expert above the 4th tier. Fan inquires whether anyone truly knows the headmaster's abilities. Teacher Gu explains that other than Vice Principal Zhao, no one knows anything about the headmaster. The headmaster never attends any events, their voice is magically altered, and no one knows their gender or level. If they are present to greet the envoy, then Ruan Chengfeng must indeed be someone special. At that moment, a student announces their arrival. Teacher Gu turns around and remarks that the envoy has arrived. Ruan Chengfeng enters with several soldiers and inquires whether everyone is present, stating that they should get straight to the point. He asks who the headmaster is. Zhao promptly steps forward and replies that he is the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy. Ruan, passing near him, asserts that he is searching for the headmaster. If Zhao does not have the authority to decide on the national trial candidates, he suggests not wasting his time. Ruan then asks if all the seed candidates have arrived. Zhao responds that there are no other seed candidates, as Dragon Capital Academy has only recommended Lu Fan. On the other hand, Gu remarks that Vice Principal Zhao had mentioned that the envoy wanted to select the candidate himself, but the school could only nominate several candidates. She believes the envoy must now be displeased. Fan responds that he can sense Ruan is not ordinary and has probably been through many life and death battles. Gu agrees, stating that it seems the headmaster and vice principal truly value him. They are willing to risk displeasing the envoy just to recommend him. She notes that the envoy came prepared, and since there are no other candidates, Vice Principal Zhao is holding his ground. This is a gamble. Ruan, addressing Fan, remarks that it seems the school has already made its choice for him, and as the new envoy, his opinion no longer matters. Zhao responds that the envoy has overestimated the situation, asserting that Dragon Capital Academy has full confidence in Fan and believes he will certainly impress him. Ruan questions whether Fan can truly impress him, mentioning that he has read Fan's profile. He acknowledges that Fan seems promising at level 32, Dragon Knight Champion of the Southern Province, ranked number 1 among new students from Zhonghai City to Dragon Capital, and with connections from the Qin family to the Northern Duke. However, Ruan then inquires, as he steps closer to Fan, whether he can understand the efforts of the other candidates. He challenges Fan, asking if, at level 32, he believes he can compete with 3rd-tier experts from other countries who are at levels 50 to 60. Fan senses something is off about this person, noting the hostility directed at him. He smirks and suggests that, since Dragon Capital Academy trusts him so much, he should assess whether he has the qualifications. In response, Ruan swiftly draws his sword and attacks Fan. Fan reacts quickly, blocking the attack with his own sword. The others are shocked by the sudden escalation. Gu protests, stating that this assessment is not fair. Zhao counters, remarking that facing a level 32 student as a level 76 is not asking too much. Yuan retorts that he is not forcing Fan to join the national trial and that Fan's level has nothing to do with him. He attempts to strike Fan again, emphasizing that his mission is to select individuals strong enough to compete with the other 22 nations. If Fan cannot pass his test, he is unworthy to represent the Dragon Kingdom. Fan, attempting to block the strike, realizes that engaging in close combat is impossible due to Ruan's higher level. However, there is not enough space to summon his dragon pet without risking harm to others, which frustrates him. Ruan swings his sword again, challenging Fan to show his full strength, demanding that he demonstrate what he is capable of and how he managed to get Ruan removed from the dragon capital's high command. Fan tries to defend himself, but his sword slips from his grasp. Ruan questions how Fan reduced him to a mere envoy. Just then, the principal intervenes, commenting that the envoy seems quite enthusiastic. He suggests moving the assessment to a different location and taps his Brahma staff on the floor, releasing his power. A magical circle forms on the floor, and the group is teleported, surprising everyone present. A teacher, bewildered, asks where the headmaster has taken them. Gur replies that the envoy has disappeared. On the other side, they appear in the Dragon Capital Academy arena, where the principal remarks that there is enough space here and invites the envoy to conduct the assessment to his heart's content. Ruan laughs, stating that it does not matter where they are and that Fan should show all his strength and stop hiding, or else the two headmasters who recommended him will lose face. He adds that now he understands Fan was the high official who had allowed Jinju to run amok. Fan summons Xiao Yi, who sits on her, and comments that no wonder this assessment had seemed off from the beginning. Since there is enough space here, he must now go all out, as Ruan wishes. The system window notifies him that Flash Leap, which teleports to any position within 50 meters, requires a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Ruan smirks as he sees Xiao Yi and thinks that this must be the black dragon that the Jin family's princess despises. It looks exactly like the one in the video, but no matter how strong the dragon's pressure is, it is useless in front of him. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight. In his eyes, Fan is still just a child. Ruan transforms his hand into a large shield to protect himself. Fan, addressing Ruan, calmly states that the envoy should watch carefully now. Xiao Yi roars, using her skill and pressure to release intense pressure against Ruan's shield. The system window notifies that the black dragon continuously releases pressure around it, causing fear, paralysis, and stun effects on all enemy targets within a large area. Ruan laughs, blocking the effect, and remarks that, as expected of a dragon, the pressure is indeed intense, but in the end, its level is too low. Meanwhile, Zhao comments that last time, Fan's black dragon had defeated the entire Fengyan pavilion with this move. The principal, watching the scene, asks if Ruan believes that's all and suggests he should just keep watching. Ruan dismisses the move, stating that it might scare his classmates, but will be ineffective against him. Suddenly, his sword slips from his hand. He feels fear when the fear effect is applied and thinks to himself that it is impossible. So he, a Holy Shield Knight, is actually frightened. He kneels down on the floor. Fan approaches him and asks how he can assess him while kneeling. Ruan quickly picks up his sword and mocks Fan. The system window notifies that Steadfast Stance is one of the knight's stances, which removes stun, fear, and charm effects. For the next 2 minutes, Ruan will not be affected by these effects again. He moves to attack Fan, calling him a little brat and daring him to mess with him. Fan opens 2 portals and calmly asks how Ruan can call this messing with him. Zhao is stunned, asking about the 2 portals. Ruan wonders what Fan is summoning and wonders if it could be another dragon. Fan smiles and replies that if Ruan wants him to go all out, he had better get serious and summon Fei and Chen to join the battle. Chen strikes his sword with his claw. Ruan is shocked and questions the 3 dragons. Zhao is also surprised and asks what Fan is. Fan addresses the 3 and responds that it is unfortunate but incorrect. He snaps his fingers, instructing Xiao Fei to summon the twin Wyvern Kings. Fei summons the Wyvern King's soul. The system window notifies that the Dragonbone Flute enables the natural assimilation of the twin Wyvern King's souls, their levels matching the user's level. Ruan is astonished upon witnessing 2 additional dragons. The system window notifies that the Wyvern King's soul is at level 22, possessing abilities such as Elemental Dragon Breath, which releases dragon fire at a target, inflicting fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. Soul Charge allows the Wyvern King, unrestrained by physical limitations, to charge at a target, delivering piercing damage. The Dragon Language ability unlocks advanced techniques, replacing Elemental Dragon Breath with Dragon Magic. Wyvern Elemental Forbidden Spell and Soul Charge are replaced with Dragon Magic, Doomsday Fall. Additionally, Wyvern Bloodline, as a sub-dragon species closest to true dragons, enables the Wyvern King to reduce all incoming damage by 50%. Zhao turns to the principal and asks whether he knew that Lu Fan possessed 5 dragons, stating that he cannot even describe the scene unfolding before him. The principal acknowledges that this revelation is truly unexpected. Fan extends his hand to release his power and declares that it is time for the special envoy to decide whether he considers himself qualified for the nation's trial. Ruan's thoughts race, but this cannot be happening. What should he do? How could he possibly be defeated by this brat? In desperation, he activates the Holy Light Protection skill, launching an attack against Fan and his dragons. Zhao exclaims in alarm, realizing that if Fan is struck by the dragon's attack, he will be utterly finished. He sits atop his mount, creates a protective shield around himself, laughs, and states that Fan is still far too young to kill him. The system window notifies that the bloodthirsty mount possesses a high-quality ability, Holy Light Protection, which instantly forms a shield that blocks all incoming damage for 10 seconds, while increasing movement and casting speed by 10%. The skill has a cooldown of 9 hours. Zhao watches him flee and remarks that he actually ran away, though he supposes it is better than dying beneath a dragon's claw. The principal observes the scene and comments that no one would have expected the once high and mighty Master Ruan to flee in such a disgraceful state. Fan acknowledges that, as expected of the special envoy, his mount's speed is remarkable. Meanwhile, Ruan, flying atop his mount, seethes with resentment. He thinks that just because Fan got lucky and acquired all these dragons, they now believe they can mock him at will. Without those dragons, Fan is nothing but worthless trash. He only needs to land a single hit. He checks the status of Holy Light Protection. 4 seconds remain. His sword glows with radiant energy as he scoffs, declaring that a rookie will always be a rookie. Even with all these dragons, Fan is full of openings. He counts down Holy Light Protection and has 2 seconds left. He can make it. With that thought, he launches himself forward and roars, "Die." The system window notifies that Holy Light Judgment has been activated, imbuing the weapon with Holy Light, dealing 420% holy damage. If this skill successfully lands, the next instance of holy damage will be doubled. Fan's protective layer blocks Ruan's sword. He smirks and remarks that this is more like it. One more hit, and he will break a layer of Emerald Light. The system window notifies that Emerald Light grants the target a layer of Emerald Blessing, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 60%. Each layer can block 2 instances of damage. Ruan realizes that the Holy Light Judgment has only broken half of Fan's shield. With dragons surrounding him, he cannot even get close enough to land a proper attack. Now, Holy Light Protection is ending. Fan charges his skill, Blue Dragon King's Roar, and taunts Ruan, asking if the special envoy is retreating again. He chuckles and adds that it is understandable. No one could blame him. As he speaks, the rookie and Chen close in on Ruan's flying mount. Ruan, sensing danger, asks if Fan intends to attack and attempts to flee. Fan denies him the chance, declaring that escape is not an option. Chen strikes Ruan's flying mount, sending him plummeting to the ground. Fan looks down at him and mockingly asks where the special envoy, who had been so eager to teach him a lesson, has gone. Without hesitation, he unleashes Blue Dragon King's Roar. The system window notifies that Blue Dragon King's Roar releases a thunderous shockwave forward, dealing massive damage and paralyzing the target. Follow-up attacks gain 20 layers of lightning, with each attack reducing 1 layer. Additionally, each attack has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Ruan, stunned, stammers a desperate plea to wait, but the thunderous shock engulfs him before he can finish. The dust obstructs vision, and as it settles, Ruan kneels on the floor, coughing, with his mount's headless body placed near him. Fan expresses his apologies for the matter regarding the mount. However, in the brutal competition of the national trial, killing an opponent's mount falls within the rules. He has gone to great lengths to test how Ruan handles such a situation. Zhao addresses the envoy, stating that at this point, the assessment should conclude, and Lu Fan should be qualified. Ruan screams in defiance, declaring that the decision of when the assessment ends rests with him. Zhao hesitates, attempting to interject, but the principal intervenes, advising him to let it be, as Ruan can no longer hold on much longer. Ruan's thoughts race flashes of damage immunity, dragon language magic, and 5 dragons. Anyone else possessing such abilities would be an absolute contender for the national trial. Yet he alone stands defeated. Overcome with fury, he shouts that Fan alone cannot possibly triumph. A stinking, impoverished fool from a mere dumpling shop has brought him to such a humiliating fate. Enraged, he moves to attack. Fei roars in response, but Fan halts him with a mere gesture and counters Ruen's assault. Undeterred, Ruen launches another attack, again and again, his voice filled with fury. He accuses Fan of causing his abandonment by the Jin family and the high-ranking figures of Longdu, of ruining his career, and of mocking him even now after killing his mount. His rage boils over as he declares that Fan must die today. Fan kicks Ruan aside, sending him tumbling away, then walks toward him, stating that losing rationality in battle is meaningless. He refuses to attack while Ruen remains vulnerable. If Ruen believes he has not passed the assessment, he should stand up so they may continue. If he thinks his career with Jinju has been ruined, then he will always have the chance to take revenge. However, he must remember next time, there will be no restraint. Ruen loses consciousness. Zhao rushes toward him, urging him to hold on, promising to find a priest immediately. The principal turns to Fan, remarking that he has concealed his abilities well, even though he did not anticipate Fan possessing 5 dragons. Despite going all out, he inquires just how much strength Fan has actually used. Fan responds calmly, stating that, in truth, not even 1% of his strength was utilized. The dragon pets merely moved slightly and did not employ any skills. Satisfied, the principal acknowledges that choosing Fan was indeed the right decision. He taps his Brahma staff against the floor, activating teleportation magic to depart from the scene. Fei embraces Fan, who mutters that the principal feels strangely familiar. The scene shifts to Dragon Country, extreme northern region, uncharted area level 60. Jing glances at a paper bearing the words, Dragon Country Representative, Lu Fan. Class 2. Profession, Dragon Knight. Affiliated School, Longdu Academy. Status, Qualified. He taps his bottle against the table, laughing. He acknowledges that this kid is truly remarkable. The Dragon Country Representative is indeed Lu Fan. He speculates that Ruen Changfeng must have signed this while shedding tears. Calling for an officer, he waits as one enters the room and inquires what orders Lord Zhenbei has. Jing begins walking while holding his jacket, instructing him to prepare the griffin as he is heading to Longdu Academy. He asks if he is leaving the northern border camp, mentioning that recently, several of their exploration routes have been attacked, with the assaults originating from that region. He questions whether it is wise to leave now. Jing reassures him, stating that he is not leaving for good. He orders the Griffin team to be notified and for the other exploration routes to proceed as usual. He explains that he is going to meet their Dragon Country representative and investigate the situation, assuring that he will return in 2 days. The response comes back, understood. Meanwhile, Fan is shocked upon seeing Tidal Bay, a level 2 area, marked on the map. He comments that it is over 3,000 kilometers away, which seems incredibly far. He reflects that Ruan Changfeng approved his national trial qualification, and with not much to do recently, he decided to venture out in search of treasure. However, the destination is more than 3,000 kilometers away, and it is merely a mid-level treasure map. With a sigh, he decides to forget it, stating that he will contact them again next time if necessary. Black Rat, on the phone, asks if he really does not need help, offering to contact a mage for teleportation, though it would come at an additional cost. At that moment, the system window notifies Fan, congratulating him on the treasure map being sent today. Fan, surprised, thinks to himself that after so long, a god-level treasure map has finally arrived. Black Rat asks if Fan is still there, to which Fan replies affirmatively, asking for a moment as he has another matter to inquire about. Just then, a large fireball is seen heading toward Villa Number 1. Inside, Fan notes that the location is in the extreme northern region. The fireball strikes the villa, causing a massive explosion. After everything has been burned, the teacher, covering his face, is about to use the teleport stone to escape. But Fan, his dragon, and his companions emerge from the flames and approach him. Fan flies toward the teacher and asks if he plans to teleport again, commanding him to stop right there. He attempts to grab him and tear off his veil cap. The teacher is stunned upon seeing his face and realizes that he is the same teacher who had been with the principal that day. A lady nearby shouts to quickly call the fire department and inquires about what happened, asking what exploded. Ying asks if everyone is alright, questioning what is going on. Qiu explains that the person had ambushed them, intending to kill and silence them. On the other hand, the teacher acknowledges that since he has been seen, there is no other choice but to throw chains toward Fan to capture him. The system window notifies that the blazing binding has restrained the target, preventing any beneficial effects for 10 seconds. If the target breaks free, its movement and casting speed will be reduced by 90% for the next 4 seconds. Another notification follows, describing the ultimate blaze, a skill that burns one's own life to form a core of flames. The skill sacrifices life to detonate the core, dealing 250% of one's mental attribute as fire damage. The range of the skill increases with charging time. Fan thinks to himself that the flame core is the most insane skill of a fire mage. He wants to take him down with him. Qiu uses her powers to attack the teacher, telling Fan to hold on as they are coming to help. Ying also draws his Wenhua swords to fight. The system window notifies that the flame core is charged 59%. Han is shocked to see the teacher growing larger as the flame core charges, with the chains capturing Fan's hand. The teacher declares that Fan cannot escape, only death awaits him, and continues charging the flame core. The system window notifies that the flame core is now charging at 72%. Fan remarks that Faye is preparing to cast Eternal Guardian to protect everyone. Faye spreads light from her emerald, using the Eternal Guardian skill. The system window notifies that Eternal Guardian generates a protective barrier, sheltering all targets within it. The barrier's damage absorption depends on the Eternal's health and self-regeneration ability. The teacher laughs, his body swelling as his belly threatens to explode. The system window notifies that the flame core is charging at 96%. Fan watches the teacher and realizes that he is about to detonate the flame core. He rushes forward, exclaiming that the teacher is crazy. Just then, the principal's Brahma staff pierces through the teacher's body. The system window notifies him that the skill Ultimate Blaze has been interrupted. Fan is startled and thinks to himself that it is the principal's Brahma staff. The teacher begins to fall, engulfed in flames, declaring that only death awaits Fan. The principal quickly retrieves his staff. After a brief moment, a student asks what happened in front of the teacher. Another student comments that the loud noise was terrifying. Teacher Gu instructs the students to hurry back and not interfere with the firefighting efforts. Fan lands on the floor, while Han, relieved, says she was scared to death and asks if he is hurt. Fan reassures her, saying it is fine and not to worry, addressing her as Auntie. Qiu, Ying, and Tao also approach Fan. Qiu expresses that the event was terrifying and asks if Fan knows who the mage is. Fan responds that he saw the mage during the envoy assessment, where the mage was standing with the principal at the time. Vice Principal Zhao, seated near the teacher's dead body, remarks that they truly did not expect someone to attempt to murder him at the school. He adds that the individual is an honorary professor at Longdu Academy, an 81-level fire mage, which he finds unbelievable. Fan inquires as to why the mage would do this. Han insists that Vice Principal Zhao must investigate the matter, stating that they nearly all died. Qiu suggests that the killer had immediately intended to die alongside Fan once he realized that Fan was still alive. Zhao urges everyone to calm down and take a breath, assuring them that he will thoroughly investigate the matter and provide a response. The scene shifts to the next morning in the principal's office at Longdu Academy. The principal declares that such an attempt at murder is bound to happen again. He notes that while this time it failed, the next attempt will likely be even more dangerous. He explains that the honorary professor has been at the school for many years, and the people around him are so deeply hidden that it gives him chills. He continues, stating that although the entire Longdu Academy is within his skill range, if he had been just a moment too late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He turns to Jing, asking if he is even listening to him. Jing sits, holding a kettle, and remarks that he thinks his office could use some alcohol, as the tea is simply bland and tasteless. He stands up, laughing, and says not to be angry, he is listening. After all, they have not seen each other for so long, and he came all this way without even asking what his purpose here is. The principal apologizes, acknowledging that he has been selfishly talking about Fan for so long, and asks if he has completed his mission in the far north. Jing responds, stating that he definitely has not. However, since the principal mentioned that it's not safe for Fan to stay at the school, and that both he and the vice principal need to investigate the matter, it's a coincidence that he can help ease some of that burden. The principal inquires about the help with the burden, to which Jing smiles and says that's right. He assures the principal that he will take care of the kid and suggests they head to the far north. Even if the kid is not afraid of assassination, trouble will surely follow. Going there will ensure his safety before the national trial and prevent him from endangering those around him. The principal acknowledges that he would indeed be safe with Jing and asks what's in it for him. As the esteemed Duke of the North, he still has time to devote to this matter. Jing takes a bottle from a drawer, explaining that he has been keeping a close watch on Fan for quite some time. The growth and progress he has made are astonishing, and there is no need for him to spend time mentoring him. However, he hopes that the principal will help him investigate the matter. The principal acknowledges that he understands but emphasizes that he must ensure Fan does not fall into danger. Jing drinks from the bottle and agrees, stating that he will bring Fan back safely. He then remarks that the drink tastes awful, calling it garbage. He inquires about what it is, asking if it was a gift from someone else. Meanwhile, in front of the main gate of Longdu Academy, a car stops and Chenghen steps out. Jinju quickly runs toward him, greeting him as she exclaims that he has finally arrived. She asks whether she is important or if the equipment is more important. He hugs her and assures her that, of course, his sister is more important. He mentions that the national trial is being held in Taiki country and that he needs to prepare well. He then asks if this is not the reason he came to find her after getting ready. She responds, asking if he will help her get revenge. He confirms, stating that, of course, anyone who made his beloved sister unhappy deserves to be taught a good lesson. The scene shifts to Villa number 2 at Longdu Academy, where Fan sits, checking the system window. Black Rat, on a call, asks if he has received it. Fan replies that he has gotten the map and will transfer the money to him right away. Black Rat mentions that he suddenly went offline last night and that he could not reach him at all. He expresses relief that Fan is okay, noting that the map is sensitive and that no one else would dare to buy it except him. Fan responds that if there's nothing else, he will hang up for now. Ying places a glass of water for him on the table and asks if he is planning to go far. He explains that he is quite concerned about this place, but won't consider leaving until the investigation results of the attack are released. Ying mentions that she did not sleep well last night and that they are sleeping upstairs. She adds that if he is going, he should let them know when they wake up so everyone is informed. He reassures her that he won't leave without saying goodbye and thanks her for taking care of them. Just then, the doorbell rings, and Fan says he will go open the door, as it should be Vice Principal Zhao. He opens the door and asks how the investigation results are. Instead of Zhao, he sees Jing at the door and inquires who he is. Jing responds that he is not clear on the investigation results, but assures Fan not to be nervous, as he is not a bad person. Jing holds an unconscious guard on his shoulder and explains that the reason the bodyguards passed out is actually a misunderstanding. He asks if he has a way to treat them and explains that he came to find him, but they attack him directly. This should count as legitimate self-defense, right? Fan quickly draws his sword, thinking that the bodyguards arranged by Vice Principal Zhao have all been subdued. If this man is another attacker, he must be cautious. He demands to know who he is. Just then, Qiu arrives and asks Uncle Tu what brings him here. She is shocked to see the unconscious guards and immediately asks what is going on. After a while, they all sit inside as Fan remarks that he is the teacher Uncle Qin mentioned. Qiu confirms, explaining that she has always called him Uncle Tu since she was little. She then adds, by the way, that Uncle Tu's grip is a bit too strong. Tu Jing laughs and says that Qiu arrived just in time, otherwise, this kid would have had to fight him. Fan apologizes, admitting that he mistook him for someone sent to attack them. In truth, he has wanted to thank him in person for helping him deal with the people behind Jinju. He recalls a memory as he tells Qin that it's great. He also wants to thank this teacher face to face. Qin, however, responds that it is not the right time yet. He has a mission to attend to, so there is no rush. They will meet sooner or later. Jing states that although Ruan Chanfeng was dismissed from his position, he still came seeking revenge as an envoy. However, the one who truly dealt with him was Fan himself, so there is no need to thank him. Q remarks that she never expected the once great hero who rode a griffin to confront the beast tide to now be unrecognized even by the bodyguards of Longdu Academy. Fan stands up, repeating the words facing the beast tide alone, and remarks that when he was studying in Zhanghai City, the school walls were adorned with images of heroes who had died fighting ferocious beasts. It turns out that Jing was the hero who repelled the beast tide back then. Jing laughs, dismissing it as nothing more than old stories. Every era has its own outstanding figures, and right now, he is more focused on himself. Lu Fan. He stands up, places a hand on Fan's shoulder, and explains that he has come specifically to find him not for anything else, but to take him to the extreme north for training. Fan repeats the words extreme north in surprise. Jing explains that he has already discussed it with the principal. Traveling to the extreme north with him will not only allow him to level up, but also prepare for the national trials while avoiding the potential next attack. Q points out that the extreme north is uncharted territory. Ying adds that Fan is now a representative of the Dragon Kingdom and cannot afford any accidents before the national trials. Jing acknowledges that the conditions in the extreme north are harsh, but that is precisely why it is an ideal place for him to improve his strength. Leaving here means that those targeting him will no longer endanger the people around him. Fan considers that the location of his divine treasure map lies in the extreme north, so naturally, he wants to go. However, if he leaves, will everyone truly be safe from further attacks? Ying reassures him, telling him that if he wants to go, he should just say so. They have already advanced to the second level, and even if attacks occur, he does not need to worry. She will continue to take care of everyone in his absence. Q adds that they will protect Auntie well, whether he goes or not, so he should not be concerned about them. Fan thanks them all and affirms that he wants to go to the extreme north. Jing laughs, calling him a good kid, and remarks that he has not misjudged him. He then instructs Q to go buy a few bottles of good wine, suggesting that they have a grand meal to send Fan off properly. Q reminds him that they can no longer drink the strong liquor he loves. Ying comments that she usually eats with all of them, but it seems like they do not have any ingredients here. Fan volunteers to go buy some, suggesting that they eat together when Auntie and Tao wake up. It will also be a good time for him to bid farewell to the senior. Jing then tells Qiu to quickly treat the unconscious bodyguards at the door, as it would not be good if someone saw them in that state. Qiu replies that she has transitioned into a holy light judicator, so she no longer possesses healing abilities. Ying adds that they should not look at her, she has never had healing skills. Fan decides that he will leave Fei behind to handle it. After some time, in the Longdu Academy arena scoring room, Fan sits in contemplation, struggling to believe that Senior Tu Jing is the hero who once resisted the beast tide. Learning from him feels like a dream, yet he wonders what benefit it would bring to take him to the extreme north. At that moment, his senior sister arrives and asks why he is still there so late. She remarks that he is not waiting for her, is he? If he is, she explains that she has been quite busy these past few days. Still, if he wants to practice close combat, they should just get started. Fan shakes his head and says no, he is there to say goodbye. She repeats his words in surprise. He explains that he is going to the extreme north and will not see her for a whole month until the national trials. He will not be able to spar with her and will probably be quite bored afterward. She grabs his cheek and calls him a fool, telling him that he will learn far more in the extreme north than he ever would by sparring with her. She adds that the place is still very dangerous, so boredom will be the least of his concerns. He taps her hand and nods in understanding. Then, without hesitation, he quickly runs off, waving as he announces that he will head back now. He still needs to say goodbye to everyone tonight. Before he can leave, she suddenly hugs him from behind and urges him to wait. He is in such a hurry, yet she has something to give him. He turns to her in curiosity and asks what it is. She hands him a bracelet and tells him to wear it for his safety. She encourages him to do his best in the extreme north and the national trials and to take care. Before he can respond, she moves swiftly toward the door and, without turning back, reminds him to bring her back a piece of unmelting ice when he returns. In her rush, a few strands of her hair remain in his hand. Fan looks down at them and wonders if they are truly hers. After a while, Fan walks toward the villa, holding a bag of groceries. He slightly turns his head back and asks how much longer the person behind him intends to follow, while noticing Chenghan secretly trailing him. Chenghan steps out from his hiding place and asks if he has been discovered. He remarks that it was not easy to find Fan. Fan turns to him and asks who he is and why he has been following him. Chenghan responds that Fan might not know him, but he has heard quite a bit about his exploits. He introduces himself as Jin Chenghan, Jinju's older brother, and explains that his younger sister has received considerable care from Fan. For that reason, he has come specifically to thank him. Fan drops the bag onto the floor and asks if he is the top newcomer from the Taiki Kingdom. Drawing his sword, he demands to know if Jinju is here as well and tells him to bring her out. Jinju steps forward and questions his arrogance, declaring that she is eager to see her brother teach him a lesson. Chenghan responds that whether he steps in to do so depends on Fan. He offers him a chance, and if he allows his sister to slap him back a few times, they will consider the previous matter settled. Fan scoffs and asks whether the Jin family has a poor memory. Turning to Jinju, he reminds her that the last time she said the same thing, yet she did not tell her brother how it ended if she did. Jinju grits her teeth and urges her brother to stop wasting time. She insists that there is no point in negotiating with him, and that they should just take action. Chenghan remarks that Fan truly refuses to shed a tear until he sees the coffin. At this point, if he still has no respect for the Jin family, there is no other choice. He begins forming a spell circle on his hand. Fan immediately recognizes it as a summoning spell, just as sinister as Jinju's magic. Chenghan declares that he will send him to his death, and a creature emerges behind him, launching a swift attack on Fan. Reacting instantly, Fan moves back and quickly assesses the situation. The creature's ordinary attack clearly possesses a powerful corrosive effect, so avoiding it should be his top priority. He observes the monster and realizes that it has grown Jin Chenghan's face. Chenghan commands the abyssal crawler to go and capture Fan, and the creature begins moving toward him. At that moment, Fan notices a griffin heading in his direction and wonders what is happening. The griffin attacks the monster, capturing it in its claws. A system window notifies that the extreme cold griffin king mount of legendary quality has appeared. Jinju asks what is going on. Just then, Tu Jing leaps toward Chenghan, holding a spear, and demands to know if he thinks this is the Jin family's territory. Chenghan is shocked and thinks that the Griffin King and that voice could be Jing. He shifts his spear to attack, declaring how outrageous this situation is. He warns his sister to get away, stating that this person is very dangerous. Jing stabs him with the spear, lifting him off the ground, and asks if he recognizes him. He tells Chenghan to give up, as his abyssal crawler cannot save him now. Nothing can escape the claws of his Griffin King. Jinju begins crying and calls out to her brother. Chenghan admits that it is no wonder Jing is so strong. Jing pushes the spear deeper into his body, aiming to kill him. Fan is shocked, thinking that Senior 2 has directly killed Jin Chenghan. Jing coldly states that the Abyssal Summoner's third-tier skill, Abyssal Symbiosis, allows the summoner to be reborn within their abyssal summoned beasts as long as the beast remains alive. Chenghan's body begins to melt. Fan realizes that Chenghan is not truly dead. Jing warns that if he does not come out now after he kills the abyssal crawler, Chenghan will truly be finished. He swings his spear. The Griffin King clenches the abyssal crawler in its claws, and Chenghan emerges from it, declaring that he cannot be killed as he is the representative of the Taiki Kingdom. A system window notifies that the Abyssal Symbiosis is currently on a cooldown of 12 hours. The Abyssal Symbiosis skill allows the Abyssal Summoner to remain symbiotic with the Abyss as long as their summoned beast is alive. Upon death, the Summoner can be resurrected within the Abyssal Summoned Beast. The initial cooldown is 2 hours, and from the second resurrection onward, the cooldown time doubles with each subsequent resurrection. The system also notifies that Jin Chenghan is a hidden combat class, a level 6 Abyssal Summoner. Chenghan asserts that attacking a representative before the national trial will result in judgment from the 23 nations. Fan realizes that Chenghan has actually been revived by his summoned creature. Jing acknowledges this but also reminds Chenghan that if a national representative is attacked, the one who retaliates will face no punishment. He asks Chenghan what he means by his statement, pointing out that Fan is the representative of the Dragon Kingdom. Jing clarifies that he is not a murderer. Since this year's national trial is hosted by the Taiki Kingdom, he will spare Chenghen's life to avoid causing further trouble. Chenghen nods in understanding. He tells Chenghen to remember this, the Jin family he truly dislikes him. He warns that he should never be seen again and throws his spear in anger toward the abyssal crawler. Chenghen directs Zhu to leave and stands, preparing to depart. He tells Fan that since both of them are representatives, it is a violation to make any moves before the competition. He adds that he will wait for him at the national trial and prays that no one in the Taiki Kingdom will support him. Fan reflects that Jin Chenghen really gives off an impression that is both unpleasant and amusing. Despite having clearly died once, he still manages to act tough. Jing remarks on the behavior of people from the Taiki Kingdom, noting that even in death, they continue to act tough. He urges Fan to hurry inside, as he had instructed everyone not to come out, and they are probably worried sick. Jing then asks where the ingredients Fan bought are, mentioning that his aunt has been waiting for a long time. Fan thinks that the ingredients were ruined by the summoned beast. After a while, Tao cheers his glass with Jing's and asks if he is okay, encouraging him to keep drinking. Han, crying, hugs Fan tightly, urging him to stay safe and not be reckless. He tells Fan to take care of himself and not to worry about them. Qiu tells Han to stop crying, assuring him that Fan will definitely be back in a month. Fan reflects on the long-awaited gathering from the previous night. Everyone had let go of the tension from the attack. Some spoke freely, while others cried uncontrollably. He knows he must leave. As the target of the attack, he cannot allow everyone to face danger because of him. With only a month remaining until the national trial, the secrets of the extreme north are waiting for him to uncover. The next afternoon, Fan sits atop the Griffin King, accompanied by Jing, continuing their journey. Jing advises him to hold on a bit longer and avoid getting frostbitten. Fan thinks about the unexplored areas above level 60, the location of the Divine Treasure map, which lies in this very place. He then notices something and asks, "Wait, what is that?" Later, the Griffin lands in an unexplored area of the extreme north. Fan is shocked by the surroundings and comments that it looks like a blood moon. Jing explains that this is the reason he brought Fan here. After a while, at the extreme north military camp, Jing walks alongside Fan and informs him that the elite Griffin squad under his command is stationed there. The squad must possess mounted combat skills. Regarding the exploration tasks in the extreme north, Jing shares that there are currently 114 exploration routes. He then points to a red mark on a map, indicating what they are searching for. Fan asks if that is the Blood Moon. Jing confirms, explaining that they still cannot get close to it and do not know what it truly is. They have always referred to it as the Blood Moon, but now, with the legendary youth joining them, the exploration task is sure to make progress, and he laughs. Fan looks at the map and realizes that this is Senior 2's intention. It aligns perfectly with his own goals here. He can find the Divine Treasure map and train in an environment above level 60. These two routes are the closest to the location of the Divine Treasure map. He asks if he can join the exploration route directly. Jing responds that Fan is eager, but Route 78 has many outposts and is full of fierce beasts. If Fan gets into trouble at level 32, his principal will surely take his life. Fan asserts that he came here not just to escape the pursuit, but to improve himself. He argues that if he only takes the safe routes, there is no point in being here. Jing smiles and remarks that Fan is just like he was when he was a rookie, always rushing into dangerous places. He then summons a bow with magic and hands it to Fan, saying to take it. Fan takes the bow and realizes that it is a legendary quality offhand bow. With this, he can equip both the Ink Dragon Scale Sword and the Underworld Serpent's bow at the same time. Not only does it add attributes, but it also eliminates level restrictions. He thinks that Senior 2 must have spent at least 800 million dragon coins on these enchantments. The system window notifies that the Underworld Serpent's bow is of legendary quality, with a level requirement of 70. It eliminates enchantment level restrictions, adds 591 strength, and 756 agility. This offhand weapon increases all attributes by 10% when equipped. The Underworld Serpent's arrow does not consume regular arrows, as all arrows are magic arrows. The bow can cast magic arrows without drawing them, and each arrow deals 20% damage. Holding the bow for 3 seconds allows the casting of the Serpent Shadow Arrow, which increases damage by 500%. Fan is startled and exclaims about the bow. Tu Jing responds, urging him not to be so pretentious and simply take the bow. He explains that if Fan is going to Route 78, these preparations are essential. Fan lifts the bow with happiness, expressing his gratitude and saying that with this bow, he can feel confident about the exploration routes and the national trial. Jing comments that Fan is a little brat, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He thinks that if it weren't for the fact that Fan cannot use a bow, this great opportunity would not have gone to him. Just then, an officer arrives and reports that the military uniform is ready. Jing takes the uniform and tells Fan to put it on. He says they will take him to see the area nearby, and if Fan still insists on taking Route 78 after they return, they will set off with the team tomorrow. Fan takes the uniform, puts it on, and says he can't wait any longer. After a while, Jing rides the Griffin King, and Fan flies nearby with his wings. Jing asks why, as a dragon rider, he is not riding a dragon. Fan explains that his dragon's level is not high enough yet, but Xiao Yi is currently level 29 and will soon unlock the ability to be ridden. Jing responds that once Fan can ride Xiao Yi, he might just make an exception and recruit him into the Griffin squad, laughing afterward. Just then, Fan is startled upon seeing an owl demon approaching them. The system window notifies that the owl demon is level 60. It has toxic feathers that fire venomous feathers at the target, each with a 30% chance of poisoning the target for several seconds. The poisoned target loses 2% of their health per second, and repeated hits will accumulate the poison's duration. The demon also possesses the Song of Illusions, causing the target to lose their sanity after hearing a continuous cawing for several seconds. This enters a charm state that lasts for 5 minutes, and other skills can be cast during the continuous cawing. The owl demon moves toward Jing to attack, and Fan warns him to be careful. Jing summons his spear and declares that the one who should be careful is Fan, especially with the Route 78 exploration ahead. He stabs the demon and adds that with Fan's reaction speed, he would have been long gone by now. Fan thinks that the elite Griffin squad members are all above level 70. Although he had joked about making an exception for him, based on his current performance, he is sure Senior 2 is not satisfied. This is not a school environment, and he needs to take this seriously. Jing says, "Look, they have arrived." Fan looks ahead and remarks that it is a giant eye. Jing confirms, explaining that it is indeed an incredibly huge dead beast, and they have no idea what it actually is. Fan observes the giant eye and the surrounding mountain, noting that it resembles half of a dragon's head. He wonders aloud if it is truly a dragon, considering its massive body, so large that even the Griffin squad cannot investigate it. Jing looks at Fan's expression and acknowledges how shocking it is. He shares that when he first got close to this thing, even the Griffin King was too scared to approach it. As for discovering it, it was purely by chance. Fan checks the system, puzzled as to how even the system cannot identify any information. The system window notifies that the identification result for the eye is unknown. Jing continues, explaining that in this world, there are very few places humans have set foot in and many unknown areas that require someone like him to lead the Griffin squad in exploring. He adds that when he first found this thing, it did not look like it does now. The scene shifts to a flashback where Jing and his adjutant are fighting owl demons while riding griffins. Jing thinks back to when he first approached it, clearing the resource extraction point above the owl demon. He commands his adjutant to spread out the formation. One adjutant responds, warning of an avalanche, and noting that the resource extraction team is still down below. Another adjutant asks if they should pursue the owl demon, which has escaped. Jing orders to give up the chase for the owl demon and commands the entire team to go down and rescue the extraction team. He thinks to himself that just as they were desperately trying to save the team, the creature opened its eyes. The adjutant moves toward the extraction site, calling out to hold on as they rush to save them, but he falls and calls for help. Just then, another adjutant exclaims in shock at the sight of a gigantic eye, warning, "Lord of the northern town, be careful." The scene shifts back to the present. Jing reflects that it has been a year now, and experts from all sides still know nothing about this creature. However, he knows that it is alive. It opened its eyes in front of him, and he wonders if, one day, it awakens, they will still be able to live peacefully as they do now. Just then, Fan notices some griffins in the distance and comments that it seems like people from the Griffin squad are flying toward them. Jing observes that they were once part of the squad, But now they are no longer. As they approach, Fan notices the fallen corpses coming toward them. The system window notifies that the fallen corpse is level 65. It has the ability Corpse Tide, which increases the defense of all nearby fallen corpses by 25% for each fallen corpse present. It also has Live to Die, which increases the defense by an additional 25% each time a non-lethal injury is received. Finally, Hopeless states that each damage dealt by a fallen corpse will inflict up to 2 times the damage based on the current defense. A corpse attempts to attack Fan, but he blocks it with his sword and contemplates whether the fallen corpse could be a member of the Griffin squad who perished here. He questions what exactly these creatures are. Jing seizes the reins of his griffin and remarks that these entities are quite troublesome. He does not wish to kill them. He activates the Web of Extreme Cold skill, weaving a web around the corpse. The system window notifies that the Web of Extreme Cold, cast by his mount, generates a 5-second ice attribute magical net. All targets ensnared within the net gradually sustain minor ice damage over time and freeze completely within 5 seconds. Fan swiftly retreats and inquires whether these beings were once his subordinates. Declaring that it is time to depart, he takes flight and begins the return journey. A fallen corpse watches as they leave. The scene shifts to the following morning, where Jing sits drinking and asks if he is certain. Fan affirms that whether it is the fallen corpses or the colossal creature, he is proceeding to the front lines. Jing acknowledges his resolve and instructs an officer to summon them. At that moment, the officer enters with a group of knights and reports their arrival. Lu Fei salutes and formally reports that all members of the 78th Squad are present. Lu Chenkong comments on the rarity of such a break and inquires about Lord Jinbei's orders. The system window then provides notifications. Lu Fei, level 16 Divine Punishment Knight, Captain of the 1st Squad, Lu Chenkong, level 10 Holy Shield Knight, member of the 1st Squad, and Shen Kai, level 10 Soaring Eagle Knight, member of the 1st Squad. Jing gestures toward Fan and informs old Lu that he has arranged for a new team member for him. Today, Lu Fan, the top-ranked student from Dragon Capital Academy, joins them. Fan greets his seniors with respect. Chenkong shakes hands with him and acknowledges his background, expressing surprise that Lu Fan also hails from Dragon Capital Academy and graduated from the Kingyun class. He remarks on the coincidence. Fan responds by stating that he has worked diligently on the front lines. Chenkong reassures him not to worry, as he will ensure the new team member is well taken care of. Fan expresses his gratitude. Lu then turns to Jing, mentioning that he has some questions. Meanwhile, Fan inquires about the badge on Captain Lu's chest, noting that he is the only one wearing it. Chenkong explains that it is a military merit badge. Captain Lu earned that copper badge, which qualifies him to be a captain. Higher ranks bear silver or gold badges. He further elaborates that within their Griffin squad, only 8 individuals hold gold badges, and when Lord 2 is absent from the camp, those 8 assume command. Captain Lu turns to Chenkong with a hint of exasperation, questioning whether a college student has been sent here merely for an internship or to polish his resume. He insists that such jokes are inappropriate, as the 78th Squad's missions are demanding, leaving no room for babysitting. Jing firmly asks when he has ever joked. He assures them that if danger arises, they need not concern themselves with Fan. If he dies, that is his own responsibility. However, he asserts that while they may be brothers in private, on duty, he is their commanding officer. From this moment on, Lu Fan is a member of the squad and must be treated like any other soldier. This is an order. Captain Lu acknowledges the command and instructs Shen Kai to escort Fan to the squad meeting room, as the mission briefing will commence shortly. With a sigh, Shen Kai remarks on the inconvenience. After some time, in the 78th Squad's meeting room, Captain Lu states that, according to reports from the forward station, a blizzard is expected to arrive in 4 days. This means their mission must be completed within that time frame. He explains that the journey to and from the forward station requires 2 days, leaving them with only 2 days to explore along Route 78 once they arrive. Chenkong remarks that 2 days do not seem sufficient for a thorough exploration. However, with the addition of a new team member, their objective this time is to clear 100 miles, which will be considered a successful mission. Shen points out that covering such a distance is still a significant challenge and questions whether they should go easy on the student. Chenkong discreetly signals her to remain silent. Fan considers the situation and thinks that if they can successfully push through the unexplored territory, they might just discover the treasure map of the gods. Captain Lu rises to his feet and states that time waits for no one. He orders them to prepare their griffins and be ready to depart within 15 minutes. Shen, exasperated, compares him to a machine and questions whether they could simply wait until the blizzard has passed before setting out. Chen Kong dismisses the idea, reminding her that their squad was assigned to the front lines for a reason. Captain Lu then turns to Fan and informs him that he may keep his mount in the squad stables as they provide the best feed. Fan responds that his mount has not yet reached a high enough level for him to ride. Shen reacts with disbelief, exclaiming that she is not carrying him and declaring that this is now Captain Lu's problem. Chen Kong, puzzled, inquires how Fan intends to keep up with the squad in flight. Fan reassures them not to worry about carrying him. After some time, Chen Kong notices Fan's winged gear and remarks on its impressive quality. Shen, observing his rare equipment and considering Lord Tu's arrangement, speculates whether Fan's family belongs to the Dragon Capital elite. Fan, meanwhile, notices that Shen's giant eagle mount is being escorted by 2 smaller eagles. He inquires whether they serve as scouts. Shen dismisses the conversation, stating that now is not the time for idle talk, as they are about to enter the cloud cluster. Captain Lu warns the squad that visibility within the cloud cluster is extremely low and instructs everyone to stay alert. Chen Kong advises Fan to remain close to him and be cautious to avoid getting separated. Acknowledging the warning, Fan affirms his understanding and follows them into the cloud cluster. However, as he attempts to look ahead, he quickly realizes that he has completely lost sight of the others. He calls out for Senior and Captain Lu, his voice swallowed by the dense mist. At that moment, 2 eyes gleam like stars in the darkness behind him. Turning swiftly, he finds himself face to face with a sky predator lion. The lion roars at him. The system window notifies that the sky predator lion, corrupted, corpse level 75, possesses cloud mist mirage, which allows it to blend into the mist, enabling rapid movement and concealed illusions within the fog. It also has phantom strike, which unleashes an instantaneous attack from within the mist. If it successfully strikes a target, it creates a phantom at the current location. This phantom persists for a set duration and can replicate the original's basic attacks. Additionally, corpse corruption indicates that the sky predator lion has undergone corruption, granting it access to universal corpse skills, corpse swarm, death rebirth, and despair. Fan swiftly attacks the lion and considers the situation another corrupted corpse. It appears that the blood moon does not affect only humans. These corrupted corpses differ entirely from ordinary monsters, making it unwise for him to summon his dragon pet recklessly. The lion activates its Phantom Strike skill, launching an attack against him. The system window notifies that Phantom Strike unleashes an instantaneous assault from the mist. If it successfully hits a target, it generates a phantom at the current location. This phantom persists for a set duration and can replicate the original's abilities. Chen Kong commands him to retreat. The twin eagle advances to engage the sky predator lion. Observing them, Fan recognizes that it is Senior Shen's escort, Hawk. The system window notifies that Twin Eagle Feint commands 2 eagles to strike a target at high speed, diverting its attention. Shen orders them not to let the sky predator lion create any more phantoms, cursing as she has already lost 1 eagle. Chen Kong instructs them not to fall behind, warning that the clouds are filled with elite monsters. He assures them that he will protect him, as these kinds of monsters are merely routine encounters for them. Channeling his power, he extends his hand toward him to assist. Fan expresses his gratitude, knowing he cannot simply stand by and watch while they fight. The Sky Predator Lion activates its Cloud Mist Mirage skill, spreading fog throughout the area. The system window notifies that Cloud Mist Mirage allows the user to blend into the mist, enabling rapid movement and concealed illusions within the fog. Shen warns that newcomers should not act independently and must follow the team's strategy. Chen Kong agrees, stating that they will handle the Sky Predator Lion. He remarks that they have relied on Captain Lu for too long and still have not earned a badge. It is time for them to step up. Shen expresses disbelief while Fan listens closely and questions whether the sound he hears truly belongs to the Sky Predator Lion. A sense of urgency grips Shen as she attempts to flee, shouting in denial. Chen Kong curses, recognizing the presence of the Heaven Devourer, declaring that this is no ordinary monster and urging his junior to retreat. Fan, confused, repeats the name Heaven Devourer before looking up and spotting the creature above his head. The system window notifies that the Heaven Devourer, corrupted, level 1, possesses Devour the Heaven, a skill that allows it to consume any target drawn into its mouth, dealing 17% of the target's maximum health as damage per second. Additionally, it has Whale Fall, which enables it to swim through the clouds as if they were the sea. When it plummets from the sky, it triggers Whale Fall, inflicting 9,999 damage to all targets within the impact area, including itself. Furthermore, Corpse Corruption confirms that the Heaven Devourer has been corrupted, granting it access to universal corpse skills, Corpse Swarm, Death Rebirth, and Despair. Fan thinks that the creature is even larger than the World Destroyer, Zioyi. Captain Lee orders them to stop standing there and to fly. Chen Kong remarks that Captain Lu has arrived and that they are doomed, especially with the Heaven Devourer now appearing. He commands them to be silent and fly, warning that the cloud cluster is filled with those corrupted corpse birds. Fan quickly takes flight, thinking that anything near the blood moon is corrupted. That giant creature may lack life energy, but it is clearly altering everything around it. The Heaven Devourer begins its attempt to consume them. The system window notifies that Devour the Heaven allows the Heaven Devourer to consume any target drawn into its mouth, dealing 17% of the target's maximum health as damage per second. Fan tries to use his powers and thinks that escape is impossible. He is uncertain if his dragon pet will be affected by the corpse corruption and the blood moon, but if he does not summon it now, they will be devoured alive. He tells Captain Lu to let him handle it. Captain Lu warns him to stop being reckless and to stay close as they are breaking out of the cloud cluster. Shen announces that they are almost out and that the exit is just ahead, allowing them to leave the clouds. They finally break free from the cloud cluster. Shen states that they are out and that the crisis has been averted. The system window notifies that the skill Devour the Heaven has been interrupted. Fan asks if the crisis has truly been averted and whether the creature will not chase them anymore. Captain Lu confirms that it will not, explaining that once the Heaven Devourer leaves the clouds, it can only fall. Fan thinks that different corrupted corpses require different strategies and valuable lessons learned from the veterans of the Griffin Corps at the cost of their lives. He watches as the Devourer emerges from the cloud cluster and unleashes a blast. The system window notifies that Whale Fall allows the Heaven Devourer to swim through the clouds as if they were the sea. Upon leaving the cloud sea, it triggers Whale Fall, dealing 9,999 damage to all targets within the impact area, including itself. Captain Lu instructs Chen Kong and Shen to prepare for landing and rest. Chen Kong acknowledges the command. Shen comments that they almost did not make it. After a while, Chen Kong remarks that Captain Lu is in such a hurry, bringing a newcomer into the cloud cluster when they could have simply taken a longer detour. Fan apologizes, admitting that he is not very familiar with the northern frontier. He wonders what there is to apologize for, stating that he had no knowledge of the blood moon, corrupted corpses, or cloud clusters until arriving here. He adds that everyone in the Griffin Corps has a first time. Meanwhile, Captain Lu sets up camp while Shen feeds her eagles. Shen expresses concern, stating that if things continue like this, they will struggle to complete their exploration mission. They only have 3.5 days left. Captain Lu reassures her, explaining that the newcomer is slowing them down a bit, but they will adjust over time. Shen questions what time they have left to adjust, expressing her worry that while he and Chen Kong may not care, she fears they will not even make it back by the 4th day. She tells Fan that she does not know what connections he used to get here, but she wants to make it clear that this is not a place where one can gain qualifications simply by coasting along. He had better think carefully about the path ahead. She warns that if the thing beneath their feet ever wakes up, not just the Dragon Kingdom but the entire world will be in danger. He had better return to the barracks and stick to logistics. If they face a crisis at the front, they will not have the resources to take care of him. Fan replies that he has learned a great deal from Senior Chen Kong and Captain Lu on this journey and has already gained a good understanding of the situation here. He asks her to trust that he will be able to assist in the coming challenges. Chen Kong interjects, stating that there is no need for further argument. Captain Lu says that enough complaining has been made. Since Lord Tu has arranged it this way, there must be a reason. He orders them to hurry up and rest, as they will be moving soon. Chen Kong salutes, saying that he understands. He tells Shen not to overthink it, and that she should just ensure that Fan protects himself and does not get in the way. They will see if he can be of help later. Shen replies that she only hopes he does not make things worse. At that moment, her eagle screeches as it flies. She recognizes it as an alarm and realizes that they are under attack. She asks what the strange thing is as she sees a large crystal falling toward them. Captain Lu orders the teams to scatter and evade, urging them to hurry. He tells Chen Kong to put up the shield. He tries to create the shield of protection to protect them. The system window notifies that Shield of Protection grants a shield to all allies, absorbing damage equal to 200% of the caster's maximum health. The shield lasts for a set duration, and if it absorbs the maximum amount within that time, it will heal the ally for the total absorbed amount. Chen Kong says that he is hurt and that he has been separated from Lu Fan. Fan sees them and wonders if this could be another corrupted corpse. Captain Lu confirms that he and Shen are safe and asks where Fan is, requesting a status report. Just then, Fan is startled to find himself surrounded by a group of Yeti. He thinks that there are so many of them that they are surrounded by level 80 elite monsters. The system window notifies that Icefield Yeti, a corrupted corpse, level 80, possesses Ice Throw, which allows the Yeti to throw chunks of ice at a target, dealing heavy damage. Consecutive hits will freeze the target for 3 seconds. Additionally, it has Berserk, which activates when the Yeti's health drops below 50%, causing it to enter a Berserk state. This increases its attack power by 350%, as well as its movement and casting speed by a certain percentage. Corpse corruption indicates that the Yeti has been corrupted, granting it access to universal corpse skills, Corpse Swarm, Death Rebirth, and Despair. On the other side, Captain Lu calls out to Fan, asking if he is still alive and to respond. Shen tells him to keep his voice down to avoid attracting the corpses. Captain Lu declares that it's over, and that the kid is probably done for. A horde of Icefield Yetis, at least 20 or 30 of them, has surrounded him. They cannot fight them head-on, they must escape. Shen mentions that she still has a falcon that can launch a feint attack. Captain Lu confirms that Chen Kong is still alive and instructs her to launch the feint. He will go and bring Chen Kong back. Just then, a Yeti leaps toward him to attack, but Captain Lu quickly jumps forward with Shen, saying that the plan has changed. He will hold them off while she goes to find Chen Kong. He tells her not to look back, no matter what. Shen acknowledges, saying that she understands, and starts running. Captain Lu takes out his sword and urges her to hurry. She quickly leaps onto a crystal to continue running. She turns her head slightly and sees a Yeti grab Captain Lu's sword. Worry creeps in as she realizes the overwhelming number of enemies. She thinks that there is no other choice, even if it exposes her, as it's the only way to get Chen Kong's attention. She whistles, calling her eagle. The Yetis also hear the sound and spot her on the crystal. Shen draws her sword, thinking about Lu Chen Kong and wondering where he is. Meanwhile, Chen Kong stabs a crystal into his ribs and asks Fan if he is okay. Fan tells him not to talk and to hold on, as he is here to save him. He promises to treat him as soon as he deals with the 3 Yetis. Fan draws his sword, facing 3 giant Yetis. The system window notifies that Dragon Fang Strike, Sky Severing, is recharging. Chen Kong asks if Fan can heal and advises him not to push himself, noting that an Icefield Yeti Elite, level 80, is an opponent he cannot defeat. The Yeti moves toward him to attack. Fan quickly moves aside, and the system window notifies that Dragon Fang Strike, Sky Severing, with a dragon aura attached, is now empowered by the Black Dragon aura. Fan attacks and cuts off the Yeti's hand. Chen Kong is astonished, asking how this is possible. Fan replies that nothing is impossible. He is a Dragon Knight, a dragon tamer from the southern province. A Yeti throws a crystal at Fan to attack, roaring as it does. Fan switches his dragon aura to the Star Dragon and slashes the crystal in 2. The system window notifies that Dragon Fang Strike, Sky Severing, empowered by the Dragon Aura, triggers 2 consecutive slashes that can coordinate with a dragon pet. Chen Kong comments that a dragon tamer at level 32 can actually fight a level 80 elite monster. He had earlier mentioned that his mount was not strong enough. Just then, Shen arrives with Captain Lu, exclaiming that they found them and the battle is over. She is shocked to see Chen Kong's condition and asks about his wounds. Captain Lu asks Fan if he is still alive. Chen congratulates that he can still hold on, explaining that Fan found him, saved him, and that the others are okay too, which is a relief. At that moment, a Yeti leaps toward Fan to attack, prompting Captain Lu to shout a warning. He throws his sword at the Yeti, aiming to strike it. The system window notifies that Sword of Victory allows the Divine Punishment Knight to throw a weapon at the target. The weapon automatically tracks the target until it strikes, dealing 100% physical damage. Over the next few seconds, it will deal 76% holy damage per second. Captain Lu coughs and says that everyone should listen and not act recklessly, as he needs to think of a plan. Shen remarks that their only option is to retreat. The griffins are not responding, but her giant eagle can carry 2 people. Fan replies that he does not think the situation is that difficult. If they simply kill all the Icefield Yetis, the crisis should be resolved. Shen retorts that now is not the time for jokes, and they should retreat to the nearest outpost. Fan insists that he is not joking and suggests that he can heal everyone first. However, there are too many corpses, and he cannot handle them all. Shen asks if he is worried about them, warning him to stop making things worse. Fan responds that they do not have time for a conversation, and summons his serpent bow as the Yetis are about to attack. He tells Shen to take the wounded and retreat first. Captain Lu observes that the bow Fan has summoned is Lord Tu's dark serpent bow. Lord Tu had used this very bow to target the head of the king of the southern kingdom, forcing thousands of the kingdom's royal guards to retreat. He then gave this bow to Fan. Shen, taken aback, recalls that when Lord Tu suppressed the invading nations, he had used that bow. She now realizes that Lord Tu gave Fan such a precious weapon. She wonders if Fan could have truly been serious about his words earlier. Fan reassures Captain Lu not to worry. Once they escape the Icefield Yeti's encirclement, he will unleash the full power of the bow and eliminate all the corpses. Shen calls for her eagle, and Captain Lu tells Fan to be careful, assuring him that they will get out of his way. Fan watches as they leave, hoping they will make it to the outpost safely. He then turns toward the Yetis, recharging his bow, and prepares himself to test out Lord Tu's bow. Meanwhile, Shen continues to think about what Lu Fan had said earlier and wonders if it is truly all right for him to cover their retreat. Chen Kong reassures her, saying it is fine. He has seen how Fan fights, and they are the ones holding him back. He is a dragon knight and a dragon tamer from the southern province. Meanwhile, the Yeti leaps to attack Fan, while the system window notifies that the ice throw, which the Yeti uses to throw ice blocks as projectiles, causes massive damage to the target. Consecutive hits will freeze the target for 30 seconds. Fan throws an arrow toward them and shatters the crystal into pieces, but the Yeti's roar signals its movement toward him for another attack. Fan, still not giving up, remarks that such a stubborn creature is before him, and then attempts a new move. He activates the arrow of the Dark Serpent skill and shoots 12 arrows toward the Yeti. The system window notifies that the arrow of the Dark Serpent, when in the drawn bow state, allows the Dark Serpent to shoot 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Fan creates 2 portals and instructs that the fallen corpses be dealt with in one go, calling out to Xiao Yi and Xing Chen. They emerge, roaring. The system window notifies that when the Yeti's health drops below 50%, it goes berserk, increasing its attack power by 350% and its movement and casting speed by 1%. Additionally, the system notifies the fallen corpses' abilities. For every fallen corpse nearby, the defense of all fallen corpses increases by 25%. Furthermore, each time a non-lethal wound is sustained, their defense increases by 25%. Fan states that the Yeti has gone berserk and instructs Chen to prepare his skill, Shattered Star. Chen's body begins to glow as he activates his skill, creating a star and hurling it toward the Yetis. The system window notifies that Shattered Star generates a star and crushes it, dealing massive area damage, with its power determined by the user's strength. Fan suddenly pauses and announces that he has an idea. He instructs Chen to retreat, assuring him that he will handle the detonation of the star. The system window notifies that Serpent Shadow Arrow, when in the drawn bow state, can be released after charging for several seconds, increasing its damage by 500%. The current charge time is 1 second. The Yeti notices the star forming between them, rapidly charging up. Fan then fires a serpent-shaped arrow from his bow, which bites into the star. The system window notifies that Shattered Star, the Serpent Shadow version, creates a star that is shattered by the Serpent Shadow arrow, dealing massive area damage. Its power is enhanced to 500% of the Dragon of the Starry Skies strength attribute. The serpent shatters the star into pieces, triggering a massive explosion. On the other side, Captain Liu, Chen Kong, and Shen lose their balance on the eagle and fall backward. Shen asks what is happening. After a while, the eagle clenches Captain Liu's cap in its beak and drags him out of the snow as he coughs. Shen also sits nearby, holding Chen Kong in her lap as he moans in pain. Captain Liu, stunned, looks around and asks whether this could be Liu Fan's power, while noticing that the ground has been split into two parts. He realizes that this must be the true strength of a dragon tamer's ability, combined with a dragon's potential. Meanwhile, Fan commends Chen for his efforts and tells him to rest. He then states that it is now his sister Xiao Yi's turn. He instructs Xiao Yi to check for any remaining fallen corpses in the area. If none are found, they will regroup with the squad. At that moment, Captain Liu calls out to Liu Fan. Fan turns and asks why he has returned. Captain Liu inquires whether the explosion just now was caused by his attack and asks about the person standing beside him. Fan reassures him, telling Xiao Yi that they are allies and instructing her to change form. In response, Xiao Yi transforms into a devastating dragon engulfed in roaring flames. The system window notifies that the black dragon form has been switched to the devastating dragon. Fan tells her that if she does not like it here, she should go and clear the area. Xiao Yi quickly flies away, igniting the surroundings as she moves. The system window notifies that Cataclysm has been activated, stating that the devastating dragon ignites the area it flies over, dealing massive damage and inflicting burn effects. Chen Kong exclaims that it is incredible. Shen remarks that he is the dragon tamer from the southern province. Captain Liu, surprised, asks if she is his pet dragon. Fan confirms this, stating that she is the black dragon, Xiao Yi, and then asks if Captain Liu has heard of him. Captain Liu responds that it is more than just knowing him. Lord Tu has been mentioning a young dragon tamer for months. Not only does he possess a legendary pet dragon, but he is also the top candidate in Lord Tu's eyes. Shen adds that although she usually does not concern herself with others, she has heard countless rumors about him, concluding that Lord Tu must have sent them someone of great importance. Chen Kong remarks that Fan has been concealing his strength all along. Fan responds modestly, saying that everyone has been overestimating him. He admits that he is still unfamiliar with this place and has likely caused trouble for them. He acknowledges that they have all been guiding him and remarks that it must have been exhausting. Captain Liu holds him by the shoulder and states that he has trained many impatient youngsters, but Fan is the calmest and most responsible among them. He expresses his gratitude for being saved at such a critical moment. Shen admits that he had underestimated Fan before and failed to realize his true capabilities sooner. He acknowledges that someone sent by Lord Tu could not possibly be here just to show off. Chen Kong remarks that their meeting must have been fate and declares that from now on, they will be relying on him, referring to him as Junior Brother Liu. Fan thanks them all for their understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yi ignites the surrounding area, burning the corpse monsters. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon level has been upgraded to level 30, and the contracted Black Dragon has ascended to Black Dragon Roman 2. A new skill, Perception, has been obtained. Chen Kong, noticing the change, asks Fan what is happening to his pet dragon. Fan explains that Xiao Yi has reached level 30 and remarks that, as expected, a pet dragon's level 30 breakthrough provides a significant boost. He compares it to a second-tier transformation, stating that all attributes are now nearly maxed out. He also notes that the newly acquired skill is specifically designed to counter ambushes, ensuring that even against high-level assassination professions, there is no need for concern. The system window notifies that the contracted Black Dragon has ascended from level 1 to 2, with its level increased from 29 to 30. The strength has increased from 9N708 to 10N247. Agility has risen from 18,924 to 19,431. Spirit has grown from 19,611 to 10N107. And endurance has been boosted from 9,973 to 10,473. Additionally, the new skill of Perception has been obtained. The second stage of the Black Dragon enhances its sense of awareness, allowing it to detect enemies in stealth or disguise. When actively used, this skill reveals all enemies in stealth or disguise within the vicinity. Chen Kong comments that he once mentioned he could not ride Fan's dragon because its level was not high enough. Now that the pet dragon has leveled up, he wonders what this means. Fan confirms that this means he is finally becoming a full-fledged dragon rider and takes out a dragon saddle from his inventory. The system window notifies that the dragon saddle, an epic quality pet equipment, has a level requirement of 30 and a race requirement of dragon or lesser dragon. The skill soar is activated upon use, allowing the pet to be ridden as a mount. In mounted mode, both the rider and the pet's attributes are enhanced, and normal attacks will carry a dragon energy effect, causing ranged damage. Just then, Xiaoyi roars and throws a burst of lava flames that brightens the sky. Shen exclaims for Fan to look at his pet dragon. Chen Kong comments that the flames are so intense they light up the sky. Fan looks up and wonders what is happening with Xiaoyi. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon Roman II has shifted to the World Destroyer form. Fan smiles and states that Xiaoyi has evolved to the second tier, and the Black Dragon form has become even more powerful. He notes that it is now clearly a fully grown giant dragon. Chen Kong remarks that Fan's mount has reached such a level, calling it incredibly cool. Captain Lu comments that the fire from earlier was already shocking enough, but the dragon's growth is simply insane. He adds that if Fan is going to ride such a legendary dragon, he needs an equally special saddle and suggests that Fan wait while he goes to get one for him. Fan declines, saying that his own saddle will suffice. Captain Lu is stunned and says that he does not understand. The Griffin Core special saddle is military-grade equipment, offering a 10% boost to all attributes, which is incredibly rare. Shen, also surprised, adds that if Fan adds a 10% attribute boost to his dragon, wouldn't he dominate the skies? Fan presents his dragon saddle and states that his saddle, a dragon saddle, has been specifically crafted for dragon-type mounts. It is capable of stacking all of Zio's attributes, and his attack power will be further enhanced by the dragon aura. Captain Lu asks if this means that all attributes are stacked by 100%. Shen inquires what kind of divine equipment this is, noting that the normal attack now has added effects. Chen Kong comments that Fan always manages to blow their minds. Xiaoyi lands near Fan. Captain Lu then turns to Fan, saying that since he has his own saddle, he should show them what it can do. He reflects that comparing this dragon saddle to the Griffin Core saddle, theirs is practically trash. He had been hyping it up to Fan, and now it feels quite embarrassing. Shen admits that earlier, she had thought Fan might be dragging them down. However, now she sees that everything he brings out is top-notch. She wishes she had a saddle like that. Captain Lu asks what she is dreaming about, stating that the saddle is for dragons and wondering if her falcon has dragon blood. On the other side, Fan pats Xiaoyi and expresses his gratitude, thanking her for standing by him all this time and helping him escape the curse of the weakest profession. He declares that from now on, when danger comes, they will finally be able to fight together. Meanwhile, Shen remarks that anything related to dragons is on another level. Captain Lu acknowledges that his falcon cannot compare. Chen Kong urges them to stop bickering and directs their attention to Fan, stating that they are witnessing the birth of the world's first true dragon rider. As Fan equips the dragon saddle on Xiaoyi's back, he feels a surge of power coursing through him. He realizes that this feeling is one of immense strength, as if his entire body is filled with an incredible force, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth with a mere wave of his hand. This dragon saddle grants him the power of the dragons. Zio lets out a mighty roar, unleashing its full power. The system window notifies that the class Dragon Tamer has reached rider level 32, with strength increased from 1412 to 10247, spirit from 985 to 19431, agility from 1293 to 10107, and endurance from 10304 to 10473. Dragon Fang Strike evolves into Sky Split, infused with Dragon Aura, and gains consecutive slashes. In coordination, the Dragon Pet performs 2 synchronized claw strikes with Dragon Aura. Dragon Claw Devastation transforms the arms into Dragon Claws, executing 6 rapid consecutive attacks that can be cast from a distance. In coordination, the Dragon Pet performs 6 magic-based attacks. Captain Lu declares that Dragon Rider Lu Fan is the true Dragon Rider, the one and only. Chen Kong states that when Fan saved him, He had already known that Fan was stronger than him. Now, looking at the difference, they are both knights, but compared to Fan, he feels like a failure. He reflects that he fought his way into the elite Kingyun class at Dragon Capital Academy and joined the Griffin Corps after 10 years. But just meeting Fan shattered everything he had once been proud of. On the other side, Xiao Yi begins flying, and Shen asks what is happening. Fan tells Xiao to check if there is another wave of corpses and instructs him to use his perception to scout. Xiao uses perception skills to scan the area. The system window notifies that the perception of the Black Dragon can detect enemies in stealth or disguise. Using this ability will reveal all hidden enemy targets in the vicinity, and the stealth and disguise of enemies will be removed. He detects little moths in front of him. Chankong, Shen, and Captain Lu are also flying on Eagle's back, and Chankong comments that they have actually managed to detect hidden enemies. He points out that the enemy's stealth is now gone. Shen asks if that is a person, but then realizes that they are floating in the air. Captain Lu identifies them as snow moths and warns that they are extremely dangerous, advising everyone to stay back. The snow moths squeak upon seeing them. The system window notifies that the snow moth is at level 86 and possesses several abilities. Snowstorm concealment allows the snow moth to hide itself within a snowstorm, making it undetectable unless it attacks or is attacked, which breaks its concealment. Bloodsucking enables the snow moth to drain the target's blood, causing continuous health loss per second. If the snow moth is concealed within a snowstorm, the first 4 seconds of bloodsucking will not alert the target. Captain Lu explains that snow moths are nocturnal monsters that lurk within snowstorms. By the time their victims notice them, they have already been drained dry. Fan questions whether they are truly extremely dangerous before laughing and declaring that such creatures are exactly what he is looking for. Holding his sword, he moves to attack and instructs Xiao Yi to prepare for a coordinated strike. The system window notifies that the dragon saddle enhances normal attacks with dragon aura, causing ranged damage. The current dragon aura is aligned with the black dragon. Xiao lets out a mighty roar, infusing his aura into the attack against the moths. The system window then notifies that Sky Split, infused with dragon aura, executes consecutive slashes. In coordination, the dragon pet performs 2 synchronized claw strikes, both imbued with dragon aura. Meanwhile, as Chenkong watches Fan's attack, he remarks that snow moths have killed so many of their comrades, yet Fan crushes them as if it were child's play. Shen observes Fan's seamless coordination with his dragon pet and finds it unbelievable. He then asks Captain Lu whether this means they no longer need to worry about the snow moths. Captain Lu suddenly shouts for them to be on guard, warning Chenkong of an attack from behind. Several snow moths close in on them, but before they can strike, Fan launches a dragon claw attack from a distance, instantly killing them. Chenkong, astonished, exclaims that Fan even possesses a long-range coordinated skill. Fan calls for everyone to remain vigilant against ambushes, assuring them that with Xiao's perception, the enemies can no longer remain hidden. The system window then notifies that Dragon Claw Devastation transforms the arms into dragon claws, executing 6 rapid consecutive attacks that can be cast from a distance. In coordination, the dragon pet performs 6 magic-based attacks. Xiao releases lava flames, engulfing the snow moths in fire. After some time, Fan declares that the last of the snow moths has been taken care of. Chenkong praises Fan's abilities, acknowledging that he has saved him once again. He remarks that with the dragon's perception and his coordination, they now have nothing to fear. He turns to Captain Lu for confirmation. Shen scoffs, telling Chenkong to look at himself, calling him Lu Fan non-stop. She urges him to get a grip and stop relying on Fan to save him. Fan tells Captain Lu that he has now mastered coordination with Xiao, and even if a blizzard hits, he can still lead them through their exploration mission. Captain Lu looks up and responds that he knows Fan can handle this, but he should look at the starless night sky in the far north. It signals an impending blizzard, one that is coming far sooner than they expected. The blizzard will likely arrive tomorrow. Shen expresses her fear that the worst has come to pass, noting that if the blizzard arrives early, they will not have time to return to camp. Chenkong, concerned, comments that carrying an injured person through a blizzard while continuing their exploration is too dangerous, both for him and for everyone else. Fan reassures them, stating that the high-threat snow moths are no longer a concern. He asserts that slaying the beasts of the blizzard and completing the mission is their best opportunity for military merit. He extends his hand and assures them not to worry, as he would never risk their lives. He is confident that he can lead them safely through the blizzard and complete the mission. Captain Lu agrees, understanding that with Fan leading them, there is nothing to fear. No matter the weather, they will continue exploring. He shakes Fan's hand, offering his full support. The scene shifts to the extreme northern region, line 78, 100 miles past the outpost where Fan is engaged in battle against the snow moths. He shatters a moth into pieces and notices a crystal within its body. Retrieving it, he exclaims that it has finally dropped. After battling through countless snow moths in the blizzard, he finally obtained what he was searching for, the unmelting ice that the senior requested. The system window notifies, unmelting ice, material, epic quality, a unique ice crystal from the extreme northern region that never melts. It is often used for decorations. It is rumored that the probability of obtaining it increases slightly in a blizzard environment. Fan calls out to the others, instructing them to come quickly as the area is now safe. They all move forward, and Shen remarks that when the blizzard strikes, these monsters appear everywhere, much like earthworms after the rain. Captain Lu turns to Fan and acknowledges his efforts, stating that he must have fought his way through to this mission location and killed at least several thousand ferocious beasts. Fan pats Zio and responds that he cannot clearly remember the exact number, but the majority of them were snow moths. He has become almost numb from slaying them. Chen Kong questions what Fan is talking about and scoffs at the idea that he could take down level 85 elite monsters while only at level 32. He claims that if he had Fan's abilities, he could wipe out the entire blizzard with his skills and would surely earn his gold badge. Shen slaps him on the head and sarcastically asks if he truly believes he is Fan. She adds that he might as well call upon Lord Tu to come down and handle everything instead. Chen Kong laughs, admitting that this is just his fantasy. Captain Lu states that they have successfully completed their objective of advancing 100 miles, but their supplies are running low. He then asks if they should return to the barracks. Chen Kong turns to Fan and suggests heading back, mentioning that his wounds have almost healed. Shen agrees, remarking that it is finally time to return. She has not had a proper rest in 3 or 4 days. Zio Yi transforms back into his human form, and Fan acknowledges that Zio Yi has endured hunger and cold for too long. He suggests they return and replenish their supplies. Captain Lu gives the order, confirming that all is clear. He instructs Shen to set the landmark signal and prepare for their return to camp. Chen Kong observes that Lu Fan treats his dragon pet exceptionally well. He then jokingly laments the fate of his giant eagle, remarking that it must have been starving for days. Shen dismisses his concern, assuring him that it is fine and that he does not need to worry about it. She takes out her landmark signal gun, strikes it against the ground, and fires. A beam of light spreads out, transmitting the location signal. The system window notifies landmark signal gun and task item, an essential tool for exploration missions in the extreme north region, specifically designated for the Griffin Squad. It is used to fix signal rods into the ground and transmit location signals to the camp server. Fan observes the device and asks what Sister Shen is holding. Captain Lu explains that the landmark signal gun is used to mark their current location. When the weather is stable, the construction team will arrive to establish a temporary outpost at this spot. Shortly after, they take flight. While in the air, Chen Kong suddenly asks Captain Lu about Griffin's whereabouts. He responds that it most likely returned to the camp on its own. Meanwhile, a corpse, accompanied by a corpse griffin, approaches the landmark signal gun, watching as they leave. The scene shifts to the following day at the extreme north region barracks, where Captain Lu stands before a group of soldiers. He informs them that he will go report to Lord Tu and then orders everyone to disperse. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barracks, Fan runs toward Shen with Zio by his side. He calls out for her to wait and asks if she knows anyone in the barracks who can process unmelting ice. Shen asks about the unmelting ice and then recalls that old Ju, the blacksmith at the supply office, has decent skills. Fan then shows her the bracelet given to him by his senior sister. Shen teasingly asks if he plans to give it to his girlfriend. Fan immediately denies it, explaining that she is just a regular friend. Shen smirks and responds that there is no need to explain, she understands. Fan prepares to leave, saying that he will go find the blacksmith. He bids her farewell, addressing her as Sister Shen, and calls for Xiao to hurry. He promises to tell her where to find some meat. After Fan leaves, Shen silently takes out her unmelting ice necklace and gently kisses it. After some time, at the supply office blacksmith shop, Old Ju examines the unmelting ice in his hands and assures him not to worry. He confidently states that in 2 days, he will craft a gift that any girl would love, and he will surely be satisfied with the result. Fan expresses his gratitude, thanking him for his efforts. Just then, Tu Jing places a firm hand on Fan's shoulder from behind. With a smirk, he calls him a little rascal and remarks that he has finally found him. It has been quite the challenge tracking him down. Fan turns, addressing him as Senior Tu, and asks if he has been looking for him. Adjusting his coat, Tu Jing nods and explains that Old Lu has already reported the details. He acknowledges that on Fan's first mission, he not only saved everyone but also led the team to complete the task despite the brutal blizzard. If he had not known of Fan's strength, he would have assumed they were all doomed in such hellish weather. Praising Fan's outstanding performance, Tu Jing declares that this copper badge rightfully belongs to him. He then pins a medal onto Fan's coat. The system window notifies the Griffin Squad Copper Military Merit Medal and the accessory. Fan expresses his gratitude, thanking Senior Tu for his recognition. As he glances at the badge, he realizes that it is just like Captain Lu's. He recalls Lu Chenkong's words, explaining that a copper badge signifies the rank of a captain. Jing informs Fan that Old Lu's and Chenkong's griffins were found by other teams and are already dead. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to eliminate them, though it is regrettable. However, such losses are common in exploration missions. Fortunately, Fan's dragon pet remained unaffected. Old Lu even praised Fan's coordination with his dragon pet, which piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to witness it firsthand. Fan reflects it seems that the closer they get to the Blood Moon, the more creatures will turn undead. Though he is concerned, he notes with relief that Sister Shen's giant eagle and Xiao Yi appear to be unaffected. He remarks that seeing his dragon pet eat so greedily confirms what he already knew. She is truly something special and incredibly powerful. Ju reassures him, stating that there is plenty of meat available. Fan observes that Xiao Yi has never been this hungry before, which makes him realize just how greedy she must be feeling. Jing suggests that his precious Xiao should eat first, as he has something important to show him. He reveals that this is intelligence gathered by his operatives in the Star-Spangled Nation. With that, he moves a set of pictures toward Fan, instructing him to take a look. Fan is startled by what he sees. Jing comments on how interesting it is. He explains that the national trial representative of the Star-Spangled Nation, Charles Morgan, is responsible for exploring the sacred mountain ruins on the nation's border. His intelligence personnel have been closely monitoring the expedition. After establishing communication with Morgan's family, they successfully obtained these photographs. Fan takes the photos in his hands, examining them closely. He remarks on the massive humanoid skeleton, noting how this mysterious existence bears a striking resemblance to the giant creature from the Blood Moon. Jing nods and asks if it seems familiar. He points out how the excavation workers in the photograph appear like tiny ants compared to the colossal skeleton, almost invisible in its shadow. Turning toward him, he instructs him to follow. He reveals that there is also a video footage taken by his intelligence personnel who infiltrated the Morgan family and filmed at the Sacred Mountain ruins. This video, he claims, could bring them one step closer to uncovering a shocking secret. The scene shifts to a flashback as a lady informs them that they have arrived. Morgan exclaims in awe that it resembles a six-winged angel. She points toward a temple and mentions that Master Charles went there. He inquires if that is a temple, to which she affirms, explaining that a team of explorers, including an expert of the Fourth Transformation, was sent there. However, the entire team went missing. He hears a sound and asks what it is. She explains that it is a holy mountain puppet, noting that the golden light from the temple has altered the nearby creatures, mutating them into stronger and more violent beasts. He spots a winged man approaching and warns that someone is coming. She turns her head and asks if he isn't the expert on the Fourth Transformation from the exploration team, adding that the team has returned. He urges her not to shout, sensing something is wrong with him, particularly with those wings. The expert of the Fourth Transformation rushes toward them to attack. He commands her to run, realizing the expert has turned into a holy mountain thrall. The scene shifts back to the present as Jing plays a video, showing the expert of the fourth transformation rushing toward them to attack. He explains that the video ends there, but fortunately, his informants manage to escape, which is why they have this footage. Fan sits in a chair and asks about a holy mountain thrall. Jing replies that it is a creature even more terrifying than the holy mountain puppet. Both the holy mountain puppets and thralls have mutated under the influence of the giant skeletons and the temple. Fan inquires if it is similar to the fallen corpse created by the blood moon, noting that these beings have altered everything around them and seem to be awakening. Jing confirms this, stating that this major discovery has already been sent to the top scholars of Dragon City. Scholars speculate that there must be more of these mysterious beings than just two. Their origins are too ancient to trace, and they are now referred to as ancient gods. Fan reflects on where they came from, why they fell here, and what kind of power they possess. All of these remain unclear, but he considers that calling them gods might not be an exaggeration. He states that he knows what Fan is thinking. Everything about the ancient gods is shrouded in mystery, and that is what is giving him a headache, as though the secrets of the world have only just begun to be revealed. He explains that the creatures transformed by the Holy Mountain are divided into Holy Mountain puppets and thralls, while those transformed by the Blood Moon's influence are in a separate category. Fan responds that they are not just fallen corpses. There should also be puppet fallen corpses and thrall fallen corpses. He agrees with this assessment, adding that so far, the puppet fallen corpses they have encountered have been mindless. He and Old Lu must be extra cautious, especially if a thrall fallen corpse truly exists. Fan acknowledges this and asks what happened after the Holy Mountain Thrall's attack. He explains that the Holy Mountain Thrall killed everyone from the Morgan family who were at the Holy Mountain ruins, but spared one person, Charles Morgan. Fan asks if Charles is the representative of the Star-Spangled Nation in the national trials. He confirms that after his informant escaped the slaughter by the Thrall, they witnessed Charles encountering the Thrall in front of the temple. Not only did the Thrall not attack Charles, but it even gave him something called the essence of the Holy Mountain. Fan asks about the essence of the Holy Mountain. He explains that Charles, already a powerful battle priest, accepted it. The essence allowed him to change to a hidden profession that they had never heard of before, a holy priest. He adds that there is no record of such a profession. His informants wanted to gather more information about Charles, but unfortunately, the Morgan family is now under heavy guard, and they have been unable to uncover anything further. He warns to be extremely cautious of Charles during the national trials, as he has obtained the power of the ancient gods, and he will certainly be his toughest opponent. Fan responds that there is no such thing as an unbeatable opponent for him. No matter what power Charles has obtained, he will claim it. The scene shifts to 2 days later, at the military supply blacksmith shop. Old Ju presents the necklace to Fan and asks if he is satisfied, noting that, given its appearance, it is worth at least 10,000 dragon coins. Fan is happy to see it and expresses that he is very satisfied with it, praising Master Ju's outstanding craftsmanship. He hands him a bottle, explaining that it is the same liquor Senior 2 loves, and asks him to accept it as a token of gratitude for his hard work over the past 2 days. Old Ju, pleased to receive it, remarks that the young man has a sharp eye, even knowing what he likes. Just then, Chen calls Fan, informing him that it is time to get moving. Chen Kong adds that there is a new exploration mission waiting for him. Ju encourages him to go ahead, assuring him that he can always come to him for any future forging needs. Fan agrees, stating that it is a deal, and begins to leave. Chen Kong places an arm over his shoulder, remarking in surprise that junior brother Lu already has a copper badge, while he has been fighting tooth and nail for a year, and still has not received one. Chen comments that it is so unfair, as he has only been there for a few days and has already outranked them. The scene shifts to the next morning as Captain Lu states that they have packed enough supplies for 15 days and suggests they explore as far as they can. Chen Kong, and Fan responded with understanding. Fan lands and remarks that it is strange, as the coordinates are right here, yet he cannot see the signal pole they had left behind. Shen points aside and explains that it seems the snowstorm knocked it over. In just 2 days, it has already been destroyed due to poor quality. Fan senses that something is wrong, it is too quiet. Apart from the sound of the wind and snow, there is nothing, as though something is waiting for them to walk into a trap. Chen Kong asks what they are waiting for, suggesting they begin the mission. Fan tells him to come back, suspecting that it might be an ambush, and runs toward him. Chen Kong turns to him and inquires if it is truly an ambush. He is stunned to see a group of monsters in front of them and exclaims that they are surrounded, which is bad. Shen asks what is happening, recalling that last time, Fan wiped out all the monsters. She wonders how so many beasts are now waiting for them. Fan observes that the monsters are watching them but not attacking. He tells Captain Lu that they might be puppet fallen corpses, and there could be a higher-ranked thrall fallen corpse controlling them from behind. Captain Lu asks if this means Lord Tu was right and that thrall fallen corpses truly exist. Just then, first-level Lancer, Thrall Fallen Corpse Lai Luo, confirms this, stating that the Thrall Fallen Corpses are the servants of divine glory. Fan asks who is there. Chen Kong responds that it is Lai Luo. Shen becomes emotional upon seeing him, while Luo greets her, saying it has been a long time. Fan asks if they know him. Captain Lu explains that they know him well. He was a silver insignia officer of the Griffin Regiment and Shen Kai's fiancé. When Shen first joined the Griffin Regiment, it was Lai Luo who brought her in. After they got engaged, Luo disappeared during a mission to investigate the Blood Moon. Who would have thought he had turned into a fallen corpse thrall? Chen Kong tells Captain Lu to stop talking. Fan calls to Sister Shen, who kneels on the floor crying and saying that Luo, her dear, has been missed so much, and she wants him to come back with her. Luo approaches her and says that he has missed her too, and he has finally found her. She quickly hugs him, saying it is really him, urging him to come back with her so everyone will be happy to know he is still alive. He responds that he is not going back and asks if she will stay here with him. She inquires what he means by stay. He insists that they all must stay here, and serve the god who is about to awaken while he clenches her arms. She asks what he is doing. He tells her to obey him, and he will grant her the essence of the god, bestowing unimaginable power upon her. She will become one of the glorious servants of the god and dedicate everything to the god's revival. Fan urges Sister Shen not to listen to him, no matter what she does. Luo warns that if she refuses, there is only one outcome for her. Shen pleads with Luo, begging him not to do this. Luo declares that she will be torn apart by the fallen corpse puppets and turned into one of them, walking dead, just like the rest. Fan calls out to Sister Shen and tells her to snap out of it, holding her in his lap. Frightened, she clutches Fan's shirt. Luo demands that Shen give him an answer and asks if she will stay with him and serve the god together. Captain Lu tells Fan that they cannot let Luo take her. With so many fallen corpse puppets surrounding them, he asks if Fan is capable of breaking through. Shen, overwhelmed, asks what she should do. Chen Kong tells Captain Lu that with hundreds of monsters here, even if they follow Fan, they will end up separated. And if they do not repair the signal post, they will not be able to track this location next time. Captain Lu questions why Chen Kong is worrying about the outpost now and insists that they should escape while they still can. Fan says he does not believe breaking through is a good idea, and they do not need to run. Chen Kong asks him to wait and questions whether he is planning another massacre. Fan channels his power, summons his serpent bow, and confirms it, saying that with military merit delivered right to them, he believes they should seize the opportunity. Luo asks if that is his answer and remarks that it is a shame. For those who refuse the god, there is only one outcome: to die and become fallen corpse puppets. The monsters begin to move forward, roaring. Fan announces that Senior Lu Chen Kong is preparing to cast Shield of Sanctuary while he himself begins charging his Shadow Snake Arrow for the attack. Chen Kong activates the Shield of Sanctuary skill, forming a protective barrier around them, and acknowledges, saying, "Understood." He then asks what comes next. The system window notifies that Shield of Sanctuary has been activated. It grants all allies a shield that absorbs damage equal to 200% of the caster's maximum HP, lasting for 10 seconds. If the shield absorbs its full capacity within the duration, it heals the protected ally for the same amount. Fan says there is nothing more to prepare, and the rest now depends on him as he hurls his arrow toward the monsters. The system window notifies that Shadow Snake Arrow, after charging for 3 seconds, unleashes a dark serpent that fires an arrow, increasing damage by 500%. Chan Kong, alarmed, asks what Fan means by saying there is nothing more and reminds him that Shield of Sanctuary only lasts for 10 seconds. Fan replies with confidence, telling him to trust him and that 10 seconds is enough. The system window updates, Shield of Sanctuary, and the remaining time is 9 seconds. Luo turns and sees Fan charging at him to launch an attack. Fan calls to Xiao, instructing him to unleash the Dragon of Destruction form. Xiao transforms into the Dragon of Destruction and hurls lava flames toward the fallen corpses. The system window updates again, Shield of Sanctuary, and the remaining time is 6 seconds. Captain Lu tells Fan that they are counting on him. At that moment, a moth-like creature moves toward Captain Lu to strike. Chan Kong shouts for him to watch out. Fan calls to Xiao Yi, commanding him to attack alongside him. The system window notifies, Current Dragon Aura, Black Dragon, 2nd level. Shield of Sanctuary, remaining time, 3 seconds. Fan uses the Cut the Sky skill to strike at Luo. The system window notifies that Cut the Sky infuses dragon energy into the attack, unleashing 2 consecutive strikes. The dragon companion synchronizes with 2 claw strikes, and both are imbued with dragon energy. Xiao lets out a roar and unleashes the Cataclysm skill, causing a massive explosion. The system window notifies that Cataclysm allows the Dragon of Destruction to detonate the area it passes through, inflicting immense damage and applying a burn effect. The monsters are engulfed in flames. The system window notifies Shield of Sanctuary, and the remaining time is 2 seconds. Chen Kong asks what skill Fan has used and wonders if it is some form of forbidden dragon magic. Captain Lu replies that it is not. This is simply the perfect coordination between a dragon rider and their dragon. For Fan, even 10,000 fierce beasts are no more than blades of grass. Luo, stunned, falls back into the flames and asks how this is possible and why. Fan raises his hand toward him as Xiao roars again, spreading more flames. The system window notifies Shield of Sanctuary, and the remaining time is 0 seconds. After a while, Fan asks Sister Shen if she is alright. Shen sits down, holding Luo in her lap, and thanks him, saying that Luo is fine now. Chen Kong tells Fan to let him use holy light chains to bind Luo first so he cannot escape. Fan replies that there is no need. With him here, Luo will not get away. Shen says that he is Lai Luo, but at the same time, he is not. She cannot tell anymore. He used to be such a gentle person. Just then, a dark aura begins to seep from Luo's mouth. They all step back, shocked by what they witness. Fan realizes that this is the energy of the fallen corpse. Luo regains a moment of clarity, holds Shen's face, and tells her to leave this place. She says he is back and urges him to hang in there. He tells her that the other fallen corpse thralls have already moved deeper into the ruins and begs her not to let it before collapsing mid-sentence. She embraces him and begins to cry, saying that even if it lasted only a few seconds, that was truly him. Fan steps closer to her and gently confirms that, yes, he did come back. Captain Lu expresses gratitude to him and Xiao Yi, stating that their survival was due to their efforts. He acknowledges that the situation with Lai Luo is unusual and asserts that they should report back to camp. Fan responds with understanding, adding that Shen also requires some time. He notices an aura emerging from Luo and moving toward the other side, prompting him to ask what is happening. Luo remarks that this energy has not yet dispersed. Fan unsheathes his sword and contemplates the fallen corpse's energy within Luo, realizing that it is heading toward the blood moon. He understands that this energy is crucial for comprehending corpse slaves and concludes that they cannot allow it to escape. Without hesitation, he pursues it and launches an attack, causing a crystal to emerge. As he gazes at it, he recognizes it as a fallen corpse essence. His thoughts drift to the sacred mountain essence obtained by Star Stripes Charles, wondering if it could be of the same nature as the fallen corpse essence. A notification from the system window informs him that the fallen corpse essence is a consumable item with unknown effects and has been acquired in a quantity of 1. He speculates that if his assumption is correct, this essence may enable someone to transition into a hidden profession while also binding them as a servant of the ancient god. Meanwhile, Captain Lu rushes after him and questions whether it is truly safe to carry such a mysterious object. Fan recalls a memory while Luo commands him to obey, promising to grant him divine essence, an unfathomable source of power. He assures that by accepting it, Fan will become a loyal servant of the gods, dedicating everything to their revival. For now, Fan responds that it is fine, addressing Captain Liu and stating that they must quickly deliver the item to Senior 2. Captain Liu acknowledges this, but suggests waiting a little before heading back. Fan insists that they should go and offer their assistance as well. Captain Liu agrees. After some time, Shen buries Luo and sits beside his grave, expressing a wish that her feelings of missing him are real. She kisses a necklace and admits, with sorrow, that it is merely an illusion. A system notification appears, indicating that the unyielding ice necklace is an epic quality accessory. Fan affirms that her words were true and that they all heard them. She wipes away her tears and thanks him. Turning to Captain Liu, she states that she is fine now and inquires about their next course of action. Captain Liu acknowledges her recovery and issues an order for Team 78 to prepare for their return to camp. The team responds with understanding. Fan reflects that the strong-willed Sister Shen has returned to her former self. Everyone tacitly treats her as usual, without avoiding the mention of Lai Luo or the events of that fateful day. He realizes that she has come to terms with saying goodbye to her beloved and is now ready to look forward. As the scene shifts to the following afternoon, Tu Jing examines the essence and remarks that everything now makes sense. Fan, considering all that has transpired, states that he has formed a hypothesis. He prompts him to elaborate. Fan explains that he believes becoming a servant of the ancient god requires specific conditions. He points out that the deceased members of the Griffin squad, along with various fierce beasts, have only become corpse puppets. The fact that beasts cannot transform into servants of the ancient god might indicate a lack of intelligence. Similarly, the inability of the dead to ascend to this status appears to stem from the loss of intellect. However, the servants of the ancient god seem to retain their cognitive abilities, whereas Lai Luo remains entirely controlled by the corpse essence. This suggests that transformation into an ancient god's servant through essence alone must also involve the god's selection. Jing holds the essence and inquires whether he is implying that possession of this item alone is insufficient to become a corpse slave and that the ancient god's approval is required to gain its power. Fan confirms this, admitting that he fears it is indeed the case. He further speculates that only sentient beings have a higher likelihood of receiving such a transformation. Additionally, he recalls that Luo mentioned corpse slaves possess the ability to leave this place. He acknowledges that it is an interesting hypothesis, one that reminds him of rumors from recent years. Over a dozen countries have reported the existence of strange cults, with these cultists claiming to be blessed by the gods. They have aggressively expanded their churches, amassing believers with great power and proclaiming the awakening of the gods. He suggests that if Luo's statements are true, then these cultists must either be servants of the ancient gods or their followers. Fan contemplates the fact that over a dozen countries are involved, wondering if this indicates that over a dozen ancient gods are beginning to awaken. He then inquires whether this camp is the only populated area in the far northern territories. Jing confirms that it is and asks why Fan wants to know. Fan, deep in thought, asks how many members of the Griffin squad are still missing, like Luo. He then pauses and wonders aloud if he is suggesting that all the missing members have become fallen corpse slaves. Fan states that if some of the missing members have managed to survive and escape this place, then they may indeed have become fallen corpse slaves. He suggests that a bounty should be issued to locate them and eliminate any potential threats. Jing expresses his regret, lamenting that his brothers, who once served their country, have now become fugitives. Fan places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering him strength, and states that there is no other choice at this point. The Griffin squad brothers would surely understand, wouldn't they? Jing nods, acknowledging his understanding, and then shifts the conversation to the essence, asking what should be done with it. Fan proposes that they conduct an experiment using the essence to test his hypothesis. Jing hesitates and asks who they would test it on, pointing out that they cannot use it on people. Fan responds that they should let his dragon try. Jing stands up, incredulous, and questions whether Fan truly intends to use his dragon for the experiment. He warns against such recklessness, emphasizing that they cannot test on a living being, especially not a dragon, even if Xiao Yi remains unaffected by the blood moon. He voices his concern, asking what would happen if something went wrong, stating that not only would it result in a tremendous loss, but it would also pose extreme danger. Fan clarifies that Jing has misunderstood. The dragon he mentioned is not his pet dragon. Jing is momentarily stunned by this revelation. After a brief silence, Jing walks beside Fan and recalls witnessing his battle against Ruan Changfeng. He remarks that aside from the 5 dragons he saw, he wonders whether Fan possesses any others. Fan corrects him, explaining that among those 5 dragons, 2 are not his pet dragons, but rather summons of his pet dragon. Jing, intrigued, inquires further about these summoned creatures. Without further delay, Fan summons Xiao Fei and commands, "Come forth, summon the twin flying dragon kings." In response, Fei activates the Dragon Bone Flute skill, calling forth the twin flying dragon kings. A system notification appears, stating, "Natural assimilation, Dragon Bone Flute summon." Summons the souls of the twin flying dragon kings, with their levels equal to the user's level. Jing is shocked upon seeing the dragon and thinks that these must be the summons of Fan's pet dragon. The ultimate boss of the Sacred Wood Dragon is only worthy of being a pet's pet. None of Fan's dragons are ordinary. The system window notifies that the Flying Dragon King's soul has reached level 22. It possesses an elemental dragon breath, which allows it to spray dragon breath at a target, dealing fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. It also has soul charge, which frees the Flying Dragon King from physical constraints, enabling it to charge at a target and deal piercing damage. Additionally, dragon language has been unlocked, replacing elemental dragon breath with dragon magic. It gains access to the Flying Dragon Elemental Forbidden spell, and soul charge is replaced with dragon magic, Doomsday Fall. Furthermore, the Flying Dragon Bloodline ability reduces all incoming damage by 50%. Jing considers the Flying Dragon King to be the weakest of the 5 dragons. Even if it were to become a fallen corpse slave, Senior 2, and he could easily kill it. As a summon, it can be resummoned after death without any loss, making it an ideal test subject. He then calls out to Senior 2. 2 states that it is time to begin as he charges his spear. Fan instructs Fei to have them swallow the essence and gesture toward it before tossing it toward the Flying Dragon King's soul. The soul of the Flying Dragon King gulps it down, lets out a roar, and begins radiating a black-purple aura. Fei and the others are shocked by the sight. Jing warns Fan to step back, stating that it is transforming into a fallen corpse slave. However, Fan urges him to wait a little longer, insisting that killing it now would be a waste. Jing points out that the other one is also undergoing the same transformation. If they do not act immediately, it will be too late. Fan tells Fei, as their master, to attempt to regain control from the ancient god's dominion. In response, Fei activates her Emerald Light skill on the Flying Dragon King's soul. The system window notifies that Emerald Light grants a layer of Emerald Blessing to a target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each layer is capable of blocking a single instance of damage. Fan remarks that since the twin Flying Dragon Kings belong to the Draconic type, Fei's double effects cannot be applied to them. It appears that Fei intends to continuously cast Emerald Light to resist the ancient god's control. Jing questions whether this method will truly work, noting that the black-purple aura surrounding them has not yet disappeared. The Flying Dragon King's soul shatters the Emerald Blessing layer into pieces and lets out a deafening roar. Jing, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, asks what is happening. He remarks that they have not transformed into fallen corpse slaves and, instead, have even gained the power of the ancient god. The system window promptly notifies that the transformation has resulted in the Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon, level 22. Several abilities have been altered. Elemental Dragon Breath has evolved into Demon Dragon Breath, which sprays corrupted dragon breath at a target, dealing magical damage. Any target killed by this breath is resurrected as a demon dragon puppet, bound to fight alongside it. Soul Charge has been enhanced into Demon Dragon Charge, where the dragon enshrouds itself in Corpse Demon Aura armor, charges at a target, inflicts devastating damage, nullifies 99% of incoming damage, and reflects all received skill effects. Additionally, Dragon Tongue Unleashing has been unlocked, replacing Demon Dragon Breath with Dragon Tongue Magic. This grants access to the Forbidden Demon Dragon Curse, while Demon Dragon Charge is replaced by Dragon Tongue Magic. Doomsday Fall. Lastly, Flying Dragon Bloodline has mutated into Demon Dragon Bloodline, further reducing all incoming damage by 75%. Fan acknowledges that Xiao Fei has successfully reclaimed the Flying Dragon King from the ancient god's control and praises her for a job well done. Jing remarks that his theory has proven correct. After using the essence, the ancient god indeed seizes the spirit. Fan notes that the transformation of the two flying dragon kings has influenced each other, resulting in both evolving, a development he had not anticipated. He expresses relief that he stopped Jing in time, otherwise, both dragons would have been slain. Now, with two demon dragons under his command, fortune has favored him once again, and he laughs. Patting Fei, Fan expresses his eagerness to test the fallen corpse demon dragon's new abilities. He then inquires whether the mission that Squad 78 had previously halted can now resume. Jing affirms that it can, explaining that both the ancient god's minions and the ancient god's essence have been verified. Now, only one crucial objective remains, the temple. Fan smiles and affirms, stating that their next destination is the ruins. The scene shifts to the following morning. Chang Kong, soaring on his eagle alongside the others, asks whether their target is the temple or the ruins. Fan clarifies that the ruins mentioned by Lai Luo and the Golden Light Temple discovered by the Star-Spangled Nation are, in fact, the same location. To fully comprehend the ancient god's awakening, they must find this place. He notices a system window that notifies him he is approaching the marked location on the treasure map and thinks that the divine treasure map is nearby. Shen asks what lies ahead, commenting that they are finally about to leave the blizzard zone. As they fly forward, they come across a beautiful scene. Shen, surprised, exclaims that it is a breathtaking place. Fan observes the massive lake, thinking that it may actually be the sea. Chang Kong remarks that the sky is so clear that it is as if they have left the far north behind. Captain Lu suggests that they find a place to settle down first. They land on the ground, and Captain Lu inquires about the purpose of the huge chains visible under the ice. Chang Kong wonders aloud if following the direction of the chains might lead them to the ruins mentioned by Luo. The system window notifies him that they have arrived at the treasure map's marked location. Fan quickly runs toward the spot, thinking that he has found it. Observing the shape, he concludes that it is definitely a dragon egg. He removes some of the snow, revealing a blue dragon egg, and declares that, as expected, the fourth dragon egg is secured. He reaches out to take it. The system window notifies that the blue dragon egg has been acquired by one. Fan asks what this is and notices a box beside it. He opens it, revealing another box inside, and thinks that using dragon language magic can boost power by 100%. The system window then notifies that dragon language resonance has been obtained. It is an epic quality skill book with a level requirement of 35. The skill book can be used to learn the passive skill Dragon Language Resonance, which grants the Dragon Rider and the Dragon Companion a 100% boost in the power of any dragon language magic used by both, provided they use the same magic. Fan reflects that once the Blue Dragon is tamed, its skills will likely align with the roar of the Blue Dragon King. With Dragon Language Resonance, both his and the Blue Dragon's dragon language magic can be doubled in power. He realizes that he can learn this skill at level 35 and decides he will need to contact Miss Du from the Tianhua auction house and use his monthly privilege to obtain a pet slot expansion scroll. At that moment, Shen calls out to Fan, waving toward him and asking what he is doing just standing there. Chang Kong glances over and asks if Junior Lu is simply enjoying the scenery alone. Fan responds that it is nothing, he is just looking around. He has a strong feeling that this place marks the boundary of the extreme northern region, and that beyond the ice lake lies an unknown and unexplored territory. Captain Lu acknowledges this thought, but explains that even though they have ventured beyond the blizzard, the extreme north remains vast. This location, at best, is still part of the interior. He notes that the Blood Moon Mountains extend for over 1,000 miles, ending at this very point, which suggests that this place might be the tail tip of the ancient god. Chang Kong marvels at its sheer size, pointing out that even without counting the head, the body alone stretches over a mile. Though the true form of the ancient god remains unknown, he observes that these enormous chains are clearly connected to the Blood Moon. Fan compares them to reins as if they are meant to control the Blood Moon ancient god. Shen then wonders aloud whether the ancient god could be a colossal mount, with its master positioned at the other end of the chains. Fan dismisses the speculation for now, stating that it is too early to draw conclusions. Instead, he suggests that they follow the chains and see what lies ahead. Chang Kong places an arm on Fan's shoulder and agrees, saying that perhaps ruins or temples lie on the other side of the lake. Captain Lu, maintaining his responsibility as a captain, reminds everyone that they have no knowledge of how dangerous this unknown lake ahead might be. He then turns to Chen Kong, recalling how he was injured last time. Chen Kong exhales and acknowledges the warning, remarking that Captain Lu is pointing him out again. He concedes that he will sit this one out. Shen places a hand on his shoulder and advises him to abandon the idea of riding on someone else's achievements, suggesting instead that he set a marker with her. As Fan prepares to leave, he reassures Captain Lu that there is no need to worry. He will scout ahead and return shortly. He acknowledges that in the past, he would have objected, but now he trusts that Fan will not hold them back. Activating his power, Fan summons Zio and commands Destroyer form. In response, Zio materializes before them. Captain Lu informs the others that they will remain here and instructs Fan to return immediately if any danger arises. This time, he made arrangements, and Shen Kai brought a teleport scroll, which would allow them to return to camp in case of an emergency. Shen reminds Fan to be careful on the road. Fan responds confidently, assuring them that there is no problem. Taking flight, he calls out to Zio, urging them forward. After 2 hours, Fan sits atop Zio, observing the massive chain submerged in the lake. He remarks that this place is unexpectedly vast. He still cannot see the end of the chains. At that moment, the system window displays a notification. Warning, entering Fallen Corpse Ruins area. Fallen Corpse Ruins, area level unknown. Fan contemplates the meaning behind this name. Fallen Corpse Ruins, now it all makes sense. It bears a striking resemblance to the discovery made by the Star Stripes Nation, where a mysterious area near the ancient god caused those who ventured into the sacred mountain temple to be transformed into its slaves. This ruin is likely home to similar entities. Suddenly, Zio begins to roar. Fan, taken aback, asks what is wrong. His gaze shifts downward, and he is startled to see a box beneath the lake. He examines it closely, thinking that it resembles a massive black coffin, if this could be the secret of the Fallen Corpse Ruins. It appears just as enigmatic as the Blood Moon. Attempting to uncover more, Fan activates his Eye of Appraisal skill to analyze it. However, the result remains unknown. He then notices bubbles forming around the box, and Zio roars again, sensing something unusual. Fan instructs Zio to stay calm and quickly assesses the situation. Zio Yi's agitation is a clear indication that this shadow is far too powerful. With an unknown appraisal result, they absolutely cannot risk provoking a conflict. He notices a dark shadow moving toward them and quickly realizes that it has spotted them. He orders Zio to retreat toward the lake and thinks to himself that it is moving faster than Zio Yi. In response, he activates the Whisper of the Wind skill, enabling him to fly away from the area. The system window notifies that Whisper of the Wind grants the wearer the wind's blessing, increasing agility by 35%. Fan turns his head slightly, glancing back, and reassures himself that the shadow is no longer following them. He finally feels a sense of relief, thinking that their combined attributes, while riding a dragon companion, had allowed him to escape. He reflects that Whisper of the Wind originally only boosted his own attributes, but now it can be shared with his companion. Meanwhile, Captain Lu is setting up a tent, Shen is feeding her eagles, and Chen Kong stands near the fire. Noticing Zio, he remarks that Junior Lu Fan has returned. He then asks how it went and if any discoveries were made. Fan informs them that ahead lies the Fallen Corpse Ruins, but there is something extremely dangerous beneath the ice layer. He emphasizes that they must teleport back to camp immediately. Captain Lu is startled and asks if this is something even Fan must avoid. A quarter of an hour later, Jing stands with the others and states that the black coffin and the shadow beneath the ice, along with the chains and the Fallen Corpse's ruins, indicate that they cannot continue exploring the area. Otherwise, they will meet the same fate as the Morgan family, suffering heavy casualties. Fan remarks that the place feels like a seal, and the unknown entity within the lake unsettles even Zio. He places a map on the table and declares that an entity feared even by the dragon race resides in the frozen lake housing the Fallen Corpse's ruins, which must be designated as a forbidden zone. He instructs Old Lu to cancel all exploration routes that might pass through the Fallen Corpse's ruins and to send the coordinates of the ice lake to the scholars in Dragon City. Captain Lu acknowledges the order. He states that Team 78's exploration mission is cancelled. Their new assignment is to assist the scholars of Dragon City in researching the fallen corpse's ruins. The team members salute and confirm their understanding. Jing then addresses Fan, noting that in less than a month, he has led the team to a significant discovery. He moves a badge toward him and states that it is a token of the Griffin Corps recognition of his achievements. The system window notifies the acquisition of the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal, an epic quality ornament. Fan is surprised and expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that this represents the Griffin Corps duty and mission. Despite having been there for only 1 month, he already possesses a bronze badge. Jing hands it to him and instructs him to accept it, stating that if he joins the Griffin Corps after graduation, he can directly become a leader with the silver badge, making it far from a waste. Captain Lu notes that there are only 19 silver badge holders in the camp and adds that if he enlists, he will be required to take orders from him. Cheng Kong remarks that although Lu Fan has been promoted to the silver badge so quickly, he is not jealous at all, and he is accompanied by exaggerated sobs. Fan holds the badge and acknowledges the honor, stating that he will accept it respectfully. Captain Lu then addresses Lord Tu Jing, stating that if there is nothing further, they will proceed to contact the scholars in Dragon City. Jing grants permission, acknowledging their hard work over the past few days. Before they leave, he instructs Fan to stay. He begins searching for a book on the bookshelf and states that ever since Fan arrived in the extreme north, their exploration missions have progressed significantly. He admits that he would very much like to keep him there, but unfortunately, the time he was allowed to borrow him is almost up. He moves a book titled Information on National Trial Delegates toward Fan and states that these are for him. In another week, he will have to be returned to Dragon City Academy. Fan takes the book and reflects that with the national trial less than 2 weeks away, he should also prepare to leave this place. Jing then asks whether he has forgotten about the national trial or if he is simply reluctant to leave the Griffin Corps. Fan admits that he does feel somewhat reluctant, but he has never lost sight of his purpose for coming here. With his increasing coordination skills and the fallen corpse demon dragon, he is confident in his ability to win the national trial. Jing laughs and expresses his approval, explaining that these documents contain publicly available materials that have been specially compiled for Fan by his principal. He encourages him to review them once he returns. Fan acknowledges this with understanding. Meanwhile, in the wildlands of Taichai Nation, Jin Chenghen, the representative of Taichai Nation, commands his abyss crawler to slay a monster, severing its head before swiftly moving behind him. Zhu asks his brother whether his abyss crawler has not evolved yet, remarking that they have been grinding here for a long time. Chenghen observes the aura surrounding his hand and states that it is almost ready. Once it devours a few more lives, it will be able to reach the next stage. At that moment, a civilian notices them and exclaims in recognition, addressing them as His Highness and Her Highness, the Princess. He asks whether Chenghen is personally hunting monsters. Standing beside him, his wife, who is holding a small baby, expresses her honor at their presence and invites them inside to rest for a while. Chenghen smirks and responds that he will respectfully accept the command. As he speaks, his abyss crawler advances toward them, preparing to attack. He reacts swiftly, grabbing his wife and attempting to flee while demanding to know what Chenghen is doing. She cries out in fear, identifying the creature as a monster. At that moment, Tianjai intervenes, warning His Highness to be careful not to harm the civilians. Chengyan scoffs at the concern, reminding him that he has already stated the beast only needs a few more lives to complete its evolution. On the other side, the terrified civilians scream, pleading for mercy. Chengyan dismisses them as lowly individuals, asserting that killing them is of no consequence. He claims it is their honor to serve as nourishment for his summoned beast. Frustrated, he remarks that Tianjai has been part of the Jin family for so long yet continues to spout such foolish sentiments, showing no improvement. Without further concern, he turns to leave. Zhu calls out, urging him to wait for her. At the same time, in the Spirit Tower Council Hall of Heng Nation Representative Kirin sits with the others and states that, for this national trial, they will be allies. Han Nation Representative Wai Jai acknowledges the arrangement made by their nation and expresses no objections. However, she warns that if anyone leaks information about their alliance, they are fully aware of the consequences. South Nation Representative Yasenlai remarks that every year, their nations rank at the bottom of the national trial. With the formation of their four-nation alliance, they are now guaranteed a top position. The representatives collectively express their agreement, affirming their cooperation. Meanwhile, in Snow Nation, at Active Volcano, a guard informs Andre that the family head has sent word that it is time for him to prepare for departure. Andre slays a lizard monster with his axe and, with a determined expression, declares that the national trial is finally about to begin. On the other side, in Star Stripes Nation, at the ruins of the Sacred Mountain Temple, a man approaches Charles and informs him that they are about to depart for Teichai Nation. He then asks whether Charles is fully prepared. Charles smiles confidently and declares that he will be unstoppable during the national trial. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Fan sits reading through a stack of papers when he hears a knock on the door. As he opens it, he finds Jing standing there with the others. Jing asks whether their Dragon Nation representative has carefully reviewed the provided information. Chung Kong laughs and encourages him to aim for first place. Captain Liu, as the team's leader, states that it is now time to officially release Fan from the team. Shen expresses her support, assuring him that she will be cheering for him. Jing then asks if he is ready, informing him that it is time to return to Dragon City Academy. Fan nods, saying, "Let's go." The scene shifts to the next morning at Dragon Capital Academy, in the principal's office. Fan knocks on the door, and Zhao responds, granting him permission to enter. Fan steps inside and politely excuses himself. Zhao gestures toward him and acknowledges his arrival, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. He then informs Fan that the principal is currently away on a business trip, so he will be overseeing the national trial in his place. He introduces 2 shadow guards, sent by the Dragon Capital leadership, who have been assigned to ensure the representatives' safety on their journey to Teichai Nation. Unlike the Griffin Squad, Zhao explains, the shadow guards serve exclusively to protect the leaders of Dragon Capital. This level of precaution suggests that this year's national trial holds particular significance. He then invites Fan to take a seat. Fan sits on the sofa and inquires whether Vice Principal Zhao will also be accompanying them to Teichai Nation. Zhao confirms, stating that the principal will not return for at least 10 days. He has arranged for a private plane under the Academy's name, scheduled to depart tomorrow at noon. Having just returned from the far northern borders, it is now time to embark once again. He advises Fan to rest today in preparation for the journey ahead. Zhao states that if Fan needs anything, he should feel free to ask. As long as the request is reasonable, Dragon Capital Academy will provide it. Fan nods and mentions that there is indeed something he would like. He then inquires whether it would be possible for the Academy to provide a pet slot expansion scroll. Zhao immediately spits out his tea in surprise and exclaims in disbelief, asking whether Fan has acquired another dragon. Fan responds calmly, stating that it never hurts to be prepared. Zhao clears his throat and explains that while the item is not particularly expensive, the Academy does not usually keep it in stock. He expresses his regret, apologizing for the inconvenience. Fan reassures him that it is not a problem and says he will not trouble Vice Principal Zhao any further. Instead, he requests permission to arrange the rest of his time independently. Zhao readily agrees, assuring him that the Shadow Guards will not interfere with his activities. Sometime later, at Villa No. 2, everyone gathers joyfully to welcome Fan's return. Han embraces him tightly and exclaims that he is finally back, expressing how much he has been missed over the past few weeks. Qiu adds that they have been waiting since the previous night, relieved that he has finally returned. Fan chuckles and asks whether Vice Principal Zhao informed them of his arrival. He sighs in mock disappointment, remarking that it is unfortunate that he had planned to surprise them. Laughing, he joins in their celebration. Han urges him not to just stand there, reminding him that he must not have eaten well while at the far northern borders. She insists that he join them immediately, as they have been waiting for him to start the meal. She hurries him along, complaining that she is starving. Qiu adds that elder sister Han has been preparing the meal since before dawn. Fan glances at the dishes laid out on the table and remarks on how delicious they look. He admits that the thing he missed most during his time at the far northern borders was Ant's cooking. Qiu then prompts him to share his experiences, asking whether he has grown even stronger over the past month. They all take their seats at the table and begin eating. Later, Fan reflects on how the meal lasted a full 2 hours. During their time together, He shared his experiences from the far northern borders and learned that no one had encountered any further attacks. However, aside from his dear friends and family, there is one more person he needs to visit before his departure. His gaze falls upon the necklace in his hand. Noticing his distraction, Tao approaches and curiously inquires about the gift, commenting that it looks quite expensive. Fan, caught off guard, tells her that she startled him and urges her to mind her own business. She pouts, calling him boring, before guessing that the gift is probably for senior sister. Han reminds him that they are leaving tomorrow, instructing him to return early to get some rest. As Fan rises from his seat, he acknowledges her words and states that he is heading out for a while. After 1 hour, Fan sits in the points room, gazing at the necklace. He sighed and thought to himself that it seemed that senior sister would most likely not be coming today. He recalled Du and suddenly remembered that he had sister Du's phone number. Realizing this, he considers asking her to contact senior sister. This is also the perfect opportunity to inquire whether Tianyua Auction House has any pet slot expansion scrolls. Without hesitation, he takes out his phone. Later, at Tianyua Auction House, in the VIP lounge, Du Yakin answers Fan's call and greets him with a playful tone, remarking that he has finally decided to call. Fan gets straight to the point and asks if she could help him contact senior sister. She chuckles and teases him, saying that it has only been a month, yet he already misses her. He clarifies that he actually has something to give her, but he has been unable to find her at the academy. Du Yakin sighs and explains that it is a bit tricky. Senior sister has gone home due to family matters, and she is unsure when she will return. She also admits that she has been unable to reach her either. However, since Fan is already back in Dragon Capital, she suggests that he come over to her place instead. She informs him that before leaving, senior sister entrusted her with something meant for him. That evening, after some time, Du Yakin notices Fan's bodyguards and remarks that he seems different now, traveling with protection. Fan responds that they are highly professional and assure her that they will not disturb anyone. A while later, as they sit together, Fan comments on how business at Tianyua Auction House appears to be thriving, noting the large crowd gathered downstairs. Yakin smirks and asks if it is not thanks to him. She explains that ever since he documented the starry dragon egg in the compendium, people from all over have been coming to Tianyua just to see it. Fan reflects on how a single starry dragon egg has made Tianyua famous. However, with the blue dragon egg now in his possession, he dismisses the thought. Such a priceless item would likely only be exchanged under special privileges, and even then, only once a month at most. She then points to a box and tells him that there are items she left for him to take. Curious, Fan opens the box and sees a weapon of extraordinary craftsmanship. His eyes widen as he realizes that it is a legendary grade weapon, the Flame Meteorite Sword. At that moment, the system window notifies him that the Flame Meteorite Sword is a legendary weapon with a level requirement of level 30. It is a forged weapon that adds 256 to strength, 204 to agility, and comes with a flame enchantment. This enchantment increases fire skill power by 50% and stores 50% of fire skill damage in the sword. When the flame enchantment is activated, the next attack will deal additional fire damage stored in the sword. Fan picks up the sword and comments on its surprising lightness. He marvels at how, with the stored fire damage, it feels as though it was tailor-made for him. Yakin confirms this, explaining that his senior sister had commissioned a top-tier forge master, who spent an entire month crafting the sword as a masterpiece. She notes that senior sister truly knows him well. Even in his absence, she managed to have a master craftsman create a weapon perfectly suited to his needs. Fan reflects on the memory of senior sister, realizing that this sword is not only valuable, but also a testament to how carefully she observed his combat style during their sparring sessions. Her thoughtfulness touches him deeply. He quietly expresses his gratitude, saying thank her to senior sister. Yakin then mentions that the sword is not the only item for him. Fan reaches into the box and pulls out a book, quickly recognizing it as a Fire Dragon language magic tome. The system window notifies him of the following: Magma Burst, Skill Book Rare, Class Requirement, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Language Mage, Level Requirement, Level 25, Skill Learned, Magma Burst, unleashes flames within the target area, forming a lava pool. Enemies within the pool will sink into the magma, suffering continuous heavy damage. Fan considers that once he reaches level 35, he will be able to activate dragon language resonance with Xiao Yi, allowing the flame meteorite sword to store the damage. He acknowledges how much senior sister has helped him, realizing that this will be a tremendous advantage in the national trial. He regrets that she is not present, knowing that he must properly thank her when they meet again. The system window notifies him. Skill book acquired, Magma Burst. Yakin notices an envelope in his hand and teasingly asks if it could be a love letter, laughing. Fan reads the letter, which was written by senior sister. She begins by saying that it has been a long time since they last met. Something unexpected has come up, so she must leave for a while. Unfortunately, she won't be there to watch him take first place in the nation's trial. When he reads this letter, she mentions that he should also have received the gift she prepared for him. She asks if he likes it. She continues, recalling that the last time they spoke, she promised to give him a gift. However, since he recorded a dragon egg, he had already repaid the cost of the scroll. This time, she had a special weapon crafted just for him, and jokingly warns him that paying her back for it will be no small feat. She adds that there is still much for him to take care of here, but once she returns, the first thing she plans to do is visit him for a meal. After that, they will head to the points room for a good fight. She writes that if she is not at Villa number 2, he should not foolishly wait for her at the points room. Originally, she had planned to cheer him on in Taki Nation, but she can no longer make it. However, he had better give it his best effort, and if he fails to take first place, he will be a total embarrassment to her. She warns that she will definitely make things difficult for him, so he should keep that in mind. She also reminds him not to forget about the ice eternity he promised her. He must keep it safe, as she will collect it when she returns. Fan laughs as he finishes reading the letter. Yakin notices his reaction and asks if he is all right. He replies that it is nothing and thanks her for passing the letter and gifts on to him. She waves off his gratitude and says he flatters her. As a VIP of Wuhua, she would naturally do whatever she can to assist him. Fan then recalls something and asks if she happens to have any pet slot expansion scrolls available. Yakin sincerely apologizes, stating that their auction house does not have this type of scroll. He explains that the market for such scrolls is quite limited, with only hunters, summoners, and similar individuals showing interest. Items like these are not usually kept in stock. With a sigh, he expresses gratitude and considers that, since neither the school nor the auction house possesses one, he will have to temporarily set aside his plan to hatch the blue dragon egg. Xing Chen is only at level 11, so prioritizing his level advancement is essential. She closes the box and assures him that if any scrolls or dragon spellbooks appear in the auction, she will reserve them for him. Fan stands, takes the box, and responds that he will leave the matter to her. Since it is getting late, he decides to head back. After some time, Fan walks down the street with his shadow guards, contemplating that although Sister Du can keep an eye out for what he needs, he is departing tomorrow, making it impossible to obtain the scroll in time. Grinding in the extreme north only increases his military honors, but does not contribute to his level of progression. In order to train Xing Chen effectively, it seems he will have to focus on leveling up during the early stages of the national trials. At that moment, Ying stands outside the villa's door and remarks that he has returned quite late, showing no sign of anxiety. Fan asks why she is waiting outside alone. She responds that she has been waiting for him, explaining that she did not have the opportunity to ask during lunch. Since he is leaving for an overseas competition tomorrow, she suggests a sparring match. Fan agrees, mentioning that he would like to test out his new weapon as well. A while later, at Dragon Capital Academy, inside the Arena Zone's ranked match room, Fan charges his body with energy as the system window notifies him that a skill book has been used, Magma Burst. Skillst acquired the skill. Ying summons her weapons and questions whether he is learning skills on the spot. She states that it should not be possible. Noting that he acquired several valuable items during this trip, she expressed curiosity about his current strength after spending so much time in the extreme north. She leaps forward to attack and signals the start of the match. He prepares to counter, gripping his sword, and thinks in astonishment that it is lighter than it appears, almost as if it can anticipate his next move. She activates the Evil Surge skill, launching an arrow toward him. The system window notifies that Evil Surge has been triggered, converting the attack to the fire attribute. Each kill permanently increases the attack power of the fiery sheath. with the current bonus standing at 12.4%. Fan blocks her attack and thinks that senior sister is right. This sword suits him even better. It seems he needs to experiment with more weapon types. The more he uses it, the more it feels like second nature. It looks like the Ink Dragon Scales sword can finally be retired. He smiles, attempts an attack, and warns Ying to be cautious. She summons the Army Breaker Greatsword to block his strike and considers that although Fan is wielding an unfamiliar weapon, he can effortlessly counter all 5 of her swords. She acknowledges that he is truly someone who continues to grow stronger. He responds that he can tell she has also become significantly stronger. Her 5 swords deliver incredibly fierce attacks. She questions whether that is truly the case and remarks that despite her improvements, she can no longer match his combat skills. She then activates the Mountain Shaker's skill, launching another attack. The system window notifies that Mountain Shaker inflicts 320% physical damage and disperses 32% of the damage to surrounding enemy targets. Reacting swiftly, he leaps high into the air to evade the attack before landing firmly on the ground. Ying moves toward him and remarks that he is someone who constantly moves forward, growing stronger with each step. She admits that she always feels secure when she is around him. She then adds that taking first place in the national trials is a given, correct, and moves her fist toward him. He raises his fist to tap hers and responds with confidence that, of course, it is. The scene shifts to the next morning. Outside Villain Number 2, everyone stands together, waving as Fan departs. Kyu wishes him safe travels. Tao assures him that they will all be rooting for him. Han, with tears in his eyes, laments that Fan is leaving once again and urges him to stay safe. Fan waves back and reflects on how quickly the single day spent at Dragon Capital Academy has passed. Now, only 3 days remain until the national trials. The expectations of everyone around him echo in his mind. This is his opportunity to rise among the new elite of Dragon Nation, and he is determined to seize it. After some time, Fan sits on the plane as Zhao approaches and informs him that they have arrived. The Overseer of Dragon Nation is already waiting for them. Fan inquires about the Overseer. As they begin walking, he explains that during the national trials, each nation not only sends representatives but also appoints an Overseer. The primary role of the Overseer is to ensure that the rules of the competition are properly followed. As they exit the plane, Zhao adds that the Overseer for Dragon Nation is selected by the authorities of Dragon Capital, so Fan must be courteous when he meets them and should be mindful of his manners. Fan then notices his shadow guards kneeling on the ground and asks Vice Principal Zhao what is happening. At that moment, Old Han arrives with a group of guards and instructs them to stand, saying there is no need to kneel. He then states that he assumes this young man is their representative for Dragon Nation. Fan. Zhao asks Old Han what brings him there and remarks that for him to personally come and receive them is truly too great an honor. Old Han laughs and replies that it is never too much to welcome the representatives of Dragon Nation. Zhao gestures toward Fan and introduces him as Lu Fan from Longdu Academy, currently a second-tier professional dragon rider. Fan respectfully greets Old Han, stating that they have met before. Old Han laughs warmly and returns the greeting, expressing his admiration. Owning a dragon at such a young age means Fan's future holds limitless potential. He remarks that heroes have always emerged at a young age, and he dares to say that once Fan returns from the national trials, he will undoubtedly be hailed as a hero of Dragon Nation. Fan bows and humbly responds that the elder flatters him, and that he will do his utmost. Old Han laughs again and says he has a good relationship with Tu Jing. If Fan encounters any difficulties, he should not hesitate to seek help. If Tu Jing is unable to resolve the matter, Fan should contact him directly. He then moves toward his car and says they should get in, as the banquet venue is still some distance away. Fan quietly asks Zhao who this Old Han is. Zhao explains that Old Han is one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Nation, Han Fei Bai. Fan reacts in surprise and reflects that one of the 3 elders of Dragon Nation stands among the highest authorities in Longdu, holding immense decision-making power. Even Senior 2 is subordinate to the 3 elders. No wonder he is accompanied by an elite guard. He steps forward and says they will follow behind. Fan reflects that for Old Han to offer such strong support upon their first meeting, he must be quite familiar with him. He never imagined that participating in the national trial would lead to an encounter with such a prominent figure. After some time, they sit in the car, and Fan turns to Vice Principal Zhao, asking why. As one of the 3 elders of Dragon Nation, Old Han exudes no aura of a master. He wonders whether it is due to his own level being too low to perceive it, or if Old Han's concealment is simply too profound. Zhao laughs and replies that Old Han is not concealing anything. In fact, he is merely a level 40-something chef. Fan reacts with disbelief, saying that it cannot be true. Zhao responds that his own reaction was the same at first. Although strength is of utmost importance in this world, it is not always about combat power. Among the 3 elders of Dragon Nation, only one has reached the top level in a combat profession, and it is said they have already attained the 5th tier. Another elder specializes in an enhancement profession, possessing little combat strength but still regarded as one of the foundational pillars of the Dragon Nation. He explains that, as Fan has seen, Old Han always travels with his personal bodyguards, the 4 legendary swords. It is rumored that these 4 elite swordsmen were personally subdued by Old Han and now follow him willingly. Old Han's strength, he adds, lies in an entirely different domain. Fan thinks it is truly unimaginable. The 3 elders never reveal their true appearances, and no one knows the full extent of their power. One specializes in a combat profession, another in an enhancement profession, and Old Han in a life profession. Each of them is anything but ordinary. At that moment, Shadow Gar Jin announces that they have arrived. Meanwhile, a crowd has gathered outside the hotel. A reporter spots Fan and exclaims that the Dragon Nation's representative has just arrived. Another reporter calls out to him, requesting an interview. A third asks how it feels to be the only dragon tamer participating in the trials. As Fan continues forward, shielded by his shadow guards, Zhao firmly instructs the reporters to step aside, stating that no interviews will be granted at the moment. One reporter calls out, asking whether the rumors about a conflict between Fan and the Jin family are true. Another pleads for Fan to turn and face his camera. A reporter asks whether Dragon Nation has confidence in defending the championship this year. Fan reflects that Jinyu City is relatively small, so it did not take long to reach the hotel. However, the scene outside is chaotic, noisy, and crowded with people. Zhao urges the crowd to make way and not to obstruct the representative's path. Just then, another reporter announces that a second representative has arrived. Later that evening, Fan remarks that too many reporters have gathered at the hotel entrance, making it impossible for him to even take a walk. Zhao responds that there is nothing worth seeing outside anyway and suggests he simply stay inside the hotel. Fan asks whether Charles from Star Nation has arrived yet. He comments that Star Nation always does this. They avoid appearing before the competition begins. As he speaks, he pours wine into his glass. Fan then notices Chenghan seated at the next table, staring at him intently. Meanwhile, someone exclaims that Old Han has entered, calling him the dragon's old sage from the Old Nation. Upon hearing this, Jin Zeon, who is seated beside Chenghan, immediately stands. Surprised, he asks if it is truly Old Han. He admits that he did not expect this year's supervisor for Dragon Nation to be him. Jin Zeon quickly approaches, extends his hand, and introduces himself as Jin Zeon, both the supervisor of Taiki Nation and the official responsible for overseeing this year's national trial. Old Han says it is a pleasure to meet him. A person asks if he is truly one of the 3 elders and adds that the person beside him must be one of the 4 legendary swords. Another confirms this, saying he has seen them at the international conference held in the Roman nation. Someone else remarks that it seems the Dragon Nation is going all out this year, while Old Han approaches Fan's table. Fan rises and politely says, "Please, have a seat." Old Han sits and remarks that they are meeting again. A person comments on Old Han's presence and asks whether it could mean that Fan has connections with the high-ranking officials of Longdu. At that moment, Jin speaks up, saying that since everyone is present, they may now officially begin tonight's banquet. Kiran exclaims with excitement that it is starting. Yasunlai remarks that this banquet is what he has most looked forward to during the national trial. He affirms that since it is a state banquet, it is certain to be magnificent. On the other side, Zhao tells Fan that there is something he must mention. Although they are accustomed to Dragon Nation cuisine in the Taiki Nation, Fan needs to be more cautious with the food and avoid embarrassing the host. Fan asks what he means, then agrees with a nod. After a few minutes, when the waiter removes the lid after placing the dish on the table, Fan is stunned to see the food and asks if this is the state banquet. Old Han affirms that the Teki nation is relatively poor in resources. Aside from minerals, there is little else to be developed. The food, he admits, is subpar and suggests they simply endure it. Fan acknowledges this but feels disheartened as he looks at the meal. He thinks of his aunt, despite her casual approach to cooking. Her food is far superior to what is currently being served. He suddenly recalls that he actually has some of his aunt's packed meals stored in his luggage. At that moment, Andre, a hidden combat professional and a level 60 flame warrior, slams his fist on the table in a fury. His companion urges him to restrain himself. Andre complains that the portions are meager and the taste is terrible, questioning whether this is how guests are expected to be treated. Chenghen responds coldly, stating that if Andre refuses to eat, then he should starve. Barbarians, he claims, are incapable of appreciating refined cuisine. Andre glared at him, smirked, and demanded that Chenghen repeat his words louder. As flames begin to rise around Andre's body, he prepares to attack Chenghen. Chenghen stands up as well, ready to retaliate. Jin intervenes, urging Chenghen to stay calm and reminding him that the national trial has not even begun. Meanwhile, Andre's companion also attempts to diffuse the tension, telling him that it is enough and he must calm down. Andre points at Chenghen and remarks that his name is Jin Chenghen, stating that during the national trial, he should make sure not to cross paths with him. He adds that the same applies to himself. Andre's companion asks where he is going and urges him to return to his seat, but Andre continues walking away, saying that the food is unbearable and that his portion should be discarded. As he passes by Fan's table, he suddenly pauses, noting that something smells remarkably good. Old Han, while eating, laughs and comments that the taste is indeed quite impressive. Zhao turns to Fan and asks why he has brought such a large amount of food. Fan replies that his aunt prepared it for him, concerned that he might not adjust to the cuisine of the Teki nation. He then notices Andre staring at the food. Fan asks if he would like to join them, mentioning that this meal is far superior to the so-called state banquet. Andre takes a seat with them, and Fan remarks that they, too, are now able to enjoy the delicacies of the Teki nation. Andre thanks him, saying that he feels welcomed and takes a bite of the dumpling. His expression lights up as he exclaims that the aroma is incredible. Fan tells him there is no need for formality and invites him to sit and eat with them. Andre expresses his gratitude, addressing Fan as his brother. Fan then turns to Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han, asking why the two of them do not try some as well. Han chuckles and replies that, in that case, they shall not refuse. Andre comments that the cuisine of the Dragon Nation is truly exceptional. At that moment, another representative catches the scent and remarks that it smells delightful. Zhao also samples the food and praises Fan's aunt, saying that her cooking is extraordinary and that she rightfully earns her title as an enchanted chef. Chenghen, upon hearing all this, becomes enraged and snaps his chopsticks in frustration. Jin calmly extends his arm in front of him and tells him to remain composed. After a short while, Jin addresses everyone. As the banquet draws to a close, he announces that he will now present the map and rules for this year's national trial. He presses a button on the remote he is holding. The screen behind him activates, and he states that what they are now seeing is the official map for this year's national trial. A representative asks whether this is a composite map and remarks that it is enormous, larger than the maps from previous years. Fan reflects that there are 9 distinct terrains, each inhabited by unique and ferocious beasts. Excellent. The larger the map, the longer the competition endures, ideal for him to cultivate his strength. Jin responds affirmatively, stating that he believes everyone has noticed that this year, their Teki nation selects 9 terrains from across the world to form the largest ultimate map in history. Each terrain is inhabited by fierce beasts ranging from level 50 to 80, and the points awarded for defeating them vary according to their rarity. In essence, the stronger the beast, the more points it yields. This is guaranteed. He presses the remote to change the screen and explains that a new method of earning points has also been introduced through mission points. Each terrain contains mission points established by the organizers. Upon completion of a mission from one of these points, point rewards are automatically granted. The mission content is entirely randomized. He adds that, of course, each participant may undertake only one mission at a time and must complete it before accepting another. Fan considers that he can already guess what the others are likely discussing. So far, the introduction has focused only on how to accumulate points, seemingly discouraging player versus player combat. However, in reality, these rules establish the foundation for open conflict. As representatives from each nation begin to amass points, the true strategy will inevitably shift, eliminating others to seize all their points, which will become the dominant tactic. Old Han laughs and comments that it is quite interesting. Kieran then says they understand the rules and turns to Mr. Jin to ask about a particular symbol on the map, a skull icon. Jin responds that it is a good question and explains that the symbol represents an additional rule, the Dark Tower. Kieran repeats the name in surprise, the Dark Tower. Jin confirms and elaborates that each terrain contains a Dark Tower, which moves randomly. Each tower imprisons an actual army of ancient beasts drawn from history, commanded by none other than the Demon of the Nine Realms. One representative exclaims in shock, asking whether the Demon of the Nine Realms, the very one who nearly destroyed his Taki nation, is really included in this national trial. Yasunlai asks if Jin is joking, stating that it cannot possibly be true. Why calls it madness? Fan quietly echoes the name to himself, the Demon of the Nine Realms. Zhao explains that the Demon of the Nine Realms is the ancient monster that was once sealed by the Taki nation. However, due to an accident that occurred 50 years ago, the seal was broken, and the demon, along with its army, nearly brought the entire nation to ruin. Old Han adds that the threat was eventually contained and resealed by 5 fourth stage experts, who are now revered as Taki nation's greatest national heroes. Fan reflects aloud that it took 5 fourth stage experts to subdue an ancient beast like the Demon of the Nine Realms. Kieran turns to Mr. Jin and remarks that the monsters placed within national trials are usually weakened versions of their original forms. He then asks what percentage of the demon's original strength has been retained. Jin responds that it is a good question and one of the reasons this year's national trial is especially fascinating. The Demon of the Nine Realms featured in the trial appears in its fully unsealed, original state without any reduction in strength. Even the beast army within the Dark Tower remains exactly as it was in history, completely intact and unweakened. Yasunlai reacts in disbelief, asking whether both the Demon of the Nine Realms and its beast army are truly real. Kieran voices concern, saying that the trial is far too dangerous and questions what might happen if the creatures escape from the secret realm in which the trial is held. Wai declares that this arrangement is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Kieran states that placing a boss responsible for the deaths of millions directly on the Taki nation's map is utterly absurd. He explains that it had taken 5 fourth stage experts to defeat the Demon of the Nine Realms, and now the participants must contend with this outrageous new regulation. Andre remarks that, given their current level of 60, they would require a team of at least 10 merely to attempt the challenge. However, with 23 representatives plotting against one another, forming such a team becomes impossible. Fan raises his hand and asks Mr. Jin whether he may ask a question. Will defeating the Demon of the Nine Realms result in a substantial number of points being awarded? Kieran addresses Fan as the representative from the Dragon Nation and responds that this feature is designed to increase pressure on the participants. It is exceptionally dangerous and is not intended as a means for farming points. Mr. Jin replies, whether out of genuine curiosity or in an effort to lighten the atmosphere as the chief coordinator, that all beasts within the trial secret realm yield points. The Demon of the Nine Realms, if defeated, indeed grants a significant amount. If there are no further questions, he concludes the session and thanks everyone for attending. They all rise to leave. On the other hand, Old Han tells Vice Principal Zhao and Representative Liu that they should return to their rooms and rest, and that he will see them the following day. They bid farewell. Old Han proceeds with his guards, remarking that the points awarded for the Demon of the Nine Realms are something he truly looks forward to seeing in Liu Fan's performance. After some time, Fan lies on his bed, contemplating the real ancient beasts, an enormous map divided into 9 terrains, and permission granted to eliminate opponents in order to steal points. He remains uncertain about Charles, but he is certain that Kim Sunghan will definitely take action. He checks an article on his phone stating that the national trial is being held as scheduled in the Taki Nation. Predictions regarding the rankings of the 23 representatives are discussed, and he searches for the ranking forecast. Fan reviews the list. In T0, the representatives are from Stars Nation Charles, Snow Nation Andre, in T1, Taki Nation Kim Sunghan, Dragon Nation Liu Fan, Sakura Nation Musashi 10, in T2, Hang Nation Kirin, Kon Nation Yjai, and in T3, South Nation Yasenlai. He wonders whether he is truly considered to be ranked in T1. He sits on the bed, thinking to himself that placing him and Jin Chenghen together is absolute nonsense. He notes that although the report lacks credibility, the outlet still claims to be a reputable media source. However, anyone ranked alongside Tier 1 is certainly someone to be wary of. The next morning, the national trial begins. Jin announces that the national trial, hosted this year by the Taiki Nation, is officially commencing. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. He calls for everyone to look to the skies. Fan stands among the other representatives and gazes upward to see a portal forming. He remarks that the portal to the secret realm is now officially open. One by one, everyone begins teleporting through it. Fan closes his eyes and thinks that everything is in place. He silently requests to be teleported near the spire, if possible, and prepares himself for the trial to begin. A system window notifies that he is now entering the secret realm of the national trial. He states that with the last participant entering the secret realm, the scoring will begin immediately. He further explains that the ranking of the participants will be determined by their scores within the secret realm of the national trial, and ultimately, only the participant ranked first will claim victory. He states that all representatives have now entered the secret realm and wonders who will claim the top rank. He encourages everyone to look forward to the outcome. Viewers across the nation sit before their television screens, watching the national trial unfold. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the national trial, Fan checks his location on the map through the bracelet on his wrist. He realizes he is positioned in the center of the ice field map. The absence of updates to the rankings suggests that no one has yet earned any points. He notes a task point located in the lower right corner of the ice field map and decides it will be his first target. He considers that with this bracelet, all representatives can view real-time rankings and track the number of remaining participants. Anyone who accumulates a high score will naturally become a desirable target for others. He admits that this rule is quite straightforward, and he likes it. He channels his energy, opens a portal, and summons Xiao and Chen. They emerge with a roar. Fan turns to Chen and proposes to team up with Xiao to level up together. Chen promptly settles on Fan's shoulder and closes his eyes. Fan muses that this little one still refuses to listen to anything he says. Seated on Xiao, Fan signals the move out, saying it is time to begin the search for the Dark Spire. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the national trial, in the desert zone, Chenghen walks across the arid terrain, reflecting on the familiar expanse of sand. He summons his Abyss Entangler, which possesses the fragmented ambush skill. The system window notifies that the summoned beast, Abyss Entangler, level 61, and the evolved form of the Abyss Crawler, has been successfully summoned. Its skill, Fragmented Ambush, allows the beast to sever gel-like fragments from its body and conceal them in designated locations. Each fragment grants an Abyss Symbiosis effect and remains in stealth mode. The system further explains that Abyss Symbiosis enables the user to permanently share a symbiotic link with the Abyss summoned beast as long as it remains alive. Upon the user's death, resurrection can occur within the body of the summoned beast. The initial cooldown for this resurrection is 2 hours, with the cooldown time doubling after each subsequent use. Chenghen observes the Abyss Entangler burrowing into the sand and notes that, including the beast itself, he possesses 9 resurrection opportunities. He laughs, declaring that he is, for all practical purposes, immortal. Just then, a representative from the Sakura Nation, Musashi 10, arrives, stabs one of the Entangler monsters, and remarks that it is unfortunate. Now he has only 8 chances remaining. Chenghen checks his details on the bracelet and asks why he has killed his own summoned beast, questioning whether they are not allies. Musashi sheaths his sword and replies that they are still allies. He merely wishes to see whether killing his own summoned beast awards him points. Chenghen responds that if he seeks points, he should go and kill Fan, as they had agreed before the match. Killing his own summoned beast only reduces his resurrection chances. Musashi replies that he still has 8 lives left and questions why Chenghen is so upset. He then concedes, saying he will let him take a few bosses, and asks if that is acceptable. Chenghen replies that he does not have time to argue, tells him to move aside, and proceeds to leave. Musashi calls after him, telling him not to leave him behind. He explains that Jin Jianan has managed to teleport him to his location right under the overseer's noses, that he was secretly transported to his side, and insists that Chenghen had better protect his ally. Chenghen tells him to stop the nonsense and to remain quiet so the overseers do not overhear them. The alliance remains as agreed. He will deal with Lu Fan, handle the Black Dragon, and, in return, be told about the part Jin Jianan deliberately skipped when introducing the Dark Spire. He explains that when the Dark Spire moves randomly across the map, it actively launches an attack if any participant is detected. Musashi expresses shock, questioning why this information has not been shared earlier, and remarks that it now makes sense why Chenghen has prepared so many resurrection chances. If he encounters the realm's demon spire, he can resurrect. But what about Musashi himself? Chenghen responds that since they are allies, he will naturally protect his life as well. He then uses his abyssal powers on him. Musashi sees a strange energy surrounding him and asks what it is. He instructs him not to resist, and it is the Abyss contract. Musashi senses an aura enveloping his body, constricting him, and he screams in pain while clutching his abdomen. Chenghen explains that from now on, he can also be resurrected from within his abyssal summoned beasts after death. They are now successfully bound by the Abyss contract. Chenghen looks at him with a sinister smile and adds that, of course, if he dies, then he must also perish. Musashi mentions the idea of forming an alliance, but it seems he still harbors suspicion in his heart. There is no need to worry, he will not betray him. He advises not to overthink it, assuring that collaborating with their Taki nation is the right decision. Musashi tells him to wait for him and inquires whether they are going to look for Lu Fan now. He replies that they are not, instead, they should first accept a task to earn points. Once the Demon of the Nine Realms eliminates most of the other representatives, the plan will be set into motion. Musashi notices an unfamiliar system circle and asks whether a task has been accepted, questioning if that is not the mission point. Chenghen explains that it is a trap mission. Jin Zayan has placed one on every map, and he alone knows their locations. Once a trap mission is accepted, no other tasks can be undertaken. He asks what kind of mission it is. Chenghen responds that he will discover it soon enough, as such a mission is designed to be impossible for anyone to complete. 5 hours later, several individuals gather in front of the scoreboard screen. A man states that the big three of the nation's trials are gone. Another person asks who the big three are. He replies that the big three are the Dragon Nation, the Star Nation, and the Snow Nation. They consistently rank in the top 3 in every nation's trial. Someone asks what is happening with the Dragon Nation this year while the scoreboard displays rank 23, Lu Fan, Dragon Nation, with 257 points. He comments that the media ranked their representative as Tier 1, but it is clearly just hype from the Dragon Pet. It must be overrated. Another person questions the mere 257 points, noting that even defeating a few ferocious beasts would earn more than that. At that moment, Jin turns around and sees Old Han pouring tea. Old Han holds a cup and laughs upon overhearing the conversation. One person remarks that the situation is strange and wonders what the Dragon Nation representative is actually doing. Meanwhile, Fan views his rank details on the system screen. Rank 23, Lu Fan, Dragon Nation, points, 257. He wonders where the Dark Tower is located, as he has been searching for a long time without even catching a glimpse of it. Suddenly, he spots a sky-hunting flying lion in front of him. The system window notifies that the sky-hunting flying lion is at level 60 and worth 84 points. A lion attempts to attack Zio. He thinks that the sky-hunting flying lion is significantly weaker than the fallen corpse he previously encountered in the cloud cluster. The beasts within this hidden realm grant only a few dozen points, so it is not considered worthwhile to waste time on them. He concludes that, in order to earn high points, they must undertake a mission that involves defeating a boss. Eliminating other representatives might be the only viable option. At that moment, he notices an explosion ahead and tells Zio that they have reached the mission point and they should investigate it. The system screen notifies that a mission point lies ahead. Meanwhile, Yasenlai moves to engage a monster and swiftly slashes it with his sword. Breathing heavily, he remarks that without achieving a third transformation, it is undoubtedly exhausting, but he has finally managed to accept this mission and begins walking forward. He is stunned upon seeing Zio in front of him and immediately tries to retreat, exclaiming that a giant dragon is present. Fan jumps down from Xiao, and Yasunlai recognizes him, stating that he must be Fan from the Dragon Nation. Fan then views the system screen, which displays the following information: name, Yasunlai, nationality, South Nation, level, 45, class, Ripple Sword Master, points, 5 153, rank, 90. He moves his sword forward, but Fan silently passes by him without acknowledging his presence. He thinks to himself that such arrogance is intolerable. Tu Jing of the Dragon Nation once humiliated the king of the South Nation, nearly causing their entire nation to collapse. If he can defeat Lu Fan now, it will be a matter of national pride. He checks Fan's details on the system screen, which displays name, Lu Fan, nationality, Dragon Nation, level, 32, class, Dragon Rider, points, 257, rank, 23. He notes that Lu Fan, ranked 23rd and at only level 32, appears to be the lowest ranked representative. He considers this a heaven-sent opportunity. He prepares to strike and commands him to stop. He activates the skill Neighboring Water Cage, forming a trap intended to restrain Fan. The system window notifies Neighboring Water Cage, a skill that summons surrounding water to create a temporary cage, trapping the designated target and preventing escape. Duration, 1 second. He declares that the representative of the Dragon Nation, Lu Fan, must have seen him engaged in battle and hoped to steal the rewards, such naivety, and then leaps forward to attack. Xiao strikes him and throws him aside. He clutches his broken arm and thinks to himself that this is bad. The dragon's strength is genuine, and he feels as though his bones have been shattered. Fan breaks free from the water cage and questions the idea of reaping the benefits. He replies that the thought is misguided, as the more than 5,000 points do not tempt him in the slightest. He has decided to spare him. Yasunlai is shocked and wonders how his control skill could be ineffective. It seems impossible, given that Fan is only at level 32. He reflects that sparing him is out of the question. Even if he does not secure any rankings in this nation's trial, as long as he kills the Dragon Nation representative, he will be hailed as a hero in the South Nation. Xiao roars and charges towards him, preparing to attack. Fan warns him not to act rashly, asserting that the mission belongs to him, with no objections allowed. After a while, the system screen notifies that the mission has been accepted 1 out of 1, and the current mission is to defeat the epic boss, the Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85. Fan is confused upon seeing this. The scene shifts to a flashback as Xiao prepares to attack Yasunlai, who declares that this is the end. At that moment, Fan notices a Yeti King leaping toward them from behind. Xiao immediately retreats, and Yasunlai also attempts to escape but stumbles and falls to the ground, exclaiming that this is the boss of the Guardian mission. The Yeti King roars at them. The system window displays a notification: Icefield Yeti King, level 75, points 245. Yasunlai, now sitting atop a mountain, laughs and thinks that heaven has not abandoned him and that Lu Fan has actually died before him. However, in the next instant, the Yeti King strikes and hurls him aside. He becomes terrified and senses imminent danger. Xiao activates his power, radiating a bright light. The Yeti King turns toward him and roars, but Xiao slashes at him and leaps forward, launching an attack with the Break Sky technique. The system window notifies that Break Sky channels Dragon Kai, executing 2 consecutive slashes, while simultaneously, the dragon pet performs 2 claw strikes imbued with Dragon Kai. Fan calls out to increase the size, stating that the strength is nowhere near that of the fallen corpse. The system window then displays Dragon Nation Fan, points 257 plus 245. Yasunlai is shocked to witness it and thinks that a single strike has shattered the boss. He realizes Fan truly is at level 32. If that strike had landed on him, it would have been the end. Fan walks toward him, sword in hand. Yasunlai believes it is truly over now, and this must be his end, so he closes his eyes. Fan silently approaches while Yasunlai covers his head and pleads for mercy, apologizing and asking to be spared. He then opens his eyes, turns toward Fan, and realizes that Fan has not killed him. He is genuinely being spared. Suddenly, he notices a system alert appears behind him and wonders about the nature of this mission. How could such a mission exist? He recalls that Fan had asked something earlier and begins to suspect that Fan is truly attempting to slay the Demon of the Nine Realms. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhao watches the live broadcast on the screen regarding the national trial. The system window displays a notification. Epic Boss, Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85, has been defeated. He questions how such a mission could exist within the secret realm, declaring that it is clearly an impossible task. He points at the screen and expresses concern that if the mission card becomes stuck and cannot be submitted, Fan will be unable to earn points from the missions. Jin responds by telling him to calm down, remarking that he is being far too noisy. Zhao grabs him by the shirt and demands how he can be told to calm down. He insists that there is a flaw in the mission design and declares that he will file an appeal, urging the immediate removal of the mission. Jin asks whether Zhao is a member of Dragon Nation's military inspection and states that he has no authority to submit an appeal. He warns that if Zhao continues causing trouble, he will be asked to leave and instructed to let go. Zhao becomes enraged, but at that moment, Old Han intervenes and addresses Vice Principal Zhao, advising him not to be angry and to come over. Later, Old Han sits, pouring tea, and explains that this matter cannot be resolved through an appeal. He then asks whether Zhao truly believes Fan receiving this mission is a coincidence. Zhao, standing beside him, asks what he means by that. Old Han replies that, based on what he knows of the Taki Nation, this has been orchestrated deliberately. They have cleared the path for their own representative, while obstructing the progress of representatives from other countries. He asserts that favoritism and corruption are being openly practiced. Zhao says he knows this is unfair and asks, as the military inspector, why he does not speak up for Fan. He laughs and explains that sometimes using tricks can lead to being tricked as well. In the face of absolute strength, such tactics become meaningless. This mission, deemed impossible to complete, is precisely what Fan desires. He believes in Fan, and surely, so does Zhao. Zhao nods in understanding and turns his gaze toward the broadcast screen, where Xiao Yi is seen flying. He remarks that Fan has actively taken the initiative to locate the Demon of the Nine Realms tower. Meanwhile, Xiao soars toward a tower as the system window issues a warning. Dark tower ahead. Fan, seated on Xiao's back, declares that he has finally found it. He urges Xiao forward, calling for a killing spree to begin. The system window notifies that the Demon Beast army has been awakened. Bloodthirsty Bat, level 60, worth 84 points. Fan sees them and asks whether this is not the prized mount of Ruan Changfeng. He remarks that now, it is nothing more than a source of free experience and points, and he moves toward the Bloodthirsty Bat. He calls for Chen to wake up, declaring that they are entering battle, and commands a switch to the Destroyer Dragon form. The system window confirms that Black Dragon, the second form, was switched to Destroyer Dragon. Xiao Yi transforms, and her form ignites the bats in flames. The system window displays Xiao Yi, level 30, contracted Black Dragon's second form, strength reduced from 10,247 to 5,124, agility 19,431, mental power increased from 10,107 to 20,214, and stamina 10,474. Fan notices the ground cracking near Xiao and warns her to watch her footing. Suddenly, burrow demons begin to surface and move in to attack. The system window notifies Burrow Demon, level 75, worth 127 points. Fan comments on their arrival, saying it is perfect, let the entire beast army come at them. Xiao unleashes Lava Inferno and sprays flames across the attacking demons. The system window notifies that with dragon control activated, normal attacks are now accompanied by dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. Lava Inferno continuously sprays flames forward, inflicting damage while simultaneously healing the user. Fan notices several monsters approaching and remarks that there are quite a few ferocious beasts ahead. Eliminating them one by one would take too long. He activates the skill Dragon's Inspiration to charge his body. The system window notifies that Dragon's Inspiration enhances both the user and their dragon pets, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. It further displays the updated stats. Xiao Yi, level 30, contracted Black Dragon's second form, strength increased from 5,124 to 6,661, agility from 9,431 to 12,260, mental power from 20,214 to 26,278, and stamina from 10,474 to 13,614. Fan advances while holding the serpent bow and instructs Xiao Yi to prepare to unleash Cataclysm. Zio flies overhead and activates the Cataclysm skill, scattering flames across the battlefield. The system window confirms that Cataclysm allows the Destroyer Dragon to detonate the area it flies over, inflicting massive damage and adding fire effects. Fan takes aim with Snake Shadow and thinks that, with Zio's mental power now exceeding 26,000, they must attempt this move. The system window notifies that Snake Shadow enables the underworld snake to draw its bow and store energy for 3 seconds before releasing the Snake Shadow chapter, increasing damage by 500%. The current energy charge is 1 second. Zio roars, spreading an even greater wave of flames. The system window reports that Cataclysm, the second phase, causes the Destroyer Dragon to dive toward the designated area, inflicting massive damage. The current charge time is 3 seconds. Fan releases the arrow toward the tower, triggering a powerful explosion. The system window notifies that Cataclysm, the third phase, in combination with a Snake Shadow chapter, fires the Snake Shadow arrow at the target zone marked by the Destroyer Dragon. The resulting detonation burns the area, delivering massive area damage. The attack power is increased to 500% of the Black Dragon's mental power. The Burrow Demon is incinerated. The system window notifies that Dragon Nation's Lu Fan gains an additional 2,758 points, with his rank rising from 23 to 1. It also notifies that Star Dragon Xing Chen's level has increased to level 12, and Lu Fan's level has risen to level 33. Fan remarks that this was the entire Earth Fiend Demon's army. Finally, silence has returned. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the scoreboard are left stunned. The display shows Rank 1, Dragon Nation's Fan, with 23,260 points, Rank 2, Star Nation, with 20,216 points, Rank 3, Snow Nation's Andre, with 18,651 points, and Rank 4, Taiki Nation's Jin Chenghen with 17,903 points. One person exclaims that the legendary 3 families have returned. Another person remarks that he did not expect Fan to actually dare to strike the Dark Tower. Taking the points and withdrawing would have been the wisest strategy. A third individual comments that both Charles and Andre have also received such missions, but their points are no longer increasing. Zhao observes the scene and reflects that Old Han was right. The mission to defeat the Demon of the Nine Realms is not a trap laid for Fan, but rather a stepping stone toward his rise. Old Han sets a teacup on the table and says that Fan's synergy with the Black Dragon is truly remarkable. Moreover, he notes that Fan still possesses many dragons that have yet to be summoned. He offers to call the waiter to bring some hot tea. Old Han declines, stating that tea can be enjoyed at any time, but Fan's brilliant performance must not go unnoticed. He adds that Fan's strength surpasses anything they had imagined and suggests they enjoy tea after he defeats the Demon of the Nine Realms. Jin hears their conversation, smirks, and thinks that they may enjoy the moment for now. But once the Demon of the Nine Realms appears, they are merely waiting for Fan to collect the corpses. A man exclaims that the boss is emerging and notes that Fan is not retreating. He questions whether Fan does not understand the wisdom of stopping while ahead. Another adds that the Beast Army has not yet been fully defeated, and it seems Fan truly intends to clear the entire Dark Tower. Elsewhere, a heavy chain shatters and strikes the holding block on the ground, opening a gate from which a new wave of beasts begins to emerge. Fan sees them and remarks with irritation, "More ferocious beasts." He reflects that he should have waited for all of them to appear before attacking, so he could clear them in one strike. He considers it a waste of time, but prepares to fight regardless. The system window notifies the appearance of Wandering Pavilion, level 75, worth 135 points, Two-Headed Ogre, level 75, worth 297 points, and Demon Scout, level 60, worth 50 points. Xiao Yi shields the area in flames and roars at the enemy horde. Fan calls out to her to unleash her power once more, determined to eliminate the Beast Army completely. He turns to Chen and says that he finally wishes to join the battle. Chen advances alongside Fan, but Fan raises a hand and tells him to wait if he is going in himself. The beasts move toward them to attack, and Chen swiftly advances to engage the creatures. Fan observes that Chen has returned and tells Xiao to go and provide cover for her. He thinks to himself that this rebellious child is being disobedient once again. With such a low cultivation level, she is bound to get hurt. A two-headed ogre notices Chen approaching and roars at her while brandishing its weapon. Fan mounts Xiao and charges toward the beasts, reflecting that Chen's personality is fiercely independent. It is exceedingly difficult for her to follow commands. Then he pauses, realizing he has never witnessed Chen's full power. Perhaps now is the moment to allow her to follow her battle instincts. Chen activates the Star Radiant Scales skill. A system window appears, stating that Star Radiant Scales channels starlight into her armor, absorbing incoming damage for 6 seconds. At the end of the skill's duration, all enemies within melee range will receive the accumulated damage. The monsters begin to levitate in the area as a result of the skill's impact. The two-headed ogre attempts to strike by raising its weapon, but Chen slashes it before it can land a blow. Xiao charges from behind to follow up, but Fan instructs him to stop. It appears there is no longer any need to worry about Chen. Even without direct commands, she is capable of using her skills effectively in combat. The system window notifies that the Star Radiant Scales has absorbed damage and that all enemy targets within melee range will take the absorbed damage. Chen throws the beasts away with an explosive force and then activates the Star Shatter skill, holding a star in her hand. The system window notifies that Star Shatter generates a star, crushes it, and causes a large area of damage, with the power depending on the user's strength. Fan instructs Xiao to fly farther away, and Xiao responds with a roar. Chen shatters the star, creating a vast area of destruction that obliterates the monsters. Xiao also takes flight to move away. After the monsters are killed, Chen approaches Fan, who commends her for her performance. Without the effect of the Serpent Shadow Arrow's 5x damage, this Star Shatter is comparable to Xiao Yi's Great Disaster. The system window notifies that Lu Fan has leveled up to level 34. Chen asks whether she is strong or not. Fan reflects that this little one is so arrogant, a compliment, and she becomes all puffed up with pride. Xiao roars, and Fan adds that Xiao is also very strong. He suggests that they let her show off when the next boss appears, but then realizes he should not compare them. Xiao Yi is starting to get anxious. Just then, an explosion occurs nearby, capturing their attention. A black mountain horned beast appears before them. The system window notifies that the black mountain horned beast is level 80, with 429 points. Fan smiles and remarks that it has arrived. He instructs Xiao Yi and Xing Chen to get ready and suggests taking it down with one strike. They both prepare to attack. The black mountain horned beast extends its long tongue to strike. Fan jumps down from Xiao Yi and orders the preparation of a lava explosion. Xiao Yi releases lava flames to launch an attack. The system window notifies that the lava explosion skill is charging, with the current Dragon Kai at the 2nd level Black Dragon, while the Star Surge energy continuously intensifies and stamina increases as the battle duration progresses. Fan attacks the Black Mountain Horned Beast with his sword, performing a Cut the Sky move. The system window notifies that the Cut the Sky skill attaches Dragon Kai and performs a continuous series of slashes, with the dragon pets synchronizing to deliver 2 claw strikes, also enhanced with Dragon Kai. The Black Mountain Horned Beast gathers its power and charges, sending its horns toward them in an attempt to strike. Fan instructs Chen to let the toad witness his power, and Chen blocks it with his own strength. Fan tells Xiao that now is the time. Xiao releases a massive flow of lava from his chest, using the Lava Eruption skill to attack. The system window notifies that the Lava Eruption skill explodes fiery flames within the target area, creating a lava pool in which any targets inside will gradually sink into the magma and continuously take massive damage. The Black Mountain Horned Beast screams, burning in the flames, and Fan leaps forward, striking it with his sword while shouting precision hit. On the other side, Chen grabs the beast's horn and declares that this is what he calls a precision hit before throwing the horn at it to deal the final blow. After the Black Mountain Horned Beast is killed, they celebrate, and Fan comments that their teamwork was not bad, adding that the Dark Tower is truly an excellent place for leveling up quickly. The system window notifies that Star Dragon has leveled up to 13, with Dragon Nation Fan's points now at 23,260, plus 20,193, making him rank 1 in Dragon Nation Lu Fan. The scene shifts to the broadcast room, where people are also observing the scoreboard. A man exclaims in awe, noting that the Warcraft army's points were accumulated all at once, instantly surpassing 50,000 points. Another man remarks that the coordination is remarkable, and now he understands why Fan, at level 30+, dares to challenge a level 60 opponent, even defeating rank 2 Jin Chenghen by nearly double. He adds that the representatives of the Dragon Nation have truly opened his eyes. Zhao smiles with pride and mentions that Fan went to the extreme north and has become incredibly strong. Old Han laughs, expressing that it is truly impressive. Jin, in a fit of anger, punches the wall and demands to know what is going on with Fan. He comments that the entire Warcraft army, which had not been weakened at all, was wiped out, and that Fan has even surpassed Chenghen by such a wide margin. He orders the guards to immediately go backstage and confirm the date of the Dark Tower, insisting that this Dragon Nation representative must have exploited some loophole. He tells them to report any abnormalities to him at once. The guards quickly respond and head off to carry out his orders. Jin thinks to himself that, except for Taki Nation's supreme national hero, it is absolutely impossible for anyone else to defeat the demon of the 9 realms. He resolves to catch Fan and immediately revoke his qualification once he does. Half an hour later, at the entrance to the supervision room of Jin Yu City Arena, a guard reports to President Jin that the inspection has been completed. Another guard informs him that the nation's trial system is operating normally and that there are no vulnerabilities in the Dark Spire section. Jin demands to know what was just said, grabbing the guard by his shirt. The guard apologizes, assuring him that they will conduct another inspection immediately. Jin angrily calls them useless fools and orders them to inspect again, continuing to search until they find a flaw. He insists that they go now and keep inspecting until a flaw is found. The guards quickly comply, responding affirmatively. Jin reflects that the mechanism they designed to intimidate other representatives has now become a tool for Fan to score points. He cannot allow Fan to continue increasing his points. If necessary, he will forcefully adjust the stats of the Demon of the 9 Realms to make Fan give up. As for the rankings, he can only place his hopes on Jin Chenghen now. He notes that both he and Musashi, having reached level 30 in their second stage classes, should find it relatively easy. He returns to the arena room, only to be shocked by the sight on the screen. Many more monsters lie dead on the ground, surrounded by flames. Meanwhile, Fan, Xiao, and Chen move forward toward the level 85 boss monster. Fan charges his power and remarks that with a level 85 boss, he has no choice but to summon Xiao Fei. He considers that allowing Xiao Fei to join might split some of the experience, but having come this far, they must ensure success. He summons Fei and instructs it to come forth and switch to the Eternal One form. The system window notifies him that the Emerald Dragon's first form has changed to Eternal One. The Emerald Dragon bloodline is activated, doubling all skill effects for dragons and those with connected bloodlines. The Life Pulse ability casts Emerald Light and Emerald Blessings on all allied targets within range, increasing their effect stacks by 2 to 4 times. The system window also notifies that Emerald Blessing applies 32 stacks of dragon energy to the target, enhancing the damage of their next attack. The Emerald Light applies 3 to 2 layers of protection to the target, removing all debuffs and boosting all attributes by 30 to 60%, with each layer capable of blocking 1 to 2 hits. Xiao and Chen move behind Fan, and he instructs them to proceed. The system window notifies that Xiao Yi, at level 30, has contracted the Black Dragon, with strength ranging from 5e124 to 8e198, agility from 9e431 to 15e89, spirit from 20e214 to 30e2342, and stamina from 10e473 to 16e756. Xiao sprays lava flames at the monsters using the Lava Flame skill. The system window notifies that Lava Flame continuously spews flames forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing itself. Xiao uses the Eternal Guardian skill, generating a protective barrier around Chen and Fan. The system window notifies that Eternal Guardian creates a protective barrier, shielding all targets under its protection. The barrier's damage absorption depends on the Eternal One's health and self-healing ability. Fan instructs Chen to cast Starlight Scale Armor. The system window notifies that Starlight Scale Armor coats the armor in Starlight, continuously absorbing damage for 60 seconds. When the skill ends, all nearby enemies within melee range take the absorbed damage. Chen moves to attack the monsters using Starlight Scale Armor. Fan charges up his sword and recalls something important. He takes out the Dragon Language magic book and remembers that it is usable at level 35, something he has been waiting for. The system window notifies that the dragon language resonance is of epic quality, with a level requirement of 35. The skill book is used to learn the passive skill, Dragon Language Resonance, which causes both the Dragon Rider and the Dragon Pet to gain a percentage boost in the magic's power when they cast the same dragon language magic. The system window also notifies that the skill book has been used and the Dragon Resonance skill has been acquired. As Fan absorbs the book's power, he clenches his fist and thinks that he has already received Lava Explosion from his senior. Now, he can finally synchronize with Xiao Yi and trigger Dragon Resonance. With an explosion, he leaps high and asks Xiao if she is ready. Xiao roars in response. Fan charges his power and announces the use of dragon language magic. Xiao creates a lava ball using the lava explosion skill to attack the monsters. The system window notifies that a lava explosion erupts flames in the target area, creating a lava pool. Targets within the pool will gradually sink into the magma and take massive continuous damage. Fan instructs Xiao again to use the lava explosion skill, and she sprays a huge stream of lava flames on the target area. The monster screams as it begins burning. The system window notifies that Dragon Resonance, when the Dragon Rider and their Dragon Pet cast the same dragon language magic, grants a 10% boost in the magic's power. Fan moves forward and reflects that he has successfully triggered Dragon Resonance. The two lava explosions have been doubled, making them 4 times more powerful than when Xiao Yi used it alone. This feeling is incredible. It is as if his pulse is synchronized with Xiao Yi's. A boss monster rises from within the flames. Fan instructs Xiao to switch to World Destroyer form and finish it off. Xiao transforms into World Destroyer form, greatly increasing her stats. The system window notifies that Xiao Yi, at level 30, has contracted the Black Dragon second form, with strength ranging from 5e124 to 302790, the agility of 15e89, spirit from 302342 to 18985, and stamina from 16756. Xiao bites the monster using the Jaw Strike. The system window notifies that Jaw Strike charges at high speed and bites, causing continuous bleeding damage to the target. Surprised, Fan observes and asks if the monster is still struggling, then tells Xiao to let him end this. Just then, Chen attacks the monster using Starlight Scale armor and declares that the monster should die. The system window notifies that Starlight Scale armor deals all absorbed damage to all nearby enemies within melee range. The Beast Army has been eliminated. The system also notifies that the Emerald Dragon's level has increased to 23, and the Black Dragon's level has increased to 31. Fan exclaims in surprise and asks Chen when she learned to steal kills. He realizes that Chen has finally reached level 50, unlocking the dragon form. The system window notifies that the Star Dragon's level has increased to 15, and a new skill, Form Transformation, has been acquired. Fan checks the system window and realizes that with more than 4,000 points of strength, the Stellar Radiance and Galaxy forms are far stronger than he had imagined. The system window notifies that the Star Dragon has been contracted at level 15, with strength of 4,657, endurance of 1,031, agility of 5,418, and spirit of 1,543. The system also notifies the following abilities: Shattered Stars, which enhances Stellar Scale armor, Overflowing Power, which strengthens the Starry Sky Dragon's bloodline, and Form Transformation, which allows the Starry Sky Dragon to enter its growth phase and freely switch between different forms. The Blood Pact ability grants the Dragon Master a percentage-based attribute boost from their dragon. The system window further notifies that form transformations include First Baby Dragon form, which reduces all attributes and energy consumption by 50%. Second Stellar Radiance form, which increases strength by 500%. Transforming the dragon into a Starry Sky Reaper for 60 seconds and unlocking new abilities, Light of Stellar Destruction and Starry Sky Traverse. Third Galaxy form, where the dragon disassembles itself, becoming invulnerable to all attacks while turning into a nebula. This form also grants new abilities, such as Stellar Rain and Black Hole. Fan thinks that in the Stellar Radiance form, the dragon's strength is multiplied 5-fold, far surpassing Xiao's World Destroyer form. However, this comes at the cost of a strict 60-second time limit. With these new abilities, the Stellar Radiance form is undoubtedly a game-changing trump card. He considers that the galaxy form, on the other hand, exceeds his expectations. It resembles Zio's soul light form, which abandons the physical body and makes the user untouchable. However, as a nebula, the dragon can likely remain undetected near enemies. He will need to test this against a ferocious beast. He reflects that, speaking of testing, it has been ages since any ferocious beasts have shown up. Chen comments that Fan is so strong. Fan looks around and thinks that it seems the demon beast's army has been wiped out. Zio senses that there are still enemies within the spire, and no doubt, it must be the Earthshade demon. The system window notifies that the block dragon can detect enemies in stealth or camouflage mode. Actively using the skill removes the stealth and camouflage of all surrounding targets. He rides on Zio and says that if nothing is found, then they will search for it themselves. He tells Zio Fei and Xing Chen to remember this for later. They all move forward and enter the Dark Spire. After a while, inside the Dark Spire, Fan looks around and thinks to himself that it is extremely dark. Judging by the echo of his footsteps, he assumes the place is vast. He sees fire torches hanging on the walls and tells Zio Yi to follow them. They move ahead. Fan thinks that there is nothing here. The Earthshade demon must be luring him deeper inside. After a moment, Fan notices a throne. He is stunned and asks what this is, a massive throne. Zio also roars while staring toward the throne. Fan demands the Earthshade demon to reveal himself. The Earthshade demon appears in front of them in a swirl of dark smoke and says, "A human and a dragon." He claims that he remembers being slain by humans long ago. Now, he sees that he has lost his physical body, and this place is not even his castle. He has been sealed away. He laughs bitterly and remarks that, foolishly, humans preserved his soul. How pitiful. He is one of the 9 realms demons, and to think that even in death, he has become a plaything for humans imprisoned here is utterly ridiculous. The system window notifies that the Earthshade demon is at level 85, with a boss difficulty classified as Nightmare. Its stats are as follows: Strength 30,551, Agility 39,034, Spirit 30,582, and Endurance 40,658. Its abilities include: First, Shadow Layers, which causes strikes infused with Earthshade energy to mark targets. These marks stack up to 5 layers, with each layer increasing the damage the target receives by 4%. The second is Phantom Walk, which allows the demon to merge into Earthshade energy, entering perfect stealth. This enables free, undetected movement, and the stealth ends upon either taking or delivering an attack. Third, Bloodblade Claw, which delivers a swipe with claws imbued with blood energy, causing massive damage. After use, the demon's strength is increased by 200% for 10 seconds. The Earthshade demon mocks him, asking whether Fan and his little dragon dream of becoming the heroes who seal him once more. He tells them to say their last words, calling him insects, and moves in to attack. The system window then notifies that Shadow Layers has inflicted 4 hits and marked the target. Each layer increases damage by 40% and stacks up to 3 layers. Fan immediately creates a protective shield around himself using Fei's Emerald Light skill. He responds with a smirk, repeating his words and saying that the last word should be saved for himself. The system window notifies that Emerald Light grants the target protective layers, removes all negative effects, and increases all attributes by 60%. Each layer absorbs 2 hits. Fan commands Fei to summon the twin fallen corpse dragons. Fei activates the natural assimilation skill to carry out the summon. The system window notifies that natural assimilation, when used with the Dragonbone Flute, summons the twin fallen corpse dragons. Their level automatically matches that of the user. The fallen corpse dragon roars at the Earthshade demon and moves in to attack. The system window notifies that the fallen corpse dragon is at level 23 and possesses the following abilities. First is Dragon Breath, which releases a magical dragon's breath that deals magic damage. Targets killed by the breath are revived as undead minions that fight for the user. Second is Dragon Charge, which coats the dragon in undead energy and launches a charge at the target. This attack deals damage while nullifying 99% of incoming damage and reflects any skill effects. Third is Forbidden Dragon Magic, which unlocks advanced dragon magic by replacing Dragon Breath with Forbidden Dragon Curse and Dragon Charge with Doomfall. The Fallen Corpse Dragon Bloodline passively reduces all damage received by 5%. The Earthshade demon remarks that such an ominous presence is unfamiliar, questioning the source of this power. Fan charges his sword and replies that he does not need to know. He instructs Xiao Yi to use lava flame. She forms a lava ball using the lava flame skill and begins spraying fire across the area. The system window notifies that lava flame continuously sprays fire forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing the caster. The lava ball flies toward the Earthshade demon and pierces straight through it. Fan is stunned and thinks that the attack has passed and the Earthshade energy cannot be harmed by conventional means. The Earthshade demon laughs and mocks them, calling Fan a reckless human and Xiao Yi a newborn dragon, labeling them a weak and foolish pair. The system window notifies that Phantom Walk has been activated, granting perfect stealth and enabling undetected movement within Earthshade energy. Fan realizes the danger and thinks that this is bad. Xiao's perception can only detect stealth and camouflage, but the Earthshade demon's stealth is completely undetectable. The Earthshade demon attempts to strike Faye from behind, sneering as he says, "Die, little one." The system window notifies that Shadow Strike inflicts 4 consecutive hits on the target, stacking shadow layers. Each layer increases the damage the target receives by 40%. Faye uses Shadow Strike to defend herself. Earthshade demon laughs and says he can continue playing this game forever, then questions how long Fan can hold out. Fan thinks that breaking through 4 layers of protection is dangerous. Although Xiao Fei can continue casting Emerald Light, relying on a purely defensive strategy is no longer effective. It appears there is no other choice. As he moves his arm to attack, he taunts that it is now his turn, calling him human. Fan, however, blocks the strike with his sword. The system window notifies that shadow layers apply when a claw strike infused with Earthshade energy hits the target, inflicting 4 consecutive damage instances and marking the target with up to 3 shadow layers. Each layer increases the damage the target receives by 40%. Fan states that this time, he will not retreat. As he prepares to fight, Chen's starlight energy begins to surround him. Earthshade demon sees stars capturing his hand and asks what that is. The system window notifies that Phantom Walk has been interrupted, and the stealth effect has been removed. Fan tells Chen to come out, saying it is time to test his skills. Earthshade demon struggles as he finds himself restrained by starlight and asks how such a thing is possible. Chen appears before him in galaxy form and activates his skill. The system window notifies that Starry Sky Dragon, galaxy form, has initiated stellar rain, in which starry light continuously falls within the area covered by the galaxy form. While stellar rain is active, other skills may be used freely, and the effect persists indefinitely until manually cancelled. Earthshade demon questions whether this power came with her and if it had been hiding nearby all along. Fan replies that he does not need to know, and then asks if he has prepared his final words, calling him an insect. The system window notifies that Shadow Walk integrates the user into the Earthshade's aura to grant invisibility. The user can move freely within the aura without being detected. The invisibility effect cannot be sensed and is only broken when the user attacks or uses a skill. It also notifies that Shadow Walk has been interrupted and the invisibility effect has been removed. Earthshade demon remarks that it is a self-deceiving trick, claiming that even if they illuminate the darkness, it remains useless. He extends his hand to seize Fan. The system window notifies that Fiendish Shadow Strike channels the Earthshade's aura into a claw attack. The target receives 4 segments of damage and is marked. Shadow layers can stack up to 3 times, with each layer increasing the damage received by 40%. Fan leaps into the air and instructs Faye to switch to Soul Light. Faye shifts into her Soul Light form, and the fallen corpse dragon follows her, launching an attack on the Earthshade demon. Fan declares that the demon now has nowhere left to hide. The system window notifies that the profession Dragon Rider, with a contract to the Black Dragon, now holds a level of 35 plus 31. Strength is recorded at 1,574 plus 30, 2,829. Agility at 1,12 plus 15, 197. Spirit at 14 plus 18, 203. And Stamina at 1,496 plus 16, 882. Cut the Sky is a skill that channels dragon energy to perform 2 consecutive slashes. When executed in cooperation, the dragon companion simultaneously performs 2 claw strikes infused with dragon energy. Dragon Destruction transforms the user's arms into dragon claws, delivering 6 rapid consecutive attacks. This skill can be used at range. In cooperation, the dragon companion synchronously casts 6 spell damage strikes. Normal attacks under dragon saddle carry dragon energy and deal remote damage. Fan advances to attack and instructs Faye to coordinate with him. The system window notifies that Dragon's Roar inspires both the user and the dragon companion, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. The Emerald Dragon bloodline ensures all skill effects are enhanced when linked to the Dragon Clan and its bloodline, effectively doubling their impact. Soul Protection provides a defensive aura. Targets protected by Soul Light receive attribute boosts and absorb any damage taken. Upon accumulating damage, a shockwave is released that multiplies the total damage by 2. Zio roars to attack the Earthshade Demon. The Earthshade Demon asks how a human could wield the power of dragons. The system window notifies that the profession Dual Dragon Rider, with a contract to the Black Dragon, is at level 35 plus 31. Strength increases from 34,403 to 79,126. Agility increases from 16,209 to 37,280. Spirit increases from 19,620 to 20,126. And stamina increases from 18,378 to 40,269. Fan attacks the Earthshade Demon and also instructs Zio to attack, as Zio roars, spreading flames and attempting to strike him. The system window notifies that Cut the Sky channels dragon energy to perform 2 consecutive slashes. When used in cooperation, the dragon companion will synchronously perform 2 claw strikes infused with dragon energy. The Earthshade Demon punches the floor and asks if a godlike dragon would willingly serve as an ant's slave. Fan responds by asking if the demon is trying to provoke them, as the fallen corpse dragons charge to attack. The system window notifies that Dragon Charge coats the dragon in undead energy and charges at the target, dealing damage while nullifying 99% of incoming damage and reflecting any skill effects. The Earthshade Demon asks why they would submit to humans with such mysterious power. He states that it looks like he will have to silence it and asks Chen what he thinks. Chen charges his power into a shattered star, while the Earthshade Demon calls him arrogant and declares that they will die together with the young dragon, attempting to attack. Zio grabs the Earthshade Demon's hand with her claws. The system window notifies him that Soul Protection has absorbed the damage. Fan summons the Serpent Bow, aims at the Earthshade Demon, and praises Zio, telling Faye to hold on. The system window notifies that the Snake Shadow device allows the Dark Snake to draw a bow for 3 seconds and release the Snake Shadow Arrow, increasing damage by 500%. The current charge time is 1 second. The Earthshade Demon moves to attack, shouting. The system window notifies that Blood Blade Claw slashes with the blood-infused claws, dealing massive damage. Afterward, his strength will increase by 200% for 2 seconds. The current charge time is 2 seconds. The Earthshade Demon punches, demanding to be released. Fan tells him that it is time to light the tower and directs his arrow toward Chen's star. The system window notifies that Lava Flame continuously releases flames forward, dealing damage while healing the user, as Zio sprays lava flames at the Earthshade Demon. He screams, covered in flames. The system window notifies that Energy Shockwave releases the damage absorbed from the previous 10 instances, causing damage equal to twice the total amount and dealing large-scale counterattack damage. The arrow reaches near Chen's star, while the system window notifies that shattering stars triggers a Snake Shadow burst, generating a star and shattering it with a Snake Shadow arrow, causing massive area damage. The power is increased to 50% of the Sky Dragon's strength. The Earthshade Demon exclaims in disbelief, stating that such power is impossible, just as the star shatters and causes a massive explosion. Meanwhile, in the Jinyu City Arena's supervisory room, Zhao asks if the Earthshade Demon has been killed. Jin thinks it is impossible. A demon from the 9 realms cannot be killed by a boy from the Dragon Nation. That is the level only 5 national heroes could reach, and he must, right now, adjust the Earthshade Demon's stats. A man, shocked, says that the explosion has ended, and the Earthshade Demon is not dead. The other man observes and says that ancient beasts are indeed invincible. Another person points out that the Earthshade Demon is still alive, though injured. Jin laughs upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the Earthshade Demon curses, calling Fan an idiot and an ant, stating that a mere creature like him has made him this miserable, and he will not spare him. Fan responds, asking if the Earthshade Demon will not spare him. pointing out that his attack has not yet finished. He asks if the demon has noticed that the two dragons have been missing for a while. The fallen corpse dragons then appear behind him. The system window notifies that Forbidden Dragon Magic unlocks Advanced Dragon Magic, replacing Dragon Breath with Forbidden Dragon Curse and Dragon Charge with Doomfall. The fallen corpse dragon bloodline reduces all damage received by 5%. It notifies that Doomfall unlocks Dragon Language Magic, and after ascending to great heights, it sacrifices life force to deal massive damage as it falls. The damage is calculated based on the life force sacrificed, with the damage being 2000% of the life force sacrificed. The current Doomfall sacrifice is 100% of life force. The Earthshade demon asks what a dragon is, stating that being a pet to a human and still daring to be reckless, he will not fall to ants again as he moves his claw to attack. The system window notifies that Blood Blade Claw slashes with the Blood Blade Claw at high speed, dealing massive damage. Afterward, his strength increases by 200% for 2 seconds. He leaps toward them and strikes, causing an explosion. As the fire settles, the Earthshade demon coughs and curses, saying insolently, "Idiots, this is impossible." He asks how he could have lost and claims it is all due to this stupid body holding him back. He questions if he is destined to be killed by humans once again, even after being reborn, and declares that he refuses to accept it. The system window notifies that the Shadow Walk, which merges the user into Earthshade energy to gain a stealth effect, allows free movement within the energy without detection. Stealth cannot be detected, but it will be broken upon any attack. The system window then notifies that the Shadow Walk skill has been interrupted. Fan shoots several arrows toward him and declares that it is over for the Earthshade demon. The system window notifies that the Festival of the Dark Serpent, while using the serpent bow, unleashes magic arrows, with each of the 100 arrows dealing 20% damage. The Earthshade demon shouts and asks the humans if it is truly over. He wonders if he is finished, unable to kill his dragon, unable to harm him. The Earthshade demon shouts again, charging up his body to increase his power, and exclaims, "This power, this strength." Fan checks the status window and is notified, asking what is happening. He clearly defeated the demon, yet wonders where this new power is coming from, suspecting that it could be the Earthshade demon's second form. He clicks on the screen and thinks that it seems the Nine Realms demon still holds hidden strength. The heroes of Taki Kingdom were indeed impressive to have sealed it. He is shocked upon seeing this and asks what is happening. The Earthshade demon laughs and states that the power is still growing, asking if he still thinks it is over now. Insect. The system window notifies that the Earthshade demon's level has increased to 85, with an unknown increase, and that the boss difficulty has shifted from Nightmare to an unknown level. His strength, spirit, agility, and endurance continue to increase. Fan thinks that the level is rising to an unknown range and that the stats are still increasing, realizing that this is not right. Meanwhile, in the Jinyu City Arena Supervisory Room, a person asks what is happening, noting that it is supposed to be a transition phase, yet the stats are still rising and show no sign of stopping. Zhao looks at the screen and thinks that this is not right. These endlessly rising stats make victory impossible. He turns toward Old Han and says that the Earthshade demon's stats are still increasing. For Fan's safety, they must act. He suggests requesting a temporary call to have Fan escape the spire immediately. Old Han asks Vice Principal Zhao if he remembers his promise to him, saying that once Fan defeats the Earthshade demon, they should brew a pot of fresh tea together. Zhao says that lives are at stake, noting that the Earthshade demon is acting strangely, and its stats are about to exceed 1 lakh. He remarks that Fan's earlier battle demonstrated his rich combat experience and sharp instincts, calling such a young man rare. He insists that he will not let Fan die here and affirms that he still trusts Fan if he does not. Zhao continues, saying that as long as he ensures Fan's survival, he will be reassured. After all, Dragon Capital Academy has put in its utmost effort to train him. He apologizes for his earlier outburst. Old Han responds that there is no need to apologize, understanding Zhao's concern for Fan's safety. Jin laughs quietly, thinking that no one has noticed. He is pleased with the efficiency of the two fools, noting that even the heroes of Taki Kingdom would not necessarily defeat a maxed-out Nine Realms demon. He then sees a message on his phone where a guard states that there is no need to worry about loopholes and suggests adjusting the Earthshade demon's stats to the maximum. Another guard replies, confirming that they have already made the adjustments from the back end and reassuring Jin. Jin laughs again, thinking that they just need to wait for Fan's death. Meanwhile, Fan acknowledges that although he does not understand why his transition phase is so absurd, he is celebrating too early. He realizes that he cannot allow the Earthshade Demon's stats to continue growing, and decides it is time to unleash the ultimate weapon. The system window notifies that Natural Assimilation, Dragon Summoning Flute, summons the twin fallen dragons, matching the user's level. Fan instructs Faye to merge with him and summon the fallen dragon again while Faye spreads light from her emerald. The Earthshade Demon moves to attack them when Fan commands Xiaoyi to activate World-Destroying Roar. Xiaoyi unleashes the World-Destroying Roar attack using the skill. The system window notifies that World-Destroying Roar releases a devastating howl, inflicting massive damage and applying a frailty effect to all targets within range. The Earthshade Demon declares that the arrogant human and his dragon cannot kill him. The system window notifies that Dragon Language has been unlocked, granting access to Dragon Language magic. Demon Dragon Breath will be replaced with Dragon Language magic, while Forbidden Demon Dragon Spell and Demon Dragon Assault will be replaced with Dragon Language magic, specifically Doomfall. He charges up his sword and states that the fallen dragon unlocks Dragon Language magic. The system window notifies that the Forbidden Fallen Dragon spell releases a massive wave of demonic energy filled with corpses, dealing enormous damage and applying a frailty effect. The World-Destroying Roar's frailty effect is applied, and the Forbidden Fallen Dragon spell's weakening effect is also applied. The Earthshade Demon declares that enough is enough and that he must teach him the consequences of underestimating an ancient beast, all for the dignity of the Nine Realms Demon. Just then, Chen shoots a star at him, switching her form into Starlight, while he asks what is happening. Fan remarks that it is too bad, as now it is time for the Earthshade Demon to learn the consequences of underestimating a dragon tamer, death. The system window notifies that Star Dragon form has been switched to Starlight, with the remaining time of the Starlight form being 59 seconds. It also notifies that the contract with the Star Dragon is at level 15, with the following stats: strength ranging from 4656 to 23280, spirit 1031, agility 548, endurance 1531, and Morning Star Light skill is currently recharging. The Earthshade Demon observes and says that young dragon, but Chen attacks him using the Starfall Beam skill, channeling Starlight. The system window notifies that Starfall Beam channels Starlight into a concentrated beam that inflicts incalculable damage, ignores defenses, and cannot be blocked. The damage depends on strength and level. The Earthshade Demon's body begins to shatter as he exclaims that this is not his fate. He reflects on how he lost again after gaining this power. He vows that none of them will leave alive. They will all die. After the Earthshade Demon's death, Fan notices that the walls are starting to break. He curses, realizing that the Earthshade Demon is trying to drag them down with him. He announces that the spire is collapsing and instructs Zio to help everyone escape. The roof begins falling down, and Xiaoyi quickly takes them out. Fan comments that the space in the tower is so vast that he almost flew out. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon has reached level 24, Star Dragon has reached level 16, Lu Fan has reached level 36, and Black Dragon has reached level 32. Fan reflects that although this battle was exhausting, it was entirely worth it to finally defeat the Earthshade Demon and level up twice. He remembers that around 50,000 points equate to rank 1, and now, with over 500,000 points, he can finally rest in peace. The system window notifies that the mission, Epic White Beast Hunt 5, has been completed. Nine Realms Land of Descent, Level 5, Dragon Nation Fan has earned a total of 51,453 points, plus 459,762, making Dragon Nation Fan rank 1. After a while, people see the scoreboard, which notifies that rank 1 is Dragon Nation Lu Fan with 511,215 points. Rank 2 is Taiki Nation Jin Chenghen with 69,735 points. Rank 3 is Star Nation Charles with 48,710 points. And rank 4 is Snow Nation Andre with 4,335 points. A man exclaims that Lu Fan is a genius, truly a genius, leaving rank 2 behind by a full 440,000 points. The other man comments that Fan's cooperation with his dragon pet was extraordinary and asks if the others saw the decisive laser attack at the end. The other man confirms that he saw it, noting that the representative's battle instincts are absolutely top-notch. Zhao points to the screen and says to Old Han that, as he mentioned, Fan won. Old Han laughs and remarks that such advanced battle instincts at such a young age are no simple feat. He further adds that, as he previously stated, their Dragon Capital Academy has put a lot of effort into training him, and his talent must not be wasted. Old Han continues, saying that to fully showcase the Dragon Tamer's power, this child must have worked extremely hard. Zhao agrees, noting that during the preparatory period before the nation's trial, it was Jing who kept training him. Suddenly, Jin smashes his phone on the ground in anger and moves toward the door. His guard asks if he is okay. He responds that it is nothing, and that it is his rudeness. A man comments that although Taiki Nation is 440,000 points behind Dragon Nation, they are still ranked 2. The other man agrees, adding that he doesn't understand why Jin is so upset. Zhao, stunned, asks what is wrong with Mr. Jin. Old Han laughs and says not to worry about him, suggesting that they go brew some new tea. On the other side, Jin punches the wall in anger, thinking that the Earthshade demon was actually killed by Fan. This is unforgivable. This Dragon Nation kid actually killed the beast that even the national hero could only defeat. Just then, his guards arrive, and one of them says they have found him. The other guard mentions that they have not been able to reach him since earlier. Jin grabs the guard by the shirt and demands an answer. He asks if he really set the Earthshade demon's stats to maximum. The guard confirms that he did, explaining that the Dragon Nation representative is fast, and his damage is high, causing the Earthshade demon to reach maximum and die. Jin thinks that Fan definitely has a problem. He clearly set the Earthshade demon's stats to maximum in the background, but Fan still managed to defeat it. Fan must have exploited a loophole. Just then, Zhao walks toward him with Old Han and asks if they are leaving now. Han replies that it is fine, and that Fan has truly made their lives easier. Zhao comments that, aside from his terrifying battle strength, it is remarkable how Fan handled the Earthshade demon. No one in the nation's trial can stand against him. He laughs and adds that he has been on duty all night, and his old bones can't take it anymore. He suggests they walk around a bit and stretch. On the other side, a guard calls out to Mr. Jin, and Jin replies that if there is an issue with the Dragon Nation representative, the Dragon Nation supervisor must know something. He instructs everyone to stay at the door and report immediately if anyone comes looking for the 2 Dragon Nation individuals. The guard confirms this. Jin thinks that he wants to see what loophole the Dragon Nation people exploited to the point where even the 9 Realms demon could not stop them. After a while, Jin secretly follows Zhao and Old Han. Old Han comments to Zhao that if things go smoothly, the first rank spot in the nation's trial will surely be theirs. Zhao responds that he believes it is secure, remaining calm as usual, and adds that he was overreacting earlier and asks for forgiveness. Jin thinks that it is secure, but if he catches hold of something, he will make sure the other countries sign together to expel him from the 23-nation alliance. Old Han laughs, commenting that he is still used to seeing Zhao's nervous look from before. Zhao then says that they have arrived. Suddenly, someone throws the Dark Knight Reaper sword at Jin. Jin quickly backs away, and the sword stabs into the wall. He thinks he has been spotted, but no one shows up. Upon seeing the sword, he realizes it is the level 90 Dark Knight Reaper. That's right, this 4-turn expert's weapon must be the 4 Absolute Sword. He acknowledges that he was careless, having forgotten about the exclusive bodyguard, the 4 Absolute Sword, next to Han Fei Bai. He notices a cut on his cheek and realizes there is no pursuit, and this is a warning. He cannot track Han anymore. If the 4 Absolute Sword gets involved, he is finished. He quickly runs from the area. 10 minutes later, Old Han and Zhao pass the same spot where the sword is stabbed into the wall. Zhao suggests they head back to the command room, eager to see Fan's amazing performance. Old Han notices the hole in the wall, laughs, and remarks that the tiny Taiki Nation, as expected, is as shameless as he thought. Meanwhile, Jin's guard runs toward him and informs him that he has finally returned. He hands Jin the phone, saying it is his backup phone and that there have been non-stop calls looking for him. The other guard asks if Jin is alright, noticing that his face is bleeding. Jin snatches the phone and asks what he is staring at, instructing him to return to the background and continue monitoring. The guards confirm with a yes. Jin checks his phone and sees many messages from a person. He thinks seriously, realizing that if he believes he does not want to expel Fan, he has been searching for evidence against him. If any evidence shows that Fan cheated, he will definitely present it and enter the supervisory room. One person, seeing the screen, comments that lying down and earning points is what they mean by lying to win. The other person remarks that the Dragon Nation representative is truly amazing. Jin is shocked to see Fan's points increase on the scoreboard and thinks that Fan's points have increased again, as if he is lying down and automatically earning points. He quickly calls someone on the phone, saying that he has finally caught Fan's slip-up. It's over for him. Fan has exploited a loophole to earn points, and Dragon Nation will definitely be expelled from the nation's trial. The person on the phone answered with a greeting, expressing that Jin had finally called back and asked what he was doing. He adds that public opinion has exploded and suggests that Jin had better have caught evidence of the Dragon Nation representative cheating. He asks what is going on, noticing that the Earthshade demon and his army are helping Fan earn points by fighting against other monsters. Meanwhile, the system window notifies that Dragon Nation Fan's points are 529,110, with an additional 75 points added. Fan sits, relaxing with his dragon, and thinks that he can finally rest comfortably for a bit. The system window notifies again, stating that Dragon Nation Fan's points are 529,110, with an additional 104 points added. After an hour, Fan rides on Xiao, flying, and comments that the space inside the tower is vast. He almost leaves by mistake. He thinks that, finally, he has dealt with the Earth Demon, and his points have increased significantly. Now, he can take a break. He has never truly considered them as his companions, but after the battle with the Earth Demon, the fallen corpse dragon has become incredibly powerful. He then has an idea and recalls an event that took place outside the soldier camp in the far north. When the Twin Dragon King transformed into the fallen corpse dragon, Xiao Fei retrieved the Twin Dragon King's power from the old god's hand, allowing them to absorb the fallen corpse energy without turning into corpse slaves. Prior to this, Senior 2 and he had figured out the difference between fallen corpse slaves and fallen corpse puppets. He reflects that it is precisely because all the controlled fallen corpse puppets are either dead bodies or ferocious beasts. However, now, he has two dragons charged with fallen corpse energy, and there are the Earth Demon and legions of Heavenly Demon soldier corpses on the ground. He believes this good opportunity is worth trying. After a while, the roar of the fallen corpse dragons approaches Fan. He sighs and comments that it looks like this is not going to work, as the fallen corpse dragon does not seem capable of controlling the corpses. He thinks that it appears if the demon dragon that fell into the corpse is not a corpse slave, it cannot control the puppet. He realizes that he may have no choice but to surrender. Fei taps his arm with her finger, begins to transform her body, and says Ying. He asks what she is doing. Fei flies toward the fallen corpse dragon, spreads light from her emerald on him, and uses the soul shield skill on him. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon shape shifts, activating Spirit Light. It also notifies that the Emerald Dragon bloodline causes all skill effects to be doubled for the dragon, and those who share its blood. The system window further notifies that Soul Shield, when applied to friendly targets affected by Spirit Light, increases their attributes by 100% to 200%. Every time they take damage, 15% of the damage received is absorbed, creating 2 layers of Soul Shield. Once the shield layers accumulate, a Soul Shock will be triggered, with the damage from the shock being the total damage absorbed previously, divided by 2. Fan remarks that the Demon Dragon lineage can also receive double the negative effects from Xiao Fei. The fallen corpse energy caused the Twin Dragon King to transform from a sub-dragon type into a true dragon. The system window notifies that the fallen corpse dragon is now at level 24, with strength ranging from 498 to 12,288, speed from 3D772 to 11,316, spirit from 3D426 to 10,278, and stamina from 5,103 to 15,309. Fan reflects that Fei must have realized the new attributes of the demon dragon lineage. It is not that the fallen corpse dragon cannot do it, but rather because the attributes are so low that it cannot control high-level beasts. He concludes that, since this is the case, he understands. He charges his powers to use on the fallen corpse dragon, and instructs Fei to unleash Emerald Light. The system window notifies that Dragon's encouragement is activated, encouraging both Fan and his dragon companions. This increases all attributes and attack power by 30%. As a result, the Fallen Corpse Dragon's level 24 attributes are updated. Strength increases from 12,288 to 15,974. Speed from 12,234 to 14,710. Spirit from 10,278 to 13,361. And Stamina from 15,309 to 19,101. Faye uses her Jade Light skill on the Fallen Corpse Dragon, spreading light from her emerald to create protective layers on him. The system window notifies that Emerald Light places 2 protective layers on the target, removing all negative effects and increasing all attributes by 30% to 60%. Each layer of blessing can absorb 2 instances of damage. The Fallen Corpse Dragon, level 24, experiences an increase in strength from 15,974 to 25,558, speed from 14,710 to 23,536, spirit from 13,361 to 21,377, and stamina from 19,901 to 31,841. Fan thinks that the level cannot exceed that of an Earth Demon, but attributes can still increase further. The system window notifies that the Earth Demon is level 35, with a boss difficulty of Nightmare. Its strength is 30,951, speed 39,034, spirit 30,582, and endurance 40,653. Fan instructs Faye to transform into his eternal form and activate Life Pulse. Faye transforms into her eternal form and activates both the Emerald Dragon Bloodline and Life Pulse skills. The system window notifies that the Emerald Dragon form transformation to eternal form has been completed, and that the Emerald Dragon Bloodline causes all skill effects to be doubled for the dragon and those who share its blood. Life Pulse applies Emerald Blessing and Emerald Light to all friendly targets within range, increasing their effects by 2 to 4 times based on the number of layers. The system window notifies that Emerald Blessing adds layers of dragon energy to the target, increasing attack damage for the next 3 to 12 times, and that Jade Light places 2 protective layers on the target, removing all negative effects and increasing all attributes by 30% to 60%. Each blessing layer can absorb up to 2 instances of damage. The system window also notifies that the Fallen Corpse Dragon, level 24, experiences an increase in strength from 25,558 to 40,892. Speed from 20,536 to 37,657, spirit from 21,323 to 34,203, and stamina from 31,841 to 50,945. Fan observes that the attributes finally exceed those of the Earth Demon. He commands the Fallen Corpse Dragon to unleash its fallen energy and turn the demons into his puppets. A dark purple aura surrounds the demons, and they are controlled. The system window notifies that the 9 Realms Demon Soldiers, Fallen Corpses, level 75, possess the following abilities. Corpse Wave, which increases the defenses of all surrounding fallen corpses by 25%. Life from Earth, which raises his defense by 25% whenever non-lethal damage is taken. And Despair, which causes all damage from fallen corpses to deal additional damage, up to twice the original amount, depending on the current defense. Fan feels satisfied and thinks to himself that success has been achieved. The 9 Realms Demon Army's corpses have been transformed into fallen corpse puppets. With this army of demons, he can now completely relax as they gather points on his behalf. Zio also expresses amazement. The system window notifies that a new skill has been acquired. Control the Fallen Corpses. This skill allows all transformed fallen corpses to be controlled, summoned, and recovered at any time. When fallen corpses die, their fallen energy returns to the Fallen Corpse Dragon. Fan reflects that all transformed fallen corpses can now be controlled remotely and recovered. With this skill, he can deploy the 9 Realms Demon Army out of the dungeons and also summon and use them outside. He thinks that, if he desires, he can deploy the entire army outside the dungeons. If that is the case, the history of the 9 Realms Demon wreaking havoc through the Taki Nation 50 years ago might repeat itself. The Earth Demon fallen corpses attempt to stand and roar in defiance. The system window notifies that the Earth Demon fallen corpses, level 75, possesses the following abilities. Shadow Effect, which channels Earth Demon energy into nail strikes. The struck target is marked with shadows, up to 3 layers, with each layer increasing the damage the target receives by 40%. Walking in shadows allows the user to merge with Earth Demon energy, gaining invisibility, and allowing them to move freely within the energy undetected. The invisibility effect cannot be exposed, as any attack or damage received will cancel the invisibility. Liquid blood claws swiftly manipulate liquid blood claws to tear the target, causing massive damage. Afterward, strength increases by 200% for 1 second. Fan reflects that the ancient monster, which was once close to destroying the Taki nation, has now been turned into a fallen corpse puppet. It now obeys his commands completely. This feeling cannot simply be described. After 1 hour, Jin is on a call and asks how this could have happened, stating that the Earth Demon has already fallen under Fan's control. The other person asks where the evidence of cheating by the Dragon Nation's representative is. Jin says it is all over. The Earth Demon has fallen under Fan's control, while he drops his phone in shock, staring at the broadcast screen. He adds that public opinion on the internet will turn upside down. Zhao laughs and says that, as expected, he will simply say that Fan is still number 1. With such a huge point gap, it would be impossible for other representatives to catch up. And what Old Han said was true, he was too impatient. Old Han remarks that recognizing reality is an important part of developing a strategy, and if other nations cannot afford to lose, he asks what else there is to play with. If they don't think so, he laughs. Jin thinks that public opinion on the internet, the dignity of the Jin family, and even the old man's sarcastic voice have come directly to his ears. In this case, he has no choice but to assign this mission to Fan. Meanwhile, Fan lies on the ground with his dragon and thinks that he has ordered Faye to summon the fallen corpse dragon. The demon dragon Fallen Corpse has once again taken control of the Earth Demon and reissued commands to the 9 Realms demon soldiers. He has accumulated quite a few points. He checks the status window on his bracelet and wonders if there is any new information, noting that he has not rested for long yet. He checks his location on the map and realizes that a new mission point has appeared. After a while, in the frozen lands of the National Trial, Yasunlai hides behind a tree upon seeing a system alteration point and reflects that he was not very fortunate to encounter Lu Fan at the last important checkpoint. The mission is finally complete. Just then, Zio appears, and he is shocked, asking if he is not coming again. Yasunlai replies that he has finally found the mission point, but wonders why he encountered Fan once more. Fan jumps down from Zio and runs. Yasunlai considers that if Fan is here to take on the mission again, it must mean that he has completed his mission to defeat the demons of the 9 realms. Fan notices him, which frightens Yasunlai, and he believes that he has been discovered. He then says apologetically that he was a bit loud just now and asks him not to take it seriously. Fan draws his sword and swiftly slashes the tree in one strike. Yasunlai remarks that he had promised to let him go last time and asks why this is happening all of a sudden. The system window notifies that the dragon riding saddle is a normal attack, enhanced with dragon energy, causing long-range damage. Fan's sword attack also cuts through the beast behind Yasunlai. The system window then notifies that Fan's Dragon Nation points have increased by 245, reaching a total of 551-47. Yasunlai thinks that if this ferocious beast has been following him, it turns out that Fan is not here for him, which is very fortunate. He expresses his gratitude, thanking Fan for saving his life. Fan responds that saving his life was not a big deal and that it was merely a passing help. He laughs and adds that he almost thought Yasunlai was going to die just now. He checks his details through the bracelet's status window, which notifies him that Yasunlai is ranked 17 with 23,705 points. Fan asks how he managed to accumulate so many points in just one day. Yasunlai reflects that he did not sleep at all during the day, spending his time killing fierce beasts and working hard to earn these 20,000 points. Fan considers that although he could earn points by killing Yasunlai now, his points are still very few. It would be better to wait until Yasunlai has earned more points. After all, following the lesson he learned last time, Fan does not dare to attack him now. He grabs Yasunlai by the shoulder and laments that his points are increasing too slowly and that he is only ranked 70 at the moment, which is a disgrace to the Southland. He then prepares to leave, saying that he needs to work harder in the future. He hopes that when they meet again, his ranking will have improved. Yasunlai asks if Fan is encouraging him and thinks that this is not right. The Southern Nation has always claimed that the Dragon Nation is arrogant and unreasonable. So why is Fan not like that? Fan, who was able to defeat the Nine Realms demon, not only saved him but also encouraged him, even though he had wanted to kill him before. Yasunlai becomes emotional and exclaims in disbelief that he has been desperately foolish. For the dignity of the South and to repay the expectations of Lord Fan, he will work hard to earn more points. He happily declares that he has realized this and notices Zio flinging away from there. On the other side, Fan checks the status window, which notifies that the mission has been accepted 1 out of 1, with the current mission being hunting representatives for an unknown target in a PvP scenario. The mission target is ranked 6, and the target area is the swamp. Fan reflects that this is an unexpected mission, one that directly requires representatives to fight each other. It seems that someone will die and be eliminated on the second day of the national trial. He wonders if the unknown target ranked 6 in the swamp area could be Kim Sung-han or Charles, but thinks that it does not matter. Whoever it is, he will complete this mission. He tells Zio to head to the swamp. After a while, in the nation's secret trial, swamp, that afternoon, a snake secretly observes a yeti, bites it, and throws it away after killing it. Kieran notices this as Y arrives and asks if the prey is dead. He responds that it does not matter what the prey's strength is. They will never consider themselves an alliance of the 4 nations. The system window notifies that Y Jai from the Kingdom of Han, rank 10, is the level 60 Bear God heir with 50,642 points. Y expresses her annoyance at meeting Kieran in this unpleasant place, which is damp and full of poisonous insects. Kieran explains that he has no way of predicting what will happen. They had agreed that when the 4 nations formed an alliance, after entering the nation's trials, they would come to his location to gather points together. Y asks why she is the only one here and where Yasunlai and Baden are. Kieran replies that Baden will arrive soon, but he has not seen Yasunlai since entering the national trial. He can only say that he is still alive, but he does not know where he is. Y says that she really cannot stand Yasunlai. If it were up to her, they should not wait for him anymore. She adds that she has been rushing ahead, only killing some beasts that were in her way. If it had not been for meeting up with him, she would not have remained rank 10. She then checks her status window on the bracelet. She asks, surprised, if the hunter is coming. Kieran laughs as he checks the status window and says that he hopes the hunter has a lot of points. Once Baden arrives, they will set up an ambush to show him who the prey is and who the hunter really is. He then checks their location on the map. The scene shifts 4 hours later to the secret trial of the nation, swamp, where Fan runs into the woods with Zio. He finally reaches the swamp, where the terrain is uneven and the air is thick, making it nearly impossible to traverse without flight. He observes that there are only animals in the vicinity, and there are no ferocious beasts, leading him to suspect that the target must be lying in ambush. As Zio approaches, Fan places a hand on his face, activating his perception skill to scan the surroundings. The system window notifies him about Black Dragon Perception, a skill used to detect enemies in stealth or camouflage. Upon activation, all hidden or camouflaged enemies in the vicinity are revealed. Fan immediately senses the presence of 3 identities and confirms his suspicion there was indeed an ambush. However, what surprises him is the number of enemies. Without hesitation, he activates his power, hurling his sword, and calls out to the hidden figures, questioning whether they have heard his voice. Since they remain silent, he challenges them to reveal themselves, otherwise, he will come to them. The system window updates, notifying him of the current state of his Dragon Kai, Black Dragon. Acknowledging Zio's power, he decides to assist her. He prepares to strike at Zio-oki, coordinating with Zio's Lava Bliss ability. The system window alerts him that an enemy has been detected. Suddenly, a snake hisses from the shadows, attempting to escape the impending attack. Kieran sits to the side and remarks that he did not expect to be discovered despite his snake bubble concealment. The system window notifies him of Kieran's profile. His nation is the Kingdom of Hing, his level is 60, his class is Poison Healer, and he possesses 66,375 points, ranking him in 6th place. Fan looks at him and states that there are not many places to hide, making it an easy guess. However, he finds it somewhat disappointing, and his target is neither Kim Sung-han nor Charles. Kieran laughs and comments that this is always the case. He had expected a high-level expert and had even fully prepared himself, only to find that his opponent was merely the lowest-ranking representative of the Dragon Nation. As he speaks, his system window suddenly notifies him of an alert and an encounter with a hunter. Curious, he checks Fan's profile. The system reveals that his name is Lu Fan, his nation is the Dragon Nation, his level is 36, his class is Dragon Rider, and he holds 551 292 points, ranking him in first place. Kirin processes the information, has over 550,000 points, and has already ranked first. Just yesterday, this Dragon Nation representative had been at the bottom. He had not expected to stumble upon such a fat sheep, prey he cannot afford to let escape, no matter how extraordinary Fan's strength may be. He takes out his mana stick and questions whether, with so many points to his name, he still considers himself a hunter. He warns that he should think carefully before making such claims to others. Fan also prepares for battle, gripping his sword tightly, while Kirin smirks and declares that Fan is nothing more than prey delivered straight to their doorstep. Channeling a powerful mana attack, he proclaims that those points now belong to him. Fan swiftly steps back to evade the attack and taunts that if Kirin wants them that badly, he should come and try. Without hesitation, he calls upon Zio to unleash lava flames. Zio roars and charges at Kirin, flames surging around them. Kirin commands Zio-Oki not to be afraid. He remarks that it is merely a dragon at level 30-something and orders Zio-Oki to take it down for him. In response, Zio-Oki intercepts Fan's attack and attempts to counter it. The system window alerts them about Poison Mist Spray, a skill that generates continuous clouds of toxic projections, dealing damage while disrupting enemy actions. Zio-Oki releases the poisonous mist toward Zio and Fan while they retaliate with lava flames. The system window updates, notifying them that lava flames continuously emits fire in front, dealing damage to enemies while simultaneously healing allies. Kirin rides on Zio-Oki's head and flees while Fan considers whether he has escaped. He quickly dismisses the thought, realizing that two enemies are still in hiding. Wai-Jai appears behind him and attacks with chains, but Fan blocks them with his sword. Zio lunges at Wai-Jai, attempting to grab her with her massive hand while also trying to strike her with her chains. However, she fails. She suffers an injury, coughs, and wonders how someone at level 30 could possess such immense strength. The damage dealt by this person and his dragon pet is formidable. She laughs despite the pain. Fan observes her and notes her towering presence, finding it odd that she seems to be smiling. As Zio prepares to strike Wai-Jai, Wai-Jai calls for Kirin and Baden to take action. Zio-Oki charges at Zio to attack while Baden launches arrows at them. Fan intercepts all the arrows with his sword, and Zio seizes Zio-Oki's head, slamming him into the ground. Kirin, filled with concern, calls out to Zio-Oki while Baden curses in frustration, realizing he has missed. A system window displays a notification about rank 14, Baden of the Kingdom of Jingu, a level 57 Dark Hunter with 34,831 points. Wai-Jai questions whether even Baden has failed, while Baden retorts that Wai-Jai is in no better position, noting that their opponent is not easy to deal with. He does not seem like someone at level 36. Kirin insists that regardless of how tough he is, they must bring him down, as his points are enough to secure them a spot in the top 3. Fan, unimpressed, mocks their ambush, stating that even with a sneak attack, they manage to injure themselves. He questions whether they truly believe they stand a chance of claiming his points. Wai-Jai warns him not to get overconfident, acknowledging that Fan is indeed stronger than expected, but the final outcome remains uncertain. Fan challenges them to face him head-on, declaring that they will see who ends up as a corpse in this swamp. With that, he activates lava flames around his sword. Kirin orders Zio-Oki to attack with a poison mist spray, and Zio-Oki executes the command accordingly. The system window notifies that poison mist spray continuously releases poison mist at the target, inflicting damage and applying poisoning effects. Fan instructs Zio to finish it off as she once again seizes Zio-Oki with both hands. The system window displays information about the immune effect, which grants immunity to poison and the Black Dragon bloodline, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, nullifying all debuff effects, and increasing self-healing ability by 50%. Without hesitation, Zio slashes Zio-Oki into pieces. Kirin attempts to stop her, exclaiming that she has actually slain his Zio-Oki with a single strike. Baden also launches an attack on Fan, declaring that he will provide cover for Kirin and urging him to continue. Fan deflects the arrows and wonders about Baden's words. What does he mean by continue? He also notices the light surrounding Kirin and questions what he is planning. Kirin conjures a magic formation and announces that it is complete, declaring that Fan is finished. Without delay, he activates the 10,000 Snakes formation, unleashing a massive swarm of serpents to attack Fan and Xiao. All the snakes surge toward him, hissing, while the system window displays a notification about the 10,000 Snakes formation. It is identified as one of the 5 Southern Witch Doctor's magic arrays, requiring 60 seconds to prepare. Once activated, it can summon billions of Southern snakes at will, inflicting 750% of the caster's mental attribute as damage while poisoning the target. The swarm of snakes launches an assault on Fan, who slashes through them with his sword, attempting to fend them off. He realizes that he cannot allow this to continue. This is Lan's skill, and as long as it remains active, the snakes will be endless. As he struggles to eliminate them, they converge from all directions, attacking relentlessly. Kirin laughs, declaring that Fan cannot escape from his 10,000 snakes formation, then orders his allies to focus on taking down the Black Dragon. Baden hesitates and asks whether the snakes will harm them. Wei Jai, undeterred, insists that there is no time to waste and urges Baden to move forward. Meanwhile, Xiao retaliates, unleashing lava flames upon them. As the fire rapidly spreads, consuming the snakes, Kirin stares in shock and demands to know what is happening. Fan smirks and warns them not to think they can escape, telling them not to get overconfident. The system window displays a notification about world-destroying roar, a skill that unleashes a devastating howl, inflicting massive damage and applying a frailty effect to all targets within range. Xiao activates the skill, roaring with immense force. At that moment, Fan steps forward, dismissing the magic formation as nothing more than a petty trick. The system window then displays information about Dragon Claw with Dragon Slayer, a skill that transforms his arms into dragon claws, enabling a rapid 6-strike combo. The skill can be cast remotely and can synchronize with dragon pets. Kirin scoffs at the idea of a trick, declaring that Fan will regret his words. He swiftly conjures a magical circle and urgently calls for Wei Jai and Baden to hurry. Wei Jai attacks Fan with his chains, but Fan blocks them effortlessly with one hand. On the other side, Baden launches a barrage of arrows. As Fan turns to glance behind him, Xiao intercepts, blocking all the arrows before letting out a deafening roar. Fan suddenly senses a disturbance and wonders if it is an earthquake. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, realizing that the sound is something else, recreation. At that moment, Kirin channels his mana in an attempt to resurrect Xiaoki. Laughing, he commands Xiaoki to return to life and initiates the merging of snake corpses, preparing to unleash 10,000 snakes' venom. Countless smaller snakes coil around Xiaoki's remains, working to restore him. The system window displays a notification about Frenzied Serpent, a colossal serpent formed by the spiritual energy of the Southern Witch Doctors. As long as its master remains alive, it cannot be permanently destroyed. It can be revived by infusing it with spiritual power, and even if its body is severed, it will split into multiple giant serpents. Xiao and Fan stare in shock as the serpents begin to reform. The system window then issues another notification regarding 10,000 snakes' venom. Even if the billions of southern snakes summoned by the 10,000 snakes formation perish, their bodies will not vanish. Instead, they transform into venomous energy, contaminating the target area. Within 20 seconds, the venom will inflict 900% of the caster's mental attribute as damage per second on all targets within range. Fan observes the giant serpent and deduces that it is an entity formed through Lan's professional traits. Once severed, it can split into two. Realizing the danger, he immediately orders Xiao to come to his side. Meanwhile, Wei Jai launches another attack with her chains, but Fan swiftly blocks it before retreating with Xiao. Lan's serpents pursue them, and as Fan moves, he seizes Wei Jai by the collar. She recoils in pain as the venom takes effect, causing her to cough violently. She turns to Kirin, demanding to know why he is attacking his own allies. The system window displays a notification about 10,000 snakes' venom, confirming that the poison effect has been applied as the venom spreads throughout the battlefield. Kirin leaps onto Xiaoki's head once more, laughing as he declares that even if dragons are immune to poison, Fan himself is not. If he succumbs to the poison, he will die. Wai Jai inhales the poison and desperately pleads with Kirin to cure it, gripping her own neck as she struggles for air. Gasping, she begs for help, her coughing growing more severe. Kirin watches her indifferently, convinced that Fan has already perished within the poison mist. He reasons that if Wai Jai and Baden accidentally succumb to the poison as well, all of their points will belong to him. Wai Jai collapses, reaching out weakly for assistance, while Baden turns to her in alarm, asking about her condition. He then demands that Kirin help her. As Wai Jai nears death, Kirin suddenly conjures a protective barrier around himself. The system window issues a notification about blood shield protection, confirming that the poison effect has been removed. Kirin apologizes, acknowledging that it was his oversight. In the future, he will grant poison immunity to allies before initiating combat. As an apology, he will allocate 10,000 points from Fan's score to compensate him. The system window notifies about the hemolytic shield protection, which provides 1 minute of immunity to poison effects. If the target is already poisoned, the shield will remove the poison. Once the hemolytic shield protection ends, a cooldown period of 5 minutes follows, after which it can be applied again. Kirin contemplates the presence of Andre and Charles, recognizing that now is not the time to abandon the four-nation alliance. He states that he has applied the protection to all of them and instructs them to verify whether Fan is truly dead. Wai Jai, coughing, responds that they will settle this debt later. He then instructs Baden to check, prompting Baden to ask if he should proceed. Emerging from the poisonous smoke, Fan declares that there is no need for anyone to check. He is, of course, still alive. Kirin, stunned, questions what is happening as they all react in shock upon seeing him. The system window then displays information about Fan's profession, which is identified as a dragon rider. His contract is bound to a black dragon, and its level is recorded at 36 plus 32. Its strength measures 1,602, with an additional 33,018. Its agility stands at 1,047, augmented by 16,204. Its mentality points amount to 1,476, supplemented by 9,347. Lastly, its stamina points are recorded at 1,533, with an additional 17,399. Fan remarks that he has thoroughly enjoyed this spectacle, noting how fragile his alliance has proven to be. Meanwhile, the system window notifies the activation of an immune effect against poison, and Zio roars at them. The system window further displays information regarding the Black Dragon bloodline, which reduces all incoming damage by 50%, grants complete immunity to all debuff effects, and enhances self-healing capabilities by 50%. Baden, astonished, questions whether Fan has truly survived. He observes that Fan is riding the dragon, and is, in fact, immune to all debuff effects. Kirin realizes that both Fan and the dragon are impervious to debuffs, rendering his class skills ineffective against them. However, the real threat is not Andre or Charles, it is Fan. Without hesitation, he gives the order to eliminate him, declaring that Fan must be killed. He then commands 2 individuals to attack, promising an additional 20,000 points to each upon success. Wai Jai acknowledges the situation, stating that aside from her severe injury, her teammates are utterly useless. In the end, they still have to rely on her. Gripping her chains, she prepares to strike at Fan. She instructs Baden to cooperate with her and allow her to finish this. Suddenly, a fireball appears behind Wai Jai, prompting her to turn around. Fan also notices it and wonders whether the approaching figure is an ally. Wai Jai speculates whether it could be Yasenlai and demands to know who is there just as the fireball strikes her. Andre arrives, laughing, and reassures them not to worry and that he is here to help. He mocks them for having 3 people fight against a single opponent, calling it shameless. If they claim to be warriors, they should fight him instead. The system window then displays Andre's profile, identifying him as a rank 4 warrior from the Snow Nation, classified as a B-level flame warrior, with a total of 80,617 points. Fan questions whether he is truly Andre, to which Andre responds by calling him brother and commenting on how fierce the dragon appears. Fan tells him to relax, assuring him that he has no ill intentions. Acknowledging Andre's overwhelming fire energy and formidable skills, he expresses curiosity about how far Andre can push this battle against their formidable opponent. Andre laughs confidently, declaring that this is his 3rd level magical skill, Body of the True Flame Sovereign. He scoffs at the opposition, stating that these few men are not even enough to serve as a warm-up for him. Jai remains on the ground, and Andre, looking at her in shock, questions whether he just heard Fan refer to her as a big sister, or whether she is a woman. Fan confirms, stating that it is true. She has not yet used any skills, so she might be very strong. Angered, Jai attempts to rise while Andre smirks and remarks that if she is truly strong, then he will deal with this lady first. Laughing, he then asks Fan if he can handle the snake rider and the archer. Fan scratches his head and responds that there is no need for that. Jai, furious, curses at them before transforming into a bear, exclaiming that she cannot believe he does not take her seriously. The system window notifies about the body of the spiritual giant bear, which summons the god bear Dodo, allowing her to transform into a giant bear form. This transformation increases strength and endurance attributes, enhances health by 20%, and has a cooldown period of 16 hours. Declaring that everyone will pay the price, Jai charges toward Andre to attack. Andre blocks her assault and tells Fan to protect himself, claiming that this idiot is his opponent. The system window then notifies about Flame's sovereign true body, which summons the power of the superior fire god Svarog. This ability increases all attributes by a percentage, granting temporary flight with explosive flames, and its duration depends on mental attributes. As Andre continues to block her attacks, Fan observes him and thinks that although Andre means well, he is still extremely irritating. This is no different from stealing points. Fan reflects that he does not need assistance to fight these opponents, nor does he require Earth Demon or the army. Meanwhile, Baden launches an attack on Fan, but Fan swiftly evades. At the same time, Kirin advances toward him in an attempt to strike. Baden remarks to Kirin that he missed again, to which Kirin responds that it is a pity. He then instructs Zyooki to proceed as planned and cast Poison Mist Spray, which Zyooki executes without hesitation. The system window notifies about Poison Mist Spray, an ability that continuously releases poisonous mist toward the target, inflicting damage and applying a poisoning effect. Zyooki sprays poison mist toward them, forcing them to retreat in an attempt to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Fan questions why Kirin would use this skill when he clearly knows that both he and the dragon are immune. However, a sudden realization strikes him: Lan's other giant serpent is missing. Before he can react, the serpent reappears behind him, launching an attack. Fan quickly deduces that the creature had vanished to execute a coordinated assault from both the front and the back. At the same moment, the serpents lunge at Zio from both sides, forcing her to defend herself. Without hesitation, Fan unsheathes his sword once more and unleashes Void Slash. The system window notifies about Void Slash, an ability linked to the dragon's aura, delivering 3 consecutive strikes. Zio swiftly slices one of the serpents in half before turning to attack the other. Fan remarks that he was close to getting hit, but was just a fraction too slow. He then signals Zio to move, and she swiftly eliminates the remaining serpent. Kirin, watching the battle, expresses his disgust before laughing. He then mockingly states that Zyooki is immortal and issues a command for its resurrection. Immediately, Zyooki rises once again. The system window notifies about serpent resurrection, explaining that the giant serpent, formed by the spiritual power of the 5 poison witch doctors, cannot die as long as its master remains alive. Fan acknowledges that the longer he fights, the more these creatures multiply, making them an insufferable nuisance. Deciding to end this cycle, he commands Zio to shift into Destruction Dragon form and incinerate them all. He raises his sword and points it at the serpent, while the system window notifies him about the Black Dragon, which transforms into a Destruction Dragon. The system window then displays Zio's profile, indicating that her level is 32 and her contract remains with the Black Dragon. Her strength points are 33,828, which have decreased by 8,457. Her agility points stand at 15,697, while her spirit points are inversely proportional to her strength points. Her stamina measures 17,382. Zio unleashes Lava Flame, directing an attack at Zyooki. The system window notifies about Lava Flame, an ability that continuously spreads flames forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing the user. Kirin urgently commands Zyooki to hold on and turns to Baden, asking if he is ready. Baden takes aim with his arrow, confirming that the recharge is complete. He instructs Kieran to cover him before releasing the arrow toward Fan, shouting for him to go to hell as he activates Evil Thunder Eyes. The system window then notifies about Evil Thunder Eyes, an ability that gathers thunder and lightning in front of a shadow arrow to form an evil eye. This attack deals 4 times the base damage, calculated using 29% of the dark attribute and 9% of the thunder attribute against the target. Fan questions whether it is a lightning element skill, remarking that he knows such abilities well. Deciding to demonstrate the magic of the dragon language, he attempts to counter the lightning attack with the Roar of the Azure Dragon King. The system window notifies about Roar of the Azure Dragon King, an ability that releases a resounding shockwave forward, dealing massive damage and inducing paralysis. Additionally, it adds 20 stacks of the thunder attribute to subsequent attacks, with each stack gradually depleting upon use. There is also a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemy target. Baden is shocked and questions what kind of ability this is. Fan also possesses thunder attribute skills. He realizes that this is one of the rarest forms of dragon language magic. The system window then notifies about skill interruption, confirming that Evil Thunder Eyes has been disrupted. Both Baden and Kieran suffer injuries from the thunderous counterattack, while Kieran, now alarmed, urgently calls out to Zyudoki, who has also been struck by the lightning attack. Baden urges Kieran to hold on, warning that he cannot withstand this overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Kieran struggles to wake Zyudoki once more and attempts to evade the lightning attack. Determined, Kieran calls out to Zyudoki, activating Serpent's Breath Sleep, before sprinting forward. Baden calls after him, demanding to know what he is doing and pleading not to be abandoned. However, Kieran enters a healing slumber with Zyudoki while Baden desperately tries to stop him. The system window notifies about Serpent's Breath Sleep, an ability that commands the giant serpent to carry its master either underground or underwater, maintaining a stealth state for up to 22 minutes. During this slumber, 2% of maximum health is restored every minute. Kieran retreats into his protective shield while Zio launches an attack on Baden, who continues pleading with Kieran not to abandon him. However, he is engulfed by a lightning attack, suffering fatal injuries. The system window then notifies that Ju Baden has died, leaving the remaining participant count at 22 out of 23. Observing this, Fan reflects on Lan's actions, recognizing that he has once again betrayed his allies. He scoffs at the false alliance, knowing that Kieran cannot escape retribution and that his own score will only increase further. The system window then updates, displaying Lu Fan's total points for the Dragon Nation, which have already reached 529,035. Additionally, an extra 34,831 points have been added. Fan instructs Zio to coordinate with him and prepare to activate Dragon Language Echo. He declares that they will burn this murky pond dry, signaling Zio to unleash Lava Burst. The system window notifies about lava bursts, describing how flames erupt within the targeted area, forming a pool of lava. Any target caught within the lava pool will gradually sink into the molten rock, suffering continuous and substantial damage. The system window then provides another notification about Dragon Language Echo, explaining that when a Dragon Knight and their dragon companion simultaneously use a Dragon's Whisper spell, the power of the spell is amplified by 100%. Fan proclaims that this will be Lan's burial ground before launching an attack. Striking through Lan's healing sleep shield, he declares that it is over, he is the hunter, and Kieran has met his end. The system window confirms that Kieran has died, reducing the remaining participants to 21 out of 23. Additionally, Fan gains 66,375 points. He reflects on his mission's completion, noting that his total points have now reached 710,000, an increase of nearly 160,000 compared to the previous count. Although PvP missions are ruthless, the rewards are undeniably lucrative. The system window notifies that Fan's Dragon Nation rank has reached level 1, while Andre calls out to him, still engaged in combat with Yjai. Meanwhile, in the trial of the World of Nations swamp, Andre unleashes his fire-based attacks against Yjai, ultimately knocking her unconscious with his powerful hammer. As Yjai regains awareness, she demands that he stop. However, Andre lifts her high into the air, balancing her on his hammer, and declares that a rat who lurks in the shadows, scheming against others, does not deserve forgiveness. With that, he hurls her toward Fan, causing Yjai to revert to her human form. Fan fires an arrow at her, considering the rules of the Trial of Nations. If he does not forfeit the opportunity, he can gain points by eliminating a nation's representative. The system window then notifies about Underworld Serpent Separation, a magic arrow technique that allows shots to be fired without drawing the bow, with each arrow dealing 20% damage. Realizing that there is no reason to reject such an advantageous opportunity, Fan swiftly eliminates Yji. The system window confirms that Fan's Dragon Nation points have now reached 741,000, with an additional 2,642 points gained. Zio lets out a resounding roar at Andre, who quickly raises his hands in defense, explaining that he has no ill intentions. He believed that Fan was being outnumbered 3-1 and needed assistance, but he had not expected that his help would be unnecessary. Fan expresses his gratitude and states that he does not mind performing such tasks for free multiple times. Meanwhile, Andre responds that it is not a problem, remarking that Fan has provided him with such delicious dishes from the Dragon Nation. He further adds that since he is in good condition, he will quickly accumulate points. He then flies towards Fan and inquires whether he still has any delicious food from the Dragon Nation. After a while, Andre reaches the forest, cools some meat, eats it, and remarks that, to be honest, ever since he had the delicious food from the Dragon Nation that Fan gave him earlier, he has lost his appetite for any other food. He then asks whether he can exchange his points for more, proposing that if Fan gives him a chicken, he will offer 5,000 points in return. Fan responds that he does not need the points and that he will give the food to him if he wishes to eat. Zio, who is also eating with them, listens to their exchange. Andre, astonished, asked how that could be possible, insisting that at least 2,000 points should be given per piece. He then checks Fan's profile and is taken aback to discover that he has over 700,000 points. Shocked, he wonders how Fan has accumulated so many. As he examines the profile further, he confirms that Fan's name is Lu Fan, his nation is Dragon, his level is 36, and his profession is Dragon Rider. His total points amount to 763,383, securing him the first rank. Fan checks his own profile and inquires whether Andre has also received the task of defeating the Demon of the Nine Realms. As he reads through the details, he confirms that Andre's name is listed. His nation is Snow Country, his level is 60, and his profession is Flame Warrior. Andre has accumulated 60,594 points, ranking him 4th. His mission status indicates that he has received 1 out of 1, and his current objective is to defeat the epic leader Demon of the Nine Realms, which is at level 85. Andre then asks if Fan, with all these points, has already destroyed the Dark Tower. Fan responds that he has been here for the Dark Tower from the very beginning and explains that the points awarded for defeating beasts are proportional to their strength, making the Dark Tower the most efficient place to earn points. Andre contemplates what kind of monster Fan must be, realizing that without his own professional abilities, he would have perished by the third wave of monster attacks from the Dark Tower. Yet, Fan has already been using it as a means to level up. Andre considers himself fortunate that he did not become Fan's enemy. He reflects that both Charles and he, who have also been stuck in this mission, would undoubtedly stand no chance against Fan as he watches him calmly sipping tea. Andre remarks that he had originally intended to ask Fan for advice on increasing his points, but now it feels like a distant dream. He acknowledges that he simply cannot replicate Fan's method of gaining points. Fan states that the Dark Tower, where the Demon of the Nine Realms is located, is indeed immensely powerful, and he has expended considerable effort to defeat it. Andre responds that having a dragon pet makes a significant difference, remarking that it is no surprise the Dragon Rider is one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. Upon hearing this, Zio becomes visibly angered. Andre acknowledges the ferocity of the Dark Tower, while Fan asks if that means he has attempted this mission before and failed. Andre admits that he nearly lost his life there and complains that as long as this cursed mission remains assigned to him, he is unable to take on any other tasks. Fan suggests an alternative, proposing that they cooperate. After a while, as Andre flies away, he anxiously remarks that Fan's dragon pet looks as though it is about to devour him. Zio glares at him angrily. Fan reassures him, explaining that dragon pets tend to be naturally fierce and dislike strangers, but as long as he is present, it will not bite. Internally, he acknowledges that he cannot reveal the true reason. Zio is acting this way because Andre ate its rations. A system notification suddenly appears, issuing a warning that the Dark Tower lies ahead. It alerts them to the presence of a carrion eagle at level 60, with an associated point value of 84. Shortly after, another notification informs them of a horned beetle, also at level 60, with the same point value. As they prepare for battle, the beetles let out a deafening roar. Andre asks how they are supposed to continue the fight after this while holding his firearm. Fan responds that each of them should fight in their own way, relying on their respective abilities. He then draws his powerful sword and advances toward the roaring beetles. Fan questions whether, given Andre's strength, handling a carrion eagle and a demon creature should not pose a problem. Andre replies that the first two waves of monsters have low stats. Despite their numbers, they are not particularly difficult to deal with. Fan acknowledges this and states that he will leave the first two waves of monsters outside for Andre to handle, while he heads inside to eliminate the rest. Fan then summons Xingchen, who leaps onto his sleeve. Andre suddenly freezes and exclaims in shock. Did Fan just say he is going inside to kill the monsters? Fan instructs Xingchen to switch to Starlight mode, and the dragon complies immediately. He then commands it to activate Sky Crossing to enter the Dark Tower. A system notification appears, indicating that Star Dragon has entered Starlight mode, increasing its strength by 500 points and transforming into Star Shredder for 60 seconds. As Fan moves forward, he remarks that rather than waiting for waves of monsters to emerge from the Dark Tower, it is far more efficient for him to charge in and eliminate them all at once, saving time. The system window notifies him that the Star Shuttle is tearing through space and opening a rift gate to the targeted location. This gate lasts for 60 seconds and is not restricted by magical circles or forbidden spells. Fan states that he will take care of himself outside, while clearing all the fierce monsters inside the Dark Tower as soon as possible before advancing toward it. Andre looks at him and questions why he has acquired another dragon, while Fan moves forward with Zio and Cheng. The system window notifies him about their entry into the Dark Tower. As Fan notices a swarm of demonic bees, he remarks that the welcoming party is quite large. The system window provides information about the Deep Digger Moth, Xiangwan, which is at level 75 and possesses 223 points. Another window notifies about the Crypt Devourer, which is at level 85 and has 652 points. Fan observes a Dark Thorn Knight seated there, who calls him a foolish and despicable human. The system window notifies about the Dark Thorn Knight, which is ranked at level 80 and has 423 points. Another window provides details about carrion devouring insects, which are at level 65 and have 127 points. The Earth Demon also appears and declares that since the intruder has dared to enter this place, he will be granted the right to choose how he dies. The system window provides a detailed profile of the Earth Demon, whose level is 85 with a boss difficulty of Nightmare. It possesses 37,582 soul points, 13,658 endurance points, 3,951 speed points, and 40,034 agility points. Its special abilities are described as follows. The first ability, Death Bind, enables the Earth Demon to use its body and limbs to create a binding that paralyzes, poisons, and stings enemies, inflicting damage through sharp limb wounds. The accumulated damage intensifies over time. The second ability, Spatial Break Shadow, allows it to merge with space, activating stealth upon use. This ability grants unrestricted movement in darkness while remaining undetectable. During stealth, all physical and magical attacks are nullified, and the effect lasts for 9 seconds. The third ability, Unending Death, triggers upon its demise, causing the Earth Demon's body to explode before regenerating a new form. Upon resurrection, its attack power increases by 100%, while its defense decreases by the same percentage. However, its life force begins to decay rapidly until the newly formed body completely rots. Fan remarks that it is unfortunate, as it seems he is not welcome. It is a pity since he has brought a significant gift, but it appears he will have to deliver it later. The system window provides information about a contract with the Emerald Dragon. Its level is 24, with strength reaching 4,256 points. It possesses 7,059 soul points, 4,800 agility points, and 4,559 endurance points. The system window then notifies about the Emerald Dragon's bloodline, which grants a doubling effect to all skills for dragons and bloodline-linked allies. Fan becomes surprised and summons Xiao Fei, instructing him to use Spirit Shelter. The system window provides details about Spirit Shelter, stating that the friendly target attached to the Spirit Light gains a 100 to 200% increase in all attributes. Each time damage is received, the damage is absorbed, generating 2 layers of air control. After accumulating 10 layers, an air control impact is released, dealing damage equal to the total amount of absorbed damage. There are 2 total activations allowed. The system window then notifies that the remaining time for Starlight mode is only 29 seconds. He states that the sheer number of enemies alone cannot intimidate him, while Xiao roars at the other monsters. The system window provides information about a contract with Black Dragon 2, whose level is 32. Its strength reaches 8,457 points, increasing by 30,183 points. Its endurance is 33,812 points, increasing by 105,807 points. Its soul power stands at 15,697 points, increasing by 50,262 points. Its agility is 17,382 points, with an increase of 56,796 points. Fan launches an attack on all creatures, aiming to incapacitate them quickly, while the system window notifies that the remaining time for Starlight mode is only 5 seconds. He declares preparation for the final assault, as the system window provides details about Cut the Sky, a technique that channels dragon energy to execute consecutive strikes. Upon synchronization, the dragon pet releases 2 claw strikes infused with dragon energy simultaneously. He activates this skill to strike the enemies and follows up with Great Calamity. The system window provides details about Great Calamity, in which the destruction dragon devastates the areas it passes over, inflicting massive damage with a burning effect. It also describes Star Crushing, a technique that generates a star and shatters it, dealing large area damage. The strength of the attack depends on the power level. Another system window notifies that the remaining time for Starlight mode is now 10 seconds, with the current charging time reduced to just 1 second. Fan orders Chen to use Star Crushing. The system window updates, stating that the current charge time has increased to 2 seconds. It also describes the Snake Shadow technique, which activates when the Dark Snake Bow is drawn for 3 seconds, releasing the Shadow Snake Arrow to increase damage by 500%. The system window then notifies that the current charge time has reached 3 seconds. Fan aims his arrow at the Starlight while Chen assists him. Both unleash their full power to activate it. As it activates, a brilliant light emerges and strikes the monsters. The system window again provides information about the Star Crushing and Snake Shadow technique, confirming that the attack generates a star, shatters it with a Shadow Snake Arrow, and deals massive area damage. The power output is amplified to 500% of the Starry Sky Dragon's strength. Fei also arrives and launches a poisonous attack on several monsters while simultaneously using air shock. The system window provides details about air shock, which releases the total amount of damage absorbed in the previous attack, doubling the total damage and causing a large-scale counterattack. The system window notifies that the remaining time for Starlight mode has now decreased to 5 seconds while Star Destruction Light continues charging. Chen roars and attacks the enemies as the system window updates, explaining that Star Destruction Light gathers starlight power throughout the body before firing a laser beam that inflicts unpredictable damage. This attack ignores defense and cannot be blocked, and its damage output depends on strength and level. Another system window provides real-time data, stating that the current damage of Star Destruction Light ranges from 23,280 points to 349,200 points. The system then notifies that the remaining time for Starlight mode has reached 0 seconds. He looks around and remarks that the upgrade is nearly complete, but suggests they could accelerate the process. The system window notifies him of an increase in his points by 15,667. The system then provides details about the Holy Corpse Demon Dragon, whose level is 24. It describes Dragon Breath, which releases a spray of dragon energy at the target, dealing magical damage. Any target killed by this breath is resurrected as a dragon puppet, fighting on their side. Additionally, the system details Demon Dragon Assault, which envelops a fallen corpse in a demon energy shield before charging forward, inflicting damage on the target while nullifying 99% of received damage. It also reflects any skill effects received by the attacker. The system window notifies that Dragon Language has been unlocked, enabling the use of Dragon Language magic. Dragon Breath is now replaced with Dragon Language magic. Forbidden Dragon Spell, while Dragon Strike is replaced with Dragon Language magic, Apocalypse Fall. Additionally, the Dragon Bloodline ability reduces all received damage by 75%. Fan commands Faye to summon the fallen demon dragon, which roars and follows his instructions. The system window then provides information about natural assimilation, allowing the summoning of the Dragon Bone Flute and the twin fallen demon dragons, whose levels match the user's level. The system window updates again, notifying about Star Dragon Transformation, Galaxy Form. He launches an attack on the monsters, knocking them out while they roar in resistance. Another system notification details Starfall, stating that the area covered by Galaxy Form will continuously be bombarded with starlight. Other skills remain usable during Starfall until the effect is cancelled. A subsequent notification confirms that Double Dragon's level has increased to 25, Star Dragon's level has risen to 18, and Fan's level has reached 36. He remarks that this is the ideal speed for collecting points. The system window further notifies that Black Dragon's level has risen to 33, while the Abyss Moth has reached level 75 with 223 points. They turn their attention to the Abyss Moth as it launches an attack on Faye. However, Faye blocks the assault and counterattacks with Corrosive Breath. The system window provides details about Corrosive Breath, stating that upon activation, the Abyss Moth sprays a fast-spreading green poison toward the target area. Once the poison makes contact, it spreads further, enveloping the target in shimmering green corrosive bubbles. Faye follows up with Black Hole, activating the skill while explaining its effects. A black hole is created, continuously pulling in surrounding enemies during its guidance phase. Once the guidance ends, the black hole detonates, inflicting widespread damage based on the total health of all enemies drawn into it. The system window notifies again as Zio Faye conjures another black hole. Fan laughs, mocking the enemy's choice, remarking that it is sheer foolishness and nothing less than self-destruction. As Abyss Moth suddenly vanishes, Fan briefly wonders if it has truly disappeared. At that moment, Spatial Break Shadow emerges behind him. The system window provides information about Spatial Break Shadow, which merges with space upon activation, enabling stealth. This ability allows unrestricted movement in darkness without being detected, while in stealth mode, all physical and magical attacks are nullified, and the effect lasts for 9 seconds. Another system notification confirms that Spatial Break Shadow remains completely undetectable. The system window provides details about Death Bind, stating that this ability uses the body and limbs to form a binding lock, immobilizing the enemy while inflicting negative effects such as stiffness, slowed reactions, and sudden collapse. Additionally, the limbs cause tearing damage, with the damage stacking cumulatively over time. The Earth Demon turns towards Spatial Break Shadow and questions what is happening. Meanwhile, the system window updates, notifying that Spatial Break Shadow's stealth effect has been eliminated. The Earth Demon wraps a chain around him while Spatial Break Shadow reacts in shock, demanding an explanation, asking if it is truly him, how he has appeared here, and why he is aiding a human. He demands an answer as the Earth Demon activates Phantom Walk. The system window provides details on Phantom Walk, which allows the user to infuse themselves with natural energy, granting a stealth effect. This enables unrestricted movement within the Earth Demon's aura without being detected. However, the stealth effect is immediately nullified upon taking damage or using any ability. Spatial Break Shadow reappears behind the Earth Demon and launches another attack with Blood Blade Claws. The system window updates again, detailing the effects of Blood Blade Claws, which delivers a swift strike using blood-infused claws, dealing significant damage. Additionally, the user's strength increases by 200% for 10 seconds. Zio Chen flies toward the Spatial Break Shadow and unleashes the Great Calamity skill in an attempt to strike. As the system window notifies him, the destructive force of the Great Calamity, a dragon of devastation, triggers explosions across the areas it passes through, causing massive damage and additional effects. Fan, upon witnessing this, asks whether reuniting with an old friend satisfies him with this grand gift of his. Meanwhile, within the swamp of the nation's Trial Secret Realm, inside the Earth Demon's Dark Tower, The Earth Demon engages in battle with Spatial Break. With disdain, Spatial Break remarks that an ancient demon god, once reduced to being slain twice by mere humans, now serves them even more disgracefully. He mocks the Earth Demon, calling it ridiculous, and questions whether it considers itself worthy of being on the same level as him. In his eyes, both the Earth Demon and these lowly beings are unworthy of life. The system window provides an updated profile of the Earth Demon. Its level stands at 85, categorized as Nightmare difficulty. Its strength points reach 64,852, while its spirit points are 69,824. Its agility points are recorded at 69,427, and its endurance points amount to 8,758. A new skill is unlocked, Shadow Split Clone. This ability generates 3 clones that persist for 5 seconds. Each clone retains 60% of the original body's health and attack power, while also absorbing a portion of incoming damage. The aura emanating from this person unsettles him, convincing him that elimination must occur today. The system window notifies him about Death Bind, a skill that utilizes the body and limbs to form bindings, immobilizing the target while inflicting stiffness, slowed reactions, and sudden collapse. Additionally, the limbs inflict tearing damage, with the damage stacking cumulatively. As the Earth Demon launches an attack, he blocks it, but the system window notifies him that the Death Bind skill has been interrupted. Enraged, he screams the Earth Demon's name. In response, the Earth Demon activates Shadow Split Clone, creating multiple clones around him to entrap him. The system window provides details on Shadow Split Clone, which generates 3 clones lasting 5 seconds. These clones retain 60% of the original body's health and attack power, while also absorbing a portion of incoming damage. The Earth Demon attempts to gain the upper hand, but at that moment, Fan arrives. Drawing his sword, he envelops it in lava flame and declares that since his opponent enjoys the gift so much, he will add more fuel to the fire. He then summons demon troops, who arrive with a deafening roar, directing their fury at Spatial Break Shadow. The system window updates with information on Corpse Manipulation, a skill that grants control over all puppets transformed by the Corpse Demon Dragon. These puppets can be summoned or recalled at any time, and fallen puppets restore corpse energy upon death. An army of demon troops arrives and attacks the monsters who attempt to compete, while Abyss Moth declares that he has actually tamed the entire Earth Demon army within the tower. The Earth Demons retaliate against him, while Fan remarks that both are ancient monsters, so it remains to be seen which one is stronger. All the monsters gather there and engage in battle with the demon troops, who counterattack. Abyss Moth scoffs that a mere human cannot possibly be this powerful, while Zio also launches an attack against him, declaring that it is his turn, calling him an ugly creature. Abyss Moth retorts that he believes he can defeat him, dismissing it as a mere delusion, when Zio releases poisonous smoke in an attempt to eliminate them all. They all struggle to escape as Fan observes them and questions whether they are truly trying to flee before activating Dragon's encouragement. The system window notifies him about Dragon's encouragement, which enhances himself and his dragon pets, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Chen and Fei let out mighty roars, and Zio joins them in a fierce battle cry as Fan states that there is no escape for Abyss Moth now. He then checks Zio's profile, noting that her level is 34. Her contracted black dragon has its strength points increased from 8,707 to 11,319, spirit points from 16,197 to 21,056, agility points from 34,812 to 45,255. And endurance points from 17,882 to 23,246. Fan commands Fei to merge with Chen, and Chen unleashes Starlight Destruction as they both soar into the sky, roaring. The system window notifies him about switching to Starry Dragon form, displaying the Starlight energy level and indicating that the remaining duration in this form is only 58 seconds. Another notification appears, stating that Starlight Destruction is currently in progress. Fan then instructs Zio to activate Lava Burst, which she immediately triggers, hurling a torrent of fire at the approaching monsters. The system window alerts him that Dragon Language magic has been unlocked, replacing the previous dragon-based abilities. Dragon Charge is now replaced with Dragon Language magic, Doomfall, a forbidden spell of the Demon Dragon. Another notification follows, confirming that Doomfall has been successfully unlocked after activation. The spell sacrifices the caster's own life force, ascending to a high altitude before crashing down to inflict immense damage. The inflicted damage equals the sacrificed health multiplied by 20%, and the current Doomfall sacrifice level has already reached 100%. Faye and Chen launch a combined assault alongside Zio, while the system window updates the status of Starlight Destruction. The attack gathers all Starlight energy into a concentrated laser beam, dealing unimaginable damage. The attack ignores all defenses and cannot be blocked. Its damage output is determined by strength, level, and the current Starlight Annihilation boost, which has risen from 39,364 points to an astonishing 708,552. Zio activates Lava Burst once again, while the system window displays detailed information about the skill. It describes Lava Burst as a violent explosion of flames that erupts within the target area, creating a molten lava pool. Any target caught within the pool gradually sinks into the lava and continues to suffer immense damage over time. Another notification appears, informing about Dragon Language Resonance, a phenomenon in which both the Dragon Rider and Dragon Pet gain a significant boost in the power of their magic when casting the same Dragon Language spell simultaneously. Abyss Moth plummets to the ground, sustaining severe injuries, yet he stubbornly declares that he refuses to give up. The scene shifts to the nation's trial secret realm, a swamp outside the dark spire of the Earth Demon, where an eagle moves toward Andre to attack from behind. However, he also sees it. Andre activates his fire skill with his axe and attacks the eagle, demanding to know why the gate is not opening and what has happened to the third wave of beasts. Suddenly, a blast occurs within the dark tower, destroying it. Andre quickly steps back to evade the explosion and asks what is happening. The scene transitions to 5 minutes later in the nation's trial secret realm, where Zio emerges and Fan rides on her. He remarks that Andre is quite fast, having cleared the army outside the spire as well, and asks if he is alright. Andre looks at him, then turns his gaze toward the Earth Demon's lifeless body, questioning what this creature is. A system notification appears, informing them about death and rebirth. After dying, one can revive 10% of their life from the corpse after 10 minutes. Upon rebirth, attack power doubles, but defense decreases by 200%. Life continuously depletes, and the death countdown lasts only 4 minutes. Andre, observing the corpse, expresses his amazement at how strange it appears and walks toward the Earth Demon, from which a poisonous smoke begins to emerge. Fan warns him to stop zoning out, identifying the head of the Earth Demon, and urges him to take immediate action, as its resurrection is about to be triggered. Andre asks whether Fan is giving him the points, to which Fan responds that all points in the spire belong to him. If he were to kill the Earth Demon again, his mission would remain permanently stuck. Andre raises his axe into the air, activates his fire skill, and attempts to destroy the Earth Demon's head to claim the points. He tells Fan that he is truly a great friend before unleashing a powerful attack that completely obliterates it. The system window immediately notifies them of an interruption in the process of death and rebirth. The scene shifts to the morning in the nation's trial secret realm, where Andre and Fan sit near a fire in the swamp, with Zio beside them. Andre laughs, expressing how fortunate he is to have Fan as a friend. He remarks that completing the task has earned him 200,000 points and that he has now reached rank 2. As he checks his profile, he notes that his nation is Snow, his level is 61, his profession is Flame Warrior, and his total points amount to 271,229, securing him the second rank. Fan asks if this means their temporary squad has come to an end. Andre acknowledges that it is unfortunate, but since this is the nation's trial, they remain rivals. If they had met before the competition, he insists, he would have undoubtedly treated him to a fine drink. He replies that there is no need to be so down, they will have another chance. Andre nods and declares that it is decided no one is allowed to die. Once the nation's trial ends, they will have a grand drink, and he will be the one to treat. Fan affirms that it is a promise while Andre laughs and repeats the agreement. Remembering his points, Andre remarks that he must accept them. He looks at his system window, which displays the current points of operation. His total points stand at 271,299, with options to transfer points or clear points. Fan also checks his system window and is taken aback when he sees his points change to 12,050,135, with an additional 50,000 added. The change type is labeled as transfer points, and the point source is identified as Snow Nation Andre. Andre laughs, pointing out that after consuming so much of his food and disrupting his PvP, he has now helped him complete his task. He acknowledges that these points may not mean much to Fan, but he insists that he take them, as he genuinely feels guilty. Fan smirks and comments that Andre is getting all shy, which is quite unlike him. Still, he assures him that he will not refuse the points. Andre laughs again and admits that he has been meaning to ask something before they part ways. He questions why, despite being so strong and possessing numerous powerful dragon pets, Fan chooses to waste time with those useless people. He asks whether the situation would not be resolved with just 2 or 3 hits, while Fan explains that these are newly emerging elites from various countries. Many of them possess hidden professions he has never encountered before, making this the perfect opportunity to observe their characteristics and expand his knowledge. He adds that it is not a waste of time, as, in the end, he will be the one who emerges victorious. Andre chuckles, remarking that Fan is back to his usual confident talk. Determined not to fall behind, he declares that it is time to take on some tasks and accumulate more points. As he walks away, he bids Fan farewell. Fan watches him leave and thinks that Andre is not bad. He hopes that he does not receive a PvP mission requiring him to hunt Andre down. Shifting his focus back to his own objectives, he notes that his fallen puppet army has gained new members. Xiao lets out a powerful roar. The scene transitions to the nation's trial arena, inside the command room, where 2 individuals examine a list of winners. Fan holds the first rank with 1,315,000 points. Andre follows in second place with 2,21,229 points. Jin Chengshan ranks third with 1,60,960 points, and Charles is in fourth place with 1,29,883 points. A bald man remarks on Andre's impressive progress, laughing as he acknowledges that Andre has jumped to second place, surpassing Star Nation. Another individual extends congratulations, commenting that defeating the 9 Realms demon no longer seems impossible. The third person remarks that he is too optimistic, believing that the Snow Nation representative is capable of accomplishing everything only because of the Dragon Nation representative. The fourth person confirms this and states that if the other representatives struggle with this task, they will be unable to complete it either. The bald person expresses deep gratitude to the Dragon Nation representative and formally acknowledges Han, requesting him to accept the Snow Nation's respect. Han, seated comfortably, laughs and remarks that Andre is an exceptional individual, always assisting those in need, making him truly worthy of respect. Another person comments that, at this rate, the host country, Taki Nation, will fall to third place in the rankings. The bald person glances at Vin, who remains seated, then moves closer to Han and lowers his voice, cautioning him to be quiet, as Vin has remained silent for an unusually long time. Vin meets his gaze and reflects that even this man, who relies solely on physical strength rather than intelligence, has managed to surpass Jin Chenghan. If Star Nation makes another aggressive move, Taki Nation may not even be able to hold on to third place. He contemplates that shouting does not help, controlling the task does not help, and adjusting the 9 realm demon count proves ineffective as well. His attention shifts to his phone, where he receives 3 messages from an unknown sender. The first message informs him that another 9 realms demon has been taken down, questioning what is happening and reminding him of his promise to resolve the situation, criticizing the way he is handling it. The second message reports that Taki Nation has officially dropped to third place and accuses him of repeatedly betraying their trust. The third message serves as a final warning, stating that this is his last chance. If he fails to deal with Fan, he already knows what will come next. He concludes that there is only one option left when, suddenly, someone enters the room, urgently calling Jin and requesting him to come along as it is of great importance. Startled by the unexpected appearance, he reacts with fear and demands to know why he is being disturbed, questioning what urgent matter requires his attention. The other person insists that it is truly important, announcing that the scroll has been completed. Jin immediately acknowledges the significance of this, declaring that the final method can now be executed and orders the person to take him there without delay. On the third day of the trial of the nation, Jin steps out of his room and, upon hearing the news, responds with surprise, questioning if it has truly been completed. The other person opens a suitcase, confirms the information, and attributes it to the back door he had left while designing the secret realm. He explains that since this is an emergency single-use item, there was not enough time for a thorough inspection, so potential issues may arise. However, the Master of Enhancement Professions has verified that it remains usable. A system notification appears, providing details about the scroll. Trial of the Nation consumable creates a portal to a designated location within the Trial of the Nation secret realm, lasting for 90 seconds. A note emphasizes that this scroll is an experimental product, hastily created, and warns that the portal may be extremely unstable. It must be used quickly and must not be disclosed. Jin contemplates the meaning of extremely unstable, while the other person states that they have been monitoring Fan from the back end for an extended period. He adds that no abnormal activity has been detected. Another individual interjects, dismissing this as incompetence and concluding that, at this stage, catching Fan red-handed is no longer possible. The final plan must now be executed. Jin issues orders to his guards, instructing 2 of them to secure the hallway and ensure that no one approaches until he returns. One guard acknowledges the command with an understanding, while the other questions his intentions. Without further explanation, Jin activates the portal and steps through, confirming his decision. He will personally enter the secret realm using the scroll to deliver the message. The system window notifies that a portal has been successfully established to the Trial of the Nation's secret realm, specifically the desert. It also displays a warning that the portal is extremely unstable and may close at any moment. One of the guards expresses concern, stating that this is too dangerous since the scroll is merely an experimental product. Another guard warns that if other overseers notice his presence, or if his appearance is captured on a live broadcast, it will lead to significant problems. Jin reassures them, explaining that he has already informed the main controller and the director. As a precaution, no footage of the desert map will be broadcast until he returns. Meanwhile, the system window issues another notification, reminding him that the portal's duration is limited to just 90 seconds. Jin stresses the importance of guarding this location, emphasizing that if the portal is discovered, the reputation of Tichai Nation will suffer irreparable damage. He asks if they understand, to which one of the guards promptly responds with acknowledgement. Before stepping through the portal, Jin issues one final command, which activates the ultimate mission. He notes that Fan is currently searching for new 9 Realms demon missions, making time a critical factor. Sometime later, within the Trial of the Nation's secret realm, in the desert, Fan walks alongside Zio. He glances at his system window and remarks that this time, the target is the Earth demon lurking within the desert. The system window notifies that the task has been accepted 1 out of 1. The current mission is to subjugate the epic boss, the Earth demon, at level 85. As he moves forward, he notes that this time, there is no need to search for the Dark Spire. He considers the competition rules and realizes that a mission offering such high points should be exceedingly rare. Reflecting on his progress, he acknowledges that he has accepted 3 missions in total, all of which involve subjugating the 9 Realms demons. The probability of this occurring feels strangely high. Calling out to Zio, he instructs them to head toward the Dark Spire. As they move in that direction, an unsettling feeling grows. These missions seem deliberately orchestrated. As expected, the competition hosted by Tichai Nation is riddled with hidden schemes. Upon encountering a group of monsters, their roars echo through the air. Without hesitation, Fan summons Fei and Chen, signaling the end of their break. At the same time, he activates Star Shuttle. The system window immediately notifies that Star Dragon form has switched to Starlight, and Chen unleashes a powerful roar. Another notification appears, indicating that the remaining time in stellar form is 59 seconds. A separate system window provides details on Star Shuttle, confirming that it tears through space to create a portal leading directly to the target location. This portal lasts for 60 seconds and remains unaffected by any formations or curses. The window further notifies that the remaining time for Star Shuttle is 59 seconds. The scene shifts inside the Dark Spire, where Fan advances with his dragons. The Earth Demon, seated there, questions whether he dares to trespass on his territory, declaring that he must be seeking death. Several humans and other monsters also crawl into the area and observe them. The system window displays the Earth Demon's profile, indicating that his level is 85. His boss difficulty is at the Nightmare level, and his attributes are as follows: Strength 40,000, 151 points, Spirit 29,210 points, Agility 40,000, 183 points, and Endurance 35,884 points. Fan states that he apologizes for the trespass, but unfortunately, the one who will die here is the Earth Demon. He then unsheathes his sword. The system window updates with notifications regarding the current Dragon Kai, the Black Dragon, and the Earth Seat. Li Shi and the fallen corpse of the Earth Demon arrive as well. They both acknowledge their master, stating their understanding. The system window further notifies about natural assimilation and the dragon's command, summoning the life-destroying puppeteer dragon and the corpse puppeteer dragon, whose levels match that of the user. Fan affirms his readiness, urging them to conclude the battle swiftly, as he is in a hurry. The system window updates again, detailing puppet control, which governs all undead converted by the fallen corpse Emperor Dragon. This undead can be summoned or withdrawn at will, and any defeated undead will replenish the fallen dragon's energy pool. Meanwhile, Uspan collapses to the ground, pleading for mercy. He begs not to be killed. Musashi, pointing his sword at him, questions how he intends to beg. The system window displays Musashi's profile, identifying him as a rank 5 warrior from Secure Country Musashi 10, whose level is 60. He is classified as a ghost warrior, possessing 105,532 points. He replies that he will do anything. He will transfer all his points to him and forfeit the match immediately, pleading to be spared. The system window displays his profile, identifying him as Uspan, ranked 14th from Miko Country. His level is 59, classified as a tribal warrior, with 42,172 points. Musashi remarks that this is dull. He could simply kill him and still obtain the points. Instead, he proposes an alternative. Uspan must lick his shoe and proclaim that everyone from Miko Nation is nothing but pigs and dogs. As he speaks, he points his sword at Uspan's face. Uspan refuses, insisting that he cannot do such a thing. Musashi's expression darkens with irritation as he questions what Uspan means and whether he is truly unwilling. Trembling, Uspan quickly apologizes, retracting his refusal. He bows down, pressing his lips to Musashi's foot, and utters the degrading words, declaring that the people of Miko Country are all dogs. Musashi demands he speak louder. With a shaking voice, Uspan repeats the words, shouting that the people of Miko Country are all pigs and dogs. Musashi bursts into laughter, amused at how far Uspan is willing to go to survive. Just then, Chenghen arrives, swiftly striking him down. The system window updates, notifying that Uspan from Miko Nation has died, 1 out of 23. Musashi looks at Chenghen with irritation and asks what is happening. He questions what Chenghen is doing, complaining that he is not finished having his fun. Chenghen responds that Uspan was going to be killed anyway. He does not believe Musashi would have truly let him go. The system window updates and displays Chenghen's profile. His name is Jai Chenghen, ranked 3rd in Teiki Nation. His level is 61, classified as an Abyss Summoner, with 160,964 points, plus an additional 40,175 points. Musashi remarks that Chenghen is no fun at all. He agrees that Uspan's death was inevitable, but it should have been by his own hand. Instead, Chenghen has stolen his points. Chenghen replies that Musashi was too slow. He did not kill Uspan for the points, but because they still had a mission to complete. Musashi, sheathing his sword, asks what the mission is. However, Chenghen walks away, instructing him to stay silent and listen. There is urgent information from the overseer. Meanwhile, Jin arrives at the scene. The system window issues a warning. The portal is extremely unstable and may close at any moment. Musashi questions whether such a thing is even possible. The system window displays information about the Earth Blood Demon, whose level is 85. His boss difficulty is classified as a nightmare, and his attributes are as follows: Strength 40,151 points, Agility 40,183 points, Spirit 29,210 points, and Stamina 35,884 points. The system further explains 3 of his skills. The first is Phantom Tiger Step, which instantly transforms him into multiple transparent tiger illusions that randomly appear around players. With each attack, these illusions explode and vanish, dealing massive area of effect magic damage. The second skill is Thunderclaw Strike, where he slams the ground with claws charged with thunder, creating thunderclaw marks. After a short delay, these marks erupt with a massive electric shockwave, inflicting significant area of effect lightning damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 70% for 10 seconds. The third skill is Soul Hunting Tiger, which targets enemies with a spectral tiger that tears them into soul fragments. This temporarily reduces their maximum health by up to 60%, and during this duration, their healing effects are diminished by 30%. The Earth Blood Demon advances toward Fan, preparing to unleash Thunderclaw Strike. The system window updates and notifies him about Thunderclaw Strike. The attack slams the ground with claws infused with thunder, generating Thunderclaw marks. These marks erupt after a brief delay with a powerful electric shockwave, causing massive area of effect lightning damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 70% for 10 seconds. He also uses Death Coil, and the system window notifies him of its effects. Death Coil utilizes its body and limbs to form chains that bind enemies, rendering them immobile. It inflicts paralysis, poison, and stun effects, while its limbs cause tearing damage, with damage values stacking over time. When he is attacked, he questions the Earth Blood Demon about his motives. The system window notifies him about Blood Blade Claw, which allows the user to swing Blood Blade Claws to rapidly tear through targets, dealing massive damage and increasing their strength by 200% for 12 seconds. Two other Earth Demons, Fallen Corpse and Leishi, launch an attack on the Earth Blood Demon, who, in turn, questions why the Earth Fiend Demon is attacking him as well. The system window displays information about Dragon Nation Lufan's points, showing a total of 1,335,000 plus an additional 4,36,718. Fan remarks that if two 9 Realms demons are already this strong, an attack from all 9 at once would be overwhelming, laughing at the thought. His dragons let out a roar as he considered how the Taki Kingdom surely did not anticipate their schemes backfiring and benefiting him instead. He releases his demon army to attack the Earth Blood Demon and wonders what kind of panic would ensue if he were to unleash this force at this moment. After some time, Musashi rides on Chenghen's back, gripping his shirt tightly while shouting at him to slow down, fearing that he is going to fall. Chenghen, irritated, tells him to shut up, complaining that he is giving him a headache. Meanwhile, he also rides on a ball of corpses. Musashi questions why, since the Overseer has already provided the location of the ultimate mission, they are not going to claim it. Chenghen responds that it is not time yet, recalling that Jin had explained, keeping it brief, that the teleportation array is unstable and that he needs to relay the information quickly before leaving immediately. Chenghen thinks to himself how shameless the Taki Kingdom is for actually sending an Overseer into the secret realm. He recalls confronting Jin about the legitimacy of the points, questioning why he is not simply disqualifying him. However, Jin states that the secret realm's rules are functioning normally without irregularities, leaving him with no grounds to forcibly teleport him out. Now, he realizes that relying on slowly grinding monsters and completing quests will not be effective. To earn more points, they must figure out how the Dragon Nation representative is farming the Dark Spire. If he can do it, so can they. Jin warns that the teleportation array is becoming increasingly unstable, and that he has to leave. Before departing, he informs them that the ultimate mission has been activated and advises them to make good use of it. As he vanishes, they both continue to watch him. Chenghen emerges from his flashback and states that the ultimate mission is designed to target Charles Zion. It is not yet time to waste it on Fan, and they first need to locate a Dark Spire and understand how Fan managed to defeat the 9 Realms demons. He explains that the ultimate mission directly locks onto the top-ranked player on the points leaderboard as its target, making it valuable only when used against the strongest opponent. Musashi acknowledges this and concedes leadership to Chenghen, remarking that every skill used by the Taki Kingdom seems to be for cheating. In response, Chenghen abruptly pushes him off his back. As Musashi falls, he turns to glare at Chenghen, accusing him of being vindictive and questioning whether retaliation was necessary over a single comment. Chenghen calls him an idiot and tells him to look ahead. Musashi shifts his gaze forward, and they both see heavenly demon soldiers blocking their path. The system window notifies them that the heavenly demon soldiers are fallen corpses at level 75, each worth 165 points. Chenghen leaps down as well, while Musashi observes their surroundings, commenting that this must be the Dark Spire and noting the overwhelming oppressive aura it exudes. Chenghen reassures him that, given their strength, they can handle the situation, but wonders why the Nine Realms demon army appears to be so small. Musashi steps forward, unsheathing his sword, and declares his intent to witness firsthand how powerful the ancient demon army that once ravaged his Taki kingdom truly is. As he transforms, he launches an attack on the soldiers, hurling them aside. The system window immediately notifies him about Ghost Side Demon Slash, which releases a high-speed rotating wind blade that cuts through enemies within its target range, dealing physical damage. Chenghen questions what difference it makes if Fan has a dragon pet. If not for the loopholes, would he truly be able to solo the Dark Spire with his own strength? Attacking a soldier, he asserts that whatever Fan can do, he can do as well. Musashi, in disbelief, exclaims that this is impossible, that all the monsters have been cleared, and that their points have not increased at all. Despite knocking out all the soldiers, they gain no additional points. Chenghen notes that something is definitely wrong and suggests they go inside to investigate. As he moves forward, he wonders what Fan has discovered within. Upon entering, Musashi questions why there are no monsters inside, while Chenghen speculates whether the place has already been cleared. Suddenly, Musashi senses something and demands to know who is there. They turn to see Earth Demon Lishi, Fallen Corpse, and Earth Blood Demon arriving, their presence accompanied by a deafening roar. Both of them freeze in shock while Musashi asks why all three of them have appeared. Chenghen states that they are three of the Nine Realms demons, while Musashi, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure, acknowledges its intensity. However, he quickly realizes that something is not right. There must be a problem. Meanwhile, Fan hides behind a wall, surprised that they managed to find this place. As they both turn to look behind them, Chenghen asks if he is Lu Fan, while Musashi remarks that Fan actually came as well. Fan responds that they should not be surprised. He came here specifically for them. He reflects on how they ambushed the base he had carefully built. As he gathered more and more Fallen Corpse puppets, his skill in controlling them significantly improved. Now, he can command them to hunt far from the spire through the Nine Realms demons. Each of these demons can control an entire army, effectively allowing him to manage the equivalent of 3 armies, all collecting points and experience on his behalf. The smaller soldiers can be sent out to expand their reach, while the stronger ones remain stationed here to guard the Dark Spire. As all the demons prepare to attack, Musashi mocks Fan, saying that if he truly came specifically for them, it is more like he came to die. He then checks Fan's profile. The system window displays his information: name, Lu Fan, nationality, Dragon Nation, level, 33, class, Dragon Knight, points, 17,36,853, rank, 1. Musashi states that Chenghen, having accumulated so many points, should eliminate him quickly so they can discuss how to divide the points afterward. Chenghen responds that there is no need to rush, as he should understand that this man holds a grudge against him. If they kill him too easily, it would be letting him off too lightly. He considers Fan easy to handle, but the Nine Realms demons are not. Dealing with one is already challenging, let alone 3, since he dared to enter the spire alone. He must have devised a way to secure victory without confronting the Nine Realms demons directly. Fan remarks that it appears they do not take him seriously at all, openly discussing their plans in front of him. Chenghen demands that Fan reveal the secret of the Dark Spire, promising to spare his life in return. Musashi interrupts, urging Chenghen to stop wasting words and focus on capturing Fan first, after which they can interrogate him at their leisure. Fan questions what secret they are referring to, suggesting that they cannot possibly believe he exploited a bug to farm the Dark Spire. Chenghen points out that they have only encountered 2 waves of gatekeeper beasts on their way in, and beyond that, the interior is empty. He then demands to know how Fan has managed to accumulate so many points, questioning whether he has any explanation for it. Musashi scoffs at the notion that they could be foolish enough to believe a mere level 30+ job changer could clear the Dark Spire. Fan remains silent for a moment before countering with a question of his own, asking what exactly they believe the 3 Nine Realms demons standing behind him are. Chenghen hesitates, realizing that the Nine Realms demons have remained eerily silent. Logically, any intruders should have already triggered an attack by now. As he glances back at them, suspicion takes hold. Could they already be under Fan's control? Impossible. No one can command the 9 realms. Fan remarks that if such a method for farming points truly existed, wouldn't the Taki Kingdom have known about it? After all, he possesses the ability to alter system quests at will. Chenghen's mind races and Fan discovers they're tampering with the trial. If he truly holds control over the 9 realms demons, then the situation has become far more dangerous than anticipated. Without hesitation, Musashi lunges at Fan, declaring that words are a waste of time and that they should simply attack. Fan shakes his head in mock disappointment, lamenting how easily the points he painstakingly earned by hunting beasts have been dismissed. Since they refuse to believe him, he will just have to demonstrate his strength. Chenghen shouts for Musashi to retreat, but Musashi refuses, exclaiming that it is impossible for Fan to command the 9 realms demons. Fan merely responds that it must be a bug. There is no other explanation. The 9 realms demons cannot be controlled. Chenghen's thoughts spiral. Why has the trial they worked so hard to create now fallen into Fan's hands? These demons belong to the Taki Kingdom. At that moment, the Earth Blood Demon activates its Death Coil skill, launching an attack against both of them. The system window flashes a notification detailing the skill's effects. Death Coil manipulates the demon's body and limbs to form chains that bind enemies, rendering them immobile. The attack inflicts paralysis, poison, and stun effects, while the demon's limbs cause tearing damage, with values stacking over time. He throws them away as the fallen corpse walks toward Chenghen, who looks at him. The system window notifies him about the Summon Abyssal Entangler, which is at level 61, an evolution of the Abyssal Crawler. The system window then notifies him again about Blood Blade Claw, a skill that swings 5 Blood Blade Claws to rapidly tear through targets, dealing massive damage and increasing the user's strength by 200% for 12 seconds. Chenghen finds it terrifying. Is this the kind of power that can shake a nation? The Abyssal Entangler couldn't even withstand a single hit. He realizes he needs to escape, and he does not want to die. He is the pride of the Taki Kingdom. At that moment, the fallen corpse attacks him and smashes him into the ground. Fan sits with Zio and says that he has already told them he did not cheat. He worked hard to kill all the beasts and turn them into his puppets. Meanwhile, Musashi refuses to fall. He is the top young master of the Sakura Nation, a future powerhouse of the world. How could he die like this? The Earth Blood Demon launches Ghost Scythe Demon Slash to attack him. While the system window displays details of the skill, Ghost Scythe Demon Slash releases a high-speed rotating wind blade, cutting through enemies within the target range and dealing physical damage. Musashi takes full force in the attack and refuses to accept it. Fan remarks that everyone claims to be the future world's #1. Yet before he even made a move, merely summoning a few beasts was enough to defeat them all. He finds it strange as he checks his profile. He wonders why no additional points have been added, then suddenly remembers he can revive through his summoned beasts. It seems Musashi possesses the same ability. The scene shifts to the National Trial Secret Realm, a vast desert stretching 10,000 miles, where Chenghen and Musashi tread through the sand. Exhaustion sets in, and a poisonous liquid clings to their bodies. The system window notifies them that split hibernation has 5 uses remaining, followed by another notification indicating 6 remaining uses. Musashi coughs and acknowledges that it truly is a revival, while the system window displays that the cooldown for abyssal symbiosis is 24 hours. He marvels at the situation, realizing that they no longer have to fear death. Chenghen warns him not to be naive. Fan possesses 3 9-realm demons and an army. If they cannot kill him, reviving him multiple times will be meaningless. He reminds Musashi that they have only 5 uses of split hibernation left. Musashi laments that he wasted one when they first met, calling it a significant loss. Chenghen emphasizes that they cannot afford to waste lives recklessly. Instead, they should locate another untouched Dark Spire and investigate how Fan managed to tame the 9-realm demons. He asserts that Fan is merely a dragon tamer. Taming demonic beasts is not part of his expertise. If Fan can do it, then he can, too. Musashi states that in that case, they must hurry. They need to find a way to kill Fan within these 5 remaining lives. However, as a sudden surge of power releases from his body, he collapses, questioning why he feels so weak. The system window notifies him of weakness with 9 minutes remaining. Chenghen explains that he will remain weak for a while after reviving. His health and energy are critically low, and it will take approximately 10 minutes to recover. Musashi asks what he means by that. Does that mean they are in danger right now? Chenghen reassures him that they can proceed cautiously and suggests heading to the Dark Spire near the ultimate mission first. At that moment, Andre arrives and launches a fire attack, striking Musashi. Chenghen remarks on their misfortune, stumbling upon an enemy in this godforsaken place while still in a weakened state. Andre smirked and addressed Chenghen, recognizing him. Isn't he the prince of the Jin family? He reminds him of what he said before, and he warns him not to cross paths with him in the secret realm. Chenghen eyes him warily, realizing the situation is dire. Running into this brute while still recovering from revival is the worst possible scenario. The system window updates, notifying that weakness has 6 minutes remaining. Another notification appears, displaying details: Rank 2, Andre of Snow Country, Level 61, Class, Flame Warrior, with accumulated points of 2,39,758. Andre questions what the two of them are doing there, digging in the sand and playing whack-a-mole. Without waiting for an answer, he activates Flame God Avatar and launches an attack on Chenghen. The system window displays details about Flame God Avatar. It summons the power of the superior Flame God Svarog, increasing all attributes by 100% and granting temporary flight with blazing wings. The duration depends on the user's spirit attribute. Andre laughs, mocking them, and calls whack-a-mole a fun game as he charges toward Chenghen. Overwhelmed, Chenghen collapses. Realizing it is over, he lacks the strength to escape, having just revived. Andre taunts him, offering to play with him a little longer before attacking and knocking him unconscious. However, as he checks his profile, he finds it strange. He clearly killed both of them, yet the number of participants has not decreased, and his points have not increased. The scene shifts 10 days later to day 14 of the national trial. In the Golden Jade City National Trial Arena, an anchor announces with excitement that it is unbelievable the 14th day of the national trial, hosted by the Taiki Kingdom, is nearing its end. At Dragon Capital Academy's Villa No. 2, two women watch the news, which reports that this has been the most brutal competition in history, with the highest number of deaths recorded. Meanwhile, in the combat class classroom at Dragon Capital Academy, several students watch the same broadcast, learning that out of 23 participants, 11 have died, 2 have surrendered, and only 10 remain. The top 5 representatives have largely secured their ranks. At the extreme north border camp, in Tu Jing's office, the news reports that mission points and monster hunting scores can no longer influence the rankings. Only eliminating other participants can now cause changes. In the National Trial Secret Realm, at the lava volcano, the news announces that Musashi 10, the representative from Sakura Country, currently holds the 5th rank with 460,000 points. The system window displays that rank 5 is held by Musashi of Sakura Country, a level 61 samurai, with 460,853 points. Simultaneously, the news reports that Prince Chenghen of the Taiki Kingdom holds the 4th rank with 510,000 points. The system window confirms that Chenghen ranked 4th is from the Taiki Kingdom, is a level 62 Abyss Summoner, and has accumulated 519,776 points. In the National Trial Secret Realm, across the grasslands, the news announces that rank 3 belongs to Andre from the Snow Country, who has amassed 680,000 points. The system window verifies that Andre of Snow Country, ranked 3rd, is a level 62 Flame Warrior with 685,530 points. Meanwhile, Andre lies on the grass and remarks that the breeze feels refreshing, while the news reports that, unfortunately, he held rank 2 for only 4 days. In the National Trial Secret Realm at the lava volcano, the news announces that Charles, the representative from Starstrip Country, has surpassed Andre to claim 2nd place. This representative rarely takes action, but has accumulated a massive number of points by hunting 5 participants. The system window displays that rank 2 belongs to Charles of Starstrip Country, a level 62 saint, with 728,115 points. The news then declares that history's most outrageous high-score representative has emerged, as Charles states that the time is near and that his lord is close to being found. The news reports that Fan from Dragon Country dominates the rankings with an absolute lead of 7 million points, securing 1st place. At the National Trial's secret realm, within the lava volcano, at the dark spire of the Earth Fury Demon, Zio launches an attack on the Earth Fury Demon and successfully knocks him unconscious. The system window confirms the completion of the quest. Defeat the epic boss, Earth Fury Demon of the 9 Realms, level 85. Fan declares that the 9th 9 Realm Demon has been defeated, marking the fall of the final demon among them. As Zio lets out a victorious roar, the system window notifies that the Black Dragon's level has increased to 38. The system window notifies that Fan's level has increased to 41, while Fan remarks that he has finally tamed all the 9 realm demons and that his corpse army is nearly complete. Another system notification confirms that the Starry Dragon's level has increased to 29, while a separate window displays that the Jade Dragon's level has risen to 35. The system window further notifies that Lu Feng of Dragon Country has accumulated 70,012,510 points, with an additional 44,040,955 points. All demon dragons declare that they are at his command, addressing him as their master. The system window then announces that a new skill, Dragon Domain, has been acquired. As Fan glances at the notification, he wonders what skill little Jade has just obtained. The system window notifies Fan about the Dragon Realm, which expands the domain of the Dragon Clan to a diameter of 100 meters. Dragons and those with shared bloodlines within the domain will have all their attributes increased by 50%, while non-dragons and those without shared bloodlines will have all their attributes reduced by 50%. Furthermore, they will be unable to enter or leave the domain through movement, teleportation, or summoning. Fan reflects on the Dragon Clan's domain, wondering if this effect is as expected of Little Fae. Another 50% boost to all attributes is impressive, but the truly powerful aspect is the complete isolation of non-dragons from the outside world. He considers that if this effect is used against Kim Seonghan, the latter wouldn't be able to summon the Abyss Entangler within the Dragon Realm, and even after death, he wouldn't be teleported out of it. Fan realizes that in this way, he could truly kill Kim Seonghan. He taps Faye on the head, praising him, and remarks that they can finally deal with that unkillable cockroach. The system window notifies him again, and Fan wonders if someone is hunting him. A warning message appears, informing him that he has become a hunting target. Fan responds with interest, acknowledging that it seems a large amount of points is about to come his way. Meanwhile, at the National Trial secret realm, within the volcano, Charles grasps a magical ball and questions whether this is truly it, whether it actually exists. The system window notifies that the task has been accepted 1 out of 1. The current task is classified as Ultimate, to hunt the rank 1 PvP. He laughs, remarking that this must be the method being used to eliminate rank 1. Chenghin arrives and calls out to him, stating that the task belongs to him and questioning whether he can truly kill him. Charles responds affirmatively, asserting that he knows his own strength well, otherwise, he would not have allied with him. Correct. Chenghin reflects that it had taken both him and Musashi 3 skills to defeat the lava giant, whereas Charles had shattered it with a single strike. He realizes that his initial plan to use the ultimate task to hunt Charles had been far too naive. Chenghin acknowledges that he does not doubt him, yet even with the 3 of them combined, they might still be unable to defeat Fan. Musashi interjects, explaining that Fan has subdued the 9 realm demons and their army. They had fought him before and were utterly outmatched. Charles scoffs, questioning what he means by subdued the 9 realm demons. He can do the same. It is not Fan's own ability, but merely an exploitation of external powers. Chenghin presses him for clarification, asking what he means by other powers. Meanwhile, Charles counters by asking if he has never been curious about how Fan exploited a loophole to control the 9 realm demons for points. He then declares that in 3 minutes, he will provide him with the answer. Meanwhile, at the National Trial Arena Management Center, 2 individuals monitor the screens. One of them remarks that Jin has not contacted them since he teleported back and wonders if they are going to be fired. The bald man warns him not to jinx it, suggesting that Jin might have handled the situation himself. He reminds him that Jin instructed them to keep an eye on Fan, so they should continue observing instead of seeking trouble. The other man hesitantly asks if he saw correctly when a woman arrived. Before he can react, she strikes the bald man from behind. As the bald man turns, he exclaims that he is speaking to him. If he did not hear him, however, she swiftly slashes his throat. The other worker, noticing the attack, turns around in fear and stammers, demanding to know what just happened. She steps closer to him, pressing a dagger against his neck, and warns him not to shout. If he does, he will die in agony. He pleads with her to stop, but she mercilessly slits his throat as well before moving toward the transmission system. At that moment, the news broadcast continues, announcing that only 3 minutes remain. She pulls out some wires while speaking to someone over the phone, assuring them that the Morgan family never fails. The broadcast attempts to calm viewers, stating that they are experiencing technical difficulties and urging everyone to remain patient. As she severs the remaining wires, the screen cuts to static. The crowd begins murmuring among themselves, questioning why the live stream has gone down, why the signal has been cut, and whether it is due to a power outage. Another individual asks whether this situation can be handled and demands to know the whereabouts of the person in charge. Someone else wonders what is happening, while another expresses frustration, stating that they wanted to hear what the representative from the star-striped country had to say. A person leans in to whisper into Old Han's ear, suggesting that Teki country must be causing trouble again. Old Han responds that the star-striped country is not simple either. Meanwhile, another person turns to Jin, identifying him as the one in charge and instructing him to go and ask about the situation. As they look behind, they realize Jin is missing. Someone questions where Jin is, while another replies that they do not know, adding that they think someone just called him away. The scene shifts to the far end of the corridor outside the war room, where Jin finally speaks. Addressing Morgan, he remarks that Morgan has been silent for a while and reminds him that he claimed to have something to discuss. Meanwhile, the news broadcast declares that the Morgan family never fails. Morgan, however, responds dismissively, stating that he mentioned needing only 3 minutes of Jin's time, but in reality, he has nothing to discuss. Jin asks if Morgan is joking with him, emphasizing that he is busy and does not have time for such nonsense. However, Morgan simply states that the 3 minutes are up, thanks him, bids him farewell, and walks away. Meanwhile, Musashi questions whether Fan has truly become a servant of the fallen corpse ancient god, gaining the ability to use its power to control the demons of the 9 realms. Chenghan expresses disbelief, remarking that an ancient existence with countless ancient gods sounds like nothing more than a fairy tale, something utterly unbelievable. Charles acknowledges that it is difficult to believe because such a concept is unimaginable. He explains that the power of the ancient gods is a divine blessing, and no matter how strong a person is, even a mere wisp of this power can grant a transformative boost. He further clarifies that this is the power of the ancient gods, bestowed upon him by his master, the Holy Mountain Essence. Musashi, sensing the energy, remarks that merely feeling this power is indescribably overwhelming. At that moment, the system window displays a notification regarding the Holy Mountain Essence, classifying it as a legendary quality consumable with unknown effects. Cheng'an, still in shock, states that this power surpasses anything the demons of the 9 realms can compare to and questions whether its source lies in these 3 essences. Charles laughs and denies it, stating that 2 of them are meant for him. Cheng'an, shocked by this, questions why they are included. If the item is as powerful as Charles claims, capable of transforming them, then what is the price? Musashi agrees, emphasizing that the ability to change into a stronger hidden class is rare, and such an item cannot simply be given away for free. Charles responds by clarifying the terms. This is a transaction. He accepts his master's baptism to gain greater power, and in return, the Morgan family gains the opportunity to explore the undiscovered ancient gods in Teki country and Sakura country. He proposes this as a deal. Cheng'an, considering the offer, acknowledges that as a prince, he can trust that the Morgan family would not resort to deceit. Setting aside the matter of exploring ancient gods, obtaining the essence now would immediately make them stronger. Musashi asks if they should accept, to which Cheng'an agrees, stating that he accepts the deal. After Fan is eliminated, the Morgan family can proceed to the Jin family to discuss the exploration of ancient gods. Musashi asks if he is certain. Cheng'an shouts in frustration, questioning whether Musashi truly wants Fan to remain above them. He reminds him that Fan can wield the power of the ancient gods, so if they have the chance, they must seize it. Charles then asks if Cheng'an has made up his mind, warning that soon, those outside will see them, and he will miss his opportunity. Musashi also accepts the deal. Charles affirms their decision, reminding them not to resist. The more they submit to the transformation, the stronger their master can make them. Finally, Charles reveals that the last piece has been prepared specifically for Fan to turn him into his Holy Mountain puppet. He laughs as he announces his plan. The scene shifts to the National Trial Arena's Management Control Center, where an operator works on a screen and reports that the surveillance footage has failed to capture the killer. The live broadcast and war room footage have been fully restored after the discovery of their 2 employees' dead bodies. A secretary turns to Jin and asks if they truly have no intention of reporting the incident. Jin refuses, stating that they will handle the investigation themselves, as such a situation cannot be allowed to spread. He contemplates the war room of the Star-Striped Nation and concludes that the Morgans must be responsible when he recalls Morgan's involvement. The scene then shifts to the National Trial realm, where a volcano looms beneath Zio, who flies above it while Fan rides on its back. Fan remarks that, as expected, mutual hunting is the only way to accelerate progress in the late stages of the competition. The hunters pursuing him are just ahead. He glances at his system window and identifies the avatar's name as Yasunlai. Instructing Zio to land ahead, he decides to go and meet this old acquaintance. As they touch down on the ground, Fan looks around and asks where Yasunlai is. Yasunlai calls out to him, confirming that it is truly Fan. Overwhelmed, he exclaims that Fan nearly scared him to death. Inwardly, he sighs in relief, reassured that not only did Fan spare his life, but he even encouraged him. Fan is entirely different from other dangerous individuals. Fan, observing him, remarks that he has been fortunate to survive this long. He responds that he thought someone was going to kill him, but fortunately, he encountered Fan. Fan questions why he is still at the bottom with only 150,000 points. The system window displays a notification about Nanguo Yasunlai, the Water Ripple Swordsman, ranked 10th with a total of 155,920 points. Fan wonders if Yasunlai is truly serious. At this late stage of the competition, he still remains so cheerful when encountering others. He warns Yasunlai that in the final stages, no one can afford to be friendly anymore, and then calls for Zio. The system window displays a notification about perception, stating that the Black Dragon possesses the ability to detect enemies in stealth or disguise. Activating this skill will reveal all nearby concealed opponents. Zio lets out a powerful roar as the ground trembles. Yasunlai instinctively steps back when, suddenly, a holy mountain golem emerges behind him and seizes him in its massive grasp. Panicked, Yasunlai cries out for help, pleading to be saved. The system window updates with information about the summoned beast, Holy Mountain Golem, Holy Abyss Excavator, Legendary, Level 62, the evolved form of the Abyss Entangler. Fan assumes that these are Chenghen's summoned beasts, which are undergoing the Holy Mountain Golem trial. The system window notifies about the Serpent Arrow, stating that the Serpent Bow can fire magical arrows without the need to draw the bow, with each arrow dealing 100% damage. Zio uses Serpent Arrow to attack the Holy Mountain Golem, which bites Yasunlai, who is still crying for help. The scene shifts to the National Trial realm at the lava volcano, where the system window notifies that Nanguo Yasunlai has died and that the remaining members are now 9 out of 23. Chenghen and Musashi arrive at the location, and Chenghen remarks that they meet again, admitting that he accidentally stole Musashi's points and hopes he does not mind. Musashi replies that, after all, those points will soon belong to them as well. Fan acknowledges their presence, commenting that it has been a long time, and that they have all grown much stronger as Holy Mountain slaves. The system window then notifies Kim Chenghen, revealing that he possesses the hidden combat class, Holy Mountain Slave, and that his level is 62, with the title of Holy Abyss Entangler. Another system notification follows, identifying Musashi as having the hidden combat class, Holy Mountain Slave, at level 61, with the title of Holy Land Samurai. Fan assumes that they have allied with Charles, making him the one currently hunting him, while the system window issues a warning about encountered hunters. Charles laughs, stating that it seems they both comprehend this power. Before killing him, he intends to give him a chance. The system window notifies Charles, revealing that he possesses the hidden combat class, Holy Mountain Slave, at level 63, with the title of Holy Cleric. Fan questions what kind of chance he is being offered, as the system window simultaneously provides information about the Holy Mountain Essence, describing it as a legendary quality consumable with unknown effects. Charles displays the Holy Mountain essence and declares that if Fan abandons his allegiance and devotes himself to his master, he will gain supreme holy power. Fan contemplates the nature of the Holy Mountain essence, realizing that this potent energy is identical to the fallen corpse essence and deducing that Charles must have used it to convert Chenghen and Musashi. Charles urges him to join them, insisting that doing so would prevent an unnecessary battle. Fan scoffs, questioning what allegiance Charles is referring to, dismissing the notion with amusement and asserting that he is nothing like him. Charles retorts, demanding that he stop pretending and questioning how he dares to look down on them. Fan remarks that even with this power, Charles has merely reached the level of his dragon pet's summoned creatures. Charles remarks that it seems negotiations have broken down, then turns to Chenghen and Musashi, reminding them that they had sought revenge for being killed last time. Now is their chance. Musashi responds that he has been waiting for this moment and vows to make Fan pay double for all past grudges before charging at him with the support of the Holy Mountain Golem. Fan swiftly draws his bow and arrow to counterattack, thinking that these individuals have willingly enslaved themselves to the ancient gods, abandoning all dignity. He launches a continuous barrage of attacks, but Musashi blocks them, dons a mask, and declares that the wise submit to circumstances. Someone like Fan is destined to die by his blade. He further suggests that Fan join the Holy Mountain slaves, claiming that serving under them might be the only way to spare his life. The system window then issues a notification about the Oni mask, revealing that wearing the demon mask transforms the user into a vengeful Oni. Each time he takes damage, his normal attack damage increases by 10%, while his attack speed rises by 30%, stacking up to 6 times. Charles warns that if Fan refuses, they will kill him and turn him into his own Holy Mountain Golem. Fan, unfazed, recalls the countless minions of the ancient gods he has slain in the far north and scoffs at the audacity of the Holy Mountain slaves threatening him. He acknowledges the situation, but his thoughts remain resolute. None of them will be alive. Musashi, however, laughs and remarks that Fan is finally showing obedience, assuming that the divine power of the Holy Mountain must have instilled fear in him. Fan commands Zio to switch to Destruction Dragon form, determined that none of the three will leave this realm alive, as he aims an arrow at Musashi. The system window notifies about the current dragon, identifying it as a black dragon, and announces the form shift into Destruction Dragon. Zio hurls lava flames at Musashi, who scoffs at the attempt, asserting that no surprise attack will catch him off guard and that Fan will never defeat him again. The system window issues a notification about Lava Flame, explaining that it continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing the user. Fan leaps onto the Holy Mountain Golem with his sword just as Chenghen launches an attack against him, laughing and declaring that no matter how much he struggles, his death is inevitable today. Fan, unfazed, remarks that the two of them are overflowing with arrogance before calling out, summoning Zio Fei. He recalls that the Flying Dragon King has evolved into a formidable fallen corpse dragon due to the influence of the fallen corpse essence. As he contemplates this transformation, he wonders if Charles' Holy Mountain essence carries the same power. Resolute, he affirms that the lives of the 3 Holy Mountain slaves, along with that essence, will soon belong to him. The system window issues a notification about lava eruption, describing it as a spell that engulfs the target area in flames, forming a lava pool. Any targets caught within the pool gradually sink into the magma while suffering continuous heavy damage. Fan invokes dragon language magic, commanding lava eruption, as Zio roars and unleashes a torrent of lava upon them. The system window then notifies about dragon language resonance, explaining that when both the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Pet cast the same dragon language magic, the power of that magic increases by 100% for both. Charles, Musashi, and Chenghen, unable to withstand the intense heat of the lava, desperately attempt to escape. Meanwhile, Zio taunts them, demanding that they stop summoning these weaklings and summon something capable of rivaling his dragon pet. Charles, frustrated, wonders if Fan fails to realize that he has already summoned his strongest entity, the Holy Abyss Excavator. Zio sneers at his exhaustion, pointing out how weak he appears, already panting after just a few attacks, and sarcastically suggests that he take a break. Charles seethes at the humiliation, questioning how a dragon that is barely level 30 and not even fully matured could possess such overwhelming power. Fan smirks, remarking that he never expected Charles to be so generous in personally delivering them to him as easy points. Charles calls him an arrogant fool, declaring that he will pay for his ignorance. He retrieves a giant cross and activates the Flame of Divine Punishment. The system window issues a notification about Flame of Divine Punishment, stating that the Holy Cleric releases sacred flames at the target, inflicting 500% holy damage while causing the target to suffer an additional 20% holy burn damage every second for the next 10 seconds. Fan questions if that is all, remarking that Charles' master does not seem particularly impressive if he cannot even injure him with that attack. With the support of Dragon Annihilation, he emerges unscathed. The system window then notifies about Dragon Annihilation, explaining that it transforms the arm into a dragon claw, delivering 6 rapid strikes and allowing remote casting. When synchronized with the dragon pet, both simultaneously unleash the spell's damage. Charles, enraged, removes the chain from around his neck, calling Fan a foolish idiot. He shatters the chain and proclaims that he will now reveal the true power of the ancient gods before activating his skill. Fan mocks him for charging up and immediately launches an arrow at him, asserting that he will not allow it. The system window notifies about the Serpent Arrow, detailing that the Serpent Bow can fire 12 magical arrows without the need to draw the bow, with each arrow dealing 20% damage. Fan acknowledges that although it is merely a projection, it still contains the power of the ancient gods, making it even stronger than the Nine Realms demon. He activates Dragon's Encouragement, prompting the system window to issue a notification explaining that Dragon's Encouragement boosts both himself and his dragon pet, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. Zio roars as she checks her profile, noting that her level has reached 38. Her contract remains bound to the Black Dragon, and her attributes have significantly increased. Her strength, initially at 9,782, has risen to 12,717. Her agility, which was 18,137, has surged to 23,578. Her spirit, previously at 39,252, has increased to 51,028. Her stamina, starting at 2,382, has now reached 26,497. The system window issues another notification about Shadow Serpent Arrow, explaining that the Serpent Bow can charge for 3 seconds to unleash a Shadow Serpent Arrow, increasing its damage by 500%. A separate system window follows, notifying that the current charge duration has reached 1 second. Fan hurls a serpent arrow toward Charles and commands Zio to prepare for lava eruption. The system window issues a notification confirming the current dragon as Black Dragon and indicating that lava eruption is in the process of charging, with its current charge duration reaching 2 seconds. Charles, in response, undergoes a transformation into his powerful form and charges toward Zio and Fan to launch an attack. Zio counters by unleashing lava eruption, blocking his assault. The system window issues a notification detailing the lava eruption, explaining that it engulfs the target area in flames, creating a lava pool. Any targets caught within the pool will gradually sink into the magma, while sustaining continuous heavy damage. The system further confirms that the charge duration has reached 3 seconds. Fan follows up by launching another serpent arrow, this time combining it with lava eruption. The system window notifies about the fusion of lava eruption with Shadow Serpent Arrow, stating that it engulfs the target area in flames, creating a lava pool in which enemies will gradually sink while taking continuous heavy damage. The power of this combined attack has been amplified to 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit attribute. The force of Fan's attack results in a massive explosion. However, Charles remains unfazed, declaring that the power of the ancient god's projection far exceeds this. He then retaliates, launching a counterattack against Zio and Fan. In response, Zio activates her form shift, evolving from Black Dragon into World Ender. The system window issues a notification confirming the Black Dragon's form shift to World Ender as Zio activates the transformation to launch an attack. Another notification follows, detailing World-Ending Roar, which unleashes a devastating roar, inflicting massive damage on all targets within range and applying a vulnerability effect. Simultaneously, Fan fires another serpent arrow at Charles. The system window provides details about the ability, stating that the Serpent Bow can fire 12 magical arrows without the need to draw the bow, with each arrow dealing 20% damage. Another system window issues a notification regarding Ghost Side Demon Slash, describing it as a high-speed rotating wind blade that cuts through enemies within the target area, dealing physical damage. Zio presses forward with her attack, but before she can gain an advantage, Musashi and Chenghen arrive, swiftly joining the battle to assault them. Despite the growing opposition, Fan remains locked in combat with Charles and retaliates by using Flame of Divine Punishment. The system window issues a notification detailing Flame of Divine Punishment, explaining that the Holy Cleric releases sacred flames upon the target, dealing 500% holy damage and causing the target to suffer an additional 20% holy burn damage every second for the next 10 seconds. Fan reaches the crossroads when Chenghen remarks that without the support of his dragon pet, he is nothing, while Musashi asserts that they have succeeded. Charles states that as long as they can separate him from his dragon pet, his strength will undoubtedly diminish. Fan questions whether Charles is certain that he is the one who has fallen into the trap. Charles asks what he means, while Musashi dismisses it as mere arrogance. Chenghen insists that bluffing will not alter his inevitable defeat when the Nine Realms beasts suddenly appear. Charles, startled, demands to know when Fan summoned these demonic beasts. The Nine Realms beasts launch their attack, capturing them, as Musashi identifies them as Nine Realms demons. Fan declares that his opponent's thoughts have already been seen through. He deliberately feigned falling for the trap to follow along with the plan and divert their attention. Charles scoffs, asking if Fan truly believes he can defeat them with just a handful of fallen corpse puppets. Fan calmly replies that it is not merely a few and summons his entire army of beasts. Chenghen asks why he has summoned the Nine Realms beasts, while Charles wonders how he has managed to seize control of all the Nine Realms demons in such a short time. Fan questions who they believe will emerge victorious now. Charles declares that no matter how many corpse puppets he summons, he will never overcome them, the Holy Mountain Slaves and the Divine Sanctuary, when they activate that skill. The system window displays a notification about Divine Sanctuary, which bestows divine power, divine armor, divine agility, and divine will upon all allied units within range, doubling their attack power, speed, defense, and spirit for 60 seconds. Musashi and Chenghen cry out in agony as the divine flame of retribution sears through their bodies. The system window provides details on the divine flame of retribution, stating that the holy priest unleashes sacred flames upon the target, dealing 500% holy damage and inflicting divine burn for the next 10 seconds. Chenghen and Musashi conjure a fire-based attack to break free from the grip of the Nine Realms beasts, launching a counteroffensive that forces them back. The system window then notifies them about Phantom Reaper Slash, a technique that releases high-speed, rotating wind blades, slicing through enemies within the target area and inflicting devastating physical damage. Charles states that the Nine Realms demons, corrupted by corpse magic, amount to nothing more than this. Chenghen questions whether Fan truly believed he could use the same trick to defeat them so easily. Musashi remarks that after being baptized by the Holy Mountain's essence and empowered by Charles, they are no longer who they once were. The system window displays a notification about Emerald Dragon, indicating that it has shifted its form to Eternal. Fan asks whether they believe using buffs makes them invincible, asserting that compared to his dragon companion, they are far from it. The system window then notifies about Emerald Dragon Bloodline, which doubles the effectiveness of all abilities for dragons and their bonded allies. Faye lets out a thunderous roar as Fan commands him to activate Pulse of Life. The system window provides details on Pulse of Life, explaining that it applies Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing to all allied units within range, doubling the effect stacks. Another system notification follows, detailing Emerald Blessing, which grants 6 stacks of Emerald Dragon Aura, enhancing the next 6 attacks. As all beasts unleash a mighty roar, the system window further announces the activation of Emerald Light, which applies 36 stacks of Emerald Blessing, removes all debuffs, and increases all attributes by 30 to 60%, with each stack negating 1 out of every 2 instances of damage. All beasts, including bears and wolves, let out thunderous roars as the skill takes effect. The system window displays a notification about Emerald Blessing, which applies 3 out of 12 stacks of Emerald Dragon Aura, enhancing the next 3 out of 12 attacks. Another system window follows, detailing Emerald Light, which applies 3 out of 12 stacks of Emerald Blessing, removes all debuffs, and increases all attributes by 30 to 60%, with each stack blocking 1 out of 2 instances of damage. Zio roars as Charles launches Jaw Strike to attack him. Zio attempts to evade the assault, but Chenghen exclaims that it is impossible. The Holy Mountain projection, empowered by Charles, has actually been defeated. Fan tells them to open their eyes, declaring that the real excitement is just beginning as he summons Dragon Domain. The system window immediately displays a notification about Dragon Domain, explaining that it unleashes a 10-meter wide field. Within this domain, all dragons and their bonded allies experience a 50% increase in attributes, while non-dragon entities suffer a 50% reduction in attributes and become unable to move, teleport, or summon within or outside the domain. Chenghen asks what a domain is, while Musashi exclaims that it is impossible. A mere level 30 class advancement should not be capable of using domain skills. Charles dismisses it, declaring that even if it is a domain, he will tear through this illusion of strength as he activates the Divine Flame of Retribution. The system window displays a notification about the Divine Flame of Retribution, stating that the Holy Priest releases sacred flames upon the target, dealing 500% holy damage and inflicting divine burn for the next 10 seconds. Charles asserts that he will show them the vast difference in power between them. But before he can react, Fan flies directly toward his head and summons his Beast Eagle, which soars toward Charles to launch an attack. Charles is stunned by the sudden assault and questions how his attack, even with a 500% damage boost, was effortlessly neutralized by a basic counter. Musashi, sensing something unusual, remarks that their attack power has weakened drastically. Chenghen realizes that he has lost his connection to his summoned beasts. As the eagle strikes, Charles struggles to block the attack, but his eyes widen in realization. He exclaims that it is not just them who are getting weaker, the beasts are growing stronger. He recognizes that the domain suppresses enemies while empowering allies. Musashi and Chenghen were now gripped with fear, frantically shouting that they must escape. Fan asks whether they truly believe they will not die here, just as Charles evades the attack and seizes a fire feather. Charles declares that he had originally intended to spare Fan's life, offering him the chance to serve the ancient god of the Holy Mountain, just as he does. However, he deems Fan far too uncontrollable. He then proclaims that Fan's death will serve a greater purpose as a Holy Mountain puppet. Without hesitation, he summons the Holy Mountain puppet and unleashes endless holy light to strike him down. The system window displays a notification about endless holy light, explaining that it channels the ancient god's power, inflicting continuous holy damage and imprisoning the target in light. After 5 seconds, the light explodes, dealing 200% damage and applying an unremovable holy mark, which causes the target to lose 5% of their maximum HP per second. Meanwhile, Mr. Han and Zhao observe the battle on screen. Zhao turns to Han and questions whether Fan could truly be that strong. On the battlefield, Charles drops to his knees, his voice trembling as he mutters that it is impossible. Chenghen and Musashi also collapse to their knees. The system window then notifies about Eternal Guard, a skill that creates a protective barrier shielding all targets within its range. The durability of the barrier scales with the Eternal One's vitality and regeneration ensure formidable defense. Charles asks how anyone could survive a direct hit from the ancient god's essence, while the system window displays a notification about Emerald Dragon Bloodline. The ability doubles all skill effects for dragons and their bonded allies, grants immunity to debuffs, and enhances self-regeneration by 5,000%. Fan remarks that it seems that was Charles's final strike, and now it is his turn. The system window then notifies about intimidation, explaining that the Black Dragon unleashes an oppressive aura, inducing fear, immobilization, and dizziness in all enemies within range. Zio roars fiercely, and an overwhelming sense of terror grips them. Chenghen clutches his ears in agony, exclaiming that the sound is unbearable, while Musashi desperately pleads for it to stop. Chenghen, realizing their dire situation, urges the others to form a contract of the abyss immediately, insisting that if they die, they might still be resurrected. Without hesitation, Fan strikes Musashi, declaring that this time, there will be no return. Musashi collapses before him, his body lifeless. Chenghen, overcome with shock, cries out in disbelief, insisting that he can no longer feel Musashi's presence. His voice trembles as he refuses to accept what has just happened. Chenghen asks why he cannot establish a connection with his summoned beast and becomes frightened, staring at his hands. As Charles approaches him, he grasps Chenghen's hand and urges him to sign a contract, insisting that he must not die here. Chenghen refuses, claiming that he cannot. Meanwhile, Fan launches an attack on him and dismisses the conversation, stating that it is pointless to talk to Chenghen as he can no longer revive him. He explains that aside from Chenghen, anyone who enters the dragon domain loses the ability to use summoning techniques. Without a summoned beast, Chenghen cannot form a contract with him. At that moment, the system window notifies him of additional points being added to his profile, bringing his total to 79,16,318 plus 5,19,776. Charles reflects that before encountering Fan, he had never imagined he would be driven to such a desperate state. Both of them serve the ancient gods, yet Fan possesses far greater strength. He laments that this was originally meant for him, but his blinded eyes failed to recognize true divine grace. With a desperate prayer to his Lord for mercy, he pleads for strength to purge the sins of the blasphemer. Channeling his holy mountain essence, he prepares to receive divine assistance. Fan asks whether he truly believes he is a fool, allowing him time to prepare before attacking. As Charles screams, the holy mountain essence is thrown into the air. Fan mocks him, questioning whether he has abandoned his loyal servant to escape alone. Even Chenghen cannot escape using his abilities, yet Charles, a mere parasite dependent on others, believes he can. Rising into the air, Fan thinks to himself that he has waited for so long, and now, at last, he has obtained a complete piece of the holy mountain essence. Moments later, someone announces that the points for Star Country, the Taiki Kingdom, and Secure Country have disappeared from the leaderboard. Another person exclaims that they are all dead, and the Dragon Nation representative single-handedly eliminates the top three. A crowd of spectators stares at the screen, where the rankings display Fan in first place and Andre in second. Meanwhile, Zhao is also stunned by the results, while Jin, in disbelief, mutters that it is impossible. Mr. Han glances at him as Jin turns away, lost in thought. He struggles to comprehend the situation. If they were all killed, how is he supposed to explain this to the Jin family? Chenghen was their only hope for the future. For this trial, the entire Taiki Kingdom had devoted its national resources, yet now he has been eliminated. Zexi arrives, and tentacle-like strings wrap around Jin, who becomes terrified. A person asks whether his son is truly dead. Jin, acknowledging his failure, accepts whatever punishment is decided for him. He explains that the Dragon Nation representative is too powerful, and despite his repeated attempts to intervene, he is unable to stop him. He adds that even Charles from Star Country and Musashi from Sakura Country perished at his hands. Zexi, suddenly understanding the unease he felt earlier, realizes the truth. He removes his hoodie and tightens the strings around Jin's neck, causing him to scream. Zexi demands to know what Jin had promised him before the trial. Now, with his beloved son dead and the Taiki Kingdom defeated, Jin dares to tell him that it was simply because the Dragon Nation representative was too strong. Jin pleads for another chance, but Zexi throws him aside and declares that the representative must not be allowed to leave the Taiki Kingdom alive. After the national trial, any means necessary must be used to keep him there. He states that he will gather 4 old friends, and just as they once defeated the abyssal demons, they will ensure his disappearance. Jin immediately agrees. Meanwhile, Fan grasps the holy mountain essence and remarks that he has killed 3 people just to obtain a single stone. The system window displays information about the holy mountain essence, classifying it as a consumable item with unknown effects. Fan wonders what will happen if the corpse demon dragon devours it. What kind of evolution will it undergo? Determined to witness its power, he tosses the essence into the sky. The earth blood demon seizes it and swallows it. A brilliant light bursts from its body as it initiates evolution, illuminating the surrounding earth demons. Fan and Faye watch in astonishment as the transformation unfolds before them. The scene shifts to the Trial of Nations' secret realm, specifically to the lava volcano within the Dragon Nation's territory, as the system window notifies about the acquisition of 2 new skills, Holy Light Gate and Holy Light Blessing. Fan observes the Earth Blood Demon and the Corpse Demon Dragon soaring above their heads. Faye lets out a roar and deduces that the Corpse Demon Dragon's second evolution has granted it 2 new abilities. The system window provides further information. stating that the corpse Holy Dragon has reached level 35 and has acquired several skills. The first skill, Dragon Breath, enables the dragon to exhale a powerful breath at a designated target, inflicting magic damage. Any target eliminated by this breath is resurrected as a corpse puppet and fights for the user. The second skill, Dragon Assault, allows the dragon to encase itself in corpse demonic aura armor before charging at high speed, dealing significant damage to its target while negating 99% of incoming damage and reflecting all skill effects. The third skill, Holy Light Blessing, releases the essence of the Holy Mountain, forming a sacred aura that enhances all allied targets within a 100-meter radius. This aura boosts their primary attributes by 30% and restores 1% of their maximum HP every 15 seconds. The fourth skill, Holy Light Gate, channels the essence of the Holy Mountain to open a dimensional portal, allowing the dragon and all corpse puppets to teleport to a designated location. This skill remains unrestricted by distance, domains, formations, or planes. The fifth skill, Dragon Language Unleashed, grants access to the ancient dragon language, modifying the dragon's abilities. Dragon Breath evolves into Dragon Language Magic, Forbidden Dragon Curse, while Dragon Assault transforms into Dragon Language Magic, Doomsday Descent. The sixth skill, Corpse Control, enables the dragon to manipulate, transform, summon, and recall corpse puppets at will. The energy of deceased puppets returns to the corpse Holy Dragon, reinforcing its dragon bloodline and reducing all incoming damage by 75%. Fan considers that Holy Light Blessing utilizes the essence of the Holy Mountain to grant a 30% attribute boost along with continuous healing. Although the healing effect does not match Zio phase, he believes that this 30% boost is sufficient to significantly enhance the corpse puppet army's strength, making it capable of easily flattening a small country. He assesses that the Holy Light Gate is an extremely valuable ability. In the past, summoning the corpse demon dragon required the presence of both Zio Fei and himself. But now, with this ability, the corpse Holy Dragon can be sent out and recalled at will. He wonders whether it can evolve further with the addition of more ancient god essences. The thought of the twin demon dragon's final form excites him more and more. At that moment, he receives a system notification indicating an important notice: the Trial of Nations end vote has been initiated. He questions the meaning of the end vote and realizes that only 6 participants remain alive. Since Andre has also voted in favor, it seems that all surviving participants wish to avoid fighting him. Faye and Zio glance at the system window, and Faye asks Zio to explain the message. Zio responds that it means they can return home. Fan selects agree on the screen and declares that the match should be ended. The system window updates, confirming that the majority vote has surpassed the number of remaining survivors and the Trial of Nations has officially concluded. The system window notifies that rewards have been distributed based on each representative's current score, and all participants must claim their rewards before leaving the secret realm. Zio laughs and remarks that she had predicted it correctly, affirming that she was right. Faye responds by praising her, saying that she is amazing. Fan expresses his excitement, stating that this is the moment he has been anticipating the most. Considering that this super-secret realm had attracted 23 countries, he wonders what kind of first-place reward could possibly be granted. He receives a ring and examines it, questioning what it is. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that it is a legendary quality level 95 piece set. Even a single piece activates the set bonus, and the belt included in the set even contains a built-in skill. He further analyzes its effects, discovering that when all 5 pieces are equipped, the user transforms into the Golden Dragon King, unlocking 3 additional skills. If the other pieces also possess unique skills, he deduces that he would be able to completely adopt the combat style of a blazing dragon warrior. The system window then provides detailed information about the will of the blazing dragon warrior, confirming that it is of legendary quality. The level requirement is 90, and the class requirements include Dragonblood Warrior, Blazing Dragon Warrior, and Dragon Rider. The item grants significant attribute enhancements, plus 1248 strength, plus 1256 agility, plus 608 spirit, and plus 1667 endurance. Its special effect, Golden Dragon Shield, enables the user to unleash the Golden Dragon King's shield, blocking incoming attacks, reducing damage, and boosting strength, agility, and spirit by 40%, while endurance increases by 100%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. 1 out of 5 unlocks the remaining bloodline power, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit increase by level 50, while endurance increases by level 200. The mounted state cannot be entered while transformed. 3 out of 5 further unlock the bloodline power, granting Judgment Wings and Boiling Blood skills during transformation. 5 out of 5 fully unlock the Golden Dragon King's power, granting the Supreme Shield skill during transformation. Fan considers a level 40 skill book that copies dragon language magic, realizing that he can learn it immediately. With this skill, he will not have to learn different dragon language spells individually. He believes he only needs to copy his dragon pet skills to effortlessly trigger dragon language resonance. The system window notifies him about dragon language replication, a legendary quality skill book. The class requirement includes Dragon Tamer and Dragon Language Mage, while the level requirement is 40. Its effect allows the user to copy and cast their dragon pet's dragon language magic, with power depending on the user's attributes. Fan wonders why the final reward is a random expansion pack. The system window notifies him about the Scroll Expansion Pack, a legendary quality consumable. Its effect is that upon use, it randomly grants 3 scrolls of rare quality or higher. The system window notifies again that Will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior and Dragon Language Replication, +1 skill book, have been obtained. Fan thinks to himself that even world-class Secret Realm rewards contain such randomness. The Taki Kingdom truly knows how to design these mechanics. He then wishes himself good luck as the system window notifies him about the usage of Scroll Expansion Pack +1. The system window notifies again about the Summon Slot Expansion Scroll, an epic quality consumable. Its effect expands the slot for pets, summoned constructs, or contracted creatures by 1. Another system notification follows, informing about Enhancement, Quality Enhancement, an epic quality consumable that upgrades the quality of a target item or equipment by 1 tier, up to Legendary Plus. Fan takes out all the items from the box and acknowledges that this is actually quite valuable. These 3 scrolls are difficult to find, even at the Tianhua auction house. The system window then notifies about Enhancement, Level Removal, an epic quality consumable whose effect removes the level requirement of a target item or equipment. He considers that the Summon Slot Expansion Scroll has arrived at the perfect time, allowing him to hatch the Blue Dragon Egg before his 3rd class change. The system window notifies that Summon Slot Expansion Scroll +1, Enchant, Level Removal Scroll +1, and Enchant, Quality Upgrade Scroll +1 have been acquired. Fan thinks that removing the level requirement will allow him to equip the belt immediately instead of waiting until level 90. The system window then notifies about the usage of Enchant, Level Removal Scroll +1. Another system window appears, notifying about Will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior, a legendary quality item whose level requirement has changed from 90 to none. The class requirements include Dragonblood Warrior, Blazing Dragon Warrior, and Dragon Rider. His strength increases by 1,248 points, agility by 1,256 points, spirit by 608 points, and endurance by 1,667 points. Its special effects include Golden Dragon Shield, which unleashes the Golden Dragon King's shield to block attacks, reducing damage and increasing strength, agility, and spirit by 40%, while endurance increases by 100%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. 1 out of 5 unlocks the remaining bloodline power, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit increase by level 50, while endurance increases by level 200. The mounted state cannot be entered while transformed. 3 out of 5 further unlock the bloodline power, granting Judgment Wings and Boiling Blood skills during transformation. 5 out of 5 fully unlock the Golden Dragon King's power, granting the Supreme Shield skill during transformation. Fan feels genuinely curious about how much Legendary Plus improves over regular Legendary. He decides to upgrade his weapon before demonstrating the use of his skills. The system window notifies about the usage of Enchant, Quality Upgrade Scroll +1. Another window appears, notifying that the Meteor Fire Sword has been upgraded from Legendary to Legendary Plus. Its level requirement has increased from 30 to 40. As a forged weapon, its strength increases from 256 points to 416 points, while agility increases from 204 points to 344 points. Its special effect, Meteor Fire Enchantment, enhances fire skills, increasing their damage by 50% to 60%. Additionally, fire damage is stored in the sword and released in the next attack. The system window notifies that the meteoric Blazing Star Sword and Will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior have been equipped. Fan acknowledges that these two pieces of equipment have elevated his strength to an entirely new level. With Dragon Language Replication and Dragon Language Resonance, he believes he can cast spells like a Dragon Curse Mage. He also notes that the Blue Dragon Egg now has an available slot for hatching, marking another advancement in his Dragon Rider strength. As he focuses on the Supreme Belt, he feels the power of the Blazing Dragon Warrior coursing through him. More than that, he senses the overwhelming presence of the Golden Dragon King's power. The system window then notifies that the set effect has been activated. 1 out of 5 unlocks the remnants of the Bloodline power, transforming him into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit increase by level 50, while stamina increases by level 200. However, while transformed into the Golden Dragon King, mounting remains unavailable. The scene shifts to Taki Kingdom, Jinia City, within the National Trial Arena, where Fan arrives. A news broadcast announces that the Dragon Nation representative, Lu Fan, who secured rank 1, has returned. Amidst the crowd, a woman excitedly asks if the Dragon Nation representative is present and requests his signature. Another woman exclaims, demanding that Fan of Dragon Nation return her prince. A reporter asks Fan how he feels after defeating 3 opponents in a row, while another reporter inquires whether, now that he has secured first place, he has anything to say to the Jin family. At that moment, Mr. Han and his subordinates arrive. Zhao steps forward and instructs everyone to step aside, stating that Fan is not accepting interviews at the moment before pushing the reporters away. Han greets him with a smile, welcoming back the hero of Dragon Nation. Recognizing them, Fan calls out to Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han, acknowledging his return. Han congratulates him on securing rank 1 in this year's national trial. He remarks that in the past, they only needed to secure a spot in the top 3, but they never expected Fan to bring them such a monumental surprise. As he speaks, he firmly grasps Fan's hand. Zhao praises Fan for his hard work, commending his exceptional performance over the past half-month. He notes that not only did Fan take first place, but he did so with an overwhelming advantage. Han then hands Fan a badge. Curious, Fan asks what it is. The system window notifies that the Griffin Core Gold Military Medal, a legendary quality accessory, has been obtained. Han smiles and explains that Tu Jing initially promoted him to the silver badge, but now he is absolutely certain that Fan deserves the gold badge. Fan reflects on the gold badge, recalling that a comrade from the Griffin Corps once mentioned that only 8 individuals possessed it. He remembers his friend explaining that it was a prestigious military medal. Old Lu had needed at least a bronze badge to qualify as a captain, and above that were the silver badge and the gold badge. Within the Griffin Corps, only 8 individuals held a gold badge, and if Lord Tu was absent from the barracks, those 8 were in command. Han nods and confirms this, stating that from now on, Fan will be the 9th and youngest holder of the gold badge. With this gold badge, he now holds a significant status. In the entire Dragon Nation, only the 3 elders and Jing rank above him. Zhao adds that in Dragon Nation, this gold badge is equivalent to the status of a national guardian hero in Taki Kingdom. The Griffin Corps values him highly, as does Old Han. He tells Fan that he is on the path to greatness. The system window notifies that the Griffin Corps Gold Military Medal +1 has been obtained. Fan acknowledges the honor and expresses his gratitude for their recognition. After a while, Jin announced that this year's national trial had officially come to an end, congratulating all representatives who had successfully made it out of the secret realm alive. He states that he will now announce the final results of this year's national trial. The individual who has secured the first rank in this year's national trial is the representative of the Dragon Nation Fan. He declares that Fan has achieved a total score of 8,436,994, occupying 91.8% of the total points. He believes that the one who has secured the second rank is Andre, the representative of the Snow Country, with a total score of 725,629, occupying 6% of the total points. The third rank has been claimed by the Zhenhuo Nation. Han remarks that not only has Fan secured first place with a massive lead, but he has also claimed over 90% of the total score, an impressive feat indeed. Fan responds that Han is flattering him, as this result is within his expectations. Han then states that he is exhausted and can no longer stand. He will go and rest first and advises everyone else to rest early as well before walking away. Zhao tells him to take care of it, to which Han replies in agreement, mentioning that they will be returning to the Dragon Nation the following morning. He also informs them that the three elders have prepared a national-level reward for him. Han dismisses the matter, while Fan, surprised, inquires about the three elders and the national-level reward. Zhao comments that Fan has truly hit it big this time. That night, the scene shifts to the VIP hotel room in Jinyu City, where Fan gazes at the badge and acknowledges that the 9th golden insignia elevates his status, making him second only to Senior 2. The system window notifies him about the Griffin Core Gold Military Medal, a legendary quality accessory. He reflects that, according to Zhao, he now possesses enough authority to make Ruan Changfeng kneel and apologize before him. The golden insignia truly lives up to its reputation. Meanwhile, Xiao, Fei, and Chen lie in his room, resting. Rising to his feet, Fan states that, for now, he will put away the golden insignia. The main event comes next. Xiao watches him intently as he retrieves a scroll, expressing that he has waited far too long for this moment. At last, he can unlock a slot to hatch the blue dragon egg. The system window notifies him that the pet slot expansion scroll has been used, increasing his available slots by 1. With anticipation, he declares that it is time for everyone to witness the blue dragon egg. The system window provides details on the blue dragon egg, though its level remains unknown. Another notification follows, outlining his existing contracts, the first with the Black Dragon, a legendary creature at level 38, the second with the Emerald Dragon, another legendary beast at level 35, and the third with the Starry Sky Dragon, whose legendary status stands at level 29. The fourth contract slot, however, remains unfilled. Fan asks whether they are ready to welcome a new member as the three of them gather around him, their expressions filled with concern. He seats himself near the blue dragon egg and activates the taming technique to subdue the dragon. The system window notifies him that the dragon taming technique enables the domestication of dragon-type creatures. As the egg begins to crack, they all watch in astonishment. A blue dragon emerges from within, its form gleaming under the room's light. The system window updates with details regarding the fourth contract, confirming the successful bond with the blue dragon at level 1. His attributes are displayed. His strength reaches 151 points, agility stands at 368 points, spirit surges to 1394 points, and endurance measures 338 points. Additionally, he possesses several formidable skills. Roaring Thunder unleashes a thunderous roar upon the target area, summoning a storm zone that inflicts devastating lightning damage while paralyzing enemies caught within. Heaven's Punishment Tribulation locks onto an enemy and releases high-speed, consecutive punishment lightning strikes, dealing immense electrical damage. Thunder Spring channels ceaseless magical energy, enabling the blue dragon to cast all dragon language magic without cooldown limitations. Lastly, Blue Dragon Bloodline grants extraordinary resilience by reducing all incoming attribute damage by 50%. Providing complete immunity to debuffs and enhancing self-recovery ability by 500%. Xiao assumes that this is a male dragon, while Fan, filled with excitement, exclaims in admiration. They have finally acquired a handsome little one, and judging by his current appearance, his future dragon form will undoubtedly be magnificent. He notes that the dragon possesses an exceptionally high spirit stat, making him a top-tier lightning magic damage dealer. The thought of combining their abilities using Blue Dragon King's roar fills him with anticipation. Suddenly, the blue dragon bites his finger, causing Fan to cry out in pain. He demands to know why this little one is so aggressive. Xiao and Fei rush to assist him, but Chen bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Before long, the blue dragon turns on Xiao, sinking his teeth into her as well, prompting another startled scream. Fan observes the dragon's fierce nature and concludes that he will undoubtedly be troublesome in the future. He only hopes that he will not be as rebellious as Cheng. Assessing the dragon's abilities, he notes that this little one comes equipped with 2 lightning-based dragon language magic skills. Roaring Thunder consists of a single damage phase, yet it functions as an area attack with a control effect. possibly similar in type to Blue Dragon King's roar. Heaven's Punishment Tribulation serves as a single-target lightning damage skill with lock-on and tracking capabilities, ensuring that enemies cannot evade it under any circumstances. He considers that the most crucial ability is Thunder Spring, which allows the Blue Dragon to cast skills without cooldown. Fan acknowledges that he now has a solid understanding of the dragon, and decides that it is time to name this fiery little creature. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragon lets out a roar at Chen, who is sitting nearby. Fan questions why this little one is so possessive over food and urges Chen to return the eggshell, telling him to stop playing around while he focuses on naming the dragon. In response, Chen roars back and knocks the Blue Dragon to the ground. After some time, they all sit calmly together when Fan remarks that choosing a name is always a difficult task. He notes that the dragon's abilities revolve around thunder and punishment, and given that he is a blue dragon, he suggests the name Little Blue. However, the dragon seems unimpressed. Fan understands why it does not suit his powerful potential. Considering the dragon's fierce temperament and the immense damage output he will have in the future, Fan proposes the name Abao and asks for the dragon's approval. The Blue Dragon roars in response, and Fan concludes that he must like it. He declares that from now on, his name will be Abao. Immediately, Abao takes flight around the room, teasing everyone as they scream in protest. Fan sighs as he observes Abao biting anyone he encounters. With Chen already being difficult to manage, he realizes that handling Abao as well will only add to his stress. The system window notifies Fan of his reward, congratulating him and confirming that today's T treasure map has been sent. He recognizes this as the long-awaited God-tier treasure map, something he has eagerly anticipated. Meanwhile, at the western border of Dragon Nation, within the Yi family manor, a news broadcast announces that this year's national trial champion is none other than Dragon Nation's representative, Fan. Miss Yi watches the broadcast and remarks that she has no doubt about Fan's victory. With the weapon she entrusted to him, neither the number of times his opponents have reincarnated nor their overwhelming strength could pose a challenge to him. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit overtakes her, and she spits out blood. Struggling to steady herself, she mutters that the Huang family has truly employed ruthless methods. A servant arrives and calls for Miss Yi, informing her that the situation is dire and that the Huang family has come once again. She inquires about their purpose, and the servant responds that they are still seeking Yunshui Mountain. Miss Yi states that Yunshui Mountain has belonged to the Yi family for nearly a century, yet the Huang family repeatedly attempts to seize it. It is evident that they are merely fabricating excuses to chip away at the Yi family's holdings. The servant replies that, now that the Yi family is without a leader, the Huang family has already taken too many resources and still refuses to stop, using old debts as a pretext. Miss Yi remarks that, despite being a noble family of the Western Territory, they resort to such disgraceful actions. She then asks about the Dragon family and whether they have sent any response. The servant informs her that the Dragon family has remained silent. Frustrated, Miss Yi slams the table in anger, calling them a pack of ungrateful wolves. As she does, she suddenly coughs up blood again. Alarmed, her servant urges her to calm down and be mindful of her health. Miss Yi dismisses the concern, stating that she is fine. She then instructs her servant to take her to meet the Huang family members, determined to witness firsthand just how shameless they can be. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she steels herself for the confrontation ahead. The scene shifts as Fan soars toward Yunshui Mountain. While in flight, he glances at the system window and selects Sea of Death, a secret realm with a level requirement of 70 and above. Its difficulty is classified as Nightmare, with a player limit of more than 5. The description indicates that it is a newly discovered desert secret realm located within the Forest of Divine Bones, on the border between Taki Nation and Dragon Nation. He considers how the national level reward granted by Elder Han arrived at the perfect time. The scene then transitions to Jinyu City International Airport, Taki Nation, where Fan arrives and recalls his earlier conversation. He had requested 460 secret realm resources, from which he was allowed to select 10. Elder Han had assured him that, as a national level reward, these 460 secret realms had been gathered from across the world by Dragon Nation's high authorities. Han also emphasized that ordinary people could never obtain them, regardless of how much they paid, and asked Fan to choose anything he needed. Fan reflects on the selection. Though all the realms are level 60 and above, they would provide little benefit to him, which feels somewhat disappointing. However, as he continues browsing, he states that the Sea of Death is the exact location marked on the divine treasure map he obtained last night. Elder Han notices his reaction and asks if he has found what he wants. Fan nods and responds that he will take the Sea of Death while passing on the rest. He then highlights the Sea of Death on the screen. Han acknowledges his choice with approval, but warns that the secret realm is located at the border. To ensure a smooth expedition, he will have Vice Principal Zhao dispatch a team to scout the area and establish a teleportation point for him. Han thanks Elder Han but informs him that his return to Dragon Nation will be delayed. He has an appointment with Andre and cannot refuse his hospitality. Han chuckles and assures him that it is not a problem and that he will return first. As for the remaining 9 selections, Vice Principal Zhao will choose some high-experience secret realms on his behalf. Zhao arrives, steps closer, places a hand on his shoulder, and asks what he is thinking about. He then reminds him, Rank 1, that it is time to disembark. Fan nods and responds in acknowledgement. Upon reaching his destination, he steps off the plane and is immediately greeted by a lively atmosphere. The crowd welcomes him warmly, with one person exclaiming, Warrior Fan, welcome. A triumphant return for the representative of Dragon Nation. Another remark is that Fan looks incredibly cool, while a third person eagerly asks if he would be willing to give an interview for their station. A fourth individual confirms his identity as an alumnus of Dragon Capital Academy. Fan inwardly sighs at the overwhelming attention. Zhao notices his discomfort and smirks, and offers to help him slip away to the academy unnoticed. Fan shoots him a look and says, Zhao, stop teasing and just rescue him already. The scene shifts half an hour later to Dragon Capital Academy, where Zhao sighs in relief and says that, finally, there is some peace and quiet. Back on the familiar campus, this sense of calm will likely last for another 10 days to half a month. He advises Fan to rest instead of attending classes for now. Once the teleportation gate to the Sea of Death is established, he will come to retrieve him. Han arrives, waving at him, and exclaims that he is finally back. Another woman smiles and greets him. Welcome back, Rank 1. Fan looks at them and asks why they are acting like this as well. Han suddenly sobs and says that Fan had him so worried. He watched the live broadcasts every day, and so many people had been after his life. Fan reassures him, saying that he returned safe and sound. Seeing a truly concerned ant figure among them, he finally feels a deep sense of relief. He is home. Before leaving, Zhao assigns him 4 tasks: eat, sleep, take care of his dragon pet, and spend time with family and friends. Ying then mentions that he arrived much later than the Academy's expected return time and asks if anything unexpected happened. Fan responds that nothing went wrong. He had simply met a Snow Nation brother who had invited him to a banquet before his departure. Another lady states that Fan has turned bad. He has even started drinking. Meanwhile, a member of the Qiu family remarks that Sister Han is overreacting. However, Tao insists that she is not, emphasizing that the people of the Snow Nation drink themselves to death. He reflects on how, after experiencing Auntie's cooking again and reuniting with everyone, all the exhaustion from his journey has vanished. He wonders how Senior Sister is doing and whether she knows that he has achieved Rank 1. Meanwhile, in Jinyu City, in the reception hall of the Jin residence, a man sits in his office and asks if the information is accurate. Jin confirms that it is absolutely true, reporting that their informants at Jinyu City Airport have verified that Fan is heading to the Sea of Death's secret realm. He acknowledges this, noting that the Sea of Death is located in the Forest of Divine Bones, on the border between their Taki Nation and the Dragon Nation. He then orders the mobilization of the God Slayer Legion and the War God Legion to be stationed there. Jin, startled, questions the decision, asking if deploying 2 of the 3 strongest legions of Taki Nation is not excessive. In response, Zexi coldly inquires whether he dares to suggest it is too much. He swiftly pulls out his strings, tightening them around Jin's neck. Struggling, Jin immediately concedes, saying that he obeys. Zexi releases him and declares that, for his son's revenge, even utilizing the full power of the nation is not excessive. Jin collapses to the ground, quickly affirming his understanding. Meanwhile, another individual issues an order for the legions to ambush Fan at the secret realm, stating that he will personally lead the other 4 guardian heroes to eliminate him. In the morning, at the entrance of the Sea of Death dungeon in the Forest of Divine Bones, located at the border between the Dragon Nation and the Taki Nation, the dungeon opens, and the girls' group enters. Tao laughs, remarking that she never expected that one day, Fan would become the first person to challenge a national-level dungeon. The very thought is insane. Qiu adds that if it were not for Fan, they would not have had this opportunity at all. Han wonders if there are any ingredients in this place that are suitable for cooking. Meanwhile, Fan contemplates the Sea of Death, knowing that he will soon encounter his fifth dragon. However, his attention shifts as he notices the presence of Taki Nation's people and questions why they are here. Teacher Gu explains that ever since the teleportation array began construction in this area, personnel have been deployed along the border. However, their numbers remain low, so there is no need for excessive concern. The girls turn toward her and call her Teacher Gu, while Fan also looks behind and questions her presence. She reassures him, saying there is no need to be nervous. The academy had concerns that something might go wrong, so she was sent to assist him. She further adds that if he encounters any problems here, he should feel free to seek her help at any time. Fan acknowledges that the academy has truly thought ahead, while Qiu expresses her gratitude for taking such good care of their Fan. Tao, however, grumbles that comparing people only frustrates him. If this is what it means to be a top student, then it is truly infuriating. Qiu quickly urges her to lower her voice. Teacher Gu instructs them to follow her, stating that she will lead them to the dungeon entrance. After a brief walk, they arrive before the dungeon's gates. She turns to Fan and tells him to enjoy this moment of reward to the fullest. As morning breaks over the Sea of Death dungeon, a skeletal warrior emerges. Fan watches the figure approach and remarks that he did not expect this dungeon to have a gatekeeper. Tao steps forward confidently, assuring Fan that there is no need for him to intervene and that the group will handle this monster. Fan questions whether she is certain, just as a system notification appears, identifying the creature as Tyrant's minion, Adhesive, a level 65 elite monster. The system further details its skill, Spirit Bone Slash, describing how the Adhesive Flame Warrior swings its massive sword, infusing it with death energy to deal 150% physical damage while inflicting a corrosion effect on the enemy. The experience points for defeating it are recorded as Tenna, 260. Tao smirked and reassured Fan, stating that he should not assume he was the only one who had been improving over the past 2 months. Qiu confidently states that they should just watch as the system window displays a notification about water split. The skill allows the wielder to swing their sword and release 4 chains that lock onto a target, preventing escape. The restrained enemy suffers continuous water damage and experiences a reduction in both movement and attack speed for 8 seconds. As Tyrant attacks with water split, Ying swiftly counters by using her Frost Sword to freeze him. The system window updates, notifying that the Frost Sword is of superior quality, with a weapon level of 14. It is a class-exclusive weapon for sword masters and possesses a special effect, Frost, which deals ice damage while reducing the target's movement speed by 30%. Qiu follows up with Starry Annihilation, striking her magic staff into the ground. The system window registers the activation of the skill, which summons Holy Light to inflict massive magic damage on all enemies within range. Additionally, the Holy Light burn effect is applied, causing affected enemies to suffer continuous light damage per second, while having their magic resistance reduced by 20% for 6 seconds. Fan observes the battle unfold and praises their flawless execution, calling it beautiful. Han responds, acknowledging that everyone is well aware of the widening gap between them, which is why they have been training relentlessly every day for the past 2 months. Tao smirked and asked if their teamwork was seamless, while Ying firmly declared that they possessed the ability to fight alongside Fan and would not be a burden. Fan reassures them, stating that they are already exceptional. Taking down a level 65 elite monster, while barely surpassing level 30 is an achievement that ranks among the best, even within Dragon Capital Academy. Suddenly, he draws the Serpent Arrow and warns them to stay alert. The system window immediately updates, detailing the weapon's ability, Serpent's Arrow. The Dark Serpent draws its bow and fires 12 magical arrows, each delivering 20% damage. Fan throws an arrow at the Tyrant, while Tao is surprised to witness it. Han instantly considers the gap between them, realizing that taking down 8 elite monsters is a significant feat. Fan states that he cannot allow his comrades to be harmed, as they are important to him. Tao reflects that she must have appeared foolish just now. Han acknowledges Fan's words and immediately asks about his dragons, urging him to summon them so they can level up together. Fan summons his dragons while they continue fighting among themselves and mentions that he has recently acquired a new dragon, though its temperament is far from ideal. Kyu expresses disbelief, realizing that Fan now possesses 6 dragons. Han firmly grasps Fan's hand and assures him that with him by their side, they have nothing to fear. He urges Fan to summon his new companion, eager to see what element it possesses. Kyu curiously asks if it belongs to the category of cute yet fierce legendary creatures. Fan thinks that if Abao causes trouble, he can simply retrieve him, and without hesitation, he opens his portal and summons Abao. Tao and Ying recoil in fear. Tao questions whether Abao always makes such an overwhelming entrance, impressed by his power. Ying marvels at the immense magical energy radiating from Abao as he arrives. Fan inwardly laments, wondering if she can ever keep a low profile. Abao lets out a thunderous roar, activating his thunderous roar skill to launch an attack on the tyrant. The system window displays a notification about thunderous roar, which targets a designated area, summoning multiple lightning strikes to create a storm zone. The ability inflicts massive lightning damage and paralyzes all enemies caught within the storm. Han asks if it could be the Blue Dragon King's roar and commands Abao to use that skill, instructing him to roar. Abao follows his instructions. The system window displays a notification about Blue Dragon King's roar, which releases a surge of lightning energy in front, dealing massive damage and inflicting paralysis. Subsequent attacks gain 20 stacks of electric charge, with each attack reducing the count by 1 and having a 20% chance to paralyze the enemy. When Abao uses Dragon Resonance, his attack burns the tyrant as well. The system window provides information on Dragon Resonance, which activates when a dual dragon rider and their dragon use the same dragon language magic. This synergy amplifies the spell's power by 100%, based on the combined strength of both the rider and the dragon. Fan acknowledges that, as expected, Abao's skill is indeed Blue Dragon King's roar, and when used in conjunction with his own, it successfully triggers Dragon Resonance. The system window then notifies that the Blue Dragon has leveled up to level 2, and that a Tyrant's Retreat Route Map fragment has been obtained as a quest item. Another notification appears regarding the dungeon quest, which requires collecting map fragments to reconstruct the Tyrant's retreat route and uncover his treasure. The current collection progress is noted as 1 out of 500. Han asks if Fan intends for them to search for the Tyrant's treasure, while the system window displays a notification about the Tyrant's retreat map fragment as a quest item. Ying explains that, in other words, by collecting 500 fragments, Fan can reconstruct the Tyrant's retreat route map and locate the treasure. Tao questions the necessity of gathering 500 fragments, exclaiming that the number is excessive. The system window updates with details about the dungeon mission, which requires collecting map fragments, assembling the Tyrant's retreat route map, and uncovering the Tyrant's treasure. The current progress stands at 1 out of 500. Frustrated, Tao urges Fan to take action immediately, suggesting that they should flatten the desert. However, Fan reassures her, pointing out that with the desert stretching endlessly around them, it is easy to fall into hidden traps without knowing what lies beneath the surface. Han then inquires if Fan has devised a solution. Without hesitation, Fan affirms that he has and states that they need someone to explore the path ahead. Without delay, he summons his remaining dragons. The system window promptly displays a notification about natural assimilation, which summons twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons. The level of the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon is equal to the user's level. The system window notifies about the Fallen Holy Dragon's level, which is 35. Its skills include Dragon Breath, which sprays Dragon Breath at the target, causing magic damage. Any target killed by the breath is resurrected as a Fallen Corpse puppet and fights for the team. Dragon Assault transforms the Fallen Corpse puppet into armor, wrapping around itself while flying forward, damaging the target. It offsets 99% of the damage received and, at the same time, completely rebounds the skill effect received. Holy Light allows the dragon to release the energy of the Holy Mountain, forming a holy aura. The main attribute of all friendly targets within a radius of 100 meters increases by 30%, and 1% of their maximum health is restored every 15 seconds. Holy Light Gate enables the dragon to release the energy of the Holy Mountain, opening the Holy Light Gate. It teleports itself and all fallen corpse puppets to the target location. This skill is not restricted by distance, domain, array, or plane. Dragon Language Unban lifts the restriction on Dragon Language magic. As a result, Dragon Breath is replaced by Dragon Language magic, while Dragon Assault is replaced by Dragon Language magic. Doomsday Fall. Corpse Control grants the ability to manipulate and transform fallen corpse puppets. The dragon can summon and recall them at any time, with the energy of the deceased puppet returning to the fallen corpse. Holy Dragon Bloodline reduces all damage received by 75%. He also summons his demon soldiers, who arrive and roar, while the system window notifies them about corpse control. This ability allows the control and transformation of fallen corpse puppets, enabling them to be summoned and recalled at any time. The energy of a deceased puppet returns to the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. The system window further notifies about the demon soldier fallen corpse, whose level is 75. Its skills include Zombie Tide, which increases the defense of all fallen corpses by 20% for every fallen corpse around it. Born to Die grants a 20% increase in defense every time it receives non-fatal damage. Hopeless ensures that every attack from the fallen corpse inflicts 1 to 2 additional instances of damage, with the additional damage being based on its current defense. Tao remarks that she must be dreaming, as he is actually capable of bringing these puppets out of the dungeon. Qiu comments on the overwhelming sense of oppression, while Ying questions how he managed to accomplish this. Fan explains that the fallen corpse Holy Dragon can open the Gate of Holy Light, teleporting itself and all fallen corpse puppets to the target location, and this ability is not restricted by distance, field, magic arrays, or plane. Ying remarks that this is far more powerful than the necromancer's hidden profession, while Tao asks whether he has brought out all the demons from the 9 realms. Fan states that he will not let go of such a useful thug. One of his beasts roars, causing all the girls to be frightened. Fan instructs them to clear the way. The system window notifies about the Tyrant Servant Skeleton, whose level is 65. Its skill, Bone Slash, allows the skeleton warrior to swing the giant sword in its hand, injecting death energy and causing powerful physical damage equal to 150% of its attack power. This attack also has a corrosive effect. A desert spider arrives and launches an attack on the tyrant. The system window notifies about the desert spider, which is a level 70 elite monster with 750 experience points. Its skill, Poison Sting, enables it to leap forward rapidly and stab the enemy with its sharp sting, dealing 120% of its attack power in physical damage. Additionally, it inflicts a poison effect, causing the enemy to lose 30% of its health per second for the next 5 seconds. The fallen corpses attack the spiders, while other beasts also engage in battle, attempting to defeat one another. Abao joins the fight, unleashing his roaring thunder against them. The system window notifies about Roaring Thunder, which roars towards the target area, summoning multiple thunderbolts to form a storm zone. This attack inflicts significant lightning damage and paralyzes enemies caught within the storm. Tao considers the situation outrageous. Although she remains pleased with the results of 2 months of special training, others can effortlessly clear the dungeon, making this world seem unlivable. The system window displays a notification of congratulations, stating that the host's coordinates match those of the god-level treasure map. The map has been successfully used, and Fan obtains the treasure box and sits beside it. He takes out a helmet, remarking that it is not a dragon egg. The system window then notifies him of the Fierce Dragon Warrior's will, specifying the level requirement as 90 and the occupational requirement as either Dragon Blood Warrior, Fierce Dragon Warrior, or Dragon Rider. The helmet grants an agility boost of 843 points, a strength increase of 81 points, a spirit enhancement of 337 points, and an endurance boost of 1,248 points. Additionally, it possesses special skills, including Gilded Body, an active skill that transforms the entire body into gilded form, rendering it immune to all damage but preventing movement, attacks, or skill releases for up to 3 minutes. During this period, the Gilded Body effect can be deactivated at any set moment. Another ability, 1 out of 5, unlocks the remaining blood power, allowing transformation into the Golden Dragon King, which increases strength, agility, and spirit by 50 levels and endurance by 200 levels. However, while in this transformed state, he is unable to enter the riding state. 3 out of 5 unlock a greater portion of the remaining blood power, granting the Wings of Judgment and the Boiling Blood skill during the transformation into the Golden Dragon King. At 5 out of 5, the full power of the Golden Dragon King is completely unlocked, bestowing the Supreme Shield skill during the transformation. Fan takes out another item, attempting to understand its purpose. He quickly realized that it was of exceptional quality, and there was no need for an upgrade, as it could be used directly. Simply pulling it out allows him to fight immediately. The system window displays a notification regarding the Shadow Dragon King's contract crafting diagram, a legendary special item. This contract enables the summoning of the Shadow Dragon King, Black Blade, to fight on his behalf for a duration of 1 hour. Additionally, the contract allows for the creation of a second Shadow Dragon King, Shen's Blade, which will be at the same level as the user. The required materials for crafting include Shadow Stone 0 out of 3, Ancient God Crystal 0 out of 1, Shadow Island Breath 0 out of 300, and Shadow Spring Water 0 out of 50. Fan calls for Faye, who lets out a roar as he marvels at the item, thinking it to be nothing short of a magical tool. He decides to let Faye use natural assimilation to consume the contract, believing that she will transform into something akin to the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. He concludes that it has now become a permanent summoning skill, making it indistinguishable from a dragon egg. The system notifies him of the completed quest and the successful collection of 500 out of 500 fragments. It then prompts him to choose whether he wants to synthesize the Tyrant's Retreat route map, offering the options of yes or no. Simultaneously, a system window informs him that the Emerald Dragon's level has increased to level 36. He remarks that he did not expect the process to be completed so quickly and clicks on yes. Moments later, the Dragon Army and the Taki Army confront each other. A soldier from the Dragon Army steps forward, attempting to halt the advancing forces, and warns them that the secret realm is currently in use, instructing them to stay away. However, Tai ignores the warning and slashes the soldier's body with his sword. A guard fires into the air, raising the alarm and declaring an enemy attack upon witnessing their leader's death. Teacher Gu overhears the commotion and wonders what has happened as the enemy army launches a sudden assault, killing those in their path while people cry out for help. As she processes the situation, a wounded soldier collapses onto her. She catches him and urges him to be careful. With labored breaths, the soldier informs her that the attackers are from the Taki army and urges her to flee, sending word of the attack back to Dragon Country. She acknowledges his warning, glances behind at the portal, and curses inwardly, and there is no opportunity to approach it. She has only one random teleportation scroll, and she needs it now. Without hesitation, she turns and dashes away. Tai pursues her, attempting to strike, but she evades his attack and swiftly retrieves the teleportation scroll. A system window appears, notifying her of the item's effects. The random teleportation scroll is a disposable consumable that can teleport the user to a random location within the current map. Meanwhile, Tai removes his eye cover and demands to know whether she has managed to escape. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the system window notifies him of a newly acquired skill, Emerald Mirror. Fan wonders whether Faye has gained a new ability. The system window provides further details about Emerald Mirror, stating that it selects a friendly unit and replicates 2 mirrored projections. These projections inherit all the abilities of the original unit, but retain only 30% of its attributes. Each unit can have a maximum of 2 mirror projections at the same time, and the effect is doubled for dragons or allies with dragon blood. Fan contemplates the skill's potential, realizing that it can actually create clones. Being attacked by 15 dragons simultaneously, such an assault would be unbearable, even for a god. He reflects on Faye's rapid growth, having barely reached level 30 yet already mastering Dragon Domain and Emerald Mirror, skills so heaven-defying that they have directly multiplied the team's combat power. In a way, Faye can now be considered the most powerful dragon pet. At that moment, the tyrant servants arrive, letting out deafening roars. The system window immediately provides information about them. Their level is 70, and they possess 14 on 253 experience points. Their skill, Nether Shadow Dance, allows them to swing their massive great swords, infused with death energy, dealing devastating physical damage equal to 200% of their attack power while inflicting a corrosion effect. Ying remarks that the synthesis of the route map must have triggered the boss's appearance, while Fan responds that at least they do not have to search for it, which saves them some trouble. The cursed tyrant also arrives, and the system window immediately provides details about him. His level is 80, with a nightmare level difficulty. His strength is 20,951 points. His spirit is 27,582. His agility is 28,034. And his endurance is 10,658 points. Ying inquires about the strategy for the battle, while Tao suggests allowing the demonic army to take the vanguard, after which his dragons can finish the fight. However, Fan dismisses the idea, stating that such efforts are unnecessary since Earth Berserker will handle everything. Tao acknowledges Earth Berserker's immense strength, but points out that the challenge is not limited to just an 80-level nightmare boss. There are also countless 70-level elite commanders. She questions whether he truly intends for Earth Berserker to fight alone. Fan asks why not and then calls on Faye, stating that it is time to demonstrate his new skill. The system window immediately provides details about Emerald Mirror, explaining that it selects a friendly unit and replicates 2 mirrored projections. These projections inherit all the abilities of the original unit, but retain only 30% of its attributes. Each unit is capable of having a maximum of 2 mirror projections simultaneously, with the effect being doubled for dragons or allies possessing dragon bloodlines. Faye roars and employs the clone technique to launch an attack on the cursed tyrant. Ying inquires whether it is indeed the clone technique, while Tao, surprised, remarks that it can actually generate 2 clones. He speculates that if all 9 are summoned, the total would amount to 27 clones. As all the clones roar, the girls are left in shock. Kyu exclaims that they are immensely powerful, while Han remarks that Faye's new skill is incredible. The cursed tyrant retaliates by using Desert Howl. A system window notification appears, providing details about Desert Howl. It generates a swirling sandstorm vortex within a targeted area, causing enemies within the zone to suffer attack power at 120% plus maximum HP at 1.5% as sand erosion damage per second. Additionally, their movement speed is reduced by 60%, and they are randomly struck by sandblade whirlwinds, launching them into the air. Han turns to Fan, asking what they should do now, while Kyu points out that they are trapped, with nowhere to gain footing. Panic sets in as they attempt to flee. Tao, struggling to maintain balance, exclaims that the ground is too unstable, and that she cannot even stand properly before she stumbles and falls. In response, Fan urges them not to panic and instead take a moment to regroup before summoning the Earth Berserker. The Earth Berserker launches an attack on the cursed tyrant as Fan urges everyone to watch its spectacular performance. The Earth Berserkers roar and strike again, unleashing the sky-shaking Clubstorm skill. The system window displays a notification regarding the sky-shaking Clubstorm, explaining that it generates a violent Clubstorm within a locked area. Enemies caught within the zone endure 6 consecutive hits per second, each dealing 100% attack power. This effect cannot be interrupted or avoided by any means. During the attack, their defense is reduced by 40%, and they suffer additional shock effects, which decrease their attack speed by 30%. The Earth Berserkers successfully knock out the cursed tyrant, and the group watches from a distance. Fan remarks that it was too easy, while Ying comments that, as expected, just when she thinks she has seen everything, he surprises her again. Tao asks if it is already over, admitting that she did not even see what happened. The system window notifies that the Death Sand Sea dungeon has been cleared. Fan wonders what kind of rewards the system will grant this time when a treasure box materializes before him. The system window then announces that Fan's level has increased to 42. Additionally, another notification appears regarding an enchantment level removal scroll, which possesses legendary quality. It is a consumable item that removes the level requirement from a target item or piece of equipment. Fan considers the level removal scroll exactly what he needs, as it spares him from the exorbitant costs of absurd upgrades. The system window displays a notification regarding another item, the Seeker Paper Doll. It is a special item with an effect that, upon use, provides guidance on the target's location. It can only be used by a job changer and has a total of 3 uses. Fan acknowledges its value, thinking that if Faye consumes it and cancels the usage limit, it will become the perfect tool for tracking and looting. The system window then notifies about another item, The cooking blueprint, flying ox leather candy. It requires an enchanted chef to use and grants knowledge on how to craft flying ox leather candy. Upon consumption, this candy provides a significant ability to fly for 2 hours. Another notification appears regarding Dawn Step, a platinum quality item with a level requirement of 30. It provides plus 101 strength and plus 374 agility. Its special effect grants the user high movement speed and enhances evasion capabilities for a short period. Successfully dodging an attack restores a portion of the user's health. The system window then notifies about another item, Tidal Blade, a platinum quality forged weapon with a level requirement of 30. It grants plus 216 strength and plus 198 agility. Its special effect allows the user to summon a water element shield for a short duration to block enemy attacks. The shield absorbs physical damage and inflicts water damage on enemies upon contact. Fan states that he will take the scroll and the paper doll, while the rest may go to whoever needs them. He adds that they can farm this dungeon multiple times, ensuring that everyone will eventually acquire the necessary equipment. He then asks if there are any objections. Ying responds that they will follow his lead, while Tao questions what they are waiting for and urges them to farm it again. Outside the portal, Tai stands near the portal door as his soldier arrives and reports that they have already sent men to capture the escaped woman. Tai instructs him to report to Lord Jin that the Godbone Forest has been completely purged. As soon as Fan emerges, he will be eliminated along with his accomplices in one swift move, a fact confirmed by his guard. At that moment, Zixi arrives and states that there is no need, as Fan is already present. Without hesitation, he kills a guard with his strings. Declaring that he swears to personally kill him, he watches as the others bow down and welcome him. In response, he orders them to make the scene appear as if it were the work of the ancient god-worshipping heretics, ensuring that the Dragon Nation never discovers their involvement. The scene shifts to the Vice President's office, where Zhao receives a call and remarks that it is strange he cannot get in touch with him. As he notices the call from the Dragon Border Defense Department, he answers and introduces himself as Zhao Xingming from Longdu Academy, inquiring whether their teacher, Guhan, is still at the Death Sand Sea Camp. The caller responds that the camp is currently in danger. Zhao immediately rises from his seat and demands clarification, to which the caller reports that the pagans have just attacked the camp. Confirming the attack, the caller further states that a notice has arrived from Taki State, revealing that over the past 6 months, pagan groups active across various nations have repeatedly targeted the Dragon Country's camp. This time, no one in the camp has survived. Shocked, Zhao questions how such a thing is possible, but the caller advises him to remain calm and reassure the teachers and students on campus, as the Border Defense Department is still in the process of verifying the news. Zhao acknowledges the instructions and responds with an understanding. The scene then shifts to Jin Mansion in Taki State, where Jin sits in his office and questions what is being verified, expressing doubt that Taki's credibility is being called into question. He then instructs his subordinate to inform Dragon Country that the Death Sand Sea is an extremely remote location, emphasizing that even if they were to send gods, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to reach it. Without further discussion, he orders the call to be ended. His secretary arrives and informs him that 2 letters have arrived from Dragon Country. He questions why she appears so flustered and why a letter from Dragon Country is so urgent. Bowing respectfully, she apologized and explained that the letters were from Han Feibai and Tu Jing before presenting them to him. Taking one, he opens it and asks what they have said. She reports that Han Feibai has accused them of failing to properly investigate the pagan incident. To uncover the truth, he has decided to entrust the matter to Jing. She further states that Jing has already deployed the Griffin Regiment, which is now assembling at the border. If a conflict arises, he hopes that Taki will understand. Irritated, he crumples the letter and remarks that their previous words were merely polite formalities. He had not expected them to take such a firm stance. Their words and actions clearly indicate that any interference will be treated as an act of war. His secretary hesitantly reminds him that they cannot afford to engage in battle against Dragon Country's Griffin Regiment. Jin asserts that Master Jinzexi's plan must not be obstructed. He instructs her to inform Tai of the god-slaying core and relay the message to the hero who protects the country. At the same time, he orders the deployment of the god-destroying legion to the border to delay the Griffin Regiment. As long as they manage to stall for enough time to eliminate Fan, there will be no evidence left. In that case, Dragon Country will be forced to focus its investigation solely on the pagans and will have no grounds to declare war against them. Bowing once more, she acknowledges the order and assures him that the mission to eliminate Fan will not be altered. Tao complains about the exhausting task of exploring the secret realm and suggests having a good meal and restful sleep. Qiu acknowledges that it is all thanks to Fan, who laughs and remarks that Tao would get tired even from walking. Qiu then inquires about the situation, while Tao questions whether everyone is dead. Ying observes the scene and calls Fan's attention to it, noting that their deaths resemble that of Charles, who had been defeated by him. The breath of life has been completely drained from them. She wonders if the pagans who worship the ancient gods have arrived to kill her. Fan dismisses the idea, asserting that he is not a pagan and that he cannot sense any power related to the ancient gods. However, he does detect an energy similar to Chenghen's. Ying reminds him that Chenghen has already been cleared. At that moment, another person enters and remarks that Fan lives up to his rank as number 1, sharp and perceptive. Ying immediately draws her sword and demands to know his identity. The man responds that it is unfortunate Fan's intelligence will not be enough to save him today. A system notification appears, revealing his profile. His name is Jin Zexi, and he is in the Hidden Combat class, level 97, Abyss Lord 4th. Fan quickly pushes Ying back and warns her not to act recklessly, informing her that the man is at level 97. He further notes that, like Chenghen, he possesses the breath of the abyss. Shocked, Ying questions whether he is truly level 97. Qiu turns to Fan and tells him that her father has recognized the man. He is Zexi, the hero who once protected the country of Taki. Fan demands an explanation, questioning what she means by that. As a prince, Chenghen is his son. Meanwhile, Park Yi-hyuk sits on a tree branch and mockingly asks Lord Zexi who he thinks he is, wondering if he truly needs to summon all of them just for this insignificant fool. The system window displays a notification regarding Yi-hyuk, revealing his profile as a hidden combat class, level 95, Wandering Sword Master 4th. He leaps down and scoffs, stating that this man could not possibly be a third-level player and suggesting that they simply let Tai eliminate him. At that moment, In Young arrives, remarking that they have been careless. Though this person is not of an exceptionally high level, he is capable of defeating their old acquaintance, the Nine Realms Demon. The system window updates with her profile, Lee In Young, Combat Class Level 95, Wind Walker 4th. A massive figure then approaches, causing the ground to tremble. Qiu, sensing the vibrations, wonders if an earthquake is occurring and urges Han to remain cautious. Tao, bewildered, asks what is happening. Hunseok soon arrives and dismisses the concern, stating that even if the enemy is the Nine Realms Demon, if they have slain it once, they can do so again. He adds that rumors claim this man possesses a true dragon in his hand, and his battle axe eagerly awaits the chance to be drenched in the dragon's blood. The system window then updates, displaying his profile, Beast Choi Hunseok, Hidden Combat Class, Level 96, Hellblood Axe 4th. Tao asks what is wrong with this while Black Robe Lu arrives as well. The system window notifies them about his profile, identifying him as Black Robe No Sang Hyun, a combat occupation level 95 lightning mage. Park Yi-hyuk remarks that Old Black remains the same, silent as ever. In Young comments that his name is Black Robe, but it does not matter. He is just a quiet and dull old man. Ying inquires whether these 4 individuals are like Zexi, heroes who protect the country. Qiu confirms that it should be correct, stating that they are the 5 heroes who safeguard the nation of Taki. He then asks Fan what their next course of action should be. Fan responds that it turns out these so-called heroes have massacred everyone in the camp, an unforgivable act. No one can be spared, and they must pay with blood. He summons Faye and commands him to come forth, urging the hero of the nation to kill him, otherwise, she will be buried alongside the innocent dead. Qiu warns Fan that all of them are masters above level 90, while Fan instructs Ying and Qiu to protect their aunt. They both acknowledge the order with an understanding. Zexi, calling them ignorant little devils, sends his strings to attack, while Yi-hyuk also rushes forward, commanding them to die. In Young releases a volley of arrows at them as well. Hunseok declares that he is a brat, destined to die, and lunges forward, attempting to strike with his axe. However, Fan swiftly leaps back just before the axe crashes into the floor. On the other side, In-young takes aim with an arrow and hurls it at him. Fan instructs Xiao Fei to prepare, prompting Fei to transform into her eternal form. She then activates the Emerald Dragon Bloodline and Eternal Guardian skills, creating a protective barrier around them. A system window notifies that the Emerald Dragon form has shifted to Eternal, enhancing the Emerald Dragon Bloodline so that all skill effects are doubled for dragons and those with shared bloodlines. Additionally, immunity to all debuffs is granted, and self-recovery ability is increased by 5,000%. Another notification follows, explaining that Eternal Guardian generates a protective barrier that shields all targets within it. The barrier's damage absorption is determined by the Eternal's health and self-recovery ability. In-young, stunned to see her arrow blocked by the barrier, exclaims in shock, questioning what has just happened. Fan begins charging his body with power and declares that if they wish to kill someone, they should come at him. He condemns their actions, questioning how they dare to slaughter the innocent people of the Dragon Nation. He vows to make them witness the annihilation of every single Taki Nation soldier under his command. Yi-hyuk advances to attack, mocking Fan by calling him a brat on the verge of death and questioning whether he truly has the audacity to say such words to Lord Jin. He then attempts to pierce the protective barrier with his piercing sword skill. A system window notification appears, stating that Piercing Sword, a technique of the Wandering Sword Saint, strikes the target once, with a 90% chance to pierce through and deal double damage while stunning the enemy for 3 seconds. However, Yi-hyuk is startled, realizing that the attack has failed to break through the barrier. At that moment, Hoon-seok commands Yi-hyuk to step aside, insisting that he will handle the situation himself. He then imbues his axes with the Blood Prison Axe skill and hurls them toward Fan in an attempt to strike him down. The system window notifies that Blood Prison Axe calls upon the power of the Hell Blood Axe's totem, allowing the wielder to hurl the battle axe, dealing 300% physical damage. Additionally, 25% of this damage is stored within the axe and applied to the next attack. Yi-hyuk scoffs, calling Fan nothing more than a coward hiding in a shell. However, the twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons intercept the axes, blocking the attack. Hoon-seok is visibly shocked and questions whether his strike was truly deflected. The system window then notifies that nature assimilation has been activated. The Dragon Bone Flute summon calls forth the twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons, with the Flying Dragon King's level adjusting to match the user's level. Fan steps forward as he repeats Yi-hyuk's words, questioning whether he was just called a coward. A radiant aura surrounds him as he instructs Ying to fall back and protect Auntie. Concerned, she asks about his safety, but without hesitation, he activates his Holy Light Gate skill. The Holy Light Gate opens, summoning an army of fallen corpse puppets. With unwavering resolve, he gives the command to annihilate them all. The system window notifies that the Holy Light Gate allows the fallen corpse Holy Dragon to release the energy of the Holy Mountain, opening the Holy Light Gate. This gate teleports the dragon itself, along with all fallen corpse puppets, to the target location. The skill remains unaffected by distance, domains, formations, or dimensions. Another notification follows, stating that Fallen Corpse Control grants full command over all Fallen Corpse puppets converted by the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon, and these puppets can be summoned or recalled at will, and the energy of any destroyed puppets returns to the dragon. As all Fallen Corpse puppets gather, Earthshade Demon acknowledges the command, addressing Fan as his master. Meanwhile, Hoon-seok, visibly shaken, questions what is happening. In-young, stunned, remarks that Fan has actually brought the 9 realm demons out of the secret realm. Zexi, unimpressed, dismisses the concern, stating that even if they have been released, they are nothing more than empty shells now. Black Robe, undeterred, reminds the group that they have defeated the 9 realm demons before and declares that they can do so again. Fei lets out a roar, spreading light from his emerald onto Fan. In response, Fan challenges them to demonstrate exactly how they plan to kill his 9 realm demons this time. As the fallen corpses encircle them, Yi-hyuk warns the others to stay alert, sensing that something is wrong with the 9 realm demons. At that moment, the Earthshade Demon Fallen Corpse roars, declaring its intent to eliminate the enemy before lunging forward to attack. In-young curses, realizing that the 9 realm demons have multiplied. Black Robe quickly identifies them as clones. The system window then notifies that Emerald Mirror has been activated. This skill creates two mirror projections of a friendly target, with each projection inheriting all of the original skills while retaining only 30% of its attributes, and the current number of clones is displayed as 18. Zexi remains composed and urges the others to stay calm, reasoning that since they are merely clones, their stats must be significantly lower. He then commands his Abyss Clower to strike the Earthshade Demon Fallen Corpse, shattering its body. The system window updates, displaying the current number of clones as 16. Zexi remarks that it is merely a trick designed to intimidate them, emphasizing that the clones are significantly weaker than the original. Hunsiak agrees, stating that Lord Jin is right and urging them to eliminate the clones first. Meanwhile, Black Robe notices a radiant glow emanating from Fan's body and questions what the brat is doing. He points out that from the very beginning, Fan has been enveloped in a strange light. Zexi, suspicious, wonders what kind of trick Fan is attempting now. A smirk crosses Fan's face as his form begins to shift. He transforms into the Golden Dragon King and taunts them, asking if they have finally noticed. He then reveals that he has been waiting for this skill to fully charge, and now they have no choice but to face their demise. The system window notifies that Will of the Fierce Dragon Warrior has been activated. The current set count is displayed as 25, triggering the set effect. At 1/5, the remaining power of the dragon bloodline is unlocked, allowing transformation into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit each increase by 50 per level, while stamina increases by 200 per level. Additionally, while in Golden Dragon King form, mounting is disabled. The system window notifies that the Dragon Rider class has reached level 42. Strength increases from 2216 to 4316, agility from 11798 to 3898, spirit from 2105 to 4205, and stamina from 2248 to 10638. Tao, astonished, questions whether Fan has truly transformed into a dragon. Qiu, equally shocked, exclaims that it is impossible. Black Robe looks up in disbelief, observing that Fan is not only controlling a dragon, but also undergoing a transformation into one himself. At that moment, In Young urgently calls for Lord Jin and Black Robe to assist them. However, she is captured by a fallen corpse. Struggling, she exclaims in disbelief, questioning why they are unable to harm them. Yi Hyuk attempts to block a monster's punch with his sword, and remarks that just moments ago, Lord Jin was able to slay the clones, but now it seems impossible. Meanwhile, Fan activates his Dragon Domain skill and remarks that with layers upon layers of buffs, even the 9 realm demons he once defeated would now be able to step on them. Additionally, he can receive double the buffs himself. The system window notifies that Dragon Domain has been activated, unleashing a domain with a 100-meter diameter. Within this domain, all allied dragons and those with shared bloodlines receive a 50% increase in all attributes. Conversely, all non-dragon enemies and those without shared bloodlines suffer a 50% reduction in attributes and are unable to enter, leave, or summon within the domain. Another notification follows, indicating that the Emerald Dragon bloodline has been triggered. All skill effects for dragons and beings connected through this bloodline are doubled. Additionally, Life Pulse is activated, granting Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing to all allies within range, with their effects stacking and doubling in potency. The system window further notifies that Holy Light Radiance has been invoked. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon releases the energy of the Holy Mountain, generating a sacred aura. All allies within a 100-meter radius receive a 30% boost to their primary attributes and recover 1% of their maximum HP every 15 seconds. The system window notifies that the Dragon Rider class has reached level 42. Strength increases from 4,316 to 13,811. Agility rises from 3,898 to 12,473. Spirit expands from 4,205 to 13,456. And stamina increases from 10,648 to 40,460. Zexi, shocked, questions how this is even possible. Fan responds by striking him with his claw, declaring that he is now destined to die. He attempts to retreat, thinking to himself that this situation is dire. However, Fan shatters his abyss into fragments and lands a devastating blow on him. Severely injured, Zexi crashes to the ground and reflects that he has actually lost. He wonders why Fan is so terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, In Young, grievously injured by a monster's claw, screams in agony, calling for Lord Jin to save her. A fallen corpse monster prepares to bite Black Robe, who also cries out for Lord Jin to save him. Jin Zexi, witnessing the chaos, thinks to himself that this is the power of a dragon tamer. He realizes that they should never have provoked him from the very beginning. They should never have done this. Fan transforms back into his human form and approaches Zexi, who lies injured on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Zexi admits that he underestimated him. Fan, standing over him, reminds him that with dragon domains still active, he will meet his end here, just like everyone else. He resigns, says that he has lost, and begs for a quick death. Drawing his sword, Fan remarks that killing a National Guardian hero will not stop the Taiki nation from coming after him. He then asks if he remembers what he had said before. Zexi, confused, asks what Fan is doing. With a cold expression, Fan swings his sword and declares that he will make him watch as he slaughters every single Taiki nation soldier under his command. Ying says that the 5 national heroes of the Taiji nation are all dead and wonders how this matter will be explained. Qi also comes closer to him and asks how he feels and whether there is any discomfort. Ying asks if they should hurry and clean up the scene. Zai sits beside a man to examine him and remarks that no one would have thought Jin Zexi, the leader of the 5 national heroes, would be killed so easily. Fan questions who said they were all dead. Qiu is surprised to hear this and says he is not considering another attack. Suddenly, a giant monster appears and roars. Fan summons all his dead warriors and declares that so many of his people from the Dragon Nation were killed, and he cannot allow them to perish so easily. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers waits outside the portal while the commander looks at it and thinks that the lords are all present. They quickly dismount from their horses, bow deeply, and report to their lord that Jin Zayan has sent word. The Dragon Nation already knows the teleportation array has been destroyed, and Han Feibai, together with Marquis Zhenbei and Tu Jing, has dispatched people toward the border. The commander thinks they are implying he has arrived too late, and judging from the scene, his lord must have already slain Fan. Fan asks who has given him the courage to attack the Dragon Nation. The commander looks at him in shock and asks if he is still alive. He orders his soldiers to kill Fan and also charges forward to attack. Lai strikes at him with his lightning spear while the commander, stunned, tries to block the attack. Everyone anxiously calls out to the commander. The commander looks at her and asks what she is doing. A soldier asks the commander if he is all right. Suddenly, Zexi attacks the soldiers and stabs them with his tentacles. The commander watches in shock and demands to know why he is doing this, while several of the tentacles move toward him as well. Fan looks at Zexi and says that it is, of course, because they have already become his dogs, as he removes his hood to reveal himself. The commander grows furious and asks if he dares to kill Lord Jin, declaring that he is seeking death. Fan says that Zexi could not withstand more than 2 moves against him. A warrior arrives at that moment and strikes a soldier down with his axe. Fan asks what strength the commander possesses to fight him with. The commander coughs and orders his men to kill Fan or torture him. Fan ensnares him with Zexi's tentacles and tells him to save his strength. He then asks what the commander is attempting to do. Fan declares that he will grant him 1 chance to speak the truth. The commander agrees to talk. Zexi beats him mercilessly while he insists, swearing to the heavens, that he has already revealed everything he knows. Fan and his companions listen to him calmly. Zai says she never expected that the Taiji nation, merely to kill Fan, would send not only the 5 national heroes but also 2 elite military legions. Qiu says there is no trace of Teacher Gu's body anywhere, and it seems he truly has escaped, just as he claimed. Qi asks Fan what they should do next, and the teleportation array has been destroyed. The Dragon Nation is thousands of miles away, and the Slaughter God Legion is stationed nearby. Ying asks if they should head to the border and join Marquis Zhenbei's forces. Fan explains that the random teleportation scrolls cannot carry them beyond the current map, and the top priority is to find Teacher Gu before the Slaughter God Legion does. The commander insists that he has already revealed everything he knows. Suddenly, several tentacles move toward him and stab into his body. He begins to bleed heavily and admits that he lied. Fan coldly states that he never promised to spare him. If the commander does not die, how could Fan face the fallen warriors of the Dragon Nation? Meanwhile, a paper doll drifts through the air and lands in the camp of the Slaughter God Legion, glowing brightly. In the command center, a man sits and remarks that by the time reinforcements from the Dragon Nation arrive, Lord Zixi will already have slaughtered that fool from the Dragon Nation. Another soldier replies that since the 5 national heroes attacked together, there should be no way they could fail to kill a mere second-class job changer, as he recalls the matter concerning Jin. At the Slaughter God Legion's camp command center, Zixi arrives, and everyone is astonished to see him. A guard addresses him as Lord Jin and reports to him that Commander Lai has already led his men to the Death Sand Sea and is expected to report back. He asks if Zixi has any clue about the situation. Suddenly, Zixi stabs him, killing him instantly, while the man struggles to understand what is happening. Zixi then stabs several other soldiers, and the remaining ones begin to flee in terror. A soldier cries out that Lord Zixi has killed the commander. Another shouts that he has killed one of their own. A third urges that they must escape quickly. They all rush toward the exit while Zixi spreads his tentacles to capture them. A soldier shouts to the others to move aside, but Zixi stabs more of them without mercy. Only 3 soldiers manage to reach the entrance. As they look outside, they see a dazzling light. From inside, another soldier shouts at them to run, demanding why they are standing at the entrance. At that moment, the 9-demon realm arrives together with several monsters. One of the creatures attacks a soldier, severing his arm, and the others are terrified by the sight. Zixi finishes the slaughter, stabbing the remaining soldiers, and calmly walks out as the 9-demon realm turns its gaze upon him. The scene then shifts to the Jin residence in the Taiji Nation. Jin Zayan stands in his office, holding the telephone. He calls someone and impatiently asks why the line is not being answered, why the person has not picked up yet. Finally, another man answers and introduces himself from the Slaughter God Legion's command center. Jin Zayan identifies himself and orders that his men be sent immediately to the Death Sand Sea instance. He demands that they meet Lai Tai and have him contact him at once. The man hesitates and replies that there is terrible news. He reports that the 9-demon realm is outside, and an explosion has just occurred there. Jin Zayan listens in panic and shouts into the receiver, demanding to know what has happened, urging the man to speak. He ends the call and wonders if something has gone wrong. He tells himself that someone must be sent immediately to confirm the situation. He stares at his phone, lost in thought. Suddenly, his secretary rushes into the room and reports urgent news. She informs him that the Extermination God Legion has failed to stop the Dragon Nation. One of the Dragon Nation's top experts is breaking through and preparing to force his way into the Divine Bone Forest. He demands to know what she has just said. At the same time, along the Taiji Nation Dragon Nation border, several enormous demonic bats circle around a ship. A group of warriors, mounted on eagles, engages them in flight. An old man observes the scene and announces that the Dragon Nation's Griffin Squad 78 has been ordered to investigate the foreign cult's attack on the Dragon Nation's camp, requesting that they be granted passage. A captain aboard the ship refuses and declares that this territory belongs to the Taiji Nation. Any unauthorized intruders will be regarded as aggressors. A man approaches him quietly and whispers that they are indeed the Dragon Nation's Griffin Squad, warning that to obstruct them might result in severe losses. The captain scoffs and says that the Griffin Squad of the Dragon Nation is said to be unrivaled, but if they are brought down, then the Extermination God Legion will rise as the foremost among the 3 great trump cards. He orders that everyone be notified to prepare for battle and commands that the instant the squad makes a move, they are to open fire. The old man sternly declares that the Dragon Nation's 3 elders and Marquis Zhenbei have already issued an official notice to the Jin residents. He warns them to allow passage immediately or be ready to bear the consequences. The captain orders his soldiers to open fire. They begin shooting at the eagles, forcing them to scatter in an attempt to escape. A warrior cries out that the Taiji forces have struck first. The old warrior declares that he will cover the advance toward their strike zone and moves forward. He evades the incoming fire, redirects it back toward the ship, and blasts apart part of its structure. The old man conjures a spear of fire and hurls it at the vessel. The spear explodes against the hull, and the captain, in disbelief, wonders how such a thing is possible. With a single strike, 3 warships are destroyed. A soldier shouts that the ship is sinking and urges everyone to flee. The captain stares at the fiery spear and realizes what it signifies. He thinks of the burning desolation staff, astonished that its wielder has appeared. He acknowledges in dread that this man's strength is comparable to that of the 5 national heroes, and that the extermination god Legion alone cannot stop him. At that moment, a sword floats in the air, and Wuxian descends to seize it. All eyes turn toward him as he speaks to the Taiji nation's army on the opposite side. She warns that if they insist on blocking the way, she will not hesitate to begin a massacre, and urges them to choose wisely. The scene shifts to the next morning in the Taiji nation, Jinyu City, where a news anchor announces breaking news. Reports indicate that the Divine Bone Forest near the nation's borders, as well as several nearby towns, have come under attack from an unknown beast tide. People begin to gossip about it, questioning what the beast tide means. Some whisper that it resembles the 9 Realms demons from the national trial. Others argue that the 9 Realms demons were sealed long ago by the 5 national heroes, making it impossible for them to have left the secret realm. The news broadcast continues, stating that among the beast tide, terrifying figures have been sighted that resemble the 5 national heroes. The Jin residence has already issued an emergency lockdown order. Confusion spreads among the people. Some ask what is meant by the 5 national heroes, others demand to know what the lockdown entails, and what will happen to the people in the towns near the Divine Bone Forest. Panic rises as voices cry that the 5 national heroes are attacking their own soldiers. Arguments erupt over whether these beings only resemble the heroes, as the report claims, or whether they are indeed them. Some insist that the figures are unmistakably Bai Yu and Lai Renine. The scene then shifts to Tianshu City, still within the Taiji nation, where another news broadcast reports that the 3 great legions are assembling at the border. Broadcasters urge all citizens to place their trust in the Jin residents and refrain from spreading unverified rumors concerning the 5 national heroes. A man says that a lockdown will not solve anything, and that the Jin residents must give an explanation. He demands to know why the 5 national heroes have betrayed their country. Others question whether the 9 Realms demons have truly appeared again, wondering if the sealing in the past was even real. The scene shifts to the front of the Jin residence, where people shout for Jin Zayan to come out. They demand to know why the 5 national heroes have betrayed the nation. Voices rise, claiming that the evidence is undeniable, as Lai Renine and the 9 Realms demons have been caught on camera attacking the southwestern town. Others accuse the Jin family of avoiding the issue, asking how the 9 Realms demons could have escaped from the secret realm. A guard steps forward and urges the crowd to calm down. He insists that the Jin residents will definitely provide an explanation and emphasizes that the government has not officially confirmed that the 5 national heroes have betrayed the nation. He begs the people to stop spreading rumors and circulating videos. Another protester shouts angrily for him to get lost, demanding that the Jin family come out and apologize. More voices echo in agreement, insisting that a lockdown is not a solution and that the Jin family must step down. Before long, chants rise from the crowd, repeating over and over, "Step down, apologize, step down, apologize." The scene then shifts to the Divine Bone Forest and the southwestern town, where a news broadcast reports that the protesters gathered outside the Jin residence remain furious, demanding answers regarding the 9 Realms demons and the 5 national heroes. Current estimates suggest that the death toll has already exceeded 10,000, while the border garrisons remain completely out of contact. The broadcast concludes that the 3 great legions are advancing in force to suppress the beast tide. The announcement urges everyone to follow the Jin residence's lockdown order and remain calm, assuring that evacuations around the Divine Bone Forest are proceeding in an orderly manner. Wuxian walks quietly through the area when a giant centipede-like creature appears before him. The beast declares, under its master's command, that all must die, and it lunges at the soldiers, slaughtering them mercilessly. Wuxian observes and thinks that Fan's little pet is still carrying out its orders, which means Fan must be safe. She realizes that her earlier worries were misplaced. It is not Fan who is in danger, but the Taiji nation itself. Yet, she cannot allow Fan to continue rampaging unchecked. The Jin family, she reflects, is merely a puppet on the surface. Suddenly, a fiery spear hurtles toward her. She narrowly evades it while attempting to retreat. As she moves, she thinks that if Fan draws the attention of the true rulers behind the scenes with his current strength, it will become far too dangerous. Even with many dragons at his side, that will not be enough to withstand such powers. He continues moving forward while dodging the relentless assault. The scene then shifts to the Jin residence when Jin stands near a window. overhearing the voices of the people gathered outside. Cries rise from the crowd, urging everyone to stay calm, while others shout in opposition to the lockdown, accusing the Jin family of deceiving the nation and demanding that they step down and apologize. They cry out that the 5 national heroes have betrayed their people and allied themselves with the 9 realms demons. His secretary approaches and reports in a low voice that the protests are escalating. Online criticism is overwhelming, and although reports confirm that the 3 great legions are assembling, the Slaughter God Legion has already. Jin reflects that no matter how carefully he had calculated, he never expected that damned Fan to actually release the 9 realms demons from the secret realm for revenge. The 5 national heroes once defeated the 9 realms demons, so why is Bai Yu now under Fan's control? As these thoughts trouble him, his secretary calls to him. He wonders whether it could be that the 5 national heroes truly lost, and if so, does that mean even the ruler of the Taiji nation has fallen? Jin orders her to alert the guards, have them strictly enforce the emergency lockdown, and suppress all protests and demonstrations. She hesitates, insisting that such an act would be an abuse of power. He steps closer, seizes her chin, and declares that the Taiji ruler is out of contact and suspected of rebellion. That means he now holds the highest authority within the Jin residence. He demands that she understand. She reluctantly answers that she does. He commands her to hurry, and she rushes out at once. He thinks to himself that this is a heaven-sent opportunity. During the lockdown, as long as he can find a new group of 5 national heroes to kill Fan, he will be able to completely erase both the 9 realms demons and the legacy of the original 5 heroes. He plans to pin the responsibility for releasing the 9 realms demons onto Jin Zexi, branding them as traitors. If all goes as intended, the Taiji nation and the Jin residence itself will belong entirely to him. The scene shifts to the Divine Bone Forest, where Fan calls out to Abao, commanding it to return and obey him. Everyone nearby trembles in fear, while Ying and Zai urgently warn the others to stay alert. A powerful blast shakes the ground, and from it emerges a colossal blue dragon. They all stare in shock as a system notification appears before them, announcing that the blue dragon's level has risen to level 10. Fan calls out to Abao, ordering it to return, warning that if it continues to cause trouble, he will deal with it himself. He summons Abao again, but Fei only roars in defiance and refuses to obey. Its attack strikes the group, forcing everyone to scatter in a frantic attempt to escape. Qiu shouts to Zai, urging her to move closer to safety. Zai exhales in relief and says that it was dangerously close. At that moment, the system window appears, notifying them of a newly acquired skill, Form Transformation. Fan stares in disbelief and wonders if such a thing is truly possible. Before their eyes, Abao begins to transform, its body expanding into a massive form before letting out a thunderous roar. Fan mutters in astonishment that Abao has managed to unlock a full dragon form at merely level 10, just as Zaioi had done back then. Abao roars loudly. The system window notifies that the contract with the Blue Dragon, a legendary entity, has been established. Its level is 10, its strength is 501 points, its agility is 738 points, its spirit is 4107 points increased by 2535, and its endurance is 717 points. A thunderous roar resonates, described as heaven's punishment and a cataclysmic thunder source, marking the awakening of the Blue Dragon's bloodline. A form transformation is initiated in which the Blue Dragon enters its growth phase, allowing free switching between 2 forms. The ability called 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse summons a storm that unleashes 3.3 million world-destroying thunderbolts in the target area through a Forbidden Dragon language spell. This skill is influenced by Thunder's favor but remains unaffected by the Thunder source. Another ability, Jumping Thunder, releases a lightning bolt that continuously jumps between enemy targets up to 10 times, with each jump increasing the damage by 30%. The Blue Dragon itself can act as an intermediary for these jumps. Under the effect of Thunder's favor, when in the world-destroying Thunder form, the power of the Thunder Orb can be switched, and the currently mastered Thunder Orb is the Crimson Orb. The system also notifies about the Baby Dragon form, in which all attributes and energy consumption are reduced by 50%, and the world-destroying Thunder form, in which spirit increases by 500%. In this form, the Blue Dragon transforms completely, gaining new abilities such as 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse and Thunder's Favor. Kyu says that although she has witnessed dragon transformations before, she still cannot become accustomed to the overwhelming pressure. Fan continues to look at Abao's profile window and thinks that both Abao and Xiaoi have unlocked form transformations, but each possesses only one dragon form. Abao's spirit has increased 5-fold, and it has also gained the Forbidden Dragon Language spell 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse, along with a new area chain skill, Jumping Thunder. From the name alone, it might be comparable to Xingcheng's Star Annihilation Light, making Abao a truly fitting name. The system window notifies about Thunder's favor. In the world-destroying Thunder form, the effect of the Thunder Orb can be switched, and the currently mastered Thunder Orb is the Crimson Orb. Fan reflects that it seems Abao's only dragon form specializes in the Thunder Orb, and if his guess is correct, the Thunder Orb should gradually grow and evolve. The system then notifies about the Crimson Orb. It increases the power of all blue dragon skills by 50%, and each time a lightning spell is cast, a thunder barrier is created at the target location, dealing additional damage to enemies who move within it. Fan asks Xiaoi what is wrong. Xiaoi looks ahead at several skeleton warriors who are rushing toward them. The system window notifies about the Divine Bone Revenant, which is at level 75, and its ability Divine Bone Reconstruction, through which the Revenant restores itself by reconstructing surrounding divine bones whenever it takes damage. It also possesses Gale Mark, which deals wind-based damage and marks the target, causing all subsequent damage dealt to the marked target to increase by 50%. Finally, it has Divine Bone Death Whisper, which activates upon death, transforming the Revenant into divine bone fragments. Ying says that it is an elite monster. He stops her and replies that there is no problem, as Xiaoi and Abao can handle them. Xiaoi moves toward the Divine Bone Revenant and attacks it, causing the creature to be injured and scream. Xiaoi then unleashes Thunderous Roar, which resounds across the target area, summoning a thunderstorm that strikes with multiple lightning bolts, dealing massive electric damage and paralyzing enemies within the storm zone. The Divine Bone Revenant counterattacks, while Xiaoi steps back to evade the strike. Xi warns everyone to be careful and not to get caught in the lightning. Kyu remarks that this lightning is on par with heaven's punishment and wonders if it could truly be. Ying asks about the red electricity, and Fan confirms it. Abao also roars and strikes the Revenant. Fan explains that this is precisely Abao's skill under the Crimson Orb. The system window notifies that the Crimson Orb increases the power of all blue dragon skills by 50%, and each time a lightning spell is cast, a thunder barrier is created at the target location, inflicting additional damage on enemies who move within it. Soon after, more Divine Bone Revenants appear, and Abao activates his powers to knock them down. Xiaoi and Fan witness this, and Fan calls out to Abao, urging him to return, saying there is no need to go that far. The system window then notifies about Heaven's Punishment Calamity, a skill that locks onto and tracks an enemy target, unleashing a high-speed continuous barrage of punishment lightning strikes that deal massive electric damage. Abao executes his lightning strike and defeats the Divine Bone Revenant. Xi admits that it frightened her, as she thought she was about to die. Han shields herself as well. Kyu also becomes frightened when an electric wave moves toward her. Fan quickly rushes forward, pulls her to safety, and asks if she is alright. She replies that she has no injuries. Xi exclaims that she almost got electrocuted. Han asks if Abao looks more out of control. Xi responds that it seems more like he is showing off. Fan remarks that Abao is being too reckless, and this recklessness will only delay their search for Teacher Gu. Suddenly, several spikes emerge and strike toward them, causing everyone to witness the attack in alarm. A blast echoes through the area, and Ying asks what the sound is. Abao roars as another skeletal demon appears and launches spikes at them. Ying questions what exactly it is. The system window notifies that Divine Bone Death Whisper activates upon death, causing the Divine Bone Revenant to transform into divine bone fragments. Fan observes the fragments and realizes that they are all pieces of the Divine Bone Revenant, gradually piecing together to form a massive bone dragon. The bone dragon lets out a roar. Abao moves toward it and roars back, while Fan shouts for him not to be reckless and to return. The bone dragon launches an attack, forcing everyone to dodge desperately. Xi exclaims that it is incredibly fast. Fan thinks that it has flown deeper into the Divine Bone Forest. Fan is still holding Kyu, and she asks if he can let go of her now. He releases her immediately and apologizes. Xiaoi pulls Abao's cheek and scolds him, saying that he was reckless just now and must return immediately. Abao insists that he should be allowed to go and kill it. Ying asks what the creature is, noting that it looks even more terrifying than the berserk bone dragon they had seen in the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Fan replies that it is most likely the undead leader of this place, regretting that he had not identified it sooner. He reflects that he cannot risk everyone's safety merely to satisfy his curiosity, and concludes that he must abandon the pursuit of this mysterious creature. He declares that they cannot afford any more distractions and must focus on finding Teacher Gu as quickly as possible. Xiaoki then activates his nature assimilation skill, and the system window notifies that nature assimilation initiates a search for the paper doll. Once activated, it provides directional guidance to locate the designated target for a certain duration. A paper doll appears, floating in the air, and indicates the path forward. Fan notices this and realizes that Teacher Gu's location lies in the same direction as where the mysterious bone dragon had flown. Several bone dragons arrive, and Xiaoi immediately attacks them. The system window notifies about Thunderous Roar, a skill that roars toward the target area, summoning a thunderbolt impact that forms a storm zone, dealing massive lightning damage and paralyzing enemies within its range. Fan wonders where the bone dragons are heading. Qiu remarks that the scene is truly spectacular, while Zai adds that she never imagined she would witness a dragon migration in her lifetime. The bone dragons continue to fly away, their bones breaking and falling as they move. Fan observes them and wonders what kind of power drives them to be so persistent. All the bone dragons head toward a towering mountain, with some falling and shattering into fragments along the way. The paper doll also drifts in that direction, guiding the group, and they follow it closely. Fan stands at the front, scanning the area, and thinks that this must be the destination. He wonders what secrets are hidden within the mountain. Ying points out that the paper doll has stopped in front of the mountain and questions whether Teacher Gu could be inside. Zai then exclaims that the divine bone revenant dragons appear to have merged with the mountain itself. Fan orders everyone to fall back, stating that he will open a path first. Zai cautions him to be careful and warns him not to harm Teacher Gu in the process. Fan activates his Dragon Claw, and the system window notifies that Dragon Claw transforms the arm into a Dragon Claw, with its power determined by the Black Dragon. Fan reassures the others, saying that they need not worry because he knows exactly what he is doing. He scratches the mountain with his Dragon Claw, and all the bone dragons begin flying once more. One of the group exclaims in alarm that the dragons have taken flight again. They turn to Fan and ask what they should do now. Qiu, overwhelmed, says that there are too many dragons and that they are surrounded. Fan calmly replies that there is no need to fear, as this is simply delivered upgrade material. Abao roars at the dragons. Fan commands Abao, Xiaoi, and Xiaoki to handle the battle. Xiaoi and Abao immediately charge forward, attacking and roaring at the bone dragons. The bone dragons roar in return, preparing to compete with them. The system window notifies about Blue Dragon Form Transformation, Cataclysmic Thunder Source. Xiaoi activates the Crimson Orb and strikes the enemies. The system window notifies that the Crimson Orb continuously sprays fire forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing the user. Abao roars again and unleashes Thunderous Roar. The system window notifies that Thunderous Roar is a skill that roars toward the target area, summoning a thunderbolt impact that creates a storm zone, inflicting massive lightning damage and paralyzing all enemies within its range. At that moment, someone arrives and commands sternly for the human to stop. Fan immediately thinks to himself whose voice it is. Judging by the reactions of the others, he realizes they cannot hear it. The mysterious voice continues, declaring that it speaks only to him, as the others are not qualified. Fan feels a familiar sensation and recalls the giant coffin in the extreme northern lands. He wonders if this voice could belong to an ancient god. The other being asks Fan if he is a servant of the divine bone revenant or of the sacred mountain. Fan wonders whether he should introduce himself before answering. The being then declares that he is the ancient god of divine bone. He warns that if Fan is connected to the revenant or the sacred mountain, he should leave at once and will be spared. However, if he dares to disturb his peace again, he will not be forgiven. Fan reflects that when he had fought Charles, The projection of the sacred mountain's ancient god had tried to kill him even though it recognized that he carried revenant energy. This proves that the ancient gods are not allies. He concludes that the entity is bluffing now, clearly having not regained its full power, though even in its current state, the strength of an ancient god cannot be underestimated. The being presses him again, saying that his patience is limited and that the human must make his choice quickly. The paper doll continues to float in the air, and Fan glances at it, thinking that Teacher Gu is still here. If he retreats now, she will surely die. Fan orders Zyuoki to activate Eternal Guardian for everyone, resolving that he has no choice but to fight if he is to save Teacher Gu. Zyuoki transforms into dragon form and roars. The system window notifies that it is the Jade Dragon's second form transformation, the Eternal One. It also notifies about Eternal Guardian, a skill that generates a protective barrier shielding all designated targets, with barrier absorption determined by the Eternal One's attributes and self-recovery abilities. Zyuoki creates the barrier, and the system window further notifies about the Jade Dragon bloodline, which doubles the effects of all skills for those connected by the dragon bloodline, grants immunity to all negative effects, and increases self-recovery ability by 5,000%. Fan steps forward and instructs everyone to remain inside and not to come out under any circumstances. Han asks what he is planning to do. Fan channels his power and declares that a formidable existence is about to awaken. He summons a star dragon, which appears with a thunderous roar. The system window notifies that it is a star dragon, with its form transformation identified as galaxy form. The other being asks if this is truly his choice. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, causing everyone to panic and look around in fear. Han asks if it is an earthquake, and Ying urges her to hold on tightly. The being responds coldly that since Fan insists on seeking death, they will all become his divine bone puppets. The star dragon advances to confront the divine bone clone, which roars in defiance. The system window notifies that the divine bone clone is at level 90, with a difficulty ranking of Nightmare. Its strength is 49 on 957, its agility is 48,334, its spirit is 40,592, and its endurance is 46,658. The system also notifies about the Eternal Corridor, a skill of the Divine Bone clone. It spreads its arms, forming 6 tornadoes, each with a diameter of 30 meters. These tornadoes move randomly within the target area and leave behind trails of erosion lasting 10 seconds. Targets caught in the trails receive a stacking debuff every 2 seconds, reducing their defense by 5%, up to 5 stacks. Within the tornadoes swirl curved bone blades, and targets struck inside the attack zone lose 15% of their HP with each hit. Divine Bone Reconstruction activates whenever the Divine Bone clone's body is damaged and loses 10% of its HP. It automatically restores its body using all divine bones in the surrounding area. For every 10% of HP restored, it permanently gains 5% maximum HP and 3% attack power. If HP recovery exceeds 50%, its body size increases by 10%. Soul Return to the Abyss triggers as all undead runes activate simultaneously, summoning massive soul whirlwinds. These whirlwinds pursue targets, inflicting heavy shadow damage upon contact and applying soul corrosion, which reduces the target's healing by 20% for 15 seconds. At the same time, bone spikes continuously rise from the ground, and any targets struck suffer 50% HP damage. Zai exclaims that it is enormous, far larger than Zyuoki. Fan realizes that this is merely a clone of the ancient god. The other scoffs, calling them insects, and declares that within this eternal corridor, they will all turn to dust. The system window notifies about the eternal corridor. The Divine Bone clone spreads its arms, generating 6 tornadoes with diameters of 30 meters. These tornadoes move randomly within the target area, leaving behind erosion trails that last for 10 seconds. Targets caught in the trails receive a stacking debuff every 2 seconds, reducing defense by 5%, up to 5 stacks. The tornadoes also contain curved bone blades, and any targets within the attack zone suffer 15% HP damage each time they are struck. The Star Dragon and Abao attempt to compete with the Divine Bone Dragon, while Fan also joins the battle to support them. Suddenly, Xingqian appears. Fan looks at her and wonders if she is unlocking a new form at this very moment. Fan looks at Xingqian and thinks that it has been so long, He once believed she did not possess a humanoid form. Everyone turns their eyes toward her in astonishment. Kyu exclaims that this is the first time she has seen Xingqian in such a form, while Zai remarks that she is just as impressive as she had always imagined. The other scoffs and declares that the ants should welcome their end. The system window notifies about Thunder's favor. In the end of the world Thunder form, the effect of the Thunder Jewel can be switched, with the current jewel being the Crimson Jewel. Abao activates his Thunder form skill, while Xingqian wields the Crimson Jewel. The system window notifies that the Crimson Jewel increases the power of all Blue Dragon skills by 50%. Each time a Thunder-based spell is cast, a Thunder barrier forms at the target's location, and enemies within the barrier take additional damage when they move. Xiaoi activates her Star Crush skill. The system window notifies that Star Crush generates a star and then shatters it to cause massive area damage, with its power determined by strength. She unleashes additional abilities as well. The system notifies about Roaring Thunder, a skill that roars across the target area, summoning a storm that devastates the region, dealing massive thunder damage and paralyzing enemies within the storm zone. It also notifies about Lava Blaze, a skill that continuously sprays fire forward, causing damage while simultaneously restoring health to the user. They all strike together at the Divine Bone Dragon, unleashing their combined powers in a violent blast. Yet the creature remains largely unharmed. The other scoffs, asking if this is the extent of their power, and declares their struggles meaningless. The Divine Bone Dragon roars in defiance and activates its abilities to counterattack. Fan immediately orders Xiaoki to use the Emerald Mirror. The system window notifies that the skill is not activated. Fan realizes it has failed. The other being laughs and calls them ignorant humans, stating that before the ancient gods, all illusions are destined to be shattered. Fan replies calmly, asking if that is so. He ignites his fire skill and mocks the creature, saying that it has relied on bone reconstruction to take the form of a dragon, which means this so-called ancient god likely does not even have a body, only a lingering trace of soul. The system window notifies about the will of the fiery dragon warrior, with the current set count at 2 out of 5. Another notification follows, revealing that the set effect for 1 out of 5 has been unlocked. The residual bloodline power activates, transforming him into the Golden Dragon King. His strength, agility, and spirit increase by 50, and his stamina rises by 200. During this transformation, mount riding becomes disabled. A Golden Dragon King manifests with a thunderous roar. The system window notifies about the Dragon Rider profession, currently at level 43. His strength is 2256 lower than 14415. His agility is 1241 lower than 3991. His spirit is 2151 lower than 4301, and his stamina is 2287 lower than 10887. The system notifies that the Black Dragon has switched into Destruction Dragon form and lets out a roar. The system window updates Xiaoi's status, level 39, contract with the Black Dragon. Her strength is 20,018. Her agility is 18,607. Her spirit is 19,915, less than 39,830, and her stamina is 20,924. Xingqian also transforms, roaring as the system window notifies that the Star Dragon has switched into Galaxy form. The Golden Dragon King declares that since the enemy longs for the body of a dragon, he shall show him what it means to face one. The other being responds that his arrogance will bring divine punishment, and that his ignorance will be offered up as a sacrifice in blood before launching an attack. The system window notifies about the Eternal Corridor. The Divine Bone clone spreads its arms, creating 6 tornadoes with diameters of 30 meters that move randomly across the target area. Their paths leave behind erosion trails that last several seconds. Targets caught on the trails lose 5% defense every 2 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. The tornadoes also contain arc-shaped bone blades, and each time a target is struck within the attack zone, it suffers 15% HP damage. Xiaoi rushes forward to attack while Xingqian supports her. Abao also activates his skills to assist in the assault. The system window notifies about Star Crush, which generates a star and shatters it to cause massive area damage, with its power depending on strength. The system window then notifies everything burns, as the Destruction Dragon flaps its wings and releases 4 fire tornadoes, dealing massive damage to all targets struck. Another notification follows, detailing divine punishment calamity, which locks onto and tracks enemy targets, releasing continuous high-speed divine thunder strikes that inflict immense lightning damage. The Golden Dragon King closes in on the Divine Bone Dragon and states that even if it possesses the body of a dragon, it still does not wield the true power of one, before capturing it completely. The other being exclaims that it is unforgivable and demands how he dares to harm the Supreme God. The Golden Dragon King crushes the Divine Bone Dragon, while the other declares that the fool deserves to fall into the endless abyss. Another bone creature emerges. The system window notifies about bone reconstruction, which activates whenever the Divine Bone clone's body is destroyed. Each time its health decreases by 10%. The skill automatically repairs its body with all surrounding bones, restoring 10% HP. With every restoration, the Divine Bone clone permanently increases its maximum health by 5% and attack by 3%. If HP recovery exceeds 50%, its body size increases by 10%. The Golden Dragon King remarks that the creature can repair itself using the surrounding bones as its source. If that is the case, he orders Xiaoi to activate Dragon Domain. The system window notifies about Dragon Domain, which expands a dragon realm with a diameter of 100 meters. Within this realm, dragons and those with dragon bloodlines have all attributes increased by 50%, while non-dragons or those without dragon bloodlines have their attributes decreased by 50%. Movement, teleportation, and summoning into or out of the domain are disabled. The other figure observes this and thinks it must be in isolation from external forces. The Golden Dragon King declares that within his domain, the enemy's skills are insignificant. He then conjures a massive fireball and unleashes it in a destructive blast. The system window notifies about dragon language reproduction, which replicates the dragon pet's dragon language magic and releases it, with power dependent on the user's attributes. Another notification follows about lava burst, which erupts fiery flames in the target area, forming a pool of molten lava. Targets within the pool gradually sink into the magma, taking massive damage over time. A third notification appears about dragon language resonance, which states that when a dragon rider and their dragon pet use the same dragon language magic, both their powers amplify the magic by 10%. The other figure laughs and thinks that burning his body is useless. As long as bones exist in this world, he can reshape his form. He questions whether the Golden Dragon King truly can end him, before declaring that they shall perish together. The system window notifies about soul return to the abyss. All undead runes are activated simultaneously, summoning a vast number of soul cyclones. These cyclones track their targets, inflicting heavy shadow damage upon contact and applying soul erosion, which reduces the target's healing by 20% for 5 seconds. At the same time, bone spikes continuously rise from the ground, striking targets and causing 50% life damage. Several demonic souls emerge and prepare to attack the Golden Dragon King. Xiaoi steps forward and blocks their assault with the Eternal Guardian skill. The system window notifies that Eternal Guardian generates a protective shield that shelters all targets within it. The shield's damage absorption depends on the Eternal One's health and regenerative ability. A bow also advances to attack. The system window notifies about 330 million Heavenly Thunder World Destruction, which summons a storm that releases 330 million world-ending thunderbolts within the target area through the dragon language forbidden spell. This skill is influenced by Thunder's favor, but is not affected by the Thunder source. The Divine Bone clone is once again shattered into pieces. The other figure vows that he will remember the Golden Dragon King and his dragons, declaring that one day he will reshape his body and destroy him. All dragons' levels increase as the system window notifies. Star Dragon's level rises to 30, Blue Dragon's level rises to 11, and Emerald Dragon's level rises to 38. Fan thinks Abao's new skill is simply too overpowered, while the system notifies that the Black Dragon's level has been raised to 40, and Fan's level has been raised to 44. After a while, they reach inside, where Q says the guys come here. She sees Gu unconsciously lying down and says, "Look, Teacher Gu is here," while the paper doll guides them to her. Teacher Gu lies among a heap of bones. Fan sees her, calls out to her, and moves closer. Q asks how she is. He replies that there is no life-threatening danger, but she is in a coma. Han tells Fan to let her take care of her. Fan responds that Xiaoi cannot wake her from the coma and asks Han to take care of her instead. Qiu explains that she has unfortunately changed her profession to Holy Light Judge, so she cannot help. Fan tells her not to blame herself and asks her to help give Teacher Gu some water. Xiaoki begins to sob upon seeing Teacher Gu in this condition, while Han tries to help her drink. Fan asks Abao what he is searching for as Abao scans the field of bones. Abao retrieves a crystal and hands it to Han. Fan examines it and wonders if it is a divine bone crystal. It appears similar to the essence of an ancient god, but not entirely the same. The system window notifies that the divine bone crystal possesses legendary quality, though its effects remain unknown. Fan thinks that if it were truly an essence, it could evolve the fallen corpse Holy Dragon again. Perhaps the ancient god of the divine bone had been unable to fully remold the body, so the essence could not be formed. Abao demands the crystal back. Fan realizes that the divine bone crystal is a type of ancient god crystal, one of the necessary materials for the Shadow Dragon King contract. He recalls the list shown by the system window: Shadow Glimmer Stone, 0 of 3, Ancient God Crystal, 0 of 1, Shadow Island Breath, 0 of 300, and Shadow Spring Water, 0 of 50. Abao continues to demand the crystal, but Fan tells Zai to quickly use any skill and wash it. Xiaoi strikes Abao to stop him. Zai uses her skill to draw water and asks Fan if he is treating her like a water tap, reminding him that she is a powerful hidden class. The system window notifies Tao Xiaoman, hidden combat profession, Water Ripple Swordsman, 2nd class. Fan laughs and explains that there is no water source nearby, so he has no choice but to trouble her. He washes the crystal and thinks in surprise as the Divine Bone crystal cracks and releases Divine Bone Essence. The system window notifies that the Divine Bone Essence is uncharged and consumable, with effects unknown. Zai says she will stop now, as it consumes too much mana. Fan thinks it is fortunate that the crystal's function remains intact. It frightened him, but the crystal is still usable as material. He examines it again as the system notifies that it is a Divine Bone crystal, legendary in quality, with effects unknown. Fan wonders if an uncharged essence, a half-finished product, can still evolve the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. He instructs Xiaoki to summon it. The system window notifies natural assimilation. The Dragon Bone Flute summons twin fallen corpse Holy Dragons, Dragon King level equal to the user's level. Xiaoki summons the third Ancient God Essence, and Fan calls it forth. The third Ancient God Essence roars even louder. Fan thinks it works. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon has begun to evolve, and he clenches his fist. He asks if it is already over as he looks at the Ancient God Essence. He realizes the uncharged essence truly is not enough. Yet even without completing its evolution, the dragon has still gained a new skill. Abao calls him trash and claims that since he discovered it, it should belong to him. Fan turns his attention to the system window, which shows the fallen corpse Holy Dragon at the Sunlight tier. Its skills are Demonic Dragon Breath, Demonic Dragon Assault, Holy Light Shine, Holy Light Gate, Dragon Language Unleashed, Fallen Corpse Control, Demonic Dragon Bloodline, and Divine Bone Fusion. The window explains that through Divine Bone Fusion, the fallen corpse Holy Dragon can decompose its summons or pets into bones and absorb them, converting 1% of their total attributes into its own. Fan thinks that although Divine Bone Fusion absorbs only 1% of attributes, mastery of Fallen Corpse Control allows him to infinitely convert puppets, resulting in limitless growth. Among all summons, the group of demonic soldiers is the most suitable for absorption. It is time to summon them back, while the 9 Realms demons and the 5 heroes of national defense remain to continue destroying the Teichai nation. Han calls out that everyone must come quickly because Teacher Gu has awakened. The group rushes toward her as Qiu calls to her, and Zai asks how she feels. Teacher Gu coughs and warns of an enemy attack. She quickly regains her senses and shouts for everyone to return to Dragon Nation, as their camp has been attacked by the Teichai nation. Fan tells Teacher Gu to calm down, assuring her that she is safe now. Zai laughs and remarks that Fan has already taken care of those beasts. Gu expresses relief, saying that it's great. Qiu adds that they have searched for her for so long and thanks goodness she is safe. Qiu then asks Fan if they can return to Dragon Nation by heading toward the border next. Ying replies that she is afraid it will be difficult, as a Teichai Nation legion is still waiting for them. Fan reassures everyone not to worry, explaining that they only need to follow him, and by tomorrow, they will be able to leave Teichai Nation without concerns. The scene shifts to Tenshu City in Teichai Nation, 6 hours later, as a police van arrives. Ying, Zai, and Qiyu secretly hide inside. Ying signals that it is safe now and tells everyone to come out. Qiyu notices the hotel name and asks if it is a couple's hotel, questioning why he brought them there. Teacher Gu apologizes, saying she has dragged them into this. Zai urges everyone to keep moving. Han advises that they make do for now, since the city is under lockdown and only the streets remain open. Qiyu remarks that although exposure is less likely, they have directly infiltrated the capital of Teichai Nation. Zai agrees, saying that flying all the way there had been so fast it felt exhilarating. She adds that the Bone Clone's Bone Dragon was practically a private plane, and they could have ridden it all the way back to Dragon Nation. Qiyu explains that to avoid detection, they switched to walking after traveling a dozen kilometers out, though she still feels a bit uneasy. Fan recalls the Bone Clone and thinks that it is indeed extraordinary. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon, in order to be turned into a puppet, has used divine bone fusion to absorb all the demonic soldiers. Now this ancient god's body is under his control, not only retaining all of its skills, but also being large enough to carry a team of 20 riders. Han asks how they should arrange the rooms. A man arrives and remarks that with such tight security, Fan still brings so many girls, saying that he must have quite the courage. Fan approaches him and requests 3 rooms, with checkout before tomorrow. The guard nods and agrees. The news broadcast announces that the Jin government has officially issued a wanted order for Lu Fan, the Dragon Nation representative, ranked number 1 in the national trial. The Jin government declares him primarily responsible for the terrorist attack. The guard watches the news, notices Fan's picture on the screen, and asks if he has seen him somewhere before. The guard keeps watching the news as the broadcast reports the next headline: Tenshu City remains under martial law. He rubs his head and mutters that perhaps he remembered wrong, then hands the keys to Fan. Fan instructs Ying to take everyone to the guest rooms to rest. She asks if he is going out. He confirms, saying he is leaving to observe the Jin family's movements. Han asks Teacher Gu how she feels. Gu replies that it is nothing serious and tells them not to worry. Zai points toward a painting and urges Qiyu to look. Qiyu blushes and agrees softly. Fan places his hand on Ying's shoulder and tells her that by tonight, or, at the latest, tomorrow morning, he will return. Until then, he leaves everyone in her care. She nods and tells him to stay safe. He covers his face, walks out, and says that tonight everything will come to an end. The women move toward their rooms while Qiyu asks about Fan. Ying reassures her that he will return soon. The guard watches them and thinks that this young man is truly enviable. The scene shifts to that night, in front of the Jin mansion in Teichai Nation, where a security officer comments that he did not expect the 5 heroes of national defense to defect and notes that the troops in the city have gone to reinforce the Divine Valley Forest. Another guard tells him to stop complaining, saying that guarding the Jin mansion is better than going to the front lines to die. Suddenly, a blast shakes the building. They all freeze in shock, look toward the source, and ask what is happening. A guard shouts that there is bad news. The 9 Realms demons have appeared in Tenshu City, and reinforcements must be sent immediately. Another guard asks in shock what he just said and how the 9 Realms demons could appear there. A demon arrives, unleashing destruction, and charges forward to attack them. A soldier looks at the scene and says this is bad, as Tenshu City now has only their troop left. Jin Ziyuyan, former Imperial Guard of the Jin family, places her hand on a soldier's shoulder and tells him to go quickly, as the lords inside the mansion are still in discussion. She insists they leave this matter to her. The soldier nods and agrees to entrust it to her. Another creature suddenly arrives as the soldiers scatter in panic, shouting that another one has come. Ziyuyan watches as well. A soldier urges another to quickly notify the other troops to return and defend the city. Fan suddenly appears before her. Ziyuyan draws her sword, steps toward him, and declares that now it is just the 2 of them, the sneaky little mouse that slipped inside. Fan mutters that he has been discovered. He unsheathes his sword and says that with only her present, she cannot stop him. Meanwhile, inside the Jin family residence, Kingsing arrives and asks Jin what is wrong, wondering if he also believes he cannot succeed. Jin replies that although he and Lord Jin belong to the same family, Killing Fan and handing over the Jin Mansion is far too hasty. He adds that he does not fully understand Fan, not even Lord Jin does. Kingsing, a former imperial guard of the Jin family, responds by saying that saying so much only shows he thinks he is incapable. He insists that Jin and Lord Jin are the same, and just because Jin has not become abyssal class, he has been blocked from reaching the peak. Jin recalls how pathetic Kingsing had appeared when Lord Jin expelled him from the Imperial Guard, and how little he had cared at the time. Unexpectedly, while seeking new heroes of national defense, Kingsing had returned to him. Jin thinks he cannot allow him to alarm Fan and ruin his own plans to control the Jin family. Jin tells him that he does not understand Fan's strength, that he alone cannot handle him, and orders him to leave quickly. Kingsing replies that he never said he came alone, for he has brought along a beautiful and skilled expert. Jin moves toward the window and mutters that it is over, as Fan has actually found this place so quickly. Kingsing asks if the 9 Realms demons have reached the city. Jin turns back and says it is already too late, that he accepts Fan's terms, and demands that Kingsing send his expert at once. Kingsing hesitates, saying that Fan must be fought, yet outside it are the 9 Realms demons. Suddenly, the window shatters, and Ziyuyan falls inside. Both of them are stunned at the sight. Kingsing asks what is happening. Fan hovers in the air and challenges them, saying if they wish to fight him, then so be it. He declares that he will use only one move and one sword, asking if that is acceptable. Kingsing kneels beside Ziyuyan to check her condition, while Jin demands to know how Fan has come here. Fan mocks him, asking Kingsing where his earlier arrogance has gone. He declares that even Ziyuyan, the strongest of the Imperial Guard, is no match for him. Fan then turns toward Jin, saying that another member of the Jin family is perfect. With this move, he will let them witness the ancient god body. The bone clone manifests and roars as the system window notifies. Bone clone, fallen corpse, level 90. Skill, Eternal Corridor, releases 6 randomly moving tornadoes within the target area, each dealing damage equal to 15% of the target's maximum HP while reducing their defense. Bone Reconstruction activates each time the bone clone's HP drops by 10%, allowing it to absorb surrounding divine bone fragments to restore itself. Soul Return activates whenever it takes damage, granting it a soul rune. Upon gathering 10 runes, it triggers Soul Whirlwind, which relentlessly pursues enemies, dealing shadow damage. Targets locked by Soul Whirlwind cannot be healed. The bone clone attacks them, tearing through the building and reducing it to rubble. Jin is injured, coughing violently as he demands to know what this is. He looks toward Kingsing, who is also severely wounded and bleeding heavily. Jin thinks that he cannot die here, not when his plan remains unfinished. The Jin family is on the verge of destruction. He pulls a scroll from his pocket and unfurls it. The system window notifies, teleport scroll, epic grade, consumable, effect, teleports the user to a designated location. As Jin attempts to activate it, Fan notices and swiftly rushes toward him, sword poised to strike. He declares that this one sword is reserved for him. Jin thinks that the scroll belongs to him now. Fan steps forward and asks if he has seen clearly. He looks down at the dead Jin and remarks that the Jin mansion is destroyed. Zixik responds that he has indeed seen it clearly. Fan says that only one person remains, Jin's little daughter, Jinju. Once he discovers where she is hiding, her death will be inevitable. Fan leaps out and declares that Zixik should remain there so the citizens who come to rescue can take a good look at their so-called hero. He commands the bone clone to level the city to the ground. A voice calls out, ordering Fan to stop. Fan wonders whose voice it is and suspects it may be the principal. Wuxian appears, and Fan looks at him, calling her principal. Wuxian replies that she has arrived just in time, saying Fan has truly lost control. If she had been any later, Tenchu City might already have ceased to exist. Fan answers that this is what the Jin Mansion deserves and admits that he had indeed planned to level the city. He walks toward the principal, thanking her for traveling so far to bring them back. Teacher Gu and everyone else are safe, as he had instructed Xiaoki to use the search paper doll to guide him to them. Wuxian tells him to put away his summons and leave so that he can continue destroying Teichai Nation later. For now, he must come with him to return the others safely to their homeland. She grips Fan's wrist firmly. Fan demands to know why she is stopping him and pulls his arm back. His mind recalls the moment when they all stood at the entrance of the portal, and Ying declared that everyone in the Jin Mansion, along with their supporters in Taichai Nation, had constantly targeted him, harmed his friends, and slaughtered innocent people of Dragon Nation. Fan asks if Teacher Gu had not escaped, would Wuxian still be able to calmly stop him, insisting that they deserve to die. Wuxian places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that she completely understands his feelings, that she shares the same anger. She explains that she is stopping him not because of indifference, but because she wants to protect him. Fan asks what he means by protecting him. She replies that Captain Tu from the extreme north should already have told him that this world is vast, and that very few have ever stepped into enemy territories. The same principle applies to society. In the eyes of ordinary people, level 90 masters of the fourth transformation are seen as the pinnacle of power, the end of the career path. After the fourth transformation, each level becomes as difficult to obtain as climbing the sky, and reaching level 100 is an exceedingly rare achievement. But she wants Fan to know that masters of the fifth transformation exist at level 120, and some of them reside in Taichai Nation. Fan asks what he means, repeating in shock that there are fifth transformation masters in Taichai Nation. He thinks that fourth transformation masters are no match for him. But if these fifth transformation masters support the Jin family, he must find a way to counter them, or else his conflict with Taichai Nation will never end. She tells him that she knows what he is thinking, but he does not need to target them. These fifth transformation masters, who never reveal themselves, do not belong to any nation. They manipulate countries from the shadows to obtain what they desire. Taichai Nation is the easiest to control, which is why those true rulers remain there. Fan says that Jin Mansion is nothing more than a puppet for these fifth transformation masters. If he continues destroying Taichai Nation, he will provoke them. Wuxian confirms this, explaining that he came only to end Jin Mansion's entanglement with him. That purpose has already been achieved. If Fan does not stop now, he will only invite new troubles. At that point, only the three elders of Dragon Nation will be able to balance such forces, and he is not the type to initiate needless conflict. Fan says he understands now and orders everyone to return. The Nine Realms dragons appear as the system window notifies. Fallen Corpse manipulation can control all Fallen Corpse puppets transformed by the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon, and can summon or withdraw them at any time. The Fallen Corpse energy of destroyed puppets will return to the Holy Dragon. He says that since Jin Mansion has been destroyed, he will let Taichai Nation go for now. She tells him to take him to their other enemies, as she will summon the Griffin Core. Fan stops him, saying to wait a moment, because the gift he promised has finally arrived. He takes out a necklace as the system window notifies, Unmelting Ice Necklace, Epic Grade Accessory. She asks what he means by that. Fan laughs and tells her to stop pretending, calling her senior sister. He says she knows she cannot hold on any longer. She may deceive him for a short while, but not for this long. Since she does not want it, he will take it back and give it to his aunt. She curses him, calling him a little idiot, and says how dare he try to give her a gift to someone else and tries to snatch it back. She removes her hood, revealing herself, and says that if not for family circumstances, she would have received this necklace long ago. She asks how he guessed. Fan replies that it was by her scent. She denies it, saying there is no way he could smell her, and tells him to stop spouting nonsense. Fan reassures her not to be nervous, explaining it is only a fragrance. She curses again, accusing him of learning to be a rogue, and warns him that when they return to their country, she will show him how she deals with him. Fan says they should head in that direction, as there is a couple's inn, then quickly clarifies that everyone is only resting there, and he meant nothing else. She tells him they should first return everyone safely to their country, reminding him that Wuxian has ways of disciplining wayward students. The scene shifts to the western border of Dragon Nation, within the Long family estate. A news broadcast reports that, according to the leader of the Griffin Corps, the border conflict has been resolved. Wuxian of Dragon City Academy personally entered Divine Valley Forest to rescue the stranded teachers and students. A man watches the broadcast, laughs, and says he thought Wuxian was busy bringing reinforcements, but it turns out she still has time to worry about Dragon City Academy. He adds that the Huang family remains far too strict with rules, and such a good opportunity cannot be missed by the Long family. He orders someone to prepare the teleport scroll. declaring that he will go to Dragon City in person. Another subordinate bows and responds with a firm acknowledgement. The scene shifts to Dragon City Academy's second villa, where Zai and Kyu wake up. Zai says that finally, she is back. Kyu laughs and says that after teaming up with Fan, Zai is getting less and less exercise. Fan says everyone should take care. Zai asks who said that, reminding them that she also contributed when the Griffin Corps repaired the teleportation gate. Ying replies that it is only because she could not wait to come back. Kyu says that Ying now understands her completely. Zai says Ying has also been led astray by everyone, since she never used to complain about her before. Ying prepares tea for everyone while Han says that everyone has finally relaxed. But Sister Zaya Oksu is different, as she is still very surprised. Wuxian says everyone should keep this a secret from her, since even Teacher Gu only found out recently. Zai assures Wuxian not to worry, they will definitely keep the secret. She adds that she is so young, beautiful, and capable that it is no wonder Fan has been thinking about her all this time. Zai then reassures again that she can keep a secret. Wuxian says they should not be so formal, just call her Yi Wuxian. They may call her Wuxian or senior sister, but when working, they must address her as principal. Kyu and Zai respond with an understanding, calling her principal. Yi Wuxian says it does not matter, since it looks like everyone is still hesitant to change the way they address her. She then asks where Fan is. Ying serves tea and explains that he is upstairs in the bedroom, saying he needed to make a phone call. Fan comes downstairs after finishing the call with Lu Fei, thanking him for his efforts regarding the tombstone and asking him to offer condolences to the victims on their behalf. He says these are his family and friends, and if they enter the portal later, they will all meet each other. Fan shows them, and the old man greets everyone, saying that Fan asked them to set up a tombstone for the victims who died at the Divine Valley Forest Camp. Han asks what a tombstone is. Fei introduces himself as Captain Lu Fei from the 78th Squad of the Griffin Corps, Fan's comrade, here to investigate the border attack. One person with him says that, unfortunately, after they broke through the border, Fan had already resolved the issue. A girl interjects, telling them to stop bragging, saying that it was actually the principal from Dragon City Academy who broke through the border. Wuxian quietly whispers for them to keep it quiet. Another person says that, anyway, it has been a long time since they last met, and now Fan can easily take down even the 4th rank. Fan agrees, saying indeed, it has been half a year since they last met. Fei shows them a tombstone and explains that it is the wordless tombstone in memory of the victims, and once they find all the names, they will add them to it. Fan says that they stayed there to help him teleport, and he hopes the destruction of Jin Mansion will bring them peace. Another person arrives and says that once the friction with Taichai Nation settles down, he can personally come to pay his respects. Fan asks who he is. He replies that he is there by order of the team leader to investigate, and the results will be compiled and announced by him. He says he will later announce to both countries that the heretics attacked Dragon Nation's camp, then attacked Taichai Nation, which led to Jin Mansion being deemed incompetent and wiped out, while the Griffin Corps and Dragon City Academy successfully rescued the survivors of Dragon Nation. Fan says it is not the truth, as the heretics are being completely blamed for Jin Mansion's mistakes. Wuxian comes closer, places her hand on his shoulder, and says this is the best solution, a win-win situation. Kyu asks what she means by win-win. Another person says his friend is very smart, because in this way, the report will not leave him burdened with blame, and the ruler of Taichai Nation will also be free from responsibility, while at the same time, the heretics will be provoked into action. Fan says he understands now. The officer salutes him and says thanks for his understanding, since this will help them track the heretics. Wuxian thinks that the officer with the gold badge has just saluted Fan, which means Fan must at least be at the same rank now, so he must also have a gold badge. Han says Xiao Fan can stay away from business, and asks if anyone is hungry, offering to cook. Kyu says she will help. Zai also raises her hand and says food. Fan asks Wuxian what is wrong with her. Wuxian laughs and says it is nothing, she only thought he truly is very ambitious. Fan says Ying should let him do it, as being stared at by his senior sister makes him feel uneasy. She agrees, while Wuxian looks at them and thinks he is truly worthy of being the one she has her eye on. Fan looks at Andre and asks if he is the one he is looking for. Andre, who is at level 64 and a 3rd rank Blaze warrior, says, of course, he is looking for him. Fan says he actually came to Dragon Nation and invites him inside, surprised to see him at Dragon City Academy. Andre laughs and says he came specifically to find him, and remarks that it smells so good. Han looks at him and asks if that is Andre, the one Zio Fan mentioned. She smiles and invites him to eat together while she prepares food. Andre looks at the dishes with excitement and says wow, thanking her sincerely, and remarks that he came at the perfect time. After parting with Fan, he has been thinking about him every day. Zai says he really does not consider himself an outsider. Q says Zai is talking nonsense again. Andre takes a seat at the dining table while Han says that if he likes the food, he should let her know, and she will cook more. Wuxian says Sister Han's cooking is truly amazing, even overseas students love it. Andre says he is not an overseas student, he has come specifically to invite Fan to Snow Country, and he begins eating. Fan asks what he means by inviting him to Snow Country. Andre says he will show him something, then takes out a shiny stone and presents it to Fan. The system window notifies that it is Shadow Island Breath, an epic quality material, described as the blessed light stone of Shadow Island that has been polluted by the power of shadow for a long time, gradually gathering enough Shadow Island Breath. Han thinks about the Shadow Island Breath. After obtaining the ancient god crystal, 3 more materials are still required for the Shadow Dragon King contract, and Shadow Island Breath is one of them. He recalls this as the system window notifies about the Shadow Dragon King's contract, a legendary level special item, which requires the following materials: Shadow Glare Stone 0 out of 3, Ancient God Crystal 1 out of 1, Shadow Island Breath 0 out of 300, and Shadow Spring Water 0 out of 50. Andre says his family has received a very generous commission to go to Shadow Island and destroy the Shadow Spring at its center. However, Shadow Island is shrouded in black fog and filled with monsters that are extremely difficult to deal with. He managed to obtain only these materials before withdrawing. Andre adds that the family commission still needs to be completed, so he thought of Fan, believing that if Fan comes along, they will definitely succeed. As he tries to grab more food, Fan quickly takes it instead, begins eating, and says he will join. Andre asks if he has agreed so quickly. After a while, 2 girls stand in the street. One of them says, "Wow, that is so cool," and asks if the other sees it too. The other remarks that, dressed like that, he must be from some major family. They look at Andre, who says he was just thinking that the island is perfect for leveling up, and that these materials should be quite valuable. Meanwhile, Fan says he was considering investigating Shadow Island Breath and Shadow Spring Water, and asks Wuxian if he can go. She coughs and says of course, it will be beneficial to him. Fan asks what is wrong with her. Han wonders if it could be a wind chill and offers to help her rest on the sofa. Wuxian insists it is nothing. Han tells Fan to open the door. Fan agrees, opens it, and sees someone standing outside. He thinks it seems there are many guests today. Xing greets him and asks if Wuxian is there. Fan asks who he is. Xing greets Wuxian and introduces himself as Long Xing, stating that he has come on a private visit to discuss major affairs of the western border with Wuxian. She becomes angry, rushes out, and demands to know why Long Xing is there, reminding him that they agreed to talk in a month. Fan, shocked, asks what has happened as she suddenly collapses. He quickly catches her and tells her to be cautious. Xing says so, she was here after all, which makes things easier. He declares that there is no need to wait a month and gets straight to the point. As long as she pledges the Yi family to the Long family, he will help her deal with Huang Yushan. He even offers to leave Yunchui Mountain to her, reminding her that the Yi family once owed grace to the Long family. She furiously curses him. Fan asks Wuxian what is wrong and whether she is alright as he notices her bleeding. She replies that it is no big deal, just an old injury acting up again. Fan asks how she could be injured without him knowing. Xing says he almost forgot. Huang Yushan left internal injuries on her, not something that can heal in just a month. With a body like hers, she cannot possibly stand against both the Long and Huang families, so he advises her to reconsider. Fan says there is no need to reconsider, she will never agree. Xing asks when the dignified Yi family has fallen to the point of relying on a greenhorn kid to hold the scene. He adds that he almost forgot. Now they should respectfully call him the great hero of the Dragon Nation. Wuxian tells Fan not to worry about this, as the struggle between the Western families is not something ordinary people can imagine. Fan replies that since she has been helping him all this time, now that she is in trouble, he cannot possibly stand by and watch. Xing says he has only won a few petty fights and now really thinks he is invincible, warning that the title of hero is something exchanged for one's life. Fan answers that at least dealing with him is more than enough. Andre calls Fan brother, grabs his giant axe, and says, since it is inconvenient for Fan to make a move, he will teach Xing a lesson. Ying and Zai also prepare for battle. Fan says there is no need, declaring this battle a grand gift he is sending to the Western families, while summoning Xiaoi. Xing looks at her and says it is ridiculous as he activates his sword skill, causing blades to revolve around him. He mocks that a jumping clown like her dares to make noise before him. Wuxian asks Xing if he is planning to break the agreement. Xing replies not to worry, within a month, he will knock her out. Xiaoi leaps forward, attacks Xing, and knocks his sword away. Fan sees this and says to come out and fight, reminding him that the number 1 villa is not repaired yet, so they cannot allow him to damage the number 2 villa. He walks toward Xing. Xing prepares another attack and says that originally, he only intended to give Fan a small lesson to make him remember, but now he has changed his mind. Fan replies that what a coincidence, he has changed his mind as well. At that moment, Xiaoi activates her power, transforms into a giant dragon, and roars. The system window notifies that the black dragon form has switched to World Destroyer. It further displays her strength as 4,904 points, reduced to 20,452, agility as 19,037 points, spirit as 10,207 points increased to 20,415, and endurance as 20,380 points. Xing exclaims that such overwhelming might is truly worthy of being the strongest creature in existence. Xing declares that today he will become a dragon slayer and raise the Long family's prestige. Fan commands Xiaoi to release her pressure. The system window notifies that Dragon's inspiration is activated, inspiring both Master and Dragon Pet, increasing all attributes and attack power by 30%. It further displays that Xiaoi's level has risen to 40. As a contracted black dragon, her strength reaches 50,175 points, reduced to 40,904. Agility reaches 24,748 points, reduced to 19,037. Spirit reaches 13,270 points, reduced to 10,207, and endurance reaches 27,794 points, reduced to 20,380. Another system window notifies that pressure is released. The black dragon continuously releases an overwhelming aura, causing fear, immobilization, and stun effects on all enemy targets within a wide area. Xing attempts to dodge her attack but fails. He trembles uncontrollably, realizing that even the thought of resisting is crushed. He thinks this is truly the power of a dragon. He then says that if it were anyone else, they would have already kneeled and begged for mercy. But unfortunately, he is facing the Long family, Long Xing. Xing attacks and shouts dragon breaks the sky, unleashing countless swords toward Xiaoi. The blades strike but fail to pierce her body, halting midair as if suppressed. Xing stares in disbelief and demands if this is a joke, realizing his sword cannot even break through her defense. Fan looks at him and says take a good look. This is the difference born from absolute power. Xiaoi roars, the deafening sound shaking Xing's eardrums until he covers his ears in pain. She unleashes her power, surges forward, and slams him against the wall. Fan advises him to remain quiet, warning that her temper is far harsher than his own. He tells him that dealing with him alone is already more than enough. Xing retorts that the Long family will never forgive him. Fan drives his sword into the ground beside him, causing Xing to recoil in fear. Fan tells him to remember well, he is sparing him not out of fear of the Long family, but out of choice. He commands him to return and deliver a message to the Huang and Long families, 1 month later, his senior sister, and he will return to the west to settle the accounts. Fan concludes that he has spoken enough. He calls Xiaoi to see him off. The black dragon seizes Xing, lifts him high into the sky, and hurls him far away before flexing her massive arms in display. Fan turns to Wuxian and assures her that everything is settled, declaring that their fates are now bound together. Wuxian rushes forward, embraces him tightly, and thanks him with relief. Fan tells Wuxian that such formalities are unnecessary between them. She reflects that 6 months ago, the Yi family suffered devastating losses while attempting to expand into the uncharted territories of the Western region. 4 Fortern experts, including his grandfather, were sacrificed. In the aftermath, the Huang and Long families of the Western region exploited the situation, seeking to divide and seize the Yi family's resources. She remembers how the Huang region forces attacked them and destroyed their territory. She recalls how she sought aid everywhere, yet none dared to offend the 2 great Western families. She had already prepared for the worst, knowing the Yi family might be completely devoured. Her only wish was to secure the safety of her people. She admits that although his actions today seemed reckless in her eyes, she is grateful to him for making her realize that she is no longer alone, isolated, and helpless. Fan replies there is no need for thanks. She was the one who taught him battle experience, guided him to find enchanted scrolls, and even left behind countless unresolved problems from the Yi family. Despite carrying hidden injuries, she still traveled thousands of miles to the Taiki kingdom to save him. Fan asks her, when the Huang and Long families bully her, could he possibly stand aside and watch? She thinks she never imagined that one day, he would become her support. They all smile at her warmly as her face blushes with quiet emotion. Fan explains that 1 month later, within the primitive forest, the reward secret realm granted by Old Hand to prepare for the upcoming disputes among the Western families. He leads his team inside to strengthen themselves. The system notifies the presence of several individuals: Tao Xiaoman, level 34, Han Qi, level 33, Qin Qiu, level 34, Jian Ying, level 35, Lu Fan, level 45, and the contracted Blue Dragon, level 25. A system window reports the Crimson Jade, now upgraded to Bright Yellow Jade, which enhances the Blue Dragon's skills by 150%. Each time lightning magic is released, a thunderstorm barrier manifests at the target's location, inflicting additional damage on enemy targets within the barrier. Another notification reveals Thunder's favor. Under the Apocalypse Thunder form, the effect of the Thunder Orb can be switched. The current Thunder Orb mastered is the Bright Yellow Jade. Fan remarks that Abao truly deserves the title of strongest magical dragon. After reaching level 25, the Crimson Jade evolves into Bright Yellow Jade, doubling Abao's power and granting new skills. The system then confirms that the Blue Dragon has unlocked Thunder Vortex and Thunder Cloud expansion. Fan narrates that a week later, Andre informs him that the teleportation array from Longdu Academy to Breakwave Harbor is ready. Acknowledging the dangers of Shadow Island, he decides to take only Andre with him. Before departure, Wuxian insists on accompanying him. Since she is capable of handling Shadow Island, he does not refuse and walks beside her toward the teleportation array, though he continues to worry about the internal injuries she has sustained. The scene shifts to the snow country, Breakwave Harbor, where a ship docks at the harbor as Fan and Wuxian emerge from the teleportation array. Andre greets him warmly, calling him little brother, and says he has been waiting for him. He then begins introductions, presenting 3 of their family's 4-turn experts. The first is Victor, level 91, known as Destroyer 4th. The second is Mikhail, level 92, titled Magic Feather. The third is Ivan, level 91, called Forest Messenger. Andre further explains that aboard the ship, there is also a team of 23rd turn experts who will join them on their expedition to Shadow Island. Speaking of the ship, he points proudly to their ultimate trump card, the Sea Emperor class magic warship. Constructed with mithril and 1,000-year-old ironwood as its skeleton, it is equipped with 36 magic cannons, each powerful enough to level an island. Built by the finest engineers at great cost, Andre declares that with this warship, their success is assured. Fan remarks that it is not bad, truly extravagant. Andre laughs and responds that he has made all necessary preparations for this island expedition. As they walk together, Andre adds that with Fan's help, their success is certain this time, while Wuxian and the others follow closely behind. They board the ship and set out on their journey. After some time, they stand on deck as rain pours around them. Suddenly, demonic creatures emerge from the sea, roaring as they surround the ship from every direction. Fan summons the Star Dragon to confront them. The dragon soars into the sky, drawing the attention of all the creatures. The system window notifies the activation of Starfall, a skill in which starlight continuously descends within the range of the Milky Way form. During Starfall, other skills can be used until the ability is cancelled. The starlight continues indefinitely until manually ended. The falling light injures the sea creatures, forcing them to retreat back into the depths. Suddenly, a much larger creature surfaces, but a bow unleashes heavenly punishment calamity. The system window notifies that the skill locks onto and tracks a single enemy target, releasing high-speed, continuous thunder strikes that inflict devastating lightning damage. Andre comments to Fan that this profession is truly satisfying, noting that during his last visit, it had not been this smooth. The system window then notifies that the Star Dragon has reached level 34, and the Blue Dragon has advanced to level 26. Andre looks at them and remarks that this feeling of victory without lifting a finger is like enjoying a vacation. Fan thinks he has never expected this journey to be so rewarding. Both Xingqian and Abao have leveled up, and if he can acquire synthesis materials upon reaching the island, it will be perfect. Someone announces that they have arrived at Shadow Island. The ship's lights are turned toward the shore, illuminating the island. Andre, filled with excitement, remarks that this is only the outskirts of the island, while the true challenges await deeper within. He reassures them that by using the task guide, he can chart a safe route for the warship to dock directly at the island. As they approach, Andre declares that this is Shadow Island, and from here onward, it is up to Fan. The group moves forward. Meanwhile, within the island, an old man meditates silently. He senses their arrival and murmurs that he has come. The figure is revealed as Huang Yushin, a peerless sword cultivator of level 98. Yushin bows respectfully to the old man and greets him as ancestor. He says that the Yi family's flying immortal ancestral shrine is truly mysterious, for in just a few days, he has broken through the bottleneck at level 97 and reached level 98. The ancestor replies that he is truly worthy of being the Huang family's once-in-a-century genius. Just the other day, he and Yushin's uncles had secluded themselves for 3 days, yet their gains had not even been half of what Yushin achieved today. Yushin responds that it is not only about talent, but also connected to the characteristics of one's class. The ancestor explains that he and Yushin's uncles are heavenly curse masters, while the flying immortal ancestral shrine worships an ancient sword immortal. Their cultivation paths differ, so failing to resonate is only natural. It is just a pity that each person can only enter the flying immortal ancestral shrine once and remain there for only 3 days at a time. If one could stay for half a year or a full year, breaking through to level 100 might be possible. The ancestor lifts a cup of tea from the table and says that after the 4th job change, leveling up through experience alone no longer works. What truly matters is one's understanding of class traits. Once he learns how to draw power from his class traits, leveling becomes much easier. Yushin thinks that it had not been his imagination. After entering the flying immortal ancestral shrine, he had felt as if every second brought experience gains. It was because he had gained a new understanding of his class traits that the experience needed for leveling had decreased. He bows deeply and says that he has learned much. He says that while climbing the mountain just now, he overheard some things about the Yi family and the Long family, and he wonders about them. The ancestor takes a sip of his drink and says that the Long family fool broke the rules. Before the agreed time, he forced the Yi family girl to submit, but unexpectedly, one of her students publicly taught him a lesson. Yushin asks what he means by a student. Could the other person also be a 4-turn expert? Long Xing may be average in talent, but he still completed his 4th job change. Even if Yushin fought him, he could last 3 rounds. The ancestor replies and asks what if he told him the other man is only level 45 and the only dragon tamer in history, the one who has been hyped up lately, the Dragon Kingdom hero. He says that this person won the national trial at just level 45 and even defeated Long Xing. His strength is indeed impressive. He adds that, in the end, it is because dragons are too powerful. They raised an ordinary person several tiers above his level. The ancestor says that this person is very arrogant. He had Long Xing deliver a message, declaring that in a month, he would return with the Yi family girl to settle old scores with both the Huang and Long families. Yushin says that he does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, no wonder. After all, he still does not understand what kind of power a noble family represents. The young are always rash, and the higher they climb, the harder they fall. Though arrogant, this man is accompanied by several dragons. If he truly dares to enter the borderlands of their western region in a month, they might even spare his life. The ancestor says that if he is willing to submit to the Huang family, they might groom him into a capable general. To be noticed by their Huang family is already a blessing, and if he is not foolish, he should feel deeply grateful. He adds that the Long family likely has the same plan. Once they swallow the Yi family, a fierce struggle between them will inevitably erupt. Yushin says not to worry. He will handle this matter. If the Long family does not know their place, he will make them experience firsthand that even among noble families, there are strengths and weaknesses. After a while, at night, Fan and his companions land on Shadow Island. Andre asks Fan if he truly does not intend to bring them along. Fan says the outer fog is still manageable, but the deeper they go, the faster life drains and stamina consumption increases. He explains that more people will only drag one another down, slowing the team further. Ivan says that, as expected of the national trials champion, calling third turns a burden while being only a second turn himself is a bit arrogant. Mikhail says that without a priest, Fan will not last a single step in this place. Fan says that his dragon pet can act as a priest. Ivan says what a joke, how could a dragon pet act as a priest? Mikhail says that dragons are indeed powerful, but only in terms of offense. In support and healing, they are far inferior to priest-type classes. Ivan says fine, he has his own arrangements. He orders all of them to stay on the ship, wait for their return, and not move around at will. Fan thinks that somehow, he has been hated again without even realizing it. Wuxian follows him and says her body is becoming heavier, as this fog accelerates their life loss. Andre says they can still endure for now, but if they go deeper, the drain on their lives will grow even faster. Fan summons Xiao Fei and tells her to release the Light of Emerald. She activates her skill while the system window notifies Light of Emerald, which grants 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target, removes all debuffs, increases all attributes by 30%, and allows each layer to block 1 instance of damage. Andre says that last time, even when the priest nearly died from exhaustion, he still could not produce this kind of effect. Now all the negative effects are gone. Wuxian also feels relieved and says the fatigue in her body has vanished completely, and even her strength has increased. She remarks that dragon support skills are actually amazing. Andre grabs his axe and spins it, saying he feels as though he is in peak condition now. He suggests charging straight to the Shadow Spring in one go and moving forward. Fan tells him to wait a moment. Andre asks what it is, while Fan looks around cautiously. An enemy suddenly attacks them. Fan evades the strike and swiftly draws his bow and arrows for a counterattack. He unleashes a fire attack at his opponent while the system window notifies Serpent of Darkness arrow. When drawing the bow with Serpent of Darkness, he can fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. A thick fog rises as a Shadow Swordsman emerges from it. The system window notifies Shadow Swordsman, level 80. Skills, Shadow Raid, in which the Shadow Swordsman transforms into black mist, vanishes, and reappears behind the target after 1 second to strike, dealing 200% physical damage. Wall of the Dead, which forms a shadow barrier around the body that lasts 5 seconds and reduces incoming physical damage by 70%. Final Echo, which detonates all shadow energy within, causing 300 shadow explosion damage in a 10-meter radius. Andre warns them to be careful, saying this opponent inflicted a huge loss on them last time, as he can nullify 70% of physical attacks and vanish into black mist. Wuxian asks how tough he really is, saying she would like to see if he can withstand her move, and she activates her powers. She unleashes her skills against the Shadow Swordsman. Fan remarks that the spear and other forms are actually the same weapon. Wuxian strikes the Shadow Swordsman and dissolves him in a single blow. She looks back at Fan and says this weapon can freely switch between melee and magic forms, and she has never needed to change weapons at all. Several other Shadow Swordsmen suddenly appear. Andre rushes forward to attack and warns them to be cautious, saying these creatures never appear alone. Once one shows up, an entire group follows. He activates his skill Flame God True Form. The system window notifies Flame God True Form, which calls upon the power of the High Flame God Svarog, boosts all attributes by 100%, and grants blazing flame wings for temporary flight, with duration based on the spirit attribute. Andre shouts that the Shadow Swordsmen cling to him like ghosts, impossible to shake off. As he sees more and more of them arriving, He recalls that the last time they explored Shadow Island, they fell directly into this enemy's trap, losing more than half their brothers. Even a 4-turn expert died there, forcing them to retreat in disgrace. Fan asks that with 4-turn strength, retreating safely should not have been a problem, right? Andre responds bitterly, saying it is not worth mentioning. Last time, deeper in the map, even 3 healers could not keep up with the pace of recovery, and then they encountered this creature and were nearly wiped out. Fan tells him to relax, this time is different. Xiao Fei lets out a roar while Fan commands her to summon the Corpse Fall Holy Dragon. She transforms and summons the Corpse Fall Holy Dragon, which appears and roars with immense power. The system window notifies Natural Assimilation, Dragon Bone Flute Summon, which summons the Corpse Fall Holy Dragon. The Corpse Fall Holy Dragon's level is equal to the user's level. Andre says this is not normal, the pet is capable of summoning minions. Fan draws his sword and commands Fei to use Light of Emerald and Emerald Blessing. The system window notifies Emerald Blessing, which grants 63 layers of Dragon Kai to the target and increases damage for the next 63 attacks. Another notification appears, Light of Emerald, which grants 63 layers of protection, removes all debuffs, increases all attributes by 60% and 30%, and allows each layer to block 2 out of 1 hits. Fan then activates Dragon's Inspiration. The system window notifies Dragon's Inspiration, which inspires both the user and the dragon pet, increasing all attributes and attack by 30%. The Corpse Fall Holy Dragon roars, Fei roars as well, and Fan takes flight alongside them. He tells Wuxian that since she is still injured, he will handle this. Andre shouts for Fan to wait for him, pointing out that he only brought 2 dragons. Fan replies that 2 are enough and advances to attack the Shadow Swordsman. He knocks one of them down and prepares to engage the others. Fan asks what kind of ambush this is, while Andre warns him to watch out, saying this enemy strikes from the shadows. His hook side drains life in a single hit, and 1 strike could finish him. A Shadow Swordsman lunges at him, but they evade the attack. Fan exclaims that he has located him. The chain hook whips toward Wuxian, who prepares to dodge. Fan sees this and warns her to be careful. She scoffs, saying he must think she is an easy target. She dodges the chain attack, seizes it, and throws it back. She declares that he has chosen the wrong opponent. She charges forward and dissolves the Shadow Swordsman in 1 decisive strike. She then glances at Fan and thinks to herself that this is truly the power of a dragon, far beyond imagination. Wuxian thinks that an elite monster of level 85 would normally require at least 2 skills, yet now she can defeat it in a single strike. She used to only observe from the side, but after experiencing it herself, she truly realizes how divine the dragon's buff is. She asks Fan if he would stay out of the Western region noble family's disputes, lend her Fei, and allow her to flatten the Huang family's tomb on her own. Fei becomes frightened and hides behind Fan, while Fan asks Wuxian if she has lost her mind, pointing out how terrified Fei looks. He retrieves a crystal as the system window notifies that Shadow Island aura is acquired at level 2. He pats Fei's head and assures her not to be scared, promising he will never let anyone borrow her. Wuxian laughs and remarks that with Fei around, it is difficult not to feel arrogant. Andre agrees with the sentiment and laughs as well. Fan comments that the drop rate of Shadow Island breath is far too low, and they must continue hunting more monsters to farm it. The system window notifies about the Shadow Dragon King's contract. The blueprint font color is purple, of legendary quality, and is consumable. It requires gathering materials to craft the Shadow Dragon King's contract. Using the contract summons the Shadow Dragon King, Black Blade, to fight for the user for 60 minutes, with a limit of 3 summons. The materials required are Shadow Glare Stone, 3 out of 0, Ancient God Crystal, 1 out of 1, Shadow Island Breath, 300 out of 17, and Shadow Spring Water, 50 out of 0. Fan asks if he thinks that is too little, while Andre replies not to worry, since the road ahead is filled with monsters. Fan says they should keep moving forward. Andre agrees, adding that the direction of the Shadow Spring lies ahead. He summons his dragons, who roar, and commands them to convert the Shadow Swordsman into attribute points using Divine Valley Fusion, warning not to waste them. More Shadow Swordsmen appear, and as everyone looks at them, Andre remarks, speaking of the devil, more material deliveries have arrived. Fan tells Wuxian to mind her wound and let him and Andre handle it, but she runs toward the Shadow Swordsman. She insists that with a little dragon present, there is no problem, as she hates letting others steal the spotlight. Andre also charges forward, striking them with his giant spear and knocking them down. They all continue competing with the Shadow Swordsman. The scene shifts 4 hours later, when they knock down the last of them. The system window notifies that Shadow Island Breath has acquired one more point, bringing the current count to 300 out of 72. Fan says they are finally near the central area as they look at several buildings. The scene shifts to the center of Shadow Island, a ruined city where Andre remarks that the heart of Shadow Island is actually such a vast ancient city. Fan observes that the area is nearly the size of Zhonghai City. Andre says this is the city gate, and it is covered in graves. Wuxian observes that there are no signs of life, not even monsters. He confirms that the Shadow Spring lies right inside this ruined city. Fan remarks that something is not right here. Someone attacks Wuxian with a fireball, but Fan notices it in time, warns her of the danger, and quickly pulls her aside while Fei dodges the strike. The fireball collides with the mountain and shatters it. Wuxian sees this and thanks Fan. Fan instead thanks Fei for blocking that deadly magic attack for him. The system window notifies about Eternal Guard, which generates a protective shield surrounding all targets within its range. The shield absorbs damage based on the Eternal One's HP and self-recovery. Andre coughs and asks what happened and who is there. Fan says there must be monsters hidden around them, many of them. He tells Xiaoi to use perception to scout. Xiaoi appears and roars, activating her perception skill. The system window notifies that perception enables the Black Dragon to detect enemies in stealth or disguise. Actively using this skill removes stealth and disguise effects from all nearby enemies. Another system window confirms that stealth and disguise states have been removed. Fan says that level 95 elite monsters, Shadow Death Singers, have appeared. Wuxian exclaims that they are everywhere and estimates their number to be at least 1,000. The system window notifies about the Shadow Death Singer, a level 95 monster. Its skills include Shadow Stealth, which activates stealth after 10 seconds of receiving no damage, Death Stone, which chants an ancient melody that causes hallucinations within a 100-meter radius, and Shadow Magic, which fires a shadow orb that inflicts heavy shadow damage and applies slow. Fei flies around while Andre looks at Wuxian, laughs, and asks what she is even worried about, since with Fan and the dragon, they can handle any number of enemies. Fan warns that something is moving underground. Wuxian asks if it could be the boss. Fan replies that there is another unusual monster detected by Xiaoi. She roars louder as Fan states that it is lurking underground on a lower level than the Shadow Death Singers, yet its skills cannot be identified. Andre asks if that means it can ambush them at any time. Wuxian responds that in that case, she and Andre will keep a constant watch on that boss, while Fan clears the aerial mobs as quickly as possible. Fan agrees, saying that only by eliminating the Shadow Death Singers can they safely enter the city. She advances and tells Andre to get ready. He follows her and declares the arrival of the true form of the Flame God. Meanwhile, Fan calls Fei and asks if she has found a sealed letter in that crack. He notices a letter pinned to the wall with a dagger. He retrieves it and thinks that if this is a hidden quest, it must truly be about hunting the underground boss. He opens the letter, reads it, and realizes that Fei has picked up another hidden quest for him. He praises her in thought, "Well done." Fei smiles and looks at him. Fan thinks that the Shadow Burrower must be dealt with anyway, so why not pursue an extra reward? The system window notifies that a bounty order has been obtained for one Shadow Burrower. He spots a gleaming Shadow Burrower, and Wuxian warns him to be careful. Fei activates her Emerald Dragon bloodline as the system window notifies that all skill effects are doubled on dragons and those who share related bloodlines. Another window confirms the current dragon aura as Black Dragon, level 2. Fan activates Dragon's Light, and the system window notifies that Dragon's Light applies 6x3 layers of blessing to the target, removes all debuffs, increases all stats by 30 and 60%, and that each blessing layer blocks 2x1 instances of damage. He then activates Sky Sever, and the system window notifies that Sky Sever, imbued with Dragon Aura, delivers 2 consecutive slashes and can be coordinated with the dragon pet. Wuxian thinks that even a level 95 skill does not faze him. and sometimes she still believes Fan is underestimated. Andre warns her to move away from the burrower as he activates his fire skill. Fan says the timing is perfect as Xiaoi arrives and roars. He tells Xiaoi to prepare for world-ending roar. Faye also activates her Emerald Dragon Bloodline skill, and the system window once again notifies that all skill effects are doubled on dragons and those with related bloodlines. Fan tells her to cast Emerald Mirror on the Corpse Fall Holy Dragon. Faye follows his command and summons the Corpse Fall Holy Dragon, while the system window notifies that Emerald Mirror creates 4 out of 2 mirror projections of a friendly target. Each projection inherits all of the original skills and 60 to 50% of its stats. Another system window confirms that the current number of mirror images has reached 8. All dragons roar as Fan commands them to attack together. Andre laughs and declares to send them back to the grave. Xiaoi ascends into the air and unleashes her world-ending roar skill. The system window notifies that world-ending roar emits a powerful roar, dealing massive area of effect damage and applying a weakness effect. She then uses Demon Dragon Assault, and the system window notifies that Demon Dragon Assault converts zombie energy into a rapid self-lunge, dealing damage to the target, negating 99% of received damage, and reflecting all debuffs. Their combined attacks strike the Shadow Swordsman, dissolving them into air. Andre watches and exclaims that it is amazing, 10 kills in a single second, so fast. Wuxian warns that the burrower is approaching and questions whether they will make it, as she strikes down another Shadow Swordsman. Fan seizes his sword, dashes forward, and assures that there is more than enough time. He unleashes Sky Sever. The system window notifies that Sky Sever, imbued with Dragon Aura, slashes twice in succession. When coordinated, the Dragon Pet executes 2 claw strikes, also imbued with Dragon Aura. Andre says it has already been cleared out, but Wuxian tells him not to space out. She warns that the Shadow Burrower is coming just as a massive creature emerges from the ground, glaring at them and roaring. The system window notifies that it is a Shadow Burrower, level 90, with its skills remaining unknown. Another system window notifies about Miasma Pupa, stating that the Shadow Burrower absorbs the surrounding Shadow Miasma, encases itself in a cocoon, and revives all nearby zombies as it summons before breaking free. Fan looks at it and thinks that it is cocooning to evolve, then realizes the danger of the surrounding graves. Several other creatures rise and scream as the system window notifies about Summon, Tide Walker, level 85, a zombie revived by the Shadow Burrower. Another emerges, and the system window notifies about Summon, Exploder, level 90, also a zombie revived by the Shadow Burrower. Andre asks if more of them will keep coming, and what Fan intends to do as they clash with the summons. Wuxian remarks in disgust that at least they are only summons, stabbing a Tide Walker. Xiaoi roars and transforms into a Destruction Dragon, launching her assault. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon form has switched to the Destruction Dragon. Fan commands Xiaoi to prepare to burn them all and orders Faye to switch forms and cast Soul's Shelter. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon has switched to its second form, Soul's Light, as Faye transforms. Another window notifies that the Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects on dragons and those with related bloodlines when Faye activates this ability. Xiaoi activates her skill, Cataclysm, to attack. The system window notifies that Cataclysm allows the Destruction Dragon to detonate the areas it flies over, dealing massive damage and applying burn. She scorches them all, and Andre, watching the destruction, exclaims that nothing beats an explosion. Wuxian points out that something is happening near the burrower. The system window notifies that Soul's Shelter grants all friendly targets under Soul's Light a 200 to 100% stat boost. When damaged, they generate 2 to 1 layers of Kai Guard, and upon reaching 10 stacks, Kai Shock is unleashed, dealing doubled total received damage. Andre remarks that the burrower has damage reduction, healing, and continuous summoning, calling it ridiculous. The system window notifies about Miasma Pupa's second phase. During cocoon form, all damage taken is reduced by 90%, and when HP falls below 50%, it absorbs nearby summons to heal. Another notification warns that Miasma Pupa has only 3 seconds remaining. It drops to 2 seconds. Fan cautions everyone to be careful, saying it is about to break out. The system window then notifies that Miasma Pupa has 1 second left. The cocoon phase completes. Xiaoi shouts that it has been reborn. The system window notifies about the Shadow Dragon General, level 95. Night form allows the Dragon General to fight in humanoid form, dealing physical and shadow damage with a 25% bonus. Spirit Draconic form allows it to fight in dragon form, dealing physical and magic damage with a 25% bonus. Strength. Shadow Miasma activates when HP falls below 25%, gathering miasma and draining HP from all nearby enemies. Wuxian identifies it as the Shadow Dragon General and declares that this is not a phase shift, but the true boss hidden inside the pupa. Andre asks in disbelief what they should do. Fan activates his skill and answers that they should kill it, striking at the enemy. Xiaoi activates Thunder's Favor. The system window notifies that Thunder's Favor in world-ending Thunder form can switch Thunder Orb effects. The current orb is Bright Yellow Jade. Another window notifies that Bright Yellow Jade powers up all of the Blue Dragon's skills by 100%. After each Thunder spell, a Thunder Barrier is created at the target's location, and enemies inside the barrier take extra damage while moving. Fan instructs Faye to protect Wuxian and Andre, and to cast Emerald Mirror on Abao and Xiaoi's projections. The system window notifies that the Eternal One has switched into Emerald Dragon form. Another window notifies that Eternal Guard creates a protective shield for all targets under it, with absorption based on the Eternal One's HP and self-healing ability. Faye activates the skill, protecting Wuxian and Andre. Wuxian asks Fan if he intends to compete. The system window notifies that Emerald Mirror creates 4 out of 2 mirror projections of a friendly target, with each projection inheriting all of the original skills and 60 to 30% of their stats. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon Bloodline doubles all skill effects on dragons and those with related bloodlines. Abao activates this skill, roars, and launches his attack. Another system window notifies that the current number of mirror images has reached 8. Xiaoi unleashes her fire skill to burn the enemies, while Fan activates his aura, enveloping his body. The system window notifies that the current dragon aura is Blue Dragon. Fan states that this is the perfect moment to eliminate the enemy in a single decisive strike. Abao casts Lava Burst with greater force. The system window notifies that Lava Burst erupts with blazing flames in the target area, forming a lava pool in which enemies gradually sink into magma while taking continuous massive damage. He follows with Thunderstorm. The system window notifies that Thunderstorm summons thunderclouds above the target area, striking with 3 consecutive lightning bolts whose power depends on the spirit stat. Xiaoi exclaims in disbelief that this is impossible, while Fan attacks the creatures and unleashes a powerful blast. He declares that now they can safely enter the ruined city. They all level up as the system window notifies that Fan has reached level 46. The Black Dragon has reached level 45. The Emerald Dragon has reached level 40. And the Blue Dragon has reached level 27, with a new skill obtained, Guardian Flow. Fan thinks that Faye's new skill is a 5-minute damage reduction shield with complete immunity to debuffs. The system window notifies about Contract, Emerald Dragon, level 40. Guardian Flow grants a shield to the caster or one allied target, reducing damage taken by 30% for 5 minutes and granting immunity to all debuff effects during this time. Fan reasons that based on Faye's traits, both the dragon and he received the effect doubled. With this skill, he no longer needs to rely on Soul's Light to resist the miasma. He instructs Faye to cast Guardian Flow on everyone. Faye roars in response. Andre exclaims that Fan has obtained another new skill and says it feels amazing. Wuxian observes that with damage reduction and debuff immunity, they can now approach the miasma here as well. Andre agrees, adding that the miasma of Shadow Island no longer affects him, calling it awesome. Wuxian then suggests that they help Fan gather materials. The system window notifies about Divine Bone Fusion, which allows the Corpsefall Holy Dragon to disassemble its summons and pets into bones, absorbing them and converting 1% of their full attributes into its own. Andre says that with 2 dragons absorbing corpses, gathering materials will be even easier. Wuxian agrees and says she will head over there. Fan thinks that with his friends assisting, the materials will be gathered in no time. Now he only needs to finish what must be done. He orders the Corpsefall Holy Dragon to stop and leave the Shadow Dragon General untouched as he stands beside Xiaoi, who has grown tired and lies down. He says that absorbing it into attributes would be a waste, as a hidden level 95 boss is far more valuable as a zombie puppet. He strikes at the Shadow General, who responds with submission to its master. The system window notifies about Shadow Dragon General Dulu, level 95. Night form allows the Dragon General to fight in humanoid form, dealing physical and shadow damage while increasing spirit attribute by 25%. Sub-Dragon form allows it to fight in dragon form, dealing physical and magical damage while increasing the strength attribute by 25%. Shadow Miasma activates when HP falls below 25%, causing the Dragon General to accumulate Shadow Miasma and continuously drain HP from all nearby enemies. The Shadow General pledges obedience, and Fan thinks that now he has the 9 Realms demons, the 5 heroes of the nation, Divine Bone, Clone, and this Shadow Dragon General. Each one is capable of challenging a 4th-class expert. He reflects that once he gains a stronger Dulu puppet, he can have the Corpsefall Holy Dragon absorb the 5 heroes of the nation into attributes. He says it is time to see the reward for this quest. The system window notifies that the bounty order, Shadow Burrower, has been completed. They receive the reward box as the system window notifies them about Court Archmage's Gratitude, an item of epic quality. He opens the box, sees a gleaming scroll, and remarks that it is perfect. He had used the last one on a weapon, but this time it is a scroll that upgrades the quality. The system window notifies about Enchant, Quality Upgrade, an epic quality consumable that raises the target item or equipment's quality by 1 tier, up to Legendary Plus. Andre points to the gathered materials and asks if they are enough. Wuxian replies that they have collected all the Shadow Island breath from the surroundings. The system window notifies that 397 Shadow Island breaths have been obtained. Fan says this amount is more than enough and thanks them all. Another system window notifies the current Shadow Island breath count, 300 out of 569. Andre comments that it is a great item and picks up several rewards. Fan also takes a scroll. Wuxian reminds him that his soul wings are already of legendary quality, and if he boosts them to Legendary Plus, it will be his best option. Fan agrees, saying that his senior has a point. His current damage output is sufficient, so increasing the mobility of his soul wings would indeed be the best choice. Wuxian notes that the wings look even cooler than before. Fan adds that he feels his body lighter, and that his flight ability has improved once again. The system window notifies that the soul wings of the Flying Dragon King have been upgraded from Legendary to Legendary Plus. The level requirement is 9, enchantment level has been removed, and attributes have increased: agility by 356 points, strength by 290 points, spirit by 246 points, and endurance by 234 points. The skill Soar grants the wearer flight capability and greatly boosts flight speed, while Surge increases all attributes by 20% while flying. Fan says that during the flight, his attributes are boosted. Not bad at all, as he flies ahead with Faye following closely. He orders them to follow him toward the palace at the center of the ruined city to locate the Shadow Spring. Abao asks if he is trying to race by flying that fast. Andre calls out, telling him to wait for them. She warns everyone to stay alert. Fan suddenly hears a plea for help. He thinks it is magical mimicry, the same method his senior uses when speaking as the principal. A voice begs desperately for aid. Andre asks about the sound, noting it seems to come from the palace below. Wuxian questions why he is looking at her, insisting she has no reason to do such a thing. Fan decides they have no choice but to enter the palace to uncover the truth. The scene shifts to the ruined city palace at the center of Shadow Island, where a voice insists it can hear them and urges them to come closer. Fan remarks that the voice is growing clearer, the source very near. Andre adds that the Shadow Spring must also be here. The voice declares it has been 300 years and that the hero who will complete the bounty order has finally arrived, asking them not to be alarmed. They discover an old man hiding behind a wall. Abao mocks him. The old man screams in terror at the sight of the dragon, begging for help. Abao roars at him, telling him to shut up, calling him a dead old man. Xiaoi, angered, strikes Abao. Fan commands Abao to return and stop making trouble. Andre asks whose voice that is and wonders if it is a ghost. Wuxian says it does not seem threatening, but they still cannot let their guard down. Fan asks if he is the one calling them and what he needs from them. The old man addresses him as the hero who completed the bounty order and asks forgiveness for his earlier behavior. He explains that this place was once called Tianfu Island, where he served as the court archmage of the Tianfu kingdom. He says he died defending the precious blessed light spring within the palace. 300 years ago, a black dragon descended, and the miasma it brought destroyed the Tianfu kingdom. None of their people could resist it. The miasma tainted the spring water, corroded their king, and cursed their people. He pleads with the hero to release their king, grant peace to their souls, and restore the ruined island. Andre asks if in these 300 years they are the only ones who have made it this far. Wuxian says it seems so, judging from the old man's words, and concludes that the shadow spring they seek is probably guarded by his corrupted king. The system window notifies about the quest court archmage's request. The description states that due to the Black Dragon's miasma disaster, Tianfu Island was transformed into Shadow Island. The Tianfu king was corrupted into a half-human, half-dragon monster, and the Tianfu people became restless undead. The court archmage has now found a faint hope of saving Shadow Island. Quest objectives are 0 out of 1 defeat Shadow Dragon King, 0 out of 1 lay the dead to rest. The quest reward is Tianfu Island territory. Fan thinks that the quest reward is Tianfu Island territory and realizes in shock that the entire island belongs to him. The old man suddenly screams, declaring that his king is coming. Fan says he hears footsteps approaching from that direction. The old man pleads once more, asking them to restore Tianfu Island and let their people rest in peace. Wuxian says it is drawing closer and orders everyone to prepare for battle. Andre says no matter what, they must defeat it in order to reach the Shadow Spring. The old man begs again for them to free his king as the Shadow Dragon King appears before them. The system window notifies about Shadow Dragon King, level 95. Passive ability, Shadow Corruption. The King of Shadows incarnates into miasma and attacks as the miasma spreads. In this state, it cannot be detected. The Shadow Dragon King roars. Andre looks at him and notes that the King of Shadows has been corrupted into a half-human, half-dragon monster. Wuxian remarks on the overwhelming pressure and asks Fan what they should do. Fan instructs Andre to stay at the rear and avoid acting rashly. He tells him to switch back to Make and to let them engage first. Once the enemy falls into a disadvantage, Andre should seize the opportunity to locate the Shadow Spring. The system window notifies about Flame God's true form, which summons the power of the superior Flame God Svarog. This increases all attributes by 100%, grants wings of explosive flame for temporary flight, and lasts a duration based on mental attributes. Andre laughs, saying that although he has never guarded the rear before, it will be no problem. Wuxian agrees it is a wise decision and says she is ready. Xiaoi arrives and roars, while the system window notifies that the current dragon aura is Black Dragon. Fan commands Xiaoi to prepare to switch to Destruction Dragon form and then moves toward the Shadow Dragon King, activating Death Sentence. The system window notifies that Death Sentence slashes the target with a greatsword, dealing 490% shadow damage. The target cannot dodge, and the skill has a 90-second cooldown. The Shadow Dragon King attacks, but Fan evades with the protection of Faye's Eternal Guardian Shield. The system window notifies that Eternal Guardian generates a protective barrier sheltering all targets within, with damage absorption based on the Eternal One's health and self-recovery ability. Fan praises Xiaoi's block and says it is her turn. Xiaoi unleashes Lava Burst. The system window notifies that Lava Burst is charging. The Shadow Dragon King sees the attack and attempts to dodge, but Xiaoi strikes again, causing him to scream in pain. The system window notifies that Lava Burst erupts flames within the target area, forming a lava pool. Targets within the pool gradually sink into magma and take continuous massive damage. The Shadow Dragon King manages to dodge the attack and roars at them. Wuxian notes that the boss can easily deflect Xiaoi's attacks and comments on its extraordinary power. She launches an attack while a bow flies toward the Shadow Dragon King to strike. Fan tells a bow to prepare for an attack. Wuxian uses her imprisoned skill to punch harder, inflicting some damage. The Shadow Dragon King dodges all their attacks and readies a counterattack. The system window notifies that Thunder's Favor, in Doomsday Thunder form, can switch the effect of the Thunder Jade. The currently mastered Thunder Jade is Bright Yellow Jade. Abao activates his skills, and Fan declares that now is the time. Abao uses Bright Yellow Jade to attack. The system window notifies that Bright Yellow Jade increases all Blue Dragon skills power by 100%. Each time a lightning magic spell is cast, a thunder barrier forms at the target location, and enemy targets moving within the barrier take additional damage. The Shadow Dragon King roars and launches an attack. The system window notifies the activation of 3,300,000 heavenly thunders of destruction, summoning a storm and simultaneously unleashing 3.3 million doomsday thunders within the target area, using the dragon language forbidden spell. This skill is enhanced by Thunder's favor and unaffected by Thunder's source. The Shadow Dragon King roars again as Fan charges forward, declaring that it is not over yet. The system window notifies that the current dragon aura is Black Dragon. Fan activates Sky Sever to strike the boss. The system window notifies that Sky Sever, infused with Dragon Aura, performs 2 consecutive slashes and can coordinate with a dragon pet. The Shadow Dragon King activates Shadow Corruption. The system window notifies that Shadow Corruption allows the King of Shadows to transform into miasma, launching attacks as it spreads. In this state, it cannot be detected. The boss disappears. Andre observes that the boss has vanished. Fan asks what is happening. Wuxian instructs Fan to let Xiaoi sense its disguise, but Fan responds that the skill cannot be detected. He calls Andre, who smiles and acknowledges. Wuxian exclaims, urging caution and questioning why they are all so reckless. Andre moves forward to attack as the Shadow Dragon King reappears. Wuxian instructs them to quickly cast defensive skills and questions Fan about his composure. The Shadow Dragon King moves to strike while Andre notes that the timing is perfect and that the Shadow Spring must be this way. The Shadow Dragon King attacks Andre with full force, and Wuxian watches in shock, asking Fan how he can remain so indifferent. Andre reassures her not to worry as Faye activates her mirror image skill to protect them. The system window notifies Emerald Mirror Image, which creates 2 mirror projections of a friendly target. Each projection inherits all skills of the original, with 30% of its attributes. The current number of mirror images is 1. Andre notes that he is still alive and well and recognizes that it is his mirror image. The system window confirms that the current number of mirror images remains 1. Andre explains that Fan realized the boss could not be detected, so he had Xiaoi assist in luring it out. He laughs, commenting that even he was fooled and that their coordination was flawless. She admits that the two of them gave her quite a scare and asks what Fan intends to do. Fan replies that he will take this opportunity. Abao uses Lava Burst to attack while roaring, and the system window notifies that Lava Burst is charging. He also charges Heaven's Punishment Calamity. Fan instructs Faye to cast Dragon Domain to prevent the Shadow Dragon King from escaping with the miasma and orders Xiaoi and Abao to prepare to kill. They are all ready for a massive coordinated attack on the Shadow Dragon King. The system window notifies that Dragon Domain unleashes a Dragon Domain with a diameter of 100 meters. Within the domain, dragons and those with shared bloodlines gain a 50% increase to all attributes, while non-dragons and those without shared bloodlines suffer a 50% decrease to all attributes and cannot enter or exit the domain by movement, teleportation, or summoning. They unleash Lava Burst, and the system window notifies that Lava Burst erupts flames within the target area, forming a lava pool. Targets within the pool gradually sink into magma and continuously take massive damage. They also activate Heaven's Punishment Calamity, and the system window notifies that it locks onto and tracks an enemy target, releasing high-speed consecutive heavenly punishment lightning strikes that deal massive lightning damage. Fan moves forward, attacking with his lightning sword. The Shadow Dragon King is defeated, and they all level up. The system window notifies that Blue Dragon reaches level 28, Black Dragon reaches level 46, and Emerald Dragon reaches level 41. Another notification confirms that Fan levels up to 47. Fan realizes that, if he is not mistaken, the crown contains the Shadow Glare Stone, and the Shadow Dragon King contract is almost complete. The system window notifies that the Court Archmage's request has been updated. Another window shows the current quest progress is 1 out of 1 Shadow Dragon King defeated and 0 out of 1 Rest the Dead. Fan grabs the Shadow Dragon King's crown and realizes it can be dismantled. As expected, it contains the Shadow Glare Stone. The system window notifies that the Shadow Crown is a legendary quality item. Once worn by the King of Tianfu Island, it was corrupted by the Shadow Glare Stone and transformed him into a monstrous being, neither human nor dragon. Its effect can be dismantled into 3 shadow glare stones upon use. He crushes the crown and thinks that now, aside from the shadow spring, all materials have been gathered. There is even a surplus, which can be sold for a considerable amount of dragon coins. The system window notifies that he obtained 3 shadow glare stones. Another notification shows Shadow Glare Stones 3/3, Ancient God Crystal 1/1, Shadow Island Breath 300/569, Shadow Spring 50/0. Wuxian exclaims, questioning why he did not inform her about the coordinated effort. She admits she was scared to death and strikes Fan on the head with her spear. Andre tells her to calm down. Fan explains that it was the first time using mirror images on people, and the situation was urgent, so they had to communicate through eye contact. He promises that next time, they will coordinate properly. They hear the old man's voice praising them, saying that they are indeed extraordinary and that his king has been liberated. Fan looks at him. The old man addresses the hero, asking him to accept his respect, saying he has waited so long for this day. The system window notifies that the Shadow Great Sword has been obtained, a sword symbolizing the authority of the king of Tianfu Island. Corrupted by the miasma of the evil dragon, it now serves as a vessel imprisoning the souls of his people. The old man repeats his request, entrusting the sword to the hero to allow the island's spirits to rest in peace. Fan takes the Shadow Dragon King's sword. The old man declares that finally, the people of Tianfu Island can rest, thanking the hero for restoring the island to its original state. He presents 2 shiny flowers. The system window updates the quest progress. 1 out of 1 Shadow Dragon King defeated, 1 out of 1 Rest the Dead. The old man promises to dedicate the future of Tianfu Island to the hero. A spell envelops the island, and the system window notifies that Shadow Island has transformed back into Tianfu Island. Mikhail observes that the thunderstorm has disappeared and finds it unbelievable. Ivan remarks that it must have been Andre and the dragon tamer who succeeded. The old man declares that from now on, the island belongs to the hero. Fan breaks the sword. The system window notifies that the court archmage's request is completed and the territory system has been unlocked. Fan announces that he has obtained a territory, while Wuxian offers congratulations, noting that, unlike her inheritance of a family territory, he has earned this one entirely on his own. Fan reflects that the new territory feature not only produces daily resources and provides a steady income, but also hosts wild monster respawns and serves as a stable experience pool. The system window notifies him of the following. The territory is named Tianfu Island at level 2, covering an area of 43,800 square kilometers, located in the Black Sand Sea region. Its resources include Blessing Spring Water, Blessing Stone, a gold mine at level 2, and a Shadow Stone mine at level 2. Wild monster information indicates that Tianfu swordsmen are at level 80, with a current quantity of 4,658, while Tianfu spearmen are at level 85, numbering 4,484. Defense measures such as Storm Thunder Cloud and Miasma Fog are currently deactivated. Fan considers that now that Shadow Island has been purified into Tianfu Island, all default defense measures, including thunderstorms and fog, are turned off. He can open the port to trade resources, accept commissions to clear wild monsters, and even develop it into a personal vacation island. He further contemplates that he can revert it to Shadow Island at any time, reactivating the Storm Thunder Clouds and Miasma Fog to prevent outsiders from approaching, while all resources produced would return to the Shadow Island version. He considers that the wild monsters will also revert to the fierce beasts encountered earlier. He can even leave dragons and puppets on the island to fight and level up independently. He notes that with the territory and the territory teleport skill, he can now open a teleportation gate here at any time. The system window notifies him of a newly acquired skill, Territory Teleport. The description states that the Lord can open or close a portal to the territory at any time, with a casting time of 10 seconds. Only one territory teleportation gate can exist simultaneously. She expresses amazement, remarking that it is fantastic. The island is now beautiful and safe, and he can bring everyone over to see it. Andre, showing irritation, asks what he should do. Fan questions what is wrong with him. Andre explains that his task is to destroy the Shadow Spring, but after searching the palace for a long time, he has only found one spring, which is not the Shadow Spring. She suggests that there could be a hidden area and offers to help him search. Fan instructs them to wait and directs them to the spring they have found, noting that he might be able to help transform it into the Shadow Spring. Andre questions what he means by switch, while Wuxian laughs and remarks that now that the island belongs to Fan, he must have a method. 10 minutes later, the scene shifts to the ruined palace courtyard of Tianfu Island, where Andre remarks that although his family's territory is vast, he does not possess one of his own. Fan observes that he had thought it was a small spring and had not expected it to be such a large pool. She exclaims in awe as she runs toward the water. Andre comments that it is no wonder she can switch it. He means turning it back into Shadow Island, right? Fan confirms that if this is the correct spring, then switching back to Shadow Island will revert it to the Shadow Spring. She touches the water and marvels at its clarity, saying it makes her want to take a bath. Fan protests, asking her not to do that. She becomes shocked by his reaction and asks what is wrong. She explains that the spring water is extraordinary. Even brief contact has increased her attributes. Fan expresses surprise and insists on trying it himself. Andre touches the water and confirms that it is true. He can feel the effect as well. Fan explains that the blessing spring water is indeed this powerful. Each level allows 10 seconds of contact with the water, increasing all attributes by 3% up to 30%, depending on the level. She notes how strong it is, realizing that she can enhance herself over 90 times. Fan also touches the water, while the system window notifies that blessing spring water is a consumable. The user can contact the water for 10 seconds per level, and the effect increases attributes by 3 to 30% based on the user's current level. Using it beyond the current level or on levels already enhanced produces no effect. She suggests that bottling such a treasure could fetch an extraordinarily high price and offers to contact Boss Chenhua on his behalf, noting that she would only take a small fee. Fan warns her not to go overboard, explaining that he has no intention of selling it and must first help Andre complete his task. The system window notifies that the territory has been switched to Shadow Island as Fan clicks on it. Andre urges him to wait while the system window confirms that Tianfu Island has transformed into Shadow Island. Ivan exclaims in confusion, questioning why the weather is fluctuating and what is happening. Mikhail speculates that Andre and the dragon tamer might have failed. The system window notifies that defense measures have been activated. Storm Thunder Cloud and Miasma Fog are now on. Faye begins to sob, and Fan instructs her to activate Guardian Flow, which she promptly does. The system window informs that the Shadow Spring, originally the Blessing Spring on Shadow Island, has been corrupted by shadow energy and transformed into a spring that gathers miasma. Andre remarks that he now realizes the task of destroying the Shadow Spring actually means destroying his territory's resources. Fan reassures him not to worry, promising that once the task is completed, he will find someone to repair it. She suggests that since he is repairing it, he might as well renovate the entire ruined city. Andre protests, calling him too kind, and insists on handling the repairs himself. He strikes a mountain with his giant axe, cracking it, and declares that he will transform the area into a vacation paradise for himself, laughing as he does so. Fan reflects that the journey to Shadow Island has concluded, and at last, they can set off on the return trip. The expedition has been fruitful. He has not only obtained a substantial amount of synthesis materials, but also unlocked a territory and assumed the title of Lord. He considers that after Andre's task was completed, the rewards were generous, and feeling guilty for the destruction of Andre's territory, he not only offered to help rebuild the island, but also presented him with a book. He examines the book as the system window notifies him that he has obtained one skill book, Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. Another system window provides details. Wrath of 10,000 Dragons is a skill book requiring level 45 for use. Upon learning, it grants the active skill Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. The skill allows the dragon tamer to merge all dragon pets with himself, transforming into the king of 10,000 dragons and unleashing an immeasurable attack once. After the attack, the fusion ends. Fan thinks that now he only needs to wait for the Shadow Spirit Eye to be repaired, after which all the materials required for the Shadow Dragon King contract will be complete. 1 week later, the scene shifts to Tianfu Island, or Shadow Island, where all the pets roar in unison. Fan reflects that after taking over Shadow Island for a week, he has shut down the defense system, allowing the puppet army to spawn monsters endlessly. He considers that this place has become an excellent leveling ground to facilitate everyone's training and travel. and he sets the teleportation gate inside Villa Number 2. Unexpectedly, the picturesque scenery of Tianfu Island causes everyone to linger, forgetting to leave, while all the girls arrive and delight in playing. Zai throws a ball toward the others, urging them to catch it, calling out that she is coming, yet they fail to grab it. Fan thinks that in the blink of an eye, Tianfu Island has become everyone's vacation paradise. Unfortunately, the Shadow Spring was damaged during Andre's quest, and only after repairs are completed can they collect Shadow Spring water again while continuing construction there. Meanwhile, at the spring water pool, a golden dragon emerges, and Fan also steps out of the water. Wuxian notices him and remarks that he has been hiding there. He becomes stunned and warns her to wait and not come closer. She ignores him, jumps into the pool, and exclaims that there is a hot spring he did not tell them about, cursing him playfully as she slips and falls onto him. He warns her to watch out, and she comments that the place is extremely slippery. He asks why she is there while averting his gaze. She observes that his face is extremely red and wonders if he is shy. He becomes irritated and insists that it is not that, only that the hot spring water is too hot. She promises not to tease him further. Andre sends a message indicating that the Shadow Spring has been repaired, and she moves out of the pool. He remarks that finally, the wait is over. After a while, he returns to the pool, fills a bottle with the spring water, and declares that it is now finally complete. She follows him and asks, after all this time, what exactly he has been making. Fan replies that she will understand soon. The system window notifies him of the Shadow Dragon King's contract crafting diagram. Upon use, it allows a special item, the Shadow Dragon King contract, to be crafted. The contract can summon the Shadow Dragon King, Dark Blade, to fight for the user. The summoned dragon lasts for 1 hour and can be used 3 times. Its level matches the user's level. Required materials include 3 Shadow Glare Stones, 1 Ancient God Crystal, 300 Shadow Island Breaths, and 50 Shadow Spring Waters. The system window prompts him to confirm whether he wants to craft the item by clicking yes or no. Fan takes out a scroll and announces that the crafting is complete. She is shocked upon seeing the scroll and asks if it is a summoning scroll. He tosses the scroll into the air and instructs Faye to consume it. She quickly grabs the scroll as Wuxian questions whether he is insane. He explains that the scroll has limited uses, but after Faye consumes it, it will become her skill. He adds that she will be able to use it infinitely in the future. The system window notifies the natural assimilation of the Shadow Dragon King contract, which summons the Shadow Dragon King, Dark Blade, whose level matches that of the user. Faye consumes the scroll, and Fan remarks that it is time to showcase her, to let him witness her true power. 5 minutes later, the scene shifts to Faye flying in the air. Fan looks at her, thinking that the summoning did not seem to succeed. A system window provides detailed information about the Shadow Dragon King contract. The summoned Shadow Dragon King is at level 47, with strength of 10,972 points, agility of 35,287 points, spirit of 4,807 points, and endurance of 11,248 points. Its form transformations include Hatching Form, Combat Form, and Death Lord Form. Its Shadow Dragon skin reduces any attribute-based attack by 90%. The Shadow Dragon bloodline grants high immunity to negative effects, nullifies all debuffs, increases self-healing recovery by 1500%, and provides stealth capabilities. Shadow Dragon Stealth allows attacks without breaking stealth. Shadow Cloak resists any form of attack. Shadow Assassination teleports the dragon behind the target, launching a weak point attack that increases damage by 1600%. Shadow Burst instantly unleashes dragon blades, dealing damage to surrounding enemies and removing all buff states from nearby foes. Shadow Shroud further enhances its defense and combat effectiveness. The skill grants allies the Shadow Stealth effect, lasting 6 minutes. Shadow Death Domain allows instantaneous forward movement over a certain distance, dealing 800% attack damage to all targets within that range. Shadow Purgatory continuously releases Shadow Flash within the Shadow Death domain for 1 minute. Fan reflects that with such extreme agility combined with overpowered skills, this strength is likely a system loophole. She asks what he is daydreaming about and whether the summoning succeeded. He instructs her to release Stealth, while Xiaoi emits an aura that spreads around her body, transforming her as she lets out a powerful roar. Wuxian observes in shock, remarking that he has actually obtained another dragon, and that it can even become invisible. Fan notes that this is no ordinary dragon and expresses interest in testing its power. The Shadow Dragon General appears as the system window notifies that he is at level 95. His skills include Night Form, in which the Dragon General fights in humanoid form, dealing both physical and shadow damage while increasing his spirit attribute by 25%, Dragon Form, in which he fights in dragon form, dealing both physical and magical damage while increasing his strength attribute by 25%, and Shadow Miasma, which activates when his health falls below 25%, continuously absorbing life from all nearby enemies. Fan flies high into the air, observing the Shadow Dragon General and noting that this is the boss of Shadow Island, second only to the Shadow Dragon King. He prepares for some practice as Faye, Xiaoi, and Wuxian also rise into the air. Fan instructs Xiaoi to activate Shadow Concealment, and she immediately uses the skill. The Shadow Dragon General glares at them, demanding whether they are intruders. He moves toward them, launching an attack. Xiaoi dodges his strike and pushes him back, causing the Shadow Dragon General to collide with a mountain before turning to face them again. They continue their assault, striking repeatedly, and the Shadow Dragon General begins to take damage. He becomes frustrated, lets out a roar, and charges forward to counterattack. Wuxian observes the scene and remarks that they cannot even see where the enemy is and can only endure the attacks unilaterally, calling it a nightmare. Fan decides to escalate the battle and instructs Faye to cast Soul Protection on the Shadow Dragon King. Faye activates her skill, and the system window notifies that Jade Dragon II has switched forms to Light of Soul. She transforms, and the system window further notifies that the Jade Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for dragons and those sharing the bloodline. Faye moves behind the Shadow Dragon General and attacks him. The system window notifies that Soul Protection increases all attributes of allied targets affected by Light of Soul from 100% to 200%. Each time they take damage, they absorb it and gain 1 to 2 layers of Kai Guard. After accumulating 10 layers, a Kai Guard impact is released, dealing damage equal to 10 times the absorbed damage, doubled in total damage. The Shadow Dragon General roars and strikes at Faye, who blocks the attack with his defensive shield. Fan observes and thinks that this must be the concealment power of the Shadow Dragon King, noting that it even hides Faye's attack from the enemy. The Shadow Dragon General moves in front of Fan, roars, and continuously attacks him. Fan remains calm and summons Shadow Cloak to block all incoming strikes. The system window notifies that Shadow Cloak summons a protective cloak that blocks all forms of magical and physical attacks, as well as formation restrictions. Fan declares that by turning all attacks into nothingness, he has achieved perfect defense and commands the Shadow Dragon King to demonstrate its strongest strike. He attacks while the Shadow Dragon King counterattacks simultaneously. Xiaoi and Faye launch coordinated attacks, and the system window notifies that Shadow Assassination locks onto the target, teleports behind it, and executes a weak point strike with 1600% additional damage. The effect cannot be removed by buff cleansing techniques. Wuxian observes the scene in awe, thinking that it is terrifying. This is a level 95 boss. Fan explains that the Shadow Dragon King is an assassin among dragons, emphasizing one-hit kills. With Faye's support, it is normal to instantly defeat a boss. She questions what he means by normal, noting that a level 47 entity instantly kills a level 95 boss. She reflects that, as a level 96 battle mage with just over 8,000 base stats, the dragon's power must be overwhelmingly overpowered. She resolves that in 2 days she will finally be able to stand tall and compete with the two factions, and as long as he is present, she feels confident. Fan reassures her that with him there, no one will dare to bully her again. She considers that if he truly possesses such power, he will be a benefactor to the Yi family, and she will present him with a grand gift as a token of gratitude from the family. She affirms her decision. The scene shifts 2 days later to the western frontier. Fan explains that he and his senior sister have arrived as promised. She surveys the surroundings and reflects that she has returned to the western frontier. Fan remarks that the scenery is rich and beautiful, noting that it is no wonder the noble families have gathered here. She explains that because the Dragon Kingdom required the support of the noble families, it allocated the most resource-rich areas of the western frontier to them at its inception, even refraining from establishing cities there to avoid disturbing their lives. Fan nods in understanding and comments that this explains much. She smiles and adds that in the western frontier, the Yi, Huang, and Long families occupy only the lowest rank. Deeper within, there are families of higher rank C, B, and up, even some with fourth-tier experts. Fan observes that in such noble families, even fourth-tier experts are considered the lowest. He reflects that he did not expect the western frontier to conceal such secrets. It seems his understanding of this world is only a fragment. In the eyes of these so-called A-rank noble families, he is probably nothing more than an ant. An eagle flies nearby, and Fan thinks that precisely because of this, the moment the veil is lifted will be all the more anticipated. She notes that they have arrived ahead of schedule. They reach the Yi residence. As they walk toward a house, she asks Fan whether he is truly ready to bear all of this with her, adding that if he regrets it now, it is still not too late. He replies that now that everyone is here, he does not intend to regret anything, and that the ones who should feel regret are the Huang and Long families. She responds that they should go, offering to show him the place where she grew up. Fan agrees, saying all right. The scene shifts to the Huang family martial arena, where Yushin is practicing with Ancestor, and both strive to defeat each other. Yushin observes that, as expected, Ancestor's skills are superior. Even after more than a month of stabilization, he remains slightly behind. Ancestor notes that Yushin has managed to exhibit the strength of a level 99 individual, while still at level 98, which is quite impressive. He predicts that within another half-year, Yushin's strength will surely surpass his own. He reflects that with such talent, Yushin is unique among all the lowest-ranked noble families. Once he reaches level 99, there is even a chance for the Huang family to ascend to a C-rank noble family. At that point, they would possess the resources to resist the Ning family and other C-rank noble families, and he resolves to strive hard. Ancestor reports that he has just received news. Yi Wuxian has returned, accompanied by a young man, both riding a bone dragon mount. Most likely, this young man is the dragon tamer. Yushin questions what Ancestor means by a bone dragon, noting that it should be a black dragon. Ancestor explains that this dragon tamer has actually tamed multiple dragon pets, and if allowed to grow unchecked, he could pose endless future troubles. Yushin assures Ancestor that he will bring this person under the Huang family's banner. If he refuses, Yushin remarks that in the western frontier, life and death are determined by fate, and even if someone dies there, the dragon capital will not intervene. Ancestor notes that in the next 2 days, Long Erhu from the Long family will also bring Long Xing to the Yi family. In addition to demanding resources from the Yi family and seeking justice for Xing, he intends to force Wuxian into marriage. Ancestor emphasizes that this matter must not be compromised. Yushin remarks that Long Erhu truly remains unchanged. Ancestor adds that 3 days later, he will choose to visit the Yi family at the same time as Long Erhu. This strategy will allow them to suppress the Yi family while also straining the Long family. He asserts his belief that with him present, the western frontier will inevitably belong to the Huang family in the future. The scene shifts 3 days later to a guest room in the Yi residence, where a servant arrives and knocks at the door, informing Fan that it is time for breakfast. She calls for him, but there is no response as he is not inside. The scene then shifts to the Tianfu Island beach, where Fan has arrived with his pets. The system window notifies that Fan has increased to level 48, Black Dragon has increased to level 48, Jade Dragon to level 42, Star Dragon to level 39, and Blue Dragon to level 31. Fan reflects that in just a few days, all the dragons have leveled up again. With his current strength, even against powerful forces like the noble families, a lightning assault may not be impossible. He wonders how his senior sister's preparations are progressing. Fan returns to the Yi residence and dresses when he overhears someone say that a young miss has received bad news. The Long family has come knocking. Fan thinks that he has returned just in time. He listens as the servant explains that the Long family members are all waiting in the main hall, specifically asking for him. The Huang family's convoy has already passed the western second slope and will likely arrive soon. Wuxian acknowledges the orders and instructs that people be stationed to guard the courtyard thoroughly, allowing no one to enter. She announces that they have arrived just as Fan emerges, reassuring her that with him present, no one can bully her. They move toward the Yi family's main hall, where Xing observes her and remarks that he still knows how to arrive. He notes that the Yi family's hospitality leaves much to be desired, having been there for so long without even a pot of hot tea being served. She retorts that he should be grateful. In the past, someone as rude as he would have been beaten out. He laughs, acknowledging that things have changed. Now, even if someone were to urinate on the Yi family doorstep, no one would dare intervene. Long Erhu, 32 years old, at level 98, with a hidden profession as a diamond monk, speaks alongside Long Xing's second brother. He remarks that the 2-month period has arrived. They had originally come to discuss the return of resources borrowed from the Long family, but now the Yi family owes them an explanation. He accuses Xing of having traveled far and wide to plan a path for the Yi family, only to be injured in return, and that their old master is furious, insisting that the Yi family must pay the price. She shouts in anger, insisting that Xing broke the rules and brought this upon himself. She condemns him as shameless, clearly having no intention of returning the resources. Erhu responds calmly, proposing a solution: she should marry him. This would make her Long Xing's sister-in-law, and any punishment directed at him would not be excessive. He adds that with the Long family backing her, the Huang family would dare no ill intentions toward the Yi family. She reacts with fury to this proposal. Xing interjects, suggesting that if he can serve his second brother well, and considering she would be his sister-in-law, he might spare her. Fan steps forward and interrupts, declaring that Erhu is a toad lusting after a swan, and asks rhetorically whether he had not looked in the mirror to see what kind of person he is before leaving. Xing demands how he dares speak to his second brother in such a manner. Fan reassures her, stating that he will no longer allow them to bully her, and he takes her hand. She steps forward, embraces him, and remarks that they have brought such a large force, questioning what a weak girl like her could possibly do. She adds that he has heard them. They not only want the Yi family's territory, but also intend to take her. Xing grows angry and attempts to speak, but Fan interrupts, declaring that he will handle them for her. Erhu asks what he means by handling them and laughs, mocking him by saying that merely because he is her companion, he has no right to interfere in the affairs of noble families. She counters that noble family matters are governed by proper rules. As the heir of the Yi family, she proclaims that Fan will represent the Yi family in this noble dispute. Erhu questions what he means by that. Fan sits calmly while she stands near him, affirming that he is the acting head of the Yi family. She asks if that qualification is sufficient. The system window notifies that the main seat of the Yi family residence, the Western Frontier main seat, and the guest room may be occupied only by the highest authority in the family. It had once belonged to Yi Wuxian's grandfather. Xing exclaims in disbelief, asking what kind of joke this is, lamenting that she has handed the Yi family over to that idiot. Erhu silences him, laughing, and mocks Fan by asking if he dares sit merely because she instructed him to, implying that she is deeply infatuated with him. Fan states that it is none of his concern and demands that whoever holds authority in the Long family come speak to him directly. Xing questions her second brother, asking whether tradition does not require summoning the ancestor. Erhu becomes angry and dismisses tradition, commanding everyone to get out of his way. Xing complies. Erhu declares that Wuxian's affection for her is not to be used as a means to humiliate him. He activates his skills and asserts that he must teach both her and her companion a lesson. He admits that he has always been gentle with women, but if she interferes, her pretty face may not remain so. She becomes enraged and attempts to curse him, but Fan intervenes, telling her to leave it to him. Erhu acknowledges that Fan is a junior and that they are from noble families, so he grants him a 3-count head start. Fan responds that according to his rules, if he survives the count of 3, Erhu must leave the Western Frontier and relinquish the Yi family seat. Xing warns her second brother to be cautious, noting that his black dragon possesses absurdly high stats. Erhu scoffs, thinking that as a 4th-tier diamond monk with 20,000 defense, he cannot possibly be defeated in a few moves. He declares that if Fan survives the 3-count, all resources owed by the Long family will be returned, and he will even cede Cloud Edge Mountain and the woman in question. Fan agrees, stating that he will not hold back. He begins the count of 3 while Xing comments that he is not even moving, astonished by his arrogance. Fan counts 2 while Erhu glares at him, recalling that he had previously tanked 3 skills from the Huang family ancestor without a scratch. He reasons that as long as he lands a single dragon strike, he will tear this man apart. Fan counts 1, activates his skill, and sends a wind wave toward them. They are initially shocked, while Xing laughs and remarks that it was all talk. Another onlooker claims it is a bluff, wondering how the Yi family will escape this, and laughs. Xing questions what kind of trick that was, noting that his legs were too frightened to move. Wuxian becomes angry and moves to attack, but Fan grabs her wrist to stop her, telling her not to mind them. Xing agrees, placing a hand on Erhu's shoulder. Erhu is struck by Fan's attack, his monk chain shattering instantly. Fan declares that the battle is already decided. Erhu falls to the ground. Everyone stares in shock and rushes to check on him, while Xing shouts for someone to save her second brother. Another bystander asks in disbelief whether he has truly died just like that. One person states that the young master cannot be saved, claiming the second master was instantly killed. Xing thinks it is impossible, wondering how Fan accomplished this. He did not even move, yet he managed to kill her second brother. A man runs toward Fan, angrily declaring that he has had the audacity to kill their second master and demands that he be captured for punishment. Xing shouts for everyone to make him pay with his life and avenge the second master. They all draw their weapons and prepare to attack. Fan questions their actions, demanding that they stop and asking if they all have a death wish. He commands the third-tier warriors to advance and capture them. He urges them not to be cowards and orders that both the man and Wuxian be taken back to the Long family. Wuxian instructs Fan to leave one alive to serve as a warning. Fan agrees, stating that he will handle the rest. He snaps and strikes, killing them all in a single blow. Xing watches in shock, exclaiming that they are all dead and that it is over. Fan comments that according to the Long family's rules, any servants who still refuse to obey cannot be tolerated. He mocks them, asking the young master of the Long family, who now has legs too weak to stand. Xing kneels on the floor, moves his hand toward Fan's leg, and pleads for him to be spared, explaining that he has merely followed the second brother here. Fan orders him not to touch him with his filthy hands and declares that he does not intend to kill him. Instead, he wants him to return to the Long family and deliver a message, just as he did the last time. Xing smiles faintly and says that he understands, thanking him for sparing his life. Fan commands him to return to the Long family immediately and inform them that, within 3 days, they must restore the Yi family's resources and transfer all territories to the Yi family. He adds that, of course, the Yi family will leave the undesirable places for them. But from this day forward, the Long family must offer annual tributes and bow before the Yi family. He warns that if they fail to comply within 3 days, the Long family will be crushed, and he demands to know whether Xing understands. Xing strikes his head against the floor and affirms that he understands, vowing to relay every word faithfully. Wuxian orders that he be thrown out, and a guard replies that the order is understood. After a while, the guard throws Xing out and orders him to get lost, calling him a dog of the Long family. Another guard stands with his hand placed on his waist and remarks that the Long family has finally received what they deserve. A second guard sweeps his hand aside and says that such beasts have sullied the young Miss's eyes. Xing lies on the ground and thinks that even if he delivers the message, who would believe him when Lu Fan has instantly killed the second brother and so many others? He rises to his feet and wonders how it was done, what skill Lu Fan used, for he never once left that chair. He grits his teeth in frustration and curses inwardly, thinking that he cannot see through anything. A guard calls out, reminding him that he was told to leave, and asks if he still wishes to die, mocking that he must be too scared to move. Terrified upon hearing this, Xing quickly flees and begs them not to kill him, crying out for help. The guard laughs and says that is right, he should run away. Another guard laughs as well and remarks that they still maintain quite an intimidating presence. As Xing runs, he mutters that he saw it, that it was definitely there. At that moment, the system window notifies that shadow concealment allows one to enter or exit stealth at any time, and that detection or damage does not cancel the state. He realizes in shock that the presence has been there all along. The scene shifts to half an hour later, over the western frontier, where Huang Yushin rides on a mechanical bird mount with his team. A team member reports that the ancestor has learned of the Long family dispatching dozens of third-tier servants today and asks young Master Huang if they are sufficient. Yushin replies that they are nothing more than a group of level 60 to 70 drunkards, unworthy of mention. The system window notifies that Huang Yushin is level 98, a peerless sword cultivator Roman 4, of the Huang family of the western frontier. At that moment, a man calls out to young Master Huang to look ahead, pointing to someone approaching. They see Xing flying toward them while standing on his sword. Yushin identifies him as Long Xing. Xing shouts for them to hurry, urging greater speed. One man comments on his miserable state, saying that the noble family conflict must have terrified him. Another man remarks that the Yuchuan sword master has ended up in such a condition, explaining that although the Yuchuan sword master has always been mediocre, his level has risen while his attributes have not. A man laughs and says that indeed, even a level in the 90s cannot compare to their young master Huang. Yushin commands everyone to concentrate on the journey and head to the Yi family at full speed. A man responds with understanding but asks why such sudden urgency is required. Yushin explains that seeing Long Xing covered in filth gives him a bad feeling, and he suspects this journey may prove more difficult than anticipated. The scene shifts to half an hour later, in the courtyard of the Yi family at the western frontier, where Yushin arrives with his team. The guards are startled at the sight of them. One guard remarks that the Huang family is also causing trouble, while another warns not to let anyone overhear and urges to quickly inform Miss Yi. Stepping forward, Yushin says there is no need to trouble them, as he will personally find Miss Yi, and with a flick of his finger, he slices through a guard's neck. The remaining guard, shocked by what he witnesses, rushes away and cries out for Miss Yi to save him, exclaiming that the Huang family is killing people. Yushin dismisses him as a noisy servant and extends his hand to strike, but he is startled when flaming arrows suddenly shoot toward him, launched by Wuxian. Wuxian grips her spear and declares that in broad daylight, he dares to kill, and that the noble families are becoming increasingly lawless. Since he has already made the first move, there is nothing left to discuss, and she orders everyone to stand down. She declares to the Yi family remnants that anyone who dares to offend her shall be killed without mercy, and she channels the fire mark technique into the arrow she holds before launching her attack. The system window notifies that melee weapons are imbued with 7 layers of fire mark. The next 7 attacks deal damage multiplied by the number of layers currently active, with each strike consuming 1 layer. The current fire mark count is 7 layers. Yushin opens a portal in his hand and, laughing, asks if killing without mercy is what she truly intends. He draws a sword from the portal, blocks Wuxian's attack, and remarks that even after being gravely injured by him, she still possesses such courage, declaring that Miss Yi is truly extraordinary. The system window notifies that the White Jade Sword, level 90, possesses the ability of Sword Light Piercing Illusion. When performing area attacks, it automatically reveals hidden units within the affected range, forces them out of stealth, and inflicts confusion. Yushin states that, unfortunately, after recovering, she has forgotten the pain, and this time, he intends to teach her a true lesson. He orders everyone to attack so that Miss Yi will remember the consequences of defying the Huang family. His team members leap forward, shouting that the Yi family must vanish. Suddenly, Hu strikes a man from behind, unleashing a massive explosion that shatters the floor. The others are startled and exclaim in shock, demanding to know what has happened and who is responsible. Meanwhile, Fan sits within a room, watching the status screen, and calmly gives the command to attack. Hu seizes the heads of 2 men and answers with a grim affirmation that the order is understood. The system window notifies that Long Hu is a fallen corpse, level 98, Diamond Monk Roman 4. A man points an arrow forward and asks young Master Huang what is happening. Huang demands to know why he is standing with the Yi family. Another man, gripping his weapon tightly, curses and declares that the Long family must have produced a traitor. Fan smiles, taps on the system window, and proclaims that it is another success. The system window notifies that 1 god-level treasure map has been synthesized, bringing the current total to 2. A man looks up in confusion and asks who that figure is. Wuxian answers that it is Lu Fan, the one Huang Yushin has sent her to deal with. Fan closes the system window after obtaining the 2 god-level treasure maps, feeling elated, and assures his senior sister that she does not need to act personally, for in dealing with him, Fan will not even need to defend himself. Yushin charges his power, opens multiple portals, and summons his peerless 9 swords. He scoffs that she is nothing more than a lecher and a brat, and no matter how many helpers she gathers, none will be able to save the Yi family. The system window notifies that the Peerless 9 swords transform a weapon into 9 identical blades with the same attributes and effects. The 9 swords attack simultaneously, dealing 900% damage and automatically blocking enemy strikes. He sends the swords forward and declares that if he wishes for death, he will gladly grant it. Fan smirks and commands the Shadow Dragon King to emerge. The Shadow Dragon materializes and shatters Yushin's swords into fragments. The system window notifies that Shadow Blade swings the dragon's claws at its target, delivering a devastating strike that ignores 90% of the enemy's defense and inflicts armor breaking. Shocked, Yushin looks upward and thinks that it appeared from nowhere. He wonders if this dragon has been present all along without anyone realizing it. The system window notifies that only 3 Peerless 9 swords remain. Fan declares that Yushin must now face the very strength he once used to injure his senior sister, and today he will exact 100-fold retribution. The system window notifies that Shadow Concealment allows entry into or exit from stealth at any time, and neither detection nor damage is able to remove the stealth state. Yushin grits his teeth and thinks, what the hell is that thing? For the ancestor has never told him that he possessed such a dragon. At that moment, a man calls out to young Master Huang, urging him to help, as Erhu leaps forward to attack, shouting that they must die. Erhu then commands him to stop, calls him a maniac, and strikes him with a heavy punch to the chest. He tells Fan to allow him to handle the matter. Fan strolls forward casually, placing his hands in his pockets, and responds that, of course, he will. Wuxian declares that today, Yushin must apologize to the Yi family and unleashes the flames of her Fire Mark technique. The system window notifies that Fire Mark imbues a melee weapon with 7 stacks of Fire Mark. The next 7 attacks inflict damage multiplied by the current number of stacks, with each strike consuming 1 stack. Current Fire Mark, 7 stacks, 7 times damage. Yushin steps forward with his swords and asks if she truly believes that one invisible dragon can restrain him. He employs Ice Sword Diffusion to strike at her, but she blocks his attack with her spear. The system window notifies that Ice Sword Diffusion imbues the current weapon's attacks with ice attribute area damage, lasting 30 seconds, and reduces the target's movement speed by 20%. Yushin declares that he will demonstrate how easily he can break stealth and attempts to strike her. The system window then notifies that Sword Light Pierce's illusion has met its trigger conditions. The White Jade Sword, of legendary quality and level 90, releases Sword Light Piercing Illusion, which, when delivering area damage, automatically reveals stealth units within range, forces them out of stealth, and applies confusion. Yushin shouts to unleash Sword Light Piercing Illusion and charges his sword, spreading radiant light. The system again confirms that Sword Light Pierce's illusion, upon dealing area damage, reveals all stealth units within range, forces them out of stealth, and inflicts confusion. Yet, Yushin slides backward across the ground, staring in confusion and wondering why his skill has failed to dispel the dragon's stealth. Fan gathers his power, steps forward, and remarks that it is a clever attempt. But unfortunately, such petty skills cannot affect his dragon pet. The system window notifies that Shadow Concealment allows one to enter or exit stealth at any time, and that detection or damage does not remove the state. Wuxian charges with her spear, igniting fire as she attacks, demanding if that is truly his skill, and warns him not to be so overconfident. Yushin blocks with his swords and curses that she has gone too far. She drives her spear toward his arm and demands whether he truly dares to speak of going too far, reminding him that when he seized the Yi family's resources and left her gravely injured, he did not say such words. She declares that only the Huang family acts without restraint and calls his reasoning twisted. Striking him fiercely, she announces that this blow is her payback. Yushin collapses to the floor, clutching his bleeding arm, and admits in disbelief that he did not think she would actually draw his blood. She warns that she is not finished yet and vows that he will die here. Frustrated at the sight of Fan, Yushin thinks bitterly that if not for that boy's dragon, he would never have been reduced to such a state. He rises, gripping his sword, and releases a surge of radiant power. Wuxian is startled, recognizing the energy, and wonders in alarm what skill it is. Yushin declares that even if he must die here, he will drag them all down with him, and he raises his sword high to charge his skill. The system window notifies that Frost Sword Array Slash is charging. Wuxian thinks angrily that it is indeed the very skill that had gravely wounded her before. The system window further records that the number of merged weapons is 3. Fan observes closely and thinks that something is wrong, suspecting that Huang Yushin may be feigning an attack against his senior sister to provoke him into interfering. The system window notifies that Frost Sword Array / merges all weapons to unleash a devastating strike at the target location, dealing damage equal to the number of merged weapons multiplied by the strength stat. If no damage is inflicted, the skill can be immediately recast one additional time. Yushin launches his attack and shouts for Wuxian to die. She blocks with her flaming spear and thinks that this time she must defeat him by her own strength. Fan, watching, resolves to turn Yushin's plan against him and commands the Shadow Dragon King to move in. The dragon advances, and Yushin, startled at its sudden approach, realizes that he can see it. He slices his thumb and lets a drop of blood fall upon his sword, activating Blood Sword Shackles. The system window notifies that Frost Sword Array / has been interrupted. The Shadow Dragon King becomes engulfed in flames and roars fiercely. Wuxian, shocked, demands to know what is happening. The system window notifies that the Shadow Dragon King has been shackled, with 29 seconds of restraint remaining. Yushin laughs triumphantly and declares that he knew it would work, commanding the attack on Wuxian, confident that Fan will be forced to intervene. The system window notifies that Blood Sword Shackles empowers the weapon with blood, releasing a binding wind. Any target struck is shackled for 30 seconds. The effect cannot be resisted and may only be applied once to the same target. She is stunned at the sight of Yushin riding his mechanical bird and urges that now is the time to retreat quickly. Suddenly, Fan strikes, severing the wings of the bird and sending Yushin crashing to the ground. Fan places his sword against Yushin's neck and demands to know who said he was allowed to leave, asking whether he truly believed the dragon was the only threat and that Fan's power was meaningless. Yushin turns his head toward him in panic and protests that he cannot kill him, insisting that this is a conflict between noble families and that there are rules. Wuxian steps forward, gripping her spear, and declares that Lu Fan is now the one calling the shots in the Yi family. She adds coldly that there is no need for Yushin to know anything further. Shaken, Yushin stammers in disbelief, pleading that Miss Yi should reconsider. He argues that their families have long-standing ties and insists that everything he said earlier was out of anger, claiming that he never truly intended to kill her. He begs for mercy. He then appeals to Fan, calling him brother, saying there is no real hatred between them and no need for bloodshed, promising that he will publicly declare that he was defeated by him. Fan closes his eyes and replies that he will leave the decision to his senior sister, granting her the right to finish Yushin herself. Yushin, terrified, cries out that the Huang family values him greatly. As flames surge around her, Wuxian charges forward with her spear, declaring that she cannot believe she has fallen for the same trick twice. The system window notifies that Fire Mark imbues a melee weapon with 7 stacks of Fire Mark. The next 7 attacks deal damage multiplied by the current stack, with each strike consuming 1 stack. Remaining Fire Mark, 7 stacks, 7x damage. Terrified, Yushin pleads that the ancestor has spoken many times of wanting to invite her as a guest, insisting it is true and that there is no need to go this far. Wuxian thrusts her spear into his chest, and the system window notifies that 6 stacks remain, 6x damage. She asks if he hears it and declares that all the souls of the Yi family slain by his hand are crying out for vengeance. The system window notifies that 5 stacks remain, 5x damage. She unleashes her power, reducing him to ashes, and commands him to go to hell. The system window continues to record the diminishing stacks as the damage decreases with each strike. Surrounded by fire, she calls out to Lu Fan. He steps forward, places a hand on her shoulder, and assures her that he is right there. She tells him they must inform the Huang family of what has happened. He replies that there is no need to worry, as one of Huang Yushin's followers will be allowed to return and report it. Who acknowledges the command, places his hand on a crying man who calls out for young Master Huang, and says that he understands. Fan remarks that it feels good to finally release all that pent-up anger. Wuxian embraces him and quietly agrees. Later, with the power of the Fan's skill, Yushin regenerates himself and commands submission to the master. The system window notifies that Huang Yushin, level 98, Peerless Sword Cultivator Roman 4 of the Huang clan of the Western Realm, possesses the Peerless 9 Swords technique, which transforms the weapon into 9 identical swords. all bearing the same attributes and effects. When all 9 are combined, they deal 900% damage and automatically parry enemy attacks. Ice Sword Diffusion adds ice elemental damage to the current weapon's attacks for 30 seconds, and targets struck suffer a 20% reduction in movement speed. Sword Light Pieces Illusion, during active attacks, automatically reveals hidden units within range, forces them out of concealment, and inflicts confusion. Frost Sword Array merges all weapons and strikes the target area with a powerful blow, dealing damage based on the number of merged weapons multiplied by the strength stat. If no damage is inflicted, the skill can be recast immediately. Blood Sword Shackles activates the weapon with blood, unleashing a shackle wind. The struck target is imprisoned for 30 seconds. This skill cannot be negated by immunity and may affect each target only once. Fan thinks that he does not expect it to be reassembled after turning into ashes, and he believes this skill is excessively overpowered. Within the 4th stage Puppet Legion, Long who is recognized as the one who leads the defense, while Huang Yushin is acknowledged for excelling in offense and control. He thinks that this team is finally beginning to take shape. He looks at Fei and thinks that the news of Huang Yushin's and Long Erhu's deaths must have already reached the Huang and Long families, and he wonders how they will respond. After some time, in the Long family manor's main hall, the Long family ancestor, Chen Kong, sees Long Xing kneeling before him and asking whether every single word he said earlier is true. Xing cries and says that he swears it is all true, that the dragon tamer is unimaginably strong, and that his brother does not even have time to attack before being instantly killed by the dragon. He recalls a memory and says that the same occurs with the others. Every time the dragon strikes, a life is taken, and even 3rd stage experts cannot last a second before being annihilated instantly. Chen Kong says that the girl from the Yi family truly has found herself an extraordinary backer. At that moment, a soldier says that with the second master now dead, the greater issue is the message delivered by Long Xing on behalf of the dragon tamer. The Long clan must hand over all resources and territory within 3 days. He asks what action they are going to take. Suddenly, an explosion occurs above their heads, and Old Man Huang descends from the roof and appears before them. Chen Kong is left shocked at the sight of him. He lands on the floor and says that today he owes him an explanation. Chen Kong grits his teeth in frustration and asks what the meaning of this is, saying that if he could not win over the Yi family, does he now wish to wage war against the Long clan? Old Man Huang declares that the Long clan has colluded with the Yi family, that Long who has killed his grandson, Huang Yushin, and that he intends to settle that score. Xing is shocked and asks if his brother truly killed Huang Yushin, questioning whether he is serious at this moment. He insists that he saw it with his own eyes, that his brother was killed by Lu Fan's dragon pet, and he asks how he could possibly have helped Lu Fan kill Huang Yushin. Old Man Huang turns his head toward him and asks if that is true, warning that if he is lying, he will soon learn what it means to wish for death. Xing hurriedly replies that he would not dare. Chen Kong reminds him that this is the Long household and orders him to watch his words, prompting Xing to quickly hide behind him. He then says that what Long Xing has stated is true, who is dead. If someone has indeed claimed to see who aiding the Yi family, then a necromancer may be lurking behind them. He adds that the dragon tamer deliberately allowed Long Xing to return with a message, demanding that within 3 days, the Long clan must surrender all resources and submit. Old Man Huang replies that he has received the same message, 3 days to comply, with all assets handed over to the Yi family. He mutters that this has happened in just 2 months. Surrounded by his ice power, he asks what gives the Yi family such confidence. Chen Kong becomes enveloped in the flames of his power and declares that the Yi family must pay for their arrogance. Long Xing has said that the most troublesome threat from the Yi family is the dragon tamer, who commands 2 powerful dragon pets, one specializing in stealth like an assassin, and the other possessing overwhelming physical strength. Old Man Huang strokes his beard and remarks that dragon tamers, in the end, belong to a summoning class. As long as the dragons are pinned down and the tamer is killed, the beasts vanish back into the pet space. He admits, however, that the stealth dragon is particularly troublesome. He reassures them not to worry, as their clan possesses a sun arrow god. Once it locks onto the dragon, its location will be revealed instantly. Old Man Huang further declares that if the Yi family believes a single dragon tamer grants them the strength to challenge 2 great clans, He says then they will prove them wrong. The legacy of the Huang and Long clans, he asserts, is not something a mere tamer can shake. He even admits that he once considered inviting him into the Huang clan, but he has since changed his mind. The scene shifts to the evening at Yi Manor, where guards stand at the gates. One guard suddenly trembles and asks if the other feels it too, exclaiming that the ground is shaking. The other guard nervously replies that it had better not be an earthquake. At that moment, the first guard is shocked as he sees a pack of beasts surging toward them and cries out for the others to look. Another guard shouts that it is a beast tide and urges them to hurry and inform Miss Yi. Meanwhile, Fan and Wuxian sit inside, eating their meal, when they feel the ground trembling. Fan asks if it is an earthquake, but she replies that such a sound cannot be caused by an earthquake. At that moment, a guard rushes in and reports that the beast tide is attacking. She looks at Fan in shock and asks if it is truly a beast tide. He responds by saying they must go and see what is happening. Outside, the guards grip their swords and stand firmly as the beasts approach at full speed. Suddenly, Old Man Huang appears with his dragon snake and demands to know how they dare kill Zinger and still order the Huang clan to submit within 3 days, calling it outrageous gall. Chen Kong arrives as well and declares that the Long and Yi families once shared bonds, and the Long clan had given them face, but since they dared to slay the Long bloodline, the Yi clan must be annihilated. He proclaims that they have brought this fate upon themselves. Extending his hand forward, he orders the Yi manor to be flattened, leaving no survivors. A soldier shouts for the charge, and the attackers activate their powers, rushing forward as arrows rain toward the manor. A guard cries out that they have been surrounded from all sides. Another, trembling, says that they are truly going to die this time and pleads for someone to do something. Just then, the arrows strike against a protective barrier but fail to pierce it, and even the beast tide crashes against the barrier without breaking it. Old Man Huang is shocked and exclaims that it is impossible, declaring that even legendary defense scrolls cannot withstand an attack of such magnitude. He demands to know what kind of power is being used. Chen Kong remarks that he did not expect the Yi clan to still possess such trump cards. The system window notifies that Eternal Ward creates a protective barrier shielding all within it, and the barrier's capacity depends on the caster's health and self-healing ability. Fei stands beside Fan, releasing her power to form the protective barrier. Fan remarks that it is still not enough to sober him, even after 4 transitions, and he declares that today's massacre rests on his head, for it seems that the Huang and Long clans chose to disregard him just now. Wuxian comments that the Long and Huang clans have actually joined forces to attack the Yi manor. Chen Kong notices Fan and asks if he is the dragon tamer. Fan calmly replies that he is indeed. Wuxian warns Chen Kong to watch his tone, for Fan now holds the final authority within the Yi clan, and in rank, he is no match for him. With glowing red eyes, Chen Kong smirks and mocks that with only a few dragons, Fan dares to act high and mighty, spouting bold words. He declares that today, with the Long and Huang clans joining forces, Fan will see how a millennia-old noble family truly fights. Fan smiles in return and says that what they have brought is nothing more than a wave of beasts, cannon fodder, and even a few 4th-stage transferees. He asks if he truly believes that sheer numbers alone can crush the Yi clan. He says that it is ridiculous, then calls for everyone to come forth. Extending his hand forward, he releases a red aura and summons dragons into the field. Chen Kong is stunned and asks how many dragons he could possibly have. Old Man Huang exclaims that it is impossible, declaring that in this world, finding a true dragon is harder than reaching the heavens, so how could he possess so many? The system notifies that natural assimilation activates the dragon bone flute, summoning the twin fallen corpse sacred dragons, whose levels equal that of the summoner. As Fan summons them, their power matches his own. Chen Kong, in shock, thinks that he is able to summon dragons as pets. Old Man Huang, equally shaken, wonders just how deep Fan's hidden powers truly run. Fan smiles, snaps his fingers, and says not to rush, for there is an even greater surprise. At that moment, Erhu and Yushin appear as undead, bound as Fan's puppets. Both Chen Kong and Old Man Huang are horrified at the sight. The system window notifies that Corpse Dragon Control governs all puppets created by the fallen sacred dragons, allowing them to be summoned or dismissed at will, and that death returns energy to the sacred dragons. He gazes upon his undead army and declares that each puppet alone is capable of contending with noble clans. He asks how they could possibly hope to fight against this. He thinks that the collapse of the Taiki Kingdom's Jin clan is entirely because of him. Chen Kong tells himself that this battle is not yet lost, but he realizes that they have nowhere left to retreat, and even their beast tides are trembling in fear at the sight of the dragons. Fan declares that he will see how long their so-called noble elite can last before he slaughters them all. His eyes turn golden as he transforms into a colossal dragon, sparks cascading from his form. Both Chen Kong and Old Man Huang are utterly shocked. Old Man Huang thinks that not only can Fan tame dragons, but he can also transform into one himself, and the sheer magnitude of his strength is terrifying. Fan commands Faye to use Jade Mirror Clone. She channels her power and softly weeps as she activates the spell. The system window notifies that Jade Mirror Clone selects a friendly unit to replicate into 2 mirror images. These clones inherit all skills, while their stats remain at 30% of the original. Each unit can summon up to 2 clones, with the effect doubled for dragons or dragon-blooded allies. Fan sneers that even if he is outnumbered, he has never feared the odds. At his command, the dragons surge forward, launching their assault on the enemy ranks. Old Man Huang, shaken to his core, wonders if they have made a terrible mistake by attacking the Yi clan. Fan unleashes fire from his mouth and orders that no one be left alive. The system window notifies that dragon language replication is able to copy a dragon pet's draconic magic and cast it, with its power depending on the caster's stats. It further notifies that lava burst detonates flames within an area, creating a pool of lava that continually burns all targets inside, inflicting massive damage. Old Man Huang forms a protective barrier around himself to block the fire, while Chen Kong advances and spreads the immense wings of his dragon to shield against the flames. The system window then notifies that Roaring Thunder unleashes a thunder strike upon the target area, generating a storm that inflicts heavy lightning damage and paralyzes enemies caught within it. Bao roars, releasing a thunderous strike that expands into a storm, paralyzing the beast tide surrounding him. The system window next notifies that Falling Stars transforms the galaxy above into a designated area where starlight continuously rains down. This skill allows the caster to employ other abilities during the starfall, which persists until it is deactivated. A dragon activates Starfall Rain, and starlight descends endlessly, striking them. Chen Kong is horrified and thinks that this is nothing less than a living nightmare. The system window notifies that Starfall has unsealed the magic of the dragon language, which sacrifices the user's health points while ascending and then crashes down, inflicting massive damage equal to 2000% of the health points sacrificed. The twin corpse dragons are flying and attacking their soldiers, who are running around pleading for help. The system window notifies that Lava Burst has been activated as the Destruction Dragon flaps its wings, releasing 4 flaming tornadoes that deal heavy damage to all affected targets, while Xiaoi directs the tornadoes of fire toward the soldiers to burn them. Old Huang witnesses this and asks Chen Kong if he is still struggling to hold back. If they do not kill him now, both of their clans will be wiped out, so what is the point of guarding against each other? Chen Kong replies and warns him not to think that he is unaware, for his curse master's power is far greater than this. He then declares fine, today he will go all out to kill this dragon tamer, and once the Yi clan is wiped out, the Huang and Long clans will call a truce for 3 months, after which the resources of the Yi clan will be divided between them. Old Huang declares it is a deal, that this is his strongest control skill, one that immobilizes even those of the same level for at least 10 seconds, and he clasps one hand over the other. He forms a protective bubble around himself and says that now is the time, urging him not to hold back and to kill the dragon tamer. Chen Kong holds a scroll in his hand, squeezes it into his fist, releases waves of red energy, and says that he does not need to be told that. He smirks as his energy spreads around the beasts, charging their powers and making their eyes glow red. The beasts form a massive fireball and hurl it toward Fan, causing a tremendous explosion. Wuxian grows tense and calls out to Lu Fan. Chen Kong smiles and says that it is a fake, a shapeshifted dragon, and that it could never withstand the full force of his strike combined with that of the Huang clan's second elder, declaring that the brat is as good as dead. Just then, from within the fiery thunder, Fan appears behind him and asks if he is certain he truly killed him. He is shocked at the sight. Fan says that what they destroyed was only a jade mirror clone, nothing more, and asks if they became so worked up over that. Chen Kong turns to strike him and says that now that his true body has been revealed, he should die, calling him a little brat. Killing a beast, Wuxian stands gripping a spear surrounded by flames and calls out to Fan. Fan moves his hand, slaps Chen Kong aside, and asks if he calls that a deep reserve. He says that just one of his clones has been enough to drain all of his strength, yet he dares to speak of foundations, calling it pathetic. Chen Kong thinks in frustration that the last attack has drained the last of his energy, wondering how this is possible. He thinks that Fan is only a second transition class at level 40-something, yet he is this terrifyingly strong. The system window notifies that the Jade Dragon's level has increased to 43, the Star Dragon's level has increased to 40, and Stellar Radiance form now has no time limit. A new skill has been gained, 17 million Celestial Annihilation, which summons a star core that grows more powerful as its inner stars divide. The Starry Sky Dragon can detonate it, causing extinction-level damage, beginning with 17 million stars. It further notifies that the Blue Dragon's level has increased to 32. Fan asks what he is left to fight with, his broken body or his dwindling forces as he gathers all his dragons together. Chen Kong sees flames rising from the corpses of his soldiers and asks if Fan has killed them all. Old Huang also notices his fallen soldiers and says that the Huang clan is finished. Fan declares that from this day onward, the Western region shall know no more of the Huang and Long clans. Chen Kong responds that the Long clan will not fall, as the system window notifies that the Life Flame Soulburn technique has been activated. The caster burns their life essence, enters a soulburn state, loses 5% of their health per second, gains 300% attack power, and gains 50% critical chance until death. Old Huang takes a relic from his inner pocket and begins whistling a spell into it, releasing waves of green energy. The system window notifies that the Vital Devour Elixir instantly restores 35% of maximum health and restores an additional 15% over the next 8 seconds. Chen Kong charges his power to strike him and declares that even if his lifespan is burned away and his soul is scorched, he will not allow him to live. Old Huang also charges his magical cards, aligning them in formation as he presses a finger to his lips, while the system window notifies that the Heaven Calamity of 10,000 Talismans skill is being charged. He sends his cards toward Fan to attack, shouting for them to go, while Chen Kong also releases waves of red energy toward him. The system window notifies that Heaven Calamity of 10,000 Talismans is activated. It emits a set of 5 elemental talismans every second, each dealing 100% damage and applying a 5-second elemental seal. The talismans cycle through metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with each additional talisman doubling the damage. The effect lasts up to 60 seconds. Chen Kong, his eyes glowing red, screams in agony as Fan's brutal attack severs his legs from his body. Old Huang, terrified, calls out to Chen Kong and urges him to leave, then extends his finger and sends his magical cards toward Fan in another attempt to attack. The magical cards create a barrier around Fan and bind him with massive chains. Old Huang declares that it is done. Fan responds that he has come specifically to test the power of the Huang clan's old ancestor, and admits that he is honestly disappointed, as he shatters the barrier and chains into fragments. He is shocked and exclaims that they could not even restrain him for a single second, cursing in frustration. Surrounded by flames, Fan says that now it is his turn, and the system window notifies that Dragon Language Replication has been activated, which enables the user to copy and cast the dragon language magic of a dragon pet, with its power depending on the user's stats. Old Huang exclaims that this is not good and extends his hand to launch an attack. The system window notifies that Mystic Talisman Spirit Shield has been activated, summoning 12 elemental talismans that revolve around the user. Each talisman blocks one attack and grants additional counter damage, healing, and control effects based on current elemental attributes. The shield lasts for 8 seconds, and the talismans can shrink to strengthen defense or be consumed to launch an anti-magic counterattack. Fan declares that he should take this and hurls a lava burst toward him. The system window notifies that lava burst erupts flames within the target area, forming a lava pool in which targets gradually sink and suffer heavy continuous damage. Old Huang attempts to block it with his magical cards, But due to the sheer magnitude of the lava burst, his magical cards begin burning away, forcing him to stumble backward. Screaming, he is consumed by flames, falls to the ground, and is left with nothing but the ashes of his magical cards. Chenkong lies on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, and says that their clan's divine archer can pierce even god-tier camouflage, asking what trick Fan's dragon used to evade his detection. Fan looks at his blood-soaked corpse and asks if he means the little bug hiding in the shadows. He smiles and says that his dragon found it an eyesore, so it simply dealt with it. Chenkong sweats, coughs blood, and clutches his wound. Fan says that he had sent someone to deliver a message, either bring the resource transfer agreement, or prepare to see the clan wiped out completely. It seems, he adds, that he chose the latter. He declares that the fate the Long and Huang clans face today is entirely thanks to him, and whatever he wishes to say, he should explain it to them underground. Chenkong warns Fan to think carefully, insisting that even if he does not fear the Huang clan, the force behind them is far beyond anything he can withstand. Old Huang points and declares that behind their clans stands the Ning clan, a Class C aristocratic family, where a level 100 expert could obliterate him with a flick of the finger. Fan casually rubs his finger in his ear and asks if they are finished talking. Old Huang urges him to reconsider, warning that if he massacres them all, the Ning clan will never let him go. Fan responds that if he is so worried about the Ning clan, then he should go ahead and pave the way to the underworld for them, as he forms a portal near his foot. He summons his dragons, and Old Huang, shocked, asks if he truly intends to create a life or death grudge with them. Fan stands calmly with his hands in his pockets and says to relax, for someone from the Ning clan will soon arrive to hear their cries. Chenkong warns that if Fan kills them today, he will make enemies of every noble clan in the world. Fan's eyes gleam with golden light as he replies that it is perfect, because that is exactly what he wants. He adds that, speaking of which, there is a skill he obtained long ago. Old Huang, horrified, realizes that the 5 dragons behind him are being fused into his body, as Fan gathers his dragons into a single form and declares that it is the perfect time to test it on the 2 of them. The system window notifies that Wrath of 10,000 Dragons has been activated. The dragon tamer fuses with all of his dragon pets, transforming into the king of 10,000 dragons and unleashing an immeasurable single strike. Once the attack concludes, the fusion is undone. The king of 10,000 dragons forms a poisonous sphere and hurls it toward them, releasing waves of poisonous bubbles. Old Huang and Chenkong attempt to flee for their lives, screaming in terror, but Fan extends his hands and commands them to die. The king of 10,000 dragons releases more poisonous bubbles, which surround them completely. Old Huang cries out to Fan, declaring that the Ning clan will never allow him to live, as both he and Chenkong collapse into ash, consumed by the poison's energy. As the intensity of the attack diminishes, Wuxian approaches Lan Fan and calls out to him. He asks what is wrong and whether she is frightened now. She, still shaken, admits that she is a bit shocked, as she has never seen him in this form before. When she saw him collapse moments ago, her heart nearly stopped, but in the blink of an eye, not only was he unharmed, he annihilated the patriarchs of both the Long and Huang clans. She recalls the memory as Fan tells her that being her shield is not merely for show. She, still surprised, points out that now that the leaders and elite forces of the Long and Huang clans lie dead, the remaining forces pose no threat, making this the perfect time to seize control. Fan replies that he will then head to the Long clan. She rises into the air, surrounded by flames, and tells him to leave the Huang clan to her. Fan looks at her and thinks that the Long clan is precisely one of the locations marked on those 2 god-tier treasure maps. After some time, at the Long estate, Fan takes flight as the system window notifies that 17 million celestial annihilation has been activated. It summons a stellar core whose inner stars continuously divide, causing its power to grow. Eventually, it can be detonated by the Star Dragon, unleashing extinction-level destruction, beginning with 17 million stars. The system window notifies that the Star Dragon's level has risen to 40, and that Stellar Radiance form is no longer time-limited. Fan says that, as expected, the time limit on Stellar Radiance form was merely a shackle before maturity. Now that the shackle has been broken, and with this new world-ending skill in hand, the stars have become truly unstoppable. The system window further notifies that 70 million celestial annihilation is charging, 17 million celestial annihilation summons a stellar core, and as the inner stars continuously divide, its power grows. Eventually, it can be detonated by the star dragon, unleashing extinction-level destruction, beginning with 17 million stars. Fan's dragons spread radiant energy across the sky. Meanwhile, Xing walks along the street, still troubled that no word has come from the patriarch's side. He thinks that as long as Lu Fan lives, it feels as though a dagger is pressed against his back. Suddenly, he asks why it has become so bright and raises his hand to shield himself as a blinding light strikes his face. Shocked, he sees thunder and lightning spreading across the sky and asks what it is. He then screams as he beholds a dragon within the storm. After a while, Fan says that this power is far too terrifying. If he uses dragon language resonance, even an entire city might be flattened. He moves his dragon, lands on the ground, and approaches a treasure box. The system window notifies that the treasure map location has been reached. He opens the treasure box, and the system window notifies him that the Flame Dragon Warrior's legacy has been acquired, along with one pair of Golden Dragon King's bracers. The Golden Dragon set is activated 3/5, further unlocking residual bloodline power. While transformed into the Golden Dragon King, Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood skills are gained. Golden Dragon King's Judgment Claw attacks are granted bonus damage. The bracers convert 20% of stamina into strength, and upon activating Boiling Blood after transformation, all attributes are increased by 150% per level. While the stamina attribute is increased by 600, the system notifies that the skill book Scorching Dragon's Wrath has been acquired, which targets one allied dragon blood unit, ignites the bloodline flame, and enters a frenzy state that deals area effect damage for 10 minutes. It notifies that one enchant level elimination scroll of epic quality has been acquired, a consumable that removes level requirements from a target item or gear. It also notifies that one enchant quality upgrade scroll of epic quality has been acquired, a consumable that raises the quality of a target item by 1 tier, up to Legend Plus. The system notifies that one pet enchantment scroll has been acquired. The pet enchantment scroll of epic quality is a consumable that grants the summoned pet the passive skill Shadow Assault, which allows it to deal 20% additional damage after inflicting physical damage. It also notifies that one summon slot expansion scroll of epic quality has been acquired, a consumable that adds one additional slot for pets, summons, contracts, and constructs. He smiles and says that he was just worried his pet slots were full, but now he can hatch the new dragon egg. The pet enchantment scroll even allows the Shadow Dragon King to gain a new skill, and Nether Snake Attraction can be upgraded to Legend Plus. He remarks that the chest was truly worth it. He flies forward with his dragon and says that everything has been obtained, and it is now time to return to his senior sister. After a while, at the Huang clan, guards are seen walking while carrying huge boxes, as Huang Yingheng, the clan steward, calls Miss Ye. He holds her legs and says that although the Huang clan's core has fallen, there are still 500 to 600 brothers and dozens of resource points remaining. He explains that he has managed the outer hall, and that he will integrate everything quickly for her. She asks if he can be trusted. He replies that she can rest assured, as the Huang clan is broken, and they will not go down with it. He swears absolute loyalty to the Yi clan and vows never to betray. Just then, Fan lands on the ground behind him and says that he should remember what has been said. If he dares to betray the Yi clan, he will be made to wish he were dead. He is startled when he hears Fan's voice, while Wuxian, excited to see him, says that Fan has returned. Yingheng is terrified at the sight of him and says that he is a dragon tamer. Fan says that this is not a combat class, and that since the Huang clan no longer dares to cause trouble, with so few Yi clan members left and the workload being heavy, Yingheng might as well be used directly. She says that she had the same thought. Yingheng says not to worry, from this day forward, his words are his decree. If he orders him to go east, he will never go west. If he tells him to jump into the sea, he will not dive into the river instead. Fan asks if he understands and commands that within 3 days, all Huang clan resources must be integrated. He says he wants results and orders him to leave immediately. Yingheng runs off, saying that he is on his way. She then asks if the Long clan's side has been settled. Fan holds the back of his head as a memory surfaces and says that he supposes so. She begins walking and tells him to come with her, as she has something to tell him. He follows her in confusion. After a while, Fan notices a bundle of papers and asks if she has taken over managing all 3 clans. She says that she had planned long ago that if he truly won, she would integrate the resources of the 3 clans and hand them all over to him. Fan sweats and says that he appreciates the intention, but he has no interest in running clans. He came to assist, not to profit from her efforts. She exhales and says that in that case, she will manage for now, and he can take over whenever he wishes. He mutters that so this is the gift she meant. She replies that he should not tell her. He thought she would simply hand herself over to him, and she steps closer. He quickly jerks her aside and says that he never thought such a thing. She presses the papers against his chest and says that it was a funny thought, then adds that these are documents on secret realms and resources, and he should see if anything suits him. Fan looks through the papers and thinks that this resembles the final combined treasure map, which appears to lead directly here. He shows her one of the papers, points at it, and says that he wants to go there. She is startled and says that this is the Flying Immortal Ancient Shrine. The scene shifts to the next day at the Flying Immortal Ancient Shrine. Fan asks Wuxian if she is certain. She replies that each person can enter this realm only once, whether one is above level 40 or even above level 90. Only a single level can be gained, and warns that entering now would be a great loss. Fan flies forward and says that since this realm will return later, if he does not enter after seeing it, he fears he will not be able to sleep. Later, they land on the ground as the guards stand in line, bow down, and greet them, saying Miss Yi and Mr. Liu. Wuxian Yi responds that there is no need for formalities. If they remain here, they must understand everything. As long as they remain loyal to the Yi clan, they will be treated well, but betrayal will be severely punished. They are all startled to hear this. Just then, a portal appears at the top of the stairs, and Wuxian says that the Flying Immortal Ancient Shrine lies ahead. She explains that she has already entered once and therefore cannot accompany him. She smiles and says that she will wait here for him. Fan turns his head slightly toward her while walking forward and says that he understands. After a while, Fan emerges from the portal, and the system window notifies that the treasure map location has been reached. He looks around and says that this is the place. He begins walking forward and thinks to himself, pleading that he be granted a dragon egg. After a while, Fan notices an egg and a book lying on the floor and thinks that it is incredible. It has been far too long since he last encountered a dragon egg after Bao. The system window notifies that a poison dragon egg has been acquired, with its level remaining unknown. He sees a status window appear before him and says that he is grateful for the senior's blessing. He adds that once he returns, he will have the Huang family send people to properly repair the old shrine outside. He then picks up the book and remarks that he became so absorbed in the dragon egg that he almost forgot there was also a book, the Explorer's Notebook. The system window notifies that the Explorer's Notebook, of fine quality, has been acquired. It is described as a notebook that once belonged to a wilderness explorer, containing the original owner's observations. He thinks that, judging from the damage, the original owner must have ventured into extremely dangerous places. The notebook is filled with countless notes in tiny handwriting. Though faded, they remain legible. He notices an entry that reads, Dragon Kingdom Calendar, the 30th of January, the year 589. The writer records finally seeing a giant dragon in Fallen Dragon Valley. As the rumors claimed, of the 2 giant dragons once residing there, one has already died, and only one remains alive. Yet even after all this time, the surviving dragon is still gravely injured, with no sign of recovery. Fan thinks to himself that the author truly witnessed the giant dragon in Fallen Dragon Valley. The narrator records that on Dragon Kingdom Calendar, the 30th of January, the year 589, in Fallen Dragon Valley, the valley floor was filled with joy. Everyone believed that their fallen teammate had not died in vain. As long as everything went smoothly, they could tame the wounded giant dragon and bring back the corpse of the other dragon to obtain materials of immeasurable value. He recalls that he even took out a scroll to prepare for the taming ritual, but he had been far too naive. The narrator explains that although they were all 4th-tier masters, and although the giant dragon was already critically wounded, completing the taming was still utterly impossible. A poisonous energy surged toward them from the dragon as one of the men shouted to hold on to the vines. The narrator recounts that he fled in desperation, forced to watch as everyone around him was consumed by the erupting poison gas. their bodies melting away. In order to survive, he abandoned his comrades and barely escaped, though he inevitably inhaled some of the poison himself. He says that he could feel his body corroding little by little. In the final moments of life, he resolved to write down a warning. Never enter Fallen Dragon Valley and never awaken the dragon that lies at the valley floor, for it rivals a god. As the author coughed blood from his mouth and nose while writing, a drop of it fell onto the notebook. After a while, Fan reads the book and says the words "Devour Demon Dragon, Abyssal Maw." He thinks to himself that he has just remembered a hidden quest he received early on at the Flying Dragon Mausoleum, where the target to be slain is precisely this dragon, and where a seed is required. The system window notifies that the seed of the Flying Dragon Divine Wood has been obtained, a quest item. After the Flying Dragon Divine Wood was occupied by the minions of the Devourer Demon Dragon, Abyssal Maw, its divine power gradually diminished. Now, a hero has emerged who may save the withered wood. If he can slay the Devourer Demon Dragon, Abyssal Maw, and dip this seed into its blood as proof, he will surely gain the favor of the original owner of the Flying Dragon Divine Wood, the Life Spirit Dragon, the root of all beings. Fan tosses the seed lightly and thinks that, at the time he first received the quest, there had been no clues, and his strength had been insufficient, rendering the task impossible. But now, it is easily within his reach. He takes out a scroll and thinks that, fortunately, he has obtained a summon slot expansion scroll. This time, he can directly tame a dragon pet as well. Portals begin to form behind him. He closes his eyes and says that before anything else, it is time to meet their new dragon companion, as all of his dragon pets arrive. He opens the scroll, flames spreading across it, and says that he is ready as the system window notifies that one summon slot expansion scroll has been used. The system then notifies that a black dragon, level 49, has been contracted, an emerald dragon, level 43, has been contracted, a sky dragon, level 40, has been contracted, and an azure dragon, level 32, has been contracted. He points to the poison dragon egg and says that everyone should come over, as their new member, the little poison dragon, will soon be able to join them. They all gather around the egg. Fan kneels down, channeling energy into his hands, and says that Xiaoi and Bao must not bully their new friend later. The system window notifies that the dragon riding technique can tame dragon-type beings. He begins using his power on the egg, and it starts to crack. Suddenly, poisonous smoke seeps out from the fractures and enters Xiaoi's nose. Fan checks the system window and says that it is strange, asking why this poison dragon hatchling only releases poison gas but does not emerge. Xiaoi turns to the side, covering her mouth as if she is about to vomit. The egg releases more poison as Fan observes that information has appeared in the contract slot, which means the taming has succeeded. He notes that the attribute points are mediocre, with the only notable trait being spirit, though even that still falls far short of Bao's wanting 394 points at birth. The system window notifies that the poison dragon has been contracted, level 1. Its attributes are Strength 152, Agility 153, Spirit 859, and Stamina 186. Its origin skill, 10,000 Poisons, allows it to collect toxins within itself and switch the activated poison at will. Its Netherworld skill, Deadly Toxin, releases a poisonous mist within a target area. Enemies inside the fog accumulate stacks, with each stack increasing damage per second indefinitely, as there is no maximum limit. Its ability, Poison Dragon Spikes, enhances its current toxin, while its bloodline trait ensures that when suffering lethal damage, the body disintegrates and then recombines to resurrect, becoming immune to all negative effects. Furthermore, any unit that comes into contact with a poison dragon becomes infected with its toxin. Fan is startled upon seeing the system window and thinks that this is unbelievable. Upon receiving lethal damage, it will disintegrate and revive, while anyone who touches it will be infected with poison. This passive ability is outrageous. Not only can it resurrect, but it also spreads poison debuffs endlessly. The system window notifies that the origin of 10,000 poisons allows the poison dragon to collect toxins within itself and switch the active poison at will. Its nether skill, Deadly Toxin, releases its current poison as a fog within a target area, where enemies accumulate stacks. The more stacks they carry, the higher the damage per second each moment, with no maximum limit. Its ability, Poison Dragon Spikes, lets it swing its tail to launch poisonous needles that pierce a target, instantly infecting it with 10 stacks of its current toxin. Its bloodline trait ensures that when suffering lethal damage, the body disintegrates and then recombines to resurrect, rendering it immune to all negative effects. Furthermore, any unit that comes into contact with the poison dragon becomes infected with its toxin. Upon seeing the system window, he thinks that although other dragons possess recovery speeds ranging from 500% to 5000% and theoretically cannot die either, this little poison dragon does not even depend on healing. It simply resurrects directly, which is truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Bao touches and closely observes the poison dragon egg until it suddenly explodes, and the dragon bursts out, immediately running away. Fan notices this as well and asks Bao what he is doing, adding that it is not his prey. The poison dragon quickly hides behind a pillar. Fan and the other dragons see this, and Fan says that it sounds like a little mouse's squeak, as if it is very timid. Bao approaches and says that he has caught it. The poison dragon, frightened, lets out a chirp. Fan says that it is good, calling it a very peculiar dragon, almost like a slime, as he lifts the poison dragon up. Fan notices slime on his hand and thinks that, because of his class feature bloodline affinity, he is immune to these poisons. Looking at the poison dragon, he says that since her cry is so unusual, he will name her Xiaoji and asks what she thinks of that. He moves the eggshell toward her and says that since she has just hatched, she needs to eat the shell for nourishment, otherwise, she will not grow up healthy. Xiaoji accepts it and chirps. Fan thinks that he did not expect the little poison dragon to be so shy, almost socially anxious. He then says to Xiao Fei that she should take care of Xiaoji and ensure she finishes the eggshell. Fei reaches out and takes Xiaoji from him. Fan thinks that aside from her shyness and timidity, Xiaoji and Xiao Fei truly resemble one another. The two of them will surely become close friends. Xiaoji will also be able to gather various poisons for herself, and since her toxin stacks have no upper limit, this alone makes her future potential extremely promising. He smiles as he looks at her and says that it is perfect, since Fallen Dragon Valley is filled with poisons. In 3 days, when they leave this place, Xiaoji will finally be able to demonstrate her skills. After a while, Fan sits and checks the system window. He reflects that during his 3 days in the Flying Immortal Ancient Shrine, he has not only leveled up, but has also unlocked the passive ability of Weapon Mastery. Since Xiaoji's level is low, she levels up much faster. The system window notifies that Lu Fan's level has increased to 49, and that weapon mastery with swords, when using sword-type weapons, increases accuracy and reduces the enemy's chance to dodge. It further notifies that Poison Dragon's level has increased to 13, and that a new skill has been acquired, Netherworld Guardian. Fan thinks that he has also come to understand Xiaoji's personality more clearly. She is a different kind of dragon, timid, insecure, socially anxious, and not aggressive. However, she seems to excel at hiding and escaping. After Fan's constant teaching of Bao and his efforts in comforting Xiaoji, she finally lets down her guard and forms a bond with Xiao Fei. After learning Xiaoji's new skill, the 3-day period comes to an end, and it is time to leave the shrine. 3 days later, Wuxian excitedly sees Lu Fan emerging from the portal. She notices the poison dragon in his hand, asks what that creature is, and exclaims that it is adorable. Fan replies that her name is Xiaoji and that she is his new dragon pet. Wuxian extends her hand toward Xiaoji and asks if she may pet her. She remarks that Xiaoji feels like jelly, soft and squishy, while gently squeezing her face. Fan smiles and says that this little one is different from other dragons, being very socially anxious, so it is better for him to stow her away. He asks if senior sister has been waiting for him for a long while sending Xiaoji back into the portal. She raises a finger and says that she almost forgot, she has something important to tell him. Clearing her throat, she declares that she is switching into principal mode and explains that yesterday, Zhao Shengeming called her, informing her that the final assessment at Dragon City Academy is being prepared. Although Zhao Shengeming said it does not matter whether Fan participates, given his abilities, she disagrees, as their school students are not permitted to skip examinations. Fan replies that she should speak normally, addressing her as senior sister, not principal. She turns away and says that principal mode is off, and now it is senior sister time. He begins following her and remarks that time flies, and that the moment teacher Gu recruited him feels as if it happened yesterday. She laughs and says he has always been busy, so time naturally seems short, constantly traveling between the extreme north and the Taki Nation. Fan says that before the final assessment, he wants to go somewhere, and he asks if she knows where Fallen Dragon Valley is. She repeats the name in surprise and asks why he wants to go there. Fan then asks if senior sister actually knows its location. She replies that she does, and adds that her grandfather's death is tied to Fallen Dragon Valley. The scene shifts to 6 months earlier, at the bottom of the ravine in Fallen Dragon Valley, where a soldier raises his torch and says that up ahead there seems to be an open area. Elder Yi instructs him to continue forward. The narrator explains that 6 months ago, the head of the Yi family, Wuxian's grandfather, brought 3 4th-tier masters to explore the western frontier. They descended to the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, and with his experience and skill, Elder Yi believed he could annex the valley into the Yi family's domain. However, he soon discovered that the place was in fact a forbidden zone. Suddenly, numerous eyes appear upon a tree behind them, and one of the tier masters remarks that the space has finally opened up. In an instant, the tree's tentacles lash out toward them in a vicious attack. Elder Yi warns them to watch their backs as the monstrous tree strikes and injures them. One master urges Elder Yi to run quickly. The narrator continues that the boss creature within that valley could not be defeated by their team, so Elder Yi ultimately resolved to retreat, intending to return later with a stronger force. Yet retreating was not so simple. The poison with which Elder Yi was infected was unlike anything even the priests of Dragon City had ever encountered, and there existed no method to dispel it. At the same time, the Huang family and the Long family took advantage of the situation to ignite disputes. Later, Elder Yi lies upon his bed, fatally weakened, while Wuxian kneels beside him, weeping bitterly and crying out for her grandfather. After a while, Wuxian says that with his dying strength, her grandfather held her hand and told her that during his retreat, he heard, deeper within Fallen Dragon Valley, a single dragon's roar. Grandfather expressed his hope that one day Fallen Dragon Valley would belong to the Yi family, for it is a secret asset of their lineage. She then asks why Fan wants to go there. Fan replies that he has received a most unique hidden quest, one that requires him to slay a Dragon King, a level existence. Wuxian repeats his words in disbelief, asking if he truly intends to kill a Dragon King, and remarks that it is exactly like him to be entrusted with such a mission. Fan acknowledges the danger, but says that he now possesses enough trump cards, and he asks if she will support him. She responds by asking what he is saying, and affirms that, of course, she will support him. She adds that the decision-makers of the Yi family naturally hold the right to know the location of Fallen Dragon Valley. Fan says that this is excellent, instructing her to return to Yi Manor and prepare, for they will depart tomorrow. The scene then shifts to that afternoon at Old Huang Manor, where Zhuang Meng, at level 100, strikes the ground with a devastating punch, while a guard trembles in terror, having witnessed the sheer force of his power. Ning Tu sits upon the Ghost General's shoulder and says that 3 days have passed, and no tribute has been submitted. He remarks that the old scoundrels of the Huang family are in trouble once again. The system window notifies that Zhuang Meng, at level 100, is suppressing the mountain-crushing Roman IV Ghost General. A guard collapses onto the ground, raises his hand, and pleads for them not to come closer, declaring that this is no longer the Huang family's territory. Ning Tu responds that he knows this already. At that moment, more guards rush toward the scene, and one of them demands to know what has happened, stating that this place now belongs to the Yi family and ordering outsiders to leave immediately. Ning Tu replies that he does not care about such matters and demands to know where the core of the earth is, explaining that his sister is still waiting for it. He exclaims that it is over and urges the others to run away. Another guard rises and runs toward his companion, shouting that young Master Ning is here, and that they are doomed, certain they will die. A third guard tells him to slow down and asks what has happened, and who this young Master Ning is. Ning slips his hand inside his shirt and declares that he does not care whether they belong to the Huang family or the Yi family. Not a single tribute item is permitted to be missing. He produces a bell and commands the Ghost General to charge in. The Ghost General's eyes glow red as he stomps his foot against the ground, shattering it with a violent explosion that sends the guards flying. Smirking, he advances to attack while one guard frantically asks what is happening. Another shouts for them to run quickly and pleads for help. He pursues them at lightning speed. Ning laughs and says that they are being crushed like insects. Just then, Yingheng hears the commotion, looks around, and complains about the noise. He recoils in shock as a guard is hurled toward him, forcing him to leap aside while demanding to know what is happening. A guard cries out for him to escape at once as the ghost general charges forward to strike. Yingheng thinks in horror that this is disastrous. It is Ning too. He wonders what he should do, realizing there is no time to notify the Yi family. After a while, deep within the forest, Fan walks forward while checking the coordinates displayed on the system screen. His eyes widen as he looks ahead and says that he has found it, based on the coordinates provided by Senior Sister. The system window notifies that he has entered the western frontier, Fallen Dragon Valley, an uncharted area with a regional level of 90. Fan reflects that this is the very Fallen Dragon Valley the Yi family failed to conquer, and he recalls the backpack Senior Sister prepared for him the day before. The scene shifts to the previous day, when Wuxian hands Fan a bag and explains that it contains various tools she prepared according to her grandfather's descriptions. The bag includes consumables, tools, scrolls, and buff foods. Fan replies that she did not have to go to all that trouble. Wuxian firmly insists that it was necessary, reminding him that her grandfather said many accidents have taken place in Fallen Dragon Valley and that he must always be prepared. Fan apologizes and says that he cannot bring her with him this time. She responds that there is no need, as when it comes to dragons, she would not be of much help anyway. Besides, she has to manage the ongoing matters between the Yi family and the Huang family. Fan slings the bag onto his back and says that there is no time to waste, declaring that he is setting off. Wuxian tells him to be extremely careful when facing the Dragon King. Just then, a servant approaches Wuxian from behind and reports that the Huang family has already transferred the high-level secret realm, Molten Core Cavern, to them, and that Huang Yingheng is currently organizing the resource collection. Wuxian begins walking and replies that this is good. She says she will personally make a trip to the Molten Core Cavern and instructs the servant to assist Huang Yingheng with the management in the meantime, while keeping a close eye on that soft pushover. The servant bows her head and responds with an acknowledgement of understanding. Meanwhile, in the guest hall of the old Huang family estate, Ning sits with his chin resting upon his knee and comments that, despite being the leader of 3 clans, Yi Wuxian personally went down into the mine to gather resources. Yingheng bows low to the ground and affirms that this is true. Ning laughs and remarks that Yi Wuxian is truly remarkable, saying that it is the first time he has heard of a clan master personally collecting ores while entrusting the management of family affairs to former enemies. At that moment, a servant arrives, offering him tea with a polite invitation to drink. Ning observes that it seems even third-rate clans still retain some manners. He accepts the tea and adds that, in that case, he will grant them a few more days. He states that she may continue mining the molten core and turning it in, which will also provide him the opportunity to meet this intriguing new clan leader. Yingheng expresses his gratitude and thanks Lord Ning. After a while, at the entrance of Fallen Dragon Valley, Fan takes a light from his bag and says that he has found a portable magnetic lamp. He thinks that it will illuminate his path once he descends deeper into the valley. Xiaoji pops her head out of the bag, and Fan says for her to remain still inside, placing the bag back on his shoulder. He adds that thanks to her, he is immune to toxins, and promises to show her what true dragon combat looks like. He opens a portal and summons Xiaoi and Bao, commanding them to clear the path. Both emerge, releasing their power with a mighty roar. Fan smiles and thinks that if the first dragon he had ever met had been Xiaoji, he might truly have believed that dragons are the mightiest beings in existence. Bao growls ferociously as venom slimes appear behind him. The system window notifies that the venom slime is level 85. Toxic slime sprays mucus at its target, reducing defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Corrosive slime attacks regularly, and its received strikes apply corrosion, reducing physical attack by 70% while draining 2% of HP per second. Fan steps forward and remarks that they are nothing more than brainless, toxic creatures, then tells Xiaoji that it is her turn to shine. Xiaoji lets out a soft squeak as Xiaoi and Bao unleash their powers against the monsters. Fan instructs Xiaoi and Bao to leave one alive and eliminate the rest. Xiaoi continues to attack the slimes, his flames burning them to ash. Bao's eyes gleam as he spots another slime, and with his tongue lolling in excitement, he rushes toward it. Fan immediately orders him to stop. Xiaoi scolds him, calling him an idiot, and kicks him on the head. After a while, Fan holds Xiaoji and reminds them seriously that he had said to leave one alive, as stronger enemies lie ahead. He then turns to Xiaoji and declares that it is time for her to absorb the toxin. Xiaoji approaches the remaining slime with a squeak. The slime hisses, chanting sinisterly about crushing bones, drinking marrow, and destroying the world, before beginning its transformation. Fan smiles and remarks that once Xiaoji absorbs its toxin, she will become even stronger. Xiaoi watches with excitement as Xiaoji prepares herself. Fan proclaims that she is the mightiest of all dragonkin and reassures her not to be afraid, for everyone is watching her. Xiaoji squeaks again. Fan encourages her to go for it, and Xiaoji advances toward the slime, completely enveloping and surrounding the corrupted slime. Fan watches in surprise and asks if that is how she absorbs poison, by swallowing it directly. Xiaoji squeezes her eyes shut and declares that the toxin has been absorbed. The system window notifies that Squeak, the source of all venoms, allows the poison dragon to collect and integrate toxins into itself and switch the currently active toxin at will. It further notifies that Poison Dragon's level has increased to 14. Xiaoji finishes absorbing the slime, stands proudly, and excitedly squeaks twice. The system window then notifies that the current toxin, Venom Slime, reduces the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Fan picks Xiaoji up and says that she has gained a new toxin and leveled up, praising her as truly amazing. Lifting her higher, he tells her that she is a strong dragon, and that once she grows up, she will be just like her elder brother and sister, dominating all beings and unmatched in power. Xiaoji happily responds with a cheerful squeak. After a while, the Phosphor Fire Moth, at level 86, releases its ability Phosphor Power Scatter as it shakes its wings, dispersing phosphorescent fire powder toward the target. The powder causes blindness for 6 seconds and increases the damage the target receives by 45%. Through its ability Phosphor Fire Burn, the moth's flight path automatically disperses phosphorescent fire powder, inflicting burning and blindness on any target it touches. Xiaoi spreads her flames and attacks the monster. The narrator states that after Xiaoji has become accustomed to combat for 2 hours, the group continues delving deeper into the Fallen Dragon Valley. Xiaoi and Bao take the lead, while Xiaoji keeps scavenging and absorbing more toxins. The system window notifies that the toxin of the Phosphor Fire Moth has been absorbed, causing the target to suffer burning and blindness for 6 seconds. It also notifies that the toxin of the Green Arm Scorpion has been absorbed, causing the target to be paralyzed for 12 seconds. Once the paralysis ends, the target's movement speed is reduced by 30% for 20 seconds, as Xiaoji surrounds the scorpion with slime in order to absorb it. The system window further notifies that the Green Arm Poison Scorpion, at level 87, possesses the ability Hardening, which reduces both physical and magical damage taken by 70% for 60 seconds, with a very low chance of triggering a counterattack. It also states that scorpion venom inflicts paralysis for 12 seconds on targets stung by the scorpion's tail, and after the paralysis ends, the target's movement speed is reduced by 30% for 20 seconds. Fan pats Xiaoji and says that he has done a great job. He adds that Xiaoji has now mastered corrosion, burning, and paralysis, 3 distinct toxins. The system window notifies that the Poison Dragon has leveled up to level 15, and that a new skill, Form Shift, has been acquired. He clicks on the system window and says that Xiaoji's new form has been unlocked, and that he should take a look. The system window notifies that the contract Poison Dragon, classified as legendary, has reached level 15, with Strength 662, Agility 769, Spirit Form 159, and Endurance 812. It further notifies that the Poison Dragon is identified as the source of all venoms, the Netherworld's deadly poison, and possesses the skills Poison Dragon Spikes, Netherworld's Guard, Poison Dragon Bloodline, and Form Shift. The system states that the Poison Dragon has entered its growth stage and can switch between 2 forms at will. Toxic Sea Surge releases a shock within the Netherworld swamp area, affecting all enemies, while the current toxin attacks have their stacking speed doubled. Nether Spirit Counter causes enemies that die within the Netherworld swamp area to become poison nether spirits, which carry out suicide attacks on other targets. Form Shift allows transformation into the young dragon form, in which all stats and energy consumption are reduced by 50%, or into the Netherworld Swamp form, in which the body becomes a Poison Pool Swamp domain, gaining the new skills Toxic Sea Surge and Nether Spirit Counter. Fan thinks that, like Bao, there should be only one dragon form, yet Xiaoji is transforming into the Netherworld Swamp, turning herself into a Poison Pool Swamp and creating a Battlefield Domain debuff, while he checks the system window. Meanwhile, Xiaoi and Bao are playing with Xiaoji. Suddenly, they hear the sound of roaring. Fan asks why his brother is sparring with mushrooms, and then sees Bao grabbing a mushroom and attempting to scratch it with his claw. The system window notifies that the glow cap mushroom, of exquisite quality, is a material commonly found deep within valleys. It is poisonous and highly persistent. 22 hours after harvesting, it no longer emits light. Fan thinks that Bao finds it amusing to tap the glow caps to make them shine. He reflects on this and says that once they leave, they will need to find Bao some toys for entertainment. At that moment, Xiaoji opens her wide mouth and swallows a mushroom into her belly. Fan sees her body begin to shine and asks Xiaoji, even in surprise, whether such a thing is possible. The system window notifies that the toxin of the glow cap mushroom has been absorbed, causing the body to emit light. Fan thinks that glow cap mushrooms are indeed toxic, yet apparently, toxin absorption is not limited to debuffs, and at the very least, Xiaoji can now provide illumination. As they observe this, they all notice the centipede approaching them. The system window notifies that the Carrion Rot Centipede, at level 88, possesses the ability Corpse Decay Slime. Wherever the centipede crawls, it leaves behind Corpse Decay Slime, and if the contacted target has existing debuffs, their remaining duration is prolonged. Through colony consumption, for each centipede that attacks a target, all of that target's stats and movement speed are reduced by 1%. Fan thinks that these worms are disgusting and considers letting Xiaoi burn them all with fire, but he and the others are startled when they see Xiaoji, now shining, moving directly toward the centipedes to attack. He watches her and thinks that Xiaoji is no longer timid, wondering if she is preparing for something greater. Xiaoji shifts her form into the Netherworld Swamp, as the system window notifies that the Poison Dragon has used Form Shift. It further notifies that in the Netherworld Swamp form, 2 new skills have been unlocked, Toxic Sea Surge and Nether Spirit Counter. Xiaoji releases a massive poison liquid upon the centipedes, covering them completely. The system window notifies that the current toxin, absorbed from the Phosphor Fire Moth, causes targets to suffer burning and blindness for 6 seconds. It also notifies that Toxic Sea Surge sends waves through the Netherworld Swamp domain, dealing the effects of the current toxin to all enemies within the area, while toxin stacking speed is doubled. Fan becomes excited and says that Xiaoji has done well and should devour the worms. He thinks that this transformation is turning her into poisonous liquid itself, manifesting as a domain in the form of the Netherworld Swamp. Xiaoji sees more centipedes and splits herself, using the toxin liquid to capture and kill them with an explosion, releasing a poisonous mist. The system window notifies that Netherworld Guard has been activated. The Poison Dragon splits itself to spawn 2 Suicide Guardians. These guardians continuously spray the current toxin toward the enemy and, upon contact with an enemy or upon being destroyed, they explode, creating a poisonous mist within the blast radius. Fan becomes excited and says that Xiaoji has done well, while Xiaoi and Bao also grow thrilled at the sight of Xiaoji fighting. Fan thinks that the now confident Xiaoji can battle with ease even without support, and he begins spreading red energy around himself as he takes out the serpent bow. Xiaoi and Bao simultaneously charge their power, and Fan says that they should all act together. The system window notifies that Serpent Shadow Arrow has been activated. When the Dark Serpent Bow is charged for 3 seconds while aiming, it can release the Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing damage by 500%. Xiaoi roars and spreads her flames to attack the creatures, while Bao also rushes forward to strike. Fan raises her bow and arrow, declaring that after clearing this group, they will continue deeper. Xiaoi and Bao charge forward with their powers as the system window notifies that the current charge time is 2 seconds. Fan tells them to remember to leave some for Xiaoji, then aims with the serpent bow and releases an arrow that causes a massive explosion, shattering the centipedes into pieces with blazing flame energy. After a while, Fan instructs Xiaoji to go and increase her toxins again. Zyuoji spots a centipede and gulps it down as the system window notifies that the toxin of the carrion rot centipede has been absorbed, causing the target to lose 1% of all stats and movement speed while prolonging the remaining duration of all debuffs. Fan smiles and says that it is truly eye-opening. He admits that he expected Zyuoji to remain timid, yet she has unexpectedly adapted remarkably well to her new form. After some time, Fan moves forward, slashing away tree branches with his sword to clear the path. He turns back to Zyuoji and Bao and tells them to come over, for there is a deeper cave ahead. He switches on a portable magnetic light and proceeds forward, instructing Zyuoji to stay alert for threats at any moment. Zyuoji responds in agreement. Fan says that they are almost at the bottom of the valley that Grandpa Yi Wuxian once described, and he sees a massive tree standing before them, its surface covered with countless eyes. The system window notifies that the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine has appeared at level 100. Fan walks forward, looking around and noticing the branches. He tells Zyuoji to cast Perception. She activates her Perception skill, and the system window notifies that Perception allows the Black Dragon to detect all enemies in stealth or camouflage. When actively used, this skill reveals all hidden or disguised enemies nearby. Fan sees the tentacles wriggling and realizes that they are not plant roots, but the limbs of a monster reaching outward. He notices Zyuoji's flames and says that it is perfect, telling her to ignite the roots, as they will lead directly to the core. The system window notifies that the current Dragon Kai is 2 for the Black Dragon. Zyuoji roars, releasing lava flames from her mouth. The system window notifies that Lava Flame continues spewing fire forward, dealing constant damage while healing itself. The burning tentacles begin to retreat, and Fan quickly runs toward them, calling for the others to give chase. He thinks that if he is not mistaken, the source of these root vines is the very creature responsible for poisoning Elder Yi Wuxian. After some time, at the bottom of the Fallen Dragon Valley, Fan sees more tentacles spreading across the ground, and startled, he says that it is indeed so, for unexpectedly, this is the very first level 100 boss, as a massive tree comes into view. The system window notifies that the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine, a level 100 entity, possesses the following abilities: Vine Whiplash, which strikes its target with moving vines, inflicting damage followed by a bleeding effect; Demon Eye Control, through which bleeding enemies are monitored by the demon eyes and, after 30 seconds, are brought under the Devil Vine's control; 10,000 Venom Breeding, which imbues the vines with toxins and, upon striking a target, plants seeds within them that continuously drain their health; Vine Explosion, whereby the seeds inside the target grow into vines that burst out of the body, instantly killing the victim; Vine Binding, in which the seeds grow into vines that, upon touching the ground, root themselves and bind the enemy in place; an Undead Devil Vine, through which the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine, as long as its root vines remain, can rapidly grow and regenerate itself. It notifies that Vine Whiplash strikes its target with moving vines, with the bleeding effect added after the damage, as the Vine Whip advances toward Fan to attack. Zyuoji swiftly flies forward to block, and Fan asks if she is running out of patience, then commands her to open fire. He summons the other dragons and orders them to strike together and tear the 3 demons out from the root. Zyuoji swings his claw and severs the Vine Whip. The system window notifies that Guardian Flow applies a shield to the user or to one ally, reducing received damage by 30 to 60% for 5 minutes while preventing all debuffs during that duration. It notifies that the Emerald Dragon bloodline causes all skill effects to be doubled for the dragon race and blood-related beings. It notifies that Nature Assimilation grants the Dragonbone Flute the ability to summon the twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons, with the Flying Dragon King's level equal to the user's level. It notifies that Nature Assimilation also activates the Shadow Dragon King contract, summoning the Shadow Dragon King, Black Blade, whose level is equal to the user's level. All dragons roar and charge forward, while Zyuoji also shifts her form into the destructive Great Dragon. Surrounded by flames, she advances beside Bao. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon shifts between 2 forms, including the destructive Great Dragon, while the Blue Dragon shifts between 2 forms, including World-Ending Thunder. It notifies that Thunder's Favor, when active in World-Ending Thunder form, allows the switching of Thunder Jade effects. The current Thunder Jade is Bright Yellow Jade. Bright Yellow Jade doubles the power of all Blue Dragon skills, and after each Thunder spell, a Thunder Barrier forms at the target. dealing additional damage to enemies moving within the barrier. It notifies that 10,000 venom breeding adds toxins to the vines, and after striking a target, plants a seed within them that continuously absorbs their health point. The vines begin to grow with spikes protruding from them. Fan warns Xiaoi to watch the seeds and commands her to burn them. Xiaoi roars and unleashes a pool of flames with the lava burst skill, burning the vines. The system window notifies that lava burst, within the target area, causes erupting flames to create a lava pool in which targets gradually sink into magma and suffer massive continuous damage. The vines, covered in flames, retreat backward. The system window notifies that Dragon Language Unseal unlocks Dragon Language Magic, replacing Dragon Breath with Dragon Language Magic, Devil Dragon Forbidden Spell, and replacing Dragon Raid with Dragon Language Magic, Doomsday Fall. Fan commands the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon and Black Shadow to advance. Black Shadow strikes first, using the Shadow Assault skill to appear behind the enemy in stealth, then follows with Shadow Invasion. The system window notifies that Shadow Assault allows a teleport behind the target in stealth, striking its weak point with 1600% strength damage, while Shadow Invasion, after landing a hit, inflicts additional damage equal to 20% of the initial strike. Fan grips his sword, releasing radiant energy, and calls upon Xiao Fei and Bao, telling them it is their turn. Fei and Xiaoi advance together, unleashing their skills. The system window notifies that the current Dragon Kai consists of Blue Dragon 2 and the Emerald Dragon bloodline, through which all skill effects are doubled for the dragon race and blood-related beings. It notifies that Dragon Domain expands into a 100-meter diameter dragon race domain, within which allied dragons and blood-related beings gain 50% to all stats, while enemies that are neither dragon nor blood-related lose 50% to all stats and are unable to enter or exit through movement, teleportation, or summoning. It notifies that Doomsday Fall, an unsealed dragon language magic, ascends high into the sky, sacrifices the user's life, and then crashes down, causing massive damage equal to 2000% of the life sacrificed. The current Doomsday Fall has sacrificed 100% of life. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon also charges at the vines that are engulfed in flames. The dragon descends, releasing energy that triggers a colossal explosion, shattering tree branches and vines. Bao roars and unleashes an attack that spreads waves of light, while Fan swings his sword in a fierce slash. The system window notifies that Void Split Synergy attaches Dragon Kai to the slash, during which the coordinated dragon pets simultaneously cast 2 lightning strikes. These lightning strikes are amplified by Thunder's favor and remain unaffected by the lightning source. Fan looks at it and declares that it is over, commanding Xiaoji to absorb its toxins. Xiaoji responds with a soft jai. Fan immediately asks what is wrong with her. The system window notifies that the Undead Devil Vine, as long as the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine retains its root vines, can rapidly grow and continuously repair itself. Fan is shocked as he witnesses vines sprouting again from the severed parts of the tree and asks in disbelief if this tree demon can grow infinitely and resurrect. He steps forward and orders Xingqian to prepare to shift into Star Radiance form. The system window notifies that the current Dragon Kai is Black Dragon 2. Fan reflects that, as expected, level 100 skill traits are formidable, and no wonder the senior had said that 5th turn experts are capable of controlling nations. He realizes that if humans were ever to obtain infinite regeneration abilities, it would pose an immense threat. Suddenly, he notices Xiaoji enlarging her body as she moves toward the vines. Alarmed, he shouts for her to come back, warning that it is a level 100 boss. The system window notifies that the poison dragon shifts into her first form, Netherworld Swamp, as Xiaoji transforms herself, surrounding the tree and its vines to suppress their regeneration, all the while uttering soft cries of Jai, Jai. Fan is astonished as he observes that Dragon Domain halves all the stats of the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine. Xiaoji then releases Corruption Toxin to further reduce its stats, and Toxic Sea Surge doubles the stacking effect of the Corruption Toxins, lowering the level 100 entity's attributes to a range that Xiaoji can absorb. The system window notifies that Toxic Sea Surge, within Netherworld Swamp, unleashes toxin attacks on all enemies inside the domain, doubling the toxin stacking speed. The current toxin effect is Corruption Toll Larva, which reduces all stats and movement speed of the target by 1% per stack, while prolonging the duration of all debuffs. Fan commands Xiao Fei to grant Xiaoji Emerald Light, and Fei obeys by casting the Emerald Light skill upon her, forming protective layers around her. The system window notifies that Emerald Light applies 3 to 6 layers of blessing to the target, removes all debuffs, and increases all stats by 30 to 60%, with each layer blocking 1 to 2 incoming hits. It also notifies that the Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for the dragon race and blood-related beings, and that the Undead Devil Vine's skill has been interrupted. Clenching his fists, Fan orders Xiaoji to continue, telling her that time is not an issue and to keep corrupting it. He thinks that a mere level 15 Xiaoji, against such an immobile, debuff-laden monster, is in fact its natural predator, and with enough time, even a level 100 entity can be worn down. Xiaoji closes her eyes and attempts to absorb the poisonous mist released by the tree. 15 minutes later, Fan sits on a cloth laid upon the ground, eating a burger, and reflects that although time is not a concern, Xiaoji's fighting style still takes an extraordinarily long period. Yet, there is no alternative, for only Xiaoji possesses the means to grind down such an infinitely resurrecting monster. His dragons also sit upon the cloth, eating alongside him. The system window notifies that toxins have been absorbed into the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine, which plants seeds inside its target during breeding. These seeds continue absorbing the target's health, and can either be commanded to burst outward, killing the victim instantly, or to form roots upon contacting the ground, binding the target in place. Xiaoji raises her arm and calls out Jai. Fan notices her excitement and asks if she has succeeded, then praises her, declaring that she has absorbed the toxins of a level 100 boss. Fei lifts her arm and embraces her, while Xiaoi pats her head. Fan remarks in astonishment that it is unbelievable, and perhaps even the Dragon King they are destined to slay can be handled by Xiaoji as well. The system window notifies that the Poison Dragon has leveled up to 21. The system window notifies that the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine germinates a seed inside the target. During breeding, it continues absorbing the target's HP. The seed can be controlled to burst out, killing the target, or if it comes into contact with the ground, it takes root and binds the target in place. He thinks it seems to be the new ability that Xiaoji has derived after absorbing the toxins from the corpse of the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine, and he acknowledges that it holds great potential. He recalls a memory and considers that if this skill were used to torture enemies, the mere thought of it would thrill him. He closes the system window and reflects that it is a pity the body of the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine has been completely absorbed by Xiaoji, for if it could have been refined into a puppet, it would have granted resurrection capability. He picks up Xiaoji, asks whether she has understood clearly, and remarks that she has already become a capable big baby who can handle matters independently. He smiles at her and says that on the road ahead, it is time for her elder brothers and sisters to witness her display her skills. Xiaoji happily replies with jijijiji. Exhaling, he closes his eyes and thinks that she cannot possess perfection in everything. Yet watching this little one grow up is still a pleasant thing. He gathers his dragons and tells them that they should not linger here for long. He instructs them to advance toward the end of the Fallen Dragon Valley as they continue walking with their portable magnetic light activated. After a while, Xiaoi roars and releases lava flames at the creatures, burning them to ashes. The system window notifies that lava flame continues to project fire forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing the user. It also notifies that the Poison Dragon's level has increased to 22. Roaring Thunder, when directed at the target area, summons a thunderous impact that forms a storm zone, dealing massive lightning damage and paralyzing all enemies within it. The system window then notifies that the Poison Dragon's level has increased to 23, and shortly after, to 24. The narrator states that their journey afterward proceeds smoothly. No matter what fierce creature appears, the dragon pets eliminate them with ease, and the one who undergoes the greatest change is Xiaoji. Suddenly, a dragon snake appears before them, and Xiaoji immediately attacks it. The system window notifies that the Poison Dragon's level has increased to 28. The narrator states that from once hiding behind everyone to merely assisting in attacks, Xiaoji now dares to step forward and directly engage in battle, displaying far greater bravery. In just 2 days, with rapid progression, Xiaoji's level has soared to 30. The system window notifies that the Poison Dragon's level has increased to 30 and that 2 new skills have been acquired. Poison Cloud Rain Summon and Poison Pool Trap. After a while, at the cliff of the fallen Dragon Valley, lava boils with searing heat as Fan and the dragons gaze down into the abyss. Fan remarks that the end of the fallen Dragon Valley lies just beneath this chasm. He adjusts his bag to the front and instructs everyone to prepare for descent. He orders Dark Blade to engage concealment, and Dark Blade immediately begins using shadow concealment. He then tells Xiao Fei to invoke Emerald Blessing, and Xiao Fei activates the Emerald Dragon Bloodline skill, scattering protective sparkles around. The system window notifies that Shadow Mantle grants allies shadow concealment for 6 minutes. It also notifies that the Emerald Dragon Bloodline doubles the effects of all dragon-related and bloodline-related skills, grants immunity to all negative effects, and increases self-healing capacity by 5,000%. The system window notifies that Emerald Light applies 3 to 6 Guardian layers to the target, removes all debuffs, and increases all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each Guardian layer is able to block 1 or 2 attacks. They all fly forward as Fan remarks that something unusual must lie at the bottom of the abyss, and he instructs them to conceal their auras and proceed with caution. Soon after, Fan notices a green shimmering swamp and thinks that the scene is strikingly similar to Xiaoji's Nether Realm swamp, though he wonders why there is not a single guardian beast present. Suddenly, he spots a bubble that bursts and hurls toxic poison at him. But he quickly shields himself and realizes that the toxicity is able to penetrate even Xiao Fei's defenses. Fan turns to Xiaoi and commands her to conduct a full perception scan of the poison pool. She follows his order, transforms her form while surrounded by flames, and unleashes her perception skill upon the pool with a roar. The system window notifies that the Black Dragon's perception can detect enemies in stealth and camouflage, and that using this skill removes all stealth and camouflage effects from nearby enemies. Xiaoi observes blood-red eyes lurking within the pool and continues to roar again and again. Fan questions what lies beneath as he sees more bubbles rising to the surface of the pool. Suddenly, a massive surge of poisonous lava rises toward them, and they quickly attempt to retreat as Fan commands them to scatter at once. Before he can evade, it bursts, and poisonous slime falls upon him as he raises his arm to shield his face. All the dragons tense at the sight, and Xiaoi roars while Fei cries out Ying Ying. Bao also suffers a minor burn on his arm from the falling poison and exclaims Ying Awo. Fan assures them that he is fine and orders them to fly higher and escape from the poison pool. As he ascends, he notices the eyes beneath the pool and realizes that they can perceive him clearly, penetrating even the concealment of Dark Blade. He reflects that the creature has been lurking in the darkness, spying on their every move, and he questions whether this entity could be the Dragon King. Xiaoji clasps his head, and he groans that the toxin is agonizing. He notices bruises forming on his arm from the poison and reflects that although sharing a bloodline with Xiaoji should grant him poison resistance, he is still being corroded by the Demon Dragon King's venom. This proves that its toxin is far more potent than the resistance Xiaoji provides. Xiao Fei closes her eyes, gathers her strength, and invokes the Life Spring skill upon Fan, releasing green waves of energy that heal him. The system window notifies that Life Spring is applied to all allies, continuously restoring HP. Surrounded by spreading flames, Fan draws out his serpent bow and declares that the longer they remain here, the more unfavorable their position becomes, and they must end the battle swiftly. The system window notifies that Serpent Shadow Arrow, when the Dark Serpent is in the bow's drawing state and accumulates power for 3 seconds, can be released to unleash a Serpent Shadow Arrow, amplifying damage by 500%. The current charge is at 1 second. The Demon Devouring Dragon King observes him and muses with interest, realizing that he is, in fact, a dragon tamer. Fan hears the voice, looks around, and wonders who it is. The shadow of the Demon Devouring Dragon King becomes visible above the poison pool, declaring that a lowly creature like an ant is incapable of communicating with its mind. Fan is astonished and asks if it is truly speaking. He replies that he has heard long ago that some humans are born with the mission of enslaving dragons, a tale that has always been considered a myth, yet to think it is real proves how despicable humans are. He then demands to know from where he has stolen the baby dragons. The system window notifies that the current charge is at 3 seconds. Fan responds that it is none of the dragon's concern and hurls the serpent arrow toward it in attack. He reasons that the one speaking must indeed be the demon-devouring Dragon King, and if it continues to lurk in the shadows, they will remain lambs to the slaughter. Therefore, they must force it to reveal its true form. The flaming arrow strikes, and suddenly a massive bubble begins to form on the pool, which bursts and spreads thunderous lightning around. Fan quickly retreats in shock, realizing that it has used Starfall of the Stars. The demon-devouring Dragon King emerges and proclaims that humans, in their arrogance, dare to challenge a mighty dragon. The system window notifies that abyssal mouth of the demon-devouring Dragon King is active. Fan reasons that, just as the records have stated, it is severely wounded, and since it has dared to come here, its intention is clearly to slay dragons. The system window notifies that Emerald Blessing applies 3 stacks of the Emerald Dragon aura to the target, increasing the damage of the next 3 attacks. It also states that the Emerald Dragon bloodline causes all skill effects to be doubled against dragons and those sharing their bloodline, and that Emerald Blessing applies between 3 and 6 stacks of Dragon aura, thereby increasing the damage of the next 3 to 6 attacks. Fan commands everyone to prepare and attack together, and all dragons begin channeling their power in readiness for battle. The system window notifies that Starfall summons a star and crushes it to inflict area damage. With power scaling according to strength, Lava Flame continuously breathes fire forward, dealing damage while healing the caster. Roaring Thunder unleashes a roar into a target area, summoning a lightning storm that inflicts heavy electric damage and paralyzes enemies within the storm zone. Shadow Mantle instantly releases a burst of blade energy, damaging all nearby enemies and dispelling their buffs. It further notifies that Serpent Shadow Arrow, when used in Dark Serpent Bow state, fires 12 magical arrows, each dealing 20% damage, as Fan takes aim with the arrow at the demon-devouring Dragon King. His dragons also launch their attacks together, surrounding him in a burst of flames. As the dust settles, the demon-devouring Dragon King remarks that it is nothing more than a tickle, calling them brave yet declaring with disdain that no amount of effort holds meaning before the power of a true dragon. He roars and unleashes multiple skills simultaneously. All dragons swiftly shield themselves to withstand the assault. Fan, shocked at the sight, exclaims that 4 elemental types in a single strike is dangerous. The demon-devouring Dragon King condemns him as a sinner who enslaves dragonkind, commands him to die, and hurls a tornado of fire toward him. Fan orders Zio Fei to use Eternal Guard, and she activates the skill, generating a protective barrier. The system window notifies that Eternal Guard generates a barrier that shelters all targets within, with damage absorption determined by the Guardian's health and recovery ability. It further notifies that the Emerald Dragon shifts into its second form, Soul's Light, and begins charging its skill. The Dragon King's fiery tornado shatters the barrier, triggering a massive explosion. He declares that even if these baby dragons fight for the Dragon Tamer, the might of a Dragon King remains far beyond the imagination of any living being. The system window notifies that Golden Dragon Shield unleashes the Golden Dragon King's barrier to block incoming attacks, reducing damage received while increasing strength, agility, and spirit by 40% and endurance by 100%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. Class: Dragon Rider 2. Level: 50. Strength ranges from 2580 to 5418. Agility from 2121 to 4454. Spirit from 2466 to 5179. And endurance from 2602 to 15612. Fan also shifts into the form of the Golden Dragon King, and the demon-devouring Dragon King beholds him in astonishment, asking if a human has truly transformed into a dragon. The system window notifies that Will of the Flame Dragon Warrior is currently at set bonus 3 of 5. The set bonus is activated. At 1 of 5, latent bloodline power is unlocked, allowing transformation into the Golden Dragon King and granting strength, agility, and spirit equal to level multiplied by 50, and endurance equal to level multiplied by 200. Mounting is not possible while transformed. At 3 of 5, further latent bloodline power is unlocked, granting Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood while in the Golden Dragon King form. The Golden Dragon King observes with dread that even with less than 10% of its power remaining, it has shattered the Eternal Guard barrier. If the transformation had occurred a second later, nothing of him would have remained but bones. He commands Xingqian to prepare 17 million celestial stars of annihilation. Xingqian moves forward and shifts her form, and the system window notifies that Star Dragon enters its second form, Starshine form, with the skill 17 million celestial stars of annihilation beginning to charge. The Golden Dragon reflects that this opponent is the most formidable he has faced so far, acknowledging that the power of 17 million celestial stars of annihilation could destroy an entire city. Yet he does not believe that Xingqian and he together can bring it down. The system window notifies that Dragon Language Resonance is active, stating that when a Dragon Rider and a Dragon Companion cast the same Dragon Language spell, both gain 100% additional spell power for that magic. It further notifies that 17 million celestial stars of annihilation summons a stellar core that continuously divides within itself, and once triggered by the stellar dragon, it unleashes apocalyptic destruction, beginning with 17 million stars. The Golden Dragon King declares that with the power of 10,000 stars, he will cast his foe into the void, and he spreads his power to strike at the demon-devouring Dragon King. However, the latter forms a protective barrier around himself to withstand the attack. The system window notifies that Supreme Shield, a divine defense of the Golden Dragon King, while in guarding stance, activates a protective force that renders the user immune to all damage for 5 seconds. The Golden Dragon, taken aback, exclaims Supreme Shield and questions in disbelief whether it can also wield the abilities of the Golden Dragon King. The demon-devouring Dragon King declares that his opponent's strength is commendable, yet the struggle is meaningless against him. He reveals that he has devoured a total of 13 dragons, among them even dragon kings, and mockingly thanks him for delivering such pure-blooded baby dragons. The Golden Dragon King demands to know what he means. The demon-devouring Dragon King replies that after so many years, he has received a rare and precious gift, one he gladly accepts, and he spreads a surge of cold energy throughout the surroundings. The system window notifies that Wrath of the Ice Dragon King unleashes cold energy within a target area, inflicting damage while applying slow and freeze effects. The duration, damage, and range increase according to the length of the channeling. The Golden Dragon King observes that its magic seems bottomless, with no sign of depletion, and concludes that they require eternal guard. For now, they can only withstand the assault head-on. The system window notifies that Fountain of Life applies a healing aura to all friendly targets, continuously restoring their health. The demon-devouring Dragon King freezes him and his dragons with his power and asks whether he can endure this relentless wave of attacks. Suddenly, the ice begins to crack, and he remarks with interest as the dragons shatter the frozen barrier. The Golden Dragon King remarks that, fortunately, the natural resistance of dragonkind halves the freezing effect, otherwise, they would already be finished. He warns that it is far more powerful than they are, and that if this continues, they will certainly lose, then calls out to Xiaoji. Xiaoji channels her power and sends vines toward the demon-devouring Dragon King. The system window notifies that current poison evolves into 10,000 Venom Devil Vine, germinating a plant seed inside the target. During the breeding process, it continuously absorbs the target's health. The seed can either be commanded to burst from within, killing the target, or, when in contact with the ground, it forms roots to bind the target in place. The vines surge forth from all directions, capturing him. The demon-devouring Dragon King smiles and asks if that attack came from the baby dragon. He admits it is worthy of praise, but with a roar, he breaks free, shattering the vines. The Golden Dragon King questions how Germinate has no effect on him. The demon-devouring Dragon King asks whether it has already learned the vine's trick, calls it interesting, and then summons a purple magic circle. The system window notifies that Devouring Source expands into a dark purple magic circle that consumes all surrounding matter, crushing and refining the absorbed energy into Annihilation Source power. The Golden Dragon King, stunned, exclaims that it is absorbing energy and insists that they must stop it at once. The system window notifies that Dragon Domain unfolds within a 100-meter diameter dragon-type zone. All allied dragons and blood-linked beings gain 50% to all attributes, while enemy non-dragons and unlinked beings suffer a 50% reduction to all attributes and are unable to move, teleport, or summon into or out of the zone. The Emerald Dragon bloodline ensures that all skill effects are doubled for dragons and blood-linked allies. The Golden Dragon King commands Xiao Fei to unleash Dragon Domain and advance forward. The demon-devouring Dragon King spreads a surge of energy waves from the magical circle toward them. The Golden Dragon King orders Xiao Fei to use Eternal Guard, and she activates the skill, generating a protective barrier in front to block the incoming waves. The system window notifies that the Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for dragons and blood-linked allies, grants complete immunity to all debuffs, and increases self-healing by 5,000%. It further confirms that Eternal Guard generates a protective barrier shielding all targets within, with absorption scaling according to the Guardian's health and recovery power. The Golden Dragon King declares that the power is overwhelming and the shield will not endure for long. Xioi and Bao also shift their forms, preparing to strike, as the system window notifies that the Black Dragon enters its second form, World Ender, and the Blue Dragon enters its second form, Thunder of Destruction, while 17 million celestial stars of annihilation continues charging. The Golden Dragon King commands everyone to attack with all the strength they possess. The system window notifies that Supreme Shield, a divine defense of the Golden Dragon King, while in guarding stance, activates a protective force that renders the user immune to all damage for 5 seconds. It further notifies that lava flames continuously spew fire forward, dealing damage while healing the caster. Xioi unleashes lava flames toward the demon-devouring Dragon King, while the other dragons also release their skills against him. The system window notifies that Poison Dragon spikes strike with venomous tail spikes, inflicting 10 stacks of the current toxin upon the target, and that Jade of Radiance doubles the skill power of the Blue Dragon. It also states that every lightning spell cast generates a thunder barrier at the target's location, dealing additional damage to enemies moving within its zone. The system window notifies that Shadow Burst releases multiple wind blades, damaging nearby enemies and dispelling all their buff effects. It further notifies that 17 million celestial stars of annihilation summons a stellar core that continuously divides within itself. And once triggered by the Stellar Dragon, it unleashes apocalyptic destruction, beginning with 17 million stars. The Golden Dragon King observes his wounds and remarks that he is gravely injured and cannot endure much longer. The protective barrier of the demon-devouring Dragon King shatters, and the surrounding flames erupt, engulfing him completely. Shortly afterward, the Golden Dragon King exhales heavily, surveys the area, and wonders aloud whether he has truly vanished. Suddenly, bubbles begin forming upon the pool, releasing violent waves that surge toward him. He swiftly retreats and questions whether it is still not dead. Xioi roars, staring ahead. The system window notifies that Fountain of Life applies a healing aura to all allied targets, continuously restoring their health. The Golden Dragon King demands to know how long it intends to remain in hiding. The system window notifies that 17 million celestial stars of annihilation continues charging, and that Dragon Language Resonance copies the Dragon Companion's Dragon Language spells and casts them, with power determined by the user's attributes. The demon-devouring Dragon King transforms into the form of a girl as she emerges from the pool and admits that she has truly underestimated him. She addresses him as a little dragon tamer, but points out that both he and his dragon companions are already at their limits. If they continue fighting, it will only end in mutual destruction, and she proposes that they strike a deal instead. The Golden Dragon King questions the notion of a deal, remarking that it sounds more like she is stalling for time, and he gathers his dragons while spreading golden energy around them. Startled, she wonders what this power is, confessing inwardly that she has never witnessed anything like it. The Golden Dragon King transforms back into his human form as Fan, stating that he allowed her only a moment to catch her breath. She must return to her dragon form so that she may end him. He then transforms his dragons into the 10,000 Dragon King. The system window notifies that Wrath of 10,000 Dragons allows the Dragon Tamer to merge with all dragon companions, becoming the 10,000 Dragon King and unleashing a single immeasurable strike, after which the fusion is dissolved. The demon-devouring Dragon King, shocked, perceives the ancient aura radiating from him. The 10,000 Dragon King gathers immense energy within his hand as Fan extends his arm and declares that her era has ended and commands her to die. The demon-devouring Dragon King stretches out her hand in desperation and begs him to wait, promising to reveal the location of the Myriad Armor Dragon Egg and pleading that they call it even. Fan asks about the Myriad Armor Dragon Egg. The demon-devouring Dragon King says that it is secondary, and what matters more is that she is able to form a contract with him. Unlike his dragon pets, she does not occupy a summon slot. Fan asks if she is certain that she will not attempt to kill him the moment he lowers his guard. She replies that once the contract is signed, if he dies, she dies with him. Fan sends back his dragons and says that she had better not play any tricks, then descends to the ground. The demon-devouring Dragon King seizes him by the collar, and Fan asks what she is doing. She presses her lips against his, and a green energy spreads outward, encircling them. The system window notifies that the Dragon King contract is completed. Fan, startled, steps back and demands to know what she is doing. She explains that it is the contract completion ritual, and tells him that he can now see she was not lying. He replies that this time, it should at last be finished. Suddenly, he feels overwhelmingly drowsy and collapses into sleep. After an unknown length of time, at the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley in the abyss, Fan awakens, clutching his head as he looks around, and mutters that this is not good. He asks how long he has been unconscious. He reflects that his battle with the demon-devouring Dragon King has drained him completely, just as he expected, for the power of a Dragon King is far beyond human comprehension. Zyuoji moves tensely around him, chirping Jai Jai Jai. Fan pats her and says that she is still full of energy, little one. He thinks it is fortunate that he signed the contract with the demon-devouring Dragon King before collapsing, for she should be present. Meanwhile, the demon-devouring Dragon King sits in the pool and asks if he is already awake. She turns to him and asks if he wishes to form a team with her, calling him a little dragon tamer. Fan replies that he has to decline and asks why she has remained here this entire time. She rises and asks why he is so guarded, reminding him that they have already signed a contract. She explains that he cannot break it, and if he dies, she dies as well. That is how it works. She tells him to relax, assuring him that as long as he does not cancel the contract, she will not pose a threat. Fan says that he is still skeptical, believing there must be some hidden trick within the contract. She steps out of the pool, asking if he truly suspects a trick, and says that his doubt wounds her feelings, though she does not deny the possibility. She admits that she lost to him today only because she had been too gravely wounded. She explains that by forming a contract with him, she is able to use his pet space to accelerate her recovery. In return, as a reward for aiding her healing, the contract grants him the right to summon her 3 times, so that she may assist him in battles he cannot overcome alone, and even wear the guise of clothing for him. She smiles and says it is a mutually beneficial arrangement, asking if he does not agree. Fan embraces Zyuoji and says that it does appear mutually advantageous, but she will first have to agree to 3 conditions. She asks if he is not pushing his luck. Annoyed, Fan replies that she only proposed the contract in order to survive, and since he has defeated her, the spoils of victory should rightfully be his to decide. Zyuoji chirps Jai, and Fan says that if she refuses, it is acceptable, for he will simply never summon her, or he will terminate the contract. When he dies, she will vanish with him, and she will never regain her freedom. She scoffs and says very well, calling him a little dragon tamer, then asks what his 3 conditions are. Fan states that his first demand is the pool of poison. She has soaked it in for years, so it must no longer affect her greatly. She agrees, saying that she has indeed been using it for healing, yet compared to his pet space, this poison pool restores her strength far too slowly. She asks if he intends to use it for that baby dragon of his. Fan replies that he does not need to answer that. She then points toward the skeleton nearby and explains that it once belonged to her partner, the underworld poison Dragon King. This poison pool was formed from his flesh and blood, infused with the power of a Dragon King. She approaches the skeleton, touches it, and says that people later came to call that battle the War of 3 Dragons. At that time, he and she fought against another Dragon King, the Myriad Armor Dragon King. That clash transformed this place into what humans now call the Fallen Dragon Valley, a forbidden zone. She says the battle was brutal beyond measure. Fan wonders what the connection is between the Poison Dragon King and Little Jai, and realizes that the name Fallen Dragon must refer to the fall of the Underworld Poison Dragon King. She says that in the end, she killed the Underworld Poison Dragon King as well. Fan thinks that he had known she could not be trusted, for she stole the egg and slew her own partner. She tells him to state his remaining condition. Fan says that he wants a drop of her blood, so that he may apply it to this seed, and he shows her a seed. The system window notifies that it is the seed of the Divine Dragon Tree, a quest item. Since the divine dragon tree has been overtaken by the claws of the demon-devouring dragon king, Abyssal Maw, its divine power has steadily faded. Now, a hero has appeared who may save the withering divine tree. If he slays the demon-devouring dragon king, Abyssal Maw, and dips this seed in its blood as proof, he will surely earn the favor of the tree's original master, the Vitality Dragon King, the root of all things. She laughs while covering her mouth with her hand and says that she has never expected it, never could have imagined it, and at that time, those inferior sub-dragons actually occupy the seed of the divine dragon tree. As a dragon king, entrusting a human to avenge her is utterly disgraceful. She says that very well, she accepts this condition, and he may take this seed to report and complete the task for the dragon king. However, when the time comes, she shall first tear her flesh, devour her power, and drop a blood drop upon the seed. Fan says that he will not allow her to interfere with him. She laughs and says that he will see in due time. She leans toward him and says that now, then, little dragon tamer, after playing along for so long, she is tired as well. He is shocked and asks what she is going to do again. She licks her blood and says that she is heading into his pet space to rest. He says that no, she still has to agree to his third demand and tell him where she has taken the myriad armor dragon egg from. She laughs and says not to be too impatient, because with his current strength, even with her help, he will not survive long enough to obtain that dragon egg, and once she has rested well, she will come to him. She assures him not to worry, for she does not break her word. Fan thinks that being able to ignore his orders while appearing and disappearing at will shows that she does not take his threat of revoking her freedom seriously. However, at the very least, this hidden quest is completed, and the seed is obtained. The system window notifies that one blood-stained divine dragon tree seed is acquired, the divine dragon tree seed hidden quest is updated, and the current progress is one of one blood-stained divine dragon tree seed, with 0 of 1 delivered to the Dragon King. He says that it is fine and tells Xiaoji to go and absorb the Dragon King's toxin without fear, since she is gone. Xiaoji replies with a jai and flies toward the pool, while Fan urges her to hurry and finish absorbing, as they will head back immediately afterward. He is surprised upon seeing the system window and thinks that it is troublesome, as the first battle exhaustion leaves everyone except Xiaoji and Xiangshan collapsed. The system window notifies that the contract with the Black Dragon 2nd, level 49, has stamina depleted and requires 278 minutes to recover. The contract with the Emerald Dragon 2, level 44, has stamina depleted and requires 19 minutes to recover. The contract with the Star Dragon 2, level 41, has stamina depleted. The contract with the Blue Dragon 2, level 33, has stamina depleted and requires 278 minutes to recover. And the contract with the Poison Dragon 2nd, level 30, has stamina depleted. Fan thinks that Xiaoji does not exhaust his stamina in the battle because of the debuff support, and Xingshan's Star Surge guarantees that she never tires. The recovery rate of Xiao Fei's Emerald Dragon bloodline is 50 times greater, which explains why her remaining recovery time is the shortest. He asks whether Xiaoji is fine yet and sees her absorbing the poison pool. He says that it is incredible, as she has absorbed the entire poison pool, and he holds his head, thinking that it is spinning. He still feels that he needs rest, and flying back with soul wings would be too exhausting. He opens a portal in his hand to summon Xingshan, and says that, in this case, Xingshan should cast Star Passage. Xingshan uses the Star Passage skill and opens a portal in front, roaring with energy. The system window notifies that Star Passage tears space open to form a portal to a target location. The portal lasts 60 seconds, and it is unaffected by any formation or forbidden spells, with the remaining time being 58 seconds. Fan turns to Xiaoji and says to hurry and follow, as she can continue to absorb once they are back. He is shocked to see her and asks if she has already finished absorbing, then says that the Netherworld Poison Dragon King's toxin has boosted Xiaoji by 17 levels. The system window notifies that the Poison Dragon's level has increased to 47, and the poison absorbed from the Netherworld Poison Dragon King causes the target to continuously lose health points, while the amount lost is equally restored to the user. The system window notifies that the contract with the Poison Dragon 2 of level 47 records strength as 6 and 397. Agility as 7927, Spirit as 29 on 173, and Stamina as 9798. The skill source of all poisons allows the poison dragon to collect poisons within itself and activate any poison at will. Netherworld Extreme Toxin releases the current toxin as a poisonous mist within a target area. Poison Dragon Spike strikes with the tail's poisonous sting and inflicts 10 stacks of the current toxin. Toxin activation activates the current toxin into particles that split and stack automatically, and switching toxins does not remove active particles. Form transformation enables the Poison Dragon to mature and freely switch between two forms. Poison Dragon Bloodline ensures that when suffering lethal damage, the body disintegrates and then recombines to resurrect, granting complete immunity to all negative effects. Any unit that makes contact with the Poison Dragon becomes infected with a toxin. The scene shifts to the following morning in the reception hall of Old Huang Mansion. Ghost General walks outside the mansion, while Ning sits inside enjoying snacks. Suddenly, he throws a snack packet at Yingheng, who is pacing around the room, and says that it is noisy and asks him to stop pacing. Startled, Yingheng bows down and apologizes, saying that he is worried since he has been waiting for so long, fearing that Miss Yi might have already returned to the Yi mansion. Ying says that he worries for nothing and adds that, besides, he knows whether she has come out of the secret realm or not. He holds an apple in his hand and says that he does not have to wait any longer. Yingheng is confused, and as he bites into the apple, he says that his young lady has already emerged. After a while, in the core mine zone where miners are digging and gathering gems in buckets, Wuxian, exhausted, comes out from the portal. The system window notifies that 1,057 Earth cores have been acquired. At that moment, a miner sees her and asks if she is all right. Another miner offers to help her rest, but she raises her hand and says that there is no need, as she can manage on her own. She thinks that Lu Fan's growth has been so rapid. Half a year ago, she was teaching him melee combat techniques, and now she truly has to train hard. Otherwise, she will not even qualify as his senior. After a while, she notices Ghost General flying across the sky, rubs her eyes, and thinks that perhaps she is too tired, because she feels as though someone in the sky is calling her. Ning, sitting on Ghost General's shoulder, waves toward her and says hello, as Ghost General prepares to attack and punches the ground near her, shattering it. The miners are shocked by this, and one of them asks what is happening. Ghost General grabs her by the waist with one hand, and Ning says that she is a level 96 4th tier expert, the leader of the 3 clans, Miss Yi. He greets her, saying that she looks as though she has suffered greatly in this mine cave. She asks who he is. He replies that this is Zhuang Meng, head of the Zhuang family, and now his puppet. He introduces himself as Ning Tu, second master of the Ning family, and says that he has waited for days to finally meet her. She grits her teeth and thinks that both are 3rd-tier clans, and wonders if he has come to avenge the Huang family. She questions in her mind who the puppet he mentioned truly is. At that moment, Yingheng comes running and calls out to Master Ning, begging him to release Miss Yi. He says that Miss Yi must have already collected enough Earth cores, and they will hand them over to him immediately. She asks if it is the Earth's core that he wants. Ning replies that it is indeed so. Since the Huang family has merged into the Yi family, the tribute they once owed will now be taken over by the Yi family. He adds that working for the Ning family gives him a branch to climb into the 3rd-tier clans, and asks if that is not something worth celebrating. Yingheng answers yes and pleads with her to just agree. Wuxian thinks with frustration that, at all times, her strength has been completely exhausted from her days in the Earth Core Cave. Ning extends his hand and demands that she hand over all the Earth cores in her possession. He tells her that from now on, she must behave and become his obedient dog on behalf of the Huang family. Otherwise, with just a flick of the Ning family's finger, the Yi family will be wiped off the map of the Western Territory. Yingheng desperately urges her to agree and not to act on impulse. She retorts by calling him a little brat, tells him to keep dreaming, and demands to know why the possessions of the Yi family should belong to him. Ghost General punches her once again. Yingheng pleads with Master Ning to calm down and to grant them another chance. Ning asks if she is rejecting him and says that he does not take kindly to defiance. Yingheng cries out, begging him to try speaking to Miss Yi once more. Ning, gritting his teeth in anger, says that in that case, she can die. Ghost General swings her, holding her in his hand, and throws her aside. Yingheng, shocked, holds his head with both hands and cries out Miss Yi. Ning smiles and takes out his bell, commanding Ghost General to charge in and crush her. Ghost General moves forward, smashing the ground. Wuxian exclaims in frustration that it is him and draws her spear, spreading flames around it. The system window notifies that Flame Mark imbues melee weapons with 7 layers of Flame Marks. The next 7 attacks will deal damage multiplied by the current Flame Mark layer count, with each attack consuming 1 layer. The current Flame Mark is 7 layers. The first attack deals 7 damage, leaving 6 layers remaining before being interrupted. She moves her spear to attack Ghost General and says that he is no different from the Huang family, for he bullies others excessively. The system window notifies that the Flame Mark has 2 layers remaining, dealing 2 damage. Ning laughs and asks if she thinks herself so noble, adding that it seems he has been too lenient with her and that this woman is quite interesting. He commands Ghost General to have more fun with her as Wuxian strikes Ghost General's arm with her spear. The system window notifies that the Flame Mark's remaining layer is reduced to 1 and is interrupted. Ning says that they should break her legs first, and Ghost General moves his arm to punch her, which shocks her. Suddenly, Fan arrives, flying through the air, and slashes Ghost General's arm off with his sword. Ning is shocked and asks who he is. Fan lands near Wuxian and says that it is all right now, as he has arrived. Wuxian lies on the ground and sighs, thinking that she had to witness herself at her most pathetic again. She stands up and says that she is thankful he arrived just in time, or she would have been in serious trouble. He says that he does not know all the details, but he saw what they just did to her, and assures her that she can rest while he teaches this little punk a lesson. The scene shifts to some time earlier, in the Yi family garden in the Western Territory. A servant comes running and exclaims that it is no good, as Miss Yi is in danger. Fan sees her and asks what has happened. She falls to the ground and explains that Miss Yi had instructed her to watch Huang Yingheng. But then people from the Ning family appeared and threatened them over tribute. They have taken Huang Yingheng and are heading to the mines to find Miss Yi. She begins crying and pleads for Mr. Lu to go and help Miss Yi. Fan sits beside her and reassures her, saying that he understands and that she should not worry, as he will save her immediately. The scene shifts back to the present in the Western Territory, in the mine zone. Wuxian remarks that she understands now why he arrived just in time. She coughs and says that she almost died, explaining that the little punk ambushed her after she had completely run out of strength. Fan opens a portal to summon Xiao Fei and instructs her to heal Wuxian, saying that after that, he will deal with the troublemaker. Xiao Fei appears and begins healing Wuxian. The system window notifies that Fountain of Life applies continuous healing to all friendly targets. Wuxian holds her belly and warns Lu Fan to be careful, noting that the big guy is his puppet, just like his fallen corpse puppet. Ning asks if he is the dragon tamer and remarks that he ambushed him and injured his puppet, implying that he must not understand the consequences of provoking him. Fan spreads flames to transform his sword and asks whether he now knows what happens when he harms her. The system window notifies that the current dragon aura is Black Dragon 2. Ning smiles and says a mere grade D noble family dares to challenge him. The Ghost General extends a tentacle from his arm toward his severed arm to reconnect it. Ning declares he is only fit to be turned into one of his puppets and laughs, ordering the Ghost General to crush Fan for him. The Ghost General moves to attack Fan and strikes him, but Fan transforms into a golden dragon, catching the punch. He remarks that if this is all his puppet has, it is insufficient. The system window notifies that the will of the Flame Dragon Warrior activates the current set bonus 3 out of 5. The first set bonus unlocks latent bloodline power, transforming Fan into the Golden Dragon King. He gains strength, agility, and spirit equal to his level multiplied by 50, endurance equal to his level multiplied by 200, and cannot mount while transformed. The 3 out of 5 bonus further unlocks latent bloodline power, granting Judgment Claw and Boiling Blood while in Golden Dragon King form. Ning is shocked and thinks that Fan has actually transformed into a giant dragon. This is not how a dragon tamer is expected to fight. Fan instructs Xiao Fei to possess him. Fei moves forward, transforms, and uses the Soul Sanctuary skill on Fan. Fan then strikes the Ghost General, knocking him to the ground. The system window notifies that Emerald Dragon Form 2 has activated Soul Light and the Emerald Dragon Bloodline, which causes all skill effects to be doubled when used on dragons or those with shared bloodlines. It further notifies that Soul Sanctuary grants allies imbued with Soul Light a boost to all attributes ranging from 100 to 200%. Each time they take damage, they absorb the hit and gain 1 to 2 layers of energy guard. Upon reaching 10 layers, they release an energy shockwave dealing damage equal to 10 to 20 times the total absorbed damage. Ning coughs from the haze and commands to get up immediately. He thinks that a single strike would have defeated Zhuang Meng at level 100, but transforming into a dragon is the true way a dragon tamer fights. Fan asks what he was shouting just now, then orders the Ghost General to crush him, turn him into a puppet, and begins charging Lava Burst for an attack. The system window notifies that Dragon Language Replication copies the Dragon Pet's Draconic magic and casts CD, with power scaling according to the user's stats, while Lava Burst continues charging. Fan taunts to bring it on, then unleashes Lava Burst toward Ying. The system window notifies that Lava Burst ignites a blazing magma pool in the target area, causing enemies within to gradually sink into magma and suffer continuous heavy damage. Ning rings his bell, laughs, and declares that this is so fun and so interesting. He orders the Ghost General to get up, and the Ghost General rises in front of him to block Fan's Lava Burst attack. Fan is shocked and thinks, what the hell? Ning laughs and, feigning surprise, asks what difference it makes if he is transformed into a dragon, declaring that his puppet will not allow a finger to be laid on him. The system window notifies that Ning 2 is level 103, Puppet Master Roman 4, Western Region, Grade C, Zhuang Meng is level 100, Mountain Breaker Roman 4, and the Ghost General is in Phase 2. Fan says enough noise and moves to attack the Ghost General. The system window notifies that Emerald Light grants the target 3 to 6 layers of protection, removes all debuffs, and boosts all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each layer of blessing can block 1 to 2 hits. The Emerald Dragon bloodline causes all skill effects to be doubled when used on dragons or bloodline kin. Xiao Fei uses her skills to create protection layers on Fan. Fan moves to strike, but the Ghost General intervenes to block the attack. Ning laughs and taunts that Fan cannot harm him. Fan asks if that is so and unleashes the Judgment Claw skill against the Ghost General. The system window notifies that Judgment Claw ignites the Golden Dragon King's twin claws with golden flames, converting 20% of stamina into strength. The next 2 claw strikes deal massive damage. Fan injures the Ghost General with a claw attack, leaving Ning shocked at the sight. Fan moves his claw toward Ning and declares it is his turn, but Ning rings his bell again, causing the Ghost General to rise once more. The system window notifies that 1 use of Judgment Claw remains. Fan charges his claw to attack, but the Ghost General intervenes and is severely injured. Ning laughs and says this is hilarious, expressing his delight at watching Fan keep trying yet failing to defeat him. He adds that since Fan has not yet lost his spirit, he will show him something even more entertaining. Ning moves his hand toward the golden piece of his necklace and declares that his Ghost General is a level 100 puppet. The Ghost General transforms, and Ning smiles, announcing that his level 100 ultimate skill grants the power of the Mountain God. The Ghost General roars, his eyes glowing shiny red. The system window notifies that Zhuang Meng, level 100, Mountain Breaker Roman 4, Ghost General, Phase 3, is now possessed by the Mountain God. The Mountain Breaker channels the Mountain God's power, gains the Mountain God set, and has strength and stamina increased by 300%. Ning summons 3 nails in his hand, laughs, and declares that with triple statistics and the Mountain God's blessing, the power he wields is something even level 100 elites fear, and it is not finished yet. To ensure his enemy dies without regrets, he does not hesitate to reveal another one of his level 100 ultimate skills. The system window notifies that 3 nails to the soul grants each puppet of the Puppet Master an increase in attack power by 100 for every embedded wooden nail. These nails cannot be removed or nullified, and they can only be released by the Puppet Master. He hurls the nails onto the Ghost General's back and commands him to unleash his full strength. He leaps, lands on his shoulder, and asks how it feels, then remarks that his opponent now has the privilege of facing someone whose battle power has been multiplied tenfold, and that this should be considered an honor. Fan fixes his gaze upon him as he questions the outcome and asserts that with tenfold attributes, he could now face 3 level 100 elites simultaneously. Even if he is a dragon, victory remains impossible. Ning laughs and asks if he is ready to surrender. Fan transforms back into human form, questions the so-called level 100 ultimate skill and the tenfold enhancement, and remarks that it is nothing more than a shame. He is confused and asks why it is called a shame and what is meant by it. Fan replies that it is a shame because even if the power is multiplied 100 times, it is still worthless, and he thinks that Zhuang Meng possesses nothing but brute force, while Ning too holds the ability to control, which is perfect, as they will be added to his puppet army. Ning considers him an arrogant fool and wonders what kind of dragon he is capable of summoning. At that moment, Fan opens a portal and Xiaoji is summoned through it. Xiaoji is shocked upon seeing the ghost general and cries Jiji while quickly hiding behind Fan's legs. Fan laughs, and Ning also begins to laugh, mocking that such a snot-dripping worm cannot possibly be the so-called mighty dragon. Fan lifts her up and tells her to come, then places his finger on her nose and reminds her that she has defeated the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine and the demon-devouring Dragon King, asking if she is truly afraid of a musical brute and a short man. Xiaoji insists that she is not afraid and declares that she will fight. Fan responds with approval, telling her to go and show them what she is capable of. Xiaoji prepares herself for battle and cries Jai 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 Jai. Ning, annoyed, questions if that little creature is truly thought capable of defeating his level 100 puppet. Fan answers that he never claimed to have only one and instructs Xiao Fei to summon the Shadow Dragon King. Xiao Fei then uses natural assimilation, and the Shadow Dragon King is summoned. The system window notifies that natural assimilation establishes a Shadow Dragon King contract and summons the Shadow Dragon King, Black Blade. The level of Black Blade is matched to the level of the summoner. Ning beholds the Shadow Dragon King and perceives in his eyes a gaze of pure killing intent. He realizes that such a dragon is also possessed here and wonders what kind of skills this dragon has. He thinks that regardless of its abilities, he must prevent it from making a move, and he raises his hand to employ the skill Unbreakable Protection Bell in order to shield himself. The system window notifies that Unbreakable Protection Bell summons a Guardian Bronze Bell above the head, which immediately manifests as a solid rune-inscribed shield. This shield grants immense damage reduction and briefly repels enemies who make contact with it. Ning commands the Ghost General to tear them apart without delay, and the Ghost General charges toward Fan to strike him. However, before the punch lands, Xiaoji shifts her form into the underworld swamp and employs the skill Surging Poison Sea, creating a vast sea of venom beneath his feet. The system window notifies that the active poison is switched to the netherworld poison of the Dragon King, which causes the target to continuously lose health points, while the same amount of health is equally restored to the user. The poison dragon's form is switched to the underworld swamp. The system window notifies that Surging Poison Sea stirs the underworld swamp, dealing poison-based area damage to all enemies within range, while the rate of poison stacking is doubled. Ning is shocked upon witnessing the poison and wonders when it occurred. He immediately employs the skill Clarity and Calm on the Ghost General to heal him, followed by the use of Purifying Rain and Reversal of Corruption. The system window notifies that Clarity and Calm channels pure spiritual light into the target, instantly dispelling all negative effects and granting 3 seconds of immunity against new ones. It further notifies that Purifying Rain summons Sacred Rainfall, which continuously washes over all allied units within a medium radius, cleansing 1 layer of debuff per second. It also notifies that Reversal of Corruption forcefully suppresses and reverses the root of the target's internal negative energy, thereby ending all ongoing damage over time statuses such as Poison, Bleed, and Burn, while also healing the target in proportion to the number of debuff stacks removed, restoring 10% health for each stack. Ning grits his teeth in frustration and demands how it is possible that the effects are not dispelled. Fan smiles and tells him to save his breath, for the poison cannot be removed. He rings his bell and commands him to get out immediately. The Ghost General roars as he tries to pull his leg free from the poison, but he feels the shock of thunder when the Shadow Dragon King attacks him from behind and knocks him into the poisonous swamp. The system window notifies that Shadow Strike, when used in stealth, teleports behind the target and strikes at its weak point, dealing 1600% strength as damage. It further notifies that Shadow Invasion, after inflicting damage, is triggered to unleash 1 additional attack for 20% of the same damage. Fan transforms his hand into dragon claws through the dragon annihilation skill and advances to attack. The system window notifies that dragon annihilation transforms the arms into dragon claws, delivers 6 rapid strikes, can be cast at range, and can be synchronized with dragon pets. Ning is shocked upon witnessing this and thinks that he is a monster, since the Ghost General is his strongest puppet. He summons Ghost Shadow, seats himself upon her, and commands a retreat. As she takes flight to carry him away, an explosion occurs behind them. He thinks that the freak dragon tamer will be dealt with later. Fan notices his escape attempt, questions whether he is trying to run, and declares that top-grade puppet materials like him cannot escape so easily, then flies after him. Ning looks back and says that this fool simply does not leave him alone. He summons the Ghost Guard and commands it to stop his opponent. Fan asks if, with just those two, that is all he has, then he cannot stop him, and he cleaves the Ghost Guard with a single strike. The system window notifies that Cut the Sky, which attaches Dragon Aura, strikes twice in succession, and can coordinate with a dragon pet. It further notifies that Soul Shock, when used in Soul Light mode, continuously channels Dragon Aura, gaining 1 to 2 layers per second. When attacking, all Dragon Aura is released, with a maximum of 30 to 60 layers, and the Soul Shock skill is charging as Fan commands Xiao Fei to eliminate them completely. Xiao Fei spreads green waves of energy around her, using the Soul Shock skill. The system window notifies that Soul Shock will release all accumulated Dragon Aura to strike the target, currently at 8 layers. Ning turns his head, looks at him, and thinks that such useless trash did not even last a second. At that moment, the Shadow Dragon King appears beside him and attacks both him and his Ghost Shadow, its sharp claws slicing his body into 2 halves. He is stunned at the sight of the Shadow Dragon King, bleeding as he begins to fall, asking in disbelief how it can be possible. The system window notifies that Shadow Strike, when executed in stealth, teleports behind the target and strikes its weak point, dealing 1600% of strength as damage. It further notifies that Shadow Invasion, after inflicting damage, triggers 1 additional attack for 20% of the same damage. Ning, injured, collapses to the ground, raises his hand toward Fan, and pleads to be saved, begging not to die. His face darkens as Dan says with disdain that he should look at himself now, groveling like a pathetic mutt. He remarks that, to be honest, he preferred his old arrogant and unrestrained self and asks whether that can be brought back. Ning desperately insists that he must be saved, declaring that he is the second young master of the Ning family and promising that if he is spared, the Ning family will grant anything in return. Fan turns to Fei and commands her to summon the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. Fei employs the natural assimilation skill and summons the twin fallen corpse Holy Dragon with a resounding howl. The system window notifies that natural assimilation, through the Dragon Bone Flute, summons twin fallen corpse Holy Dragons whose levels equal that of the summoner. Ning, bewildered, demands to know what Fan is doing. Fan turns to him and declares that he will turn him into a new puppet. Stunned, Ning exclaims in outrage, asking if Fan has gone insane, demanding how he dares to kill him, and vowing that the Ning family will tear him apart while insisting that his sister will never allow him to escape retribution. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon smirks and begins channeling dark energy into his mouth, activating the corpse manipulation skill. The system window notifies that corpse manipulation controls and transforms fallen corpse puppets, allowing them to be summoned and dismissed at will. When a puppet is destroyed, its energy is returned to the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. Ning's upper body is reattached to his lower half, and he is completely transformed into a fallen corpse puppet. The system window notifies that Ning too has become a fallen corpse puppet master at level 103, capable of creating puppets by transforming the corpse of a target profession user into a controllable puppet that can be summoned or dismissed at any time. It further explains that 3 nails to the soul implants wooden nails, each one increasing the puppet's attack power by 100%. These nails cannot be dispelled and can only be removed by the puppet master. It also notifies that Clarity and Calm channels pure spiritual light into the target, immediately dispelling all negative effects and granting immunity to new negative statuses for 3 seconds. Purifying Rain summons cleansing holy rain over a medium area around the user, dispelling 1 layer of negative statuses per second from allied units. Reversal of Corruption forcefully suppresses and reverses the root source of a target's negative energy, instantly interrupting all ongoing damage type negative statuses and restoring health based on the number of disrupted layers. Fan observes the system window while holding his chin and remarks that it is interesting, as all the effects apply to the puppets. If the puppets can be strengthened and every possible corpse is converted into a puppet army, then a formidable puppet squad can be formed. At that moment, Wuxian arrives, calling out to Lu Fan. Fan turns to her, addressing her as senior sister, and she approaches the Ning puppet, commenting that the young master of the Ning family has been killed just like that, proving Fan to be truly decisive and ruthless. Fan responds that Ning was a level 100 expert, and losing him is a waste, especially since he can also apply buff states to puppets. He adds that he is considering testing whether some of the corpses within the fallen corpse puppets can be transformed into human form puppets as well. She replies that it is not bad at all, noting that stepping on a C-tier noble family is something she has been wanting to do for ages. Fan then asks about her current condition. She assures him that she is well, explaining that although her injuries were severe, Zio Fei's healing was miraculous, leaving behind only some residual fatigue and no serious issues. Fan says that in that case, he will begin and hopes that the outcome will not disappoint. He commands the fallen corpse dragon to summon the puppets, and the fallen corpse dragon roars, summoning them all at once. The system window notifies that corpse manipulation governs the control and transformation of fallen corpse puppets, which can be summoned or dismissed at will. Fan then orders Ning to control them, and Ning extends his hand, releasing dark energy toward the puppets. The system window notifies that puppets are created by transforming the corpse of a profession user into a controllable puppet, which can be summoned or dismissed at will. Ning rings the bell, and all the puppets immediately focus their attention on him. Wuxian, shocked, asks if it is truly complete, realizing that Fan only needs to command Ning too, and the entire puppet squad will be controlled on his behalf. Fan smiles and says that there is more to see, then commands to amplify. Ning rings the bell again, moves the nails toward the puppets, and implants 3 nails into each of them. The system window notifies that 3 nails to the soul causes each wooden nail implanted into a puppet to increase its attack power by 100%. These nails cannot be dispelled or nullified, and only the puppet master can remove them. Fan, brimming with pride, asks if she has seen that, and explains that as long as the puppets are not completely destroyed, the dark lines allow them to reassemble. She, astonished, declares that he now possesses a puppet army forged from 9 realm demons in one hand and a puppet squad composed of 4th-tier experts in the other, leaving anyone who dares to oppose him utterly doomed. Fan smirks and states that with such a lineup, not even the Ning clan or any other C-tier family will be able to resist. He smiles further and declares that he will elevate the Yi family into the premier clan of the western region, since she has said he now speaks on their behalf. She laughs with confidence and affirms that she believes him. The servant approached and announced that he had finally found them, surprising them as they turned to face him. He desperately clung to Lu Fan's leg while tearfully recounting how demons had slaughtered the family, how he had been humiliated and barely survived through bluff and prayer, and how the young master's return finally brought hope. Lu Fan coldly confronted him, accusing him of clinging on opportunistically now that Yi's family was collapsing, suspecting him of scheming to secure protection by attaching himself to the Ning family's last hope. The man confessed he admired Lu Fan's bravery, admitted his own fear and hesitation, and acknowledged that without Lu Fan's return, everything would have been completely destroyed. Yi Wuxian acknowledged that he faced an overwhelmingly powerful family without combat ability and concluded that, despite everything, he did his best. Lu Fan warned that he could see through the other's schemes and gave him 1 month to act. He declared that if the ruined Huang estate was not restored within a month, the steward's role would end, while the other confidently promised a complete and glorious renewal without any help. When Yi Wuxian felt weakened, he caught her and gently carried her away, saying he would take her home to rest. She smiled contentedly as he carried her away, leaving the others behind under the fading sky. That night at the giant volcano in the western borderlands, Ning Shuang emerged from the lava and demanded to know who had killed her younger brother. She screamed in rage and unleashed a devastating eruption of flames, causing the volcano to explode violently. She mourned her brother Ning too, ignited her phoenix power, and vowed fiercely to take revenge. She was stopped by the head of the Ning family, who urged her to calm down and focus on her imminent breakthrough instead of seeking revenge. She desperately appealed to her father, fearing that Ning too might already have been killed. Ning rebuked her harshly, dismissing her fears as nonsense and irrational madness. Ning Shuang noticed that the jade pendant contained a puppet master's thread that always pointed toward his location. She realized that the thread had snapped and was about to vanish, meaning Ning Tu's life had ended. Her dad insisted that it was impossible, saying that not long ago, Ning Tu had gone to collect Earth Heart Core crystals for her breakthrough. Ning Shuang knew that after obtaining the Earth Core crystals, his brother then went to the Huang family and never returned. He denied that the Huang family alone could have harmed Ning Tu, yet Ning Shuang decided that, despite the improbability, turning the Huang family upside down was their only lead. He forcefully reminded Ning Shuang that her highest priority was to break past level 110 and unlock her second god-tier skill, declaring that Ning Tu was far less important than her own future. Ning Shuang defied him, declaring that despite his contempt, nothing mattered more to her than her younger brother's life. Ning scoffed dismissively and called her a foolish child. He reluctantly agreed to investigate the Huang estate, insisting she continue training, but she rejected the plan and demanded to handle it herself. Ning Shuang was shocked when her dad coldly stated that Ning Tu's fate mattered less than her reaching level 110 and ordered her to go immediately to the Divine Ruins secret realm for the clan's sake. He bluntly argued that Ning Tu's death might be better for the clan, claiming it would stop her from clinging to him and holding herself back. Ning Shuang angrily challenged him, questioning whether the clan truly mattered more to him than the lives of his own children. She apologized to Ning and then attacked him in a burst of blazing fury. Ning was momentarily stunned, locking eyes with her in shock as her resolve turned into open defiance. But he struck her with overwhelming force, sending her crashing downward amid a torrent of flames. Ning Shuang suddenly widened her eyes in shock as a powerful counterattack slammed toward her. Ning asserted that her defiance warranted punishment and resolved to teach her a lesson and make her obedient again. His daughter grimaced in pain as another member intervened urgently, pleading with Uncle Ning to calm his anger. Ning recognized Luo Lixu as he appeared, interrupting the confrontation with his sudden arrival. Luo Lixu arrived on a mechanical bird, announced his intent to take Ning Shuang to the Divine Ruins secret realm, and questioned the sudden conflict despite acknowledging her close bond with her father. Ning explained that since Luo Lixu was her fiancé, he did not hide the truth and said that Ning Shuang had defied the family's orders because she believed Ning Tu was dead. Ning Shuang clenched her teeth and admitted that it was true, letting out a frustrated groan. Luo quickly reached out to steady her and warned her to be careful as she staggered forward. Shuang pulled away and declared that she was going to the Huang estate to find Ning Tu, insisting that no one could stop her. Luo Lixu sighed, realizing this was what it was about, and admitted he knew about Ning Tu's death, saying he had intended to tell her after she achieved her breakthrough. Ning Shuang panicked, knowing that her brother had truly been killed by the Huang family, while he urged her to calm down first. Luo Lixu explained that Ning Tu had indeed been murdered, but not by the Huang family, prompting her to demand who the real killer was. He revealed that the one responsible was the head of the Yi family, the dragon tamer, Lu Fan. They questioned who Lu Fan was and doubted the claim, arguing that a dragon tamer with low-level dragon pets could not possibly have killed Ning Tu. Luo Lixu urged them to trust the Luo family's intelligence, revealing that this person had manipulated the Yi family to subjugate the Huang and Long families and might have possessed as many as 8 dragon pets. He further revealed that Lu Fan had used only 3 of his dragon pets to kill Ning Tu. Ning Shuang was shocked and found it impossible to believe that Lu Fan could have obtained 8 dragons. Luo Lixu revealed that his family had thoroughly investigated Liu Fan, noting his impressive combat record, but they were unable to discover how he obtained dragon eggs, which made them truly remarkable. Fueled by rage, Ning Shuang declared that she didn't care about the circumstances and would take Lu Fan's life for killing her brother, demanding to know his whereabouts. Ning told her to calm down and stay in the Divine Ruins secret realm, insisting that he would handle the matter of Ning Tu. Shuang angrily responded, accusing him of not caring about her brother at all. Luo Lixu urged both Ning Shuang and her father to calm down, suggesting he had a plan to address the situation. After revealing the plan, Ning acknowledged that Luo Lixu's proposal was a good one, as it wouldn't delay her trip to the Divine Ruin's secret realm while also allowing them to avenge Ning too. Liu Lixu asked for Ning Shuang's opinion, and she agreed to the plan, stating she would provide the teleportation stone to the secret realm. Before proceeding, Ning Shuang declared her intent to meet the dragon tamer. 2 days later, while in the Yi family garden, Lu Fan asked the senior if she was returning to Dragon Capital. But Yi Wuxian explained she needed to level up first before leaving, as she was about to reach level 97 and had to be cautious of the Ning family for at least the next month. She handed him a teleportation scroll, already paid for, and instructed him to go find the Quan family. She teased Lu Fan, pointing out that a one-way trip from the western borderlands to Dragon Capital took 2 days, and that the teleportation scroll couldn't cover such a long distance. Yi Wuxian explained that the Quan family had an enhancement master who could enchant the scroll to open a 2-way portal to a fixed location. She lamented that if only Starlight's portal could ignore distance, she would have saved money, as he reminded her that even if he opened a portal between Dragon Capital Academy and here, she still had to wait a month before she could go. Yi Wuxian looked at him in silence, gripping his neck. She then remarked that the burden of the family was now on his shoulders, and he couldn't afford to be idle, as a month would pass by quickly. Lu Fan said he might return to Zhanghai City with his aunt after the Dragon Capital Academy exams, and she mentioned that it would be fine if he weren't in Dragon Capital, as she was planning to visit her hometown anyway. Lu Fan smiled and confirmed that it was settled. Lu Fan was surprised by the amount of equipment given to him, remarking that it was way too much, even though it might be helpful for the final exams. At the same time, Shuang appeared in a burst of flames, staring intently at Lu Fan and declaring that she had found him. As she ascended into the sky, she transformed into a majestic bird, chirping before soaring into the air, much to the pair watching below's surprise. Yi Wuxian was shocked by the appearance of what seemed like a fierce beast infiltrating the area, but Lu Fan explained that it was just a class changer, and more specifically, an avatar. Yi Wuxian remarked on the powerful aura emanating from the avatar, impressed despite knowing it was just an avatar. The fiery avatar, Ning Shuang, called out loudly, demanding the presence of Lu Fan, the dragon tamer of the Yi family. They discussed the possibility that the Ning family sent the fiery avatar for revenge, and Lu Fan was cautious about rushing into battle. However, he remained calm and decided to face the avatar, instructing his companion to stay behind and protect the estate. Lu Fan reassured her, showing confidence as he moved forward to confront the challenge. Ning Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Ning family, confronted Lu Fan, accusing him of killing her brother, Ning too, to which Lu Fan responded affirmatively. Ning Shuang, furious about her brother's death, threatened Lu Fan, accusing him of courting death with his attitude. Lu Fan accused her family of acting tyrannically first and mocked her for seeking revenge while not even daring to face him in her true form. Ning Shuang warned him that her avatar was powerful enough to destroy both him and the Yi estate beneath them. The senior realized that Ning Shuang's avatar was too powerful, and a direct confrontation would be dangerous, prompting her to plan a retreat with Lu Fan. She asked Lu Fan if he was planning to confront the avatar after it boasted about wiping them out. Lu Fan commented on how the opponent had been charging a skill for too long and claimed he only needed one strike to eliminate the avatar. Ning Shuang questioned if the creature was one of Lu Fan's 8 dragons, dismissing it as just a support type, and demanded payment for her brother's life. She prepared to use her World-Burning Flames attack, which gathers the flames of a phoenix for massive damage, and its final damage increased by 100% due to the charge time. In contrast, Lu Fan called his dragon pet, Xiao Fei, who appeared confidently and used the Eternal Guardian skill, which generated a protective barrier, absorbing damage based on the user's health and self-regeneration ability. The Emerald Dragon bloodline enhanced all skill effects against dragons, and those with shared bloodlines made the user immune to debuffs, and increased self-regeneration by 5,000%. In the battle, Xiao Fei blocked the attack with a shield and was unharmed, despite the ferocious flames. Ning Shuang was stunned when she realized her powerful attack had been blocked entirely. Lu Fan calmly summoned the phoenix by teleporting behind Ning Shuang with a shadow strike, exploiting her weak point, and unleashed devastating consecutive attacks that left her shocked. Ning Shuang was shocked by the dragon's overwhelming speed, while she realized she had finally encountered the one responsible for her brother's death. She acknowledged the dragon tamer's legendary reputation as Lu Fan coldly revealed that she had underestimated him by seeking revenge with only an avatar. She vowed that her revenge had only begun and threatened to kill the dragon tamer later. Not yet. Lu Fan remained silent as the phoenix retreated, promising to return personally next time to settle their conflict. After the battle ended, he silently obtained a legendary Divine Ruins Secret Realm teleportation stone and examined it calmly. On the other hand, a blazing feather descended into the flames and transformed into Ning Shuang amid the burning embers. She praised the dragon tamer as truly impressive while rising from the fire. She entered into the violent eruption that tore through the volcanic landscape. She taunted Lu Fan by questioning whether summoning 2 dragons represented only 1/4 of his true strength while seizing a powerful earth core from the magma. She gleefully declared her intent to kill the dragon tamer in the Divine Ruins Secret Realm as flames spiraled around her. She crushed the blazing earth core in her hand, releasing a violent surge of fiery power around her. She issued a chilling warning, demanding that the dragon tamer be there when the time came. The dragon tamer silently held the Divine Ruins Secret Realm teleportation stone while contemplating the time remaining before its activation. He reflected on her challenge and realized she was provoking him to enter the Divine Ruins Secret Realm next time. The senior questioned whether Ning Shuang would appear as he reassured his companion and asked her about the true nature of the Divine Ruins Secret Realm. She explained in detail that the Divine Ruins Secret Realm was an ultra-rare secret realm in the western borderlands that appeared only once every 50 years and could be entered solely by using extremely rare teleportation stones that dropped at very low rates from monsters in that region. Lu Fan realized that the teleportation stone could have been sold for a high price and understood that Ning Shuang had deliberately used it to challenge him to a duel. Miss Yi Wuxian warned him against accepting the challenge, explaining that when Ning Shuang appeared, many more C-tier noble clans whose members were nearing their 5th advancement would also be present, making the situation extremely dangerous. Alina urged Lu Fan not to listen to the warning and insisted that he must go, leaving him shocked and conflicted. She commanded Lu Fan to enter the Divine Ruins Secret Realm to obtain the spirit-quenching liquid and promised that after he reached his 3rd advancement, she would reveal the location of the Myriad Armor Dragon Egg. Lu Fan questioned when she had awakened and whether she had witnessed everything, while she casually remarked that his pet space was comfortable and that she would recover there within a month or 2. Lu Fan questioned why she wanted him to go to the Divine Ruins Secret Realm and asked what purpose the spirit-quenching liquid served. She revealed that the Divine Ruins Secret Realm was believed to be the resting place of a fallen legendary god filled with countless treasures, and explained that the spirit-quenching liquid was the most precious among them because it could greatly enhance attributes and potentially even double Lu Fan's strength. He compared the spirit-quenching liquid to an enhanced fountain of blessed light and realized that combining both would cause his attributes to skyrocket. Lu Fan confirmed her willingness to trade a Myriad Armor Dragon Egg for the spirit-quenching liquid and implied that such a treasure was extremely difficult to obtain. He was informed that Ning Shuang had deliberately invited him with an avatar because she intended to use the special properties of the Divine Ruins Secret Realm to kill him. The dragon girl coldly revealed that inside the Divine Ruins Secret Realm, he could not use summons or weapons and had to rely solely on his own strength, which shocked him. Lu Fan realized that the puppet team he had prepared was useless and that entering the secret realm would mean walking straight into Ning Shuang's trap. She warned Lu Fan that although he still possessed the Golden Dragon King set and could use transformation skills, he would not be able to summon her or rely on anything but himself inside the Divine Ruins Secret Realm. Lu Fan thought that the crazy woman wanted to kill him and wondered if sending him there was just a way to push him to his death, warning that if he died, she would die too. Alina teasingly asked if he was still wary of her and claimed she could not possibly harm him as she hovered above, while he looked up tensely. She reminded Lu Fan to bring her the spirit-quenching liquid and promised that after his 3rd advancement, she would help him find the Myriad Armor Dragon Egg, confidently claiming its offspring would surpass any other dragon as he listened in silence below. Lu Fan wondered whether the Myriad Armor Dragon was truly as strong as claimed, realized that summons could not be used in the Divine Ruins Secret Realm, and wondered what the point of taming the dragon was. He further wondered about the Myriad Armor Dragon's true strength, realized that summons could not be used in the Divine Ruins Secret Realm, and doubted the value of having tamed the dragon. He wondered what Alina was planning. Lu Fan was snapped out of his thoughts when she called his name and asked why he was spacing out. The senior urged him to hurry and set off since Ning Shuang had not come, and they would miss the final exam, and he agreed to come along. Lu Fan decided to stop asking questions and focus on quickly leveling up to reach third advancement before the Divine Ruins secret realm opened, so he could tame the Myriad Armor Dragon and obtain the spirit-quenching liquid. He believed that if everything went smoothly, he might have had a chance to defeat Ning Shuang. The next day at noon, events unfolded at Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan realized he had been delayed by Ning Shuang and had completely missed the final examination assembly. He was frustrated about the new 5 versus 5 format for the final exam and worried about finding teammates, but then realized that with his arena rankings, he could team up with others. Suddenly, Gu Han warned him to be careful as they accidentally bumped into him. Lu Fan apologized to Teacher Gu, while both were surprised to see Lu Fan, especially since they thought he wasn't returning for the final exam. Lu Fan asked Teacher Gu about her health, and the teacher replied that she had fully recovered thanks to what had happened in the Taiki Kingdom. Otherwise, she would have died in the line of duty. The other teacher said that since Lu Fan had returned for the assessment, he would need to form a 5-person team first. The level 31 dual swordsman from No. 9 introduced himself to Jian Ying and asked her to team up for the final assessment, but she immediately refused. The group of girls told the level 31 dual swordsman they already had a team and to get lost, and one of them said she had seen him harassing Jian Ying at the start of the semester. They noticed Lu Fan's return, and one excitedly pointed him out. Qin Qiu, Jian Ying, and Tao Xiaoman expressed surprise at his return, mentioning they thought he wasn't going to participate in the final exam, and that he didn't even greet them when he came back. Lu Fan apologized, explaining that he was running out of time and wanted to surprise them. They jokingly discussed how, with Lu Fan back, along with elder sister Han, they would have just enough for a 5-person team, allowing them to slack off and still get a good grade, while Lu Fan playfully questioned if he was being called back just to be a laborer. Meanwhile, the teacher tried to finish explaining the assessment rules but was told to go ahead and not interrupt their reunion. Tao Xiaoman reassured Lu Fan that they wouldn't make him do all the hard work this time, as Jian Ying had led them to grind dungeons and train on their own, and they were now confident enough to face challenges. Jian Ying mentioned that Xiao Qiu and Taozi's strength was already close to the Qingyan class, which relieved Lu Fan. Qin Qiu asked him if he was looking for Jinju and Chen Tianjai. She explained that Jinju and Chen Tianjai had been missing since their return from the Taiki Kingdom, and no one knew where they had gone. Lu Fan expressed frustration, letting out a sigh and muttering that one day he would kill her. The group reminded Lu Fan that the assessment started in 3 days, suggesting that he hurry back and rest, as he must be tired after rushing back. Lu Fan noted that most other students in his year were still in their 20s, with only a few in their 30s, and believed that even without Jinju and Chen Tianjai, they could still earn a good score on the assessment. Suddenly, he realized that 2 people in the top 10 group who invited one of them to join a group, specifying that only those ranked in the top 10 are eligible, and they are missing just one more person, looked familiar to him. The girls thought to themselves, frustrated by the Fengyun Pavilion Group's high-profile approach to forming a team, and recalled that after being reprimanded for spreading rumors, they had remained quiet for a long time. Lu Fan confidently stated that they didn't need to worry about the Fengyun Pavilion Group and led his team forward, showing no concern for their rivals. Someone enthusiastically agreed to join the group. He challenged them to take first place and promised to join them if they succeeded. He declared that he disliked teaming up with the weak and insisted that his only goal was to take first place in the assessment. The leader stated that he had formally invited the other person to join his pavilion, but the invitation was refused. The muscular individual admitted he would not have asked under normal circumstances, but agreed to join temporarily for the assessment. Lu Fan wondered who he was, learned that his name was Meng Jia, and found out that he was a transfer student who arrived during the national trials. Qin Qiu said that Meng Jia came from a military family, had a strict upbringing, enlisted at a young age, and was widely regarded as the strongest since his transfer. Tao Xiaoman revealed that Meng Jia had fought ranked arena matches, maintained a 132-win streak, and even defeated the 3rd-ranked Zhang Finglin, making his next match likely against Jian Ying. But Jianing noted that although she had never participated in ranked matches, Meng Jia was likely using the final assessment as an opportunity to defeat her and replace Zhang Finglin as the third-ranked fighter, thereby proving himself genuinely powerful. They suggested they head back quickly since Zhang Finglin was likely to team up with Meng Jia, said he would only step in if they were not strong enough, and promised to surprise them when the time came. One of his subordinates rushed in to report that Lu Fan had returned, leaving boss Zhang shocked by the news. Zhang demanded to know where Lu Fan was and questioned when he had returned, reacting with visible shock and urgency. The crowd reacted strongly as people questioned who Lu Fan was and speculated that his return had caused the sudden tension. Zhang revealed that Lu Fan was a powerful dragon tamer ranked first in the Qingyan class, and his possible return threatened everyone's chance at first place. Meng Jia mocked the duos and angrily declared it was a joke to admit defeat before even fighting. The vice leader and the leader were suddenly struck by shock and panic. Meng Jia announced he was joining the fight to teach a lesson, questioning where their earlier confidence had gone. The people suddenly realized in shock that Meng Jia was the emblem of the blood-clad army. It was revealed that he possessed a blood-clad army third-rank merit medal, proving he held real military honors and the authority to command soldiers despite his young age. Meng Jia declared that he had grown up fighting beasts on the border, joined the blood-clad army, awakened his combat profession through bloodshed, and set his ambition on becoming the youngest great general to protect the nation. The group stood stunned as they realized Meng Jia truly came from the blood-clad army and had spent his student years fighting and killing on the battlefield. He explained that he had to place first on every assessment to graduate early and return to the blood-clad army, then challenged the leader, asking whether he had the confidence to defeat Lu Fan. Zhang Fengyan hesitated speechlessly as the other man extended his hand and directly challenged his confidence. He realized that Meng Jia's experience surviving life or death battles gave the Fengyan Pavilion a real chance to redeem itself. They clasped hands to seal the agreement, formally welcoming him into the team. The crowd erupted in excitement, praising Meng Jia's overwhelming presence and believing they were about to witness the rise of a new number one. The vice leader warned boss Zhang that celebrating was premature, reminding him that Lu Fan was a renowned dragon country hero who had competed in the national trials. Zhang dismissed the concern and asserted that Meng Jia's record alone was enough to make Lu Fan feel ashamed of himself. Meng Jia recalled the national trials and noted that Lu Fan possessed several dragon pets. He scoffed that Lu Fan had never fought on the front lines and expressed a keen desire to see how strong he truly was. On the other hand, in the Dragon Capital Academy's Villanelle, too, everyone was astonished by an extremely powerful and valuable reward that was generous enough to be shared rather than taken by one person alone. Lu Fan explained that the senior had also brought many skill books for his aunt, including enchantment and self-protection, and gratefully acknowledged the thoughtful care they had shown. Tao Zai joyfully received her first legendary weapon and an epic hydro set, marveling at their immense power and effects. The hydro set was revealed as an epic quality equipment that enhanced control effects and significantly boosted water-type skill damage. Qin Qiu stood in disbelief as she received an extraordinarily valuable legendary staff, realizing it surpassed even what her wealthy father could buy. The Judgment set was introduced as epic quality gear that greatly enhanced holy light damage by amplifying continuous light-type spell effects and making them harder to dispel. Jianing expressed heartfelt gratitude as she received a legendary blade set whose powerful enchantments were far beyond what she could ever afford. With their senior's help, everyone celebrated their massive power boost and felt confident about performing well in the upcoming big exam. They urged Lu Fan to invite their senior as an honored guest so they could properly thank her, agreeing they must not be ungrateful. Lu Fan explained that inviting her would likely have to wait about a month, as her family affairs had been quite busy. They were interrupted when someone arrived, and Han Qi noted that the exams would be over, and they would be away on vacation by then. An unfamiliar older man arrived at the door and questioned the young man's identity. The elderly man politely asked if he was Mr. Lu Fan. He introduced himself as Morozov from the Snow Country and explained that he had been entrusted by young Master Andre to oversee the renovation project in Lu Fan's territory. Andre acted swiftly by sending Morozov with construction blueprints whose surprisingly bold design included deploying epic-grade Shadow Demon crystal cannons around the island. Lu Fan knew that the cannon's firing range covered the entire island and surrounding sea, making them powerful enough to easily kill a fourth advancement master. He reflected that turning a resort island into a war fortress had been an unexpectedly good surprise while watching everyone relax by the sea. Morozov promised that the teleportation formation linking the Dragon Capital Academy Dungeon Hall to Shadow Island would be finished in 3 days, coinciding with the start of the final exam. Tao Xiaoman and the others volunteered for the task, struck a deal, and warned them not to act unless they faced a truly tough opponent. During the exam, unless a truly strong enemy appeared, there was no need for Lu Fan to intervene. Instead, the others would take the lead and prove the results of their training. He agreed to stay idle and was content letting others take action. Lu Fan took his companions out for intensive leveling and training to give them a final sprint before the exam. They fought continuously, unleashing powerful skills such as blinding holy light, earth-shaking strikes, and water-based restraints that crippled enemies. Through relentless combat and coordination, they rapidly strengthened their abilities and combat efficiency. Tao Xiaoman leveled up to level 38 after the intensive training in battles. Qin Qiu grew stronger by leveling up to level 39. Han Qi advanced in strength by leveling up to level 30. Jianing advanced to level 40, while Lu Fan surged ahead by reaching level 50, marking a clear leap in overall strength. 3 days later, at the Dragon Capital Academy Arena, the team confidently drew the 8th match and declared that they would defeat any opponent who appeared. Lu Fan attracted excited attention from fans, who praised him and nervously asked to take photos with him. An enthusiastic fan told Lu Fan that he had watched the national trial livestream and admired him greatly. Lu Fan calmly agreed to the fan's request, giving his permission for a photo. He posed for a photo with the excited fan, calmly smiling as the picture was taken. The fan nervously admitted that his team was number 8 and would be Lu Fan's opponent. He hastily fled after realizing his team would face Lu Fan, promising to forfeit before the fight even began. Tao Xiaoman explained that the exam evaluated both rank and combat performance and warned that fleeing from battle would require taking a makeup exam. The terrified boy admitted he knew the situation and worried that their 5-person team would be instantly defeated even if dozens or hundreds of them attacked at once. Tao Xiaoman reassured him not to worry, promising he would have a chance to perform and would not be instantly defeated. They hesitantly prepared for battle, questioning whether they truly had to fight so seriously against 2 senior sisters, whose one, wielding a sword, and the other a staff, stood in the arena as the sword wielder impatiently told them to cut the crap. The opposing team charged into battle, a leader shouting that they would begin as magic and combat unfolded around them. They both decided to join the battle with determination. Qin Qiu declared that she would trap them while preparing to launch an attack. She used the Light Domain Imprisonment ability, summoning 6 walls of light to create a holy force field and trapping enemies within a 7-meter radius. Tao Xiaoman remarked that their opponent had missed the best opportunity. She used the Abyssal Coagulation ability, condensing countless water needles to shoot at the target from all directions, dealing massive piercing damage and greatly reducing their attack speed and defense. Qin Qiu apologized and declared that the fight was over, leaving the rival leader shocked. She used the Starlight Annihilation ability, summoning holy light that dealt severe magic damage to all enemies in range and applied a burn effect, reducing their magic resistance by 20% for 6 seconds. The crowd was surprised, with one of them mentioning that they just looked down at their phone for a second before everything changed. The commenter was astonished by the 2 versus 5 battle, surprised by the instant kill, and wondered whether the 2 girls on Lu Fan's team were that strong, and also questioned whether there were other powerful beauties like Jianing. Lu Fan was surprised by how powerful everyone had become, while his aunt credited Jianing's excellent guidance with their strength. But Jianing humbly responded, saying that the credit for their progress belonged to everyone, and that it was the result of their consistent training. On the other hand, the Fengyan Pavilion group enthusiastically gathered around Brother Meng, expressing their admiration for the blood-clad army and their desire to follow in his footsteps after graduation, calling him their role model. But Meng agreed to team up, but with the condition that they must first defeat Lu Fan in the finals, promising to personally recommend them for the blood-clad army. They were surprised by the 2 girls' skill, who managed to defeat 5 opponents simultaneously. with one person joking that Lu Fan could win the competition without even stepping on stage. Qin Qiu demonstrated an amazing ability, using the light domain imprisonment to create a holy force field that imprisoned enemies within a 7-meter radius for 4.5 seconds. Whereas her companion used the overwhelming momentum ability, summoning a massive water barrier with a magic sword to block attacks and absorb damage, while the water curtain also dealt damage and knocked enemies back when destroyed or expired. Meng, with a serious expression, stared at Lu Fan and expressed frustration or disbelief, commenting that someone with a second advancement profession being worshipped as a god was just a result of dog shit luck and having picked up a dragon. He expressed that a true expert is forged through countless battles, symbolized by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He angrily declared that he would personally tear away his halo. 6 days later, the arena battleground was bustling with excitement as the crowd was encouraged to place their bets on either Lu Fan or Meng Jie. They expressed confidence in betting on Lu Fan, citing his dominance in the nation's secret realm, and humorously questioned whether he would mess up a final exam. They cautioned against being too confident, referencing a video that was leaked the previous day showing Meng Jie soloing a tough third-level opponent, where bones were shattered in less than 5 minutes, leaving the victory still uncertain. The crowd was surprised to see that Lu Fan and Meng Jie were not fighting, despite the expectations, and questioned who they were sending out instead. They discussed the unfavorable situation, noting that a 3 versus 4 match seemed like a huge disadvantage, especially with a life-type profession on the team, which they considered a significant weakness. Lu Fan looked at Meng Jie in silence. Meng Jie stood thoughtfully as he observed, possibly preparing for the upcoming battle. The leader of his pavilion group mocked another group for their arrogance, warning that if they didn't fight, they would lose their position as the number 1. Lu Fan responded confidently, telling the other to step it up if they wanted to keep up. Zhang Fengyan, with a fierce expression, ordered their allies not to waste time and to finish off their opponents, declaring that the Fengyan Pavilion was making a comeback. Lu Fan's group laughed at the idea of their opponents mounting a comeback and urged their team to take the situation seriously, warning against letting Zhang Pavilion group look down on them. Liu Han signaled the start of the battle, as the crowd cheered in anticipation. The two teams faced each other in the arena as the crowd watched in anticipation. From Lu Fan's group, Tao Xiaoman used the Abyssal Coagulation ability, summoning countless water needles to attack the target from all directions, dealing massive water-based piercing damage and reducing their attack speed and defense. Right after, Qin Qiu used the Starlight Annihilation ability, summoning Holy Light to deal high magic damage to all enemies within range, applying a burn effect that caused continuous light-based damage and reduced their magic resistance by 20% for 6 seconds. Afterward, Jianing used the Mountain Shaking ability with the Army Breaker Greatsword, dealing 210% physical damage and spreading 21% of that damage to surrounding enemy targets. In contrast, Fengyan's Pavilion group, preparing for battle, readied their weapons and abilities, ready to fight. The first attack was from Lu Fan's girls group, who launched a powerful coordinated attack, with elemental energy swirling around them, as the opponent leader ordered their team to scatter in response to the incoming assault. The battle intensified with explosive attacks, and as the dust settled, Tao Xiaoman realized their opponents had fled, prompting a warning about a potential ambush. Jialing was trapped by the imprisonment lock sorcery, rendering her unable to move or use skills for 5 seconds, as her teammates shouted in concern. Taking advantage of the moment, they jumped in and were about to attack them. Zhang taunted her, using the imprisonment lock to immobilize her, declaring that once he was taken down, the match would be decided. He used Shadow Strike Thousand Phantom's soul-rending kill, creating phantom clones that launched high-speed attacks while the user disappeared into darkness, bypassing 30% of the target's defense. Jianing, still imprisoned for 4 more seconds, taunted him as her confused opponent looked at her. Qin used the Starlight Annihilation ability, summoning Holy Light to deal high magic damage to all enemies within range and applying a burn effect that caused continuous light-based damage while reducing their magic resistance by 20% for 6 seconds. At the same time, Tao Xiaoman used the Water Prison ability, swinging their blade to release 4 water chains that locked onto their opponent, reducing their movement and attack speed for 8 seconds while dealing continuous water-based damage. Zhang realized they were being suppressed, as his opponent observed the situation. Determined to act, he declared he would care for Jianing first. Unexpectedly, Jianing prepared to use the Myriad Flowers attack, where their weapon splits into 1,000 flowers, each dealing area of effect damage with 10% of the original attack power before returning to its original form, as the imprisonment time was about to end. Jiang, filled with urgency, charged forward while the Myriad Sword attack's Myriad Flowers were unleashed, aiming to strike him. Surprised, he asked how Jianing could still activate skills despite being under the imprisonment lock. He tried to dodge the Myriad Sword attacks, but one sword struck his shoulder as the imprisonment timer had only 1 second left. He angrily criticized Jianing, blaming her for a failed plan despite her earlier confidence in its success. On the other hand, Lu Fan and his aunt were enjoying a peaceful moment together, while he explained his group had miscalculated, and his aunt offered a specially made glass of juice with their favorite fruits. Meng Jia expressed frustration and disgust, criticizing the fight as worthless and disappointing. Finally, Jianing broke the chain with a powerful display of her abilities as she walked away, exuding confidence. She calmly held a sword, her expression fierce and determined as she prepared for the next move. Zhang unleashed the Shadow Strike, a powerful move that erupted in a burst of shadow energy, leaving a true afterimage to confuse the enemy while he slipped into darkness. He activated the technique that allowed him to split into up to 6 phantom clones within 1.5 seconds, launching high-speed cross-slashes that ignored 30% of the target's physical defense. Jianing stood confidently surrounded by phantom clones, holding a red and a blue sword as they charged toward her. She calmly declared the attack futile, showing no sign of fear or hesitation. She unleashed a powerful attack with the Frigid Water Sword, dealing ice elemental damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 30%. She trapped the enemy in ice, leaving him helpless as she stood confidently. Whereas Tao Xiaoman used the Abyssal Correlation technique, summoning countless water needles to bombard the target from all directions, dealing significant water elemental piercing damage and reducing their attack speed and defense. She launched a barrage of water needles, piercing the target and creating a massive impact. The spectators were amazed, commenting on Jianing and the others' overwhelming strength, while noting that Lu Fan had yet to even make a move. Zhang angrily shouted, questioning why Lu Fan had still not made a move despite the ongoing situation. Lu Fan sat calmly with a confident smile, clearly unbothered by the chaos around him. He grinned, saying he could no longer sit still, clearly ready to take action. Meng Jia, the berserk Bloodwolf swordsman, angrily shouted for others to get out of his way, clearly frustrated and ready for battle. Han Qi offered food to Little Fan, but he declined and promised to buy groceries with her after the assessment, suggesting they all enjoy a good meal together afterward. He playfully reassured his aunt, promising that tonight would be a victory feast, while she smiled, teasing him about his past efforts. The crowd grew excited as Lu Fan rose, and the commentators eagerly anticipated his next move, recalling how his last fight against Fengyun Pavilion had terrified everyone. Meng angrily criticized Lu Fan as arrogant while preparing for an intense move, clearly frustrated by the situation. He shouted angrily, demanding the dragon tamer come out, while charging forward with intense force. Jianing, the sword dancer, confidently declared that anyone wishing to pass would first have to get through him. She prepared for battle, equipped with powerful weapons, the Frigid Water Sword, Blood-Breaking Sword, and Army Breaker Greatsword, each possessing unique abilities to deal devastating damage, including armor penetration and elemental effects. Meng declared he had no interest in Jianing, then swiftly launched a powerful attack, signaling his intent to focus elsewhere. But Jianing used 2 powerful weapons, the Harmflame Scythe, which had an epic quality and gained attack power with each life reaped, and the Myriad Flowers, which could split into 1,000 flowers, dealing area of effect damage before reverting to its original form. Zhang confidently declared himself as the opponent, preparing for a powerful attack with his weapon. Meng scoffed at Tao Xiaoman, questioning whether she was worthy of fighting him, just as they clashed in a fierce battle. Jianing expressed frustration with the other's stubbornness and decided to help, while the other braced for the incoming aid. Lu Fan appeared in the arena and told them not to intervene, stating that since Meng wanted to fight, he would grant him his wish. He complimented the group's performance, stating that if this were a real life or death battle, Fengyun Pavilion would have been eliminated long ago. On the other hand, Meng Jia mocked her, claiming that anyone could boast, and questioned the skill behind hiding behind women, while she struggled to hold her ground. Suddenly, he was struck and surprised by the attack, which involved magical arrows from the arrow of the Nether Serpent technique, capable of firing 12 arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Lu Fan commanded Jianing and Taozi to fall back and protect Anti with Qin Q, signaling a strategic move during the battle. Meng Jia smirked and warned Zhang Fengyan and the others to fall back, making it clear he wouldn't be responsible for any friendly fire during the battle. The crowd reacted with excitement, speculating whether Meng Jia was about to summon a dragon, while others debated if such a victory would truly be honorable. Meng Jia confidently declared to Lu Fan that he should watch closely, emphasizing that he was someone who survived the war against the beast tides, a true warrior. Lu Fan and Meng Jia clashed mid-air, with their powerful attacks creating a dramatic moment as they faced off against each other. Lu Fan activated the Black Dragon aura and used the Breaking the Sky technique, which imbued his attacks with dragon energy to perform 2 consecutive slashes, intensifying the attack further by coordinating with a dragon pet. Meng Jia, frustrated, questioned why Lu Fan wasn't summoning his dragon pets, even as he faced the intense energy from Lu Fan's attack. Lu Fan responded confidently, asking if Meng Jia wanted to see a dragon, then adding that he would have to hurt him first before that could happen. Meng Jia roared in frustration as he transformed into the werewolf form, unleashing a powerful burst of energy in response to Lu Fan's challenge. The subordinate, startled by the overwhelming power on display, asked Boss Zhang what was happening with him, clearly unsure of his transformation. Meng Jia, filled with rage, shouted that he was going to take down Lu Fan. Zhang observed in awe as Brother Meng finally unleashed his werewolf form, signaling a major shift in the battle's dynamics. Meng Jia unleashed his full werewolf transformation, greatly boosting his physical power and defense, while promising to tear his opponent to shreds. However, he would gradually lose sanity and stamina until he was forced to exit the transformation. As the battle intensified, Lu Fan realized that Meng Jia had been hiding his true strength. Lu Fan, now fully embracing his power, launched a barrage of magical arrows, a unique trait of his class, while Meng Jia, in his werewolf form, faced the onslaught. But Meng Jia growled in response to Lu Fan's relentless assault, his power steadily growing stronger. With his power escalating, Meng Jia, in his beastly state, declared that he would tear his opponent to shreds, unleashing a fierce attack. In his werewolf form, his rage caused him to lose control, making it harder to distinguish allies from enemies, while Lu Fan's Serpent Shadow Arrow becomes increasingly powerful with each second of charging. Meng Jia unleashed a powerful roar as he fiercely clashed with him. Meng Jia's werewolf form continued to rampage, unaware that it would lead him to become a mindless beast, prompting a warning from Lu Fan. But Meng attacked mercilessly, tearing Zhang apart while he desperately pleaded for him to stop. The sorcerer quickly summoned a protective wall to shield themselves, as their allies fled in panic, apologizing for their earlier actions. The crowd reacted in panic as Meng Jia attacked his own people, with one person worried about Zhang Fengyan's safety and another planning to leave the area. Gu Han urged the vice principal to stop Meng Jia, who had lost control, while also noticing that Lu Fan was still making a move. Lu Fan used a powerful attack, stating that it's the only way to prevent Meng from completely transforming into a beast. He declared that he would be the one to stop the beast-like transformation, as they clash in a powerful confrontation. He used the Leaping Thunder skill through dragon language replication, which allowed him to replicate and cast a dragon pet's magic skill. The Leaping Thunder skill released a lightning bolt that jumps between multiple targets, increasing damage with each jump, and when combined with the Serpent Shadow Arrow, it boosts the power of the lightning to 500% of the blue dragon's spirit attribute. Zhang had been desperately coughing and begging for help, but they had been subjected to a series of escalating thunder current jumps, with each jump increasing the total damage by 30, 60, 90, and 120%, respectively. While showing signs of intense pain, the audience panicked, fearing a disaster if the situation hit them, while others had called both of them crazy. The vice principal shouted at Lu Fan, demanding he stop, accusing him of trying to kill them. Lu Fan reassured Vice Principal Zhao not to be nervous, claiming he was not after their lives. He said the others spent at least a few days in hospital beds after he shed his werewolf form, their stamina depleted. The rest of the audience exclaimed that Lu Fan had taken them all down with just one skill, while others proudly confirmed it had been worth the wait. The final assessment had ended, and Gu Han announced the winners: Lu Fan, Jianing, Qin Qiu, Tao Xiaoman, and their external support, Han Qi. After winning, Lu Fan was praised for being number one, and his aunt suggested going back to prepare for the victory feast. After the battle, Lu Fan walked away, leaving several defeated opponents behind, as she called out to him. Xiao Qi appeared and let out a howl, while Lu Fan stood calmly. The crowd reacted to the human form of the Black Dragon, with some admiring her while others recalled Lu Fan's past battle with dragons and speculated about the dangers of summoning them. Meng Jia, shocked by the dragon's appearance, asked Lu Fan about his intentions, wondering if the dragon was truly his. He, realizing the situation, questioned whether it was really necessary to fight to the death, asking Lu Fan if this was truly a battlefield. Xiao Fei activated the Fountain of Life ability, healing all friendly targets by continuously restoring their health. They, surprised, questioned if they were being healed, as the healing process continued. But Lu Fan advised not to associate with weak players in the future, and warned that being around Fengyun Pavilion would only bring trouble. Meng, frustrated, refused to accept the outcome, questioning how it was possible despite their relentless training and daily battles with fierce beasts. He claimed to be the fastest person in the blood-clad army to be promoted to the Third Order. He questioned how a student like Lu Fan could defeat him so easily and expressed that it was unfair. Lu Fan understood the situation and reflected that people thought he was just some lucky guy who soared to the top by relying on his dragon pets. He explained that he seized opportunities, dedicated himself to raising dragons, and faced tougher challenges, while Tao Xiaoman pointed out that his efforts were no less than the others, mentioning Lu Fan's military honors and golden emblem from the Griffin Legion. Furthermore, Kui Qin revealed that Lu Fan had the recognition of one of the three elders of Dragon Country, and, if he wished, could even mobilize the entire blood-clad army. Meng Jia and Zhang were shocked and questioned how it was possible that Lu Fan had obtained a golden emblem from the Griffin Legion despite being enrolled for only a year. It was explained that the national trial caused a huge stir because one of the three elders was involved, and the chaos in the Taiji nation was suspected to be related to Lu Fan, as the vice principal concluded that no one else would be injured, and they decided to leave. Lu Fan reassured them that he would not abuse his power and advised them to keep working hard to gain the strength needed for the position they sought. They cheerfully talked about enjoying tasty food and a victory feast afterward, while others watched in silent anticipation. Yang refused help and angrily insisted on getting up by himself, while his companions reacted in surprise. But Meng Jia realized too late that his true strength did not match his assigned position after secretly obtaining a mysterious crystal. That night after the victory feast, he returned to Villa No. 2, feeling relaxed and satisfied, praising his auntie's cooking as he walked upstairs. After the victory feast, he returned satisfied, confident that once his aunt studied the scroll from the senior sister, the food would become even better and provide stronger buffs. He opened the door and was shocked to find Jianing lying unconscious on his bed. He closed the door and stood there in stunned silence, unsure how to react to the situation. He panicked and suspected that something strange had happened, possibly due to what he had eaten earlier. Lu Fan opened the door and found Jianing sitting on his bed in his bedroom, leaving him shocked and flustered. Jianing apologized for entering his bedroom without permission as she stood up. She confessed that she had been waiting for him and wanted to talk with him after he finished eating. Lu Fan blushed and nervously asked her what she wanted to do with him. Jianing explained that she wanted to talk about the holiday break because she heard elder sister Han planned to leave Dragon Capital after it started. Lu Fan explained that the break was 4 months long. They were going back to Zhanghai City, and Qin Qiu and Taozi were coming because it was their hometown. Jianing shyly asked to go with him, and although he was surprised, he agreed and asked her why. Jianing admitted that she had nowhere to return to and revealed that her family had once been one of the most prominent in a border city of Yunbei province. She explained that when the beast tide struck, her city was destroyed, and after being sent to Dragon Capital for safety, she returned to Yunbei province only to fight and lose everything. She revealed that her family fought until the very last moment during the beast tide, and none of them survived. She explained that everything had happened 2 months before she enrolled. She said that although she had been the top scorer of Yunbei province, she no longer had a home. She apologized for imposing and suggested staying during the break to grind levels. Lu Fan said that no one was destined to be alone and that they would go back to Zhonghai City together. He told her that it would be her new home, and she remained silent. Jianing thanked him softly, expressing her gratitude with a shy smile. Meanwhile, deep within the Shenggu forest on the border of the Teiji nation, an ominous disturbance stirred as dark energy surged through the woods. A skeleton hand of dark power erupted violently from the land. A powerful beast reshaped its bones and vowed to destroy the dragon tamer, Lu Fan. An urgent announcement reported a large-scale snowy attack in Teiki Nation that suspended all flights, leaving Han Qi shocked and questioning what catastrophic event had occurred. Lu Fan reflected that the Liu family had taken over after the Jin family fell, their wanted status was nullified, and he wondered whether the senior sister's enemies in Teiki Nation would make a move. Han Qi said it was none of their business and happily offered to show them around Zhonghai City and their new home since they had just returned. Lu Fan stopped worrying about everything and decided that the proper thing to do was to simply enjoy the holiday. Tianshu City was engulfed in destruction as buildings collapsed and fires raged throughout the city. Skeletal dragon beasts descended from the sky and devastated the city, leaving destruction and terror in their wake. Lord Louis appeared before the massive dragon beast, stating that they had brought the person it requested. The massive demonic dragon descended with overwhelming power as Louis desperately begged it for mercy and to spare their lives. Louis concluded that the person sent from above had abandoned them and feared that if the beast was not satisfied that day, the Liu family was finished. He urgently ordered his men to bring the person forward quickly. As he looked on with grim satisfaction, the guards brought forward two restrained captives, Jinju and Chen Tianzhai. Jinju confronted the beast in shock, declaring that imprisoning the Jin family was not enough and demanding to know what more was required. Jui presented the captive youth as the nation's only dragon tamer, shocking Chen Tianzhai as he realized the beast was searching specifically for a dragon tamer. The dragon's overwhelming aura paralyzed Chen Tianzhai completely, leaving him unable to move or even summon the will to resist. Desperate and terrified, he forced himself to think of escape and searched frantically for even the smallest chance to survive. Summoning all his courage, he seized the moment and acted decisively to escape. Lu Fan's dragon pet appeared, throwing the guards into chaos as the captive seized his chance to break free. As the dragon rampaged, Chen Tianzhai shielded the girl and urged her to run while the guards were sent flying. A powerful strike slashed across the dragon, which tore it into two pieces. The violent shockwave blasted through the area, sending Chen Tianzhai, Jinju, and the surrounding men flying backward in panic. The creature declared that it was merely a lonely sub-dragon, unworthy of being called a true dragon, and concluded that he was not the one it was looking for. It declared that anyone who could not deliver the person it sought was useless to it. The guards shouted a warning to Lord Liu and hurriedly retreated as danger closed in. Chen Tianzhai groaned in pain as he struggled to rise amid the shattered ice and debris. Jinju cried out Chen Tianzhai's name in fear as skeletal monsters advanced and desperately shouted for him to get her out of there. Chen Tianzhai bitterly wondered why both of them were dragon tamers, yet only he ended up injured and cursed himself as useless. He trembled as he realized it might be Lu Fan again and whispered the name in dread. Jinju cried out for the attack to stop as a terrifying creature loomed overhead. Chen Tianzhai appeared confused and distressed as he screamed in pain, seemingly under attack by a dark force. The creature loomed and asked him ominously whether he knew who Lu Fan was. Chen Tianzhai, in distress, recognized that the person being referred to was Lu Fan, a student at Dragon City Academy, and realized that he was either at school or home. The menacing beast, satisfied, commanded him to take it to Lu Fan. Chen Tianzhai, overwhelmed by pain, was struck violently as the dark force took action. The menacing creature promised to grant Chen Tianzhai the power of the ancient gods in exchange for a vow. But it warned that rejecting would lead to ending up like the lizard. Chen Tianzhai demanded the power to kill Lu Fan. He promised to fulfill the request. The dark creature reveled in the resentment and hatred it sensed, believing it to be a positive sign. The dark energy engulfed Chen Tianzhai as it swirled around them, intensifying the sinister atmosphere. He, overwhelmed by the dark energy, screamed in agony as his expression twisted in fear and pain, with one eye visibly affected by the sinister force. he was engulfed by the swirling dark energy, seemingly being consumed by its overwhelming force. The dark energy exploded outward, transforming Chen Tianjie into a powerful, skeletal warrior, with their level increasing dramatically. He, now transformed into a powerful being with the power of the ancient gods, revealed their level of 110 and their title as a God-Bone Dragon Tamer. The dark creature claimed control over Chen Tianjie, threatening that his life or death depended on its will, and that it would remain in its pet space until the target was found, warning that failure to find Lu Fan would result in an easy death. Chen Tianjie, granted new life by Master God Bone, vowed to lead the way in finding Lu Fan. Jin Ju watched the scene in silence and realized that Chen Tianjie was favored by the ancient god. She, filled with dread, realized that she had previously ordered him around, but now feared Chen Tianjie would kill her. Chen Tianjie let out a powerful scream as it was engulfed in dark energy, further transforming into a more menacing form. He declared himself the strongest being in the world, proclaiming that no one would dare look down on him from this day forward. He was confronted by Lui, who questioned what he had said to the ancient god and why the beast tide had disappeared. Chen Tianjie explained that he had entered into a contract with the ancient god, promising to help it achieve its goal, and as a result, the crisis of the Taiki state was resolved. Lui asked him if he could now use the power of the ancient god, to which he confirmed affirmatively. He pleaded with Chen Tianjie to stay, arguing that since the ancient god was now within him and had nearly destroyed the Taiki kingdom, he couldn't leave. Chen Tianjie, exuding confidence and power, questioned whether the person in front of him was worthy enough to stop him. He, with determination, declared it was time to end the debt between them, while the other person, filled with fear, questioned what was happening. But he, in a confident stride, was warned not to be arrogant, as a powerful force gathered behind him. Chen Tianjie asked the identity of a mysterious figure who revealed himself as Dan Xiangyu from the Tan family, a shadow hunter at level 105, and the one responsible for assisting Lord Liu. Chen Tianjie knew about the Tan family, which had supposedly disappeared a century ago, noting that it hadn't declined but remained hidden in the shadows at the top level. Dan Xiangyu revealed that Liu Guozhu was merely a pawn for the Tan family, suggesting that if Chen Tianjie followed him, it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to take the throne of the Taiki kingdom, while the Tan family studied the power of the ancient gods. He, irritated, warned Chen Tianjie that since he refused the toast, he would now have to face the penalty, referring to it as penalty wine. He declared that the power within him would belong to the Tan family and attack him with chain power. But his attack was dodged by Chen Tianjie in return, causing him to gasp in pain. Chen Tianjie used the God-Bone Dragon Spear to channel the power of the God-Bone, delivering a powerful blow to the masked figure. Dan Xiangyu, struck by the powerful blow, was left in disbelief, questioning how it could have happened, while he stood confidently. Jin Ju, shocked and in disbelief, wondered how it was possible to kill a level 100 warrior with just one strike. Chen Tianjie, filled with contempt, questioned what the Tan family was truly capable of and mocked the masked figure for calling himself powerful despite only being at the 100 level. He, exhilarated by the newfound power coursing through him, marveled at how amazing it felt to possess such strength. Lui declared that the Tan family was finished, as the other pointed to Lui as the next target. Chen Tianjie, fueled by anger, confronted Lord Liu, recalling how the Jin family fell and how he was imprisoned and tortured, questioning why he was being offered as a sacrifice to the ancient gods. Lui pleaded, claiming it wasn't his decision and that he was merely acting as the mouthpiece for the Tan family, trying to shift the blame onto them. As the man feared what was coming, Chen Tianjie activated the God-Bone Dragon Claw, transforming his arms into powerful dragon claws, with their strength depending on his own power. Liu, terrified, begged Chen Tianjie to spare him, pleading that if he hadn't shown up, the power would never have been gained, vowing never to trouble him again. With immense power, Chen Tianjie unleashed a devastating blow, sending shockwaves through the area, causing rocks to scatter around him. The stunned subordinates exclaimed in shock as they realized that Lord Liu had been killed, with chaos unfolding around them. Chen Tianjie heard his companion's frightened voice, lying on the ground as dark energy surged around him. Jin Jai knelt, pleading for forgiveness, acknowledging their past wrongdoings, and begging mercy from Chen Tianjie. But Chen Tianjie ignored her and flew away. The scene unfolded in the afternoon in Zhonghai City, where a man in a car complimented Lu Fan on his apparent success after not having seen him for some time. Sun Ji praised him for his successful matches and the legendary creatures he could collect, while Lu Fan thanked him for the compliment. Lu Fan greeted him as someone he recognized, recalling that he led his team the first time he cleared a secret realm. Han Qi reassured Jianing to come live with her in Zhongshan Garden, while Jianing explained that the place was Xiaofen's top prize award, but they had never lived there. Tao Xiaoman said she missed her parents and wondered if they missed her, while the other teased her for not having a conscience, saying she had planned a man-hand banquet to welcome her. The latest news reported that the large-scale beast tide crisis in Taki country had been settled, but it also mentioned that Lord Liu had died heroically while leading the battle to protect the people. Tao Xiaoman expressed disappointment upon hearing that the beast tide crisis was over, stating that she had expected it to destroy the country. Han Qi commented on the frequent changes in the rulers of Taki and remarked that the location seemed unlucky. Lu Fan wondered if he had unleashed a curse, speculating that a wave of beasts could destroy a country, even Taki. He recalled that his senior had mentioned a 5th-level expert hiding there. They arrived at the Qin family villa, and the driver informed them that they were home. Qin Qiu mentioned that she saw her father and Uncle Tao, as they were all waiting for them. The father and daughter reunited, expressing their excitement with joyful greetings. Qiu Shenghu mentioned that Xiao Qiu has changed so much in the past 6 months that he can hardly recognize her, while she playfully responded to his teasing. Lu Fan and Miss Han were greeted by them, who apologized for the trouble of sending Mr. Qin's special car to pick them up, and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Qiu Shenghu introduced Uncle Taoshan, Tao Xiaoman's father, saying there was no trouble involved. He mentioned that Uncle Tao was the richest man in Zhanghai City and had monopolized all the properties and resources, but Taoshan dismissed it, claiming it was just a small war and that he was the wealthiest man in the city. Lu Fan greeted Uncle Tao, who praised him as a really talented person. Tao mentioned how his daughter had received much care and asked to help her level up and give her equipment, as she reacted embarrassed, telling her father to stop talking. They discussed how Xiao Qiu had reached level 40 and obtained a hidden class, with everyone acknowledging the effort. Tao Xiaoman told him not to think she always praised him in front of her father, explaining it was just a couple of casual remarks, to which Xiao Lu replied that he understood. They mentioned that Tao Xiaoman was overly concerned about reputation and advised her not to be rude in the future, while a girl called out to her parents, father and mother, in response. Qiu Shanghu politely suggested that it was getting late and everyone should rest, announcing that he and Tao Shan would host a welcome dinner the next morning. The group enthusiastically invited Xiao Lu, insisting he attend to allow them the chance to thank him, to which Xiao Lu assured them he would definitely come. Xiao Lu waved goodbye, telling them they would see each other tomorrow. Qiu Shanghu politely asked them to send the group back to Zhongshan Garden, and the other man agreed. The group waved as the car prepared to leave, showing a mix of smiles and excitement. Qin Qiu thanked her father for being considerate of her friends who were left out, and he humorously responded, telling her not to call him slow anymore. Lu Fan apologized to Jianing for not introducing her to them earlier, but Jianing reassured him, mentioning she was still new to the place. Han Qi reassured the other that she would show her around after they settled in, mentioning that she would gradually become familiar with the place. Sun Ji mentioned that Zhongshan Garden was cleaned up in less than 2 days, prompting a confused response from the other person. He explained that Mr. Qin sends people to maintain and clean Zhongshan Garden every week and advised to keep luggage ready for check-in at any time. As they arrived at their new home, one of them expressed gratitude to Uncle Qin for his help, while the others joked that she should thank him at the banquet the next day, and Jianing was impressed by the house. The next morning at the Zhanghai New City Star Hotel, Xiao Lu realized he had been careless and had agreed to something without thinking about it the previous day. During a meal, Taoshan remarked that Xiao Lu and Taozi were a perfect match, while another person disagreed, arguing that their own daughter, Xiao Qiu, was more suitable, leaving Xiao Lu wondering how things had ended up like this. Tao Shan praised Taozi for being lively and Lu Fan for being steady, saying they complemented each other perfectly, while he thanked him and explained that he didn't drink. Mr. Qin teased him about being gentler when talking to Xiao Qiu, suggesting that Uncle Tao hadn't noticed, to which he awkwardly agreed. Uncle Tao praised Taozi for being carefree and cheerful, believing she had a good attitude and would never scheme against anyone, while Taozi seemed puzzled by the situation, as she was the daughter of a tycoon in Xincheng district. Qiu Shanghan teased Xiao Qiu, saying she had long had her eyes on Lu Fan and imagined they would marry in the future. Xiao Qiu blushed and asked her father to stop talking, since Xiao Qiu was the daughter of the richest man in Zhanghai City. The two uncles joked about whose son-in-law Xiao Lu would become, with one reminding him that he had to attend the wedding even if he looked sad, while Xiao Lu nervously tried to calm them down. Han Qi commented that Xiao Fan seemed very happy, while the other remained silent, simply sipping their tea. Jianying held an empty bowl, as if in a moment of pause or surprise. Two men, Uncle Tao and another man, appear embarrassed by something, as indicated by their expressions. Jianying wiped her face with a tissue, even as the system suggested she may pose a threat, since she lives with Jianying and Lu Fan. The two men realized there were more competitors than they had initially thought, and one suggested calling a truce for now, as there was still a lot to do. After the exciting banquet, Han Qi asked Xiao Fan to slow down, wondering why he was in such a hurry. Jianying wondered if Xiao Fan was secretly happy because of what the two gentlemen said at the table. At the same time, Lu Fan asked to stop talking about the topic, clearly not wanting to discuss it further. Lu Fan paused and greeted the dean, Bai Hengjian, and teacher Lai, who expressed concern that he might forget his roots, reassuring them that he was the top student at their school and would not forget them. Lu Fan never expected Dean Bai and teacher Lai to visit him, so his aunt quickly invited them into the living room. After a warm reception, they revealed that they wanted him to return to his alma mater to give a speech. Dean Bai mentioned that the new transfer ceremony was approaching and hoped that the heroes from Dragon Country at School No. 3 could set an example for their younger classmates. Though it sounded like they wanted him to show off, Lu Fan agreed. Considering how kind Dean Bai and teacher Lai had been to him, Dean Bai mentioned that most graduates are around level 30, but Lu Fan's goal to reach level 60 in his first year was impressive, with a requirement that the speech not take too much time, to which Lu Fan agreed while requesting confidentiality about the agreement. Lu Fan was surprised when Dean Bai and teacher Lai said goodbye and mentioned they would see him at School No. 3 in 3 days. The next morning, he received a call from Uncle Tao, who teased that he knew everything and was surprised Lu Fan hadn't shared such an important detail with him. Upon hearing Lu Fan's confusion, Tao Xin realized that he hadn't woken up yet and decided not to say more, telling him to use it when he received it later. Still confused, Xiao Lu wondered what he was supposed to receive as he checked his phone, just as a notification popped up. Lu Fan, surprised to receive another call, answered Mr. Qin's call and asked why he was calling so early. Qin Shanghan reassured him that the experience crystals would be delivered soon and that the Qin family would help him with the upgrade. Lu Fan expressed his dissatisfaction with the experience crystals, thinking that they only provide a small amount of experience and are quite expensive, not nearly as effective as clearing secret realms, and the crystals grant 150 experience points upon use. Lu Fan realized that both Uncle Qin and Tao Shan knew about his leveling up, and Qin Shanghan angrily urged the caller to hang up and call Uncle Tao first. After the conversation, Lu Fan seemed lost in thought, unable to believe how they had known about his leveling up. After pressing a button, a deliveryman arrived with 2 large pieces of crystal and asked Mr. Lu to sign for them. The deliveryman, confused, looked at the mansion as Lu said their old school was known for not keeping secrets. On the other hand, the news of Lu Fan wanting to level up spread quickly overnight, and Uncle Qin and Uncle Tao immediately bought all the experience crystals in the city, handing them over to him. Lu Fan mentioned that, although he had a good relationship with them, he couldn't accept the gift for nothing, as he believed it was an attempt to match him with their daughter. He returned the Bohemia card to Qin Qiu and Taozi, acting as if he had bought it himself. In the following days, Lu Fan continued using the experience crystals while planning to take everyone back to Shadow Island to clear the refreshed monsters. His level increased to 53 as he proudly displayed his progress with a fiery aura surrounding him. After absorbing all the experience crystals, Lu Fan was disappointed that even the massive crystals only upgraded him halfway, but his level increased to 54. At School No. 3, the students buzzed with excitement as they learned that a big shot had been invited to give a speech, and they were thrilled to find out it was their senior, the legendary Dragon Country hero, Lu Fan. Bai Hengjian called for silence before the transfer ceremony, announcing that the school had invited famous alumni to speak. He introduced Lu Fan, announcing that he was there to give a speech and asking everyone to warmly welcome him. The crowd erupted in excitement, cheering for the dragon tamer, while some students were in awe, realizing that they were in Lu Fan's hometown. In the old city of Zhonghai, Chen Tianjai noted that the area was similar to Qingzhou City, but not as prosperous as Dragon City. The God Bone confirmed that as long as they destroyed everything in the city, it would definitely make Lu Fan show up. It warned that if Lu Fan wasn't found, there would be consequences, and Chen Tianjai realized that success would earn power, while failure would lead to being buried with the Ankylosaurus, and acknowledged this, saying he would keep it in mind. The God Bone expressed growing interest and asked the man to answer his final question, to which the man respectfully responded, urging him to ask. It angrily declared that such a small city could not bear his wrath and threatened to go on a killing spree, asking Chen Tianjai if he would prefer him to spare the humans there. He coldly replied that he didn't care, adding that killing more people would actually force Lu Fan to appear faster. The figure laughed maniacally, pleased with the response, stating that it suited his taste very well. It declared that it was time to begin, as a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, sending people into panic as they felt the scorching heat and rushed to escape. As the temperature soared, Chen Tianjai callously declared that the people around him were like ants and suggested killing them, while others ran in panic. He declared that as long as they gained more power from the God Bone, it no longer mattered whether they destroyed everything in their path. He demanded that they choose between the dragon race and humans, specifically naming Jinju or Lu Fan. The dragon skeletons roared, emphasizing its demand for a decision between the dragon race and humans. In Zhonghai City, people panicked as the ground trembled, with one person wondering aloud if it was an earthquake. They shouted at the panicking crowd to look up at the sky, where multiple skeletal dragons with purple wings were flying, causing even more chaos. Chen Tianjai claimed that he would rise above all men, distinguishing himself by being greater than 10,000 men combined. Lu Fan was questioning whether the person before him was from the Taiki Kingdom. Chen Tianjai boldly challenged Lu Fan, urging him to face the power of the ancient god. The people recognized the appearance of the dragons and alerted that it was a prevention and control alert. As the beast tide approached, Dean Bai urgently warned everyone to evacuate to the underground shelter for safety. Lu Fan was shocked to see that the person he never expected to return had been resurrected. He wondered whether they were preparing to fight the ancient bone god, even as they urgently tried to prevent it from reaching the residential areas. They urgently told Lu Fan to go to the shelter and not interfere with the city defense forces, while he shouted for them to wait. They were surprised to see the griffin's gold emblem and immediately apologized, recognizing its significance. Lu Fan took responsibility for the situation, instructing others to evacuate the citizens while he organized the teams to act separately to avoid becoming targets. He considered the risk of summoning the Nine Realms demon, realizing it would become too large and impact more people, suggesting that it would be better to let the puppet team attack separately. He warned Dean Bai to stay inside until the beast tide subsided, and Dean Bai responded with a promise to be careful. He noticed the Bone God clone had obtained a new body so quickly and had even made its way to their location. He called to Xiao Fei and commanded her to summon the corrupted Holy Dragon, expressing that the situation was unforgivable. Xiao Fei used the Dragon Bone Flute to summon a fallen corpse Holy Dragon, with its power matching the user's level, while expressing discomfort from the process. The summoned fallen corpse Holy Dragon roared fiercely as it unleashed its power. Lu Fan instructed to summon a puppet team to clear the God Bone Dragon, while also aiming to limit the scope of damage caused. His allies confirmed that they clearly heard the command and acknowledged it, as the power of corpse control allowed him to summon, transform, and recall corpse puppets, with their energy returning to the corpse Holy Dragon. He shouted an order for everyone to spread out. They aggressively attacked while others swiftly followed, executing the command to spread out. Lu Fan noticed the immense pressure and realized that the entity approaching was likely the real body of the ancient bone god. Amidst the chaos and fierce roars, Lu Fan declared that no matter whether it was the real body or not, they would not allow the ancient bone god to destroy Zhonghai City. He commanded their allies to follow, leading them into battle against the looming threat. At the same time, Chen Tianjai suddenly attacked him, but he skillfully dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding the strike. Lu Fan, surprised, recognized the other as Chen Tianjai, who responded with a casual greeting, referring to him as an old friend. The Dragon Bone God, in a burst of emotion, revealed that they had conquered 4 cities and had finally found the dragon tamer they were seeking. Lu Fan angrily confronted Chen Tianjai, accusing him of being the one who had caused the beast tide in Taki country and brought the Bone God to this place. He angrily asked him if he was crazy, as a fierce battle between him and another unfolded. Chen Tianjai laughed maniacally, declaring that he couldn't go crazy before he killed the protagonist. He declared that the real body of the ancient Bone God had arrived, threatening to bury both Lu Fan and Zhonghai City together. The Bone God ominously reminded Lu Fan of his earlier vow to return and destroy him, but today he sought to make him pay 100-fold. Lu Fan, addressing Chen Tianjai, reminded him that despite their conflicts, he should not kill innocent people, especially given the shared bloodline of the dragon country flowing through his veins. But Chen Tianjai bitterly recalled how he had been treated as the weakest and a laughingstock in the past, but now, with the power of the Bone God, he no longer had to be looked down upon. He, filled with anger, confessed to thinking about Lu Fan every day and night, recalling how he had been insulted and how Lu Fan had destroyed the Jin family, who had once recruited him, expressing his constant desire to kill him. Lu Fan accused Chen Tianjai of choosing the wrong path, believing his intention was to make him realize the truth, and speculated whether Chen Tianjai had become a slave to the power of the ancient Bone God. Chen Tianjai angrily declared that Lu Fan wasn't qualified to take advantage of the benefits of being a dragon tamer. He angrily struck, recalling how Lu Fan had belittled him at the same time. Lu Fan called out to Xiao Fei to unfold the dragon domain and activate the Emerald Mirror. Xiao Fei unleashed the dragon domain, which boosts the attributes of friendly dragons and allies with the same bloodline by 50%, while weakening enemies and non-dragons within the domain. She further activated the Emerald Mirror image, which created 2 copies of an allied unit, granting them its skills and 30% of its attributes, with enhanced effects for dragons or allies with dragon blood. When the dragon domain and mirror image abilities became unusable, Lu Fan was unable to believe it. The Dragon Bone God confidently declared that he wouldn't be tricked again, revealing that within the God Bone domain, no other domain, formation, clone, or illusion effect skills could be used. It declared that this time, it would savor every moment of Lu Fan's struggle in despair. Lu Fan, determined and defiant, declared that they would see who would be the last to fall into despair. Chen Tianjai confidently laughed, saying that he would handle the situation and deal with him, as he prepared to strike. He, with a sinister smile, prepared to inform him about facing the Bone God. He, now transformed into a powerful figure with a God Bone Dragon Tamer's armor, taunted Lu Fan, revealing his new form as a God Bone slave with immense strength. Lu Fan, in awe, realized that Chen Tianjai had reached level 110 as a God Bone Dragon Tamer, fully pledging his loyalty to the ancient gods. He unleashed the Roar of Doom, which violently roared, dealing heavy damage to all targets within range and inflicting a fragile effect on them. He invoked a powerful Forbidden Dragon spell, 300,000 heavenly thunders destroying the world, summoning a storm of destructive thunder within a target range. Additionally, the Star-Destroying Light skill was activated, gathering starlight to fire a laser that dealt unblockable, unpredictable damage, with the power increasing with the user's level. The God Bone, in a mocking tone, condemned the Dragon Clan for daring to fight against God while activating its barrier, which absorbed 89% of the surrounding God Bone fragments to protect it. Lu Fan, shocked and confused, questioned how the shield could remain intact when all the dragons attacking simultaneously couldn't break it. Chen Tianjai mocked him and pointed out that he still had time to tend to his dragon, but now his true opponent was before him. Lu Fan realized with concern that the combined power of the ancient Bone God and the level 110 God Bone slave, Chen Tianjai, had become overwhelmingly immense. He realized in alarm that Chen Tianjai, unlike the previous ancient god slaves, couldn't be harmed at all, making him a far more formidable opponent. Chen Tianjai laughed maniacally, declaring that he was no longer the same person he used to be, and that before the power of the ancient god, Lu Fan was nothing. He taunted, boasting about his 100-level god-level skills, claiming that these abilities were far beyond what Lu Fan's level could handle. Chen Tianjai activated his God Bone Silver Glow, a skill that used God Bone fragments to create bone armor, granting immunity to control effects and boosting all attributes by 250%. Lu Fan was alarmed by Chen Tianzhai's immense power increase and urgently called for Xiao Yi to resist his overwhelming strength. He called out to Xiao Fei, commanding it to attach to him. Whereas the Dragon Rider 2 at level 54 has abilities including Sky Slash for consecutive slashes with their dragon pet, Dragon Slayer for a 6-hit combo, and Dragon Saddle to enhance basic ranged attacks with dragon energy. Chen Tianzhai declared that Lu Fan would feel the same pain. Xiao Fei activated the Emerald Dragon Bloodline, which granted a significant power boost, making resistance much harder, and used the Soul Shelter ability to absorb damage and release Kai Shock. Lu Fan expressed that he was fine and urged Xiao Fei to continue attacking the ancient god of Divine Bone. He activated the powerful abilities in action, like the Scourge of Heaven Charging and Shadow Flash, where teleporting attacks deal massive damage to enemies, and a Shadow Strike adds extra damage, highlighting the devastating combo potential in battle. The ancient bone dragon god was finally interrupted by the Scourge of Heaven. It became infuriated and angrily referred to the attackers as bugs. The attacker, struggling with the intense situation, let out a painful cry. Bao activated the Shadow Hide skill, entering a hidden state where they could not be detected or damaged. But God Bone Dragon broke the Shadow Hide and entered a hidden state to avoid detection, while a fierce battle raged between powerful dragon-like beings. Lu Fan commanded Bao to protect itself as the battle intensified. He utilized Black Dragon 2 energy, performing a Sky Slash attack with coordinated dragon energy, summoning 2 additional claw attacks from a dragon pet. He warned Xingqian and Xiao Jai to avoid leaving an opening. They released a poisonous fog, causing enemies within its range to accumulate damage layers, while a poison vine planted a seed in the target, continuously draining their health. Chen Tianzhai used the God Bone Dragon Gun to channel the power of the God Bone, and was about to deliver a powerful blow with the weapon. As he rushed towards, Xiao Yi gripped his hand immediately. But Chen Tianzhai, mocking the attack, declared it a simple trick while using the God Bone Dragon Claw technique to transform its arms into powerful claws, relying on its strength. Lu Fan exclaimed that it was the right moment, and Xiao Jai activated the Poison Dragon 2 form, switching to the Underworld Swamp technique. Bao Bao used the Shadow Strike skill, teleporting behind the target in stealth mode to deliver a weak point attack, causing 600% damage, followed by an additional 20% damage based on the initial hit. Xingqian used the Star Crusher skill, generating and crushing a star to create a large area of damage, with the power scaling based on strength. She used the Poison Sea Surge skill, amplifying the Underworld Swamp to unleash a powerful poison attack on all enemies in the area, doubling the poison stacking speed. The Lord Bone God screamed in pain from the overwhelming force. Chen Tianzhai, with distress, called to his Lord Bone. Xiao Fei used the Air Shock skill, releasing the total amount of damage absorbed from previous attacks to cause a large-scale counterattack. She activated the 10,000 Poison Vine skill, implanting a seed into the target's body, which either tried to kill the target by breaking out of the body or rooted itself, binding the target to its location. Xingqian unleashed Scourge of Heaven and Thunder's favor, locking onto Godbone and striking it with continuous lightning while creating a thunder barrier that dealt massive damage as the enemy moved. The Dragonbone God roared in fury, cursed his enemies, and vowed to crush them as dark power surged around him. It unleashed Blazing Godbone, igniting its ancient god bones and crushing all bugs with overwhelming damage amplified by countless surrounding Godbone fragments. It finished the attack as Blazing Godbone dealt a final devastating blow, totaling 2,748,488 damage points. Lu Fan, in a heartbroken voice, called out to Xiao Jai. Chen Tianzhai laughed arrogantly, mocked Lu Fan for being heartbroken, and declared that the battle had only just begun despite his display of strength. Lu Fan ignored him, praised Xiao Jai for already being great, and told him to go to the ground and meet up with the puppet team. Xiao Jai finally appeared, revived after fatal damage, reassembled its body, resisted all negative effects, and infected anything it touched with poison. Lu Fan acknowledged the terrifying power of the ancient god, refused to let people be killed, and vowed to fight alone without retreat as the dragon roared beneath him. Chen Tianzhai threatened to slaughter all the dragons and activated God Bone Dragon Claw, transforming his arms into massive claws powered by his own strength. When Godbone Dragon appeared in the town, children panicked and tried to flee, while others recognized them as Fan's summons and desperately called for help. They realized that the Godbone seen in Taki country had appeared within Junction Garden and concluded that Lu Fan was fighting it. Han Qi worried that Xiaofan might fall into danger, even as the other urged her to stay home. Han Qi asked Jianing whether she wanted to help Xiaofan. The two uncles panicked as the monster destroyed the city, scolded their daughters for being reckless, and insisted on asking for help instead of dying. Qin Qiu agreed that even if they could only do a little, they had to help Fan. Tao Zai declared that they stepped forward to help because they were teammates. They declared that they would never let their teammates fight alone. The two uncles fell into shocked silence, exchanging stunned looks as they realized the seriousness of the situation. Han Qi quietly acknowledged their resolve, closed her eyes, and accepted the situation with calm understanding. Qin Qiu shouted for Taozi to hold on as they escaped together on a giant flying beast. Taoshan and Qin Shanghen watched them fly away, realized they had grown up into truly unique and exceptional individuals, and warned Xiao Taozi not to run because he could not win. Qin Shanghen sternly warned them to be smart and not put themselves in danger. The building collapsed as he shouted for everyone to run, warned of a flying dragon behind him, and led them to escape. He admitted his surprise that Lu Fan fought such a powerful existence alone and realized that the city defense force was far from sufficient against the ancient god. He contacted his teacher and requested emergency assistance. On the other hand, Lu Fan clashed head-on with Chen Tianxi, striking its massive body with all his strength despite being badly outmatched. At the same time, his teammates arrived together, questioned the situation, and immediately joined the fight to support him. Lu Fan confronted a grinning skeleton enemy who taunted him and activated the God-Bone Dragon Claw transformation, relying on his own strength to fight back. Chen Tianxi launched a powerful flaming claw attack, but he dodged it, driving his attack straight down with overwhelming force. Xiao Yi switched forms to summon the Destruction Dragon, and Xiao Fei transformed into the Eternal Emerald Dragon, revealing their full power to face the battle together. Lu Fan warned his teammates to stay back and avoid being noticed by the Godbone while he flew in the air, his dragon wing transformation still active. The skeletal dragon, recognizing his enemies, ordered his minions to attack, commanding them to eliminate the intruders. The group faced overwhelming enemies, and the leader instructed Xiaoqiu to get ready while another teammate prepared to handle the enemies on their side. Chen Tianzhai, eager to eliminate the enemies, declared that Lord Godbone also demanded their lives, signaling an even greater threat. Qin Qiu activated the will of the fierce dragon warrior, unlocking the Golden Dragon King transformation and significantly enhancing her strength, agility, spirit, and endurance, while gaining new bloodline abilities as it blocked Chen Tianzhai's attack. The fierce dragon warned them of the danger and urged them to quickly retreat to the ground, advising them to join Xiao Jai in fighting the God-Bone Flying Dragon. They called out to Jianing to follow them, as they prepared to fly to the ground to find Xiao Jai. The command was given not to let anyone escape as the skeletal figures surrounded the area, closing in on their targets. Chen Tianzhai mocked Lu Fan and began charging the God-Bone incarnation as the Golden Dragon was restrained amid flying debris. He coldly promised to demonstrate his power. Chen Tianzhai realized he had advanced to a 100-level god as countless God-Bone fragments gathered. The God-Bone incarnation gathered countless fragments to form a massive body around itself, increasing its strength and determining the final damage of its attacks. The God-Bone attacked ferociously, declaring that no one would escape as the group flew away at full speed. Tao Xiaoman cried out in alarm and momentarily lost control, trying to stabilize herself. The Golden Dragon blocked the God-Bone incarnation, declared he would stop the enemy, and ordered the others to fly away and regroup with Xiaoji. The God-Bone incarnation mocked the Golden Dragon's challenge and struck him violently, declaring that even transforming into a dragon was not enough to stop him. The group cried out for Lu Fan as he fell, gathering golden energy and leaping into battle. Lu Fan shouted for Xingqian, Xiaoi, and Abao to attack together, and they unleashed fully charged, catastrophic techniques that shook the battlefield against the God-Bone incarnation. They confronted the God-Bone incarnation and sacrificed themselves to stop the God-Bone. They unleashed the lava burst, creating a magma pool that trapped and burned enemies continuously, while thunder spells doubled blue dragon power and formed barriers that inflicted extra damage whenever enemies moved. The united forbidden spells unleashed millions of destructive thunders, shadow winds, and amplified strikes, overwhelming the God Bone incarnation with continuous, devastating damage. 17 million stars summoned a charged star core that fused energy and detonated on impact, causing massive damage. A massive surge of blue energy engulfed the battlefield as everyone anxiously waited to see whether Lu Fan's attack succeeded. The ancient god Bone Dragon overwhelmed Lu Fan and his allies with chained divine powers, countered their combined attacks, injured the Golden Dragon, and prepared to completely suppress everyone without letting anyone escape. The ancient god Bone revealed its power by breaking their concealment and binding everyone with chains, leaving Lu Fan shocked and unable to resist. The god Bone commanded the child to kill him at once, and the obedient subordinate acknowledged the order without hesitation. Lu Fan realized with alarm that the Dark Blade's stealth was broken and his dragon pet's immunity was completely negated. He hesitated in despair, realizing that even Xiaoji would not be enough, and that Qin Qiu, Tianying, and the others must not be dragged into the fight. Chen Tianjai declared that the destined moment had arrived and threatened to make Lu Fan understand his power at the cost of his life. The god Bone lunged forward and declared that it would devour the baby dragons as it attacked its restrained opponents. Lu Fan decided that the only thing he could do at that moment was take a gamble. Chen Tianjai launched a brutal attack from above and ordered him to die with his useless dignity. Lu Fan desperately invoked the demon-devouring Dragon King, begging it not to let him down as he answered its call. He gambled everything by awakening the demon-devouring Dragon King, shocking the god Bone with an overwhelming power he had never anticipated. The demon-devouring Dragon King mocked Lu Fan for only summoning her when death was imminent, implying his lingering distrust even at the brink of annihilation. She remarked that Lu Fan truly knew how to cause trouble, as his first summoning brought her face to face with the ancient god. She warned Lu Fan that only 2 summoning chances remained and asked whether he could deal with the ancient god. The demon-devouring Dragon King calmly stated that it might take time, but reminded Lu Fan of how powerful the Dragon King was. The stunned girls wondered what kind of dragon it was and questioned whether there were still dragons they had never seen before. The Dragon King descended arrogantly from the sky, sneering at the power before him and dismissing it as filthy. She abruptly ordered a retreat and withdrew into the swirling vortex of power. The ancient god of Godbone reacted in shock when he realized that his power was actually dispelled. The sky and temperature returned to normal, and the onlookers took it as a clear sign that Lu Fan was going to win. The Dragon King mocked the Godbone as a soulless skeleton and began charging a devastating burning heaven and destroying storm attack. The ancient god realized in shock that the Dragon King simultaneously controlled 4 elemental attacks and truly fought for Lu Fan at the pinnacle of dragon advancement. The Dragon King angrily dismissed the ancient god as a parody and declared that it was time for her to be erased. The ancient god panicked as the Dragon King's overwhelming attack cornered him and turned the battle against him. The Dragon King gathered heavenly fire, thunder, and frost into a world-destroying storm that heavily damaged the ancient god and continued to devastate the surrounding area. The ancient god staggered in pain as the overwhelming elemental storm slammed into him. Lu Fan and his dragons launched a coordinated elemental assault, overwhelming the ancient god with combined fire, thunder, ice, and wind attacks. The ancient god froze in disbelief as his bone barrier nearly shattered, realizing that the overwhelming power rivaled his own and questioning why such strength chose to serve Lu Fan. The god bone barrier was activated by spreading a protective shield in front of him that absorbed the power of nearby god bone fragments. The Dragon King rejected the contract, declared it irrelevant, and lunged forward to strike her enemy with overwhelming force. She obtained the mouth of the abyss, Shadow Blade, which swung dragon claws at the target to deal powerful blows, ignored 90% of the enemy's defense, and penetrated armor. Chen Tianjai witnessed Lord Godbone being taken out with ease and realized that the Dragon King was even more powerful than the ancient god. Lu Fan asked him mockingly whether he felt nervous about his master. He unleashed the arrows of the Dark Serpent, casting 12 magic arrows that each dealt additional damage without drawing a bow. He activated the Fountain of Life to continuously restore his allies, while using Shadow Hide to freely enter or exit a hidden state and warned Chen Tianjai to worry about himself. Chen Tianzhai declared that he no longer had a master, aligned with Lord Godbone to kill Lu Fan, and realized in panic that all the dragon pets were now coming for him. Lu Fan taunted Chen Tianzhai and began charging the snake shadow arrow, preparing a massively empowered attack after building up its power. Chen Tianzhai snarled that he was not afraid of the Dragon King, despised Lu Fan's condescending attitude, and prepared to strike back with hostility. He activated the God-Bone Dragon Claw, transforming his arms into God-Bone Dragon Claws, whose power depended on his own strength. Lu Fan's dragon used Shadow Strike to teleport behind the target in stealth, hit a vital point for massive damage, and inflicted additional follow-up damage. Chen Tianzhai raged that he hated how Lu Fan rose to the top so easily, yet lamented that he had to obey the Jin family's orders in exchange for an ankylosaur that Lu Fan did not even value. The destructive dragon roared and unleashed 4 flaming tornadoes, burning everything in its path and dealing massive damage to all targets it struck. Chen Tianzhai stood exhausted yet resolute, explaining that the golden bead had become a ray of hope in his hopeless life after he caught it. Even as he sensed something was wrong, he bitterly mocked Lu Fan's nobility, admitting that he sold his dignity without regret while resenting that he already had everything. Fueled by hatred, both dragons simultaneously unleashed millions of thunderbolts and a star-destroying beam of light, overwhelming Chen Tianzhai with uncontrollable power that ignored all defenses. Chen Tianzhai desperately reached out, vowing that he would never let him go despite his battered and burning body. He called out to Lu Fan as he charged a devastating red energy attack, reaching forward while the power gathered for 3 seconds. Lu Fan acknowledged understanding but stated that his old friend, unfortunately, chose the wrong path. He charged Snake's Shadow Arrow and unleashed a devastating dark strike from above, massively amplifying its damage. Chen Tianzhai was struck by the descending attack, coughed blood as his chest was shattered, and was violently blasted away through the air. Lu Fan stood silently amid the swirling crimson flames, signaling the calm after his decisive victory. He turned back as the devouring Dragon King reappeared, mocking him. Lu Fan calmly observed that the ancient god had only 1 breath left and questioned whether his remaining strength was still enough to finish the job. The Dragon King stated that it did not want to exhaust its energy, but tempted the other party with the chance to find blade armor dragon eggs together. The ancient god found the situation interesting and questioned whether the opponent was truly willing to kill it. It claimed that the devouring Dragon King was born to devour power and offered the power of the ancient god, urging her to join its side. She fell silent, watching intently. Qin Qiu questioned Xiaojai's actions in shock as it chirped beside her. Lu Fan reminded the demon-devouring Dragon King of their contract as he stood surrounded by blazing dragon energies and commanded the battle to begin. Alina mocked the dragon tamer, asking if he had feared betrayal as it unleashed overwhelming power. Alina dismissed his defeated foe and unleashed devastating fused dragon techniques, clashing with an overwhelming storm of fire, frost, and thunder. The defeated figure admitted its carelessness and expressed surprise that the Dragon King had helped the humans. The combined forces attacked the god bone in a blinding explosion as overwhelming energies crashed together in a decisive clash. The ancient god warned that killing it was not the end, declared that 35 ancient gods would awaken, and vowed that everyone would eventually be wiped out from the world. Jianing stood amid the ruins as the ferocious beasts suddenly disintegrated before her, leaving everyone shocked. Tao Zai celebrated that Lu Fan won the battle, defeated the god bone with overwhelming power, and ensured everyone's safety. Lu Fan finally ended the battle, acknowledged the immense power of the ancient gods, and advanced as his level increased to 59. He admitted he had asked the Dragon King for help, at the cost of exhausting all his strength, yet he came within 1 step of achieving the 3rd transformation. Lu Fan reviewed his active dragon contracts, noting their levels, stamina consumption, and the remaining recovery times after the battle. The Dragon King asked Lu Fan how he viewed her while standing confidently beside him after the battle. Lu Fan teased her about breaking their agreement, reminded her that he summoned her, as she mocked his lack of understanding of romance. She warned that many ancient gods were about to awaken, noted Lu Fan had limited chances to summon her, and tempted him to lower his guard so she might help him. Lu Fan told her the battle was over, urged her to rest and leave before others mistook her for a beast, as she teased him, asking if she worried about her. She delighted in appearing in the human city, suggested calling it cosplay, and left Lu Fan speechless. Lu Fan obtained the ancient god Origin, a powerful relic derived from the origin of an ancient god that contained supreme godly power. The Dragon King explained that the item was the core of resurrection, which would eventually transform back into god bones after tens of thousands of years. Lu Fan questioned whether the ancient god had not been completely killed yet, and realized that the object in his hand was its seed. The Dragon King explained that the ancient gods were immortal, left their origins behind after death, and that the seed would inevitably revive because no one could destroy or seal it. Lu Fan realized that the ancient god's origin was a ticking time bomb, since if it fell into the hands of other ancient gods, it could lead to dangerous consequences despite the long rebirth time. The Dragon King explained that although the ancient god's origin was dangerous in the wrong hands, it was a valuable treasure for Lu Fan. She explained that the two flying dragons were once sacred guardians corrupted by ancient god essence, and Lu Fan used the ancient god origin to crystallize their bloodlines, causing them to evolve into fallen holy dragons. She suggested that Lu Fan use the same method to feed the dragon's ancient god essence, allowing them to complete their final evolution and become a Dragon King. Lu Fan realized that by using the ancient god's origin as a charged essence, the fallen flying dragons could evolve through their final stages and become a Dragon King. Lu Fan questioned how the immortal ancient god could be resurrected after he used its origin, but the Dragon King mocked his concern and dismissed it as unnecessary worry. She explained that if the origin was swallowed by another dragon, then after tens of thousands of years, its body became occupied and turned into a new ancient god. She said that his two dragons were different because they had died long ago and were merely summoned by a skill. She foretold that in the distant future, when Lu Fan turned to bones, overcoming the obstacle would remain a difficult challenge even for the god of bones. Lu Fan realized she avoided the matter because he feared that one day he might be possessed by someone else. The Dragon King said she had taught Lu Fan enough, dismissed his use of it as unrelated to her, and departed to rest. Lu Fan stood puzzled after the ancient god left, and soon others arrived, relieved and confident that he had survived safely. Mr. Qin finally found Lu Fan, greeted him with familiarity, and announced his arrival while Lu Fan reacted in surprise. Senior 2 appeared riding a giant bird, greeted Lu Fan after a long time, and surprised him. Lu Fan explained that he pacified the beast tied in his hometown out of necessity, and Senior 2 recognized and praised him for the achievement. Lu Fan said that an awakened ancient god of the Taiki Kingdom wreaked havoc by destroying 4 cities and warned that 35 more ancient gods would awaken next. 2 was stunned by the number of awakening ancient gods when another man hurried over to interrupt him respectfully. The report credited Lu Fan with ending the beast tide early, summoned Senior 2 to the city defense army, and revealed that Xiao Fei recovered while the others reacted with relief and concern. Senior 2 said he had one last matter to handle before leaving. While his student asked if there was anything else he needed done, 2 decided to report Lu Fan's achievements to the Dragon Country elders, applied for a reward on his behalf, and left everyone expressing gratitude and awkward relief. After saying their goodbyes, the group departed safely, and it became time for everyone to head back. Lu Fan apologized to Jianing for the long wait, and Jianing wished she could possess his strength. Jianing wondered whether she could stop the beast tide in Yunbei province and protect her family. Lu Fan believed fate favored him and trusted that the super treasure map system allowed even the weakest profession to rise in a single step. Lu Fan questioned whether he was truly qualified to change another person's fate, reflected on Jinju as the light that saved a hopeless life, and doubted his own role in that journey. He wondered whether Jianing and the others would be living different lives now because of the choices he made before the beast tide. Jianing reassured Lu Fan that his strength would not make him lose himself, and she believed he would always stand up and fight for others, even at the cost of his life. She smiled warmly and told Lu Fan that meeting him had changed her life and made her glad she had met him. Lu Fan quietly thanked Jianing, acknowledging her words with a gentle sense of resolve. Jianing suggested going home, and Lu Fan followed her as they left together in quiet understanding. Lu Fan suddenly realized something was wrong and silently stood before the fallen beast. He reflected that if he had met Jinju earlier, they would have become good friends. He bid farewell to another Gemini and walked away as the shattered remains faded behind him. 3 days later, at Zhongshan Garden, Han Ki called Xiao Fan to hurry down and eat. She knocked on the door and said that Mr. Qin and Mr. Tao were busy with reconstruction work, but they sent some snacks and asked him to try them with Jianing. She entered the room, only to be stunned when a powerful surge of blue energy erupted inside. Lu Fan discovered a power source stronger than any essence or crystal, the core of an immortal ancient god within the ruined palace courtyard of Tianfu Island. He chose not to draw upon Alina, despite its terrifying and unparalleled power. He realized that demon-devouring Dragon King's fear of being possessed by the ancient god had been real as he examined the ominous power sealed within the core. He stated that the fallen corpse of holy dragons had been the only ones able to withstand such an experiment, as he prepared to proceed despite their ominous response. Lu Fan warned Xiao Fei that if anything went wrong and the divine bones of the ancient god awakened, the consequences would be severe. He immediately ordered the fallen corpse holy dragon to retreat as the ancient god's power began to stir. Lu Fan had experimented with the ancient god's core, triggered the fallen corpse holy dragon's awakening, and unleashed a terrifying roar that shook the ruins. He endured excruciating pain each time the ancient god's power was consumed, but his evolution followed the suffering. The golden dragon twisted violently and roared in agony as overwhelming power surged and tore through its body. Lu Fan watched in shock and wondered whether the two powers had merged into a single entity. A terrifying fused dragon emerged amid surging purple energy and let out a deafening roar. Xiao Fei leaped forward in alarm as he urgently urged her to cast the Light of Jade to stop the threat. Xiao Fei cast the Light of Jade, activating the Jade Dragon bloodline to cleanse all debuffs, massively boost healing and stats, and surround the target with multiple layers of protective Jade Light. Lu Fan coughed amid the dispersing smoke and checked anxiously to see if the fallen corpse holy dragons were all right. He realized that the fallen corpse holy dragons had reverted to their original state as the final evolution countdown began. He learned that the dragon bone flute became unusable, and that Alina had never successfully used the ancient god's source. He decided they could not wake Xiao Fei yet and chose to go home and wait. He decided that if the evolution failed, he would use the demon crystal cannons and attempt to resummon the fallen corpse holy dragons to recover the ancient god's source, then chose to wait 24 hours to see the result. He returned home through the portal, where his aunt noticed him and greeted Xiao Fan on his arrival. Han Ki told him that someone from the city garrison had come looking for him and instructed him to go to headquarters to meet Commander Tu, which he immediately agreed to do. She urged Xiao Fan to eat the snacks first, but he refused and left at once, saying he would eat after returning because he had something important to do. She sighed about the kid and asked Jianing what she was watching, and Jianing replied that it was the election for the new ruler. The news reported that public support for the Liu family plummeted after news spread that a divine beast tide destroyed the Taki nation, leading people to blame the Liu family and demand their abdication. Jianing realized that the Taki nation was almost wiped out again, but it dodged disaster because the Divine Bone's ancient god targeted Lu Fan instead. At the Zhanghai City Garrison headquarters, the commander sat in the conference room and ordered the visitors to enter. Senior Tu summoned Lu Fan to discuss the ancient gods and remarked that Lu Fan seemed to have a deeply entangled fate with them. He stated that although the Divine Bone's ancient god was dead, it was foretold that 35 others would awaken one by one as new intelligence arrived from the far northern borderlands. He reported that the fallen corpse ancient god showed signs of awakening after an earthquake in the far northern borderlands triggered an avalanche. He further revealed that on the other side of the mountain range, accompanying the blood moon, a second blood moon appeared. Lu Fan realized that the giant beast beneath the snowy mountains of the far northern borderlands opened its second eye. Tu reported that vibrations could be heard throughout the entire mountain range from the barracks. The whole mountain range vibrated like a heartbeat as the blood moon beast stirred beneath the snow-covered peaks. The blizzards persisted like the beast's breath as all exploration missions were suspended and the barracks withdrew 50 kilometers. When he was with the 78th Squad, Lu Fan discovered that the blood moon beast was merely a servant, while the true fallen corpse ancient god still slept sealed in a black coffin within the ruins. It was confirmed that the Divine Bone's ancient god awakened early, and its power already ranged between levels 110 and 120. Tu realized that everyone had been on edge because the blood moon beast alone was dangerous enough, and feared that if the fallen corpse ancient god in the black coffin were to awaken, it would bring a catastrophe to Dragon Country. He revealed that Lu Fan was the dragon tamer who had killed the Divine Bone's ancient god. Lu Fan reacted with surprise and modestly dismissed Senior Two's praise, saying he was exaggerating while being told he was Dragon Country's hope. Two explained that Elder Han held Lu Fan in extremely high regard and had convinced the other elders, leaving Lu Fan wondering what Elder Han truly meant. At Elder Han's proposal, the three elders of Dragon Country jointly issued a plan to annihilate the fallen corpse ancient god. Two proclaimed the guardian of Dragon Country, recognized as the only person to have killed an ancient god, and was promised full support and resources from the High Command as the future hope and weapon against the ancient gods. Lu Fan was asked to join the Kindling Plan. A Dragon Country Kindling Medal of legendary grade was presented to him, symbolizing official recognition and granting a significant increase to all his stats. Two warned Lu Fan that he had been the key to their success, but that the responsibility was a heavy burden, urging him to think carefully before answering. Lu Fan fell into silent contemplation, his expression calm as he considered the weight of the decision before him. He firmly accepted the proposal, declaring that protecting Dragon Country was an unquestionable duty he could never refuse. The elder warmly praised Lu Fan's courage, clasped his hand with approval, and joyfully acknowledged that he had always known the young man possessed true guts. He admitted his surprise at Lu Fan's swift acceptance of the heavy responsibility, while Lu Fan honestly replied that if another candidate had existed, he would have simply focused on protecting the people around him. Lu Fan reflected that with countless people in Dragon Country depending on him, and the three elders believing he alone had the chance to stop the ancient gods, he accepted the responsibility while gazing at the glowing medal in his hand. He declared his resolve to become a guardian and save everyone as the Dragon Country Kindling Medal swayed before him, symbolizing his acceptance of the immense duty. Two laughed heartily and declared that they had not been wrong about Lu Fan, praising him as a talent worthy of being nurtured with the full power of the nation. He was given a legendary Sky Dome Thunderfall as a reward for becoming a guardian, which created a thundercloud network to monitor the territory and strike intruders with lightning. Lu Fan asked in disbelief whether Senior Two was truly giving him the powerful item, while Senior Two casually drank and confirmed the reward as if it were nothing extraordinary. He explained that the item was specially crafted for the Kindling Plan by Elder Lu, the Enhancer class master among the three elders. Lu Fan realized that with the Demon Crystal Cannons, War Fortresses, and Elder Lu's Sky Dome Thunderfall, Tianfu Island easily fended off 4th Advancement enemies and even threatened 5th Advancement opponents. Two explained that the crafting success rate was only 0.1%. The materials were extremely rare, and Elder Lu had made them only for himself, Elder Han, and Elder Zhu. The senior told Lu Fan that he became the 4th person to own one, prompting him to ask whether his territory defenses now matched those of the three elders of Dragon Country. Senior 2 confirmed that the item was uniquely made for Lu Fan and a national secret, and Lu Fan acknowledged this as he obtained the Sky Dome Thunderfall Zoo. 2 added that before Lu Fan left, he repeated the rights of a guardian of Dragon Country. He declared that Lu Fan could use any resources of Dragon Country to strengthen himself and that his authority ranked second only to the three elders. He further declared that when the war against the ancient gods began, all military legions would fall under Lu Fan's command, including his Griffin Legion, and Lu Fan accepted without hesitation. They shook hands and declared that the Kindling Plan began at that moment. The next morning, Lu Fan arrived outside the ruined city palace on Tianfu Island, where reconstruction work was already underway. Lu Fan broke the kindling metal and unleashed a surge of golden and blue energy that shot into the sky like a pillar of lightning. A massive swirling vortex of radiant energy formed in the sky as Lu Fan's power erupted. The workers sensed a sudden disturbance, questioned the strange sound, and suspected that an enemy attack had begun. Lu Fan activated the Sky Dome Thunderfall defense and marveled at the magnificent protective barrier of Nafu Island, which rivaled the power of the three elders. Morozov asked about the mysterious defense system, and Lu Fan refused to explain, stating that it was special and had to remain a secret. Morozov sensed that the defense was a legendary artifact far stronger than the Demon Crystal Cannons and concluded that, as a national-level master's work, it deserved to remain secret. He noticed that there was no construction in the area and wondered whether the defense system had made a mistake. Lu Fan realized that the area concealed the fallen corpse Holy Dragon's cocoon and immediately rushed toward the palace courtyard, warning everyone to stay back as a powerful airflow surged ahead. Morozov asked Lu Fan to wait and study it briefly, but Lu Fan refused and continued forward without hesitation. Morozov admitted that only a legendary enhancer class figure could have created such a superweapon, realizing the extraordinary power behind it. The cocoon in the ruined palace courtyard suddenly pulsed with blue energy and began to activate, shaking the surroundings. Lu Fan approached there and realized that the fallen corpse Holy Dragon's final evolution was about to emerge, and braced himself as the last 9 seconds began. He summoned Xia Fei and urgently ordered her to activate the dragon domain as the fallen corpse Holy Dragon became possessed. The cocoon's energy surged violently as the fallen corpse Holy Dragon's final evolution countdown dropped from 5 seconds to the last second. Xia Fei activated the light of Jade through her Jade Dragon bloodline, shielding and empowering him as the dragon's final evolution reached its critical moment. A glowing jade barrier enveloped them and held firm as torrents of destructive energy crashed down from above. After the energy subsided, Lu Fan coughed weakly while looking at her, who stood calmly beside him after protecting them. He realized in shock that the fallen corpse Holy Dragon's evolution had succeeded, revealing the terrifying Divine Bones Dragon King with overwhelming power. Lu Fan identified it as the Divine Bones Dragon King, armor of the Fallen Mountain, and prepared to face the threat beside his ally. It fused with all the fallen corpses and puppets, converted them into stats, and merged into a single entity that broke through to the Dragon King's rank. Lu Fan realized that its base stats reached hundreds of thousands and easily surpassed 1 million with Xia Fei's buff, making it a huge score. He marveled at the incredible attribute values and recognized them as the true power of the Dragon King level. He watched the dragon roar as the level and rank system changed into a star-based description that doubled attributes with each star. He stood amid surging draconic energy as Dragon Breath advanced to the God Bone version and Dragon Language magic unlocked automatically, implying devastating power. Xia Fei calmly approached and soothed the roaring dragon by gently touching its head, causing its hostility to subside. Lu Fan realized that although the fallen corpse puppets had been converted into attributes and could no longer be summoned, they gained new skills, and he ordered the God Bone Dragon King to test them. The God Bone Dragon King roared and unleashed its power as it stood in front of them. The God Bone armor of the God Bone Dragon King transformed into Lu Fan's arm bracers as he equipped them and gained the Dragon King's attributes and descent skills. He equipped the God Bone Dragon King armor, transformed it into divine arm bracers, fully inherited the Dragon King's attributes and descent skills, and caused his class and all combat stats to skyrocket, leaving Xia Fei amazed. Lu Fan marveled at his overwhelming attributes, eagerly anticipated testing his unprecedented power in battle, and acquired the new skill God Bone Descends. He reviewed the upgraded Tianfu Island territory panel, confirming its expanded area, advanced defenses, and powerful storm and fog measures. People on Tianfu Island were startled as the weather abruptly changed, activating storm, miasma, and thunderfall defenses. Lu Fan said everything was ready as his companions reacted in surprise to the sudden weather change and the formation of Shadow Isles in his domain. A Shadow Dragon General manifested, revealing its level 55 abilities, dual Knight and Dragon battle forms, and a lethal Shadow Miasma skill that drained enemies' health. Lu Fan calmly told them to wait and keep their distance as the Shadow Dragon generals stood guard behind him. Tao Xiaoman impatiently demanded clarity while the other calmly reassured her to wait. Lu Fan realized he had never named the twin Dragon Kings since taming them and decided it was finally time to give them names. He bestowed a name and unleashed his newly acquired God Bone armor and God Bone Descends skill, transforming the tamed twin Dragon King's power into his own and demonstrating overwhelming combat strength in a decisive advance. He lunged forward and struck with overwhelming force, smashing through its defenses and shocking it with a sudden, decisive blow. They noticed Lu Fan's newly acquired equipment, remarking that it resembled the style of the ancient gods. Jianying realized that Lu Fan was issuing commands, suspecting it was the dragon pet skill and wondering if this was the new dragon he had summoned during the God Bone War. Tao Zai questioned how a dragon could be equipped on a body, arguing that dragons were usually transformed or possessed and should not have such a skill. Jianing explained that some special summoned beasts possessed such skills, teasing that Taozi must have missed class. While Taozi apologized, they explained that the skill allowed a summoned dragon to be equipped without using an equipment slot and concluded that Lu Fan had effectively become a humanoid dragon. Jianing remarked that it was fitting for Lu Fan to release the power of a dragon through a human body as he stood empowered before the dragon. Lu Fan confidently ordered Xiao Zuo and Xiao Yu to test their new skills as the God Bone Resurrection activated, granting him God Bone armor that ignored equipment slots and massively increased his attributes. He unleashed God Bone Descends, crashing down with dragon wings as his Dragon Rider attributes surged dramatically to overwhelming levels. The sudden shockwave caught his companions off guard as they staggered in place, shouting in alarm while staring in disbelief at the overwhelming power unleashed before them. Jianing realized in shock that this terrifying power, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, must have possessed attributes numbering in the hundreds of thousands. She asked whether Lu Fan's armor incorporated all his dragon pets, and he explained that it was the God Bone Dragon King that had absorbed the power of the ancient gods, while the other dragon pets could still be summoned. Lu Fan further explained that under the effects of the God Bone Dragon King's skills alone, all of his attributes had reached 1,000,000. Both exclaimed in shock that with only about 10,000 masters above level 110, he had already become hundreds of times stronger than them and seemed more like a giant humanoid dragon than a human. Lu Fan declared that the most important thing was that he had already reached level 60 and could advance to the 3rd class. That afternoon, after using Morozov's portal to return quickly, Lu Fan was informed of an explosion outside the ruined city, and he reminded Morozov that workers remain inside the palace for safety. In the class transfer hall, Lu Fan learned that the 3rd class transfer offered no branch choices and only upgraded an advanced class based on the 2nd transfer. At the Dragon City Academy's class transfer office, he stepped onto the platform and prepared to learn what his 3rd class was. Lu Fan realized that his 3rd class was Dragon Rider Roman II, an automatic advanced profession with no alternative choices recorded by Dragon City Academy. The class transfer ceremony began at Dragon City Academy, and Lu Fan was enveloped in a glowing formation as the transfer proceeded smoothly. He felt the power surge through him during the transfer and confidently realized that he had successfully connected with it. Alina appeared, teasing him playfully as she sensed and acknowledged his awakening power. When asked for her presence at that time, she stopped teasing and stated that she had come to do business, offering to reveal the location of the Blade Armor Dragon Egg since he had already begun his 3rd transformation. Lu Fan was stunned and repeated the words, "the Blade Armor Dragon Egg," in disbelief as he realized its significance. She revealed that beyond Sakura country's borders lay the mysterious Godfall Wilderness, surprising him as he repeated the unfamiliar name in disbelief. The Dragon City Academy completed the class transfer ceremony and announced that Lu Fan's class had been successfully upgraded to Stage 3. Lu Fan completed the class transfer ceremony, successfully advanced to Dragon Knight Roman III with a major boost in levels, attributes, skills, and contract slots, and prepared to depart for his next destination with confidence. Lu Fan examined a holographic terrain map, focusing on the marked mountainous location as he planned his next journey beyond Dragon Country. Lu Fan's phone rang on the table, displaying an incoming call from Hai Shu, interrupting his planning at a critical moment. Hai Shu informed him that all the documents and visa had been prepared and offered to help through his connections if Lu Fan needed any assistance over there. Lu Fan thanked him and stated that the money had already been transferred to his account. Lu Fan confirmed that everything was ready and steeled his resolve to obtain the Blade Armored Dragon Egg. 3 days later, an announcement echoed through the building that the flight to Oya City in Sakura Country was about to depart, and all remaining passengers were urged to complete check-in immediately. At the airport check-in counter, Lu Fan handed over his boarding pass while thinking that the coordinates provided by Alina lay deep within Sakura Country's dangerous Godfall Wilderness. During the flight, Lu Fan sat by the window in quiet thought and reviewed the map information he had obtained through Hai Shu, calmly preparing for the dangerous journey ahead. He learned from the data that Godfall Wilderness had been overrun by elite monsters and rampant leader monsters, signaling extreme danger ahead. He arrived in Oya City of Sakura Country, stepping off with his bag as a new stage of his journey began. He realized that hundreds of new resource points opened around the city, drawing job changers who gathered to collect materials and level up. But the actual danger lay hidden deeper underground, beyond what could be seen on the surface. He understood that the Godfall wilderness was accessible only by a special bus, and was prepared to enter a far more dangerous threat hidden deep within. On the special bus, several travelers quietly discussed how their senior, Musashi Tian, died while competing abroad. They traveled together while thinking about gathering rare resources to prove their worth, and quietly comparing themselves to famed dragon tamers from Dragon Country. Lu Fan sat silently on the seat, resting his head on his hand while gazing out at the passing countryside and sinking into thought. The bus traveled steadily from noon until dusk, yet it still failed to reach its destination. It continued speeding along the quiet road as evening fell, and the streetlights gradually lit the way. The driver announced their arrival at outpost number 137 as the long journey finally came to an end. The bus stopped at a remote roadside station, and the passengers got off under the fading evening light. The driver warned that the next stop was the final destination and asked the remaining passengers if they were sure they did not want to get off. The team confidently claimed they were heading to outpost 138 for richer resources, assured the driver of their combined strength, and told him to focus on driving. The driver evaluated the team's strength with interest and decided to proceed without hesitation. He stepped on the accelerator, and the bus carrying the group rushed forward in a cloud of dust toward their final destination. It traveled through the dark, desolate mountain pass at night, its headlights cutting through the wilderness as it continued toward the remote outpost. It was carrying several level 63rd class professionals who were traveling toward the Godfall wilderness, but after passing outpost 137 and entering a dark mountain road, the passengers realized the terrain and route were wrong and suspected the driver had taken a dangerous, unfamiliar path. Lu Fan sat silently, sensing that something was wrong with the journey. He reflected that, according to Hai Shu's map, the bus should have headed toward the Godfall wilderness, but he felt the driver acted strangely and made him uneasy. A blue-haired man urgently grabbed the driver and shouted for him to turn back immediately, insisting that they were on the wrong road. The other lunged forward to stop the driver, shouting that they had to halt and reconfirm their route. The driver suddenly stepped hard on the accelerator, causing the bus to surge forward despite the passengers' warnings. As the driver suddenly accelerated, the bus lurched violently, causing them to lose balance. The blue-haired man threatened the driver to stop the bus immediately, warning him not to blame him for the consequences. The bus skidded violently as its wheels lost traction on the wet, muddy road and screeched to an abrupt halt. It finally came on the desolate mountain road after sliding dangerously off its intended route. They urgently ordered the driver to turn the bus around as they stood stranded on the wrong road in the freezing wilderness. The driver removed his glove from his hand and attacked him with a burst of power. At that same time, he formed a glowing teleportation formation in his hand, shocking everyone as powerful magic erupted inside the bus. Lu Fan stood calmly as a violent surge of teleportation energy engulfed him. The group was violently dragged into an unknown realm by the teleportation formation, where their strength rapidly drained, and confusion spread as they realized they had arrived somewhere completely unfamiliar. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared amid the purple energy, warned that their vigilance was too low, and shocked them into demanding to know the intruder's identity. Lu Fan realized the situation, reflected that the true role of a driver was far from simple, and prepared himself with renewed resolve. The space mage revealed himself, declared the area his hunting grounds, and confronted them with overwhelming menace. He mocked the newcomers' ignorance, explained his ruthless hunting philosophy, and advanced while unleashing ominous power. Lu Fan realized the attackers were material hunters targeting weak newcomers and reflected that he had almost fallen into their trap and lost everything. The group leader confronted the material hunter with his companions, admitting he did not expect such an enemy on his first visit while dismissing the foe's intimidation as mere bluffing. The mysterious space mage unleashed an annihilation aura, trapping the group in his hunting ground and draining their strength while mocking their helpless resistance. The group struggled desperately as their bodies weakened and their spiritual power rapidly drained while the mage absorbed their energy. The nervous student warned that they were from Kyoto Academy and threatened consequences if the enemy chose to hunt them. He tried to bargain with Harada Road Name by offering valuables and promising silence if he let them go. The masked mage questioned who could guarantee their silence and mocked the idea of letting them go. He revealed that he had spent great effort uncovering the bus driver's identity while tightening his control over the trapped students, leaving them shocked and helpless. They urged each other to join forces and fight, believing that together they might finally stand a chance against him. One of them roared in pain as a surge of dark energy exploded, knocking his companions back while he struggled to withstand the attack. The girl urgently reached out to call Lu Fan, asking him to join them. As Lu Fan stayed expressionless, the other was suddenly struck down by the space mage in an instant. Harada mocked them by revealing he was not alone, as a hidden ally intervened, turning the battle in his favor. A powerful warrior questioned Harada about how long it took 60 rookies to accomplish the feat after the battle. He attacked fiercely, declared that no one could leave, and unleashed his power to stop all who opposed him. They warned his companion to be careful as danger struck, and the other cried out in shock. Lu Fan blocked the attack effortlessly and faced the danger with a steady, emotionless gaze. He activated the God Bone armor, transforming his body into divine armor that enhanced his strength and abilities. He then unleashed a devastating counterattack, overwhelming his axe with immense power. The group froze in shock as a powerful presence suddenly appeared before them in the forest. The muscular man boasted that his titanium axe and immense strength could challenge even a rank 4 expert, leaving Harada momentarily speechless. The students stared in shock as they realized Lu Fan caught the attack with his bare hands. Finding the sight terrifying, he dared Harada and his allies to attack, declared their intent to kill, and unleashed the weak retreat skill, releasing a dragon-like killing intent that dealt true damage and knocked back all nearby enemies based on their attribute difference. The unleashed killing intent blasted through the battlefield, violently hurling the enemies through the air as they were overwhelmed by the devastating shockwave. The devastating impact shattered the rock wall and left the defeated enemy embedded in the debris as dust and smoke filled the area. The students stared in horror, holding hands in shock, as they wondered if the enemy had truly been killed. They recoiled in shock as Lu Fan suddenly reappeared. Lu Fan flew away on massive bat-like wings, vanishing from the area. The students stood in stunned fear as they realized Lu Fan killed 2 level 70 warriors instantly without even moving, leaving them terrified and questioning who he was. Grateful to be alive, they hurried to escape the forest in fear, regretting ever coming there and desperately wanting to go home. As darkness suddenly enveloped the forest, they grew uneasy, noting the light had vanished moments ago while one of them tried to calm the others by turning on a searchlight. They pressed on through the dark cave, unaware of the lurking snakes, until they heard strange noises and decided to split up to escape in different directions. They counted to 3 and then shouted the signal, ready to break apart and flee in different directions. Fiery snake heads launched blazing attacks as the group scattered in different directions to escape. A massive explosion erupted in the forest as the anonymous guy and the massive snake witnessed the scene from a distance. The next day, Lu Fan flew swiftly toward Sky God Peak, soaring through the clouds. He suddenly faltered midair, reacting in surprise as the security barrier disrupted his flight. He was blasted downward from the sky and landed forcefully on the ground, regaining his balance with a determined expression. Lu Fan realized he had struck an invisible barrier that blocked his path. The demon-devouring Dragon King suddenly appeared behind him and explained that a god had left a ward there, preventing anyone from flying through the area. Lu Fan recoiled in shock and demanded why she had suddenly appeared in front of him. Alina declared confidently that she appeared whenever she wished and that no contract ever restricted her freedom. Lu Fan realized that because a god had left a ward there, he could not fly through the area. He asked what a god was and wondered whether they were like the ancient gods. Alina explained that so-called gods were merely powerful beings who stole the authority of natural laws. She admitted that even she was not entirely sure where the ancient gods originally came from. Lu Fan asked what level of advancement she herself was comparable to. Alina boasted that, at her peak beyond the 6th advancement, she could kill gods effortlessly, and scorned Lu Fan as unworthy of her proper form even after 100 years. Lu Fan realized it was fortunate he had challenged her back then, since she had possessed less than 1% of her true power. Lu Fan wondered whether all dragons could eventually reach such power, imagining that if they could, he would be able to surpass everyone without resistance. She snapped Lu Fan out of his fantasies, bluntly reminding him that a dragon's growth took an extremely long time and was not something he could shortcut. She explained that Lu Fan's dragon pets needed to reach a stage equivalent to a human's 6th advancement before they could grow to Dragon King level and truly deserve the title of God Slayer. Lu Fan sighed and admitted that he realized he still had a long road ahead before reaching the level he aimed for. The Dragon Queen warned Lu Fan to stop daydreaming and focus on watching his steps instead. She further warned him that the mountain path was dangerous and could devour those who were careless. She said she sometimes did not understand Lu Fan and reminded him that, as she had already explained, equipment made from divine bones could be directly taken into the Divine Ruins secret realm. She asked Lu Fan why he did not level up in the secret realm before coming to find the bladed armor Dragon King egg. Lu Fan explained that he came early so the bladed armor dragon hatchling could absorb the secret realm's spiritual energy and level up quickly. Alina mockingly praised Lu Fan as a calculating little man while confidently walking beside him through the forest. Someone unleashed a sudden attack of descending blue energy strikes toward them, forcing them to react as the forest floor shattered under the impact. Blue stone guardians emerged and condemned the intruders, declaring the forbidden land sacred and demanding their immediate death for trespassing. A level 95 Crystal Rock clan believer revealed its abilities, describing devastating spear thrusts that shatter armor and earth-shaking quakes that damage, stun, and slow all enemies in the surrounding area. She offered to deal with the enemies for Lu Fan and proposed counting it as their second deal. Lu Fan confidently declined her offer, saying there was no need to use overwhelming force and that she should save her strength for the bladed armor Dragon King. The Dragon Queen agreed with a smirk and stepped aside, inviting him to begin his performance while mockingly addressing him as the mighty Dragon Slayer. Lu Fan activated the Shadow Dragon King aura to test a new move, drawing on the Shadow Dragon King's bloodline power to boost his speed, concealment, and attack penetration. He lunged forward to test his new 3rd advancement skill, charging straight at them to see his true power. Lu Fan faced multiple charging blue golems as they attacked together, unleashing a coordinated assault against him. He dodged their attack with swift, precise movements. He unleashed Breaking the Sky, imbuing his weapon with dragon aura to deliver a powerful 2-hit slash. He broke the few blue golems with the power of his Dragon Tamer aura. He stood calmly at the center as multiple blue golems surrounded him and prepared to attack. He lunged into the air and unleashed a rapid, lightning-charged assault that shattered the surrounding blue golems. He stood amid the shattered blue fragments, holding his weapon as a powerful aura flowed around him after the strike. Alina acknowledged his ability to use the Shadow Dragon clan's signature skill and expressed her surprise at his growth. Lu Fan reflected that with continued use, he understood the immense power of the dragon race and felt the 3 turns were truly worthwhile. The Dragon Queen stated that eliminating the believers along the way had to be his responsibility as the dragon, as Lu Fan asked her if she had intended to take action from the very beginning. Lu Fan realized in confusion that the forest had instantly transformed into an icy, snow-covered landscape. He suddenly sensed danger in the snowy wasteland as he wondered if the ban had appeared again. The demon-devouring dragon laughed softly and anticipated that what followed would be exciting and intense. Lu Fan raised his arms to shield himself as the wind suddenly grew much stronger. He looked up in shock as a massive ice-furred monster suddenly descended toward him. Lu Fan counterattacked with a blazing strike, unleashing fiery power that smashed into the charging ice beast. He realized mid-battle that the threat was not just a sudden environmental change. He realized too late that he had fallen into a carefully laid trap as multiple level 95 ice sculptor frostborn beasts emerged and activated a devastating frost-filled battlefield. She warned that the icy restrictions had hardened all the monsters with ice armor so tough that Lu Fan's swords could not cut through it. Lu Fan declared that while ordinary swords were useless, his blade, cloaked in lava-like flames, could still break through the monster's ice armor. He charged forward confidently, certain that his fiery power had already been upgraded. Lu Fan unleashed a continuous, dragon energy-charged slash that erupted into sweeping flames and tore through the frozen battlefield. He decided to use opposing dragon-controlling auras to effectively deal with monsters of different attributes. He remarked with a confident smile that the resulting effect was completely unexpected. The Queen of Dragon observed with interest that this kid possessed a remarkable comprehension of dragon magic. Lu Fan noted that the environment ahead had recovered and suggested they continue walking. On the following journey, they encountered many strange believers from Mount Kailash. They encountered a crimson bee that summoned a lava hive, creating scorching pools and explosive sun cores that severely damaged and slowed everything within the area. Using the dragon taming aura, Lu Fan handled the swarming crimson bees without summoning a dragon pet and efficiently defeated them by exploiting their characteristics. He activated the blue dragon taming aura, channeling thunderous power that added paralysis and lightning damage to all his attacks. Lu Fan recalled that the demon-devouring Dragon King explained the gods imposed restrictions because they feared their followers growing too powerful and rebelling. He encountered a level 95 swimming fish with magic immunity and illusion abilities while activating a blue dragon aura that periodically doubled his strength. He concluded that the so-called gods were no different from humans, being driven by vanity, selfishness, and foolishness. 3 days later, they finally reached the summit of Heavenly God Peak. They discovered that the mountaintop was bound by massive chains and towering structures, far different from what he had expected. Lu Fan wondered if the palace before him had been left behind by the gods of Heavenly God Peak. The Queen of Dragon denied his guess and explained that the palace was meant for him as the Blade Armor Dragon King, leaving him stunned. Lu Fan shouted in disbelief, questioning whether this palace truly was the Blade Armor Dragon King. She explained that there were many kinds of dragons beyond physical fighters and told him not to act as if he had never seen the world. Lu Fan realized that since even Xiaoji's dragon form was liquid, it made sense that the Mountain of Swords before him was the Dragon King. He asked about its current status, wondering whether it was awake or asleep. The dragon said it remained in a defensive stance, making it impossible to discern the truth within, even for someone of a much higher level. Lu Fan questioned the meaning of the defensive stance with visible confusion. She explained that in its defensive state, it accelerated the recovery of injuries while simultaneously isolating itself from all external attacks. Lu Fan asked whether there was nothing they could do about it. The Queen of Dragons said they could do it, explaining that she had originally sought an alliance with the Poison Dragon King because it could naturally restrain the iron-like defensive posture. He realized that Xiaojai, the small green dragon spirit beside him, might be capable of handling the iron-like defensive stance. She explained that although Xiaojai was still immature and weak, the Dragon King inside the mountain was also severely injured, making this the right opportunity. She added that her recovery speed had greatly increased in his pet space and that she could also help Lu Fan obtain dragon eggs that day. She even warned that there was a chance she might swallow it whole. The Blade Armor Dragon King suddenly awakened as a vast magic formation was activated, shocking Lu Fan and signaling an unexpected turn of events. Elena immediately realized that the sudden surge of power did not belong to the Blade Armor Dragon King's own magic. Several ghostly figures suddenly emerged around the chain structure, revealing an unexpected external force interfering with the scene. A massive multi-headed hydra suddenly manifested amid raging energy, all its heads roaring at once. A hooded figure with a glowing red, I commanded Yamada no Orochi to identify the sudden manifestation. The giant serpent activated Shikigami sniffing to identify the intruder, but the identification result remained unclear. The hooded man revealed himself, noted that even the giant snake failed to identify the being, and thanked the dragon tamer of Dragon Country for helping him find a rare Shikigami. Lu Fan questioned the strange term Shikigami and demanded to know the hooded man's identity as he restrained him. The mysterious man apologized for not introducing himself and revealed his Shikigami, Yamada no Orochi, which he described as similar to Lu Fan's dragon pet. Yin Mozi revealed himself as the master of Yamada no Orochi, declaring his identity as a level 119 Onmyoji with an ominous smile. Yin Mozi praised Lu Fan's strength from the national trial and questioned why he risked exposing himself by following them to seize the Blade Armor Dragon King. He coldly stated that only insignificant enemies were present and claimed he had eliminated any hidden dangers despite their high levels. Yin Mozi observed the Blade Armor Dragon King and remarked that it was truly worth following Lu Fan. Lu Fan warned that awakening it casually would only lead to his own death. Yin Mozi admitted with a laugh that Lu Fan was right, acknowledging that despite Lu Fan's strength and his beautiful and powerful dragon pet, he had still acted recklessly. Elena laughed playfully and teasingly asked him to describe her beauty in detail. Yin Mozi proposed making a deal instead of wasting time on praise. He admitted his inferiority after witnessing the mountain battle and tempted Lu Fan with friendship, honor, wealth, and influence in secure country in exchange for handing over the blade armor Dragon King. Lu Fan scoffed at the offer and accused the man of disguising recruitment as friendship. Yin Mozi stiffened in shock and demanded to know what had just been said. Lu Fan sneered coldly and challenged the man's audacity for daring to demand that the Dragon King be handed over. Yin Mozi coldly condemned the arrogant Lu Fan and reminded him that he still held absolute control by keeping him imprisoned. Lu Fan casually mocked the magic formation meant to imprison him, dismissing it as a failed attempt and teasing that he might have humored it if Yin Mozi had spoken more politely. Yin Mozi arrogantly refused to fight, declared his confidence in escaping unscathed, and attempted to flee with the blade armor Dragon King. Lu Fan rushed forward and decided not to waste his contracts on that person. The devouring dragon relaxed after the tension passed, claimed there was nothing to see, and decided to take a rest. Yin Mozi noticed that the dragon pet had left and seized it as a perfect opportunity to act. He admitted he tried to avoid the conflict, but unleashed a fierce attack when the other remained stubborn. Lu Fan mocked the sickly opponent for resorting to tricks and struck decisively, injuring the dragon despite its resistance. Yin Mozi realized in shock that his opponent was immune to the effects of snake fever. Lu Fan commanded his dragon companions to attach to him and switch to the star aura, activating layered emerald blessings, soul shelter amplification, and star dragon bloodline power to massively boost attributes, absorb damage, and unleash accumulated counterattacks. He launched a decisive attack while challenging his enemy to escape unharmed, revealing his Dragon Rider Paladin power as his attributes surged dramatically under the activated boosts. Yin Mozi panicked and urgently shouted for Yamada no Orochi to retreat from Lu Fan and intervene to stop him. Yamada no Orochi activated God Bone Advent, triggered the Star Dragon Riding Aura, and massively boosted all his attributes as the dragon roared and power surged through him. But Yin Mozi realized too late that his Shikigami was being completely overpowered as it closed in on him from all sides. He panicked when he realized the situation had turned against him and decided to retreat immediately. Lu Fan lunged forward to stop the retreat and declared that the dragon would not be taken away. Yin Mozi shouted that since the dragon was in the land of Sakura, it belonged there, and accused him of being the real robber. He desperately ordered Yamada no Orochi to help him one last time and urgently commanded it to unleash Poseidon Cleansing. He desperately invoked Yamada no Orochi to perform Poseidon Cleansing, sacrificing his Shikigami to summon a vastly empowered Susanoo Phantom, in order to forcibly reclaim the dragon he claimed belonged to the land of Sakura. Lu Fan calmly mocked the summoning by observing that Yin Mozi possessed no other Shikigami besides Orochi, revealing quiet confidence and control. Yin Mozi furiously cursed the mockery, vowing revenge as he invoked Yamada no Orochi, possessed by resentment. Lu Fan lunged forward without hesitation, channeling his power as he struck directly at the towering, lightning-wreathed phantom in a desperate clash. The Poseidon Cleansing summoning reached its completion. Yin Mozi realized with relief that his plan had succeeded. He summoned his star dragon through a completed dragon aura cooldown, noting that reaching the 100th god level still required more time as power surged around him. He unleashed a concentrated, glowing punch that exploded outward with overwhelming force, declaring Yin Mozi's resistance futile as the shockwave engulfed them. The electrified dragon roared in fury as its massive form was torn apart by crossing torrents of blue energy that detonated with devastating force. Right after, Lu Fan watched the enemy escape swiftly while standing calmly with his summoned dragon in the aftermath of the battle. The scene shifted to the fading sunset, where Yin Mozi coughed up blood and apologized weakly to his boss after his defeat. The rank 5 master mocked him by scoffing that a mere foreign youth had killed Yamada no Orochi, and that Susanoo had been reduced to something as fragile as paper. It angrily dismissed the claims as nonsense while his injured disciple insisted that every word he had spoken was true. Yin Mozi desperately begged for vengeance for himself and Yamada no Orochi as he collapsed to the ground. He revealed in shock that the person was Lu Fan, the rank 1 of the national trial. His teacher realized that the one who killed Musashi Ten was Lu Fan. It demanded an explanation after being confused by the sudden turn of events. Yin Mozi begged the rank 5 master to avenge him, believing he could easily tear Lu Fan apart. Yin Tianzi acknowledged Lu Fan's strength and declared that his own defeat was inevitable. It revealed that Lu Fan was a level 61 Dragon Tamer Paladin and promised that capturing him would reveal how he obtained his dragon pets. Yin Mozi claimed that the teacher would be able to trample all the other 5th rank masters under his feet. The master asked him coldly whether he had left any mark. Yin Mozi claimed that after Yamada no Orochi died, its resentment attached to another party, allowing him to sense the target's location whenever he tried to summon the snake. Yin Tianzi agreed to proceed cautiously and consider the matter carefully, while the kneeling man thanked him for his help. Yin Mozi admitted that without Yamada no Orochi, he had no powerful Shikigami left and hesitantly asked for further help. Yin Tianzi berated him as shameful and cursed him, causing him to cry out in fear. It scolded him harshly for his foolish request, reminded him of his own lack of power, and forced him to apologize in humiliation. It ordered him to stop embarrassing himself and commanded him to return immediately to Tianyan Palace, which he obediently accepted while kneeling. Right after, as it left, Yin Mozi clenched the dark stone, vowed to make Lu Fan pay, and coldly declared that a gentleman's revenge was never too late. At the same time, at the golden sand peak of Tianqin Peak, Lu Fan formally asked Alina to begin. But she mocked his anxiety and warned that without holding back, he had no chance of taking the dragon egg. After he equipped the God Bone Dragon King armor and gained attributes over 1,000,000, Lu Fan questioned whether it was still impossible to defeat the Blade Armor Dragon King. She laughed at the Dragon Tamer and declared that this was only the beginning. She explained that the Bone Dragon King was only 1 star, warned that the Blade Armor Dragon King was almost 4 stars, and told him to stay away if he did not want to risk his life. After waking it up, she decided to contain the dragon, advised summoning all dragon pets to collect the eggs, and planned to retreat once they succeeded. Lu Fan accepted the situation and concluded that even she lacked the absolute confidence to defeat it. The demon-devouring dragon agreed and explained that they both used all their strength to battle the falling dragon, leaving her not yet recovered to her peak. She warned that if the blade-armored Dragon King recovered faster, none of them stood a chance. Lu Fan acknowledged the situation and calmly stated that he understood. He executed a plan where he feinted and launched a sneak attack, secured the dragon egg, opened a territorial portal, and evacuated immediately. He confirmed that everything was ready as they prepared to put their plan into action. They declared that they were going to wake it up as they confronted the sealed dragon. Lu Fan raised his hand, activated his power, and walked toward everyone, eyes fixed on him. When his palm touched the stone mountain, the ground suddenly reacted and shook violently, and the unexpected backlash threw him back as the surrounding area erupted in chaos. Lu Fan shouted in confusion, questioning what had happened and why the situation had suddenly changed. The demon-devouring dragon reacted in shock, wondering how it was possible and how he managed to use that power. She realized in shock that the blade-armored Dragon King had actually returned to its peak form. Lu Fan urgently changed the plan and ordered Xingqian to use Star Shuttle and withdraw immediately. But the Dragon Queen laughed wildly, launched a fierce attack, and exclaimed that the moment reminded her of their great war. She challenged the little dragon tamer and urged him to give it a try. Lu Fan realized that leaving now would be equivalent to handing the blade armor dragon over to Yin Mozi. He agreed to face the blade armor Dragon King, accepted her suggestion, and decided to give it a try. He urgently summoned Xiao Yi, Abao, and Xingqian to prepare as each of them simultaneously began charging Star Shatter, Scourge of Heaven, and Lava Blaze for a coordinated attack. The Queen of Dragons shouted for them to take advantage of the opening and press the attack immediately. They launched a decisive combined assault, knowing that success or failure depended entirely on that single move. Their combined attack collided head-on with the Blade Armor Dragon King in a violent explosion of power. They were shocked to realize that the attack hit only a substitute and that the Blade Armor Dragon King's true main body had not been struck. He realized in alarm that it was not the main body and suspected the Blade Armor Dragon King was bluffing and questioned whether it was already dead. They watched the shattered form disperse as they calmly confirmed that the Blade Armor Dragon King was indeed dead despite the confusion about its main body. Lu Fan reacted in disbelief and questioned whether it was really dead. She explained that the dragon's defensive body was only an illusion and that it had long since exhausted its essence and died. She stated that the scrap of steel was actually the remaining body of the Blade Armor Dragon King. Lu Fan concluded that after the war, the Blade Armor Dragon King left the Falling Dragon Valley and sacrificed himself there to protect the dragon eggs. The Dragon Queen said it should be correct, but found it strange, noting that with the Blade Armor Dragon King's strength, it could have fully recovered without needing to sacrifice itself. Lu Fan decided to go inside to check first, saying the dragon egg should be there. He discovered that the Blade Armor Dragon King had sacrificed himself after the war by burning out his essence to protect the dragon egg, which they later found hidden in the valley as a severely weakened but authentic Blade Armor Dragon egg. He noticed two unfamiliar Magatama and realized that one was a god's crystal core, which, after absorbing toxins, manifested as a strange fluorescent mushroom-like form. The demon explained that the god's crystal core could only be formed at the god level, extracted only by killing a god, and that even a remaining trace of its power was unimaginably strong beyond the 6th level. She revealed that when the Blade Armor Dragon King came there, he encountered two gods and fought them with a severely injured body, which must have been extremely difficult. In the end, the Blade Armor Dragon King killed the two gods, took their crystal cores, created an illusion with its last breath to protect the dragon eggs, and left the cores to its offspring instead of restoring itself. Lu Fan understood that after fighting two dragon kings and two gods, the Blade Armor Dragon King let the crystal core be absorbed by the dragon egg and sacrificed everything for his offspring. He brushed off her concern by saying it was nothing when she asked what he was thinking about after learning of the Blade Armor Dragon King's sacrifice. Lu Fan said that he felt the greatness of the Blade Armor Dragon King and sincerely admired it. The demon warned him not to act on human compassion, stated that he came for the egg, and said that neither life nor death was something she could choose, asking him not to see her as a bad person. She said that she could only keep fighting and devouring, believing that the law of the jungle was the unchanging rule of the world. Lu Fan brought up the topic of devouring again and began to talk about the dragon egg with a serious expression. She coldly asked whether he feared she would break the contract and devour the dragon egg. She said it was good to stay vigilant and openly declared that since they already had a contract, she did not hide anything from him. She explained that she had intended to swallow it, but the Blade Armor Dragon King anticipated this and deliberately let the dragon egg absorb the divine crystal core, tainting it with a non-draconic aura. She declared that she only cared about pure dragon blood and dismissed the dragon egg as repulsive, saying Lu Fan obtained it for a steal, whereas Lu Fan realized that she could use him to steal eggs and then snatch the dragon egg away to devour it herself, leaving him momentarily stunned. He inferred that the Blade Armor Dragon King believed the demon-devouring Dragon King would not give up, so he chose to leave the crystal core for the dragon egg to absorb. He happily announced without delay that they would have a new brother or sister, calling Xiao Fei over as he held the dragon egg, while Xiao Fei reacted excitedly despite getting hurt. Xing Chen declined to get involved and waited outside, while he confirmed that everyone was present except Xing Chen. Lu Fan sat down with the dragon egg and prepared to begin. He activated a dragon taming technique, channeling powerful energy into the dragon egg to begin subduing and bonding with it. He unleashed a dragon taming technique, causing the Blade Armor Dragon Egg to resonate violently, unleash overwhelming energy, and the egg cracked apart as everyone watched in shock. Lu Fan realized with relief and excitement that the dragon taming technique had successfully worked. He introduced the newly hatched cub as the Blade Armor Dragon King and presented it as a new member. They reacted with delight and curiosity as they cooed over the cub, whose glowing companion chirped softly. Although the cub did not seem very approachable, they observed that his mood remained stable as he chirped confidently while reacting playfully to the group. The small dragon suddenly leapt forward, quacking excitedly, startling everyone as it flew ahead with unexpected enthusiasm. Lu Fan suddenly stopped, revealed that the cub had missed its mother, and caused everyone to be surprised. Lu Fan realized that all his dragon pets were obtained through the system, so none of them had ever known their parents. He learned that the Blade Armored Dragon was different because its mother had died protecting it. Even though it had not hatched yet, it sensed its mother's sacrifice from within the shell. He let the dragon cub mourn its mother a little longer, deciding that there was no need to leave just yet. He realized he had not yet checked the Blade Armored Dragon's information and opened the system interface to review it. He was shocked when he saw unexpected information appear on the system screen. He was stunned to discover that the newly hatched dragon was only level 1 yet already possessed extraordinarily high attributes in every stat. He discovered that the Blade Dragon, despite being only level 1, possessed overwhelming stats and multiple god-tier abilities that made it extraordinarily powerful. Lu Fan realized that the blade-armored Dragon King's remaining crystal cores not only saved the dragon's life but also granted it exceptional attributes and the rare god aura skill at birth. He discovered that the blade-armored dragon's core skill, Armor Bond, matched that of the Divine Bone Dragon King and allowed it to transform into equipment while granting him all its attributes and skills. With the Divine Bone Gauntlet and the Blade Armor chest piece, he became confident that he could completely crush Ning Shuang in the Divine Ruins' secret realm. The group argued noisily until he firmly scolded them and ordered everyone to calm down. Lu Fan suggested waiting patiently for the blade-armored dragon to wake up. He decided to give the little blade-armored dragon more time to grieve while everyone waited quietly around it. He realized that as the blade dragon faced its mother, he discovered in surprise that the blade dragon was genderless. The next morning, he woke up, stretching and yawning as he stepped out of the tent. After waiting all night, the blade dragon finally decided to come with Lu Fan. Although he already knew it was incredibly strong from birth, he realized that the blade dragon's mobility was terrible. Lu Fan suggested switching the blade dragon to Armor Bond so he could equip it and leave, and the dragon reluctantly responded. The blade dragon activated its Armor Bond and transformed into chest armor, granting him all of its attributes and skills. Lu Fan donned the blade armor through the bond, greatly boosting his attributes and solidifying his strength as a dragon tamer. He realized he had obtained the blade armor chest piece and gained all of the blade armored dragon's attributes and powerful skills, including Blade Within Blade, Blade Armor Sickle, and God Aura. After the blade dragon accepted him, he unleashed his new blade armor power and leapt forward to test its strength. He activated Blade Armor Sickle, firing a hook-like blade that pierced the target and dragged it toward him. A violent explosion erupted as the attack struck, forcing Xiao Fei to cry out while being thrown back by the blast. Lu Fan shattered the surrounding rocks as his empowered charge sent debris flying in all directions. He tested the Blade Dragon's power by launching himself into battle and unleashing Blade Armor Sickle, followed by Blade Within Blade to strike with overwhelming force. He praised the blade armor's versatility and then prepared to unleash the final skill, God Aura, which allowed him to switch between light and dark blade armor. Lu Fan activated God Aura and switched into light blade armor, erupting with radiant power as his transformation completed. Power surged through his body as light blade armor restored his health and caused his basic attacks to deal holy damage that scaled with his spirit. He realized that the light blade armor provided continuous healing, perfectly compensating for the blade-armored dragon's weakness of only recovering outside combat. Lu Fan switched to dark blade armor as God Aura transformed, enveloping him in a surge of dark, violent power. He activated dark blade armor, steadily accumulated shadow energy, and empowered his normal attacks to unleash massive bonus damage. Lu Fan resolved to level up the blade dragon so he could enter the Divine Ruins' secret realm with complete confidence and peace of mind. He opened the territory gate and led everyone home as his companions responded with eager and timid cries. Lu Fan used the portal Marazov built in the Tianfu Island territory to return while calmly acknowledging the people on the other side. He quickly returned to Zhonghai City through the portal. He returned home, and his aunt warmly welcomed him back, having grown used to his travels and no longer worrying as she once did. Han Qi had bought groceries and suggested inviting Xiao Qiu over for dinner, especially since it was Taozi's free meal day, and Sister Han only needed to call Qin Q. Lu Fan said it was wonderful and also mentioned he had something important to tell everyone. Later that afternoon, at Zhongshan Garden, Tao Zai had expressed surprise about a hiking trip all the way to the western frontier. She told Xiao Fan not to force himself to suffer when he couldn't, while another person suggested that the teleportation scroll Miss Yi gave her could be used. Kui Qiu suggested taking a plane or riding a god bone clone fallen into the corpse, while the other mentioned that hiking was not only adventurous but would also take at least 1 or 2 months to reach the western border. Lu Fan explained that he couldn't summon the fallen corpse golem anymore because the fallen corpse holy dragon had absorbed all the fallen corpse puppets and had transformed into the god bone dragon king with extremely high attributes. He mentioned that on the trip, He acquired new blade ninjas, which would allow him to reach 1,000,000 stats, so there was absolutely no need to worry about him having any accidents. He confirmed that he had hundreds, even millions of attributes, and had originally planned to farm dungeons to level up his blade armor dragon. However, he mentioned there was still more than a month before the opening of the Shenzhou Secret Realm. Lu Fan decided to travel westward, gaining more experience, leveling up the blade armor dragon, and reaching the Western Territory just as the Shenzhou Secret Realm was about to open. Han Qi asked him if that meant he was leaving again soon. Lu Fan confirmed that they were leaving the next morning. He said goodbye to his aunt and the others early in the morning and traveled westward, crossing 14 regions alone. He summoned the Lion's Roar beast, which used its raging roar to stun enemies and ground claw strike to deal massive damage in a straight line. He killed many bosses and rare elites, summoning the Spectacular Scale, which used Dive Strike to deliver a fatal blow and briefly paralyze a target, and Hurricane Feathers to unleash a barrage of sharp energy feathers for overwhelming damage across a wide area. He even soloed a nightmare-level lucky dungeon, summoning the Demon-Eating Mushroom, which used its paralyzing spore cloud to release a cloud of spores that paralyzed and drained mana from targets, and Fungal Explosion Reproduction, which caused it to self-destruct, dealing massive poison damage and splitting into several smaller demon-eating mushrooms. He noted that it was convenient, as they got rid of many hunters who coveted the materials. After everyone leveled up, the little blade armor dragon also reached level 57. After leveling up, the steel dragon reached level 57. The Starry Sky Dragon reached level 64, the Black Dragon reached level 65, and the Poison Dragon reached level 63. Additionally, Lu Fan, the Emerald Dragon, and the Blue Dragon all reached level 65, 65, and 63, respectively. 1 month later, on the western border, Lu Fan finally saw the edge of the western border. However, at this point, there was very little time left before the opening of the Shenzhou Secret Realm, and the countdown to its opening showed only a few days remaining. Lu Fan declared that it was time to go back as he spread his wings. He was suddenly paused as he recognized the Golden Feathered Rock, a ferocious beast found only in the western borderlands, and considered it a top-tier mount. The abilities of the Golden Feathered Rock, level 94, used Dive Intimidation to slam the ground with its wings, creating a shockwave that knocks back enemies, and Hurricane Shadow to summon wind clones that launch continuous, armor-piercing attacks on a locked target. Lu Fan expressed that even the constituent materials of the blade armor were incredibly rare. The blade armor possession skill transformed the wearer into a piece of armor, which can be equipped in the chest armor slot, granting the wearer all of Kushala Diora's attributes and skills. The blade armor scythe ability allowed the blade armor Dragon King, while in its blade armor state, to unleash hook scythes that rapidly flew toward a chosen target, inflicting piercing damage and briefly drawing them before the user. Lu Fan thought he could grab it and give it to his senior as a gift. The blade armor scythe attack was successfully executed, with the hook scythes striking their target, dealing damage, and pulling them closer. He finally targeted the Golden Feathered Rock as he was closer to it. He leapt on the Golden Feathered Rock as the scythe chain successfully pulled it toward the rock. He launched the blade armor scythe attack once more, pulling the Golden Feathered Rock closer. With a final effort, he made a successful strike, pulling the Golden Feathered Rock closer as it let out a powerful cry. Lu Fan warned the Golden Feathered Rock, telling it to behave itself if it didn't want to die. He successfully controlled the Feathered Rock, commanding it as it was drawn under his command. He assessed the situation calmly and acknowledged that it was quite a decent mount. He confidently noted that at that speed, they would arrive on time. Suddenly, he and the Golden Feathered Rock were attacked midair. They realized they were ambushed. The hunters quickly cast a net and successfully caught them midair. They launched a coordinated attack, tightened the trap, and ordered each other to freeze it so it could not break free. Lu Fan suddenly charged in and struck the trapped target with a powerful aerial attack. They smashed the trapped creature into the ground and celebrated after successfully capturing it. Lu Fan, in midair, unleashed a sudden counterattack and blasted one of them away, leaving the group shocked and confused about what was happening. He emerged after falling with the Golden Feathered Rock, and they judged from his attire that he was a lone materials hunter. They decided to kill Lu Fan since he was not from a prestigious family, and one of them rushed in to attack, calling him unlucky. Lu Fan remarked that news from the Western Mountains was indeed scarce. Lu Fan struck decisively and noted that those claiming to be from prominent families did not even recognize the Yi family's leader. At the Western Territory's border, he unleashed the Divine Bone Descends and blasted his enemy away with overwhelming strength. Lu Fan struck them with a devastating shockwave that tore through the ground, leaving the surrounding attackers stunned. He activated the blade armor sickle state and hurled chained hook sickles that pierced the enemies and dragged them toward him. He shot out a chained attack that tore through the canyon and dragged his target violently toward him. He pulled the enemy in with overwhelming force, causing panic as he begged him not to come closer. Suddenly, he was startled when someone recognized Lu Fan, who saw Senior Yi Wuxian suddenly fall toward him. She cheerfully leapt toward him and told him to catch her. Lu Fan caught her in his arms and asked in shock why she was there. Yi Wuxian teased him closely, remarking that after a month apart, he had turned into a little wildling. She flirted with Lu Fan and asked teasingly whether he had come all that way just to pick her up. She said she counted the days, knew Lu Fan would return soon, and came to the outskirts every day to meet him. She wondered what was happening and why there was such a huge commotion. Lu Fan explained that he had originally captured the golden feather rock to give it to her as a gift. He complained that those men suddenly attacked, shot down both him and the bird, and ruined the gift. She realized what had happened and angrily confronted the cultivators, demanding to know who dared steal from her. They panicked upon recognizing her as Yi Wuxian, the Grim Reaper who had wiped out the Huang and Long families. They desperately claimed it was a misunderstanding, revealed they were from the Jia family, and begged for mercy while promising a generous reward and a personal apology. Yi Wuxian declared that she did not care which family they were from and warned that anyone who sought revenge would have to pay with their life. Lu Fan quickly grabbed her arm and told her to hold on, stopping her from striking. Yi Wuxian demanded to know why he stopped her, and he replied that a few small fry were not worth her effort. Lu Fan stated that the leader was already dead, and that the rest only needed to be taught a lesson. He unleashed a powerful attack that released dragon-killing intent, dealt true damage, and knocked back all enemies within range. They were violently blasted away by the attack and crashed to the ground in pain. Lu Fan admitted that he killed the man and caused the injuries himself, warning that if the Jia family was unhappy, they could come and find him. After finishing everything, he asked her if she was satisfied now, and she questioned why he only asked after it was all over. He swept Yi Wuxian into his arms and declared that it was already too late to be dissatisfied. He carried Yi Wuxian into the sky as she angrily told him to put her down, while he warned her not to struggle or she might fall. They arrived at the Yi family residence, located in the Western Territory, as night fell quietly around the estate. Yi Wuxian eagerly urged him to summon the blade armored Dragon King hatchling because she wanted to see and hug the adorable newborn dragon. Lu Fan advised her to abandon that dangerous idea immediately. Yi Wuxian questioned why he thought she would get hurt just by hugging it. Lu Fan calmly gathered his power and began summoning energy in his hand. Yi Wuxian stared in shock and asked if this was really the blade-armored Dragon King. Lu Fan warned her not to be fooled by its size and said that even Zhu Zio Yi might not easily break through its defenses. Yi Wuxian nervously asked whether he could really control it, noting that the dragon looked at her like she was a lump of stone. Lu Fan confidently reassured her of his control and invited the blade-armored Dragon King to shake hands. The cub reached out and shook his hand. Lu Fan told her to watch closely and ordered the dragon to lie down. He said not to mind its intimidating execution and stated that it was absolutely top-notch. Yi Wuxian playfully asked whether it could slice apples, too. The apple was cleanly sliced in half with perfect precision. She excitedly declared that it was basically the ultimate all-purpose tool for home, travel, and mayhem. Lu Fan casually asked whether the Ning family had caused any trouble while he was gone for the past month. Yi Wuxian replied that although nothing happened openly, many noble families were secretly stockpiling supplies as if preparing for the Divine Ruin's secret realm. Lu Fan reassured her not to worry and said that he was very strong now. Suddenly, they were startled and asked what that sudden noise was. The servant rushed in and reported that the dormant volcano on the western border had suddenly erupted. They realized it was in the Ning family's territory and decided to go check it out, suspecting it was Ning Shuang's doing. They arrived at the giant volcano at the western territorial border, which erupted violently, spewing lava and smoke into the sky. A blazing phoenix emerged from the eruption and soared into the sky amid flames. They flew through the sky under terrifying pressure, feeling the air around them practically burning. Lu Fan recognized it was Ning Shuang and noted that her aura was at least 10 times stronger than the last time they met. Yuuxian wondered what trouble the Ning family was planning this time as she watched the phoenix above the erupting volcano. He remarked on their rapid progress and acknowledged that the C-rank noble family indeed had some skill. Yuuxian observed that Ning Shuang trained fiercely and was clearly determined to kill him inside the Divine Ruins secret realm, while Lu Fan could not summon his dragon pets. Lu Fan said that even though Ning Shuang was much stronger than before, it was still not enough for him, and she would likely be disappointed this time. But Yuuxian warned him not to underestimate them, explaining that Ning Shuang's fiancée, Luo Lixiu, from a C-rank noble house, was extraordinarily strong, even stronger than Ning Shuang. She explained that his class was the Hidden Job, Eight-Eyed Demon Emissary, a powerful transformation-type class. She warned that the Ning family held a grudge against him and would likely join forces with the Luo family in the secret realm to target him. Lu Fan teasingly asked if she was really that worried about him while pulling her close, leaving her flustered and protesting. Yuuxian angrily admitted that he now called the shots for her family and insisted she did not want him to die. Lu Fan confidently reassured her not to worry and confidently declared that he could handle the Ning family and would defeat everyone who entered the Divine Ruins secret realm. Yuuxian warned him not to take it lightly, stressing that even with powerful beings allowed into the secret realm, the combined strength of the C-rank families was formidable and should not have been underestimated. Lu Fan asked what level Ning Shuang's attribute values reached after she used her transformation skill. He revealed that after using Ning Shuang's transformation skill, her total attributes exceeded 10,000, and with her C-rank noble upbringing and transformation class traits combined, her peak strength could reach nearly 10 times that of her opponent. He casually descended with manifested wings, dismissing Ning Shuang's over 100,000 attributes as unimpressive, which shocked and angered Yuuxian. Lu Fan revealed his true power by activating Blade Armor and Divine Bone Armor, confidently showcasing a transformed state that granted him the full attributes and skills of the Steel Dragon and Divine Bone Dragon King. He clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating blow, triggering a massive explosive shockwave of blue energy that tore through the battlefield and overwhelmed everything in its path. Lu Fan calmly revealed that a single punch empowered by the Blade Armored Dragon King, the Divine Bone Dragon King, and their hatchlings boosted his attributes beyond 1 million. Yuuxian stood stunned as she realized that in just 1 month, Lu Fan's growth rate was terrifyingly fast, with his strength already reaching 1 million attribute points. Lu Fan confidently declared that even inside the Divine Ruins secret realm, he did not fear the combined siege of their enemies. Yuuxian warned that although she trusted him, killing all the elites cultivated by the C-rank families could provoke a full-scale war among the C-rank noble families. The next day at the Ning family residence, Ning agreed that for the Divine Ruins secret realm trip, the Ning and Luo families would fully cooperate, watch each other's backs, and prevent any other family from obtaining the spirit-tempering liquid. Luo Lixiu assured him that he personally handled the Ning and Luo alliance, declared the two families united, and vowed not to let anyone compromise their shared interests. Ning Shuang returned to her father, who noticed at once and confirmed that he had successfully broken through. She revealed that she reached level 110, comprehended her second level 100 skill Scarlet Sun Fire, and vowed to make the Dragon Tamer suffer this time. Ning praised her for reaching level 110 at just 18 years old, noting that her strength was close to 5th job level and unmatched among the entire C-rank nobility. He expressed her confidence that, given enough time, she could lead the Ning family to rise and become a B-rank noble house. Luo Lixiu confidently told her that with her current power, she would seize the top spot in the Divine Ruins secret realm, but she dismissed his praise as nonsense. Ning Shuang asked whether everything was proceeding according to plan and whether the Dragon Tamer was ready to head to the Divine Ruins secret realm. Luo Lixiu assured her that, according to the Luo family's intelligence network, the Dragon Tamer had already returned to his family and was clearly preparing to enter the Divine Ruins secret realm. Ning Shuang coldly remarked that it was good the Dragon Tamer dared to come, admitting she had worried he might chicken out. Luo Lixiu expressed cautious suspicion, wondering what unknown method the dragon tamer used to grow so quickly despite his apparent success. He revealed that the dragon tamer, Lu Fan, somehow acquired a new dragon pet in the Sakura nation, deepening his suspicion about the source of his rapid growth. Ning Shuang reacted with shock and disbelief upon learning that Lu Fan had obtained a new dragon pet. Luo Lixiu deduced that the dragon tamer's newly acquired dragon was a rare transformation-type pet capable of converting into equipment to be worn, greatly amplifying his combat power. He concluded that he had known the rules of the Divine Ruin's secret realm in advance and deliberately prepared a transformation-type dragon pet tailored specifically for that environment. Ning confidently asserted that even if the dragon tamer brought a single dragon into the Divine Ruin's secret realm, his inability to summon others would severely weaken him, ensuring victory once the Ning and Luo families joined forces. Ning Shuang wondered whether he truly dared challenge the Divine Ruin's secret realm by relying solely on a single dragon pet that transformed into equipment, wondering if the situation was really that simple. Luo Lixiu expressed confidence that, despite Lu Fan's trump cards, he was merely a level 5 turn, and that the combined power of the Luo and Ning families would take him down. He suggested that instead of focusing on Dragon Tamer, they should be more concerned about competing for the spirit-tempering liquid with Murong Sheng from the B-rank Murong family. Ning had been shocked upon hearing the name Murong Sheng, asking if he was the young master of the Murong family. Ning Shuang was surprised to learn that a B-rank noble house was also participating in the Divine Ruin's secret realm. But Ning objected to the involvement of the B-rank families in the fight in the Divine Realm's secret domain, angrily pointing out the significance of the spirit-quenching liquid. Luo Lixiu knew that 2 years ago, Murong Sheng reached level 119 and was just a step away from his 5th advancement. He discussed how, despite Murong Sheng's progress 2 years ago, there had been no news from the western border indicating he had made any advancement. He revealed that according to the Luo family's intelligence, Murong Sheng had spent the last 2 years preparing for his 5th advancement and had chosen to use the spirit-quenching liquid to enhance his stats and guarantee the success of his advancement. Luo Lixiu explained that Murong Sheng was joining the Divine Ruin's secret realm, this time specifically to obtain the spirit-quenching liquid and break through his 5th advancement in one go. Ning expressed concern, thinking that the situation had become more complicated than expected. Ning Shuang commented that even though Murong Sheng was from a B-rank family, he still hadn't reached his 5th advancement, but suggested that if the Ning and Luo families teamed up, they might not be outmatched. Ning recalled an encounter with Murong Sheng 2 years ago, where he had a huge fight with an elite from another B-rank family over a serendipity realm, but Murong Sheng killed the opponent with a single skill. Ning realized that even if they were at the same level, the gap in their strength was massive. He believed that if he was after the spirit-quenching liquid, they had almost no chance of winning. Ning Shuang confidently said that it was not necessarily the case and refused to give up. She explained that the realm had many restrictions and unknown transformations, so they would only know what happened once they entered. Luo Lixiu reassured Ning not to lose hope and said that in the Divine Ruin's secret realm, luck mattered more than skill. He suggested that maybe Ning Shuang would find the spirit-quenching liquid before Murong Sheng did. Ning urged him to forget the spirit-quenching liquid, prioritize their lives, and make sure to come back alive even if he failed. He suggested that if they couldn't defeat him, they should simply hand it over to him. Ning Shuang, addressing her fiancé, declared that what she wanted most from the realm trip was to take the damn dragon tamer's life. When they talked about returning, Ning suddenly brought up scheduling the wedding, leaving them completely shocked. Luo Lixiu assured Ning that she would be kept safe during the realm trip and accepted the arrangement. 3 days later, Lu Fan and his senior flew beyond the western border into deeper territory, where the senior admitted she had never ventured that far despite living nearby, and he pointed out it was only 2,000 li from the Yi estate. Yi Wuxian explained that the area was a forbidden zone guarded by C-rank noble families, while he mocked her arrogance and questioned whether B-rank and A-rank families thought they owned the sky. Yi Wuxian wondered who knew the truth and admitted that such a world was something she could never be part of. But Lu Fan remained silent, watching her with a thoughtful and unreadable expression. Right after, he admitted that in the past, it might have been possible. Yi Wuxian pointed out the massive chasm below, revealing that they had found the entrance to the Divine Ruin's secret realm. They arrived at the crowded entrance together, drawing attention as they realized the upcoming trial would be intense. The onlookers recognized Lu Fan as the Yi family's dragon tamer and expressed shock that he actually dared to show up. The crowd mocked Lu Fan, claiming he was arrogant cannon fodder and gossiping that the Ning family deliberately gave him a teleportation stone so he could be killed inside the realm. Yi Wuxian told him not to listen to the crowd and said he had already reached level 65, which was enough to make them jealous. Lu Fan said it was nothing and remarked that he had already gotten used to being the center of attention. Yi Wuxian pointed out that most of the people present were transformation types and directed his attention to look over there. She identified the man as Yuan Jinggang, a level 110 cultivator who could transform into a giant ape in battle. Yi Wuxian further pointed out Lai Qingfeng from the Lai family, noting that he was level 110 and transformed into a divine crane. She stated that, aside from the Ning family, those two were the strongest opponents present. They suddenly sensed a disturbance and looked up in shock as something alarming happened around them. Lu Fan realized that Ning Shuang had arrived. Ning Shuang from the Ning family and Luo Lixiu from the Luo family appeared together, descending from the sky with overwhelming force. They made a powerful entrance as they descended together, displaying their overwhelming strength and drawing everyone's attention. They looked at them in silence. The sudden arrival left Lu Fan and his senior tense and speechless. A powerful light descended, and the realm was activated, shocking everyone present. They noticed something unusual and shouted for others to look, realizing that the realm opened before their eyes. At the Western Territories' desert sinkhole, the secret realm suddenly opened, startling the people who witnessed the phenomenon. Yuan Jinggang laughed excitedly, saying that he had finally reached the day he had been preparing for all this time. Lu Fan stated that they could now use the teleport stones as the Divine Ruin's secret realm was activated and the legendary teleport stone transported users to the entrance. Yuan Jinggang arrogantly warned everyone to watch out, boasting that once they entered the secret realm, they would all end up kneeling at his feet. Lu Fan decided that it was time for him to enter the Divine Ruin's secret realm as well. Yi Wuxian alerted Lu Fan that someone else was arriving as a new presence appeared in the sky. A powerful beam of light crashed down from the sky, violently impacting the ground and announcing the arrival of a new challenger. Luo Lixiu remarked that experts always made the most dramatic entrances as the newcomer arrived in a spectacular display. The group of girls gushed over the newcomer's handsome and elegant appearance as he arrived, drawing admiration and excitement from the crowd. The crowd reacted in shock as Murong Sheng, a level 119 expert from a B-rank noble house of the Western Territories, unexpectedly appeared at the scene. Lu Fan and the senior Yi wondered who the strangely dressed man was and realized that he also seemed to be here for the secret realm, even though they did not recognize him. Yi Wuxian admitted she did not recognize the dressed man, found his presence impossible since she knew all eligible C-rank families, and wondered if he had been secretly recruited by another family. Lu Fan sensed the newcomer's aura and realized that he was even stronger than Ning Shuang. Lai Qingfeng dismissed her disdainfully, remarking that it was unsurprising a mere D-rank brat did not even know who Murong Sheng was. He explained that the elegant young master was preparing for his 5th advancement and was regarded as the future heir of the B-rank Murong family. Yi Wuxian reacted in shock, questioning why Murong Sheng, from a B-rank noble house, would come to seize a C-rank family's secret realm. Luo Lixiu scoffed that the Yi family's intelligence was severely lacking, prompting her sudden realization. He stated that young Master Murong was clearly there to obtain the divine tempering liquid to complete his 5th advancement, and with him present, no one could possibly compete. Lai Qingfeng scoffed that Murong Sheng was not yet in the transformation class. He reasoned that with the secret realm's restrictions in place, even his Lai family might have had a chance to compete. Lu Fan reflected with frustration that Murong Sheng was not yet in the transformation class. The Luo family member respectfully asked young Master Murong to forgive the ignorance of C-rank families, noting that their intelligence network provided a broader perspective. Murong silently unleashed his power, releasing a surge of energy into the sky, and Luo Lixiu sighed that it seemed to leave little impression on him. He remarked that everyone else had already gone in and said they should head inside as well. He called out to Shuang, but she remained silent and ignored him. She was seeing to Yi Wuxian, who apologized to Lu Fan for not learning about the B-rank family's arrival and urged him to be extremely careful inside the secret realm. Lu Fan reassured her that no one could take advantage of him and told her to go back without drawing the noble family's attention. Yi Wuxian acknowledged that her current strength made it difficult to support the Yi family, but vowed that she would soon reach level 100 and raise the Yi family to C rank. They promised each other, sealing their vow with mutual resolve and trust. Yi Wuxian declared that when the time came, both she and the Yi family would become Lu Fan's strongest supporters and promised to await his good news. Lu Fan confidently smiled while entering the realm and assured her that she would not be disappointed. Both entered the secret realm as the overwhelming surge of energy subsided. Ning Shuang stepped forward into the secret realm as her fiancé followed and prepared to head inside together. She brushed aside the noise, urged Luxu to move on, and led the way forward. The teleportation stone was disabled, and once they entered the Divine Ruins secret realm, there was no way to leave midway except by surviving and winning. The Divine Ruins secret realm activated, announcing that 13 participants had entered and that the trial would begin shortly under its completion rules. The secret realm announced that the final reward was divine tempering liquid, split into fragments, and that participants must collect fragments to claim the reward before the realm officially ended. It declared that combining 3 fragments would forge a key revealing the final reward's location, and Lu Fan immediately obtained his first key fragment. Lu Fan realized that the secret realm required him to collect 12 more fragments, and that he could either search for them inside the realm or steal them from others. He noted that once the key was forged, the reward's location became visible to everyone, causing those without strength or a key to try to snatch it and lose it to someone else. He confidently welcomed the coming challenge. The Divine Ruins secret realm officially began after a countdown, and Lu Fan gathered his strength and entered the trial as the completion rules took effect. He entered the Divine Ruins peak forest terrain, assessed the dangerous cliffside environment, and realized that careless challengers would struggle to survive there. The second party appeared in the peak forest terrain and considered himself lucky when he realized he appeared next to a kid from a D-rank family. Wang Chanlang, a level 105 C-rank beast tamer from the western border family, charged forward confidently and mocked him as easy prey. He arrogantly challenged him, declaring he would gladly take his fragments. Lu Fan smirked, acknowledged his luck, and unleashed his power as he claimed that the enemy had foolishly delivered himself right to him. Wang Tianlang revealed that he had participated in the Divine Ruins secret realm for the second time. He declared his power, cast the Lord of Purgatory's armor, and warned that this was not a place for an arrogant summoner. Lu Fan analyzed Wang Tianlang's transforming armor, realized he was participating for the second time, and found the situation interesting. Wang Tianlang unleashed a powerful punch empowered by the Lord of Purgatory, boasting nearly 12,000 strength as he attacked Lu Fan. But he found himself overwhelmed by Lu Fan's unexpected strength, who blocked his punch. He was surprised and disappointed to find that Lu Fan was much stronger than expected. Wang Tianlang was shocked, wondering how Lu Fan, who was only level 65 and couldn't summon dragons, could so easily block his punch with over 10,000 strength. Lu Fan was prepared to use the fragments that were conveniently delivered to him. He punched him with powerful force, accepting the challenge. Wang Tianlang was struck by an attack, causing an intense explosion that rocked the area. He, after taking a heavy blow, coughed and wondered if he was still alive. Lu Fan used a scythe that fired a hooked blade to pull and pierce him, and asked him tauntingly why he was surprised to be spared. Wang Tianlang realized that the Lord of Purgatory armory shattered easily, and concluded that his stats were not higher than 10,000, but were probably around 100,000 points, like Ning Shuang. Lu Fan demanded to know what the other was muttering about and declared that he would give him 2 choices, warning him to listen carefully. He stated that the first choice was to hand over the fragments and then lead the way for him, causing the other to groan in pain. He presented the second choice, saying that he would let him go and allow him to fall. He warned that with broken equipment, severe injuries, and no ability to fly, falling into the bottomless abyss would mean certain doom. The chain snapped, and as Wang Tianlang fell, he panicked, cried out in fear, and begged for his life. Terrified, he chose the first option and agreed to hand over the fragments and lead the way. Lu Fan restrained him again and warned that he did not know what was truly good for him. He wrapped him tightly in chains, slammed him down, and warned that trying to run away halfway would have serious consequences. Wang Tianlang insisted he knew better and swore he would not run, groaning in pain. He thanked the young master for sparing his life and promised that he would definitely help him on the road ahead. Lu Fan questioned whether he was sure and asked if he had figured out all the locations in the realm the last time he was there. Wang Tianlang admitted that he had not figured out everything, but knew the locations of the chests guarded by fierce beasts and claimed that he had a pretty good idea. He explained that in the Divine Ruins secret realm, chests were extremely important because they contained key fragments and many precious items, while a fierce beast guarded one and growled threateningly. Wang Tianlang stated that among the treasures, the most valuable were 3 types of realm artifacts, and obtaining even one was enough to change the tide of battle. He explained that the first artifact was the Realm Talisman, a consumable usable only in the realm that automatically activated to revive its holder upon death. The second artifact was the Forbidden Magic Stone Seal, which created a field that prevented skill use and forced melee combat until another one was used to cancel it. Wang Tianlang revealed that the third and most powerful artifact was the God-Hunting Heavy Crossbow, a unique weapon capable of instantly killing anything with less than 2 million stamina. He concluded that first-time participants only collected fragments and failed to realize that finding the God-Hunting Heavy Crossbow was just as important. But Lu Fan had not known this information before and doubted its reliability, but decided to test him first since he knew the chest locations, and they dropped fragments anyway. He confirmed that his name was Wang Tianlang, took the fragment, and ordered him to lead the way. Wang Tianlang thanked the young master and assured him that he would definitely help secure the spirit-quenching liquid. Lu Fan knew that Wang Tianlang led him on a long trek where they encountered many fierce beasts guarding chests, but none of them proved to be a match for him. Just as Wang Tianlang had said, he discovered a legendary quality Divine Ruins secret realm talisman that could revive its holder with full health upon death inside the realm, but disappeared if used outside it. Although Lu Fan began to trust him, his strange behavior still kept him from lowering his guard. But Lu Fan noted that although Wang Tianlang remained suspicious, he continued leading him to new treasure chests in the Divine Ruins secret realm's peak forest. He decided to keep following him for the time being, suspecting that he was hiding something, as a fierce beast suddenly attacked. Wang Tianlang praised him for following him, but Lu dismissed the flattery and told him to spare the nonsense. Lu Fan pointed out that he had not seen a single fragment or the God-Hunting Heavy Crossbow yet, causing Wang Tianlang to panic and swear that he was not lying. He decided to open as many treasure chests as possible before others obtained the fragments or the crossbow. He paused and looked up in surprise. Tianlang exclaimed that young master was incredibly lucky. Lu Fan obtained the second artifact, realizing it was a magic banning seal, while the man declared that the God-Hunting Crossbow must be nearby. Lu Fan opened another chest and discovered there was still more treasure inside. He opened the chest and obtained an enchantment weapon breakthrough scroll with a chance to evolve a legendary weapon. He obtained a rare enchantment breakthrough scroll, and Wang Tianlang marveled that young Master Lu's luck went far beyond ordinary fortune. Lu Fan decided to risk using the scroll on the Dark Serpent Bow, since both his sword and bow were legendary quality weapons. He used the scroll on the Dark Serpent Bow, confident that it would not be damaged even if the breakthrough failed. The weapon breakthrough succeeded, and he obtained the Dark Serpent Bow, Dragon Roar with greatly enhanced power and abilities. Lu Fan assessed the new attributes and realized the enhanced armor and Dragon Roar arrows made his weapon powerful enough to rival the God-Hunting Crossbow. He received a sudden treasure map system alert and wondered if this discovery was what he had been waiting for. He received a Divine Tier treasure map and realized it was a rare opportunity he had not encountered in a long time. Lu Fan remained silent while his companion quietly closed the chest. Right after, he suggested they stop for the night and rest. Lu Fan decided not to rest and continued collecting fragments throughout the night, surprising his companion, who wondered if they wouldn't sleep. He examined the realm map and demanded to know where the bone-filled area and the lake were located. Wang Tianlang admitted that he knew the location but said it required at least a 2-day journey to reach. Lu Fan ignored the warning about rushing and decided to depart immediately despite the 2-day journey ahead. He ordered Wang Tianlang to report any treasure chests immediately and set off at once, leaving him scrambling to follow in surprise. Wang Tianlang hurried after Lu Fan while calling out to him. 2 days later, they pushed through the forest exhausted, as Lu Fan reflected that although he had collected 3 divine-grade treasure maps since the ancient God War, even the Black Rat had not known their locations. Lu Fan decided he must obtain the item immediately, realizing Wang Qianlang could not fly. Otherwise, it would not have taken 2 days, and acknowledged that despite his doubts, Wang Qianlang had helped him open many chests and collect 5 fragments. They finally arrived at the destination, and Lu Fan realized this was the Bone Lake in the Divine Ruins secret realm. They found the area matched the treasure map exactly. Lu Fan told Wang Qianlang to stay and rest while he went ahead alone, warning him not to run, and Wang reluctantly agreed that he could not escape anyway. Lu Fan reached the bottom of the bone-filled lake and decided that he had to dive to reach the treasure's location. He suddenly sensed something unusual and became alert. He encountered the level 120 Bone Lake giant crocodile at the bottom of the lake and calmly prepared a counterattack despite the sudden ambush. The Bone Lake giant crocodile, a level 120 monster, had an ability to launch a lethal assault by pouncing and unleashing random bites that inflicted heavy damage and bleeding, triggering devastating death rolls that drained maximum health, and reinforced its armored scales to massively increase its defense with every successful hit. Lai Qingfeng, in crane form, a level 110 C-rank mage and noble of the Western Territories, arrived mid-battle, prompting that the Yi family's dragon tamer was here and urgency to finish the fight before his interference changed the outcome. Yuan Jinggang, a level 110 giant ape warrior from a C-rank noble house of the Western Territories, transformed into his ape form and charged forward, declaring he would hold the Bone Lake giant crocodile in close combat while the others blocked its attacks. He leapt into battle and attacked the Bone Lake giant crocodile head-on while calling out to remind the others that they had agreed to team up. He slammed into the Bone Lake giant crocodile amid explosive force, shouting that if they defeated the Yi family's dragon tamer, they would form an alliance. Liang Sheng proposed cooperation but demanded immediate proof of loyalty, coldly insisting that the others act on their promise first. Lu Fan realized he was unintentionally getting in their way, recalled that senior Sis Yi Wuxian had introduced Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang, and noted that this unfamiliar black mage was someone he had never encountered before. Liang Sheng mocked the level 65 summoner, unleashed swirling purple portals with summoning magic, and declared that in the Divine Ruins secret realm, the opponent had come only to be defeated. He cast Bone Reconstruction, spread dark magic across nearby remains, and revived multiple skeletons under his control as purple energy surged through the battlefield. Lai Qingfeng warned the gorilla as purple magic surged, and although he realized the black mage had been holding back and couldn't be trusted, the gorilla resolved to confront him directly and not let any scheme succeed easily. Lu Fan almost believed the black mage could summon creatures within the secret realm, but realized it was merely a corpse manipulation class, explaining why the mage sought alliances. Liang Sheng arrogantly unleashed his level 100 divine class power, commanding waves of undead to swarm and attack as he descended from above. Lu Fan found the situation interesting and decided to test how fragile their so-called alliance truly was by confronting them directly. In the Bone Lake of the Divine Ruins secret realm, the black mage was visibly shaken and nervously asked what Lu Fan meant by his words. Lu Fan surged forward with explosive force, unleashing a powerful charge that shattered everything in his path. Liang Sheng screamed in agony as he was violently struck and overwhelmed by a sudden, powerful force. Lu Fan drove a devastating, energy-charged punch into his opponent, activating God Bone power that massively amplified his strength. Liang Sheng spat blood and cried out in pain as the crushing blow violently smashed into him. Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang stared in stunned shock as they realized the sudden, overwhelming turn of events. Wang Qianlang weakly woke up and wondered what strange noise he had just heard. Anyway, Lu Fan coldly declared that Liang Sheng could form any alliances they wished, because he would become the final winner. Subsequently, Liang Sheng turned into ashes after the final overwhelming attack completely destroyed him. Yuan Jinggang stared in disbelief as he realized that Liang Sheng had died and vanished just like that. Lai Qingfeng decided to retreat in alarm, realizing the young opponent was far too dangerous to confront. Yuan Jinggang cursed his terrible luck as he was suddenly ambushed from behind and trapped amid the Bone Lake giant crocodile. On the other hand, Lu Fan calmly noticed the enemy trying to flee and prepared to strike without mercy. He unleashed his blade armor sickle, firing a hook sickle that pierced the fleeing target and violently dragged it back toward him. He warned Lai Qingfeng not to even think about fleeing as he decisively moved to stop the remaining opponent. Lai Qingfeng groaned in pain as the sudden strike hit him mid-escape. Yuan Jinggang was caught off guard and cried out as the chain strike slammed him down with crushing force. Lai Qingfeng desperately shouted for the gorilla to run as he realized the situation had turned truly disastrous. Lu Fan crashed down with overwhelming force, slamming them again into the ground and completely overpowering it. Both creatures were forced back into human form after the crushing defeat left them injured and powerless. Lai Qingfeng begged for mercy, and he casually agreed to spare them after completely subduing them. Lu Fan demanded their fragments, ordered them to abandon the divine tempering liquid, and forced them to fight for him in exchange for mercy. Wang Tianlang rushed over in alarm, asking young Master Lu what had happened after hearing the sounds of fighting. Both angrily confronted Wang Tianlang, mocking him for losing his family's dignity by submitting so quickly. Wang snapped back angrily, pointing out their hypocrisy and warning them that Lu's strength far exceeded their expectations. Lu Fan calmly stated that level was not the only measure of strength. Lai Qingfeng cautiously agreed to hand over the fragments and help him win, seeking reassurance that he would keep his word. The Bone Lake giant crocodile suddenly lunged forward, launching a deadly attack toward Lu Fan. But Lu Fan calmly and confidently assured them that he represented the Yi family and always kept his word. He intercepted the giant crocodile's fatal bite mid-attack and crushed it with overwhelming god bone power. Yuan Jinggang and Lai Qingfeng stared in stunned shock as the terrifying power of the interrupted attack left them speechless. Wang Tianlang smugly remarked that he had warned them all along after witnessing the overwhelming display of power. Lu Fan casually remarked that he had almost forgotten about the crocodile and asked where the treasure chest it was guarding was located. Lai Qingfeng realized in shock that Lu Fan had effortlessly slain the beast and had not even used his full strength against them earlier. Yuan Jinggang hastily apologized and revealed that the treasure chest was in the lake, begging forgiveness after their lives had been spared. Wang Tianlang noticed something and fell silent in wary shock. Lu Fan nodded calmly, satisfied that they understood and would obey his terms. They acknowledged his authority and handed over their fragments, pledging to assist him in winning the secret realm. Lu Fan accepted their fragments, remarked that joining the Ning family would have doomed them, and secured a key fragment from the bottom of the lake. He wondered where Wang Tianlang had been all this time and realized the situation was the same as with him. Wang Tianlang suddenly revealed himself, mocked Lu Fan's authority, and claimed the legendary crossbow treasure for himself, betraying him at the last moment. He revealed his betrayal, admitted he used them to clear the fierce beasts, and prepared to attack with the loaded crossbow. He laughed madly and declared that he had been the lucky one all along. He boasted that he now ruled the entire Divine Ruin's secret realm, while Lu Fan remained silently furious. They realized too late that the giant Bone Lake crocodile had been guarding the God Hunter crossbow and regretted not killing it earlier. Lu Fan said he had expected his betrayal and possible defection, but now realized he was simply foolish. He questioned whether possessing the God-hunting heavy crossbow truly made Wang confident enough to challenge him. He mocked the claim of ruling the secret realm and challenged whether that alone made the opponent capable of fighting him. Wang Tianlang scoffed at the idea that Lu Fan had outsmarted him, revealing that he had made his own preparations as well. Lai Qingfeng questioned Wang Tianlang's overconfidence upon realizing that the crossbow only had 3 arrows, sensing there was more to the situation. Wang Tianlang triumphantly revealed that he had taken the items from the treasure chests Lu Fan had looted, preparing for the next phase of his plan. He gleefully taunted Lu Fan, revealing that each treasure chest contained parts to reload the god-hunting crossbow. He unleashed the power of the reloaded god-hunting crossbow, declaring that he had been planning for this moment all along. They panicked, realizing that Wang Tianlang now had over 60 arrows, and even one shot could doom them. Lu Fan realized that all the seemingly minor actions Wang Tianlang had taken were part of his plan to secure the advantage with the crossbow. Wang Tianlang admitted to lying about certain things, but confidently declared that he had never exaggerated the power of the god-hunting crossbow. He laughed triumphantly, boasting that a single shot from the god-hunting crossbow would instantly kill anything with under 2 million endurance. The arrow from the god-hunting crossbow soared toward its target, heading straight for Lu Fan with overwhelming power. Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang believed that no one could survive the overwhelming power of the crossbow. Lu Fan regretted that Wang Qianlang had made a huge mistake. Wang Qianlang released a barrage of arrows from the god-hunting heavy crossbow, declaring that Lu Fan would now die. He seethed with anger, mocking Lu Fan for thinking a mere brat from a D-rank family could stand above him. His powerful arrow struck Lu Fan in his chest from behind with overwhelming strength and precise movement. Lu Fan stood undeterred, his powerful armor withstanding the impact of the arrow, as he calmly prepared for the next move. Wang Qianlang unleashed a barrage of arrows at the other participants, fully confident of his victory. The scene erupted in a massive explosion, revealing the devastating power of the arrows as everything flew in a blaze of destruction. As the dust settled, Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang realized that Lu Fan could not have survived such a powerful attack, prompting them to decide to flee. Wang Qianlang warned them that they should keep dodging because he had plenty of arrows left, ready to attack again. He laughed, claiming the god-hunting crossbow lived up to its name, saying there was not even dust left of Lu Fan. He confidently declared that with the ultimate artifact, even Murong Sheng from the B-rank families wouldn't stand a chance. He coldly stated that there was no reason to keep the two individuals alive. He remarked that it seemed like Lai Qingfeng had known the treasure chests contained the reloading components, while others were trying to calm him down. Wang Qianlang coldly declared that he would search the corpses to see if he could find more arrows to reload the crossbow. Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang pleaded with him, assuring him that they were the ones who truly submitted and offering to help him fight the Ning family and Murong Sheng, asking him to spare them. Lu Fan questioned him as to why he was switching targets even though he hadn't been killed yet, before confidently stating that even with more arrows, he couldn't harm him. He then activated his divine aura, switching to light blade armor, revealing that he was still alive despite the situation. Lu Fan angrily declared that damaging his armor meant certain death for his opponent, while activating the light blade armor, which recovers HP and grants basic attacks holy damage based on his spirit attribute. Wang Qianlang exclaimed that surviving the god-hunting heavy crossbow shot was just luck, and that this next shot would definitely kill Lu Fan. But Lu Fan blocked the incoming attack fearlessly. Wang Qianlang stared in shock and disbelief, sweating and wide-eyed to see that. Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang recoiled in stunned disbelief, shouting in shock as they witnessed the unexpected outcome. Lu Fan coldly belittled the enemy's strength, exposed that his endurance far exceeded expectations, and activated his Star Dragon aura to steadily amplify his power and dominate the fight. Wang Qianlang stared in horrified disbelief as the attack was caught bare-handed, realizing the impossible gap in strength between them. Lu Fan declared himself the true arbiter of fate and decisively seized control of the battle from the so-called god-hunting weapon. He manifested the Divine Bone Descent, instantly equipping a full Divine Bone armor set through the gauntlet and massively boosting all his attributes far beyond normal limits. He alone claimed absolute authority and descended in a devastating, Dragon Aura charged strike at Wang, who stood in despair, realizing too late that his fate and luck were utterly crushed as the overwhelming attack annihilated everything before him. The battlefield fell silent as Lu Fan picked up a mysterious book from the shattered ground after the fight. Upon examining it, he realized it had belonged to Wang Qianlang and contained far more treasures than just the god-hunting heavy crossbow. Lu Fan froze in sudden realization as he recognized the true significance of what he was reading. He read the record describing a brutal expedition in the far north, where warriors fought ferocious beasts amid relentless cold and endless blizzards. While exploring the frozen north amid relentless blizzards, he encountered the bone-chilling blizzards as usual, but on that day, he faced an unexpectedly legendary dragon. A legendary, colossal dragon whose unknown origin and icy breath drained the life from everything around it. It transformed the wilderness into a forbidden, frozen zone that no human could enter. Lu Fan realized with surprise that the notes recorded a chilling account of encountering a legendary dragon whose presence drained all life and turned the wilderness into a forbidden frozen zone. Based on the description, the magic the dragon used was remarkably similar to the wrath of the Ice Dragon King, making it highly likely that it was an ice dragon. He realized that if he found and tamed the ice dragon mentioned in the journal, his overall strength rose to an entirely new level. After the Secret Realm trial ended, he resolved to return to the far north. As for Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang, he turned his attention to them, leaving them stunned and speechless. His Blade Armor Dragon King activated Blade Armor Sickle, splitting off sickles that struck the enemy with piercing damage and briefly pulled them toward him. The Blade Armor Sickle chain struck and bound Yuan Jinggang and Lai Qingfeng, violently tightening around them and leaving them trapped and shocked. Surrounded by energy, Lu Fan confronted the two captured guys and coldly asked them if they had any last words. Bound by chains, Lai Qingfeng offered all their key fragments and supplies in exchange for their lives, bitterly admitting that dead men were worthless to Lu Fan. Yuan Jinggang roared that he admitted defeat and urged Lu Fan to kill him quickly if he intended to do so. He desperately begged for mercy, promising that the Yuan family would owe Lu Fan a favor and face any peril for him without hesitation. Lu Fan coldly questioned whether their pleas and promises were enough to sway him. Lai Qingfeng calmly reasoned that since the dragon tamer could have killed them effortlessly, their survival proved they were more useful alive than dead. Lu Fan coolly prompted Lai Qingfeng to continue, unimpressed and waiting to hear what conclusion he was drawing. Lai Qingfeng pleaded that regardless of Lu Fan's reasons, they would agree to anything as long as he spared their lives. He stood stunned as Lu Fan unexpectedly handed them an item, leaving Yuan Jinggang confused and speechless. Yuan Jinggang wondered if Lu Fan wasn't afraid they would turn the weapon against him, while Lai Qingfeng implied that Lu Fan was far more calculating than a muscle-brained fighter. Lai Qingfeng concluded that Lu Fan giving them the god-hunting heavy crossbow proved he possessed something far more terrifying, and warned Yuan Jinggang not to drag him into death. Yuan Jinggang snapped that he already understood the danger and bitterly lamented when his miserable life would finally end. They noticed Lu Fan standing in the middle of the lake and grimly realized it was nothing that would make their situation any easier. Lu Fan crouched calmly on the frozen lake to open the box. He opened the chest at the marked location, triggering a radiant glow that confirmed he had reached the treasure indicated on the map. Lu Fan acquired multiple rare rewards from the treasure, including the will of the fiery dragon warrior, Golden Dragon King's Greaves, a servant contract skill book, and powerful enchantment scrolls that significantly boosted his attributes. He calmly noted that, as expected, the treasure contained no dragon egg. He reflected that although there was no dragon egg, he had continued to gain valuable benefits every time. He obtained another reward, a legendary weapon breakthrough enchantment that could evolve a weapon into a stronger form if successful. He realized that this allowed him to attempt a breakthrough on his main weapon, the Meteorfall Flame Sword. Without hesitation, Lu Fan decided to try the breakthrough immediately on his Meteorfall Flame Sword. With fiery energy enveloping him, he unleashed the power of the Meteorfall Flame Sword, attempting the weapon breakthrough. He successfully acquired the Starfire Flow after the breakthrough, enhancing his abilities with the fiery power. After the breakthrough, he marveled as his Meteorfall Flame Sword transformed into a formless blade, allowing his attacks to flow freely as he desired. Lu Fan was intrigued by the servant contract, a rare skill that allows him to convert a target into his servant. The duration of the effect depends on the difference in total attributes between the caster and target. Lu Fan marveled at the servant contract, realizing it could turn fierce beasts and even other players into his servants, a skill that seemed truly heaven-defying. He pondered the effectiveness of the servant contract, feeling a sense of excitement about its potential. As he approached, Lai Qingfeng questioned if it was time to leave. Before heading out, Lu Fan offered to give them a buff that would ensure they would have no opponents inside the secret realm, asking if they were willing to accept. Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang were both surprised by the strength of the buff Lu Fan offered, wondering just how powerful it could be. After hearing that, Lu Fan smirked mischievously. Yuan Jinggang and Lai Qingfeng were attacked by fierce beasts, and they fought back with all their strength to defend themselves. Yuan Jinggang grumbled about being treated like free labor by Lu Fan, vowing to fight him fairly once his leg healed. Lai Qingfeng calmly warned Yuan Jinggang that even if his leg healed, the dragon tamer would crush him like an insect, and advised him to save his strength for staying alive instead. Lu Fan retorted to Yuan Jinggang, correcting him that it wasn't free labor, but rather allied cooperation, and pointing out the weakness of his previous alliance with the Dark Mage. He showed off the benefits of the servant contract, explaining that with it active, the EXP from his allies now funneled directly to him, boosting his level to 70 in just a few days. He smiled as he realized that only one piece of the key fragments remained to complete the set. Yuan Jinggang sarcastically pointed out that Lu Fan was the only one benefiting from the situation. Lu Fan criticized Yuan Jinggang for his poor efficiency, comparing him to Lai Qingfeng, who killed 7 beasts, while Yuan Jinggang had only managed 5. Yuan Jinggang defensively retorted that as a melee class, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Lu Fan teased Lai Qingfeng for only killing low-level mobs, pointing out that none of them were even level 100. Lai Qingfeng casually replied that it was just bad luck, as he had only encountered these lower-tier creatures. Lu Fan smirked, teasing Lai Qingfeng about not being able to find any high-level beasts, before suggesting something else with a confident grin. He confidently offered to summon a level 120 boss for Lai Qingfeng, saving him the effort of searching for one himself. But both refused Lu Fan's offer, insisting they would handle finding high-level beasts themselves without troubling him. Lu Fan smirked, expressing that he hated seeing people with bad luck, and that it always made him want to help, though he seemed to take pleasure in the situation. He, with a confident smile, prepared to open another chest, hoping to obtain the final key fragment this time. He successfully acquired the final key fragment, the God Forging Pool key fragment, completing the set for the Divine Ruins Secret Realm. Lu Fan, with a confident smile, was ready to synthesize the key for the God Forging Pool, now that he had gathered all the necessary fragments. An earthquake suddenly struck, causing the ground to shake violently and knocking them off their feet as debris flew around them. An intense explosion erupted from the ground, sending a powerful shockwave. They were startled and confused by a sudden explosion, each reacting in shock. Lu Fan realized someone had already merged the key before him, causing a wave of intense energy as he observed the situation unfolding. He resolved to find the location of the God Forging Pool before that person did. He ordered the two of them to head to the light pillar in the northeast while he went to the nearest one. He leapt ahead and instructed them to stay in contact and report immediately if anything changed. Lai Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang acknowledged his orders and confirmed their understanding before splitting up. 2 hours later, in the Divine Ruins Secret Realm at Desolate Valley, he noticed something unusual as movement stirred ahead. The muscular guy wondered where the brat had come from as he gripped his weapon warily. He warned the intruder to leave at once or face being split in half. Lu Fan calmly acquired the God Forging Pool key, shocking his opponent, who, enraged, realized the key had been successfully synthesized and launched a furious attack. The enraged foe transformed into a towering monster and claimed the God Forging Pool key as he advanced to seize it. Lu Fan stabbed the glowing key into the barrier, activating a powerful formation that unleashed a devastating blast against it. The raging beast demanded the key as it attacked, but Lu Fan calmly thought that the God Forging Pool was not located there. Lu Fan unleashed a powerful judgment strike that converted damage and stamina into overwhelming strength to crush his enemy. He struck down the enemy, leaving the battlefield drenched in blood. Lu Fan stepped onto Reincarnation Lake in the Divine Ruins and realized that its surface was solid rather than liquid. He learned that the secret realm contained zones where skills were forbidden and that Reincarnation Lake only flowed when someone died within it, which he found intriguing. Lu Fan decided not to waste any time and prepared to act immediately with the key in hand. He suddenly sensed danger as multiple blazing fireballs appeared around him. He was blasted backward as a violent explosion engulfed him in flames and shockwaves. At last, Ning Shuang found him, calling out Lu Fan as it descended amid roaring fire. But Lu Fan did not expect to run into her there and tensed up in surprise. She vowed to spill his blood to honor her brother's spirit, burning with murderous intent. Ning Shuang unleashed her phoenix feather dance, releasing countless burning blades that homed in on him and triggered continuous explosions. Lu Fan calmly endured the raging flames and mocked her, asking if that was all the heat it could muster. Enraged and silent with killing intent, Ning Shuang compressed her raging flames into her wings and unleashed Phoenix Wing Slash, firing intersecting crescent arcs of fire meant to annihilate him utterly. Lu Fan rushed toward her by activating Blade Armor Sickle, firing a hooked chain that pierced the attack and yanked him swiftly toward his target. He closed in on Ning Shuang as fiery explosions burst around them in the sky, forcing the battle into close combat. He plunged downward in a swift strike as the phoenix recoiled amid cascading flames and crashing force. Ning Shuang shrieked in alarm as she was forced back. She screamed Luo Lixu's name as Lu Fan launched himself downward in a decisive aerial strike. Lu Fan was suddenly ensnared midair by sinister purple threads and realized in shock that he had been trapped by poison silk. The hidden attacker declared success as the poison silk tightly bound him, leaving him trapped in midair. Luo Lixu revealed his spider form, manifesting as a level 110 eight-eyed demon god of the Western Territory. Ning Shuang never expected that her fiancé alone would possess such terrifying power. She rose amid roaring flames and resolved to kill Lu Fan with her own hands after realizing the terrifying threat he posed. Luo Lixu restrained her as he warned that fighting and killing anyone in Reincarnation Lake was meaningless. She agreed to stop fighting there and demanded that Luo Lixu drag him out of Reincarnation Lake so she could brutally kill him outside. Lu Fan coldly declared that the location perfectly suited him and he had no intention of leaving, showing his confidence and control despite being restrained. He calmly released his power and tore apart the poisonous silk bindings and effortlessly freed himself. He charged straight toward them with overwhelming momentum. He gripped her throat tightly, and Luo Lixu looked on in shock. He unleashed poisonous spider silk that entangled and slowed the fighters, continuously poisoning them as he warned Ning Shuang to be careful. The attack was barely blocked. Ning Shuang unleashed a surge of blazing flames, but the force of the attack weighed heavily on her. Lu Fan calmly dismissed the flames as too weak to even count as a warm-up while staring through the fire unharmed. But the reality was that she entered into the transportation portal and was instantly pulled into its swirling energy. Luo Lixu shouted Ning Shuang in panic as he watched her disappear. A vortex opened as Lu Fan hovered above, and Ning Shuang was thrown into the Reincarnation Lake. Lu Fan realized that the lake's water was regenerating the body by a special rule and felt relieved that this reincarnation law could explain everything to the Ning family. A hand emerged from the water as Ning Shuang surged upward in flames, charging back toward Lu Fan while calling his name. She activated Crimson Sun Fire, which compressed fire energy within her body and massively boosted her flames to deal devastating, continuous burning damage. Lu Fan struck with a powerful blue energy attack, tearing her into two pieces in a decisive clash. Luo Lixu shouted in shock that the enemy had failed to land even a single effective strike. Ning Shuang was reborn through the Reincarnation Lake, rose from the water with renewed strength, and unleashed a blazing surge of power. But Lu Fan launched a soaring upward attack while she fell through the raging clash of fire and energy. He stood victorious behind her, holding his blade. He mocked her persistence and coldly wondered how many times she would have to die before finally breaking. Luo Lixu erupted in fury and shouted for him to stop as his power flared violently. He desperately unleashed poisonous, entangling spider silk that spread across a wide area to bind and poison Lu Fan, but all in vain. He mocked Luo Lixu, launching a high-speed blade sickle that pierced him. Luo Lixu coughed blood as the chained blade struck and violently tore his body into two pieces. Lu Fan stood calmly as the severed body crashed into the water below, a faint smile forming while the battle decisively ended. Both were reincarnated through the lake, resurfacing together in pain as the water surged around them. Lu Fan hovered above and claimed he stayed behind to spare them the trouble of climbing back up, leaving them stunned as they resurfaced. Ning Shuang called out to him, but he instantly countered with blade armor slash and pierced her, reflecting most of the damage back onto her. Lu Fan coldly declared that this was only the beginning as he continued his relentless assault. Ning Shuang was violently blasted into the ground, crashing down in a shattered crater. Chains shattered through the air as they were brutally pierced in the chest and sent reeling, while the attack continued to bind and crush them. Overwhelmed and bound by chains, they finally surrendered and begged Lu Fan to stop, agreeing to anything to survive. Ning Shuang glared at him in fear and hatred, trembling as she called him a monster. Lu Fan mocked them coldly, saying they had already reached their limit and proved how boringly weak they were. Ning Shuang desperately asked him what it would take for him to finally stop. Lu Fan calmly offered to let them go on the condition that they handed over the key, promising to spare only one of them. But Ning Shuang and her fiancé explained that they did not have a complete key, only 6 fragments, and had come there merely to try their luck. Lu Fan realized the key was missing and concluded he had chosen the wrong targets. Luo Lixu begged for their lives, offering all the fragments in his hands as a plea for mercy. Lu Fan noticed something unusual in the sky, catching his attention with a startled expression. He noted that 2 more had been eliminated and that time was running short. He quickly came up with an idea and gripped them tightly with the chains. As he started to fly, they were startled and demanded to know what he was doing, while they were being pulled away. They angrily accused him of going back on his word, calling him a despicable bastard. Lu Fan confidently declared that he always kept his promises, but between the 2 of them, only one would be spared. Lu Fan asked, with a mocking tone, who would leave and who would stay, leaving them in suspense. Ning Shuang cursed in frustration, recalling her past when her fiancé had reassured her father, promising to ensure her safety during their trip to the secret realm. Lu Fan, seeing that neither of them was answering, decided that it would be fair to send both of them on their way. After hearing that, they were shocked, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Luo Lixu, panicking, screamed to be let go, desperately claiming he couldn't die there. Lu Fan smirked, noting that it seemed like they had made their choice. Luo Lixu, filled with regret, thought that if he died there, the Luo family would be finished, and he silently asked for Ning Shuang's forgiveness. He nervously tried to explain, claiming that the Ning family was the one with a grudge against Lu Fan, and that his Luo family never intended to be involved in this conflict. Ning Shuang interrupted him before he could finish his words. She, filled with anger, declared that the thing she was most grateful for in her life was that she hadn't married Luo Lixu yet. Lu Fan remarked that so-called political marriages were nothing more than fragile paper, showing his cynical view on the matter. He declared that it was time for him to keep his promise, as he prepared for what was next. Luo Lixu was thrown down on the ground from the sky as he tried to save himself to grip the chain. He angrily shouted at Lu Fan, reminding him of his promise not to kill him and demanding that he keep his word. He desperately tried to shift the blame, claiming it was Ning Shuang who insisted on seeking revenge against Lu Fan, and that he had been forced to help. Ning Shuang, seething with anger, called Luo Lixu a coward as she lay there. Lu Fan taunted her, mocking her choice of fiancé and criticizing her terrible taste. Lu Fan reminded Luo Lixu that while he had promised not to kill him, if he fell to his death, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Luo Lixu screamed in terror as he was sent flying through the air, helplessly falling towards his fate. He continued to fall through the air, disappearing into the forest below as blood trailed behind him. Ning Shuang looked up in shock as Lu Fan flew through the air, heading to the ground. After a loud explosion, Lu Fan, standing tall, declared that it was now Ning Shuang's turn. Ning Shuang, struggling on the ground, swore and, with fiery determination, vowed to make Lu Fan regret his actions, summoning a powerful force in the process. Lu Fan, surrounded by an intense aura, taunted Ning Shuang, questioning if she was still thinking of resisting him. He activated a powerful spell, converting Ning Shuang into his servant through a contract, with the duration of the effect depending on the gap in their power. Ning Shuang, now trapped by the servant contract, struggled and gritted her teeth in pain as the fiery energy coursed through her. She, exhausted and overwhelmed by the effects of the servant contract, weakly questioned what Lu Fan had done to her, now bound by the contract for the next 3 years. Lu Fan, with a smug expression, mocked her, telling her that all she had left was the glare in her eyes, and that even if he had done something to her, there was nothing she could do but watch. Ning Shuang, in despair, screamed at Lu Fan, calling him a beast and begging him to just kill her, unable to bear the situation any longer. But Lu Fan reassured her, telling her to relax as he wasn't interested in her, leaving her confused by his words. He casually told Ning Shuang that she could fend for herself, leaving her behind as he walked away. Ning Shuang was in disbelief as she watched Lu Fan walk away, realizing he had just left her there without a second thought. She suddenly realized the consequences of returning like this, looking worried about what might happen next. She, deep in thought, realized that a fall from that height wouldn't have been enough to kill Luo Lixu, as she was certain that to cover up his abandonment of her, he would twist the truth. She, now fully aware of her predicament, feared that if the truth was twisted, her father, who had always trusted the Luo family, would turn against her, and the entire Ning family would believe that she was at fault. Ning Shuang, determined to survive, clenched her fist and vowed to get out of there alive, no matter what it took. She, filled with determination, swore that she would not let anyone tarnish her name, no matter what. The scene transitioned to the dark and mysterious poison forest in the Divine Ruins secret realm. Lu Fan, flying through the air, navigated the hazardous environment with speed and precision. He noticed something in his path and reacted with surprise as he quickly shifted his attention towards a mushroom in the forest. He was suddenly attacked by massive tentacles, but he quickly reacted, using his strength to defend himself against the assault. He executed a powerful blade armor slash, rapidly thrusting out his armor to deal piercing damage while ignoring a large portion of the target's defense. In this state, 90% of the damage received would be reflected back to the attacker. Right after, Lu Fan finally arrived at his destination, letting out a sigh of relief as he mentioned that he didn't waste time dealing with the beasts along the way. He observed 2 remaining pillars of light and noted that he now had a 50% chance of succeeding in his next move. He, filled with determination, focused on one of the pillars of light, convinced that it had to be the right choice as he prepared to act. The light exploded around Lu Fan, signaling that his chosen location was incorrect. With only one more location remaining, he prepared for the next attempt in the Divine Ruins secret realm. Frustrated, Lu Fan cursed as he realized this was his last chance, the pillar of light indicating that time was running out. As Lu Fan rushed forward, he emphasized that those 2 must hold out no matter what, or everything would be wasted, indicating the high stakes of his current mission. He observed that the HP values of his servants, Yuan Jinggang and Lai Qingfeng, were incredibly low at just 10%, while their restrained status remained for another 7 years, but he wondered why their HP was so low. Lu Fan pondered if someone had overpowered Yuan Jinggang and Lai Qingfeng, as he observed that they were in a restrained state, making him question what had happened to them.